81. A Civil Conversation. Chapter 081. A Civil Conversation. The tavern was a bright, lively place. Not very crowded, which was why Zack and Zorian had chosen it, but there were plenty of people talking, drinking, eating and walking around. Some of them gave their table a glance from time to time, but that was just idle curiosity and they went about minding their own business soon afterwards. Nobody really paid attention to them, nor to the new arrival that had joined them at their table. They didn't even realize they were in the presence of a millennia-old lich that was currently plotting to destroy the whole city. Then again, that was to be expected. Quadrakicle's disguise was practically flawless. Even Zack and Zorian had been fooled until he had revealed himself, so how could a bunch of random bystanders notice something was wrong? Even now, with the lich within a hand's reach of Zorian, he was struggling to notice any obvious tells that the man in front of him was actually a walking skeleton instead of a real flesh and blood creature. Seconds ticked by in total silence, the two sides silently staring at each other. Zorian would have liked to claim that he was furiously thinking about the implications of this sudden visit and devising the proper way to tackle it, but the truth was that he was thoroughly shocked and was having trouble formulating any kind of coherent train of thought at the moment. He could hardly believe that Quadrakicle had casually walked up to them in a busy tavern and started talking to them like there was nothing wrong. What the hell was he even thinking? This was surprisingly impulsive behavior for someone who was supposed to be more than 1,000 years old. Fortunately, Zack was more adept at retaining his presence of mind in these kinds of unexpected situations. The benefit of greater experience granted to him by the literal decades he had spent in the time loop, Zorian supposed. "You look better than I would have expected you to look," Zack commented. "How so?" Quadrakicle asked curiously. He made a couple of gestures at the passing waiter, ordering something for himself. Zorian wasn't sure what, but the waiter seemed to have understood him and responded with a casual nod in return. Why was a lich like Quadrakicle ordering drinks, even though he doesn't need to drink? Probably for the sake of appearances, but still. Could he even drink? Was his disguise good enough to allow that? "You look surprisingly fleshy," Zack clarified, taking a sip from the massive mug of beer in front of him. "Ah, that," Quadrakicle said. "Truthfully, this is how I usually look. The skeleton form is something I reserve for battles and intimidation purposes." Having spied on the lich a few times in the previous restarts, Zorian knew this wasn't quite true. Quadrakicle also habitually appeared as a skeleton when interacting with the Abasan forces and other people involved in the invasion, though perhaps he counted that under intimidation. "It's pretty bold to just approach your enemies like this," Zack commented. "Are you going to attack me in the middle of this tavern?" Quadrakicle countered. "I'm seriously considering it," Zack said, his face twisted into a small frown. "No, you're not," Quadrakicle said, giving them a knowing smile. "Putting aside the morality of involving all these defenseless bystanders in our dispute, starting a fight here would be just as bad for you as it would be for me. The ruling powers of this country would be just as interested in your activities as they would be in my own, probably even more so, since you two would be easier to blackmail and take control of than me." He was right, of course. The two of them had come here without disguises, in their real identities. If they were to fight the Abasan lich here, the authorities would track them down within a matter of hours, and the level of skill they would be forced to show during the fight would intrigue and alarm just about everyone involved. Once they started to look into Zack and Zorian, all sorts of interesting things would come out. Even if the two of them won the fight with Quadrakicle and somehow managed to avoid any dead bystanders or property damage along the way, the restart would be effectively over. At that point they could just as well end the restart and start over. Well, the truth was that the smartest thing to do would probably be to just end the restart immediately. Having this conversation with Quadrakicle was equivalent to playing with fire. Not even the ability to end the restart on a whim could perfectly guarantee their safety. Sudamir could detect when Zorian started messing with his soul marker, so Quadrakicle could doubtlessly do it too. With him so close to them, and having come here prepared for anything, it was entirely possible they might not be able to activate the marker in time before he made his move. Plus, an unscrupulous, ancient mage like him would no doubt have a whole host of subtle tricks in his arsenal, and they would possibly not even realize they were being attacked until it was too late. Despite that, Zorian had to admit he was curious. He wanted to take the risk and hear what Quatakikl had to say. This was a potential disaster, but also a potential opportunity. It was the first time they'd had the chance to engage in any kind of meaningful conversation with Quatakikl, and Zorian had a feeling this kind of thing was not an easy thing to replicate between restarts. "What you say is true, but it seems to me that you'd still be the bigger loser if we fight," Zorian said. "If your actions become known to. You could have easily made that happen by now," Quatakikl said calmly, cutting him off. "I don't know how much knowledge you have about what I'm trying to do, but I'm guessing quite a bit. You could have easily made your findings public by now, but you didn't. Instead you limited yourselves to raiding our supply caches and striking at the more careless members of our little conspiracy." Zorian frowned. He supposed this was what Quatakikl had been referring to when he said they had been interfering with his activities. However, the fact of the matter was that Zack and Zorian habitually did that kind of thing in every single restart, more in order to acquire additional funding than anything else, and it had never caused them to run afoul of Quatakikl as a result. Minor complications like that didn't usually arouse his attention. So the true reason Quatakikl had managed to find them must be located elsewhere, and Zorian could think of two main possibilities. For one thing, this was the first time they'd gone after Quatakikl directly, and maybe the ancient lich could detect that somehow. The second possibility was that Silver Lake had overestimated her ability again and tried to gather information on Quatakikl herself, with predictable results. He was leaning towards the second possibility. "So you saw we moved against your group and noticed we could have probably done even more damage if we really tried, and thought to yourself, 'Man, I really need to have a friendly chat with those guys?'" Zack asked. "Why not?" Quatakikl challenged. "We may be enemies, but so what? Enemies talk to each other all the time. Half of the world's diplomats would be out of jobs otherwise. Well, all of them, if you're a cynical old bastard like myself and see all international interactions as fundamentally hostile, but you know what I'm saying. The point is that you could have reported your findings to the authorities, but decided not to. And I could have easily gone after some of the people close to you in retaliation for the raids you've done on my allies, but chose to have this discussion with you instead." Both Zack and Zorian glared at him lightly in response to that thinly veiled threat at the end. Quatakikl pretended not to notice the look. "Anyway, what I'm saying is, we may be enemies, but we aren't irreconcilable enemies," Quatakikl concluded. "Surely we can reach some kind of agreement here." "I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with you there," Zack said. "You want to destroy Scioria, gather the souls of everyone who dies and feed them all to wraiths, release a primordial to rampage around the region and trigger another round of splinter wars. Unless you're willing to drop this whole invasion thing and go back to your island, we pretty much are irreconcilable enemies. Don't mistake our current passivity for willingness to quietly watch by the sidelines while you execute your mad schemes." "Aha! So I was right, you do know quite a lot," Quatakikl said slowly, neither alarmed nor angry at Zack's statement. "However, if you'll forgive me for being a little blunt, why do you care?" Zack raised an eyebrow at him. "I've looked into you a bit before coming here," the ancient lich continued. "Neither of you are all that closely connected to the city itself. You are a scion of a dead house that has been taken advantage of, and Zorian is just a talented outsider attending school here. I'm really not sure why people of your caliber would waste time on basic magic classes like that, but there are all kinds of people in this world, I suppose. Personally, I'd have gone crazy in a matter of weeks if I had to impersonate a complete beginner at magic for several years, but I'm getting a little off track. The point is, each of you has only a handful of people here that you really care about. We could easily arrange for them to be outside on the day of the invasion. Do you really care that much, in your heart of hearts, about all the random people that are going to die?" If Quatakikl had asked Zorian that at the start of the time loop, before he had largely come to terms with his place in the world, got to know all the people around him and witnessed in excruciating detail just what the invasion of Scioria actually looked like, maybe he really would have answered no in his head, like Quatakikl clearly expected him to. But now, he remembered the image of Nachka and the other shifter children, naked and in cages, reaching out to him and screaming for help. It was closely followed by the memories of all the people who helped him in all these restarts, and who would likely die in the invasion if he did nothing to stop it, as well as all the different scenes of slaughter and looting he had witnessed over the restarts. He decided that yes, he very much did care. And he was pretty sure Zack did too. Don't you? Zorian challenged. Not really, no, Quatakikl said seriously. I come from an age where it was quite normal to round up all the mages and combat-capable men in a conquered town and mount their severed heads on pikes just outside the city walls as a warning to all who would dare defy you. I find modern sentimentality in regards to war casualties insincere, hypocritical and faintly disgusting. Ah, said Zorian with distaste. He supposed this only made sense. Quatakikl was more than a millennium old, and came from a different, more bloodthirsty time. For all that he was considered tough but fair by his own soldiers, the army he once led against the Old Alliance was famed for their brutality towards the conquered populace. It was said to be one of the main reasons his side had lost the war against Eldamar. What's with that look on your face? Quatakikl said, rolling his eyes at him. Be honest, now, if you were really such a moral and upstanding citizen, why would you go to so much trouble to hide your true level of power and all the various projects you seem to be financing? Why would you move against me on your own instead of coordinating your actions with the law enforcement and the military? Whomever you are connected to, it clearly isn't Eldamar's government. So I ask again, why do you care so much about what happens to Scioria? Ha! That was interesting. It was obvious that Quatakikl had come to them mostly to fish for information rather than because he truly believed he could come to some sort of agreement with them, but up until now Zorian didn't know what exactly he was after. Now, he was starting to suspect that Quatakikl was mainly concerned with puzzling out the identity of the forces standing behind them. In reality, Zack and Zorian were rogue agents, supported by no one, but there was no way Quatakikl would think that. It would be virtually impossible for two teenagers like them to have reached the heights they did on their own, no matter how talented. Since Quatakikl had failed to find their backers when he investigated them, he could only conclude that they were very well hidden. The existence of a secret faction that he had not been aware of was doubtlessly bothering the old Lich, making him hesitate to move against them until he knew more. Zorian quickly sent a telepathic message to Zack, warning him not to let it slip that there was nobody backing them up. Quatakikl would probably not believe them even if they openly admitted their lack of support, but it was best not to push their luck like that. We already told you, you just don't want to listen, because of the many, many casualties that would result from your planned attack on the city, Zack said. And that's just the start of the suffering. The wars that would no doubt follow in the wake of the attack would. Oh come on, you can't blame me for that, Quatakikl complained. I mean, I can understand you blaming me for the destruction of the city, but another splinter war is inevitable. Surely you understand that. This peace we have right now. It's just a short breather so the countries involved can recover from the damage the weeping did to their command structure. Well, I personally think every peace is just preparation for war, but this peace especially so. Another round of wars is going to happen soon, regardless of whether Scioria is attacked or not. I'm just trying to nudge the whole thing in a direction that best suits the interests of Ulquin Ibesa. Same as your own country of Eldamar and everyone else involved, really. I'm not entirely convinced that another war is inevitable, Zorian remarked. Although there was obviously a lot of truth in that, since he had heard that sentiment expressed by various people he had interacted with over the restarts. But even if that is true, there is a big difference between you and most of those countries. Their plans eventually end in something stable. You just want to keep everyone fighting forever so they cannot threaten your island. What? No, I don't. Who told you that? Quatakikl protested, actually sounding mildly incredulous. You don't? Zorian asked curiously. Truthfully, he was being deliberately provocative. He had no idea what Quadakikl really wanted, but what he said just now was one of the guesses discussed by his subordinates and various members of the cult of the World Dragon. "It's a stupid idea," Quadakikl said, shaking his head in exasperation. "The leaders of your nations can be remarkably stupid sometimes, but they're not that stupid. If we keep stirring shit up time and time again, sooner or later they will all decide to set aside their differences for long enough to wipe us out before getting back to killing each other." "Ha! So your actual goal is?" Zorian tried. "Heh. I guess it's not that big of a secret anyway," Quadakikl said, smiling at him in a patronizing manner. "I want to mess up Eldamar and Solimnan and make Falkrinia win the war." "What? What?" Zack protested. "Falkrinia? Why them? Who else?" Quadakikl asked, his tone making it clear it was a rhetorical question. "Eldamar and Solimnan would never seriously entertain peace with us. Anyone who thinks they would is either an idiot or a traitor. Falkrinia though, they are the weakest of the big three in terms of military, and their heartland is very far from Ulquinabesa. If they win and subdue Eldamar and Solimnan, they will doubtlessly be quite disinterested in some fool's campaign to deal with Ulquinabesa. Keeping their former enemies suppressed should take most of Falkrinia's strength. They will have little power or inclination for other major undertakings." Zorian was about to ask why he thought Solimnan would fail to take advantage of Eldamar's weakness instead when he remembered Sudamir's plan with wraith bombs. He had intended to make an example of Solimnan to prove he was serious about using his wraith bombs on defenseless towns, wasn't he? Had Quadakikl given him that idea? From the man's memories, he knew that Sudamir himself did not think so, but Zorian wouldn't put it past Quadakikl to have subtly led the man onto the idea without him realizing it. The conversation temporarily died down because the waiter had come to their table to deliver the drinks Quadakikl had ordered. To Zorian's surprise, the Lich had ordered 3 mugs of beer to be brought to the table instead of just one for each of them. Zorian simply pushed his mug to the side and ignored it, but Zack calmly poured the contents of the new, smaller mug into the giant one already in front of him, which had been steadily getting emptier as they talked. "This was no time to get drunk, Zack." As for Quadakikl, he simply left his own mug untouched on the table in front of him. He didn't have so much as a sip out of it. Zorian suspected that despite looking like a flesh-and-blood person, he couldn't really drink and eat food like one. It was probably an ectoplasmic body of some sort, similar to the ones employed by the simulacrum spell. Since nobody wanted to discuss the invasion of Scioria and similar topics in front of the waiter, a brief silence descended upon the table. Zorian made use of it to consider their interaction with Quadakikl thus far. Sadly, the only conclusion he had was that it was all very strange. He really couldn't see through the ancient Lich's plots. Zorian had been watching their adversary like a hawk, but Quadakikl never tried anything underhanded or gave any indication he wanted to drug them or target them with some subtle soul magic spell or whatever. He also never got visibly angry with them, even though this conversation probably wasn't going the way he wanted it to, and even after Zorian subtly scanned the beer he had ordered to make sure it was safe. No, their interaction with Quadakikl had been entirely peaceful thus far. Aside from clearly fishing for information about them and throwing in a subtle threat or two in his statements, he seemed to really want to just talk. Well, I can see this is not going anywhere, so let's put all that aside for now, Quadakikl said after the waiter left and a couple of seconds passed. Instead, let me raise another issue. You have been looking into me in these past few days. Big deal, Zack scoffed. Clearly you have been looking into us, too. As a response to your own actions, yes, Quadakikl said with a small smile. But you misunderstand. I'm not being outraged at you trying to get to know your enemy, I'm just wondering if there is more to it than that. Sure, you could have been simply looking for a personal weakness or a more effective tactic of dealing with me, but maybe, you actually wanted something from me? You think we were trying to establish contact with you? Zorian asked incredulously. It happens all the time, Quadakikl shrugged. People regularly come to me for help. They come to a sinister bag of old bones like you, begging for help? Zack asked incredulously. Of course, Quadakickle said with a big grin, not the least bit insulted by Zack's choice of words. I'm a millennia-old archmage. I have survived several world-shaking events, and even participated in some of them. People seek me out for all kinds of reasons. Some want lost or restricted magics that are almost impossible to get otherwise, some want to borrow my strength and expertise, and some are simply curious historians trying to get first-hand accounts of bygone eras. I usually help the latter ones for free, being a man of culture and generosity that I am, but others have to make it worth my time. Don't let that intimidate you, though. I don't deal in souls or demand people's firstborn sons or whatever you read about liches in all those slanderous books your government keeps shoving down your throats. I'm an honorable lich, only ruthless to my enemies, and I pride myself on my fair and honest dealing with others. I see, Zack said, tapping his finger on the table thoughtfully. He then leaned forward conspiratorially and said, as a matter of fact, we do have something we want from you. Oh, said Quadakickle, leaning forward as well. Do tell. Zack opened his mouth and then paused for a second, no doubt purely for the sake of drama. We want the crown you're wearing, he whispered in a low voice. For the first time since the meeting had begun, Quadakickle seemed genuinely surprised. Zorian didn't blame him. He was pretty shocked Zack had decided to bring that up, too. He didn't say anything, though. Hopefully his trust in his fellow time traveler wasn't misplaced and Zack actually knew what he was doing instead of simply being a little tipsy and ignoring the possible consequences. In any case, the surprise on Quadakickle's face didn't last long. He soon began laughing instead, leaning back in his chair and shaking his head. Oh, you too. I knew it was a good idea to come here, the lich eventually said, having managed to compose himself again. You're not even joking, are you? I say, sometimes I wish I could go back to being as young and brash as this. Do you even know what this crown is? Of course, Zack said. It's one of the artifacts of the first Icosian emperor. Good eye, Quadakickle said, giving them a thoughtful look. It's been quite a while since someone had recognized it for what it is. Most people think I'm just a megalomaniac for wearing a fancy crown all the time and leave it at that. How did you know? I thought you had never actually seen me before today, but I guess your investigation of me has been a lot more thorough than I suspected. In truth, we knew you were in the possession of one of the Imperial artifacts before we had even started investigating you, Zack said. Oh. Quadakickle asked in interest. It's because of this, said Zack, retrieving the portable palace orb from his jacket pocket. He extended the orb towards Quadakickle, letting him inspect it in detail. The old lich stared at the orb for more than 20 seconds in total silence, gazing into it with a serious face. The Imperial orb, he finally said. I thought it was lost. It was, Zack nodded, yanking the orb back and shoving it back into his pocket. And now it has been found again. So it has, Quadakickle agreed. However, I don't understand how it is related to the crown I'm wearing. Unless you're saying the orb can detect the other Imperial artifacts. That's precisely what I'm saying, Zack nodded. Well, to be more precise, the owner of any of the Imperial artifacts can detect all the others. If one can access their hidden functions, that is. What an impressive pack of lies. Not that Zorian cared too much about Zack lying to the murderous old lich in front of them, but it was kind of impressive that Zack could think up something so misleading, yet technically true. After all, the key pieces did have hidden functions, and if one could access them, then they clearly had a marker as well. Truly impressive, Quadakickle praised. I always knew there was more to the crown than I had managed to uncover, but the hidden abilities had always eluded me. I don't suppose the orb is for sale. Is your crown for sale? Zack replied, countering a question with a question. Not for all the money in the world, Quadakickle said. Well then, Zack shrugged. You have your answer, then, don't you? And yet. I feel there is a reason you showed me that orb, Quadakikl speculated. How about a trade? Zack tried. You tell us what your crown does and in return we tell you what the orb does. Very simple and innocuous, and we both get to satisfy our curiosity without having to part with our precious priceless artifacts. How about it? Very simple and innocuous, indeed, Quadakikl deadpanned. But the thing is, I already know what the orb does. It's just a particularly large pocket dimension, no? No, Zack said, shaking his head. It does more than that. It does. I see, Quadakikl said thoughtfully. I think I'm still going to refuse that offer, though. I have a feeling that I would still end as the loser in that exchange. Give me something more to work with. Say, the location of one of the other artifacts you uncovered. Sure, Zack said, agreeing with the suggestion immediately. Of course he did. At the end of the day, the very nature of the time loop made this kind of information exchange inherently biased in their favor. Everything they said to Quadakikl today, he would forget when the time loop reset itself. Shall we go first, or do you want the honor? It might as well be me, Quadakikl shrugged. He didn't seem terribly concerned about revealing such an important personal secret. It's not such a big secret, anyway. I actually use it as a form of intimidation sometimes. You see, the crown is one massive mana battery. There was a second of silence following that statement. What? Zorian said incredulously. That's it? Just a mana battery? Ha! Quadakikl grinned. I knew you'd react like that. It never gets old. However, when I say it's a mana battery, I don't mean it stockpiles ambient mana like the mana batteries modern mages make. I mean it stockpiles the personal mana of the wearer, and the mana inside it never gets unattuned. It effectively makes my maximum mana reserves 10 times larger than they naturally are. 10 times. Zorian couldn't help but blurt out. By the gods, and he thought Zack was a total mana monster. Although Zack was more reserved, one could see on his face that he was also boggling at the utterly ridiculous amount of personal mana that Quadakikl apparently had at his disposal. The ancient lich seemed very pleased by their reaction. Of course, that is without considering the divine blessing I've received in the past, which doubled my already impressive mana reserves, Quadakikl continued. Measuring of one's mana reserves was in a rather primitive state at the time I had begun my mage career, so I don't really know what sort of magnitude I would have according to the standards of modern mages, but I think I was about, magnitude 25. Something along those lines, I believe. The divine blessing then doubled my maximum without hurting my shaping skills in the slightest, so my natural mana reserves were huge even before I got a hold of this lovely little crown. So when I said my mana reserves are effectively 10 times their normal size due to the crown, it's actually even more impressive than it sounds. How interesting. Zorian shared a long look with Zack. That explanation about the divine blessing that doubled his mana reserves, didn't that sound rather familiar? So, Quadakikl eventually said with a grin. Do you still think making an enemy out of me is a good idea? This blessing you spoke about, Zorian tried. Aha, no, Quadakikl said, raising his finger to stop him. I honored my side of the bargain. Now it's time for you to honor yours. Fine, Zack sighed. Aside from being a massive portable pocket dimension, the Imperial Orb is also a nigh-infinite memory bank, capable of storing a massive amount of personal memories and mental blueprints inside it. Quadakikl considered it for a moment. Considering the scarcity of writing supplies in those times, yes, I can see how that kind of function would be invaluable. Not that impressive today, although the remaining records inside the orb, if any, would be incredibly valuable. To historians, if nothing else. How much did you find inside? No comment, Zack immediately said. The memory bank was completely empty, of course, as it could only be used inside the time loop, but Quadakikl didn't need to know that. Fair enough, Quadakikl conceded. As for the location of one of the other Imperial artifacts, Zack said. Well, you can find the dagger inside Eldamar's royal vault. You're already attacking the country in question, so you should have no qualms about breaking into its royal vaults as well. They have one of the imperial artifacts and they're letting it gather dust inside the treasury, Quatakikl said, shaking his head sadly. How typical. There was a brief and uncomfortable silence as both Zack and Zorian waited for the Lich to say something more, but he never did. Instead he simply observed them silently, saying nothing. So, this blessing you spoke about, Zorian tried again. It's going to cost you, Quatakikl immediately warned. Well, what do you want? Zorian asked him bluntly. Since you're asking questions about the divines, I think it would only be appropriate if you offered something divine yourself, Quatakikl smiled. Zorian thought about it for a second before pulling out the mysterious dagger they had found in the Imperial Orb and handing it to Quatakikl. Giving the ancient Lich a divine artifact of unknown powers in exchange for this kind of information would be monumentally stupid in any other circumstances, but he really wanted the proper answer to his question and the dagger would be back in his hands in the next restart anyway. Quatakikl gingerly accepted the dagger and immediately started casting spells on it, scaring Zorian quite a bit. This was the first time Quatakikl had performed any sort of magic after approaching them, and Zorian watched him like a hawk to make sure he didn't slip in something unsavory between all those divination spells he was casting at the dagger. It's a divine artifact, Quatakikl eventually concluded. Yes, Zorian confirmed. Divine for divine, no. What does it do? He asked. Zorian was pleased that not even a millennia-old Lich like him could just casually figure out divinely bestowed powers. I don't know, he admitted to the Lich. It's just something we recovered from an old ruin. So it could be totally useless or amazingly powerful, Quatakikl concluded, turning the dagger carefully in his hands and studying the lines and glyphs etched into its surface. Zorian knew he would find out nothing through that, though. They appeared to be purely decorative and said little about the dagger itself. No divine artifact is useless, Zorian insisted. You're wrong, Quatakikl said, shaking his head. Gods were very impulsive, whimsical creatures. They made all sorts of pointless items purely as a joke back in their heyday, it's just that most of them broke down or got thrown away as the years went by. Divine artifacts can break down? Zack asked curiously. Of course, Quatakikl nodded seriously. Most of the surviving divine artifacts are not unbreakable because this is some inherent trait of a divine artifact, they are unbreakable because they wouldn't have lasted for centuries if they weren't. Still, based on what you just said, the very fact this dagger lasted up until this day means it's probably at least a little bit useful, Zorian said. There is some truth to that, Quatakikl acknowledged. He looked Zorian straight in the eye. Are you sure you want to trade this, though? You could be losing a real treasure, you know. I'm sure, Zorian said firmly. Just make sure to give me an extra detailed explanation if you're so worried about taking advantage of me. Ha! Decisive. I like that, Quatakikl said. Well, since you're not afraid to take a risk, I guess it would be pretty pathetic of me to shy away from it. With a dramatic flourish, Quatakikl twirled the dagger expertly in his hand, showing impressive manual dexterity, and then, pushed the dagger straight into his chest. The dagger sank into him like he was made out of water, right through the clothes, and then it was gone like it never existed. Quatakikl also looked completely unharmed by the action. He folded his hands over his chest and smiled at them. What exactly did you want to know? He asked. You said this divine blessing of yours doubled your maximum mana reserves, Zorian said. Was that a typical size of increase for such blessings? Quatakikl hummed, seemingly surprised at the question. Well, that's an interesting question, but I'm afraid I can't answer that. People with divine blessings were rare, even in times when the gods still roamed the earth, and they tended not to advertise their identity and capabilities. If you think secrecy among top mages is bad today, you don't want to know what the ancient archmages were like. So many legacies got lost because the old fools refused to let anyone see their work, but I digress. I suspect that the sort of blessing I received is relatively typical of its sort. Making someone's mana reserves twice as big utterly dwarfs any sort of natural increase one can obtain through other means, thus firmly cementing the god as actually godly, but it isn't completely over the top. Plus, doubling something is a nice, simple to understand change. Do you know how it actually works? Zorian asked. In very general terms, the ancient lich said. It's a sort of stabilization frame made out of divine energy, encircling the soul. Somehow, this allows the target to store and regenerate more mana without hurting their shaping skills. Nearly undetectable through classical magic, just like all divine works, but the fact it interacts with one's soul means that skilled necromancers can eventually learn how to perceive it through soul perception. A stabilization frame? Was it perhaps, in the shape of an icosahedron? Did Quetzalcoatl design his gate stabilization frame based on the faint outline of the soul stabilization frame that encircled his soul? Zorian thought about hinting at it somehow and observing the lich's reaction before deciding that was probably going too far. Is there any way to receive such a divine blessing other than getting it from a god? Zack asked with a frown. Technically yes, Quetzalcoatl said. The angels are said to be able to bestow such blessings to this very day. However, they are extremely stingy with them and are said to only bestow them upon their most pious and capable servants. I rather doubt they would be impressed with either of you two. So in reality, no, there really isn't any way for you to receive such a blessing. It's a privilege that only ancient monsters like me and a few fanatical dogs of the church can wield. They asked a few more questions in regards to the soul stabilization frame and how it could be detected, probably rousing some of Quetzalcoatl's interest in the process, but eventually the old lich decided he'd had enough of their questions and turned to leave. Well, he said, rising from his seat. I enjoyed this talk and you've given me a lot to think about, but I think this is a good time to stop. Yes, Zorian agreed. It was getting tiresome constantly being on his guard around the ancient lich, making sure he didn't say the wrong thing or miss some sinister plot unfolding in the background. If you want to talk more, feel free to contact me through this, Quetzalcoatl said, handing them a simple paper calling card, plain white and undecorated. The only thing on it was an address in Cyoria, typed in bold, black letters. Zorian silently pocketed the calling card. I have a feeling we'll see each other again, soon, the old lich said with a grin, before turning around and calmly walking out of the tavern. A long silence followed in his wake, neither Zack nor Zorian saying anything for a full minute, just listening to background noise of the tavern and playing the entire encounter repeatedly in their heads. I guess the most pressing question now is, what do we do? Zorian asked. Do we do the smart thing and immediately end this ticking time bomb of a restart, or do we play with fire and try to take advantage of this somehow? I don't know, Zack sighed, pushing away his giant mug to the side. In the end he never did manage to completely finish it, though Zorian felt that was more due to the circumstances than a literal inability to do so. It's hard to think straight about this right now. I've got so many bad experiences with that damn bag of bones. I got trashed by him so many times, got so many of my plans ruined when he just swooped in and started wrecking the place. But if you forced me to give you an answer right now. Zorian sighed. He already knew what the answer was going to be. I always did like fire, Zack said with a grin. 82, Ancient Circles. Chapter 082 Ancient Circles. Aranhal, the unfortunate nation that had lost its airship prototype to Zack and Zorian, had been affected deeply by the theft. It was a huge blow to their prestige to lose their prized creation in such a dramatic manner, possibly more so than a mere technical failure would have been. If the design itself was flawed or the builders had assembled the vessel incorrectly and it crashed during its maiden flight, that would have been kind of embarrassing, but mostly for the project itself and the factions that supported it. Having a bunch of thieves break into the construction site and steal it away, though, that reflected badly on the whole country. It didn't help that Aranhal couldn't suppress the information that they had engaged the thieves in an airship battle and lost. The airship they had lost in the ensuing battle couldn't be simply swept under the rug, after all. Many people ended up losing their positions over this scandal. Information-gathering groups in the entire region were going crazy trying to figure out which group was responsible for the feat, and rumors were flying that a massive audit of Aranjal's government agencies and armed forces was in the works. Zack and Zorian, the causes of the entire furor, were only dimly aware of all this. They kept an eye on the news and reports coming from the region, but it didn't seem like Aranjal was getting any closer to tracking them down, so they gradually lost interest. Zorian did find it kind of interesting how many otherwise obscure groups and individuals were roused into action as a result of their theft, though. Perhaps it would be a good idea to stir up some similarly great outrage back in Altazia, just to see if something particularly interesting would show itself in its wake. That was a thought for some other time, though. At the moment, Zack and Zorian were simply relaxing on their new airship as it flew over the empty, sun-scorched desert. They weren't going anywhere in particular, they were just meandering from one random place to another, testing the ship's flight systems and enjoying the view. As an added bonus, aimlessly flying around the Zlotic desert was a pretty good way of foiling any attempt to eavesdrop on them. No matter what kind of exotic methods of tracking them down and spying on them Quatakikl had at his disposal, they probably couldn't reach across continents and reach them here. Wow, the view from here is amazing. And look, those 4 tower-like rock formations over there. Those are Ritam's Fangs, where the Prince of Izum and the rebel Queen Hanfa swore an alliance to unite their forces and repel the Icosian forces encroaching upon their land. Even though they failed in the end, I always thought their story of forbidden lovers fighting a doomed battle against insurmountable odds was so romantic. Zorian glanced to his side, where Nialu was leaning over the airship railing and animatedly babbling about anything that caught her eye. Bringing her along with them when they boarded the airship kind of interfered with the idea of maximum security, but Quatakikl already had plenty of people to choose from if he wanted to kidnap someone to question about Zack and Zorian, so whatever. He was more amazed that she was willing to go along with them, to be honest. A couple of acquaintances come up to you one day and tell you that they're time travelers and want you to join them for a joyride in their stolen airship, and you just accept the offer. I'm hardly an expert on ancient Icosian history, but wasn't that alliance a matter of pure pragmatism? And didn't the Prince of Izum have his father's permission to broker a deal with the rebels? Zorian asked curiously. What exactly makes this a case of forbidden love? Nialu gave him an unamused look. Never mind, Zorian said quickly. He didn't want to start an argument about a silly topic like that. Forbidden love it is. Nialu's expression brightened immediately, and she clapped her hands happily. We should come down and look around, she said enthusiastically. I hear nobody has been here for nearly a decade, since it's so deep in the desert now. I want to take a souvenir or two. Ooh, my sisters will be so jealous when I show them. Zorian really didn't understand her. She readily accepted their claims about the existence of the time loop, although she was indeed more wary of the story when it was both Zack and Zorian talking to her about it rather than just Zack, but the way she spoke and behaved made Zorian wonder how much she really believed them. She didn't seem to care at all about the impending end of the month that would rob her of everything she achieved here. In any case, they had no reason to refuse her request. It wasn't like they were pressed for time, or even going anywhere in particular, so stopping by for some sightseeing and to pick up some pretty rocks was okay. Besides, Zorian believed that once Nialu experienced the scorching heat of the desert outside the airship, she would quickly decide to cut their visit short. 2 hours later, he realized he may have underestimated Nialu somewhat. Being a Zlotic native, she seemed to possess a much higher comfort threshold for hot, dry climates than he or Zack did. She was also far more athletic than he had given her credit for, because she was jumping about and maneuvering herself across the rock landscape with far more grace than he would have expected from a teenage girl wearing a dress. Maybe it was some kind of a bloodline. House Iljader, like many magical houses, was rather secretive about its family magic and special abilities, but they probably had them. Hey, Zack, Zorian called out. His fellow time traveler, who was just in the process of carving Zack was here into one of the stone formations, turned to him with a questioning look. What is House Iljader's special thing? I don't know, said Zack. Something divination-based. Neela got all apologetic when I asked and said she wasn't allowed to tell me and I didn't push. I didn't think it mattered. Something divination-based, huh? Zorian mused thoughtfully. Depending on what exactly that represented, maybe she had an actual reason for trusting them so easily. Yeah, confirmed Zack, either not realizing or not caring that Zorian was mostly talking to himself when he repeated his words. Those 3 blue circles she has imprinted on her cheeks and forehead. They're supposed to represent eyes. Oh. I was kind of wondering about that, Zorian said. You could have just asked her, Zack said, shaking his head and turning back to finish his inscription. She's a really easy person to talk to, you know. Even if you ask something she can't tell you, she probably won't get mad at you. After mulling it over for a few seconds, Zorian decided to do just that. He approached the cheery girl that joined them on this trip and waved at her to get her attention. She seemed to be in the process of trying to capture one of the small blue lizards that made their home in this place, though, and was so focused on her task that she did not notice him. The little creatures were totally harmless, but very fast after soaking in the sun for hours on end and quite tricky to catch. Neelu? He asked. She jumped a little in surprise at his sudden interruption, before refocusing on him. Her eyes, blue like the markings on her cheeks and forehead, stared at him uncomprehendingly for a second before an idea seemed to occur to her. Catch one for me, she commanded, pointing at one of the distant blue lizards with her finger. The lizard instantly reacted to her sudden move, darting so fast into a nearby crevice that it looked like it teleported. Zorian raised his eyes at her, his mouth stretching into an amused smile. Air, please, she added with a nervous smile of her own. Fine, Zorian sighed. After a second of consideration, he decided to go for the simplest option. He reached into the mind of the nearest lizard and manipulated it into coming over on its own. Once it approached close enough, he simply scooped it up and handed it to the girl next to him, who immediately started to coo and fawn over it. Didn't girls usually find reptiles creepy and disgusting? Look at you, so gorgeously blue and gloriously spiky, Neelu said, turning the lizard over so she could see him from all sides. The lizard looked decidedly unamused with her manhandling, and would have started biting her fingers by now had Zorian not been constantly calming it down. Neelu gave him a curious look. How did you do that? Mind magic, he answered honestly. Using mind magic against animals was not illegal, and didn't typically scare people. Oh. That's kind of cheating, she frowned. She stared at the little lizard in her hand for a few seconds before sighing dramatically. I kind of want to keep it, but, no, that would be wrong. I don't have anywhere to keep it, I don't know what it eats, and it would probably be lonely without its fellows. She lowered the lizard back to the ground and Zorian released his mental hold on it. Surprisingly, the little lizard didn't immediately run away after that. Instead, it opted to give them confused looks and it shuffled in place uncertainly. Go along little guy, you can go home now, Neelu said. Don't forget me, okay? The lizard blinked at her in confusion, probably wondering why the big creature didn't eat it when it had the chance, before turning around and darting away into the distance. Sorry about that. I get a little weird sometimes, Neelu said, turning back towards him. I guess you wanted to tell me something. Is it time to leave? No, I was actually just going to ask you about something, Zorian said. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I'm kind of curious, how come you accepted our story so easily? Shouldn't you already know the answer for this, she said curiously. You're the ancient time traveler who has seen it all, right? I'm not that ancient, actually, Zorian said, shaking his head. I spent about 7 years in this time loop, not counting the time dilation rooms. Time dilation rooms? Neelu asked curiously. What are those? It's a long story. Ask me some other time, okay? Zorian said. The point is that I have not seen it all, not even close. Truthfully, this is the first time I've had any significant interaction with you. Boo! Am I so boring? She pouted. Not at all, Zorian said hastily. It's just. It's fine, said laughed. I'm just teasing. Well, mostly. You say I accepted your story really easily, so that means you tried to convince many other people thus far. Depending on how far down the list I am, I might actually be offended. It was mostly Zach who tried to convince all our classmates and anyone who would listen, so that statement is based mostly around what he told me of his experiences, Zorian said. He said most people reacted really badly to his claim of being trapped in an ever-repeating month. Especially in the beginning, before he honed his skills to downright implausible levels and memorized which secret and prediction this or that person found convincing. You always accepted his story very easily. Even in this restart, where we stole an airship and both of us approached you instead of just Zach. Why would it matter that you both approached me about this? Nielu asked with a frown. Zorian fumbled. Oh. I get it, Nielu giggled. I guess I can see it, he can be kind of cute. She suddenly stopped and gave Zorian a panicked look. I mean, not that you're not, but you're a bit too quiet and passive for my taste and, gods, I should have just pretended to be scandalized about this, shouldn't I? Okay, shutting up now. You still haven't answered my question, Zorian pointed out, amused. What? Oh, about me being easy to convince, Nielu said, giving him a short, nervous laugh. Right, I don't really have an answer to that. I guess you're expecting some big mystery here but there isn't any. I'm just kind of foolish, I guess. We know each other, I could tell that you had no malicious intentions towards me and you provided all the proof I asked of you, even if you were delusional or lying, I probably wouldn't have been in any harm. Zorian gave her a speculative look. The way she phrased her statement gave the impression she trusted a mere hunch about their good character to keep her safe, but the surety in her voice made Zorian think there was something a lot more concrete involved there. Perhaps something, divination-based. And if I asked you how you were so sure we had no malicious intentions towards you, he asked curiously. Woman's intuition, she said cheerfully, her voice sounding like she had been just waiting for a chance to use that response. Well, regardless of the reason, I thank you for your trust, Zorian said. No problem. Nielu said, giving him an appreciative look for not pushing her on the issue. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Yes, actually, Zorian said. This may be too personal, but why did a girl from Zlotic decide to go all the way to Syoria to attend a magic academy? It's a somewhat curious thing to do, Nielu sighed, her good mood suddenly deflating somewhat. But only somewhat. That. Well, my mother is actually from Eldamar. She used to tell me stories of her homeland when I was little, and I always wanted to visit the place. So I begged my father to let me come and he couldn't say no to me. That's the reason I usually tell people when they ask me that question. And, it's kind of true. I really did want to visit. And Syoria is really interesting and I'm not really sorry for being there. But? Zorian prompted. But if it was for that, I probably wouldn't have gone so far as to sign up for school here, Nielu said. I would have simply visited for a few months. The truth is my father has made some pretty serious enemies back in Nelantar, and there were concerns they would go after his family to get to him. Especially after me, because, father doesn't really trust my judgment much. How, very surprising. Then again, most people would say that Zorian's parents were in the right and that Zorian was being unreasonable when he clashed with them, so maybe he should be more open-minded about Nielu's reasons for acting the way she did. In the end, it was decided I would be sent to Eldamar, Nielu continued. That way I would be out of danger, I get to fulfill my long-time wish to visit my mother's homeland and the whole thing can be explained back home as my father spoiling his daughter a little too much. 3 birds with 1 stone, no. Indeed, Zorian agreed. Though he personally found it sad that Nielu's father sent his daughter to Syoria to keep her safe, only to have the city invaded by Abasins in the end. That didn't exactly go according to plan. Anyway, I actually think the whole thing turned out really well in the end, so I have no regrets. You don't have to feel sorry about me, Nielu said. Though to be honest, I'll probably be glad when I'm done with the academy and can come back home. I kind of miss my family. You probably don't understand, being able to see yours any time you want and all. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Zorian said slowly. He didn't bother clarifying that it was not quite for the reasons she was thinking of. They wandered the rocky landscape for a while after that, after which all three of them returned to the airship and continued their aimless wandering through the desert. Nielu somehow talked him into helping her take away a large green rock from the site, even though it was pretty much worthless as far as Zorian could tell, and he couldn't possibly fathom what she intended to do with it, and she was inordinately happy about that. She spent about half an hour humming to herself and inspecting the rock in great detail before eventually seeking him out again. Zorian, can I ask you something? She asked him, then immediately continued with her follow-up question without waiting for his answer. This time loop of yours, it's going to end someday, right? Yes. Zorian said, unsure what she was getting at. So one day, this month will run its course as it always does, and I will live on and remember instead of endlessly forgetting, she prompted further. And you will remember this day and act accordingly? That's the idea, Zorian said, faltering slightly. They never told her that there was a good chance they would be destroyed in the end, having failed to leave the time loop before it collapsed. He didn't really want to tell her about that if he didn't have to, either. What do you intend to do when that happens? She asked, biting her lip. About me, I mean. About you? Zorian asked, caught a little off guard by the direction this was going in. Well, it depends on what you want us to do, I guess. I don't know what I want, she admitted. I just know I had fun today and I don't want to forget it all. And here he thought the realization she would lose everything at the end of the month hadn't affected her in the slightest. Maybe the implications of the time loop just hadn't hit her up until now. Unfortunately, there was very little he could do to comfort her in regards to that. Aside from lying, of course. But, she continued, since that is not possible, I have a somewhat selfish request out of you and Zack. When we meet again at the end, don't pretend this never happened. You don't have to tell me about the time loop, but don't be a stranger. I know I'm probably not the most exciting person you've met over the years, but you're not allowed to forget me, okay? Zorian gave her a strange look. Well, okay, he said slowly. Yay! New friends, she exclaimed, causing Zorian to sigh a little. She really reminded him of a little kid in some respects. Or novelty. He really missed that silly little spider sometimes. I hope you realize we won't be stealing this airship in the final version of this month, Zorian said. So this particular memory is, probably never going to be recreated. Nielu seemed to give it a serious thought. That's probably for the best, she eventually decided. From what the papers are saying, you killed a lot of people when you destroyed that pursuing airship. That wasn't very nice. I really don't understand you, Zorian admitted, shaking his head. You know that, but you're still here. And you want to be friends with us. All those people will be alive when time resets again, so it's fine, Nielu said with small shrug. But hey! Even without the airship, you can still open doors between continents, no? That's how we reached your airship in the first place. So you can take me to see all these places anyway. Zorian opened his mouth to point out that revealing they could perform intercontinental travel spells was still a huge deal, but in the end he just shut his mouth and remained quiet. Considering Nielu's peculiar personality, she was probably one of the few people who could handle such a revelation without totally freaking out. I guess you're right, he eventually conceded. Besides, what was incredible cosmic power for if not for taking a girl out on a casual vacation into uninhabited desert filled with crumbling ruins and bloodthirsty monsters? Maybe Zack was becoming a bad influence on him. Break. In the end, it was not hard at all to talk Nialu into helping them find the translators and contacts they needed to operate more freely in the Zlotic region. Most of these were going to be in her home country of Nelantar, since that was where she could wield her family influence the most and where her knowledge of local knowledge and customs was most pronounced, but that was still plenty useful. With such a solid starting point, it wouldn't be hard to extend their net wider throughout the region. They ended up dropping her off in Nelantar with a pair of simulacrums while they returned back on the airship to discuss something else. Namely, the Quatakikl situation. "It's been a few days now," Zorian said. "We've both had time to calm down and think about it. Do you still think we should take a risk and try to broker some kind of deal with Quatakikl?" "Well, yeah," Zack said. "I mean, what's not to like? It would be trivially simple to give him divine artifacts, or even pieces of the key like the Imperial Orb, in exchange for rare magic and knowledge. Then we can do it again in the subsequent restart with him none the wiser. I feel a dark spark of joy at the very thought of such a scenario. If there is anyone that I don't feel the slightest bit guilty doing that to, it's him. I'm not sure how far we can take that, though," Zorian said nervously. "He's bound to notice something is wrong at some point. Especially if we trade for magical instructions. If Svim and Alanik could notice when we were displaying their own techniques, Quatakikl can surely do the same. And I'm fairly sure he would react far more violently to the idea of someone stealing his secrets." "It doesn't matter," Zack said, shaking his head. "It just means we have to be smart about this. We ask him about pocket dimensions in one restart, then about soul magic in the next, then about dimensional gates and so forth. We try our best to get the most we can out of each interaction, and only when we have exhausted a full list of topics do we consider revisiting some of them. If we're pursuing a different topic each time, he shouldn't be able to notice anything is wrong." "Yes, I've considered that idea too," Zorian mused. "But that rests on the idea that the Lich is actually trustworthy. He did come to talk to us instead of simply trying to assassinate us or kidnapping people we hang around with to blackmail us," Zack pointed out. "It's hard to tell how much of that is his real attitude and how much he was simply afraid of rousing some kind of sleeping dragon, though," Zorian pointed out. "He clearly thinks there is some kind of secret force supporting us. If he knew we were on our own, I have a feeling he would have been much more domineering." "Well, that problem has an obvious answer, at least," Zack laughed. "We just need to make sure he never finds out." Zorian supposed he was right about that. It didn't make Zorian feel any better about the idea, though. Reaching into his pocket, Zorian retrieved a piece of paper and unfolded it. It held a simple address in Cyoria, transcribed from the calling card that Quatakikl had given them. He had thrown the original into a public trash can an age ago, of course. Even though it looked perfectly normal and he couldn't actually find anything wrong with it, it was better to be safe than sorry. "What are you thinking of?" Zack asked after a few seconds. "I'm just wondering how much of Quatakikl's attitude that day was real and how much of it was a carefully crafted mask," Zorian said. "He did come there in what was effectively an ectoplasmic disguise and maintained perfect control over his soul throughout the entire meeting. For all we know, every word and expression could have been carefully calculated to leave a specific impression." I don't think so," Zack immediately said, shaking his head. "I did have short interactions with him from time to time in various restarts, you know. None as extensive as the one that day, but it adds up. And the Quatakikl we met that day was very much like what I remember of him in the past. He had that same uncaring, informal manner of speech that looks so out of place on a terrifying old Asdirt Lich, and the casual way he threatened us, more like he was stating facts than trying to be menacing. It sounded very much like what I was used to. No doubt there was some level of deception and social manipulation going there, but I don't think he was faking most of it. Like that move with the dagger near the end of the meeting, plunging an unknown divine artifact into his ectoplasmic form may have been intended to send us some kind of message, though I struggle to figure out what it was, but more likely than not it was just him having a bit of a theatrical streak. I did get the impression that he likes to brag, yeah," Zorian agreed thoughtfully. He seemed to delight in drawing attention to his abilities, great age and other advantages. Like his insane mana reserves, for instance. Ugh, don't remind me, Zack grumbled. I guess now I know how people felt about me all this time. But yeah, I think he's pretty much what he advertises himself as, an old, incredibly powerful lich with little concern about appearing humble or dignified. I think it's partly because of his great age. I read once that, contrary to what most people think, ancient peoples tended to be a lot more rude and forthright than modern ones. A lot of immortals throughout history found it hard to keep up with changing social mores. For instance, not that long ago people had very little concept of privacy and thought nothing of having sex in the same room as their children. Public torture and executions were considered to be almost akin to a free entertainment show you could visit rather than something horrifying. And you heard yourself what Quetzalcoatl thought about the proper treatment of conquered populace. In all likelihood, the way Quetzalcoatl behaves is a sort of compromise between what he feels is reasonable based on the ancient environment he was raised in and what he thinks he can get away with in the modern era. That was an interesting point. Zorian couldn't help but remember that one time he decided to describe the process of butchering animals to some of his classmates in Scioria who had never been outside the city. He was surprised and amused when he realized how horrified they were at his description of how the animals were killed and processed. It seemed so silly and hypocritical to him, since he was pretty sure they ate meat just fine and would continue to do so in the future. And that was between people belonging to the same general age and culture. Quetzalcoatl probably experienced this sort of thing magnified 100-fold. Perhaps when Zack and Zorian told him about how wrong it was to kill all these people in Scioria, he thought of them the same way Zorian did about those squeamish kids that couldn't handle how their meals were prepared behind the scenes. You know surprisingly much about the topic, Zorian pointed. Back when I didn't know when this time loop was going to end, I looked around for any information I thought might be applicable to my situation, Zack shrugged. I was kind of going crazy from the endless repetitions and I thought maybe the books about immortals and their ilk would be of help. Unfortunately, it turned out our situations weren't very comparable. It turns out most ageless people think the world is changing too much and too fast for their tastes, not that everything is too cyclical or boring or whatever. I see, Zorian said, leaning back. So, just so we're clear, we're really doing this? I think we should, Zack confirmed. It's dangerous, yeah, but the gains would be so very sweet. Doubly so because we're effectively stealing knowledge from that bag of old bones. The situation in this restart is not very good for what we talked about, though, Zorian pointed out. The restart is more than halfway done by this point. If we're going to try and get the most out of any individual topic within the span of a single restart, we should wait for the next one to start. I don't think it would be wise to just ignore Quetzalcoatl in this restart, though, Zack frowned. He will probably decide to move against us if he thinks he cannot turn us to his side somehow. Yes, but I had another idea about that, Zorian said. What if we recruited his help in breaking into the Eldamar's royal vault? Zack gave him a surprised look. That's a pretty interesting idea, but how would we possibly divide the spoils? Zack asked. I mean, both sides will want to claim the dagger in the end. Well, no doubt Quetzalcoatl will try to betray us in the end in order to claim the dagger for himself, Zorian said. But that's fine, because we want to fight him in the end, Zack surmised. Yes, Zorian confirmed. After all, how else can we get a hold of his crown? He just wondered how they were going to explain all this to Alanik. If he hated the idea of them raiding Eldamar's royal vaults and working with Silverlake, he was going to be positively thrilled with their latest idea. Break. After a considerable amount of preparations, it was time for Zack and Zorian to assault the Ziggurat of the Sun and try to claim the Imperial Ring that was supposed to reside somewhere inside. Their forces for the task were relatively modest. Aside from 2 of them and their simulacrums, they also had Alanik, about 20 mercenary mages from the Zlotic region and a small army of golems that Zorian had made specifically for the occasion. They did not choose to arrive in the Pearl of Aranhal. The airship was ill-suited to fight masses of flying opponents like Solrotham, and it would get immediately recognized for what it was by the mercenaries, which would cause all sort of issues down the line. They had enough trouble convincing these people to cooperate with them in this seemingly crazy operation as it was. Instead, they brought the whole group to their destination, a Solrotham outpost not far from the ziggurat that Zorian Simulacrum had secretly infiltrated and taken over a few hours earlier, through the usage of dimensional gates. The display of such high-level magic did much to quell the mercenaries' concerns, which was a nice side effect that neither Zack nor Zorian had really counted on. They would have to remember in the future that implausible displays of magic did not just alarm people, but could sometimes actually set them at ease. After organizing themselves a little, the entire group was split into two. The first one, composed out of all of the mercenaries, most of the golems and one simulacrum of Zack and Zorian each, was ordered to march out of the Solrotham outpost and launch an obvious, frontal assault on the structure. This was, of course, little more than a distraction, but a distraction that the Solrotham probably wouldn't be able to ignore. According to the military personnel and Solrotham experts Zack and Zorian had talked to in the past few days, humans usually dealt with Solrotham strongholds by bombarding them through artillery magic from extreme range. Unfortunately, neither Zack nor Zorian were all that proficient with artillery magic. It was a magical discipline designed for sieges and outright warfare, and typically involved titanic amounts of mana being shaped by multiple mages acting in concert with one another. Zack knew a bit about it, since his monstrous mana reserves allowed him to cast some simple ones all by himself if he really needed to, but Zorian only had a theoretical grasp of the field. Fortunately, the 20 mercenaries they hired were proficient with artillery spells and had experience in anti-Solrotham tactics to boot. The Devil Wasps had no choice but to come out of their base and confront them. Even if they suspected the attack was a distraction, they had to assign at least some of their forces to disrupt the bombardment. After a few minutes, 3 more pairs of simulacrums, each group holding a Zack and a Zorian, departed from the outpost under a magical cloak. Their job was to find their way into the ziggurat and find where the Imperial Ring was located. Meanwhile, the original Zack and Zorian, Alanik and the 2 most powerful golems patiently waited for their moment. Break. Simulacrum number 1 nervously watched the cloud of giant black wasps on the horizon. It was his job, as well as the job of Zack's simulacrum and the many golems the original made for this day, to defend the artillery mages from being harassed by the Solrotham so they could work in peace. In general, their whole group was supposed to make itself as threatening as possible so the Solrotham would have to send the majority of their forces out of the ziggurat, thus leaving it open and easily infiltrated by the simulacrum teams. He was fine with that. However, how was he supposed to do that when the damn devil wasps refused to attack and just kept flying back and forth out of their attack range? "What the hell are they doing?" the simulacrum asked the Zack simulacrum beside him. "They can clearly see that we're setting up an artillery magic position here. Do they think we're bluffing or something?" "No, I think they're waiting for something," Zack simulacrum said. "An order from their leaders, maybe. I think." A loud roar resounded in the distance and a huge serpentine form erupted out of the sand, directly beneath the area the Solrotham swarm was flying at. No, not serpentine, worm-like. A huge brown sandworm raised its head towards the sky, its toothy maw unfolded like a hellish, fleshy flower. As for the devil wasps, they seemed to be cheering. Damn it, they managed to tame a fully grown sandworm. The leader of the mercenaries whined. "That's going to be a nightmare to fight." Simulacrum number 1 had to agree. Although he could easily detect incoming sandworm attacks due to his mind sense, it was hard to deal with attacks that came from underground. Especially since the sandworm was huge, meaning they had little chance of stopping its attacks and could only move out of the way whenever they detected it coming. "I have an idea," Zack simulacrum said, quickly performing an alteration spell that hardened the sand beneath them into a stone platform and then raising it high into the sky. "There," Zack simulacrum said, smiling. "It's a bit expensive to maintain, but now the stupid thing can no longer reach us. For all their huge size, sandworms are useless against things that can fly." He had barely finished speaking when the sandworm suddenly shook, almost like a dog trying to dry itself off, and a series of translucent, glowing, yellow wings grew out of its sides. They were long and paper-thin, reminiscent of dragonfly wings, and looked comically inappropriate for lifting a creature like that into the air, but as the creature's many golden wings started slowly undulating like oars on a boat, the sandworm slowly lifted itself into the sky and then reoriented itself towards them. Zack's simulacrum immediately deflated. "Now this just isn't fair," he complained. Simulacrum number 1 looked at the flying sandworm, which was currently flying towards them while accompanied by a swarm of devil wasps, and decided he couldn't agree more. Break. Zorian stood in the ruins of the Solrotham outpost they arrived in, observing the state of the battle. In the distance, Zack's simulacrum was desperately trying to keep the giant, flying sandworm busy while Zorian's own simulacrum protected the mercenaries from the Solrotham swarm. Curiously, when Zorian's simulacrum tried to influence the sandworm's mind, he found it completely impossible to infiltrate. Usually he could at least make some headway when making such an attempt, even if the creature was heavily magic resistant, but the sandworm's consciousness seemed to be protected by a mental equivalent of a stone wall, incredibly solid and unyielding. That was probably worth checking out in more detail in future restarts. In truth, he thought that part of the battle was going really well. Yes, the mercenary group failed to get off all but one artillery spell and was constantly getting pushed back, but it served its job as a distraction marvelously. The Solrotham even sent another swarm of warriors at them at one point, trying to take them out sooner, which caused Simulacrum number 1 to rant expletives at him over their soul link for a full minute or so, but was pretty convenient for the plan as a whole. No, the problem was that the Simulacrum pairs sent to infiltrate the ziggurat weren't doing so well. Somehow the Solrotham discovered all 3 of them the moment they got close enough to the main structure, which probably meant there was some kind of subtle alarm ward protecting it. One of the teams then died trying to charge the front entrance, the other sacrificed itself to provide the third one a chance to punch a new entrance through one of the outer walls of the ziggurat, and the third one managed to get inside but was currently blocked in one of the corridors and would likely get swarmed by the defenders soon. On top of that, the Solrotham figured out where the original forces first appeared and decided to send a group of warriors to check it out. That was how the outpost ended up in its current, ruined state. Although we haven't found the ring, yet, it's now or never. I'm commanding the simulacrum that managed to get inside to open a gate for us. We're going in. Understood, Alanik said solemnly. Finally, Zack said, cracking his knuckles. Zorian took a deep breath and waited, tapping into the soul link he had with his simulacrums and paying close attention to his simulacrum inside the ziggurat. Opening a dimensional gate was a lengthy process requiring a lot of concentration, which meant it took some time and effort for the simulacrum to find himself in the position where he was able to do so. Finally, after using up all 15 of his remaining grenades in one massive attack and having Zack's simulacrum charge forward and sacrifice itself to get him some space, the simulacrum managed to successfully open a dimensional passage between itself and the original. Zorian sent his 2 remaining golems through the dimensional gate to clear the way, and then he, Zack and Alanik all rushed inside. There, they found a mangled artificial body of Zorian's simulacrum that ended up sacrificing his fleeting life to finish the spell in time. Rather than interrupt the gate-opening spell and save himself, the simulacrum chose to ignore the incoming attack from one of the Solrotham warriors and kept casting the spell till the very end. Curiously, now that the 2 battle golems Zorian sent as a vanguard had cleared the entire corridor, there were no more Solrotham coming. That final grenade attack and the arrival of a new batch of invaders seemed to have caused them to temporarily withdraw and regroup. Let's go, Zorian said, pointing towards the corridor on the left. Any particular reason to go in that direction? Zack asked. I mean, that seems to be the place where most of the devil wasps are coming from. Yeah, it is, Zorian admitted. I don't know where the ring is, but I'm operating under the idea that our luck is horrible and thus our target is obviously in the most dangerous part of the ziggurat. Oh, Zack said. Yeah, that does make sense. Zorian turned to Alanik walking next to them, who was ignoring their banter in favor of scanning the walls for some reason. Probably looking for some clues as to where they are. All of the walls still retain detailed carvings of various religious scenes. Most of them were from Icosian era, but some of them had been crudely repurposed by the Solrotham, who did their best to modify the carvings into something that fitted better with their own religious beliefs. Alanik was very unamused by their efforts, if his deepening frown was of any indication. Alanik, we're going to have to rely on you. Zack and I have been using our simulacrums to fight for a while now, and we need some time to recover our mana reserves a little, Zorian told him. Do you think you can? Two Solrotham warriors suddenly charged out of the corner in front of them, both of them carrying spears and decorations that looked far fancier and better constructed than what they had encountered thus far. They were probably elite warriors of the colony, and they screeched out a challenge and charged at them the moment they saw them. Alanik's expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply waved his battle staff lightly and two tiny, highly compressed balls of fire flew forwards at incredible speeds. They impacted the warriors' faces, burning a hole straight through them, and the two Solrotham died on the spot. Don't worry, Alanik said. Leave it all to me. He had barely finished speaking when a literal horde of Solrotham converged all of a sudden. The entire corridor erupted into burning flames. Break. After much bitter fighting and several temporary retreats, the group finally managed to achieve its goal. One of the battle golems was rendered inert, the other was missing one of its arms and had 3 spears sticking out of it and slowing it down. Alanik had received a nasty-looking wound across his chest and Zack was almost out of mana. But they had found it. They had found the Imperial Ring. Unfortunately, they found it because the person wearing it decided to come to them. Apparently they caused such a commotion that the Solrotham High Priest decided to confront them personally, accompanied by his highly trained, well-equipped honor guard. He was a particularly large Solrotham, equipped with menacing-looking bone armor and holding what was unmistakably a spell staff. He was clearly a mage, and if the low-level magical aura he was emanating was of any indication, probably a soul mage to boot. He was also decorated with an absolutely ridiculous amount of little trinkets and various jewelry, one of which was the Imperial Ring that he had on one of his hands. If Zorian didn't have the marker's function to detect pieces of the key, he would have never spotted it among all that junk the High Priest was wearing. They couldn't fight him. Maybe when they were in their top form, but not now. However, Zorian just couldn't bring himself to flee without at least trying to pull off one last thing. He summoned most of his remaining mana and launched a massive mental attack on the High Priest. Just for a moment, he smashed aside his mental defenses, suppressed his will and forced him to perform one simple action. In one smooth movement, the High Priest ripped the Imperial Ring off his finger and threw it at Zorian, who immediately caught it in his free hand. Then the effect was broken and the Solrotham High Priest looked dumbfounded at what he had just done. Zack, get us out of here now. Zorian urged him. Just before they teleported away, leaving their poor damaged battle golem behind as a distraction, they heard a shrill, outraged scream from the High Priest at the unfairness of it all. Zorian nodded sagely in his heart. Yes, sometimes the world really was extremely unfair. 83, Scorpion. Chapter 083 Scorpion. Zack and Zorian were sitting in one of the many empty rooms in the Novita mansion. This wasn't something that often happened. Despite this being his home, Zack didn't like to spend too much time in the place. Very few people lived there, relative to its size, which gave the mansion an empty, almost abandoned atmosphere that Zack found uncomfortable. Even before the time loop, he liked to spend most of his day outside, visiting friends and wasting time. Zorian kind of wondered about these friends of Zack. He had never really seen Zack interact with any of them through the restarts. From what Zack told him, though, most of them were in the same situation as Benesek, kind of friendly with pre-time loop Zack, but not really that close to him and very ill-suited for dealing with the implications of an endlessly repeating month. Much like Zorian pretty much stopped interacting with Benesek, Zack seemed to have totally stopped bothering with these casual friends he had once had. It was a bit sad, though maybe Zack intended to continue interacting with them more heavily once he was out of the time loop. Regardless, the reason for their uncharacteristic presence in the Novita mansion was simple. The place still had a well-crafted, perfectly functional warding scheme, and the two of them didn't feel like traveling outside of Scioria and creating a temporary base just to have this discussion. Thus, they simply retreated into one of the private study rooms that could be found in the estate and hoped this would be enough to foil any spying attempts by Quatakikl or others. The room was pretty nice. It was small but luxurious, with heavily decorated wooden furniture, several marble statues, magical lighting and temperature control, and bookshelves lining every single wall. The center of the room contained a table and some chairs, and sitting in the center of that table was the object that Zack and Zorian had gathered to discuss. The ring. One of the pieces of the key that they had to bring to the Guardian of the Threshold in order to reopen the time loop exit, and one of the artifacts associated with the first Emperor of Icosia. It was made out of solid silver and largely featureless, with no notable decorations or gems. A few faint lines and sigils covered its surface, only visible upon close scrutiny. It did not seem very imperial, unlike the crown that Quatakikl was wearing or the palace orb. If they had not possessed the tracking function of the marker on their side, it would have been very hard to pick it out as special from the rest of the small trinkets that the Solrotham High Priest had been carrying. Just like the palace orb, it seemed completely immune to divinations of any sort. They already knew what it did. Maybe it was because they already had plenty of experience with the palace orb, but figuring out how the ring functioned only took a visit to the Guardian of the Threshold and half a day of tinkering with it. It was just that the end result was not as useful as they had hoped. "Interesting thing, isn't it?" Zack said, picking the ring up and making it spin on its edge like a top. "Heh. Of course, it's more useful for me than it is for you, but that may be a good thing. At least we won't have to struggle with the question of who to assign it to in the future, like we do with the palace orb." Zorian clacked his tongue at the analysis. The ring had an intriguing main function. It somehow granted the wearer an ability to use soul perception through it. As far as Zorian knew, there was no other item with a similar function, which made the ring quite interesting and unique, but also very useless for people like him who had already unlocked soul perception through other means. Zack, of course, was another story. Due to the safeguards on his marker, unlocking his soul perception was anything but easy. Most methods to do so required one to be brought to the very edge of death and tampered deeply with the user's soul to achieve their goal. The soul perception potion Silver Lake made for Zorian did the same, which was why they had not bothered to have Zack try it out thus far. They just didn't think it would work and didn't want to cut a restart short for now. The soul perception ring basically negated any need for such dangerous unlocking, giving Zack a way to practice soul magic easily. Frankly, Zorian suspected the ring was created specifically with the goal of solving this kind of issue. Since it was extremely difficult for a controller with an intact marker to unlock their soul perception through classical means, it made sense for Shiratarana to prepare a workaround for his successor. "It's a bit inconvenient that the ring is so hard to get to, though," Zorian remarked. "The ring only grants you soul perception while you wear it. No ring, no soul perception. If you started each restart with the ring on you, like the controller was probably supposed to, then that would be a minor issue. As it is, it will take us a week at minimum to get a hold of it in each restart, and that's after optimizing things." "Yes, that does suck," Zack agreed. "I definitely intend to try and figure out a way to gain soul perception the right way, so that I don't need to depend on it, but this is still good. I doubt finding an alternative will be easy, and we know from your example that simply unlocking soul perception is just the first step in the process and that a lot of training is needed to use it. With this, I can get started on that right away." "I guess that's true," Zorian nodded. A part of him was annoyed that Zack got to skip a large chunk of the work Zorian had to do to gain his soul perception ability, but he knew that was just his jealousy talking and that this was objectively a good thing. "It still feels to me like the ring is relatively underwhelming, at least compared to the other two examples we know about. Even its time loop related skill is not that exciting." Like all key pieces, the soul perception ring had an ability that could only be accessed inside the time loop by the current controller. Specifically, the ring could place a tracking marker on target souls, allowing the ring bearer to track their movements with ease. According to the Guardian of the Threshold, the markers persisted across restarts, allowing them to know exactly where people started their restarts and what their usual routines were. Or at least that's the effect they would have had if Zack and Zorian had started the restart with the ring. Since they hadn't, the value of the tracking markers was greatly reduced. In any case, Zack and Zorian had tested the ability on various animals and random bystanders and found that the marker placement was fast and stealthy, that the ring could keep track of marked entities across intercontinental distances, and that divination wards didn't seem to hamper the effect in any way. This sounded pretty amazing, and it was, but the markers had a serious flaw. Namely, anyone skilled in soul magic could detect when they were placed on them. This meant that Quadakikl was effectively immune to it, as was Sudamir, Silver Lake and a whole plethora of other potential targets. They can't all be amazing, Zack shrugged. And truthfully, I think the real issue is less with the usefulness of the ring and more with how late we got a hold of it. If I had the ring with me right from the very start, it would have been an absolutely priceless treasure. The tracking ability alone would have saved me a ton of work and some dying. Currently, we're both so good at divinations, memory reading, stealth spells, various tracking magics and things like teleportation that the ring is no longer very impressive to us. But that's just us being awesome, not the ring being underwhelming. Zorian hummed thoughtfully. There was a lot of truth in that. Besides, it may be a good idea to place these tracking markers on all of the high-ranking cultists and Ebasans to see if they're doing something we don't know about, Zack said. That would take quite a bit of effort, though, Zorian pointed out. The ring just gives you the distance and direction of your target, and only one at a time as well. You'd have to constantly pay attention to the ring, cycling through all of the tracking markers and matching the information you receive to places on the map to see where they actually are in actually useful terms. Then you'd have to go out personally to check up on any interesting movements to see the details of what is going on, or send a simulacrum, and you've done more complicated projects before, Zorian, Zack said, waving him off. Zorian raised an eyebrow at him. You do realize it's you who will be doing this, right? He asked Zack. After all, you're the one who's going to be wearing the ring. What with you needing its soul perception granting abilities? The look on Zack's face when he realized he just dumped a huge amount of work in his own lap was truly priceless. Break. Although Zack and Zorian had successfully retrieved the Imperial Ring from the Ziggurat of the Sun and found out what it did, there was no time for celebration. Quadakikl's surprise visit had completely changed the dynamics of their current restart, and they had to prepare. One of these preparations was gathering everyone's research notes and the like. Normally this would be done just before the very end of the restart, but since there was so much chance of things going wrong this time around, Zorian decided to speed things up a little. At the moment, this meant visiting Kale in his basement alchemy lab to see how his projects were progressing. This would be normally rather mundane, but nothing seemed to be entirely mundane in this particular restart. Apparently Silver Lake had figured out who Kale was at some point in the restart and had talked to him a few times already. Sadly for Silver Lake, Kale had given her a chilly reception. Their previous interaction seemed to have left a bad impression on Kale, something that did not surprise Zorian in the very least, so he was not at all eager to reacquaint himself with her. The fact that she showed unhealthy interest in his daughter Kana, due to her witch roots, probably didn't help. Sadly for Kale, though, that didn't deter Silver Lake in the slightest, and she decided to barge in on this meeting to give them both her personal opinion on what Kale had been doing all this time. It's terrible, she stated without preamble. Zorian had pretty much expected that. Kale probably did too, but he was too much personally invested into his project to just ignore the provocation. It's not terrible, Kale said in a clipped tone, not even bothering to look at her. There, now it's your word against mine. What now? Now I win, because I'm a wise, experienced witch and you aren't, Silver Lake said smugly. Really, I don't understand why you're so angry with me. Are you really still so angry about the way I spoke to you back when we first met? Don't be so petty. They're just words. I guess I was a little harsh, but can you blame me? Freya totally broke the rules when she took you under her wing and taught you all these things. A harsh word or two is really nothing compared to what I could have done. Bah, kids these days don't know what's good for them. It's not terrible, Kale repeated, completely ignoring her attempts to pick on their shared past. In fact, the potions and the research I have produced over the restarts are so good that they produce an uproar among Scioria's medical and alchemical community if I release them too carelessly. Well, I'm not saying it's worthless, Silver Lake clarified. But considering the amount of resources you had at your disposal and the sheer advantage given to you by the time loop, it's underwhelming. It's terrible. So many missed opportunities. So much lost potential. Zorian did not try to inject himself into their bickering, but Silver Lake's statement made him frown. No doubt Kale's methods could be better than they were, but what exactly was she talking about? In his personal opinion, Kale's work was pretty incredible. Back at the beginning, when Kale had told him he wanted to research things with the help of the time loop, Zorian had agreed to help, but didn't really think Kale's work would have any wider impact. He knew this would be a tremendous personal boon for Kale, of course, allowing him to figure out the best recipes and production methods for known potions. The sort of thing that established alchemists don't share with anyone except their apprentices. But affecting the medical field as a whole? He knew that Kale was something of a young genius that had been specifically recruited by the Academy because the folk healing remedies he had been producing to support himself and his daughter were good enough to get some influential people to take notice, but still. Alchemy was a very profitable occupation and many alchemy-based houses and organizations had experienced, well-funded researchers on their payroll. What could one beginner alchemist, working in his basement, do that they could not? Indeed, at first Kale focused primarily on improving his personal alchemical technique. He experimented with replacing expensive alchemical components with cheaper ones, with increasing potency of the standard cures, with cutting down the production time and skipping certain steps, small things, but they added up. They added up in ways that Zorian honestly hadn't expected. It turned out this sort of production optimization was rarely done on such a small, personal scale by the big alchemical groups. They usually produced their potions in large batches, so figuring out the best recipes and production procedures by a single alchemist working on an individual potion or two was of very limited usefulness to them. Plus, if something could be done by a lone alchemist with a relatively cheap setup, it was much easier for it to be stolen by outsiders or leaked by angry former employees and so on. Thus, they rarely invested too much into that kind of research. Granted, there were no doubt plenty of individual alchemists that worked exclusively with small-scale setups, and they had done plenty of research on their own, but they rarely shared these insights with anyone who wasn't family or a chosen successor, and many times ended up taking them to their grave. The fact that Kale had done years of research, funded by considerable resources and in cooperation with many individual alchemists and healers that Zack and Zorian had helped him contact, and was entirely willing to release it to the public, it was a lot more important than Zorian realized. This wasn't all, of course. Thanks to the support Zorian had given him, Kale was eventually able to be much more ambitious in his projects. Though he still pursued simple refinement of the production process, he had already picked most of the low-lying fruit in that regard. Now he was going after things like trying to combine several medical potions into one, experimental self-diagnosis potions that allowed a person to feel the state of their body with great clarity, and attempted cures for diseases that didn't have any accessible cures on the market. Of course, Zorian had a feeling this last one was what Kale really wanted to focus on. The death of his wife and mentor during the weeping had clearly left a great mark on him, and seemed to serve as his primary motivation to try so hard in his alchemical pursuits. But these sort of ambitious projects were quite hard, and Kale was having very limited success there. Especially since, in every single restart, Kale had to refamiliarize himself with what he had been working on before he began building upon it. Missed opportunities, huh? Kale said, leveling Silver Lake with an unamused glare. So what would you have done in my place, then? For starters, I would have been far more liberal and unrestrained with human experimentation, Silver Lake told him immediately. Both Kale and Zorian flinched at this. Oh, look at you two babies. Silver Lake cackled. You're living in a time loop, are you not? When are you going to do human experimentation if not now? You are surrounded by perfect test subjects. Any damage you do will be conveniently wiped out at the end of the month, and you have the unprecedented ability to test various versions of a medical potion on the exact same patient without your previous attempts affecting the later ones and muddying the waters in regards to which one is really better. Really, it's practically criminal that you're not taking advantage of this. First of all, I don't care that I'm trapped inside a time loop and people won't really suffer and die. I did not go down this path to hurt people, Kale told her firmly. Secondly, even if I didn't balk at this on ethical grounds, it's still a terrible idea. The other alchemists and healers aren't stupid. Any potion developed through unchecked human experimentation will be obvious as such. People will surely realize that I couldn't have possibly developed such a potion without going through an inordinate amount of test subjects and send the authorities to check up on me. At which point they will find absolutely nothing, because you did everything in the time loop, erasing all the evidence, Silver Lake said. They're just accusations. Just keep insisting you're a genius and you figured it all out in a dream or something equally absurd. You're way too skittish. I think you'll find that a lot of powerful people won't care that you've done everything nicely and according to law. So long as you make too many waves they will want you under control or gone. Kale was silent for a few seconds. You might be right, Kale conceded after a while. But I don't care. I already said my main problem is with the ethics of the whole thing, not whether or not I can get away with it in the end. Silver Lake glanced at Zorian. No way, Zorian said, shaking his head. He had seen just how messed up, unrestrained, human testing can get while trawling through Sudamir's memories. While Silver Lake probably had a lot tamer things in mind than that, he'd rather not risk it. Silver Lake ignored him, tapping her chin with her finger and muttering something that sounded suspiciously like, if you want to do something right, you've got to do it yourself. This being Silver Lake, though, Zorian had no idea if she was being serious or was just trying to piss him off. Well, never mind that, then, Silver Lake shrugged. Second idea, then. Did you two ever contemplate recruiting governments for help? They already have existing logistics and infrastructure, and the amount of resources even a minor statelet has at its disposal is vast. Yes, but we decided against it in the end, Zorian said. Governments do things very slowly. Getting them to commit to anything worthwhile would take far more than a month, unless I was willing to use mind magic to speed things up. Which I'm not. Ah, but I wasn't suggesting you try to negotiate a deal with them or beg for handouts, Silver Lake said with a grin. All you have to do is leak your potion formulas, research notes and other secrets to various governments and their research teams. Make it seem like they originate from their rivals and bitter enemies to light a fire under their ass and then simply stand back and watch what they do with it all. No need to convince them of anything, just dump things into their lap and swoop in at the end of the month to steal all their work. That might actually work. Ha, Zorian said. You do raise a good point there. You shouldn't have said that, Kale said. She'll be absolutely insufferable from now on. Silver Lake just cackled in obvious satisfaction. Well then, she said. Do you want to hear the rest of my ideas? Break. Once all of the preparations had been done, Zack and Zorian went to the address Quatakikl had given them to contact him. They had already discreetly checked the place out earlier and knew the place was actually just a small, seemingly innocuous corner store. The ancient lich had never given them any secret phrases or contact methods, so they were a little mystified as to what they were supposed to do when they arrived there. Just call for Quatakikl by name. However, it turned out that they need not have worried. The man behind the counter seemed to immediately know who they were and what they were at the moment he saw them. He pointed them towards a door to the storage room, which wasn't actually a storage room, where Quatakikl had already been waiting for them. His black, metallic-looking skeleton just sat there on a chair in one corner of the room, tapping his fingers against his leg bone and observing them as they approached. Well. That was kind of creepy. How the hell had the Lich known they were coming? Surely he hadn't spent the whole day here, just in case they decided to drop by. Wow, you were waiting for us all this time. Zack said loudly, bluntly drawing attention to the fact. We must really mean a lot to you. I left a spare body in here and jumped in, so to speak, when I was informed you were coming over, Quatakikl said, rising from his chair and making a few casual gestures in the air. A cloud of ectoplasm rapidly condensed around the black bones and then solidified into a familiar fleshy guise. He smiled at them lightly. Still. I will admit I was rather looking forward to this. After speaking to you that day, I couldn't help but check up on some things, and I must say you're even more unusual than I thought. Oh. Zack prompted. For instance, there is no evidence that you are anything other than regular human teenagers, Quatakikl said. I thought, before seeing you up close, that you may be shapeshifters or possessor entities wearing teenage bodies. Having seen how perfectly your souls slot into your forms, I can effectively rule that out. I have also managed to get a better glimpse at what you are doing, and I have to say, you are even more capable than I thought you were. It is really curious that you have managed to amass so much magical skill, money and contacts while being so young, and even more importantly, while evading the notice of people who keep an eye out for such things. Well, those people clearly aren't very good at their job because someone managed to organize an entire invasion right under their noses, Zack deadpanned. In comparison to that, overlooking a couple of precocious teens is a minor matter, don't you think? Ha! There is a lot of truth in what you're saying, Quatakikl laughed. The security around here is terrible. Still, the only reason we have been able to pull this off is that we have many of the local authorities infiltrated and that I secretly take care of problematic elements. We are not completely undetected in the way you two appear to be. Furthermore, we are operating in impossible fashion, using magics that nobody is aware are possible, and we have only recently ramped up our activities to their present level. So have we, Zack pointed out. If you've been observing our activities as closely as you claim to have, you've surely realized we only started to ramp up after seeing you do the same. That's a curious way to put it, Quatakikl said, cocking his head to the side in a questioning manner. As far as I can tell, you didn't just ramp up your activities, it's more like you hardly even existed up until a few weeks ago. And many things you're pursuing have no conceivable connection to stopping us. There was a brief silence as both sides quietly studied each other and their reactions. Well, Zorian said eventually. I hope you don't expect an answer from us in that regard. Oh no, of course not, Quatakikl said, shaking his head. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all. So. I presume you have an offer for me, yes? Yes, Zack nodded. We want you to help us break into Eldamar's royal treasury and retrieve the imperial artifacts stored there. Quatakikl gave them an incredulous look. Alright, you've got me there, he said after a second. I honestly didn't expect that at all. What followed was an exhaustive, 2-hour-long session of questions and answers where Zack and Zorian tried to prove to the ancient lich that they weren't crazy for trying to pull this off. They showed Quatakikl the various building plans and other information that they had gathered about the royal treasury in the past, pointing out that they already did most of the work and just needed his help with overcoming a few final hurdles. They weren't lying, either. They actually already knew how to bypass most of the defenses without being detected, it was just that the final stretch of defenses was extremely closely guarded and was basically impossible to breach in secret. As far as they could tell, any opening of the treasury was automatically a big deal and sent an alarm to people in charge of defending it. This was even true for when the royals were going in. It was just that the official openings were always announced well in advance, so the guards knew to ignore the alarm in those occasions. Thus, Zack and Zorian needed to fight their way in after a certain point, stay inside long enough to find and claim the dagger, and then escape without getting trapped inside. This was beyond them at the moment, but if they had help from someone on the level of Quatakikl, it might be enough for them to succeed. Quatakikl initially thought the idea of assaulting the royal treasury was stupid and bound to fail. He even accused them of trying to get him to sabotage his own invasion plot by drawing attention to himself in this manner. However, greed was a powerful motivator, and once Quatakikl realized that the break-in had a large chance of actually being successful, he started to seriously consider it. There was a big problem with the negotiations, of course. Both sides wanted the imperial dagger. Sure, the royal treasury no doubt held all kinds of valuable treasures and documents, but very few of them were priceless in the same way that the dagger was. Quatakikl had lived for more than 1,000 years, and had all the money and mundane wealth he could possibly wish for. Some of the other artifacts stored inside could potentially be interesting, but it wasn't a sure thing, and they wouldn't have time to sift through them all to pick the cream of the crop. No matter what they offered, Quatakikl wouldn't budge in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, they could have anything else in the treasury, so long as he got the one thing he truly cared about, the imperial dagger itself. Truthfully, this was all according to plan. Zack and Zorian always knew Quatakikl wouldn't agree on a deal that would involve him giving up an imperial artifact. In fact, Zorian strongly suspected that Quatakikl would immediately attack them once they were outside to claim the imperial orb from them as well. However, so long as they managed to break into the royal treasury proper, they did not care much. Even if they failed to wrest the dagger and the crown away from the Lich in the aftermath, the whole thing would still have been worth it. This was because getting into the inside of the treasury would give them a chance to analyze the main ward stone that protected the entire complex, hopefully letting them outright bypass the defenses in the future. Thus, they eventually, reluctantly, agreed to let Quatakikl claim the dagger in exchange for the first claim right on everything else they encountered inside. Quatakikl gave them a strange look after that, not saying anything for a while, before suddenly turning more jovial and praising them for their sensible attitude. Half an hour later they hammered out a deal and agreed to meet in 2 days in Eldamar City. Break. Zack and Zorian were calmly walking through the treasury corridor, escorted by 4 stony-faced guards. They ignored the guards and employees they occasionally encountered along the way, behaving like their presence was completely natural. 3 times they encountered invisible detection fields that would have announced their presence to ward supervisors deeper inside the treasury complex, and it took less than 2 minutes for Zorian to subvert each one into letting them pass without alerting anyone. After a while, they encountered an actual security checkpoint with a couple of mages and gun-wielding soldiers. Zack just casually greeted the group while Zorian flashed an access badge in front of their faces without saying anything. The guards gave them questioning, uncertain looks but didn't bar their path. There was no official visit to the treasury scheduled, but the group was escorted by guards and had the symbol of royal authority. The group continued on. Quatakikl trailed after those 2, observing everything curiously. After they put some distance between themselves and the security checkpoint, he decided to speak up. "The mystery grows," he commented, glancing at the 4 guards marching beside them. "These guards you have dominated into helping us have very few giveaways that they are being manipulated into doing this. No jerky movements, no hesitation, other than being a little overly serious, there is no clue they are being controlled by another. I had no idea you were such a capable mind mage. If you had such abilities, wouldn't it be easier to manipulate someone with legitimate access to this place into secretly retrieving the dagger for you?" "Impractical," Zorian said simply. He didn't want to explain that his ability to control people was really quite limited. He may be a powerful mind mage, but he never invested much effort into figuring out how to execute those kinds of long-term compulsions. Even the Urania considered that kind of deep mind editing to be sinister and repellent, to say nothing of himself. His specialty was telepathic combat and memory reading, not enslavement. "You know, Oquin Ibesa has much more relaxed laws regarding mind magic than any country on the continent," Quatakikl lightly commented. "Are you seriously trying to recruit me at a time like this?" Zorian asked incredulously. "I'm just pointing out you'd get a lot more appreciation for your skills if you emigrated there," Quatakikl shrugged. Zorian said nothing in response. They soon reached the point of no return, the doorway that could not be opened without throwing the entire treasury into high alert. Even opening the door was not easy. It was incredibly sturdy, as were the walls it was attached to. They could not be battered down with raw force or blown off their hinges. 2 keys were required in order to open it, neither of which could be safely acquired, and using them required the presence of the chief treasurer, who had to lower the local wards in order for the keys to work. Even if everything was done correctly, the treasury opening alarm would still sound, and defenders would swarm over to see what was going on if no opening had been scheduled for the day. There were other entrances to the royal treasury, including a secret one that could be accessed through the dungeon, but all were defended just as heavily. At the moment, the only solution Zack and Zorian had for this door was to outright attack the local wards until they shut down and then use the copies of the 2 keys they had produced earlier to open the door. Which kind of worked, but the local wards were no joke. Bringing them down was a very time-consuming process for the 2 of them, leaving them low on mana and beset by every defender in the building. "We're going to need your help here," as discussed, Zorian told the ancient lich. Quadakikl simply nodded absent-mindedly, studying the door in front of him. Then they began. All 3 of them started assaulting the warding scheme, subverting, negating and pushing back the defensive field. Zack and Zorian were both very good at defeating wards by now, but Quadakikl completely blew them out of the competition there, and not just because of his monstrous mana reserves, either. His skill at dismantling magical defenses was incredible. In retrospect, it probably wasn't that unusual. The Lich had been alive for more than 1,000 years. He probably had deep knowledge and sophistication about every form of magic there was. The warding scheme did not take their aggression passively. It was the type of ward that actively struck back against attackers and it pushed back against them endlessly. Waves of telekinetic pressure and temperature extremes assaulted them, strange rainbow light tried to put them to sleep and nearby decorative wall tiles exploded into clouds of miniature razors. They were undaunted. Zack and Zorian had known those defenses were there before they had even started, and all 3 of them were capable of easily defending themselves from attacks on this level. By now, the entire treasury was in high alert and the first defenders were starting to approach them at high speed. Zack was about to direct some of his energies into dealing with them when Quadakikl casually swept his arm backwards and fired one of those jagged red beams he was so fond of using onto the ceiling behind them. He must have hit something critical because the entire section of the corridor immediately caved in, showering everything in a thick cloud of dust and gravel and cutting them off from the approaching first wave of defenders. "Pointless distractions," Quadakikl said curtly. "Just focus on the wards." The wards didn't last long after that. Once they were gone, Zack and Zorian inserted the keys into the door, which started to slowly open with a heavy grinding sound. There was no way to speed this up, but they didn't have to wait for it to fully open. The moment a small crack was produced between the door and the wall, Quadakikl used some strange dimensional spell to twist the resulting opening into a man-sized portal. Zorian decided he really needed to learn that spell. Being able to effectively squeeze through even the tiniest opening was pretty neat. Once they were through, they were faced with another problem. A pair of huge, hulking golems made out of some kind of glossy black material barred their path. They both held strange shotgun-like guns that fired metallic webs instead of bullets and they were incredibly resilient. They were clearly intended to keep intruders busy rather than actually kill them, so Zorian didn't think it was a good idea to try and tangle with them. He deployed the palace orb, retrieved a pair of huge golems out of it and sent them to keep the treasury golems busy while they continued on. "Interesting golem design," Quadakikl commented. "I don't recognize the manufacturer." After a second of thinking, Zorian decided he felt like bragging a little. "I made them," he admitted. "Oh. A man of many talents, I see," Quadakikl said. "I must admit I always thought golem making was just a squeamish man's necromancy, but recent advances in the field are pretty impressive. Perhaps I might commission some work from you in the future." The actual treasury wasn't just one giant room filled with gold coins and priceless magical artifacts, like Zorian had idly imagined. Instead it consisted of numerous individual vaults, each with its own reinforced door that had to be battered down to claim the contents inside. Nothing was clearly labeled, which meant that finding anything specific was a total chore unless you knew exactly where to go. Since Zack and Zorian had a marker that let them sense the dagger's location, though, it wasn't long before they managed to track it down. Quatakikl claimed it immediately for himself, giving them a challenging look. The two of them had no intention of fighting the Lich for the dagger, though. Or at least not in this place. In any case, this dagger wasn't the only thing they wanted out of this place. They also wanted to locate the main ward stone of this place, and it wouldn't hurt to also smash up a few more vaults to see if there was something particularly interesting inside. They both made a handful of simulacrums and sent them to scatter all over the place, but were caught a little off guard when Quatakikl proceeded to create enough simulacrums to accompany each one of theirs. Apparently he did not trust them to have even their simulacrums out of sight. Or maybe he was just that curious about what they were up to. Either way, they decided not to make a big deal out of it and simply went about their work. Eventually, they managed to find the main ward stone. It was hidden under the metal floor and shielded from most divinations, but Zorian managed to track it down anyway. He didn't have enough time to study it in great detail, and it couldn't be moved without destroying it, but even that brief examination gave him plenty of ideas for the future. The treasury ward stone was a real work of art, and Zorian definitely intended to come here again to take a few more looks at it. As for the vaults, they held all sorts of wealth, rare materials and mysterious items, but it was really hard to figure out what was truly useful to them and what wasn't in the short amount of time they had. They ended up piling everything they recovered into the palace orb for later study and just forgot about them for now. That orb is much bigger and more convenient than I thought it would be, Quatakikl's simulacrum mused idly beside. I think I may have underestimated its usefulness just a little. Quatakikl actually had his own pocket dimension containers, but they were apparently a lot less expansive than their own, which meant he had to be much more selective about what to take from the place than they were. Of course, the Eldamarian guards and military were anything but idle while they were doing that. It was less than 5 minutes before they managed to break through the collapsed corridor and 4 giant golems wrestling each other in the middle of a corridor, and then the fighting began. In all honesty, they had probably stayed too long inside the treasury. Too many forces had rushed to the place, making it very hard for them to fight their way out and escape. They couldn't simply open a gate to outside with the simulacrum trick, because apparently the treasury wards were thorough enough to shut that idea down. The ward stone was too tough to be destroyed in any reasonable amount of time. If it were just Zack and Zorian, this may very well have been the end of this particular restart. However, they had Quatakikl on their side, and he had apparently already prepared a contingency for this kind of situation. The only warning Zack and Zorian received about what was about to happen was when the sounds of distant screams and detonations started resounding in the distance, as if the treasury defenders were fighting another enemy outside as well as them. Before they could ask Quatakikl what was happening, a nearby wall collapsed as a huge sphere of black metallic bones slammed directly into it and crushed it under its weight. The sphere quickly uncoiled into a large, crocodilian skeleton that swept through nearby space with its tail, sending treasury defenders flying away like wooden toys. Fireballs, force blades, disintegration beams, and a wide variety of grenades rained down on it immediately afterwards. Some of them were even doing damage. But it was too little, too late. Before their attacks could deal anything more than superficial scratches, it noticed Quatakikl and immediately barreled towards him. "Please tell me that's a friend," Zack said. "Ha! You can say it's a pet of sorts," Quatakikl laughed. "Jump on it when it gets close and make sure you hold on. If you let go, you're on your own. There is no way I'm coming back for you." If someone had told Zorian a few years earlier that he would be riding through the streets of Eldamar on the back of a giant skeletal crocodile thing, after having robbed the royal treasury in the company of a 1,000-year-old lich, well, he would have told them that they have an overactive imagination. Yet, that was exactly what had happened. Zack, Zorian and Quatakikl managed to fight their way out of the treasury while riding the lich's pet and simply kept rushing forward. By the end the poor crocodile thing ended up falling apart, having sacrificed itself to save them from one last coordinated spell barrage by the Eldamarian military, but by then they had already left the radius of the city wards and teleported away. Now for the hardest part, dealing with Quatakikl. Break. Zack, Zorian and Quatakikl were hiding inside a small cave under a random field. It had been more than half a day since they had broken into the royal treasury, and they had the exact same problem that Zack and Zorian had had when they had made their attempt at the treasury in the past. Somehow, the Eldamar forces were tracking them down everywhere they went. How annoying, Zack commented to Zorian telepathically. I was specifically paying attention for something like this and I never noticed any sort of tracking mark being placed on us or on any of our possessions. I can't detect anything being done to our souls either, Zorian replied. It's really frustrating. How exactly can they track us so unerringly? They clearly don't know our actual identities, just like they hadn't known in the previous restart we've done this, so it must be something like a tracking mark or magical tether. We're both experienced with detecting those kind of things, so why can't we find it? Quatakikl, who was currently sitting on the floor of the cave in complete silence, looked like he was engaged in some kind of intense meditation. Zorian could tell through his soul perception, however, that Quatakikl seemed to be doing some rather intense personal soul searching. He could tell because the Lich's soul was usually perfectly calm and controlled, but now it churned and pulsed as if caught in a storm. Presumably the Lich thought the tracking method had been placed on their souls and was trying to locate it. Zorian had done the same with no results, so he didn't get his hopes up that Quatakikl would find anything this way, but it was worth a shot. At least he wasn't flipping out and trying to kill them for dragging him into this mess. Maybe if they... It's a tether made out of divine energies, Quatakikl suddenly said, rising from the floor of the cave and dusting himself off. Divine energies? Zorian repeated incredulously. Like the ones that make up my soul stabilization frame and power divine artifacts, Quatakikl said. There must be an item somewhere in that building that automatically connects to the soul of any being that comes within a certain distance of it. How insidious. If I didn't have so much experience sensing the piece of divine magic in my own soul, I would have never been able to detect it. Damn it, divine magics were so unfair. No wonder they hadn't been able to find the way the Eldamar authorities were tracking them. Can you sever it? Zack asked. Quatakikl shook his head. Perceiving divine energies is one thing. Affecting them is another. I have no way to get rid of the tether, although I can tell it's not permanent. It will eventually weaken and fade away. Eventually being. Zack tried. A couple of weeks at least, Quatakikl said calmly. You are too calm, Zorian pointed out. Clearly you have already found a solution. Yes, Quatakikl said smugly. The tether may be made out of divine energies, but it ultimately has the same weakness that all such magical tethers have, a maximum distance it can support before it snaps. If we go outside the range of the item we are tethered to, the magic will break and we'll be free to enjoy our ill-gotten gains. Ah, Zack said. Wow, this is easier than we thought, then. Of course, being made by a divine artifact, the tether no doubt has a downright absurd maximum range it can support, and Eldamar's authorities will probably take the anchor item out of the treasury to keep us in range of the effect if they notice us trying to break the tether this way. So not only do we have to travel extremely far away from here, we must do it so quickly that Eldamar's authorities cannot keep up with us. Zack and Zorian looked at each other before turning back to the grinning Lich. He probably thought he had them, that they had no method of traversing vast distances quickly enough and that he would be able to squeeze some kind of concession out of them in exchange for helping them break the tethers on their own souls. Well, he was wrong. I don't see the issue here, Zorian shrugged. No. Quatakikl asked. I'm not sure you understand, just teleporting around a little isn't. No, we get it, interjected Zack. It's just that, no matter how ridiculous the range of this tether is, going to Zlotic is probably enough to make it snap. And if not that, then we can just continue on to Koth instead. Quadakikl stared at them with an uncertain look on his face. "Do you want to come with us?" Zorian asked innocently. "It probably isn't so easy for you to put so much distance between yourself and Eldamar on such a short notice." "Yeah, you've helped us a lot tonight, so it's only right for us do something for you too," Zack nodded, playing along. They didn't actually expect Quadakikl to agree to their suggestion. After all, going with them involved stepping through a dimensional portal without knowing where it really led. That wasn't something you did unless you thoroughly trusted the other person, and Quadakikl didn't even trust them enough to leave their simulacrums wandering around unsupervised. They opened a portal to Zlotic, and Quadakikl followed after them, surprisingly calm. He did not comment at all on the fact they knew how to cast something as rare and difficult as a dimensional gate, or the fact they arranged for said gate to open to another continent on a moment's notice. He simply observed everything around them, his eyes sweeping over the desert horizon with a thoughtful expression. "Cities to rubble, fields to dust," he murmured quietly. "What a depressing sight." Zorian had never really thought about it before, but Quadakikl was probably the only living person that had seen Zlotic as it had been before the cataclysm. In any case, Quadakikl then closed his eyes and once more started sensing his soul for the tether. He opened his eyes 10 minutes later and nodded to them. "It's gone now," he said. His voice was devoid of any trace of joy or satisfaction, though, which set off some alarms in Zorian's mind. "Apparently Zlotic is far enough that the tether ended up breaking when we crossed over here through the gate. Or maybe once the gate closed behind us. Can the tether maintain connection through a dimensional gate, even if the people are far outside its range in terms of actual distance? Interesting stuff. Too bad this is hard to reproduce and study. And too bad none of this is real, no." Zorian couldn't stop himself from flinching a little at that statement. Quadakikl narrowed his eyes at the movement. "I thought so," he said, voice serious. He started to slowly circle around them, eyes never breaking contact with them. Like a predator. Zack and Zorian assumed fighting stances, but did not make any aggressive moves. "I should have figured it out earlier. I really should have." The fact everyone got cut off from the spirit planes all of a sudden should have been a massive warning as to what was happening, but it sounded so incredulous that human beings could cause something so grand in scope and effect. "When I found that the Urania beneath Scioria had suddenly dropped dead one day, I was just happy an obstacle had disappeared and did not think about it as hard as I should. It was only when I talked to you that things started to become clear, but I, in my arrogance, refused to see the truth." "We have no idea what you're talking about, bag of bones," Zack growled at him. "It all clicked when you just casually opened a dimensional gate to another continent," Quadakikl continued, ignoring his claim. "There had been something about your attitude that had bothered me right from the start, when I first talked to you in that tavern, but it is only now that it starts to make sense. You showed up out of nowhere, loaded with money and skills that make no sense in light of your past and age, like two adult mages badly pretending to be a couple of teenagers. You are fine with giving up divine artifacts in exchange for information and throw huge amounts of money on speculative research, as if material possessions don't matter to you, only knowledge. You don't like me killing people, but you have no problems butchering Eldamar treasury guards to get what you want, like those guards were never actually real to begin with." Quadakikl stopped his circling. Silence descended on the whole scene for several seconds, with nobody saying anything. Though everything was still and quiet, tension invisibly started to ratchet up. "This whole thing is some kind of giant illusion, isn't it?" Quadakikl finally concluded. They said nothing, and the Lich took their silence as a confirmation of his idea. "I should have seen it sooner, but I was too full of myself. How could I, mighty Quadakikl, be snared into some kind of illusion like that? I instinctively rejected the truth until it was staring at me right in the face. But now I'm going to have some answers. Some real answers." He attacked, his organic eyes melting away to reveal the black skeleton wreathed in green light that lurked beneath the skin. They were ready for him. Quadakikl immediately went for soul magic this time, not even bothering with disintegrators and energy spells. Presumably because, while he wasn't actually certain how this illusion he was caught and worked, he had already noticed Zack and Zorian did not seem to value physical things much and thus suspected these weren't their real bodies. If he wanted to defeat them, he needed to aim for their souls. Well, he was kind of right about that, but Zack and Zorian had come here prepared. Their souls were fortified with defensive wards and they were not as defenseless and terrified in the face of soul magic as they once were. Pulses of ghostly light assaulted them, but they warded them off with some effort. They responded with more mundane attack spells like incineration rays, ground liquefaction spells, destructive black blades of spatial force and so on. Quadakikl defended himself with haste, force fields and animated sand creatures, but responded solely with soul magic attacks. After a few exchanges, Zack and Zorian decided to reveal the next layer of their preparations, the trap wards they had placed on the area beforehand. The truth was, Quadakikl really was kind of stupid for following them here through an unknown portal, because this was one of the several places where Zack and Zorian had prepared a trap for him. Granted, they had thought they would have to force him here through the gate, but this way worked too. However, Quadakikl had evidently prepared himself too. Before the wards could fully activate, the ancient lich removed one of his decorative bracelets and crushed it. Four cubical constructs made out of black bones materialized around Quadakikl, emerging from some kind of hidden pocket dimension the lich kept around him. Each of them had 4 skulls embedded into their sides, their eye sockets burning with a dim green flame. Through his soul perception, Zorian could detect that each skull held a trapped soul inside of it. Powerful ones too, they had probably been harvested from talented and experienced mages, not some random bystander. The skull cubes pulsed, seemingly synchronizing with each other, and started unfolding into their own warding scheme, beginning to overpower the ones Zorian and Silverlake prepared in this place. Well. Time to go all out, then. Zorian deployed the Palace Orb and summoned Alanik, Silverlake and Svim, who had been patiently waiting there for just this moment. The fight quickly heated up, spells flying left and right. Quadakikl was forced to give up on using exclusively soul magic to attack them. Soul magic had never been especially suitable for actual fights, which was why Quadakikl didn't usually use soul magic as his first resort. Now, faced with 5 dangerous enemies, he could no longer afford to use such suboptimal tactics. Zorian expected Quadakikl to retreat at this point. He could no doubt tell he had no chance of winning this fight, and those skull cubes floating in the sky were effectively negating the trap wards that Zorian and Silverlake placed on the area to keep him from simply teleporting or flying away. But Quadakikl didn't do that. He kept fighting like a man possessed, throwing vast amounts of mana into every single spell. Finally, after a particularly well-executed haste spell, Quadakikl managed to produce a wind gust spell sufficiently powerful to lift them off their feet and scatter them. Normally they would have glued their feet to the ground to prevent that, but the sand of the Zlotic desert simply wasn't hard enough to let them do that, something they hadn't realized until it was too late. Quadakikl immediately followed it up with a huge pulse of soul magic that aimed to stop everyone in the vicinity. Zorian fortified his soul immediately before it hit, and then realized it was just a distraction. Before anyone could recover from the wind blast, Quadakikl hasted himself again and thrust his hand towards Svim, hitting him with 2 spells in quick succession. The first was a powerful dispel which stripped the man of all his personal defense spells, including his mind blank. The second was some kind of mind magic spell. Shit. Zorian didn't hesitate. He immediately used his telepathy to plunge into Svim's currently unprotected mind and started a mental tug of war with Quadakikl, trying to eject the lich from his mentor's mind. The spell Quadakikl had cast was some kind of memory probe, he quickly realized. Powerful, but very crude and destructive by Zorian's standards. It probably hadn't done any permanent damage to Svim yet, but it probably would if this continued for long. Thankfully, although Quadakikl appeared to be very good at mind magic, he was still using a structured spell and didn't have that much experience in actual telepathic combat. Soon, the lich decided to retreat from Svim's mind on his own. Alanik recovering and trying to melt him down with a massive fire spell probably had a lot to do with that. Not even Zorian could trawl through someone's memories and pay attention to a fight at the same time. In any case, Zorian suspected that Quatakikl had gotten what he wanted out of Svim's mind in the end. His body appearance was hard to read, but he looked like he was a little rattled. "Wait," Quatakikl said. "Stop." They didn't stop, of course. Not until he suddenly took his crown off his head and threw it on the ground in front of them. And then did the same with the imperial dagger they retrieved from the Eldamar's royal treasury. "Ha!" Zack and Zorian signaled the others to stop fighting for a moment. "Take them," he said. "You're just going to give them to us?" Zack asked curiously. "We both know they are meaningless to me," Quatakikl said curtly. "How much did you glean from those memories you stole?" Zorian asked curiously. He glanced toward Svim, but his mentor gave no indication that the experience had shaken him up to any significant extent. "Enough to know how meaningless this all is. At least for people like me," Quatakikl said, sounding a little defeated. He laughed hollowly. "Ha ha ha. You really got me good. I have to say, if you just..." It only took a moment for them to be caught off guard. They had unconsciously relaxed a little after Quatakikl seemingly gave up and no longer made aggressive moves, and the Lich immediately took advantage of it. He once again put himself under the effect of haste and then rushed straight at them, literally running up to them, and then he exploded. Later, Zorian would wonder what exactly tipped him off and made him immediately activate his marker's restart switch when he realized Quatakikl was rushing at them. Was it because he unconsciously sensed something through his soul perception? Because of some unexplainable hunch? All he knew was that, when Quatakikl started detonating his own soul in that last suicide attack, Zorian had already initiated the restart ending protocol. They still ended up being caught by part of the blast before the restart ended. Zorian's soul was engulfed in a soul-corroding, excruciatingly painful blast of spiritual energies before everything went dark. His last thought was that he hadn't even known a soul could be detonated like that. 84, Powerless. Chapter 084 Powerless. Zorian slowly awoke in his bed in Siren. His head was fuzzy, his body hurt all over and he had trouble remembering what he had been doing in the previous restart. Confused and in pain, he remained lying in bed for a time, fading in and out of consciousness. Gradually, his mind began to clear up and he started to get concerned. Something was wrong. Yeah, he was feeling absolutely terrible, but it was more than that. Something was subtly off about this situation, and it was really starting to bother him. Oh, right, it suddenly dawned on him. Kiriel didn't wake me up by jumping on me. I woke up on my own with no one else in sight. That shouldn't be possible unless something has gone very, very wrong. The moment he realized this, it was as if something clicked inside his mind and it all came back to him. The sudden visit of Quatakikl, the theft of the dagger from the royal vaults with his help, the final battle they had against the ancient Lich and the insidious soul attack he used just before the restart ended, the memories flooded into his mind suddenly and without end. The process was forceful and alien, as if something was shoving these thoughts directly into his brain with little regard to his well-being. The waves of pain and nausea radiating from his damaged soul suddenly intensified, and he barely managed to roll himself out of bed before vomiting his guts out all over the floor of his room. Dimly, he was aware that Kiriel rushed inside when he started making noise and then rushed back out screaming for Mother to come and help, but he was in no position to react to that. It took all of his strength just to remain conscious and weather the pain. His soul felt like it was going to split apart, and he instinctively knew that it would be a terrible mistake for him to black out at the moment. He and Zack had long theorized that their souls synchronized somehow with their body at the start of every restart, interfacing with their life force and rearranging their brains to account for the memories they gathered over the restarts, and it looked as if this was true, except that in its current state, it was no longer capable of smoothly completing that process. Without Zorian's conscious efforts to stabilize his soul, it would not only ravage his body and mind but possibly also injure itself further in its fumbling. If he lost consciousness now, who knew when he was going to wake up next? A small, panicked part of his mind feared he had already spent the majority of their remaining restarts in a soul damage-induced coma, but he shoved that thought aside for now. This wasn't the time to worry about that. For now, all he could do was grit his teeth and deal with the problem at hand. He didn't know how much time he spent in that state, shivering on the floor of his room as he fought to stay awake, but eventually Mother and Kyriel rolled him over onto a blanket and carried him off to a guest room to recover in. Somehow, he managed to persist through it all until his soul finally calmed down. When he finally recovered enough to talk, he found out that it was still the first day of the restart. He had failed to react when Kyriel came to wake him up, and stayed that way for about 2 hours before waking up. Mother and Kyriel seemed shaken at the severity of his apparent illness, and refused to let him get up and walk around on his own in the aftermath. They also called for a local healer to come and check up on him, which was very annoying yet perfectly reasonable in light of what happened, so he could hardly object to it. Predictably, the healer failed to find anything really wrong with him. He was not a mage, just a local who knew how to recognize common illnesses and hand out appropriate potions in response. He failed to find anything seriously wrong with Zorian, so he simply suggested that they watch him closely for a few days to make sure it didn't happen again. Mother was rather unhappy with his uselessness, but she did seem more at ease after receiving the diagnosis. When they finally left him alone for a while, he decided to chance things and reached into his marker, even though he knew the action would aggravate his soul damage somewhat. He had to know how many restarts they still had left. The marker told him he still had 25 iterations left, which caused Zorian to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't lose any of the restarts, it seemed. Unfortunately, this was where the good news ended. The damage Quadakikle's last attack did to his soul meant that he was currently completely incapable of casting anything. Attempting to perform even the simplest of shaping exercises caused his soul to radiate waves of pain and nausea throughout his whole body in protest. Though this would go away in time, he estimated it would take at least 3 months before he was back in his top form. Perhaps as much as 4 or 5 months if circumstances forced him to push things and he kept aggravating his injuries. Zorian suddenly realized that he relied on his magic for practically everything these days. He had already forgotten what it was like to be a weak, mundane teenager. Even coming up with a plan for going forward that didn't involve the use of a teleport spell was hard. Damn it. He doubted Zack was any better off than he was, considering he had yet to visit Zorian after so many hours into the restart, so this was pretty much a total disaster. Even though they hadn't spent any of the restarts in a coma, the inability to use magic was going to sharply limit their options in the upcoming restarts. There was no way they would dare approach Silver Lake or Quadakikle with an obviously damaged soul like this, for instance. Additionally, the ancient lich may be able to recognize the soul damage as having been done by himself in some fashion. Zorian had no idea how one would go about doing that, as he found no traces of foreign soul fragments in his soul, but he wasn't a millennia-old lich like Quadakikle. He sighed. He had really underestimated the ancient lich. He probably should have been raging internally at the amount of grief he caused them, but in all honesty, Zorian found himself kind of impressed by the decisiveness and ruthlessness Quadakikle had displayed. It took mere moments for Quadakikle to decide, after seeing Svim's memories, that the time loop was real and that he should sacrifice everything to hit them where it hurt the most. Most people would be doubtful at the information they received or too shocked to think clearly, but Quadakikle didn't hesitate at all to sacrifice his own soul in an attempt to take them down. Zorian could see the logic. Without Zack and Zorian mucking things up, Quadakikle was pretty much guaranteed to get what he wanted out of the invasion of Scioria, and potentially cooperating with them had little appeal to him. Possibility of betrayal aside, he was a 1,000-year-old lich. What use did he have for a measly decade or two? Still, knowing all of this intellectually, and being able to disregard self-preservation in order to pull off a suicide move, those were two entirely different things. Zorian had no idea that a person could detonate the outer layer of one's soul in order to launch a massive suicide attack on the souls of everyone in the vicinity, but even if he did, he would not have expected Quadakikle to use such a maneuver after less than a minute of consideration. Zorian knew that he would be unable to act so boldly if he had found himself in Quada Kickle's shoes, and it boggled his mind that a lich, people that are typically obsessed with personal survival, at all costs, was able to steel himself into pulling off a suicide move so easily. Well, putting that aside, he suddenly realized he had a tricky problem on his hands. Namely, he had to find a way to convince Mother to let him go to Scioria so he could check up on Zack. From what he remembered, the last time he failed to wake up in time it was due to the sword diver attack in one of the restarts, and he had to remain in Siren for the rest of the month to make Mother calm down and let him out of her sight. This time the situation looked much worse, and he needed to convince her to trust him far more than she had been willing to the last time around. He could already feel his headache getting worse. Break. It took 2 whole days of constant nagging and arguments before Zorian was able to convince Mother to let him go. He thought about just boarding a train when she wasn't looking, but the look in her eyes made him suspect she would drop everything and follow after him if he tried that. She could be remarkably stubborn that way. Strangely, it was Father who ended up helping him by arguing in his favor. He actually seemed impressed that Zorian was willing to push through his sickness and keep attending classes, and ended up helping him convince Mother to let him go to Scioria. It was a very surreal experience to Zorian, since he couldn't remember the last time his father took his side or approved of his choices. He didn't know how to feel about that. In any case, Mother eventually relented on the whole issue, though she did insist he take Kiriel with him, so she could keep an eye on him, supposedly. It was amusing to see her pause in surprise when he immediately agreed to her request. The journey was a bit of an unpleasant shock to him. Robbed of his magic and still plagued with phantom pains and tremors, he struggled to carry their luggage and they both ended up getting caught in the rain for a while before they sought shelter in a nearby inn. He ended up renting a tiny, overpriced room for a single night, since the rain wouldn't be stopping anytime soon. Kiriel wouldn't stop complaining about getting wet for nearly an hour and screamed like a baby when she saw a particularly large cockroach crawling along the wall of their room. Being unable to access his vast magic abilities was an unusual and very unpleasant experience. The next day, he brought Kiriel to Amaya's place. Thankfully, she did not make too much of an issue out of their arrival, even though Zorian had not arranged for anything with Ilsa in this particular restart. Then he went searching for Zack. He quickly realized this wouldn't be as easy as he imagined. Zack was, he soon found out, officially missing. Tezin's Zack's legal guardian, was organizing a search for him and called for anyone who had any information about his whereabouts to contact him immediately. That was, very familiar. Almost nostalgic, really. It was pretty much the same situation that he had faced during the first few restarts after he got pulled into the time loop. He wondered what that meant. Was this some kind of additional time loop safeguard that kept the controller gone until they recovered, or was this just Zack's guardian freaking out about finding a comatose Zack and faking a disappearance? Personally, Zorian would bet on the latter. Quite a few people apparently knew how inappropriate Tezin's handling of Novita's affairs was, so if Zack were to fall mysteriously unconscious all of a sudden, he would be one of the prime suspects. Zorian could totally see Tezin fearing that the coma would be blamed on him and faking a disappearance until he can decide what to do, much like Jornak did with Veyers. In any case, it was relatively easy to prove which one of the options was correct. Zack and Zorian both had a marker with an identical key, and Zorian knew a tracking ritual that would let him locate his fellow time traveler with ease. All he had to do now was find someone to help him cast it, because he was currently incapable of doing it himself. Gods, he hated this restart so much. Break. The room was silent. Zorian was supremely calm and collected, staring Svim right in the eyes despite the look of annoyance present on his mentor's face. "So let me see if I got you correctly," Svim said. "You are a time traveler, you fought a millennia-old lich with Zack in the previous version of this month that I can't remember, your soul has been damaged so you conveniently can't demonstrate any of this amazing magic you apparently know, and now you want me to help you rescue Zack from the evil clutches of Tezin, his legal guardian who is secretly behind his recent disappearance, despite organizing a nationwide search for the kid. Zorian considered it for a second. Yes, that's pretty much what I'm saying, he nodded. Get out of my office. Break. Ilsa carefully studied the stack of papers in front of her, one hand propping up her chin while using the other to slowly tap her finger against the desk in a steady rhythm. Zorian patiently waited for her to finish reading. If this didn't work, he would have to take a risk and seek magical assistance through black market channels. Dealing with criminals while being essentially powerless was taking quite a bit of a risk, but there was nothing he could do. He needed to know what was going on with Zack. So all I need to do is cast this spell on you and tell you what the results say? Ilsa eventually asked, giving him a suspicious look. That's right, Zorian nodded. It looks like a tracking spell, she noted. It is a tracking spell, Zorian confirmed. Ilsa raised an eyebrow at him. Dare I ask what it's supposed to track, then, she asked. It's kind of personal, Zorian said, doing his best to look depressed and desperate. I'm afraid my friend has gone missing. Please, Miss Salady. You know I'm not a troublemaker student and I don't ask for much. It would mean a world to me if you did this for me. Ilsa snorted derisively at him. Humph. You need to work on your acting skills, Mr. Kaczynski, she told him. That aside. I had Professor Chow tell me about a strange little visit from you recently. Ugh. He was still kind of annoyed that Svim was so unwilling to entertain his claims. Being implausibly good at magic was apparently really important for convincing the man there was something to his crazy time-traveling claims. Well, convincing him quickly, in any case. He could probably wear down the man's skepticism with a lot of time and effort, but he didn't want to wait that long to tackle this problem. Is this friend of yours Zack Novita, perhaps? Ilsa tried after he didn't say anything for a while. He could be, Zorian shrugged. Zorian, Ilsa sighed, folding her fingers into a triangle in front of her. Putting aside that I have never really heard of you interacting much with Mr. Novita in the past, what if you're right? What if Zack has really been kidnapped by his caretaker and taken somewhere? I cast the tracking spell and give you the location. What do you do with it? How can an academy student like you handle the guards and the security measures that this place would undoubtedly have and rescue Zack? Zorian internally debated the merits of explaining to her that his plan was to simply hire black market mercenaries to do the parts he himself could not, but eventually decided it was a bad idea. He had no real excuses in regards to where he got all the money needed to hire such people or why he thought he could judge their skills and character well enough to identify which of them are worth hiring and which aren't. You don't have to worry about it, he told her, giving her a reassuring smile. I'm just trying to find a friend. I'm sure it won't be all that difficult. She gave him an unamused look. Yeah, he probably should have just gone to the black market right from the start instead of bothering with this. Contrary to his expectations, though, she didn't just throw him out of her office immediately after. Give me 2 days, okay, she eventually told him. I need to speak with the academy leadership about this. Huh? Zorian said, surprised. I'm not sure I understand. Why would you need to kick this up so high? It's just a tracking spell. And let you get in over your head and disappear as well? I don't think so, Ilsa said. If we're going to do this, we may as well go all the way. Besides, Mr. Novita is a student of our institution. It is well within our rights to try and locate him if he goes missing. She pushed the stack of papers towards him and tapped it a couple of times for emphasis. Now, she said, explain to me how exactly this tracking spell works and why you think it can find Mr. Novita when so many professional diviners have tried and failed to do the same. Break. It was fascinating to watch how quickly and effectively the Academy could mobilize itself when it really cared about something. Perhaps it was because the House Novita had some secret ally among the Academy leadership or because the Academy saw the whole situation as a chance to score some free reputation points, but they really did assemble a team to go check up on the location Zorian would provide them with. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't a little intimidated by the attention suddenly directed at him. For one thing, he wasn't actually completely certain the tracking spell would work. While he personally didn't think it very likely, it was still possible that Zach's disappearance was really just some sort of time loop safeguard and that he was literally nowhere to be found. It would be quite awkward if that happened. Thankfully, the tracking spell worked just fine. Zach was just outside of Scioria, in one of the smaller private estates that technically wasn't owned by Tezin but could be connected to his family if one looked deeper. The group assembled by the academy immediately stormed the place, presenting official-looking authorization documents when questioned about their motives and identity. There were guards in place, but they were apparently not paid enough to face off against a numerically superior force from a well-known institution, and they quickly decided to stand down and give them free rein. The secret basement Zach was being held in was cunningly hidden, but since Zorian was there to serve as a living tracking device, it was simple enough to find it anyway. Zach was in a soul damage-induced coma, just like Zorian expected him to be. Due to his inability to cast anything, including soul diagnosis spells, he couldn't be sure why Zach had ended up in a worse state than he did, but he had his suspicions. Zach's control over his own soul was much weaker and cruder than Zorian's, as was his ability to retain mental discipline. If he woke up early on in the restart like Zorian did and had to fight to stay awake and prevent his soul from going berserk. Well, even Zorian found that struggle to be a challenging one. In any case, Zorian was now presented with a new problem. Even though he had been crucial in tracking down Zach, he now couldn't access his unconscious body at all. The discovery of his unconscious body had kicked up a media storm that didn't look like it was going to die down anytime soon, and he had been transferred to an expensive hospital and placed under guard. Zorian was not a family member, nor did he have any other known links to the Novita heir, and many people were suddenly questioning his involvement in all this. The academy was taking his side for now, but Ilsa told him things were a bit delicate at the moment. Tezin was trying to distance himself from the matter, bitterly denying he had anything to do with Zach's coma or imprisonment outside of Scioria, and his faction pushing hard for Zorian to be arrested so he could be vigorously questioned. No matter. Even if Zorian could see Zach, what would he do with his unconscious body? Before he visited Zach in the hospital, he had to figure out how to accelerate his healing. Who knew how long it would take for Zach to wake up if he had to rely on his natural rate of recovery? Fortunately, this was something he could actually tackle with his current abilities. Sudamir, just like many necromancers, often ended up damaging his soul in various ways while training and practicing his craft. As such, he had invested a lot of time in tracking down methods of accelerating his recovery, and Zorian had made sure to steal most of these out of his head during their interrogation sessions. A lot of these were purely personal soul magic exercises that were useful only to the soul mage using them, or complex ritual spells that he wasn't capable of casting right now, but a few actually came in the form of potions that could be administered to others. And alchemy did not require any mana shaping. His inability to do magic did not hold him back here in the slightest. So long as he could track down and buy the appropriate materials, he would be able to create the potions in question. Getting materials for such a relatively exotic potion was anything but easy, of course. Many of them were not sold on the open market, and even if they were, Zorian did not have enough money on him to buy them. He thought about robbing invader caches again, but his lack of magic made that a far riskier proposition than it usually was. Additionally, he had attracted quite a bit of attention to himself lately, so going out for a little midnight stealing was probably unwise. Thus, he ended up amassing the necessary funds the hard way. He bought a bunch of raw materials with his available money, made a handful of rare, hard-to-make potions with them, sold them for money, used that money to buy even more raw materials, and so on. It took him a week of that to get enough money to buy what he actually wanted, and then another 4 days before he had managed to track it all down and finish the potions. The end result was 3 different bottles, one holding a milky white liquid, another a blood-red syrup that looked as if it was constantly boiling, and the last one a glossy, pitch-black pill that floated in the center of the bottle as if weightless. He took all 3 of them and departed in the direction of the hospital that held Zach. He was still not allowed to visit him, but who cared about that? Through a strategic use of sleep bombs and other disabling potions, he managed to gain access to Zach's room, after which he proceeded to force-feed the 3 soul cures to his unconscious body, one after another. He immediately left afterwards. It would take a while for the potions to actually take effect, and it would be best if he were far away from the scene of the crime when people found the trail of unconscious bodies he had left in his wake. Break. The news of the second attack on Zach while he was in the hospital kicked up another round of controversy and several dramatic vows by the hospital staff and city authorities that the perpetrator was going to be caught any day now. Considering that not even Zorian's worst detractors seemed to suspect him as the perpetrator made him rather doubtful of that claim, though. One amusing detail was that the hospital claimed they had caught the attacker in the act and heroically fought him off, which was why Zach supposedly hadn't been hurt more as a result of the break-in. While he waited to see what the result of his intervention would turn out to be, Zorian looked into what had happened to Alanik, since the battle priest was one of the few competent and reliable soul mages he knew of. Sadly, with Zorian being unable to teleport and busy with the whole Zach situation, he never did intervene to save Alanik from Sudamir's assassins, so by the time he checked up on him the man was already dead. Frustrating. It did make him kind of curious how those assassins were even capable of killing someone of Alanik's caliber. Investigating the case a little revealed he was essentially ambushed while sleeping, allowing his attackers to kill him before he even realized what was going on. That kind of made sense, yeah. If Zorian saved Lukav, Sudamir panicked and acted prematurely, trying to kill Alanik through sheer force before Lukav could contact him and tell him someone was killing people like them. If the assassination of Lukav went through without issues, Sudamir would act with due caution and planning and kill Alanik in his sleep. In any case, the treatment worked far better than he had hoped. For days after he fed Zach those potions, his fellow time traveler woke up from the coma. Not long after that, he demanded to see Zorian, which pretty much shut down any further attempts to keep Zorian from visiting the hospital. "How are you feeling?" Zorian asked his fellow time traveler. "Like crap," Zach grumbled. He gave Zorian a suspicious look. "I heard you're the one who tracked me down after my asshole caretaker just stuffed my unconscious body down in some basement. I guess I should thank you for that, but, how are you so much better off than me? Did you not get caught in the blast or something? You know our conversation is probably being eavesdropped, right?" Zorian asked him. "So? Just put up a privacy ward on the room and be done with it," Zach told him. "I can't," Zorian sighed. "I can't really cast anything right now." Zach was quiet for a few seconds. "Ah," he said finally. "I guess you didn't get off as lightly as it appears. You probably don't want to hear this, but that kind of makes me glad. I kind of prefer it when you have to suffer through this crap with me." "Jerk," Zorian said, though there was no real heat in it. Yeah, but seriously, why are you already walking around while I can't even stand up without vomiting all over myself?" "I'm not sure, but, do you perhaps remember waking up in your own room for a moment before losing consciousness again?" Zorian asked him. Zach frowned. "It's hard to remember," he said after a few seconds. "Maybe. Hm. Well, we're going to have to continue this particular topic when you get out of the hospital," Zorian told him. "Can you estimate how long it will be before you're back in top form?" Zach frowned. "I don't know. 4, 5 months. Something like that." Zorian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zach's condition was worse than his own, it would seem it still wasn't too bad. "Is there something urgent you need right now?" Zorian asked him. "As you can imagine, my ability to acquire things is a bit limited at the moment, but I'll do my best." "All I want right now is to be out of this damn hospital," Zach grumbled. "But I don't think that's going to happen before the end of the month, considering what I've overheard, and neither of us has the ability to force the issue right now." It was as Zach said. He spent the rest of the restart trapped in the hospital while Zorian had to dodge increasingly insistent questions about his involvement in the Zach affair and his personal activities. Thankfully, before those things could really get anywhere, the summer festival had arrived and the restart came to an end. Break. The next 5 restarts were relatively relaxed. With their souls so heavily damaged and their spellcasting impaired, Zack and Zorian couldn't really do anything particularly dangerous or strenuous, lest their recovery be prolonged even further or their soul damage become permanent. Whether it was Zack or Zorian, they had no choice but to patiently wait for their souls to heal, so they gave up on doing anything serious and decided to just have fun and work on some of their easier skills. A part of Zorian was aghast at taking a break with their time steadily running out as it was, but forcing themselves would gain them little while risking a lot, so he did his best to suppress it. Unexpectedly, having his soul damaged actually ended up being quite a boon to Zorian's skill with soul perception and soul magic in general. It allowed him to map out his soul in far greater detail and enhanced his understanding of how souls generally functioned. There were some things that were very hard to notice when things were going smoothly, and some pieces of the soul were far easier to comprehend when one compared intact and damaged versions of the soul to one another. He knew from reading Sudamir's mind that necromancers often deliberately mutilated other people's souls for that exact reason, destructively studying the anatomy of the soul to enhance their own skills, but one could never really perceive foreign souls on the same level of detail as one could perceive their own. As far as Zorian knew, no soul mage was crazy enough to deliberately damage their own soul as heavily as Zack and Zorian had gotten theirs damaged just to enhance their knowledge of soul mechanics. So their current opportunity was somewhat unique. Although Zack started from a lower level, his skill in regards to personal soul perception also grew by leaps and bounds in this period, since he invested a huge amount of effort into it, much more than Zorian himself. The fact that he had ended up worse in the wake of Quatakikle's soul attack seemed to have affected him greatly. Aside from soul magic, the two of them also worked on their basic shaping skills and tinkered rather heavily with alchemy, since this was the one magical discipline that hadn't been affected by their injuries in the slightest. They didn't try to inform anyone of the time loop during this time. Most of the notebooks and other gathered information had been stored in the palace orb, which they couldn't actually access at the moment. They still interacted with many of the people they previously worked with, but mostly for the sake of fun and hanging out this time. They spent an entire restart diligently going to class, being as helpful as humanly possible to every teacher and student they encountered. They spent a restart shape-shifting into various animals through transformation potions and explored the city and its surroundings through alien senses and perspectives. They dabbled in painting, sculpting, wood carving, drawing and various art skills. They went on a tour of Eldamar and its neighbors via train and other mundane methods. And when the last of these relaxing restarts was drawing to a close, Zorian realized he wasn't sorry for it at all. Even though they kind of wasted their time, even though they would only have 19 iterations left once this restart was finished, he was at peace with it all. We really need to give it our all in the upcoming restarts, Zorian said to Zack one day. 19 restarts aren't that much and we never know when something like this can happen again. If we had gotten this injured with only a handful of restarts left, that would have been the end of us right there. Do you think we should still mess around with Quatakikle after this? Hell yes, Zack said firmly. I mean, yeah, he really got us good this time, but we still haven't figured out a good way to break into the royal vaults without his help. And besides, while he ended up messing us up, he also showed us a really good way of taking him down with relative ease. Oh? Zorian asked curiously. And what would that be? See, I think we've been overthinking things a little, Zack explained. Instead of trying to lure Quatakikle into a trap and flooding him with golems and enemy mages, we should be relying on our strengths to defeat him. Well, your strengths in this case. I'm talking about mind magic, of course. Mind magic? Zorian said, stunned. But with his mind blank on. Svim also had his mind blank on and it didn't stop Quatakikle, Zack quickly pointed out. It would be tricky, but if we time things right and I get a moment to concentrate properly, I'm pretty sure I can hit the guy with a powerful enough dispel to get rid of his mind blank. Just for a moment, but that should be enough for you, right? I'm quite sure that Quatakikle has some measure of skill with defending his mind, Zorian said carefully. The fact he was able to search Svim's mind so quickly in the heat of battle shows he's quite proficient in mind magic. Still, I don't think he's psychic, and the brief telepathic clash I had with him didn't impress me much. I suppose it could work. It will work, Zack insisted. Your mind magic is terrifying, and I bet it has been centuries since Quatakikl has been targeted by a mind mage he couldn't kill in under a second. So long as we can stop Quatakikl from murdering you before you finish subverting his mind, I think this could work amazingly well. You say that like it's such an easy thing, Zorian sighed. But you're right, that is an interesting idea. Certainly better than fumbling wildly for a solution like we have been doing thus far. I kind of suspect Quatakikl has rigged his soul to be withdrawn back into his phylactery if his mental defenses are ever seriously breached, though. That's what I'd do in his place. That still means we get to pick up the Imperial crown from his abandoned skeleton, though, Zack said with a shrug. That's the only thing we truly need from him. Everything else is just a bonus. Zorian supposed he was right about that. Break. The next restart they decided to spring back to work and get their plans back on track. Their souls were fully healed as far as they could figure out, and they didn't have too much time to waste. Thus, they quickly established a simulacrum link to Koth and Zlotic, recovered the palace orb, stole the Pearl of Aranhal, and then boarded their brand new airship and set off towards Blantyre. It would be a long and dangerous journey. Blantyre was the largest of the world's continents, but it was separated by miles and miles of open sea from the nearest human port. Just making sure they stayed on the right path was a problem, since the endless expanse of water provided few clues as to whether or not they were going the right way, and neither Zack nor Zorian were proficient in this kind of navigation. On top of that, the shortest path to the continent, which they pretty much had to take, passed uncomfortably close to a large island inhabited by dragons, hundreds upon hundreds of dragons. It was called, somewhat unimaginatively but accurately, Dragon Island. Dragons generally weren't fond of humanity, and the dragons of the so-called Dragon Island were especially belligerent. They not only killed any human that tried to disembark on the island itself, but actively patrolled the waters around it for any passing ships. If they spotted any, they demanded ruinous tributes in exchange for not destroying the vessel. Zack and Zorian had asked around to see what the dragons found fitting to their tastes and were prepared to pay the tribute for their safe passage, but the airship was very eye-catching and dragons were known to be capricious at the best of times. It was best to prepare for a fight just in case, and a dragon was always a headache to fight. On top of that, some of the sea monsters were known to be able to attack aerial vessels, firing jets of water and energy attacks at things flying above them. It didn't happen often, and the Pearl of Aranhal usually flew quite high in the air, but it meant that Zack and Zorian could never fully relax and had to be constantly on the lookout for potential problems. Still, things were finally moving again, and that was the important part. They would make the attempt at the dagger and the crown again in this restart, and they would lay down the groundwork for finding the location of the staff as well. In the meantime, they were about to establish contact with Quatakikl again. It was time to arrange for a trade. 85, Critical Mass. Chapter 085 Critical Mass. Zorian would be lying if he said that interacting with Quatakikl again didn't fill him with dread. Aside from the fact that the ancient lich had reached an unfathomable level of expertise in soul magic and could possibly detect residual damage on their souls, their current trade offer was fundamentally different from what they did during their last interaction with him. Before, it was Quatakikl who approached them. Last time, he had blindsided them with his sudden visit. He had the initiative right from the start, which doubtlessly helped lessen the level of threat he felt from them. This time, it would be them who were going to blindside him, and Zorian was not at all sure the ancient lich could take that gracefully. Yet, Zorian knew he had to risk it. The fact was, their current initiatives were insufficient. Even if they managed to gather all the keys together in one restart before the time ran out, that wouldn't be enough. Not for Zorian, anyway. The problem of how he was supposed to exit the time loop still remained. His original self was still out there in the real world, so he couldn't just order the Guardian of the Threshold to shove his soul into his real body and be done with it. The Guardian of the Threshold may be confused about his controller status, but it would surely notice there was already a soul in Zorian's original body upon trying that. And even if that could be sidestepped somehow, there was still the matter of how to seize control of the body from his original self. Zorian had a couple of ideas on how he could leave the time loop despite this issue, but all of them required incredibly advanced knowledge of dimensionalism and soul magic to accomplish. Quadikikl had both, and it was likely that the insights he had into those two fields were impossible to find elsewhere. Zorian couldn't afford to ignore this priceless source of information, no matter how dangerous it was. Arranging a meeting with the ancient lich proved to be rather simple, at least. All they had to do was go to the same corner store that Quadikikl had sent them to the last time they had interacted with him and ask about him. The man behind the counter acted as if they were crazy, but not long after they left, the cephalic rat suddenly became a lot more interested in them and started following them around. Zorian simply kept stealing away the individual rats from the collective for a few days before Quadikikl decided to contact them personally and arranged for a meeting. At the moment, Zack, Zorian and Quadikikl were sitting in a private booth of a relatively high-class restaurant near the city center. Not exactly the type of institution Zorian liked to frequent, in part because just getting a seat in one of those was pretty hard for an unknown teenager like him, but Quadikikl had been the one to pick the location and he was evidently in the mood to show off his wealth and influence. He was using the same face and flesh and blood look he did the last time they met in a public location. Either this appearance was his usual persona for dealing with people or this was how he once looked before discarding his flesh for an undead existence. "What an interesting offer," Quadikikl said, playing around with his fork thoughtfully, occasionally tapping it against his glass. He had ordered an expensive meal and wine for the occasion, but did not touch any of it throughout the entire meeting. "I'm no stranger to people seeking me out for my wealth of magical secrets, but usually their offers are hesitant. They're leery of angering a powerful lich, they aren't sure if I am really as good as they heard and they're trying to pay as little as possible to get what they want. They start small, asking for relatively minor things in order to puzzle out how I think and what it would take to get what they really want." The ancient lich then made a dramatic pause, pointing at the small pile of divine artifacts and rare materials that Zack and Zorian brought to him as payment for his wealth of magical secrets, as he put it. "You though?" Quadikikl continued. "You're immediately going for the kill. You want nothing less than my complete pocket dimension creation expertise, an extremely rare, almost priceless set of secrets, and you're willing to offer no less than 5 divine artifacts and a plethora of extremely rare materials in return. I'm impressed by your boldness, but I can't help but wonder, are you not worried I will cheat you or that this will end up a disappointing trade in the end? You are, after all, trading physical goods for information of uncertain value. I could easily just ignore you after pocketing the goods or play dumb and give you mere shadow of what you asked for." Zorian mentally agreed with this, but wasn't really worried. Although many things about the ancient lich were enigmatic, he was pretty sure he had a good read on his sense of honor. Quadikikl prided himself on his sense of fairness. He would not cheat them unless he thought they were trying to cheat him first. The real challenge was to make him agree to the deal in the first place. "Although I don't dare claim I know you, you are as famed for your honorable behavior as you are for your great magical skill and brutality in warfare," Zorian said. Quadikikl smiled idly, clearly viewing all 3 traits as a compliment. "We feel that if we can reach an agreement with you, you will do your best to honor it. Perhaps my knowledge of pocket dimensions isn't as extensive as you think it is, though," Quadikikl pointed out. "I am indeed a man of many talents, but that is quite a rare and exotic field of study. You may end up disappointed by the results of the trade. If so, we will accept it quietly and in good grace," Zorian shrugged. "We're willing to take a gamble." Although it is not a smart thing to admit such a thing in these kinds of negotiations, I feel you are being a little too reckless here," Quadikikl noted thoughtfully, giving them both a piercing look, as if trying to see through their souls. "It would have been smarter to try and do a smaller trade at first just to see if my pocket dimension skills are worth the more substantial investment." "Well," said Zack with a cheeky smile. "Although this is generally not a smart thing to admit in these kinds of negotiations, the fact is we're in a bit of a hurry. Slowly feeling you out and haggling over the details would take too long. That's why the terms we offered you were so generous, see? Generous? Debatable, Quatakikl scoffed. I was merely questioning your logic just now. I said nothing about how good the deal appears to me. What you are seeking is pretty damn valuable. Yes, but so is our payment, Zack immediately shot back. We realize that reaching out to you so suddenly and asking for such a heavy favor is a bit unreasonable. We also realize that, being in a bit of a hurry, we are innately in a disadvantaged position compared to you. We're on a time limit, you aren't. That's why we're willing to offer as much as we did, though, in normal circumstances, we would never consider this a reasonable trade. Quatakikl stared at them for a few seconds. Perhaps he was trying to put pressure on them through silence to see how they would react. You're pretty interesting people, Quatakikl said. I think that's why I haven't simply told you to screw off by now. That's what I'd normally tell people if they tried to give me this kind of deal. Are you really teenagers? You are way too calm for people that are supposed to be, 15 years old. Why bother even asking? Zack challenged. We already know you've tried to spy on us before inviting us here, so you probably know enough about us to answer this yourself. I do know some basic facts about you too, Quatakikl admitted. It's just that they don't make much sense. How the hell did 2 academy students gather all this and find out how to contact me? Who are you really? It's a secret, Zorian said blandly. There was no point in trying to explain. But since we're asking private questions about one another, let me ask you a question of my own. How exactly did you talk no less than 4 cephalic rat swarms into working under you? What the hell did you offer them to make them open to cooperation? I can't even get them to talk to me, much less work for me. Heh. Are we including that information as part of our deal? Quatakikl asked with a grin. No, Zorian snorted derisively. I was just curious. And also changing the subject, Quatakikl noted. But fine, I get it. If you want to keep your true identity secret, I won't pry. But you know, if you really are as young as you appear, then we have another problem on our hands. Namely, I'm not sure if you're even capable of learning how to perform dimensional magic on the level you are asking about. What makes you think you are qualified to learn from me? That is not an issue, Zorian insisted. We know we can perform this level of magic because we are already capable of creating pocket dimensions. Oh. Quatakikl said, a little incredulously. Yes, Zorian confirmed. They would have to be careful not to make themselves look too amazing, or else Quatakikl might notice something was wrong and attack them again. But this particular bit of information was impossible to hide, considering what they were asking of him. We are asking you for advanced guidance, not asking you to teach us the basics of the field. Zorian then removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed it to the ancient lich, who gracelessly snatched it out of his outstretched hand and began to scrutinize it. The bracelet was something Zorian had personally created before coming here. It served as an anchor for a miniature pocket dimension. The internal space was tiny, barely enough to store a book or two, but that wasn't important. The important thing was that it proved that not only were they capable of creating pocket dimensions, they could create advanced ones. Most products of pocket dimension magic came in the form of boxes, chests and other rigid containers that had their internal volume expanded beyond what their outside form would suggest. These kinds of objects were relatively easy to make, as anchoring a pocket dimension to an internal space of a hollow, inflexible object was a relatively simple task. Well, as much as any pocket dimension creation could ever be easy, anyway. A more advanced procedure was to use dimensional magic to expand the interior of more flexible containers like bags, backpacks, and pockets. Although this sounded rather convenient, fabric was relatively fragile and hard to imbue with spell formula. After a few years of use at most, such objects inevitably fell apart, sometimes causing catastrophic failures when least expected. Finally, there were objects like the palace orb and the bracelet that Quatakikl was currently holding. These objects were not containers with expanded interior at all. They were self-contained pocket worlds anchored to an object. Accessing the contents of such a self-contained space was tricky without dimensional magic, which drastically reduced the amount of people that could use them, but they were incredibly stable. They could be inflated to downright ridiculous sizes, if one had a sufficiently stable anchor object, as the palace orb amply proved. The bracelet Zorian cobbled up in the last few days was pretty underwhelming in that regard, but he was sure that Quadakikl would recognize what it signified nevertheless. After a minute or so of silent study, Quadakikl handed the bracelet back to Zorian and then unceremoniously drew all the divine artifacts and exotic materials towards him with a sweep of his hand. After a few quick movements, they all disappeared into his pockets. Neither Zack nor Zorian moved to stop him. "All right," Quadakikl said with a small nod. "You win. I accept the deal. Since you have said you were in a hurry and I'm going to be busy with something soon, we can start tomorrow." Busy with something, what a funny way to hide the fact he was planning an invasion of the city and the release of the primordial trapped in the hole. Still, Zack and Zorian were pretending not to know about that in this restart, so they said nothing about that. After arranging for their next meeting place and hammering out some minor details, they turned to leave only for the Lich to stop them. "One more thing," Quadakikl said. "Who messed up your souls so badly?" Zorian couldn't help but jolt a little at the question. What?" he asked. "Your souls are scarred," Quadakikl said matter-of-factly. "The damage is faint now, and will probably go away completely in a few years, but less than a year ago you must have been in an absolutely miserable condition. A normal person would take years recovering from something like that. Much of it would be spent comatose, too. I guess I should add soul magic to the list of things you are inexplicably proficient in." Damn it. So he could detect it, though it didn't look like he recognized it as something inflicted by him in particular. "Does it matter?" Zack challenged. "No, I guess not," Quadakikl said, frowning. "But it makes me even more certain you are not really who you present yourself as. You are fortunate I have something else occupying my attention at the moment, or else I would not be as willing to let this go so easily. Make no mistake, though, once I've cleared up my schedule a little, I'll come back to visit you so we can clear some things up." Zorian did not outwardly react to this proclamation, but inwardly he was breathing a sigh of relief. No doubt Quadakikl meant this as a veiled threat, but so long as nothing happened within the bounds of the time loop, Zorian didn't really care about that. Provided they didn't mess up in some other way as the restart developed, they should be fine. Hopefully Silver Lake would take his warnings not to investigate into Quadakikl more seriously this time around. Break. Whether because Quadakikl didn't know that they were aware of the invasion this time around, or because he never discovered just how expansive their activities around the region really were, the Lich didn't seem to view them as very threatening this time around. They were kind of baffling, yes, but he had an invasion to organize and he had no idea he had a time limit when it came to figuring them out. In regards to his obligations, he fulfilled them to the letter. The agreement called for him to provide them with instructions for 2 hours every day, and he was never late for the arranged time, nor did he stay so much as 1 minute longer than they agreed. If he withheld some of his expertise, it was in a way that neither Zack nor Zorian could tell the difference. The amount of information he had for them was enough to keep them busy for quite a while. He spoke clearly and understandably. He readily clarified his statements if he saw they did not understand him. He pointed out any obvious mistakes they did under his supervision and explained the logic behind his instructions rather than let them figure things out for themselves. He never lost patience with them or insulted them. He was, strangely enough, probably the best teacher Zorian had ever encountered. Realizing that a soul-defiling, warmongering, 1,000-year-old Lich was his ideal academic instructor was a somewhat unnerving realization for Zorian. That aside, having Quadakikl's dedicated help in understanding pocket dimension magic made Zorian suddenly aware that it wasn't just the lack of qualified teachers and instruction manuals that was holding him and Zack back from advancing quickly in the field. Embarrassingly enough, it often happened that Quadakikl was pushing ahead in his lessons and the two of them struggled to follow along. To put it bluntly, the real bottleneck to making the most out of those lessons was their own lack of talent and comprehension, not Quetzalcoatl's unwillingness to instruct them to the best of his ability. Zorian had a feeling the ancient lich was laughing at them on the inside about that. Zorian knew this kind of result was to be expected. It wasn't that Zack and Zorian were stupid, or that their work ethic was lacking, it was just that they lacked any special advantage when it came to learning something like pocket dimension magic. They had no special talent or bloodline related to the field, and neither of them was the kind of genius that could easily grasp the complexities of this relatively mind-bending, unintuitive field of study. There was little that could be done to speed their learning process up, at least through traditional methods of advancement. So Zorian turned to non-traditional methods instead. For a while now he had been hesitating about delving deeper into the field of mental enhancements he had been messing with, afraid that he would permanently mess up his own mind in the process. Now he decided to risk it and ordered his simulacrums to kick things up a few levels. Aware that time was steadily running out, they did not complain much and simply jumped at the task with enthusiasm that honestly surprised him. He supposed that since he himself had set aside his fears and resolved to tackle the issue, they inherited his determination as well, unlike in the past, where he himself had viewed the endeavor with apprehension, and thus his simulacrums had been similarly unenthused about risking themselves. For the moment, his idea was to try and create a sort of mental calculator and internal clock, since a lot of the problems with pocket dimensions came from the inhuman timing and precision required to pull off certain stages successfully. Normally this was achieved via a complex system of divination magic, which added an extra layer of complexity to an already tricky task. If he could strip away the divination scaffolding and just do all the number crunching, measurements and timing decisions purely in his head, the magic would get significantly easier. Of course, it turned out to be not that easy. While Zorian knew that creating a mental calculator was very much possible, since it was one of the more common modifications Urania tinkered with, it was a tricky thing to pull off in practice. Several of his simulacrum had to be forcibly broken out of their experiments after they fell into strange mental states, endlessly counting the number of pebbles around them and such. Thankfully, none of them were so far gone that they had to be destroyed and recreated, so they were able to learn from their mistakes instead of starting from scratch and trying to guess where their predecessors made a mistake. Additionally, he was also experimenting with hyper-focused mental states and with trying to replicate the Hydra's unity of self with his simulacrums. He had a feeling that if he could synchronize himself with a handful of his own simulacrums the way a Hydra could synchronize its multiple minds into one self, many complex pieces of magic would become relatively trivial to perform. Of course, these kind of mental enhancement were only of possible benefit to Zorian, and did not help Zack in any way. For this reason, and also because he wanted to hedge his bets, Zorian also started to look more closely into blood magic and enhancement rituals. After all, some creatures were innately good at dimensionalism in various forms. Phase spiders, for instance, were capable of instinctively creating small pocket dimensions to hide themselves in. Blink toads could teleport short distances, void soul deer could bend space around them to make spells and projectiles launched at them miss, and the silver-striped mole was rumored to be able to perceive dimensional cracks and boundaries in some strange fashion. It might be worthwhile to try and steal those kinds of abilities for a while, just to see if they could offer them with some kind of important insight or capability. Of course, Zorian was currently not very well versed in either blood magic or regular enhancement rituals, so he would first have to practice with something relatively simple and then slowly work his way up to what he wanted. Alternatively, he could just hire an alchemist to make him an enhancement potion with desired ability, but such enhancement potions did not confer the sort of instinctive competence with the gained ability that a properly executed enhancement ritual did. In any case, both the mental enhancement route and the blood magic route were long projects. It would be at least a couple of restarts before he could make an effective use of them, maybe more. Thus, Zorian ended up turning to something more immediate to get the most out of Quetzalcoatl's teachings, his spell formula expertise. Zorian knew for a while now that most old, experienced diviners had specialized divination compasses they used to perform their work. Zorian himself rarely bothered with them, preferring to simply dump information straight into his mind and sort it out mentally, but he had tinkered with such devices often enough in the past. Kerma's divination flower thingy and the spell formula crafters she referred him to were especially useful in this regard. Now he embarked on a project to create such a divination compass, one specialized in figuring out divination related to dimensionalism and pocket dimension creation. In this, at least, he had plenty of success. Spell formula were one of the things he had focused on pretty heavily throughout his entire time in the time loop, and he had reached an extremely high level of skill when it came to them. Producing a working version of such a dimensionalism-specific divination compass took only 2 days, after which he rapidly improved the design, producing newer and more potent versions every couple of days. By the time the end of the restart was approaching, these divination compasses had become so good that Quetzalcoatl took notice of it and commissioned a couple of them for his own use. In exchange, he provided them with the names and locations of 2 secretive mages that also knew a thing or two about pocket dimension magic, information that was almost as priceless as Quetzalcoatl's own lessons, as far as Zack and Zorian were concerned. Gradually, the end of the restart started to approach. Break. While trying to deepen their understanding of pocket dimension magic consumed most of their energies in this particular restart, it was far from being the only thing they worked on. An equally critical, though far more boring task was to make sure the Pearl of Aranhal reached Blantyre safe and intact. A mission that was thankfully far easier than they had ever hoped it would be. No sea monsters bothered them, and while no less than 3 dragons spotted them as they flew near the Dragon Island, they were surprisingly easy to keep at bay with flashy combat spells and a single experimental, magic-enhanced cannon that Zorian had installed on the ship. Neither the spells nor the cannon actually did any damage to the dragons in question, but they kept the beasts from simply rushing at them and ripping the hull into shreds. Perhaps because they had never seen an airship like theirs and did not know what combat abilities to expect from it. All 3 of the dragons limited themselves to probing attacks and flying in circles around them for a few hours to see if their response times and attentiveness would ever slip up. It helped that each of the dragons attacked alone. Only after one of the dragons had given up on bothering them would the next one try his luck. If all 3 of them had united against them, Pearl of Aranhal would have been doomed without question. Thankfully for them, dragons were notoriously solitary creatures that viewed their own kind largely as competition rather than kin. They lived and hunted alone, only forming societies if pressured to do so by outside aggression. Zorian had heard there had been a few ill-considered campaigns in the past that sought to systematically wipe out dragons in a particular area, only for the dragons in question to temporarily amass themselves into massive flocks that devastated everything around them for a while before eventually breaking up again when they were certain the danger was gone. Aside from that, dragons were largely an individual threat, and dragons of Dragon Island were no exception. Unfortunately, while their journey had not been delayed by dragons and sea monsters, their own lack of navigational skill had lengthened the journey somewhat. Additionally, while the people who made Pearl of Aranhal were world-class experts, it was still a prototype that had never really been tested or truly finished before being sent on such an ambitious journey, meaning that it had almost broken down several times along the way, almost crashing them into the sea at one point and forcing them to drastically slow down at several points along their chosen route. But in the end they made it. 5 days before the restart was about to end, the Pearl of Aranhal finally spotted the shores of Blantyre. 5 days was not enough to really do anything, though. If they had to go through this kind of lengthy, annoying journey in every single restart, only to be left with measly 5 days per restart to locate the Imperial staff, they were guaranteed to fail. Thus, their first and very urgent priority was to locate a Bakura gate somewhere on the continent. Any Bakura gate, really. That way they could reach the continent in only a handful of days with the help of Silent Doorway adepts in subsequent restarts. Sadly, this was not an easy task. Bakura gates were scattered all over Blantyre, but the continent was vast and the gates were small. Searching for them blindly would take forever, which meant they had no choice but to seek the natives for help in finding them. The trouble was, Blantyre was not inhabited by humans. The steaming equatorial jungle that covered Blantyre was home to a multitude of sapient species, but the most advanced and powerful force were the lizard men. They lived in great stone cities along the coast and the rivers, and although they were very awfully primitive by human standards, they were more or less the only ones qualified to help Zack and Zorian locate a Bakura gate somewhere around here. Not only were they the only species on Blantyre that kept any sort of written records, they also regularly traded with humans from Zlotic and Altazia, which meant that some of them actually spoke a language that Zack and Zorian could understand. Unfortunately, while the lizard men did occasionally trade with humans, getting the location of a nearby Bakura gate out of them was still a huge chore. For one thing, they existed as a collection of small kingdoms and quarreling city-states that rarely shared information with one another, so unless a Bakura gate was literally in their territory there was no chance they would know about such a strange but ultimately useless artifact. For another, only the priesthood was literate and knowledgeable of obscure places and artifacts like these, and they were not terribly fond of outsiders. Finally, while the lizard men did occasionally trade with humans, they did so with great caution and only in a strictly regulated manner. If they wanted information, they couldn't just walk into a lizardman city and start asking questions, they had to go through official channels and make a formal request. Pressed for time as they were, Zack and Zorian resorted to shock and awe to get what they want. Rather than carefully approaching the local rulers and making respectful diplomatic requests for information about Bakura gates, they brazenly flew Pearl of Aranhal straight above the nearest lizardman city, teleported themselves into the city center and then started throwing around gold, gems and some spices that they heard lizard men liked at everyone in the vicinity until someone came to talk to them, at which point they promised great rewards for any information about the Bakura gates. Then they moved on and repeated this process in every larger city they encountered as they flew around the coast. The reaction was everything they hoped it would be. The lizard men may be primitive, but they had their ways, and news of their airship and what they were seeking quickly spread to every lizard man power in the vicinity. Soon, everyone knew that two immensely powerful human mages were flying around in their fancy airship and promising fantastic rewards to anyone who could lead them to a Bakura gate. Admittedly, this did cause a lot of the lizard men to come forward with fabricated tales of nearby Bakura gates, but those were easily seen through by Zorian. Lizard men emotions were not alien enough to give Zorian's empathy too much trouble. Eventually, 3 days later, they were summoned by one of the local kings from a river city-state deeper in the continent's interior. The emissary brought with him a very lifelike drawing of a Bakura gate as proof that they were telling the truth, which was good enough for Zack and Zorian to immediately set out towards the place. This was why, at the moment, the two of them were standing in a luxurious stone throne room of a lizardman king, curiously observing their surroundings while they waited for the king to actually arrive and talk to them. Lizardmen rulers seemed to be fond of mosaics made out of gems and colored stones, and this one was not an exception. The walls were dominated by some kind of epic battle scene between two lizardmen forces. One of the two sides, which Zorian presumed to represent the forces of the city they were currently in, was clearly dominating their opponents, boldly advancing forward, while the other was in the process of being pierced by spears, clubbed over the head by heavy clubs or down on their knees and begging for mercy. An absolutely giant lizard man floated in the sky above the scene, curiously observing the battle. Probably a representation of one of the lizardman gods. Zorian's idle musings were interrupted by the loud entrance of the lizardman king. A procession of musicians playing some kind of annoying flute-like instruments came first, playing ear-splitting whistles while a bunch of lizardmen children ran around and threw petals on the ground in front of the approaching king. The lizardman throne guards, which had been leaning on their spears and chatting amongst themselves in their incomprehensible lizardman tongue, quickly assumed a proper posture and pretended they had been alert and battle-ready all this time. They also banged their spears against the floor a few times and let loose a keening wail that was probably some kind of salute. As for Zack and Zorian, they just stared at the spectacle, not sure how to react. Perhaps because they had arrived so unexpectedly or because those rulers had not been so wealthy and powerful as this one, but this was not the way the other lizardmen kings had behaved in front of them. What's the proper procedure for greeting a lizardman ruler again? Are we supposed to bow or shake hands or something? Zack whispered to him uncertainly. Why are you asking me? Zorian protested. Your nobility, not me. You should be the one who knows things like this. Please, Zack scoffed. You're the one who is constantly interacting with various talking monsters. This is totally your area of expertise. Zorian turned his attention to the approaching king. He was surprisingly short compared to the warriors scattered around his palace, though the massive gem-encrusted headdress and glittering golden jewelry hanging off of him immediately marked him as the ruler regardless. In one of his hands he carried a black staff with a large, glowing, amber stone affixed on top. Four particularly massive lizardman warriors flanked him on both sides, which made for a somewhat amusing contrast between them and their king. What was not so amusing was the look in their eyes and the emotions they were radiating. Unlike the normal palace guards, these four took their jobs very seriously, and their yellow, slitted eyes followed them with a threatening intensity. If they made so much as a threatening movement, they were ready to shove a spear through their throat without warning. Also accompanying the king was another lizard man with lots of jewelry and an elaborate headdress, although one less impressive and of slightly different type and color scheme. Zorian suspected that he was pretty sure it was a female lizard man, was the high priest of the city. And though she wasn't as overtly hostile as the king's honor guard, she clearly did not like them at all. Zorian inwardly sighed. Of course nothing could ever be easy. Break. Zack and Zorian had already managed to claim the imperial ring from the Ziggurat of the Sun in the past. Since they now knew that it was held by the Solrotham High Priest, getting it was slightly easier than it had previously been, when they had yet to even locate where it was. However, easier didn't mean easy. The Solrotham High Priest resided in the innermost, most heavily defended portion of the Ziggurat. Getting to him still required a large-scale assault on the Solrotham settlement, which was non-ideal. Rather than organize another assault on the Ziggurat of the Sun in this restart, Zorian agreed to try something different this time around. After establishing a base near the Ziggurat using Bakura gates, they brought over a dozen or so Iranian mercenaries and instructed them to spy on Solrotham guards and patrols. Although Solrotham mines were as alien to the Irania as they were to Zorian, the Irania were far more experienced with making sense of alien mines than he was. They did it all their lives, after all. At the same time they began ambushing and killing Solrotham hunting parties and patrol groups leaving the Ziggurat, in the hopes that doing this continually would eventually force the High Priest to confront them directly, or at least motivate to Solrotham to try and negotiate with them. After all, the colony would surely starve if they couldn't send anyone outside without them disappearing, right? Unfortunately, the Solrotham didn't behave like they hoped they would. Rather than investigate the problem, they simply barricaded themselves inside and no longer tried to leave the Ziggurat. It was baffling. Either the colony had sizable stockpiles of preserved food and felt certain they could last for a while under siege, or there was a dungeon entrance somewhere below the Ziggurat and they decided to brave the tunnels to feed themselves instead. Either way, it was annoying. Thankfully, the Irania were somewhat successful in their information gathering. So, Zorian asked the Irania in front of him. I don't think the damn wasps are going to poke their heads out of their turtle shells anytime soon. Do you have something useful to report? I think so, yeah, Storm Dream, the Irania in question, answering him through a voice spell so Zack could hear her too. First of all, the ring you're after. It's not an accident that the High Priest has it on him. He knows what it does and is actively using it. Oh. Now that I think about it, that does make sense, Zorian mused. I could tell the last time we met that he's a soul mage. That was a bit unusual, since Solrotham aren't exactly known for their magic abilities, but I thought nothing of it at the time. Since he's wearing a ring that grants soul sight, though, I guess it's to be expected he became interested in that type of magic. We're fortunate he didn't populate the Ziggurat with undead guards or something. Probably wouldn't happen, even if he knew how to do that, Storm Dream said. They're very religious and they seem to attach great importance to being cremated upon death. Some nonsense about returning to the Sun Mother and whatnot. Well, they should be happy about all those patrols we fireballed to death recently, then, Zack said cheekily. They got a proper burial as they died. Yes. Well, Storm Dream said after a second of awkward silence. If you want to lure the High Priest out of the Ziggurat, I have only two ideas. One is to wait for him to come outside on his own to perform one of his periodic land blessings and reading of the signs. The next such occasion should be about 2 months from now. Too long, Zack immediately said, shaking his head. I don't understand why you're in such a hurry about this. The ring has been in the High Priest's hands for years now. It's not going anywhere, Storm Dream said, with no small amount of exasperation. But fine. The other option is to try and ally yourself with the nearby Solrotham tribe that this particular bunch has a rivalry with. I'm not entirely sure, but I think he would come out of the ziggurat and support his warriors if he thought it was a rival tribe attacking them instead of scary human mages with their unfair, mysterious magic and thundersticks. Ah, nodded Zorian. The thought of seeing if the tribe had any local enemies and allying with them had honestly didn't even occur to him. A silly mistake, in retrospect. Zack and Zorian discussed the merits of the idea for a while, before Zorian noticed that Storm Dream was shifting in place uncomfortably and looked like she wanted to say something more. What? He asked her. It's probably just a stupid coincidence, but the Solrotham High Priest has the same kind of knife you do, she said. My knife? Zorian asked incredulously. Since when did he even carry a knife? Oh. You mean this? He tapped the knife hanging from his backpack. It was the divine artifact they had recovered from the palace orb, the one they had no idea what it did. Zorian sometimes liked to inspect it, staring at it while futilely hoping he would finally succeed in unlocking its mysteries. Yes, like that one, Storm Dream said. I know you humans churn out thousands of identical objects as a matter of course, but I thought it was strange that a Solrotham High Priest on another continent carries the same kind of knife like you do. Especially since their one is of immense religious importance to them and has an impressive magical ability. Oh. Do tell, Zack prompted. What magical ability? The High Priest can use it to command a sandworm of immense size hidden beneath the sands of this place, Storm Dream said. It could be just more superstitious nonsense, I guess, but I don't think so. Maybe the Solrotham are overstating the worm's real size, but they seem pretty certain of its ability to repel all intruders, so it should be pretty impressive. If your knife is the same, then, maybe you can control it too. Zack and Zorian were silent for a moment. I knew it was stupid, Storm Dream said. Just, forget I said anything. Zorian thought about the gigantic flying sandworm they had faced in their last assault on this place. The creature was an immense threat, only kept manageable by Zack's incredible combat prowess and their extensive preparations before the battle. And the way its mind had completely stopped Zorian's mental abilities like a brick wall, unlike any other mental defense he had ever seen. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Zack asked him quietly. I doubt our dagger can really control the Solrotham sandworm, Zorian said. But it's too bad that we already killed the giant hydra guarding the palace orb, I'll say that much. It was just a suspicion, but Zorian felt it was likely that each knife was keyed into a different creature. Assuming that the strange flying sandworm was the divinely enhanced guardian of the Imperial Ring, it made sense that a knife that the Solrotham probably found near the ring was keyed to it. By the same logic, the knife Zorian currently held in his hand was probably meant to control the Hydra instead, since it normally seemed to live in and guard the orb. Next time, then, said Zack dreamily. I like the idea of having my own pet Hydra, you know. We could pit it against the stupid sandworm while we tackle the Solrotham ourselves. Or we could throw him at Quadakekal, just to see the look on that stupid bag of bones when a massive Hydra starts screaming and charging at him. Or just take it on a walk through Scioria like some kind of oversized dog and just soak in the people's reactions. Lots of potential there. Zorian looked at the dagger in his hand and then grasped it tightly. Next time, indeed. Break. As the end of the restart began to approach, Zack and Zorian turned their attention to something they had been gradually building up to throughout the entire restart, raiding the royal vaults for the dagger again. They sought out Quadakekal for help again, too, partially because they still hadn't grasped the details on the inner wards, so his help in getting inside was still critical, and partially because they still had designs on his crown. Zorian had to admit he was more morally conflicted about betraying Quadakekal this time around. After all, the ancient lich had been nothing but helpful throughout the entire restart. It felt wrong, dishonorable, to just stab him in the back like this in the end. Then again, didn't Quatakikla indicate during that initial negotiation they had with him that he would return to interrogate them after his little invasion business was over? Perhaps he was just looking for excuses to make himself better, but seen in that light this attack could easily be viewed as preemptive defense on their part. Plus, the lich clearly intended to invade Cyoria as normal, a fact he sometimes cryptically alluded to during his lessons, but one which he never actually made clear to them. In a very real way, that was betrayal as well. He supposed in the end it didn't matter. Quatakikla once again agreed to help them steal the dagger from the Eldamar's royal vaults. They once again achieved their goal, successfully fought their way out of the capital city and then kept running from the Eldamar military until Quatakikla figured out the nature of the tracking device that was used to track them. They again opened a dimensional gate to Zlotic and stepped through it. The moment Quatakikla followed after them they shut off the gate and attacked him with no warning. There was no talking. They attacked silently and without hesitation, and Quatakikla took their ambush entirely in stride. As an endless barrage of incinerating rays, impossibly sharp dimensional blades and disintegration blasts suddenly rained down on him, he quietly blocked, dodged, teleported and retaliated in return. He did not rage at their betrayal or try to talk to them to find out their reasons. Perhaps he had been expecting it. Maybe he was just that used to sudden ambushes. Whatever the case, he silently accepted their challenge and met their attack head-on. The desert quaked. Sand was melted and turned to glass over and over. Several hidden wards and traps that Zack and Zorian prepared in the area in advance activated, only to be shattered and neutralized by Quatakikla. The ancient lich summoned a bunch of skeletal undead giants from some internal storage space on his person and Zorian responded by throwing his combat golems at them to keep them busy. Zack managed to shear off Quatakikla's leg with one of his attacks, but the lich simply reattached it in the next moment. 3 of Zorian's simulacrums sacrificed themselves to keep him alive when facing Quatakikla's counterattacks, their inhumanly tough metallic bodies unable to withstand the ancient lich's attacks. It was then, right in the middle of the heated battle, that several hidden devices revealed themselves in the distance, blanketing the whole area with small, fast-moving silver discs. Most of the silver discs were completely mundane, meant purely to mask the real threats. Some of them were infused with specialized magic meant to stress and overload typical force shields that protected mages against physical projectiles. And finally, a small number were special. They were infused with the same sort of soul-severing magic that was once used by Kale to make the coin that ended up banishing Quatakikla back to his phylactery. In order to make sure Quatakikla couldn't simply push away all the discs with a simple wave of his hand, Zack and Zorian immediately intensified their attacks. Despite that, Quatakikla took the little silver projectiles as a deadly threat, never letting a single one touch him, raising the ground as walls and pillars to keep them at bay when the shield disruptors started to eat away at his magical shields. But the silver discs did their job of occupying his attention anyway. So busy was he with avoiding them, dealing with Zack and Zorian's normal attacks and trying to counterattacks that he overlooked a far larger silver disc hidden in the sands nearby. This disc was also imbued with soul-severing magic, and with a much more potent form of it, too. Upon dodging one of their attacks, Quatakikla ended up stepping on it and it visibly discharged a wave of white light straight into him. For a moment, the whole battlefield stilled. Quatakikla was momentarily frozen in place, a look of surprise on his face. Zack and Zorian waiting with bated breaths to see if the lich would collapse into a lifeless pile of bones in the aftermath. And then the lich moved. "Heh," Quatak said, speaking up for the first time since the battle had started. "You got me. But do you really think a stupid trick like that can beat me?" Well, no. He did not think that. But as a distraction, it worked better than Zorian had ever hoped it would. The moment Quatakikla had finished talking, a massive wave of dispelling energy erupted out of Zack, powered by most of Zack's remaining mana. It washed away everything in the vicinity, completely catching Quatakikla off guard. For just a moment, all of his defenses went down. including his mind blank. Zorian immediately reached out with his mind and began his attack. Quatakicle's mental defenses were impeccably made. They were thick and without any obvious flaws, and he could rebuild them in an instant, just like Svim. Considering his endless reserves of mana, this meant that even Zorian would fail to break through them if he tried to gradually wear them down. He could never hope to win a battle of attrition against the ancient Lich, not to mention that every second he failed to break through was a second that Quatakicle could use to murder his fleshy body to remove the mental threat he posed. Thus, Zorian held nothing back when attacking the Lich. He poured all of his mana into a quick succession of telepathic attacks. After 3 such attacks, he was delighted to see some actual exploitable flaws starting to appear. Quatakicle was proficient enough in fixing the aftermath of a single mental attack, but multiple ones in succession strained his defenses. As powerful as he was, the ancient Lich had probably not encountered a mind mage that could meaningfully threaten him for a very, very long time. His defenses had probably once been truly flawless, but since he had not had to use them in ages, he had gotten a bit rusty. Too rusty to stop Zorian, in any case. With one final push, Quatakicle's mental barrier shattered into countless pieces, leaving his mind defenseless before Zorian's telepathic might. Letting loose an ear-splitting scream of incoherent rage, Quatakicle swung his skeletal hand toward Zorian, firing a jagged red ray in his general direction. Zorian did not stop. Even when the ray hit him, severing his left arm just below the shoulder and sending waves of incredible pain throughout his whole body, he did not stop. He sank deeper and deeper into Quatakicle's mind, paralyzing his skeletal body and starting to root through his long-term memories. Without warning, the mind Zorian was invading suddenly disappeared. The bones Quatakicle had been animating fell to the ground, lifeless. The Lich had admitted defeat and fled. Ha! We did it, yelled Zack breathlessly. Oh man, I can't believe we actually succeeded in beating the stupid bag of bones. Oh shit. Zorian, your arm. Why yeah, I know, Zorian said, looking at the mangled stump connected to his left shoulder. I'm not feeling too well. I think I'm going to lie down a little. Zack was saying something, but Zorian could no longer hear him. Everything was kind of fuzzy and eventually he just closed his eyes and let himself fall to the ground. Break. 2 hours later, Zorian had woken up from unconsciousness only to find Zack beside him and his wound professionally bandaged. It was just something he had learned while learning medical magic, Zack explained. Apparently his teachers had insisted he learn some good old-fashioned mundane care for the injuries, and lost limbs were included in these lessons. So now Zorian would get to experience what it was like to live with a missing arm for a few days. Lovely. The time loop was a gift that just kept on giving. In any case, they had to move fast. Quatakicle was bound to be utterly furious with them, and they weren't really sure how long it would take him to possess another body and come after them. They had learned that this time varied a lot from Lich to Lich while researching the topic, ranging from a few hours to several days. Considering how good Quatakicle was, they should probably assume it was the shorter option. After hurriedly breaking into the time magic research facility beneath Cyoria, they asked Guardian of the Threshold about the crown and dagger they had newly acquired. They quickly found out that they had guessed correctly. The crown gave the controller the ability to place temporary markers on people, bringing them into the time loop for a limited time, while the dagger gave the controller an ability to place a special kind of marker on a soul of the target, letting the time loop know it should not recreate their soul in future restarts. Soul kill, as Red Robe called it. Just like the orb and the ring, both items also had a mundane function that even normal people could use. The crown acted as a personal mana storage, which they already knew thanks to Quatakicle, but it was nice to have confirmation anyway. In particular, Quatakicle's story had not made it clear whether the amount of personal mana stored in the crown was proportional to the one using it or fixed. Now they knew it was fixed in size. For Quatakicle this gave him 10 times more mana reserves than he usually had, but for Zorian it would be far more since his reserves were relatively tiny in comparison. Though it would also take him forever to fully fill up the crown, as well. As for the dagger, it had the ability to cut that which cannot be cut, or to put it more plainly, it could hurt immaterial spirits. An ability that was probably far more impressive in the distant past, when spirits were around every corner and a pissed-off god could send their servants to mess you up at any time. These days, its base ability was of dubious usefulness. Upon leaving the time magic research facility, they temporarily set the dagger aside and started feverishly tinkering with the crown, trying to figure how to activate its ability to place temporary markers while sending urgent messages to every member of their little conspiracy. Thankfully, by now they had a fair bit of experience in making imperial artifacts work, so after a few hours they succeeded in figuring out how the crown worked. And then they got to work. By now, a whole throng of people had gathered around them. It was not just people like Alanik, Svim, Silverlake and Daimen that were there. There were also various teachers from the academy, some of whom Zorian was familiar with, Ilsa, Nora and Kiran, and some of whom he wasn't, but which Svim assured him were dependable and could be counted on. Kerma, Torin and several other select members of Damon's team were also there, as was his fiancée Orissa and some of the members of her house. Many Arania were also scattered about, hailing from the Silent Doorway adepts, luminous advocates, filigree sages and others that Zorian felt could be helpful and wouldn't freak out. Lukav was also here, as were some other people that Alanik had vouched for. While Zack and Zorian had been running around Blantyr, planning how to beat Quatakikl and scouting out the Solrotham in the Ziggurat of the Sun, their fellow conspirators had been tasked with gathering all these people and informing them about the time loop. Thus, everyone here knew what they were dealing with. They did not necessarily believe in this crazy story, but that didn't really matter because seeing was believing. The restart was soon going to end, and then they would experience the truth firsthand. Zorian steeled himself a little and went out to face the crowd around them. "Zorian, what the hell happened to your arm?" Taven asked him with a horrified expression. "It doesn't matter," he said, waving her off with his one remaining hand. "I'll get it back soon, as good as new." "So," said Zack happily. "Who wants to be first?" 86, A New World. Chapter 086 A New World. "Good morning, brother." Kiriel screamed, her voice disgustedly shrill and cheerful. "Morning, morning, morning." Zorian sighed, stretching his arms and legs while Kiriel babbled on top of him. Another restart, another annoying wake-up call from Kiriel. He gave his little sister a silent, complex look, which caused her to hesitate for a second and ask him what's wrong. Zorian didn't answer. Instead he suddenly started shaking like a madman, taking advantage of that brief moment of indecision when she loosened her grip on him to push her off to the side. She fell on the floor with a soft thud and an indignant yell. She was back on her feet in a flash, though, annoying him with questions about the academy and requests to show her some magic. In other words, she was still the same old Kiriel he had come to know over the restarts. He had thought about including her among the many people who gotten a temporary marker in the previous restart, but in the end he had decided bringing her into the time loop would be reckless and cruel. Unlike the others, Kiriel was just a child. Her personality had yet to fully form, and there was no telling how being stuck in a constantly repeating month would warp her thinking. She also couldn't keep a secret to save her life and had no way to really contribute to their projects. Not to mention that if he failed to find the way to extend the temporary markers before the 6th restart was up, he would have to watch her forget 6 months' worth of memories. That would be a hard pill to swallow. No, the idea was definitely off limits. While he would have appreciated a chance to have more meaningful interaction with Kiriel, it wasn't worth inflicting existential dread on a 9-year-old and dragging down everyone's chances of survival just for that. After a few minutes, he finally coaxed Kiriel into leaving the room. He promptly locked the door and created a single simulacrum. It was a simple ectoplasmic copy. This early in the restart, he had neither the time nor the materials to create the golem bodies necessary for the improved mechanical simulacrums he usually liked to use. However, accessibility was more important than mana efficiency in this case. He needed the simulacrum now and not later. The moment it popped into existence, the simulacrum gave him a silent nod and then teleported away. There was no need to explain anything. The simulacrum had a simple task, planned out all the way in the previous restart and now simply put into practice. His copy was to go to Cyoria and immediately hunt down and dismantle all 4 cephalic rat swarms lurking in the city. It would doubtlessly alarm Quatakikl if he did that, but it had to be done. With all these new time loopers walking around, the swarms were too much of a threat. They needed them gone, and the sooner it was done, the better. After dispatching the simulacrum to his task, Zorian went down into the kitchen to eat something while waiting for Ilsa to arrive. He couldn't help but be a little nervous. While Ilsa's visit at the beginning of the restart had long since become repetitive and routine, meeting his invocations teacher should be different this time around. She was, after all, one of the people they placed a temporary marker on. If everything went well, she had retained her memories of the previous restart. He shook his head, trying to collect his thoughts. He was kind of annoyed at himself for being so emotional over this. Previously, when he and Zack were considering going down this road, he had imagined himself facing this scenario with a stoic attitude and cool assurance born out of years of experiences and conflicts in the time loop. But reality was cruel and his nerves were not as steely as he imagined them to be. Would the temporary markers work as advertised? Would they work at all? Would Ilsa be able to take first-hand experience of the time loop in good grace, or would she flip out and start flinging spells at him, demanding answers? He couldn't help but worry about questions such as this as minutes ticked by. What was taking her so long, anyway? He wasn't sure, but he thought it didn't usually take this much time before she. There was a knock at the door. "I'll get it," said Zorian quickly, rushing for the door. Mother looked amused at this kind of reaction, but said nothing as he ran past her. He opened the door and found Ilsa standing there. She looked no different than she usually did at the beginning of the restart. The same clothes, the same judging look, the same stack of documents held in her hands. However, that was only outward appearance. To his empathic senses, she was practically radiating uncertainty and apprehension. They stared at each other in silence for a while. "May I come in?" Ilsa eventually asked. "Oh," said Zorian with a small laugh, wincing inwardly at his behavior. "I guess I spaced out a little. Forgive my manners, Miss Salady. Come in, please." "Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski," she said, stepping into the house. Although his momentary brain freeze wasn't the most flattering way to start a meeting like this, it seemed to have put Ilsa at ease somewhat, as he felt a lot of the tension drain out of her in the aftermath. Like usual, Mother immediately left the house when she realized who had come, taking Curiel with her. This left Zorian alone with Ilsa to ostensibly discuss his electives and whatnot. But, well, same as the last time, I suppose? Ilsa asked, waving the academy documents in front of her. When Zorian answered yes, she simply threw the stack to the side and sighed. Of course. You probably heard this all 100 times by now. I don't even know why I brought these along with me. Clinging to a sense of normalcy in light of a very bizarre situation, Zorian guessed. I was the same, back when I was first dragged into the time loop. I spent quite a few loops going through the motions. You were a teenager who barely started learning magic, though. I am an experienced adult mage. I should be better than this, Ilsa countered, frowning slightly. She was silent for a few seconds, tapping her fingers against the table as she considered what to say next. So this is real. We really travel back in time. It's a little more complex than that, but yes, Zorian said. He didn't want to get bogged down in details of how the time loop actually worked. Did the marker we gave you work? Obviously, she scoffed. How would we be having this conversation otherwise? What I meant was, did you completely retain your magic and memories? Zorian clarified. Any holes in your recollection or difficulty in doing magic? That's a possibility, she asked, surprised. It might be. As I said in the previous restart, this is the first time we have done something like this, Zorian said. She gave it a thought for a minute before shaking her head. I don't feel there are any obvious blanks in my memories, she said. I did forget quite a few things, but I think that's just me being forgetful as usual. My memory is hardly flawless. As for magic, well, I'm a grown mage that has reached most of her potential years ago, and a month is not that long of a time. Plus, it wasn't like I did any real training sessions in the span of this month. In other words, any growth in shaping skills you may have experienced is so minuscule that you wouldn't even notice if it was gone, Zorian surmised. Yes, that, Ilsa nodded. I guess I can learn a new spell or two this time just to see if I retain them the next time the world resets. I can probably just ask Kale. The effect of even 1 month on his shaping skills and spell knowledge should be dramatic enough to tell, pointed out Zorian. I suppose that's true, said Ilsa. Plus, now that I think about it, I'm probably going to improve my shaping skills and learn quite a few new spells just by helping you out over time. Though you never did really explain what you wanted our help with. Yes, we did not explain our plans and reasons too deeply in the previous restart, admitted Zorian. Partly because we didn't want to overwhelm people with information, but also because we suspected you would only take us seriously after you witnessed the time loop with your own 2 eyes. Ha! Well, you're probably right about that, Ilsa laughed. Sven tried to explain how the time loop worked when he was trying to convince me to accept a mysterious soul marker from my 2 teenage students. I confess I didn't pay too much attention to it, since the whole idea was so crazy. I'd have probably been even less interested in what you and Zack had to say. Well, at least she was honest. Do you want me to explain now? Zorian asked. No, she said immediately. I don't think I could pay attention well enough at the moment. I'm still rather disturbed at reliving the same month all over again. You said this has been happening for a while now? Yes. The time loop has repeated itself many, many times, Zorian said. This is just your first time remembering it. So, before this I was just, obliviously reliving the same month over and over again. Repeated the jobs, taught the same classes and spoke the same conversations. Well, sometimes me and Zack shook things up a bit and you reacted accordingly, reacting to the changes, Zorian said. But yes. Without a marker, people do not retain continuity across restarts. I tried to talk to some of the people around me before coming here, Ilsa admitted. Just to check if they really don't remember anything. I couldn't resist. I don't think I revealed anything crucial, but I feel it's only fair to let you know. Zorian sighed. He suspected she wasn't the only one to make such discrete tests, and that there would be more of that stuff to deal with later, but that was okay. They kind of expected that. I understand the need for confirmation, but please try to be responsible about this, he said. It would be a disaster if the knowledge of the time loop reached certain people. And now I'm being lectured by one of my teenage students, Ilsa said, clacking her tongue. How low the mighty have fallen. But fair enough, I do understand we have a mighty, millennia-old lich breathing down our necks. Your fight against him has left quite an impression on me, I must say. Zorian just made a slightly sour expression in response. Unsurprisingly, Quadakikl had taken great offense at them trying to look through his memories and stealing his crown. While Zack and Zorian were placing temporary markers on people, Quadakikl was burning down the Novita estate and Amaya's house as the first step of his revenge. Fortunately, all inhabitants of Amaya's place had been evacuated to Koth by that point, and Zack couldn't care less about the Novita estate. The ancient lich remained quiet after that, probably because he couldn't find them and still had an invasion to execute. Then Zack and Zorian had the bright idea to bring the new loopers to Scioria on Invasion Day, to show them how high the stakes really were. Despite being under a plethora of powerful divination wards and constantly moving, Quadakikl somehow noticed them. The resulting fight completely leveled the street they were fighting in. Though Quadakikl is a huge danger, I'm pretty sure the Eldamarian government, the triumvirate church, powerful noble houses and other powers would also make problems for us if they knew, Zorian said. So please be careful. They spent the next half an hour discussing various things, the mechanics of the time loop, the way things usually developed if Zack and Zorian did not interfere with things, and the details behind the Abasan invasion. Ilsa turned out to be just as interested in the invasion of Scioria as she was in the time loop itself. Then again, that was probably not too unusual. They brought people to witness the attack for a reason. You don't seem to care much for the suffering and devastation we witnessed, Ilsa eventually said, a note of condemnation in her voice. I'm just a little numb to it all, that's all. I've seen it happen too many times, sometimes from the memories of the invaders themselves, Zorian said. It's impossible for me to have the same visceral reaction to it that you probably have. You read their memories? She asked, surprised. I had to, he simply said. Of course you've dabbled in mind magic too, she said in a strange tone. Dabbled? Zorian huffed. This annoys me more than it probably should. I did not dabble in it, I'm a natural mind mage who spent years honing his skills. She seemed to be at a loss for words upon hearing that. This situation is endlessly bizarre and disturbing, she finally said after a few seconds. Agreed, Zorian nodded. I've been stuck in this time loop for nearly 8 years, not counting all the time dilation chambers, and I still think that. Time dilation chambers? Ilsa asked. She suddenly shook her head. No, never mind that for now. 8 years is actually not as long as I thought it would be. I got included rather late into this thing, Zorian said. Zack is the one who has spent decades inside the time loop. Ugh. Every answer gives me 5 new questions, Ilsa complained. You know what? Let's stop this for now. You are planning to take the train to Scioria, right? Yes, I'm taking Kiriel with me, so I need to pretend I'm somewhat normal. Of course, if you are willing to teleport us to Scioria yourself. No, she said immediately. I'm taking a train ride with you instead. Zorian was taken aback at the proclamation. He knew that things would be very much different now that other loopers were walking around, but he couldn't help but get blindsided by things like this. Why? Zorian asked uncertainly. You might be used to it, but I've just watched the city get brutally invaded by hordes of monsters and undead, she told him. I'd like to stay away from Scioria for a while, and this is a convenient excuse. Oh, he said lamely. Come to think of it, it had only been a few hours at most since the invasion, at least from her perspective. You don't mind, do you? She asked him. Not at all, he said, shaking his head. Just watch out for Kiriel if you plan to ride in the same compartment as us. She has an intense interest in magic and anything related to it, and she's probably going to find you absolutely fascinating. I don't see a problem with that, Ilsa smiled. It's nice to see kids interested in my work. Zorian didn't bother to clarify things. Some things were better as a surprise. Break. Mother did not look very surprised when Ilsa informed her she would be accompanying them to the train station. It probably seemed entirely sensible to her that Ilsa would use a train to get back to Scioria. The two of them got along pretty well with one another, and were soon happily chatting along as they waited on the station for the train to arrive. Zorian mostly ignored the conversation, as it sounded like your typical parent-teacher discussion. Kiriel was too excited about going to Scioria to care about the teacher that had decided to stick around for a while longer, but Fortov did feel the need to approach the group and say hi after seeing Ilsa present. That was a little new. You didn't include Fortov among those who received the marker, Ilsa observed quietly. No, Zorian whispered back. He's useless and I don't like him. Ilsa had nothing to say in response to that, just giving him a guarded look in return. Maybe he really was a little harsh towards Fortov. Still, he honestly couldn't see any good reason to give the guy a temporary marker. Fortov was unreliable and had no work ethic, so including him in the time loop would be about as wise as including Kiriel. Eventually they boarded the train and set off toward Syoria. Kiriel became more wary of Ilsa when she realized the teacher was going to stay in the same compartment as them, but, well, it was Kiriel. Patience was never her strong suit. She barely lasted half an hour before she started bombarding Ilsa with questions. Ilsa was a patient woman, but after an hour and a half of Kiriel's chattiness, Zorian could feel she was starting to get rather exasperated with the whole situation. Thus, he decided to have mercy on her and distracted his little sister with a bunch of visually impressive illusions and stories. Ilsa observed the illusionary scenes he conjured up with a surprising amount of interest. Try as he might, he just couldn't figure out what she found so fascinating about those. Weren't they just illusions? She was a mage at the continent's best magical academy. Surely she had seen plenty of those in her life. Eventually he decided to ask her. Since he didn't want Kiriel to listen in on them, he established a mental link to her and spoke to her telepathically. She was badly startled at first, flinching at the sudden voice in her head, but she recovered quickly. Her response was swift and smooth, with no unintentional thoughts leaking through. It was clear that she had experience with this kind of communication. You can ignore the shaping disruption of the train wards, Ilsa telepathically sent back through the link. I mean, of course you can. For someone like you, doing that is a minor thing. I could do it too. However, casting such sophisticated illusions while being suppressed by the wards, that takes considerable skill. Did you say you were trying to pretend you are, somewhat normal? How is this even remotely normal? Well, it's not like Kiriel can really tell how amazing this is, he sent back lamely. Truthfully, neither could he until this point. He learned these illusions pretty much solely to entertain Kiriel. They were just little tricks to him, and so was the ability to bypass the laughable disruption wards on the train. It completely slipped his mind that someone like Ilsa could figure out exactly what he was doing and how difficult it was and find it notable. So, Ilsa sent. You are good enough at combat magic to fight a 1,000-year-old lich. You are a mind mage and an illusionist. You can teleport around with ease and open dimensional gates. You can create duplicates of yourself. You are an expert golem maker, with all that implies. You say you achieved all of that in, what, 8 years? Pretty much, yeah, Zorian confirmed. Forgive me for being blunt here, Mr. Kaczynski, but aren't you a fairly average mage? Ilsa asked curiously. I never got an impression that you are some amazingly talented person from the information I was given. And trust me, people had looked into it. Whenever a world-class talent like Daiman appears, their family is always investigated in case their boons run in the blood. Aside from being an innate mind mage, I am indeed pretty average, Zorian said calmly. Ilsa's comment might have infuriated him once, but these days he no longer cared. I know what you're thinking, and yes, my rapid growth as a mage is all due to the time loop. It doesn't just give time, you know. It's also given me nigh-limitless resources, access to restricted materials and plenty of normally unobtainable experience. It's also put me under enormous pressure, keeping me constantly motivated in a way I otherwise wouldn't be. I honestly think anyone could do what I did, if put in the same position. Well, provided they didn't just break under the pressure. Ilsa stayed quiet for a while, but Zorian could practically feel the gears turning in her head. She was probably realizing for the first time the sort of amazing opportunity the time loop represented. I think I'm getting just a tiny bit jealous of you, Mr. Kaczynski, Ilsa eventually concluded. Don't envy me just yet, he told her. There is still a good chance that I will get erased in the end, and everything I have worked for will be for naught. What? She asked, startled. What do you mean? With that, he started explaining the situation in detail to her. He told her about Red Robe, the uncertainty about whether they could even get out of the time loop, the problems he had to solve to survive the exit, and so on. It took a while to go through everything. Strangely enough, Ilsa looked calmer and more reassured by the end, even though he had just told her there was a big chance they would all lose everything at the end. Then again, maybe it wasn't so strange. She already knew that temporary markers like her own only lasted 6 months. Compared to that, a more distant deadline that would also destroy Zack and Zorian probably didn't seem so intimidating. On the contrary, she may have found it reassuring that they also had the same fate waiting for them, if they failed. I was wondering why you decided to include so many people in this time loop, instead of just monopolizing the whole thing for yourself and Zack. Your situation is quite desperate, she said, humming to herself audibly enough for Kiriel to hear her and give her funny looks. You don't have to sound so happy about it, Zorian groused. But yes, we really do need your help badly. Ilsa was mostly included because of her connections. Though she acted a bit low-key most of the time, she knew many people and was owed quite a few favors. Hopefully, she could help them convince people to go along with whatever crazy plans they came up with and smooth any ruffled feathers they caused along the way. Considering how few other members of their little conspiracy were diplomatically inclined or familiar with bureaucratic wrangling, this was a valuable skill. Plus, she was a powerful alteration expert. Zorian wasn't sure, but he felt she might be able to help him produce his golems faster. She couldn't animate them, of course, but he was currently producing such a large number of them every restart that it took a while to simply create enough mechanical bodies for animation. If Ilsa was as good at alteration and material alchemy as Svim claimed, she should be able to take over that part of the production process and free Zorian to do other things. Why not just hire someone to do that for you? Ilsa asked when he told her that. I hear from Svim you've been doing that a lot already. I can't, Zorian shook his head. Anyone I contract will surely figure out what I intend to do with such a sophisticated metal doll, and making combat-capable golems is forbidden without a license. Makes sense, Ilsa said. You don't want to have random mages building themselves a private army of golems in their free time. Exactly, Zorian said. I might be able to coax a person to build me a single puppet, but if I order a batch of 20 puppets, they'll freak out. Nobody wants to get implicated in an attempted rebellion or whatever. I'd be lucky if they didn't immediately report me to the government when they throw me out of the shop. Ilsa nodded. After some thought, she changed the subject. You know, all this talk about golems and alteration is reminding me of something I thought of when you were explaining how the time loop works. Destroying the entire world and then recreating it out of nothing, it reminds me of a persistent ambition of mine. Oh. You mean true creation? Zorian guessed. You know about it? Ilsa was surprised. I don't remember talking about it around you. I suppose one of my previous incarnations told you about it. Yeah, Zorian confirmed. I sought you out quite often in the beginning to learn from you. You taught me much of what I know right now, or at least gave me a push in the right direction. We'll have to talk about that more on some other occasion, Ilsa said with a smile. It looks like you owe me and I don't even know about it. How am I supposed to know to seek you out for favors if I don't even know that I have leverage over you? But anyway, true creation, yes, in a way, the time loop is the ultimate expression of that desire of mine. A magic that creates an entire world, over and over again. Are you sure you have no idea how it is done? No, sorry, Zorian said apologetically. That power is absolutely godlike in scope and mystery. Or rather, primordial, since the sovereign gate seems to be made out of one of those. Considering the stories of mortal mages doing it in the past, and in light of the fact that there is a device that can repeatedly create an entire world, I am convinced it is easier than most people suspect. Maybe I'll be able to figure something out by observing this constantly recreated world I'm in, Ilsa said wistfully. Maybe, Zorian said doubtfully. He doubted she would really get anywhere with that, but he wouldn't stop her. Eventually, Kiriel dozed off and the telepathic conversation died down a little, leaving both Zorian and Ilsa lost in their own thoughts. The train continued its routine journey to Scioria. Break. When Zorian, Kiriel and Ilsa arrived in Scioria and disembarked, they found there were people already waiting for them. Zack being there was kind of expected, but he was also accompanied by Svim, Kiran and Taven. Most people did not react to this, of course, but Kiriel knew damn well that there was something fishy about that and kept giving everyone weird glances and got really quiet for a time. Zorian also noticed Fortov staring at him weirdly in the distance. He wasn't sure how much his brother really knew about him, but he was probably aware that Zorian hadn't had any real friends until recently, so having a bunch of people wait for him at the train station was beyond unusual. He did not make any move or approach, though, since nobody was attacking anyone and Zorian didn't look like he needed help. After dropping off Kiriel at Amaya's place, the group found a secluded location and started talking. Kiran, their combat magic instructor, was included into the group due to his high combat skills and the fact he had connections to people in Eldamar's military. He was the first to speak up. "These temporary markers you placed on us to retain our memories, can they be revoked?" Kiran asked. Of course, the first thing they wanted to discuss was the markers. Zorian didn't blame them. He knew he would have been the same if he were in their place. He was kind of mystified why they hadn't just asked Zack about that while they were waiting instead of saving it until now, but maybe they had talked about other things, such as how the time loop worked. Or maybe they had just gathered together quite recently and hadn't had the time to discuss anything. He knew that Zack hated waiting and had a habit of showing up late, so he probably hadn't been at the train station for long. "Yes," Zorian told him bluntly. "At will?" Kiran asked next. "Well, we need the crown that is currently in Quatakikle's possession to do it," Zorian said carefully. "So not really, no. Also, removing the marker only prevents you from keeping your magic and memories when the world resets next," Zack said. "It doesn't wipe away what you achieved until that point." "Can the marker be reapplied once it runs out or is revoked?" Svim asked. "I know what you're thinking," Zack sighed. "Sadly, it's not that easy. Yes, you can place a marker on the same person the second time, but only after 12 restarts have passed. You can't just remove the marker and then reapply it to extend the time." "I imagined it was something like that," Svim admitted. Zorian suddenly yelped in pain. After looking around, he realized Taven had pinched his arm for no discernible reason. "Why did you do that?" he protested. "I wanted to make sure your arm is really fine," she said, frowning. Zorian suddenly realized this was the same arm that ended up getting cut off by Quatakikle in the previous restart. He had pretty much been a cripple the last time that she had seen him. Still, how the hell was it okay for her to just pinch him like that? Huffing with indignation, Zorian stepped away from Taven and maneuvered himself to place Ilsa between the two of them. Ilsa gave him an amused look in response. "So what's the plan?" Kiran said. "We are hoping we can figure out a way to adjust the temporary markers into lasting indefinitely," Zorian said. Admittedly, tampering with a piece of magic that probably had gods involved in its construction sounds hopeless, but we suspect that Red Robe entered the time loop through this very method. If so, it should be possible for us to do it as well. "Right, if Red Robe could have done it, surely all of us working together should be able to work something up," Zack said. "And if you fail?" Svim insisted. "We will hopefully gather the entire key before all 6 restarts run out, at which point we will be able to unblock the exit," Zorian said. "If we have an exit method also ready by then, we might be able to just get you out of the time loop at that point. At which point it doesn't really matter that your marker will run out." "And what, you're just going to continue in the time loop alone afterwards?" Taven asked. "Or are you just going to create new temporary loopers once we're gone? And then get them out too? I don't know about the rest, but I think the world doesn't need 3 different Tavens." "Actually, we would just exit the time loop with you," Zack said. "We already got almost everything we could wish for out of the time loop. No need to risk everything by being greedy and cutting things close. If we can leave 6 months from now, we will." Silence greeted this proclamation. Zorian knew that the new loopers were worried about their motives, afraid that he and Zack were trying to make use of them as much as possible before discarding them. Not an unreasonable fear. Temporary markers were pretty much designed with that in mind. Presumably the controller would place these on people without ever informing them of the time limit, allowing them to reap all the benefits of having a person work with them for 6 months and then conveniently forgetting everything. However, Zack and Zorian did not intend to use the temporary markers just to get a convenient workforce. They got them into the mess and they would do their best to get them out of it. Maybe they would fail in the end, but it wouldn't be for the lack of trying. Well, Svim eventually said, breaking the silence. We'd best get to work, then. Break. Days passed, and the effects of the many new loopers rapidly became evident. Kale arrived in Syoria earlier, barely a day after Zorian did. Lukav and Alanik did not need to be saved from Sudamir's machinations. Taven no longer bothered hunting monsters with her team. Ilsa's classes were completely different, since she decided she would shake things up a bit. The cephalic rats had been completely wiped out by Zorian's simulacrum on the very first day of the restart, with the exception of a handful of individuals the simulacrum had saved up for study. Their usual routine of convincing Svim, Alanik and Silverlake that the time loop was real became unnecessary, freeing up a surprisingly substantial amount of time. Finally, not having to gain the trust of the Silent Doorway adepts before they could use their ability to operate the Bakura Gate network meant they could access distant places from the very start of the restart. Thus, once Zack and Zorian had sorted out the situation in Syoria for a bit, they used a Bakura Gate to reach Koth so they could pick up the Imperial Orb, and maybe get themselves a pet Hydra. Before they did that, though, they decided to visit the Terramachula estate to see if everything was fine there. Daimen had assured them that the people he had picked were reliable, but Zorian knew better than anyone that Daimen said a lot of things. When they arrived, they found the whole estate to be a hive of activity, people constantly coming and going, and there were people already waiting for them. There was no need to justify themselves or try to get them to admit Daimen was present, like they usually did the first time they contacted them in the restart. Still, while not having to wait at the door was convenient, what came later was not. Just like the new loopers back in Syoria, the new loopers in Koth also wanted their questions answered, and what was supposed to be just a short checkup ended up being a grueling question and answer session that lasted for most of the day. I really hope this is a one-time thing, Zorian groused later to Daimen. You were supposed to explain these sort of things to them, Daimen. I did. Daimen protested. They just wanted to hear things from you, I guess. Can you blame them? I guess not, Zorian said. If Daimen had explained things fairly, then these people must surely know it wasn't Daimen who was really in charge. It made sense that they wanted to talk to the people who are the source of the temporary markers and have first-hand information. Anyway, did you get your team ready? Will the Terramachula really cooperate when you inform them you want to send their best trackers all the way to Blantyre all of a sudden? This was the main reason he and Zack wanted Damon's cooperation, and why they allowed him to include so many people into the marked group. To put it bluntly, they needed these people to find the staff. They had managed to track down a Bakura Gate on Blantyre in the previous restart, thanks to the help from that Lizardman King, but that was just the first step. The next was to track down a tiny little staff on a giant, jungle-covered continent. To put it bluntly, this was something that he and Zack alone were utterly incapable of doing. Zorian would never say this out loud to Daimen, but he and his group were probably the most critical people to receive the temporary markers. Without them, they would probably never find the staff. This was one of the primary reasons they decided to go down this path to begin with. My team will listen to me, even if I tell them we're going to Blantyre through a dimensional gate opened up by my little brother, Daimen said proudly. Hell, they'd probably go along with it even if I alone received the marker, but they would complain more. With Torin, Kerma and other critical members of the team also on board, though, everyone will readily fall in line. As for the Terramachula, well, I'm not sure what level of support we can get out of them, but we will definitely get something. The main problem is that we're being a bit unreasonable and pushing for full commitment to this project without the idea being even hinted at before now. That's not how House Terramachula usually does things, to say the least, so some tension and incredulity are to be expected. Will it help if I give you money and resources to throw at them? Zorian asked. I know House Terramachula is not poor, but I'm pretty sure me and Zack could gather enough money to finance a small state if we really try. Not to mention a large amount of priceless materials that cannot be bought on the open market. Men looked at him with a strange mixture of horror and joy, his face alternating between various unusual grimaces. I hate you, he finally said. You better plan to gift some of that money to your poor older brother when we get out. Aren't you pretty well off? Zorian asked, arching his eyebrow at him. You're even marrying into nobility. You can never have enough money, Men said. Never. And yes, please do send all that money here if you can. Trying to flat out bribe the Terramachula directly with it wouldn't go well, but I'm sure they would look more favorably on the plan if we agreed to pay for all the equipment and mercenaries out of our own pockets. And some completely unrelated gifts would probably be appreciated. Zorian nodded and made a mental note to mention the matter to Zack. And speaking of Zack, his fellow time traveler, well, one of his fellow time travelers, now, was already waiting for them at the front gate, humming to himself happily. Zorian didn't have to ask to know what the other boy was thinking of at the moment. Say, Zorian asked Men. Do you know what the legality of owning a giant, magically enhanced Hydra is in Eldamar? Just asking for a friend. 87, Agents of the Crown. Chapter 087 Agents of the Crown. Deep in the jungles of Koth, in what was otherwise an unremarkable patch of rainforest, a situation was unfolding. The trees shook, the animals vacated the area in panic and the underbrush was trampled underfoot as a gigantic, furious hydra thundered through the area in pursuit of its target. Its 8 heads fanned out and snapped angrily towards anything in the vicinity that failed to get out of its way, breaking low-hanging branches and killing any animal that was too slow to flee. As for Zorian, who was its target, he simply kept running and dodging while marveling at the incredible speed with which the Hydra was able to move through the thick vegetation of the rainforest. He had thought its size would make maneuvering difficult and allow him to easily keep ahead of it, but he had seriously underestimated its ability to just plow through everything in front of it without stopping. He was purposely running through the most difficult terrain he could find and he never even came close to losing it. It was constantly trailing just behind him. A blue, translucent, ectoplasmic eye constantly trailed after Zorian, hovering above his head and staring at the Hydra. It was through this eye that Zorian was able to keep track of the Hydra's movements and dodge its attacks, despite having his back turned to it. Otherwise, if he were forced to run blind or had to periodically slow down to turn around, the Hydra would have grabbed him 100 times by now. Though the spell itself was very simple, very few people would be able to process information from 2 different perspectives like that. The fact Zorian could look both in front of him and behind him at the same time, while maneuvering through a treacherous, obstacle-filled jungle floor was proof that his experiments with mental enhancement were bearing some fruit. The chase led them next to a fallen, rotting log covered in moss and mushrooms. Without its main body slowing down at all, one of the Hydra's 8 heads reached down and bit into it, lifting it out of the ground and launching it at Zorian. Half a dozen monstrous centipedes and one very terrified squirrel tumbled out of the rotting log as it sailed through the air, having hidden in it when they noticed the rampaging Hydra approaching. Zorian reacted instantly, making a few silent movements and causing a bright red ectoplasmic hand to materialize in the air behind him and slap the log aside. It collided with the nearby tree where it exploded into a shower of rotting wood. Both Zorian and the Hydra simply charged through the cloud of wooden shrapnel, one with the aid of magical shields and the other through the power of supernatural toughness and regeneration. Zack, what the hell are you doing there? Zorian yelled. I've been running for ages here. Did you figure out the dagger or not? Zack, who was trailing behind both of them while occasionally making funny poses and waving the dagger in his hand at the Hydra, seemed to pause at the question. It's hard, okay, he yelled back. I'm running low on mana here. Zorian said. If you don't figure it out soon, I'm calling this off. In truth, the Hydra posed very little threat to Zorian. If the situation ever got too dangerous, he could have always teleported away or simply flown away too high for the Hydra to reach. However, That would leave it free to turn around and shift its attention to Zack, which would defeat the whole purpose of this setup. The point of him leading the Hydra on the merry chase through the Gothic jungle was to give Zack the time he needed to figure out how to use the dagger on the Hydra. Something that didn't seem to be going too well. Oh well. On the bright side, if Zack couldn't figure it out by the time Zorian ran out of mana, it would be Zorian's turn next. Zorian would actually prefer if he was the one who figured out how to use the dagger, since he and Zack had agreed that whoever succeeded at this would get to own the Hydra. He had a good feeling about his chances, since, unlike Zack, he had soul perception unlocked. Surely that would. Hydra! Zack suddenly shouted, dramatically pointing the dagger in the monster's direction. I am your master now. Kneel before me. No less than 3 of the Hydra's head glanced towards Zack, giving him a hateful, contemptuous look before returning their attention to Zorian again. Before Zorian could say anything, Zack suddenly teleported right on top of the Hydra and plunged the dagger straight into its back. Zorian wanted to scream at his fellow time traveler for being such an idiot. Not only had Zack exposed himself to incredible danger, since the Hydra's heads could twist backwards to reach people foolish enough to climb on its back with incredible speed and ease, the boy had also invalidated all the effort Zorian invested into making sure the Hydra was focused on him and him alone. Even if Zack got away from this stunt completely unscathed, and he probably would, in all honesty, the Hydra would no longer ignore him from this point onward. Indeed, the moment Zack popped into existence on top of the Hydra's back, before he even finished plunging the dagger into its flesh, the monster was already stopping its charge, all 8 of its heads refocusing on this sudden new threat. However, the moment the dagger sank into its back, a strange thing happened. Instead of simply ignoring the puny wound and biting down on Zack anyway, the Hydra suddenly stiffened as if paralyzed. Its many heads froze in the air, jaws still stretched wide for a lethal bite, staring at Zack with confused, uncomprehending eyes. No way, Zorian complained weakly. Ha ha. Zack laughed, wrenching the dagger out of the wound and quickly straightening himself up. The Hydra's back not being the most stable of grounds, he almost lost his balance upon doing that and had to spend several seconds to stabilize himself. The Hydra remained completely motionless throughout all of that. Zack slapped the closest Hydra head a few times playfully. What did I tell you, eh? I really am your master now. Kneel. The command seemed to break the Hydra out of its paralysis. Without hesitation, it dropped to the ground. Being a quadrupedal life form, it couldn't really exactly kneel as such, so it instead just dropped on its stomach and lowered its many heads on the ground. The sudden motion completely unbalanced Zack, however, sending him tumbling down the creature's back with a strangled cry. He hit the ground with a dull thud, landing on one of the exposed rocks, and then spent the next minute and a half rolling around in pain on the ground. Zorian eyed the Hydra for a few seconds before deciding not to approach for now. It was no longer attacking him, but he had a feeling that might change if he made any moves towards its new master. There is no way that was the correct command phrase to activate the dagger, is it? He eventually asked. Ugh. Damn, this hurt, said Zack, laboriously rising to his feet while using the nearby Hydra as a stabilizer. He did his best to dust himself off and get rid of the branches and bugs stuck in his hair. And no, that wasn't the command phrase. The way to activate the dagger is to first cut yourself with it to establish resonance and then cut the Hydra to forge a bond with it and finalize the deal. Zorian gave him a curious look. How the hell did you figure that out? I accidentally cut myself with it while trying to mess around with it while running, Zack admitted with an awkward laugh. He turned towards the Hydra, whose many eyes diligently followed his every move. Anyway, who cares about that? It doesn't matter how I discovered the dagger's usage, all that matters is that the Hydra is finally mine. Well, ours, but you know. Yeah, I know, Zorian said, clacking his tongue. He'd normally be annoyed about losing a bet like that, but it was probably better this way. There was no guarantee he would have uncovered such a curious method of activation himself. He felt the Hydra's mind a little. He kind of expected to find the Hydra resentful of being effectively enslaved like this, but he found the creature to be mostly curious instead. Confused and a little scared too, but mostly just curious. It did not seem to harbor any ill will towards Zack. Zorian had never heard of a monster control method that was that thorough and effective, and the Hydra should be highly resistant to mind control due to its unique mind anyway. He had a feeling this was more than just control. In some strange way, the Hydra was conditioned to regard the bond forged by the dagger as innately legitimate and did not struggle against its bindings at all. Zorian was torn between being impressed by the maker of the dagger for pulling it off and disturbed that such a thing was possible. In any case, the friendliness was only towards Zack. The moment Zorian tried to step closer, the Hydra immediately jumped to its feet and interposed itself between Zorian and its master, hissing and snapping its jaws at him menacingly. "Oh come on," Zorian complained. "That guy doesn't need your protection from me. If anything, I would need to be protected against him if we seriously fought." The Hydra didn't understand human speech, and probably wouldn't have listened to him even if it did. It was about to lunge at Zorian when Zack placed his hand on its flank and stopped it. "Hey, knock it off," Zack said. "That guy is our friend, okay? No eating friends." It took a few gestures and shouting before the Hydra managed to understand what its new owner was telling it, at which point it gave Zack something reminiscent of an incredulous look, as if unable to believe Zack would be friendly to someone like Zorian, who had led it on a wild goose chase for a better part of an hour. I know, he can be very annoying, but he's very useful and mostly means well," Zack said sagely, patting the Hydra gently on the flank. The Hydra directed one last unhappy hiss in Zorian's direction before grudgingly standing down and indicating it would allow him to get close without attacking him. "Possibly." Zorian folded his hands over his chest and gave Zack an unamused look. "Don't worry, I'm sure she'll warm up to you in time," Zack told him, grinning widely. "Princess is just a little shy." "What? What?" Zorian blurted out. "It's a she," Zack said, nodding sagely. "I know, I was a little surprised myself when I felt that through the link and—" "No, not that." Zorian snapped. "You're seriously naming a Hydra princess?" "Why not?" Zack challenged. "What's wrong with that name?" The newly named princess focused three of her heads on him, as if daring him to say anything. Stupid reptile. It didn't even understand what they were talking about but felt the need to side with Zack anyway. "It's a stupid name," Zorian told him bluntly. "It's a great name," Zack disagreed. "A royal name for a very royal girl. She's a divinely empowered guardian of an imperial item. That's pretty high-ranked if you ask me. Plus, you know how royals like to refer to themselves in plural. We this and we that. Well, Princess here can talk about herself in plural and be completely factual. So there. It's actually very clever and you were just too judgmental to figure it out." "Ugh," Zorian grunted. "If that's your logic, why not call her Queen instead?" "Because Princess is a more ironic name for a giant Hydra," Zack admitted. Zorian spent the next 15 minutes trying to argue the issue before giving up. It took another hour after that to coax Princess back into the Imperial orb for transport. She wanted to follow around after Zack like a puppy, and was confused why he wanted to abandon her in the orb so soon after their bonding. Zorian had to say, watching Zack awkwardly try to convince a clingy Hydra that he would be back and that she should stay put was kind of amusing. Perhaps it was a good thing that Zack ended up winning that bet after all. Break. After recovering the Imperial Orb and tentatively subduing the Hydra guarding it, Zack and Zorian turned their attention towards the Sol Rotham at the Ziggurat of the Sun and the Imperial Ring in their possession. They already knew they could steal their ring if they launched a big enough attack on them, but that took a great deal of time and effort. Well, the presence of Princess on the battlefield would probably make an all-out assault a little easier this time around, but it would still be a major undertaking that would consume a lot of their time and resources that would be better spent elsewhere. "It's a pity Princess is too big to fit in the Ziggurat corridors," lamented Zack. Otherwise we could just climb on top of her and charge in, trampling and brushing aside any Solrotham that got in our way. If our attack was that unstoppable, the Solrotham would probably just pick up whatever they can and flee, pointed out Zorian. They'd probably flee underground, and it would be an utter pain to track them down then. Not to mention they have a massive sandworm on their side. We don't want to get in an underground battle with them, I think, even with Princess on our side. Humph, Zack mumbled unhappily. How about we just infiltrate the ziggurat through this underground connection, then? We might be able to avoid a massive battle that way. They have their pet sandworm constantly guarding that, Zorian pointed out, shaking his head sadly. I bet we're noticed instantly through whatever exotic senses that thing has, and then it collapses the whole tunnel on top of us before we can do anything. Considering the layout of their dungeon entrance, I think it was made by the worm in the first place, so they probably have no qualms about destroying it. They can always command the sandworm to create another one later. Zack was silent for a while. How about, just soul-killing the entire colony? Zack finally asked. I mean, it makes me a little uncomfortable to use tactics like that, but this is pretty much what the damn knife was made for. It's definitely an option, Zorian said after a short pause. However, we probably wouldn't be able to get all Solrotham with this, and we don't know how many of them know about the ring and its importance. If we kill most of the colony but one of the survivors takes the ring and runs, things could get really bad. Right now we know where the ring is. If a shattered group of Solrotham survivors takes the ring and spends a day or two running around in the desert or, gods forbid, the depths of the dungeon. Yeah, you're right, Zack said. It's too risky. Even if we get them all, there are neighboring Solrotham tribes and other denizens of the desert to consider. If they discover the state of the ziggurat and loot the ring before we reach it, we would still have a problem on our hands. Speaking of the neighboring Solrotham tribes, do we still go forward with the idea of arranging an alliance with them? Zorian asked. The idea is nice, I admit, but it may very well take more time and effort to do it that way than to just send our own army at the ziggurat. Not if we use Princess. Zack declared triumphantly. You want to use the damn Hydra for everything these days, Zorian scoffed. You're like a little kid who just got himself a new toy and now wants to show it to everyone. How the hell will that thing help us convince the Solrotham faster? There is no need to be jealous, Zorian, Zack chided. You lost the bet fair and square. In any case, I think you greatly underestimate the impression of power we will project when we show up with a giant menacing Hydra in tow. I bet those tribes will be tripping over themselves to stay on our good side after seeing that. Or they'll be too scared to even talk to us, Zorian pointed out. Then we just smash them until they're willing to listen, Zack shrugged. This is starting to sound a lot less like arranging an alliance and a lot more like us bullying the neighboring tribes into being our reluctant army, Zorian pointed out. I think of it more as an aggressive demonstration than bullying, Zack said dismissively. We would have had to prove our strength for them to take us seriously, anyway. But really, so what if we end up cowing them into submission forcefully? We're already attacking the Ziggurat tribe without any provocation. We lost the moral high ground a long time ago, I think. True. Alright, said Zorian. Let's try to make them willing allies if possible, though. I have another task I want to give them, and they probably won't try very hard if our overwhelming force is all that keeps them in line. Oh. Something important? Zack asked. Maybe, Zorian answered. There is a magical creature called a tunneler toad, which lives deep within the Zlotic desert. They live in a series of hidden worlds left by some forgotten ancient civilization, called Ishmali reservoirs by the ancient Icosians, because they seem designed primarily as water reservoirs. They're basically large caverns full of water, enclosed in their own pocket dimensions. The reservoirs are largely uninteresting, but the tunneler toads themselves have a curious ability to detect pocket dimensions and enter them with ease. In their natural habitat they use this to pass in and out of the Ishmali reservoirs as they please, using them as a hidden nesting ground, but the ability is said to be usable on any pocket dimension they come across. Ah, I see, this is for that blood magic initiative you want to set up, Zack said. Why do you need the Solrotham's help for this, though? If the toads live only around these reservoir things, they should be easy to find. It's not like the reservoirs can move, right? They're static, but I'm afraid the records of where the reservoirs are located have all been lost in the cataclysm, and no one had bothered to track them down again as far as I can tell, Zorian said, shaking his head. With much of the interior now covered in desert and taken over by Solrotham tribes and worse, the reservoirs have become extremely isolated. Not to mention that most people are neither master dimensionalists nor tunneler toads, so they would be unable to track down and enter these hidden worlds even if they wanted to. Thus, if we want to find tunneler toads, we must find a desert native that has heard about strange toads that sometimes seemingly vanish into thin air, only to just as suddenly reappear later. Annoying, Zack remarked with a frown. Is this really necessary? We have lots of candidates for ability theft when it comes to magical creatures with relevant abilities. None of them are easy to track down, Zorian pointed out. Not only are they rare and mostly extinct near human-dominated territories, the very nature of their abilities means these creatures can hide and retreat with incredible ease. The other may very well be even more annoying to find. If you think tunneler toads are bad, wait till you hear how annoying it is to track down a phase spider without it taking the initiative to reveal itself. Right, Zack said, clacking his tongue unhappily. I guess I'll try to be a little nicer to the stupid wasps. He paused for a second. So we're really going to start dabbling in blood magic and enhancement rituals in this restart, then? Yes. Although we should start with something relatively easy and well-tested, Zorian confirmed. Eagle Eyes enhancement, for instance. Or any of the simple physical enhancements that aim to improve the user's strength, stamina, regeneration, and so on. Well-known, straightforward things that are unlikely to go catastrophically wrong when attempted by beginners like us. Not really instilling me with a sense of confidence here, Zorian, Zack complained. What can I say? Zorian shrugged. Blood magic is dangerous. If it makes you feel any better, I will be going first. It does not, Zack said. We both know it will be me who has to take the biggest risks in regards to this. I have way more mana to burn on permanent enhancements and I am also proficient in medical magic, so I will be able to push my limits more and understand life force manipulation way better than you. Zorian didn't dispute him. While he had no intention of piling most of the risk on Zack, his fellow time traveler was likely right in his prediction. Don't make such a grim face, Zack said dismissively. I already agreed we should do this when we talked before, didn't I? I didn't change my mind. I kind of feel I'm pressuring you over this, Zorian admitted. I'm not that easy to pressure, Zack assured him. You've been trying to pressure me to let you inspect my mind for a long time now, for instance, and I have never let you do it. I still think that's a mistake, Zorian told him. And the answer is still no, Zack said, grinning. See? Pressure ineffective. I agreed with this creepy blood magic stuff because I honestly think you're right. We're too slow at figuring out primordial prisons. Only distasteful, unconventional methods like this can let us find a shortcut we need. Fair enough, Zorian said. Personally, he did not find blood magic to be that creepy, and even viewed it as a potentially useful tool for usage outside the time loop, but he understood where Zack was coming from. They spent 2 more hours discussing various ideas before they both entered the pocket dimension inside the Imperial Orb for a very important task. They had to convince Princess to let Zorian examine how her mind worked without trying to bite his head off for his insolence. It would prove to be a very challenging task. Break. As days went by, some curious things began to be noticed by various countries of Koth, Zlotic and Altazia. The first one was that House Terramachula suddenly organized and launched a major expedition to Blantyr in order to find the fabled imperial staff of Icosia, sinking a massive amount of money and manpower into the endeavor. The level of support House Terramachula had given to the project was not as extensive as Daiman had hoped, but it was still major by virtually any means, and the frantic speed with which the whole thing was organized and executed was enough to give others pause. The Terramachula seemed almost desperate to track down the staff, and nobody could figure out why. The leadership of the House declined to answer any questions regarding the matter, contributing to the air of mystery. More importantly, the Terramachula displayed the ability to open cross-continental dimensional passages between their land and their base in Blantyre. This was not something Zack and Zorian wanted to make known, but proved to be utterly impossible to hide, given the scale of the operation. This information soon spread around like a wildfire throughout various spy agencies, especially ones based in Koth, who were immediately consumed by an intense desire to know everything possible about the situation. Amusingly, this included trying to track down information about the Imperial staff. They thought the Imperial artifacts were just historical curiosities, but since the Terramachula wanted the staff so badly, there had to be something special about it. Many people suddenly wanted to get their hands on the Imperial staff, or at least hoped to understand what sort of power their rivals would possess should they successfully claim the item. Zack and Zorian intended to steal the results of all such research near the end of the restart. Who knows, maybe the combined might of all these spy agencies would find something they had overlooked. The second thing that got people's attention, especially in Altazia, was intricate spell formula schematics, alchemical recipes, new spell compendiums and sensitive spy reports that started to surface all over the continent. Nobody knew who was responsible for this, how they had come up with all this in complete secrecy, or what their motives were, and it was completely unknown just how many people had received this assistance, considering many people had simply accepted their gifts quietly and set out to exploit them in secret. Finally, the gifts seemed to be most heavily concentrated in Eldamar, which was a huge concern for everyone around them. This caused a frenzy of speculation and activity across the continent, as people tried to figure out what this meant and how to hopefully take advantage of it. This was, of course, done by Zack and Zorian. They did it for a very simple reason, to muddy the waters and prevent their newly marked fellow time travelers from standing out too much. It was too much to expect all of them to behave themselves at all times or never make a blunder, especially in this first restart while they were still under heavy impression of their first repeat of the month. Introducing enough waves into their surroundings would hopefully keep most people too busy with other matters to pay attention to crazy stories of time-traveling academy professors and the like. Thus far, the idea seemed to be working, but it would remain to be seen if that would hold out until the end. This done, Zack and Zorian turned their attention to organizing the search for the Imperial staff in Blantyre. While the bulk of the job was done by Daimen and his men, it was a necessity for Zack and Zorian to get regularly involved. For one thing, the descriptions of the Imperial staff were vague and contradictory, so they were the only ones that could identify the staff with any degree of certainty, thanks to their ability to sense the presence of the key. Additionally, they were necessary for transporting people and supplies all over Blantyre, since they were the only ones that could easily open dimensional gates from one location to another. Zorian had been quietly hoping that the immense amount of resources they had mobilized in the search would provide quick results, but his hopes were soon dashed upon the rocks of reality. Finding the staff turned out to be much, much harder than finding a Bakura gate. The gates were rare and obscure, but fairly distinctive. The staff, on the other hand, was something incredibly common in Blantyre. The lizard men loved their staves, they were a popular symbol of authority, and virtually any lizardman ruler and priest had a staff to call their own. While this meant that the Imperial staff probably hadn't been thrown away and forgotten in some ancient treasury, it also meant that tracking it down was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The one saving grace was that the Imperial staff was free of most decorations, being just a plain piece of dark wood, whereas the lizard men liked to decorate their own staves with gems and feathers and whatnot. Then again, what was to stop the new owner from adding those things to the Imperial staff to pretty it up? Ugh. Influenced by such things, Zack and Zorian decided to approach Quatakikl for lessons again. Originally they wondered if they should skip their interaction with him in this particular restart, due to all the new time loopers suddenly walking around, but in the end they decided they would risk it. This time, the topic they chose was tracking magic and search spells. This was a relatively safe topic to ask about, and it might help them find the staff faster. A foolish hope, probably, considering the staff was immune to normal divination, just like all the other Imperial artifacts. However, Quatakikl was familiar with divine energies in a way that others couldn't match, so perhaps he knew of a way it could be done. The topic was also potentially useful in tracking down Red Robe once they were outside the time loop, and it might give them an answer about how Quatakikl had managed to detect their presence at the end of the previous restart. Zorian really wanted an answer to that last question, since he had thought his privacy wards were pretty much flawless at this point. It was really unfortunate that he had been unable to find out anything of worth when he broke through Quatakikl's mental defenses, Zorian thought gloomily. While he was extremely proficient at performing memory probes by now, that type of magic took a long time to really get going, and the ancient lich had given him very little time to work with before abandoning his body. He probably shouldn't have tried to find out where Quatakikl's phylactery was located. That kind of information was incredibly important and was thus bound to be guarded with the greatest possible zeal. He should have gone for something fairly mundane. Maybe Quatakikl would have been willing to risk things and spend more time struggling against his mental probe. At the moment, though, Zack and Zorian were in the time magic research facility beneath Cyoria. The two of them were disguised as adult agents of the Crown, and were having a private talk with Cranton Keklos, the head researcher and overseer of the facility. Cranton was slowly turning the Imperial orb in his hands, utterly fascinated with it. "You understand that we require your complete silence about this matter, don't you, Mr. Keklos?" Zorian asked him. The man suddenly looked up, a slightly confused look on his face. He had evidently been so absorbed in his study of the orb that he had lost track of time. Oh. Oh yes, I absolutely understand the need for secrecy, Cranton quickly said, nodding furiously. I assure you, me and my team are quite used to working on top-secret projects and dealing with potential leaks. He took another long look at the orb in his hands. This thing, it's absolutely amazing, he said, obvious admiration in his voice. I cannot put into words how glad I am to be given this honor. I hope you remember you are not being given this orb just to satisfy your personal curiosity, Zack said gruffly. He was playing the bad guy in their fake royal agent scheme. We have given you this honor because you are our nation's foremost expert on black rooms, and we hope you can turn this pocket dimension into the largest one yet. Can you do it or not? Yes, absolutely, Cranton said. While the volume of space inside is larger than anything we have ever done, the isolation from the outside world is also unprecedented. We can definitely turn this into a temporal dilation zone. Just? Zorian prompted. Well, this is a very ambitious undertaking you are proposing here, Cranton said, stumbling over the word slightly. Zorian could feel that, although Cranton was a little nervous, he was also determined to make the absolute most out of this opportunity he was presented with. To create this thing you are proposing, we would have to considerably expand the research facility and design whole new methods of black room construction. While I am sure we can do it eventually, the amount of time involved is not small. We are a very small team, man. You want more money, Zack said bluntly, cutting him off. And people, Cranton nodded. He seemed to sense this was important to them. In that case, he felt it was entirely appropriate to ask for increased commitment in terms of resources and available staff. Zorian did not answer verbally. He just reached into his jacket and handed Cranton a promissory note from one of the local banks. He could have brought actual cash too, of course, but he knew by now that government facilities like this rarely dealt with such things and that dumping large stacks of paper money on them would be a huge mistake. It would raise all sorts of red flags in their heads. Cranton wordlessly accepted the promissory note and glanced at it. He raised his eyebrow at the number printed on it. Zorian could tell he was appreciative, but not really impressed. This is just the initial sum to get you started, of course, Zorian said. You will get further funding once things actually start moving forward, as well as additional bonuses if the project is going particularly well. Of course, Cranton said, slightly more impressed. In regards to additional staff, that is a bit more complex, Zorian said. Due to the somewhat abrupt nature of this initiative, it will take at least a month before we can send some new people here on a permanent basis. That's fine, Cranton said easily. I can wait a month or several. Just be aware that the longer it takes for additional manpower to arrive, the more the project will stall. I wasn't finished, Zorian said, shaking his head. Although we cannot send people here officially, you will get several mages skilled in dimensionalism to help you move faster with the project. Specifically, the man would be getting Svim, Silverlake, Zack and Zorian. With their expertise in dimensionalism and with the research facility staff's experience in constructing black rooms, the project would hopefully result in something useful after a few restarts. Cranton didn't seem to like the idea, however. I don't like experts outside my authority coming here, telling me how to run things, he told them bluntly. Even if they're highly capable, they don't know the wider context of why we do things the way we do. They would just slow things down and create confusion. Are you the facility overseer or not? Zack challenged. Are you telling me that you cannot keep a couple of new arrivals in line or bring them up to speed in a timely manner? Cranton frowned at him, giving him a slightly angry look. These people are being sent here as help, Zorian said in a conciliatory tone. If, after talking to them, you feel they contribute nothing of worth to the project, you are free to send them away. Just remember that their help has already been factored into our projections on how long the project will take, Zack warned. Very well, Cranton said, a little unhappily. I shall give these people a chance, at least. We will see if they are as good as you say they are. It took them another hour to arrange everything. Zack and Zorian handed Cranton a whole stack of official documentation, which the man merely glanced at before handing it over to the rest of his staff. He evidently didn't even consider the idea that this was all just an elaborate ruse. Zorian hoped the people actually in charge of processing the documentation would be every bit as careless as their overseer, because many of the documents wouldn't stand up to detailed scrutiny. Well, Cranton eventually breathed out. This has certainly been a productive evening. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Actually, yes, Zorian nodded, handing the man another folder full of documents. There's been a change in regards to the group that is planned to take advantage of the next Black Room period. This wasn't how Zack and Zorian usually took over the Black Room beneath Cyoria when they wanted to use it. Normally they just disabled the true group and then showed up with bogus documents at the last possible moment, giving the facility staff little time to consider the issue. This time, however, they planned to bring an entire group with them. Thus, they had taken time to arrange things a little more thoroughly. Oh. The Reddens group decided to cancel their scheduled Black Room use? Cranton said, skimming through the folder. Strange, they were all so enthusiastic about the whole thing. He gave them a knowing look. He clearly knew there was some foul play involved here, but he probably thought it was the government bullying a group into dropping their claim rather than some kind of deception. He shook his head sadly, throwing the folder to the side. I'm curious, he said. This orb, the sudden changes in resource allocations and the like, are they related to these mysterious gifts I keep hearing about through the rumor mill? Ha! We aren't paid to ask those kind of questions, and neither are you, Zack told him grimly. But probably, added Zorian. Zack gave him a warning look in response. He was a pretty good actor, all things considered. Did he used to do this sort of thing a lot during past restarts or was he just a natural? Alright, I understand. Forget I asked, Cranton said, rising from his seat. I guess we should both get back to our jobs. When can I expect these experts of yours? 3 days from now, Zorian said. That should be enough to see if their ruse worked or not. We will also periodically drop by to check your progress and see if you need anything. Give me sufficient resources and I'll give you what you want, Cranton assured them. Zorian had no doubt about that. The real question was whether the results would come fast enough to be of any use. He also swore mentally that if Cranton really produced impressive results with what they've given him, he would find a way to reward him for it in the real world. Somehow. Break. In a typical restart, Zack and Zorian had a habit of holding meetings in all sorts of different places: parks, taverns, abandoned houses, houses under construction, tiny caves in the middle of the wilderness. They usually made a choice based on pure impulse and convenience. The novelty of holding a meeting in a new location was also a welcome reprieve from the soul-crushing sameness that dominated the time loop. Now, however, they had a lot more people participating in these kinds of meetings. This completely changed their usual dynamic. They couldn't decide these kinds of things on a whim anymore. They now had to find a space big enough to hold all of them in relative comfort and make sure everyone could gather there in a timely manner. Public places were pretty much out of consideration. A group of a dozen people of a variety of ages and occupations, plus some giant spiders, would turn heads wherever they went. Additionally, Ilsa got angry at them when they tried to arrange for a meeting in a cold, damp cave in the middle of uninhabited wilderness. Zorian didn't understand what the big deal was. The centipede that tried to climb up her leg was less than a finger thick and the bats didn't bother anyone, but afterwards everyone agreed to only hold meetings in actual buildings. Thus, the two of them eventually decided to just hold all the meetings at the Novita estate. The place had plenty of empty, spacious rooms and very good privacy wards already in place. Though Zack complained that was the boring choice, he agreed with Zorian that organizing meetings elsewhere was more trouble than it was worth. Thus, at this moment, there was a huge group of people gathered in one of the larger meeting rooms in the Novita estate. The actual meeting was already over by this point, but the group had not disbanded for the day. Instead they had mostly broken up into smaller groups that discussed things of mutual interest between themselves. In one corner, the emissary from the Filigree sages was having a loud and enthusiastic discussion with Nora Boole. The female spell formula teacher did not seem to mind that she was talking to a giant spider and instead relished the chance to discuss her field of study with a kindred soul. The Filigree sage's emissary, meanwhile, seemed immensely pleased to have found a human mage that was interested in their brand of spell formula. The two of them seemed completely oblivious to their surroundings and the passage of time, so consumed they were in their discussion. Not far from them, Alanik and Kiran had covered a table full of various maps and were staring at it in silence. Every once in a while they would point at a random spot on the map and speak a few curt words at each other before falling silent again. Zorian couldn't figure out anything from their brief, mysterious exchanges. In all likelihood, neither could anyone else. Everyone seemed to be giving them a wide berth. In the other corner, Zack was having a loud discussion with the emissary from the Luminous Advocates. This one was less friendly than the one between Nora Boole and the Filigree sage's emissary, though. Zack seemed to be trying to convince the Luminous Advocates to tutor him in mind magic, while the emissary was stubbornly pointing out that Zack wasn't psychic and that this would be a waste of time. Zorian suspected Zack would get his way in the end. Luminous Advocates were a lot less prideful with them after experiencing the time loop in person, and they now knew exactly how powerful Zack was. They knew they couldn't afford to piss him off, and Zack was unlikely to quit once he set his mind on something, so they would probably cave in eventually. Whether anything would come out of such a lesson was something Zorian was a lot less sure about. Not too far from them, a small group consisting of Kale, Taven, Lukav and Daimen was sorting through the various rare materials Zack and Zorian gathered and exchanging stories. The talk seemed to be pretty mundane, focusing on amusing anecdotes and such. One of the tables was completely monopolized by Silverlake, poring over their documents related to their study of the Abasin Gate. Zorian was pretty surprised at her behavior in this restart, in all honesty. She seemed far more enthusiastic and open about helping them now. It was interesting how dramatically she changed once she experienced the time loop with her own eyes. Finally, there was Zorian. Like Silverlake, he wasn't really interacting with anyone at the moment. Instead, he was inspecting a table full of divine artifacts that they had stolen for study. He had never made any progress in figuring out these things, but he certainly wasn't about to give up. Especially since Quetzalcoatl had given them definite confirmation that it was possible to at least detect divine energies with regular magic. Eventually his solitude was broken by Svim, who walked up to his table and sat down on the chair next to him. He looked faintly displeased. "Problems?" Zorian asked. "I have a newfound appreciation for the amount of patience you and Mr. Novita possess," he said blandly. "I've just spent the entire morning marking down a stack of student homework that was absolutely identical to what I had already done in the previous restart and realized this would happen a lot." An unpleasant realization. "Ha," Zorian said. "You can always just ignore it." Svim shook his head. "That would go against my professional pride," he said. "Just as I demand dedication from my students, I demand the same from myself. A little thing like this should not break me. I shall treat it as personal tempering, I suppose." "I see," Zorian said, nodding. "I suppose you'd be quite a hypocrite if, after subjecting your students to such an infuriating initial treatment, you ended up losing your patience after only a handful of repeating months." Svim hummed in response, not giving a verbal response. He glanced at the divine artifacts Zorian was inspecting. "You realize, I'm sure, that no one has ever managed to figure out how divine artifacts actually work?" Svim asked. "Of course," Zorian said. "But very few people had the opportunity to take one apart over and over again as a method of study." "Still, I'm surprised you're wasting time on this," Svim remarked. "Wouldn't it be wiser to spend more time on time loop-related things?" "I would actually classify this as very much a time loop-related thing," Zorian answered. "The time loop clearly works at least partially with the help of divine energies. Who's to say they aren't involved with our markers?" "Oh?" Svim asked, suddenly more interested. "It's just baseless speculation," Zorian said. "But I've been thinking about what Red Robe could possibly have that other past controllers didn't that would allow him to break the limitations placed on temporary markers, and the most likely answer I've come up with is Quetzalcoatl. I suspect divine energies are involved with the marker somehow, and that the reason Red Robe had been able to alter it is because he had Quetzalcoatl's help. His method of perceiving and possibly modifying divine energies may have allowed him to tamper with the marker in ways that are impossible to us, in which case our efforts to understand and modify the marker are doomed to fail right from the very start." "I hope you are not right about that," Svim said after a short pause. "Quetzalcoatl has been alive for centuries. Who knows how long it took him to develop such capabilities?" Zorian had nothing to say to that. 88. Mysterious Ways. Chapter 088 Mysterious Ways. With the palace orb handed to the time magic researchers for study and experimentation, Princess had temporarily lost her home. They weren't going to leave her in there while the researchers tinkered with the pocket dimension. That would probably end in tragedy, and they still needed her to intimidate the Solrotham tribes into allying with them, anyway. Although Princess herself was not particularly heartbroken about being away from the orb, the situation did make moving her around a bit of a chore. She couldn't live in the desert. While she could tolerate dry areas, she needed plenty of water to rest in. Thus, Zack and Zorian mostly kept her deep in the Kothic wilderness, where she was happily terrorizing the jungle wildlife, and used dimensional portals to move her where they needed her. Thankfully, while Princess was huge, she was also serpentine in build and very flexible. She could squeeze herself through surprisingly small openings. However, this still meant Zack and Zorian had to expand their dimensional gates to far greater sizes than they typically used, greatly increasing casting time and mana costs involved. Princess did have her own, divinely granted teleportation abilities. They had experimented with them somewhat, trying to see if the Hydra had underutilized her gifts somehow, but they were disappointed in the end. Her teleportation powers were exactly what they appeared to be, a short-range teleport ability that Princess could use for entering and leaving the palace orb, as well as tactical positioning during battles. It was incapable of transporting her across large distances. The logistics of Hydra transport aside, their alliance building was moving along extremely well. The Solrotham tribes they were visiting were both less secure and less prosperous than the Ziggurat tribe. Their settlements had no defensive wards, they had no guardian beast on the level of the divinely touched sandworm, and their equipment was far shoddier than what Zack and Zorian were used to. Thus, when a pair of powerful human mages came to them, riding on a gigantic 8-headed hydra and handing out gifts, none of them dared to simply snub them. Not all of them were eager to work with them, but all of them at least agreed to hear them out. It helped that this time they had brought an actual Solrotham language specialist to translate for them. The bearded, middle-aged man had only agreed to work with them after Zack and Zorian used Nialu and her family connections to guarantee their trustworthiness, but he had been worth the trouble. Not only was he proficient in the hand language that Solrotham normally used for their communication with humans, he even understood some of their native clicking and buzzing that they used to talk to each other, though he couldn't actually speak it, of course. Curiously, the man was completely non-magical. Ibak, as he was called, claimed that spells were of little help to him in his job. They only put the Solrotham on edge, as many of them were wary of talking to mages. The devil wasps had great difficulty distinguishing spell chants from mundane conversations, so any time a known spellcaster started speaking they would be viewed with great suspicion. At the moment, Zack, Zorian, Ibak and Princess were approaching another of the Solrotham tribes for recruitment. This one was particularly underwhelming, however, and Zorian privately wondered if they should even bother. The settlement was just a series of circular holes dug into a cliff, and Zorian had seen enough of such places by now to estimate the number of Solrotham living there. The tribe probably had less than 100 members total. Since the group had done nothing to mask their approach and Princess was very eye-catching, the Solrotham scouts had long since spotted them and the entire tribe was a nervous hive of activity. This allowed Zorian to take a look at the decorations and weapons the group was sporting, and he was not impressed with what he was seeing. Why are all these tribes so much worse than the Ziggurat one? Zack asked out loud. He probably did not expect an answer, but surprisingly Ibak had an answer. Because of the dungeon access, Ibak said. Zack and Zorian shot him curious looks, not really understanding. While humans like to build their cities on top of accessible dungeon layers, most other species do not, as their less sophisticated magical expertise makes them less capable of dealing with creatures crawling out of the dungeon on the regular basis, Ibak clarified. The Solrotham living in the Ziggurat of the Sun are an exception, probably because of the giant sandworm you mentioned. The creature probably allowed them to reshape their local underground the same way human communities do, letting them exploit the place in relative safety. The other tribes do not have that, and thus appear underwhelming in comparison. Zack said thoughtfully. I guess that sandworm is even more important than we thought. The wasps really lucked out with that thing. Before anyone could continue the discussion, Princess released a warbling cry and pointed one of her heads towards a spot on the horizon where a group of Solrotham was flying towards them. Zorian frowned at the sight. He wasn't surprised that Princess had noticed them before anyone else. She had 8 pairs of eyes and was intensely vigilant by nature, but the direction they were coming from and their numbers were unexpected. They were coming from their left, rather than the Solrotham settlement in front of them, and there were 12 Solrotham in the approaching group. An emissary from a different tribe? Zorian guessed. He doubted the tiny settlement in front of them would send out a hunting party as large as this, and if they did, the group would first enter their home to consult with their elders before confronting them. Probably, Zack said. I hope this becomes a thing in the future. This would go so much smoother if the surrounding tribes started coming to us instead of the other way around. As they grew closer to Princess and the humans accompanying her, the Solrotham group eventually slowed down and landed in the area in front of them. The Solrotham chose a spot that was a fair distance away from their own, trying to make their entrance seem less threatening, but in the end they did effectively block their path and Princess instantly became outraged at the temerity of these newcomers. If Zack hadn't hurriedly calmed her down, she would have already been charging at them, heads roaring a battle cry. In the end the two groups silently agreed to meet in the middle and negotiate. Zack, Zorian and Ibak ordered Princess to stay in the back and loom over the meeting threateningly, while the apparent Solrotham leader took 2 bodyguards with him and ordered the rest to similarly stay in the back and look intimidating. Zorian was kind of biased, but he felt that Princess decidedly won the aggressive posturing competition. For the next 10 minutes, Ibak and the Solrotham leader exchanged words while Zorian took the chance to study the group that sought them out. They were pretty impressive by Solrotham standards, he realized. They were all armed with iron spears and decorated with plenty of war paint, trinkets and various magical charms. The only person that wasn't armed was their leader, who carried a plethora of metal rings and chains but no weapons. He also had a particularly large number of charm bundles hanging off of him, some of which actually looked like they might be doing something. Zorian immediately pegged him as a priest. After a while the talking died down and Ibak turned to them awkwardly. Zorian could immediately tell that he didn't have good news for them, though the Solrotham themselves remained non-aggressive. Curious. What is it? Zack prompted. This group here comes from the Ziggurat of the Sun, Ibak said slowly. Oh. He did think those spears were kind of familiar. However, weapons like that were hardly unique to the Ziggurat tribe, so he thought nothing of it. They know we want to attack them, huh? Zack mused out loud. It wasn't that unexpected, Zorian supposed. It wasn't like they were being low-key in their alliance building. Quite the opposite, really. With that in mind, it was probably inevitable that the Ziggurat tribe would detect their plans long before the actual attack was executed. Since their goal was to lure the high priest out of the Ziggurat and not to catch the Solrotham by surprise, this wasn't something they cared much about. Still, they hadn't expected the Ziggurat tribe to seek them out for a friendly chat. Try to ambush them, maybe, but not this. Yes, Ibak confirmed. They want to know what it would take for you to call your attack off. What, no threats? Zack asked curiously. No, said Ibak, shaking his head. Just questions about your motives. Not that I know much about that myself, of course. Zack ignored the accusatory tone in Ibak's last sentence. While he probably wouldn't betray them to the Solrotham, it wouldn't make them look any less crazy or mysterious if they told him they were doing all this for a magic ring. How do they know we don't want to simply take away their ziggurat? Zack asked. Ask them that. Are you trying to start a fight with them? Ibak asked incredulously. I want to see how they react, Zack said. Just do it. Ibak muttered something that sounded like a curse in his native language and then started conversing with the Solrotham priest again. Interestingly, the Solrotham did not visibly react to the question at all. It wasn't long before Ibak turned to them again. They say 3 of us are not enough for that, Ibak said. That you would have brought an army with you if you wanted to occupy something. The Solrotham priest made another series of hand gestures. They think you want something smaller. Something portable. They acknowledge your strength but wonder if a trade wouldn't be preferable to bloodshed. What we want they would never trade away, Zorian said, shaking his head. Should they tell them they were after the ring? No, that might make it harder to lure the high priest out of the ziggurat later, but maybe he would actually agree to hand it to them if he thought it would ward off a catastrophic attack on his tribe. The ring was important, but it wasn't like they were asking him to hand over the sandworm control dagger or something. Tell them this is not something they are qualified to negotiate about, Zack suddenly said. We want to talk to their high priest. Zorian raised his eyebrow at Zack. Did he really think it would be that easy? A furious exchange of hand gestures occurred between Ibak and the Solrotham priest, after which Ibak turned to them again. They say they are also not qualified to bring strangers before their elders, Ibak said. They are here merely to find out what you're after and if the conflict can be averted. After that, they will report back to their tribe and receive further orders. They say meeting the leaders of the tribe may be possible, but you have to give them something to bring back if you wish for that to happen. Zack and Zorian looked at each other briefly. A quiet exchange of telepathic communication occurred between them and they quickly came to an agreement. I guess that makes sense, Zack admitted out loud. Zorian reached into his pocket and retrieved a metal watch from it. Using a quick alteration spell, he melted the portion of the casing and shaped it into a replica of the Imperial ring before handing it over to Ebak. "Tell them to hand this over to the High Priest as our response," Zorian said. "He'll understand," Zack added. Ebak raised his eyebrow at them but did as he was told. The Solrotham priest hesitantly accepted the ring, turning it in his chitinous hands. He seemed rather dubious about the explanation he was given, staring at both Zack and Zorian with his large faceted eyes in a searching manner, antennae nervously twitching in all directions. After a while, he carefully placed the replica ring in one of the many leather pouches hanging off his body and nodded to them in a very human manner. He then waved towards his bodyguards, signaling they were done here. Apparently he realized this was all he would be getting out of them. A few minutes later the entire Solrotham group lifted into the air again and rapidly flew away in the same direction they came from. The humans silently watched their retreat for a while, before Ebak decided to speak up. "You brats are too damn mysterious about everything," he groused. "I don't even know why I agreed to this." "You're getting paid handsomely for this," Zack pointed out. "Yet I'm still starting to regret this," Ebak said. He looked towards the Solrotham settlement in the distance. "Incidentally, there is another group of Solrotham incoming. This time from the settlement we were going to visit before we got interrupted by this one." Zorian looked towards the settlement and noticed that Ebak was correct. The local Solrotham did not dare interrupt the Ziggurat tribe emissaries while they were talking to Zorian and others, but now that they were gone, they seemed to be hurriedly assembling their own emissary group to intercept them. "Are we still going to talk to them about allying against the Ziggurat tribe?" Ebak asked. "I don't see why not," Zack said, shrugging. "There is no guarantee that the High Priest will accept our message in good grace. If we thought it would be that simple to get what we want, we wouldn't have started down this path to begin with. We'll keep gathering forces, putting pressure on him while he considers what to do." Break. Neither Zack nor Zorian really thought the High Priest would capitulate and hand them the ring without a fight. On the contrary, they felt sure it would make their task of eventually obtaining the ring far harder in this restart. However, on the off chance it did work, it would be pretty much an ideal solution to obtaining the ring in future restarts. Thus, they decided to give it a try anyway. They didn't expect to be approached by the same emissary group the very next day, inviting them to the Ziggurat to talk with the High Priest. Ebak cautioned them against accepting the offer. "It was an obvious trap," he said. However, Zack and Zorian did not care. Even if the meeting was just an excuse to ambush them, they still had to go. They were far more powerful than either Ebak or the Solrotham High Priest realized, and were unlikely to die. As long as they met the High Priest face to face and he had the ring on him, they would get what they wanted, one way or another. Unfortunately, Ebak adamantly refused to follow them into the Ziggurat, calling them suicidal fools. Zorian understood the man's attitude. Ebak couldn't possibly know just how capable he and Zack really were, so his concerns were well warranted. However, this didn't make things any less frustrating and the argument was rapidly becoming heated. The Ziggurat tribe emissary calmly observed the argument for a few minutes before casting some sort of spell. Both Zack and Zorian instantly became wary, but it quickly became obvious that the Solrotham priest was casting magic on himself. The spell was far lengthier and ritualized than what Zorian was used to when dealing with human and Iranian mages, involving nearly a minute of buzzing and gesturing, and at the end of it the Solrotham priest burned a handful of scented materials as some kind of offering to the heavens. An entirely superfluous gesture as far as Zorian could tell, not impacting the spellcasting results at all. This done, the emissary straightened himself up and faced them again. "The fight, unnecessary," he declared with a somewhat distorted but perfectly understandable human voice. "Talk, still possible. No need to pressure companion." Zack and Zorian stared at the Solrotham for a while before Zack spoke up again. "You could have done this right from the start and you let us talk through a translator all this time," he asked. The Solrotham's antenna twitched nervously as he tried to decipher Zack's words. He clearly has only a rudimentary knowledge of Icosian tongue, Ibak said in an exasperated manner. It makes perfect sense for him to prefer conversing with me, using more familiar hand gestures, than bothering with this. My speech, poor, the emissary added. High priest, much better. Will be enough until we reach temple. After some more discussion, Zack and Zorian agreed to leave Ibak and followed the Solrotham back to the ziggurat. Despite their worries, they were not attacked at any point in the journey, not even when they entered the ziggurat itself. Instead, the emissary dutifully led them through the empty corridors and straight into the temple, where the high priest and his honor guard waited for them. Zorian was honestly a little surprised. The Solrotham had actually brought them in front of their high priest, just as they had promised. Sure, the room was also packed full of heavily armed guards and several lesser priests, but it did not seem like they were walking into an ambush. The Solrotham were tense and agitated, but they did not move to attack them. The high priest stood proudly in front of the huge sacred fire that served as the heart of the temple. Situated at the top of a large stone dais, the fire illuminated the entire place in a dull orange glow. The air was uncomfortably hot and dry, even though Zack and Zorian had spent their time traveling through a scorching desert just before coming here. From his elevated position, the Solrotham high priest silently stared down on them, his multifaceted eyes unblinkingly studying their every move. A deathly, uncomfortable silence soon descended on the scene. For several minutes, the two sides simply stood in their spots without making a move. Even Zack remained patient and unmoving, reluctant to make the first move. Finally, the high priest seemed to reach a decision. He reached towards one of his hands and removed a familiar ring from it. He then placed it on his palm and thrust it towards them decisively. Take it, he said. His voice was deep and resonant, and echoed dramatically throughout the room. Just like that? Zack asked curiously. You do not want it? The high priest asked. We want it, Zack said. I'm just a little surprised by your behavior. I mirror your sentiments, human, the high priest declared. I, too, am a little surprised by your behavior. If you wanted the ring, why did you not just come here and ask for it? Why bother with the hostilities? Zack looked at him like he was stupid. What are you talking about? Zorian said. Are you saying you'd have given us the ring if we had simply walked in here and asked you to? Of course, the high priest said. We are children of angels. What child dares defy its parents? The angels, repeated Zorian confusingly. The high priest stared at them silently for a few seconds. As I thought, he said, lowering the hand that held the ring. You do not know. No, we really don't, Zack freely admitted. What are you talking about? Have you tried to contact the angels recently? The high priest asked. Zorian raised an eyebrow at him. What a ridiculous idea. As if anyone could just contact the angels to have a friendly chat of something. Besides, the spirit world cannot be contacted at the moment, Zorian said. Ah, so you do know that much at least, the high priest said, his antennae waving in the air lazily. Good. Just before the angels fell silent, they graced us with their presence and gave us a warning. They said that in the coming month, a powerful human mage may arrive here and ask for the ring. If that were to happen, we are to simply hand it over without struggle. Zack and Zorian stayed silent, digesting the explanation. Angel specifically instructed the Solrotham to hand over the ring to them. Well, to the time loop controller, really. To Zack. Did that mean that angels were the ones to give Zack the marker? It would certainly explain how Zack could have gotten a divine blessing when such things were supposed to be all but extinct in modern times. Why would the angels tell you to do such a thing? Zack frowned. I don't know, the high priest said, cocking his head to the side like a curious bird. You should tell me. Well, did they actually give you a description of this powerful human mage? Zack asked agitatedly. Did they leave some kind of message for him? No descriptions, no message, the high priest responded curtly. However, they did assure us not to worry about the loss of the ring. They said, that in the end, the loss would be just a temporary matter. Before Zack and Zorian could say anything else, the high priest threw the ring at them. Zack caught it in his hand and inspected it. However, that was largely pointless. Zorian could tell through his marker that the ring was genuine, and so could Zack. The heavens instruct, the children obey, the high priest stated. You have what you came here for. You may leave now. This was apparently the end of the meeting, because then the regular priests soon came to them, and politely but insistently ushered them out of the ziggurat. Break. Somewhere in the jungles of Blantyre, not far from the coast, was an unremarkable dirt trail made by the local lizard men. This was normally a quiet and rarely used road, but today this sleepy peace was shattered by an entire group of humans loudly and messily trudging through the region. Though sheer manpower and powerful magic, they cut down the vegetation that threatened to overgrow the path and continued inexorably towards their destination. This was Daimen and his personal team looking for rumors about the Imperial staff. This time, Zack and Zorian had decided to tag along with them for a while. It had been 4 days since they had managed to obtain the Imperial ring from the Solrotham, and they were still somewhat under the impression of what they had heard in the ziggurat. They didn't know what to think about the whole incident. Clearly the angels were aware that the time loop was going to be activated and took at least some precautions in regards to that. Did that mean they were behind the whole thing? Zack certainly did not remember even talking to an angel, much less receiving any sort of instructions from them. Of course, it was possible that Red Robe was responsible for that, having erased Zack's memory of that for some reason, but then one couldn't help but ask why they didn't plan for that possibility and leave a message for him through one of their other servants. The ring situation proved they were both capable and willing to make such contingencies when it suited them, so why not for other things as well? There were no easy answers for that. Even Alanik admitted that this sort of thing did not make much sense to him, though he did not seem to be too disturbed. The angels work in mysterious ways, he said, since they labor under many limitations and restrictions placed on them by the gods. Many times they simply couldn't do the logical thing, or even tell you why they are acting the way they do. One just had to have faith that they knew what they were doing and not rely on them too much. Well, at least this way they had a trivially easy way of recovering the Imperial ring. See, I told you Princess was the solution. Zack said, spinning the Imperial ring on his finger. This is not how you expected things to go and we both know it, Zorian told him firmly. He looked over to the side where Kerma was fiddling with the brand new divination compass Zorian had made for her. So, what do you think? She didn't answer for a moment, opting to instead cast a quick series of divinations through the device before turning it in her hands a few more times. Like her old one, it was flower-shaped and made of metal, but with a much denser array of spell formula. Zorian was pretty sure his work was a massive improvement on what she had been working with up until now, but high-level diviners were finicky and what worked for him might not necessarily work for her. Very impressive, she finally concluded. A bit bigger and heavier than I'm used to, but I can work with this. It feels a little weird to accept something this valuable for free, though. Free? Torin scoffed from their side. One of the floating eyeballs that followed him swiveled towards them while Torin simply kept scanning the jungle canopy for something. He had a bad habit of not looking people in the eye while talking to them, letting his floating eyeballs maintain eye contact instead. He's had all of us searching an entire continent worth of jungle for a straightened piece of wood without having to pay us a single thing. It was about time he started handing out gifts. That's not very fair, Kerma protested. We're also doing this for ourselves, not just for him. And I'm paying plenty of money to make this happen, Zorian pointed out. Fake time loop money, Torin said dismissively. Doesn't count. Also, why don't I get a gift? Taven suddenly asked, having snuck up to them from behind while they were taking. Seriously, Zorian, you're handing out expensive gifts to strange women, but you don't have anything for your old pal Taven? Shame on you. Zorian looked at her, amused. He'd thought she was still busy gawking at the jungle sights, since this was the first time she had ever stepped foot in one, but apparently she had calmed down a little and decided to seek him out. Kerma gave Taven a less friendly look, since she apparently didn't like being labeled a strange woman out of the blue. My gift to you is taking you with me to Blantyre, even though you have no useful skills for the mission and no wilderness survival experience, Zorian told her blandly. I guess that's true, she laughed nervously. I really do appreciate it, though. Traveling to exotic lands, searching for ancient artifacts, this sort of expedition is exactly what I hope to one day experience. It's great. It's just too bad I can't put this on my job profile or something. She was entirely too giddy about the whole thing. On one hand, it was kind of annoying to have her dance around the whole group like an excited little girl. On the other hand, it kind of made him glad he had agreed to bring her along, since this clearly meant so much to her. At least she wasn't defenseless. The one time she had walked into a patch of carnivorous plants, she burned them all to ashes before anyone had even realized what had happened. Her inexperience aside, she was a decent combat mage. Eventually, the group soon reached their destination, a small lizardmen village where they would supposedly find a reclusive sage that knew everything about the history of the region. While the everything was almost certainly an exaggeration, there was probably some sort of basis for his reputation, right? Right. The village was a humble one, with tiny houses made out of mud and straw. There was a river right next to it, and most of the adult villagers were currently busy tending to their boats, which they dragged onto the shore for easier handling. The children were either shuttling tools and materials between various work groups or chasing each other and play fighting while their parents shouted something vaguely threatening at them. Probably telling them to stop messing around or demanding they get out of the way if they wouldn't help. Their arrival caused a small commotion in the group, but they were mostly curious rather than wary. Most lizardmen never saw a human in their entire life, Zorian had learned, so they did not know what to expect of them. Since the group was accompanied by lizardmen guides hired in the nearby city-state and no one in the group carried an obvious weapon like a spear or a club, the villagers were not particularly frightened of them. Annoyingly, this meant that some of the braver children tried to examine them closer or even touch them. One of them specifically picked Zorian as a target, probably because he was one of the shorter humans present, and kept asking him something while poking him. Lizardmen language sounded nothing like normal lizard hissing. It was more like a high-pitched, warbling bird song. Zorian understood none of it, but by peering into the kid's mind and listening to the snickering explanation of their lizardmen guides, he managed to puzzle out that the child was asking him if he was a fairy. He hated this village already. In any case, the group eventually set up a small camp just outside the village, with most of the group just idling around while the leaders of the village exchanged gifts with daimon and went through various ceremonial gestures. The whole procedure was annoyingly lengthy, but apparently necessary. The reclusive sage they wanted to talk with was normally, well, reclusive. He wouldn't deign to meet most people, but perhaps if they could convince the village elders to put in a good word for them, he might give them a chance. Zorian was currently sitting on one of the cut-down logs on the outskirts of the village, watching some of the lizardmen children fight the animated mud person he had created out of the ground to distract them from himself. Although the mud construct had the size and strength comparable to an adult human, the truth was that humans were notably smaller and weaker than lizardmen. Their vaguely crocodilian frames were wider and larger than human ones, and their skin was covered in tough leathery scales. Thus, even though the mud construct's enemies were mere children, it was still being gradually overpowered. This was pretty much how Zorian had intended it to be, however. He didn't really want to hurt the little brats, even if they were loud, grabby, and generally annoying. Not far from him, some enterprising lizardman woman had come to try and peddle her crafts and trinkets to the gathered humans, trying to exchange pottery and necklaces made out of colorful stones for metal tools and fabrics. She was currently negotiating with one of the female members of the group, each of them loudly talking at one another, even though neither spoke the other's language. He took off his glasses and started obsessively cleaning them. Damn it, when was this damn meeting going to end? "Why so impatient?" asked a voice beside him. "It is good to sit down from time to time and appreciate the simpler things in life." His heart skipped a beat when the voice started talking. He turned towards the source of the voice, shocked to find that there was suddenly a strange lizard man sitting next to him. And he did mean, suddenly. The lizard man did not register at all on Zorian's mind sense and seemingly materialized out of nowhere when he started talking. He was also very, very weird looking. An intricate pattern of blue and white lines was painted over his whole body, and he wore what seemed to be a massive deer skull over the top of his head. A multitude of bone armbands, necklaces and ankle bands decorated his limbs and neck. Resting horizontally on his lap was a gnarled wooden staff with a huge pearl attached on top of it. His posture and appearance gave the impression of someone old and worn down, eyes half closed, scales cracked and faded in places, his posture hunched and drooping. Despite that, he inspired a faint feeling of terror in Zorian, who couldn't understand how he had been able to sneak up on him so easily. "I hear you've been looking for me," the lizard man said. He was speaking fluent Icosian, which was kind of interesting but way down the list of questions Zorian wanted answered at the moment. "What? Oh, you're the sage we wanted to speak with," Zorian realized. "Indeed," the lizard man said, fiddling with one of the bone armbands while watching the children play with Zorian's mud construct. "I dislike this kind of attention, so I decided to just meet with one of you and be done with it." Zorian looked around and realized no one seemed to be paying attention to his conversation with the weird lizard man that had showed up out of nowhere. "Only you can see and hear me," he said casually. This was such bullshit. "Why did you pick me out of everyone else present?" Zorian asked with a small frown. "I like you," he said. "You took the time to play with the children. Don't you remember what I said earlier? It is good to sit down from time to time and appreciate the simpler things in life." Zorian looked at him incredulously, not sure if the lizard man was being serious or not. He had only made that toy so the children would let him rest in peace. "How did you sneak up on me?" Zorian couldn't help but ask. "I'm old," the lizard man said, tapping the staff in his lap with his scaly, clawed fingers. "Ancient. It's natural to have a couple of secrets." He did not offer to explain any further and Zorian did not press him. The staff was probably some kind of divine artifact. Zorian checked it out with his marker, just in case it was the one they were after. It wasn't. "What did you seek me out for?" the lizard man asked, his half-closed eye focusing more firmly on him. Zorian quickly described the origin and probable appearance of the staff to the old lizard man. The sage patiently listened to his explanation, saying nothing. He said nothing for nearly 15 minutes, seemingly lost in thought. Occasionally he whistled to himself softly in the native lizardman tongue, tapping on his various bone ornaments and drawing some kind of simple geometric diagrams in dirt. Zorian patiently waited for the lizard man to come to his senses again, not daring to interrupt his musings. Unfortunately, when the sage finally turned to him again, he did not have a favorable answer for him. "I cannot remember anything that would help you in your quest," the lizard man said, shaking his head sadly. The various bone necklaces hanging from his neck clinked softly at the movement. Zorian sighed. "So much for that. However," the lizard man continued, "I have an idea where you might look for more knowledge on the matter, if you feel brave enough. This staff, it is a very valuable thing, yes?" "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "There is a particularly loathsome dragon mage terrorizing our people throughout the entire region and beyond," the sage said. "I don't know her name, but our people refer to her as the Violet-Eyed Disaster, the Covetous One or Typhoon. For centuries she has preyed upon our communities, snatching away any item that catches her fancy and killing anyone that tried to bar her way. Many important artifacts have been lost to her. If this staff of yours is as important as it seems, she has probably tried to find it and knows a thing or two about its whereabouts. Perhaps, it may already be in her possession." Zorian gave the lizard man an unamused look. An infamous dragon mage? There were few things in the world more dangerous than that, feeling brave indeed. Still, the old guy's logic was sound and the idea was worth checking out. Didn't Zack already demonstrate the ability to kill Oganj, who was similarly an infamous dragon mage? So what do you? Zorian began to speak, only to realize the old lizard man was no longer there. He waved his hand through the air where the sage had been sitting next to him, but hit only empty space. Groaning audibly, Zorian wandered off to find Zack and Daimen to inform them that arranging the meeting with the sage was no longer necessary. Break. Zorian woke up with a panicked scream as an endless deluge of ice-cold water poured on top of his head as he slept. Stumbling and flailing around in panic, he tried to jump out of bed, but the wet fabric clung to him and made him trip. He tumbled awkwardly to the floor, frantically trying to rub the water out of his eyes while searching for his glasses. When he had finally come to his senses and looked around, he found Kiriel pressed into a corner of the room by the door, a large bucket clutched tightly in her hands. There was still water dripping from it onto the floor. "Kiriel, what the hell are you doing?" Zorian shouted incredulously. She stumbled, pacing nervously while clutching the bucket in her hands tightly. "I was trying to make you assume your true form." Zorian looked at her like she was crazy. Actually, scratch that, she was crazy. "True form?" he asked her. "What the hell are you on about? You just dumped a bucket of cold water on my head in the middle of the night." "I read in the book that doppelgangers assume their true forms if you surprise them while they're sleeping," she said. "So, if you dump water on them when they're deep asleep, they'll drop their disguise and assume their true form." Zorian stared at her, unable to believe her explanation. "You think I'm a face changer?" Zorian asked her in a calm voice. "Why, you aren't acting like the Zorian I know," she said while staring at the ground and refusing to look at him. "You have all these friends all of a sudden, you didn't get angry at all when Amaya asked you about Daiman and, you're way too nice to me." Zorian sighed and ran his hand through his wet hair to get it out of his eyes. He looked at the closed door, confused as to why the entire house hadn't woken up by now because of all the shouting, but then he remembered he had put pretty strong privacy wards on the room. "If you thought I was a doppelganger, you should have at least gotten someone to back you up when confronting me," Zorian told her. He made a couple of gestures and pressed his hands against his chest, evaporating most of the water out of his clothes. "You're too good at magic, too," Kiriel added. "That's another thing that's weird. But, you didn't change forms, so I guess you really are Zorian." Zorian debated the merits of using an illusion to seemingly morph into some kind of grotesque monster right at that moment, but immediately discarded it as too cruel. As much as he wanted to rage and get back at her, she had good reasons for pulling off this stupid stunt. He was getting entirely too careless around her, it seemed. "Yes, I really am Zorian," he told her in an exasperated tone. He took the bucket from her hands and lifted her up before marching back to his bed and plopping her right on top of it. "Right on top of the wet part, that is." "Why?" she protested, immediately jumping off the bed and inspecting her suddenly wet behind. "Punishment," Zorian said pitilessly. "You did say I was too nice to you, no?" She gave him an angry look but said nothing. "Anyway," he said. "I suppose I can tell you a little bit about what's going on and why things are so weird right now." Break. Time marched on. The search for the staff in Blantyre, the research on pocket dimensions and other points of interest, the training of people with the aid of black rooms and nigh limitless resources, as the restarts started to accumulate, these and other projects started to gradually bear fruit. Just like that, another 5 restarts had passed. 89, Victory. Chapter 089 Victory. It was a peaceful summer day in the great northern forest. The vegetation was vibrantly green and thriving, colorful flowers covered the forest meadows, the songbirds were seemingly competing to see which one of them was louder and shriller than the next, and strange insects were flying through the air. While the vast expanse of trees that covered the northern portion of the Altasian continent was usually portrayed as a dark and foreboding place, crawling with dangerous monsters and hidden dangers, the truth is that the area could be quite beautiful and breathtaking. One just had to be strong enough to survive the challenges and travel the land unchecked. Zorian, Taven and Kale were definitely strong enough. Not just because Zorian was present in the group either. Taven and Kale had gone through 5 whole loops by now, each of which included additional time in the Black Rooms. They'd had nearly an entire year to improve their magic, backed by nearly unlimited resources and top-tier tutors. Even Kale, who spent most of that time focusing on alchemy, was now capable of at least defending himself from common threats. As for Taven, she was a combat magic specialist to begin with. Her power was probably equal to an average professional combat mage at this point. She even had real combat experience, since she insisted on fighting the Abasan invaders at the end of every restart and often participated in minor battles that Damon's team stumbled upon while exploring Blantyre. Even if Zorian decided to stand back and let the other two fend for themselves, there was very little in the forest around them that could threaten them. Currently, the 3 of them were resting on a large boulder in one of the forest clearings and playing a game of cards. It was just something to pass the time while they rested their feet. They had been wandering the forest for hours before stumbling upon the clearing, and it looked so perfect for a temporary camp they decided to take a bit of a break. They didn't intend to stay here for very long. As Zorian pondered his next move, he felt Taven, subtly, try to take a peek at his cards with a spying spell. Zorian was proud for her for expanding her horizons beyond flashy combat magic, but that didn't stop him from reflexively crushing her magic into nothingness before giving her a knowing smile. She pouted for a moment, before remembering she was supposed to act like she didn't know anything and schooling her expression into one of indifference. Kale silently observed the scene from the side before shaking his head in amusement, probably guessing what had happened. Zorian suspected Taven had tried to use the same trick on Kale as well, though he had no idea if the Morlock boy had managed to stop her, or even noticed her cheating. Then again, Kale didn't seem to take the card game very seriously. He seemed to be playing mindlessly, uncaring of how likely he is to win. Zorian supposed this sort of attitude made perfect sense, since this was supposed to be just a nice relaxing game with no stakes, but it faintly annoyed him anyway. Zorian himself didn't try to cheat, of course. That would suck the joy out of the whole activity, since it would be so trivial for him to succeed. He simply immersed himself in the game while listening to the sounds of the wilderness around them. His legs throbbed in pain, unused to the level of activity he was engaging in, but he had kind of gotten used to that by now. Even with the aid of potions and mind magic, the beginning of every restart involved Zorian being in a constant state of dull pain because he lived far more actively than he had before the time loop. Hopefully that wouldn't have any long-term mental effects on him once he was out of the time loop. He was broken out of his thoughts by a loud crunching sound. Looking to the side, he saw Kale with a large yellow root stuffed in his mouth. Taven gave Kale a strange, possibly disapproving look. "What?" Kale complained, chewing loudly. The sound it produced reminded Zorian of someone eating a raw carrot. "How can you eat that thing?" she asked him. "It's really tasty," he told her matter-of-factly. "It's a wild root you washed in a nearby river," she protested. "That cannot possibly be safe or hygienic. Plus, I can smell it from here and it doesn't smell like something you should be eating." Kale gave her a challenging look before biting into the root again and chewing even louder. Zorian pretended to study his cards while inwardly chuckling in amusement. Personally, he wasn't worried about Kale in the slightest. Although the Morlock was the weakest of the 3 in terms of combat strength, he was the person who was most at home in the forest. He had been working and living in this very environment ever since he was a child, and doubtlessly knew exactly what was safe to eat and how. Taven had gotten relatively close to Kale after they had both received a temporary marker, since the 2 of them were arguably the closest in age and relative skill among the new loopers, so she probably knew that too. Thus, she simply threw her hands in the air with a huff, accidentally showing them a glimpse of the cards she was holding, and dropped the issue. Zorian took note of her cards and changed his tactics accordingly. This wasn't cheating, of course. Taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes was only natural. It wasn't his problem that he could memorize her entire hand flawlessly after seeing it for only a fraction of a second. After another 15 minutes of chatting, playing cards, eating roots and berries and lazing around, the three of them reluctantly decided to move on. After all, this whole expedition originated from Kale's desire to search for rare alchemical ingredients in the depths of the great northern forest. This wasn't really some critical task that had to be done, and the three of them were mostly using it as an excuse to relax and socialize, but they did intend to seriously search for things Kale was after. For the next half an hour or so, Zorian followed after Kale, casting divination after divination and occasionally taking over the minds of forest birds in order to scout the area around them. Taven also utilized divinations, having achieved some measure of expertise in the field over the various restarts, while Kale mostly relied on his own two eyes. Considering his extensive experience in searching for magical plants, however, he probably still saw and understood far more than Zorian and Taven did. Every once in a while the Morlock boy would inspect some random stump or boulder, occasionally picking up some other magical plant that wasn't on their list, but which he apparently also considered worthwhile, and occasionally just stared at them meaningfully while pondering some mysterious issue. The backpacks the three of them wore had all been made by Zorian, and were considerably larger on the inside than they appeared, but Zorian estimated Kale's backpack was already starting to get full from the various plants, jars full of worms and beetles, and even some colorful stones that seemed pretty mundane to Zorian's eyes. Even if they failed to find the things they were searching for, Kale certainly intended to make the most out of this expedition, that's for sure. Relaxing times like these had become increasingly rare in these last 5 restarts. Everyone was constantly busy with something, whether it was following some plan, searching for things that could help them, experimenting with exotic magics or simply training their skills. This was especially true in this particular restart, since this was the last restart for the temporary loopers. If they could not figure out a way to modify the temporary markers before the end of the restart, they would lose, well, everything. Sure enough, eventually Kale and Taven could not help but bring up the issue that was constantly in the back of everyone's mind these days. "This is the end, isn't it?" Kale suddenly said. The other two gave him conflicted looks. There was no need to ask him what he meant by that. "Tell us honestly, Zorian, what are the chances we can figure out how to adjust our markers before this month runs out?" Kale continued, seeing how he had their attention. Zorian suppressed a sigh. Temporary markers, they had spent almost a year studying them, if one factored in the time spent in black rooms, and in that time they had made significant progress. They managed to map the general structure of the markers and figure out what many of the pieces did. They compared these markers to the larger, more complete markers embedded in Zack and Zorian. They placed and removed temporary markers on random people to test possible modifications and see what happened. They found out that, yes, the markers really did contain components made out of divine energies, and they also found a way to deal with that. Through several ruinously expensive deals with Quatakikl and innumerable destroyed divine artifacts, they managed to create methods to detect and crudely manipulate strands of divine energy inside their markers. Not enough to manipulate them as they wished, but enough to tear out some portions of the structure and change how this divine foundation interacted with more normal magic that surrounded it. It wasn't enough. Despite their best efforts, the solution remained frustratingly out of reach. What bothered Zorian most about this was that he didn't think the problem was impossible. They were making good progress. He felt they were definitely on the right track. He felt that this was something that could definitely be solved in time. Could they figure out a way to prolong the temporary marker in one more restart? No. Not even 3 would be enough. But maybe if they had 5 or 6, if their soul magic was more developed, if they had easier access to the imperial crown resting on Quatakikl's head, if they had learned how to sense divine energies sooner. If. No, Zorian finally admitted. There is no chance at all. All 3 of them walked in silence for a while. "I am actually not that upset," Taven eventually said. "The idea that I could just suddenly disappear at the end of the month was terrifying at first, but I've gotten used to it by now. I even died in one of the restarts. Zorian vividly remembered that one. Watching Taven get decapitated by a war troll was strangely upsetting, even though he knew she would be fine in the next restart. I mean, I don't want to disappear at the end of the month, Taven continued, but we've done everything we could and it was fun while it lasted. If this is how it has to be, then so be it. Indeed, Kale said. Besides, if I understood Zorian correctly, there are only 13 more restarts left at this point. A little more than a year. We're not losing all that much. Both of you talk like you think you're dead for sure, Zorian said. Have some faith, okay? Modifying the temporary markers is probably a failure, but the possibility of exiting the time loop still remains. This was our fallback plan if we couldn't modify the markers, remember? Oh. Taven perked up. That's still an option. Of course, said Zorian. What do you think we have been doing all this time? Well, I don't know, Taven said with a grin. That mean old witch keeps complaining about you, wasting your time on distractions and taking too many breaks from your duties, so. Silver Lake thinks everyone should be a tireless golem except her, Zorian said with a derisive snort. It's not like she never takes any breaks or tinkers with new potions that have no connection to anything urgent. I thought that whole project was still shrouded in uncertainty, though, Kale pointed out. Well, yeah, Zorian reluctantly admitted. We have yet to actually try things, so it's all very theoretical. However, just because we are uncertain about some things doesn't mean the attempt is bound to fail. It's hard to put actual numbers on things, but I think there is at least a 70% chance that we could transport people's souls into the real world, and 30% or so that we could successfully open a dimensional bridge that would let us physically step out of the time loop. The two of them gave him complex looks that he could not interpret. It was a little hard to accurately discern their emotions these days, since they had both learned to protect their minds and emotions with unstructured mental defenses. In fact, this was something that all temporary loopers decided to invest time in, once they realized the extent of Zorian's mental powers. Even the ones that already had some level of unstructured mental defenses promptly decided they were insufficient and needed to be strengthened as much as possible. Zorian understood their reasoning. It was just like that old saying, trust your neighbor, but lock the door. Even if you trusted someone to be a moral and principled person, it was better not to tempt them with easy opportunities. Thus, he did not take such things against them. In fact, he encouraged it. Considering Urania explicitly considered anyone with an unshielded mind fair game for psychic invasion and that they were working closely with several groups of them, getting some level of mental protection was just plain common sense. If the only option to exit the time loop is to steal our original bodies from our past selves, I would rather stay here and forget everything, Kale said, shaking his head. Additionally, I only care about physically leaving if it allows me to take Kana with me. If not, I'd rather stay with her till the end. Zorian opened his mouth to say something, but then realized that it probably didn't matter that Kana doesn't have the temporary marker. If they physically left the time loop, every person was as good as any other. Would others also want to bring family members with them? That could get kind of complicated. I might have gone for the soul exit if it was actually an option, Taven said hesitantly. I mean, I feel sorry for old Taven, but let's get real here, she is kind of an idiot. Zorian's lips twitched into the beginning of a smile, but he suppressed it. As it is, I am not actually capable of taking this way out, Taven said. I'm not even good enough to survive Silver Lake's soul perception granting potion, never mind possessing my old body. So physically crossing over is the only option for me, really. Zorian nodded slowly. Truthfully, this was true for most people. People who had zero experience with soul magic would find it impossible to get good enough at it to survive the soul transferal and successfully possess their body. People who were well versed in soul magic, even before the time loop, would probably be annihilated by the originals if they tried to possess them. Aside from Zorian, only Kale, Svim and Lukav had a good chance of pulling that off. And Svim, much like Kale, had already ruled out the idea of stealing his own life away from himself. Physical exit is what we're aiming for, anyway, Zorian said. Transferring souls is more of a last resort than anything. Yes, but you admitted yourself that chances of success aren't too high. Not even a coin toss, Taven noted. So yeah, there is still hope, but it's nothing to get excited about. Hell, you're probably putting a positive spin on things to cheer us up. No, not at all, Zorian said, shaking his head. I was actually trying to be conservative with my estimates. I really think this could work. There is one thing that's been bothering me about all this, Kale said. We've spent a lot of time trying to figure out a way out of the time loop, but did you think about what we're going to do if we succeed with this? If we physically step into the outside world with all our skills and knowledge? Stop the invasion from destroying Scioria? Taven tried, raising her eyebrow at him. Well, yes. But what about afterwards? Kale asked. You have an entire life in front of you, but there is already someone living your life for you. Are you going to avoid your friends and family and set up a new life for yourself elsewhere? Or are you going to do your best to insert yourself into your old life and damn the consequences? What if someone reports you to the authorities and they come to drag you off? How would you explain your presence and identity? Taven squirmed uncomfortably. I don't know, she admitted, biting her lip. Honestly, I try not to think about things like that. I'm kind of impulsive, so even if I reach a resolution here, I will probably just break it when I actually get there. So there's no point. I can only hope I'll be able to figure something out when the time comes. I don't want to ruin the other Taven's life, but I don't know. What about you two? I'm fairly disconnected from most people, Kale shrugged. So long as I have my own Kana, everything is fine. I guess I would deliver my alchemy notes to my original and then wander off to do my own thing. But I'm not sure very many of us are like that. Silverlake and Alanik, maybe. The rest? There are probably at least a few of them that would fight bitterly for a piece of their old life. Honestly? I don't think I could stay away, Zorian admitted. I'd try to reform my original into something better. Teach him a few things, nudge him into getting closer with Kiriel, things like that. A bit manipulative, but it would come along with personal magic instruction and other help, so I think it could work. I wouldn't try to steal his life away, though. If there was no place for me in my old life, I would find something else to amuse myself with. As I said, I'm not sure everyone would be so serene about it, Kale pointed out. Yeah, I know, Zorian nodded. Zack and I purposely didn't raise the issue to the group, since we felt there was no way to reach any kind of official agreement on this. No matter the conclusion, someone would disagree. Possibly violently. The entire group might even fragment, if someone feels very strongly about the option that was chosen or not chosen. It's better to keep everyone focused on the immediate problem and worry about these things later. Despite such efforts, however, they already had a couple of casualties. 2 restarts ago, a pair of professors Svim included into the group decided they couldn't handle the existential implications of the time loop and asked for their temporary markers to be removed so they could forget everything. Additionally, one of the Arania from the Luminous Advocates became so hysterical and violent that the other Arania asked for her to be stripped of her marker and ejected from the group. Zorian wasn't sure what had caused that, but since the other Luminous Advocates mysteriously acquired soul perception around that time, he suspected it was a product of some secret procedure they had collectively performed on themselves. In the interest of not starting a fight, though, he decided not to pursue the issue. With this being the last restart in which the temporary markers would remain effective, the pressure on people would only increase. Zorian really hoped nobody would crack too badly before the end. Break. Spells could only persist for so long. Even the most stable spell, supplied with an ample amount of mana, would fall apart in a couple of hours if not anchored to something. Thus, enhancement rituals had a problem. They aimed to place the user under a permanent magic effect or give them an innate magic ability, but that meant they had to anchor the spell to something to prevent it from decaying. This was a great problem. Anchoring the magic to one's flesh by inscribing sigils into the skin was ill-advised. Forcing large quantities of mana to flow through living flesh, even if it was one's personal mana, was usually unhealthy in the long term. Additionally, the resulting anchor was easy to break by physically harming the sigils, which was likely to result in dire consequences for the user. Abrupt, uncontrolled spell failures were dangerous enough in normal circumstances. When the spell was embedded into one's very flesh and bones, the grisly result could be easily imagined. Fortunately, there was a solution. Far in the distant past, some nameless mage had discovered how to repurpose a portion of their mana reserves into a spell anchor for the enhancement ritual. Since one's mana reserves were kept naturally stable by the soul, any magic fashioned from them would also be kept stable. The only problem was that since the anchor was literally made out of one's mana reserves, the caster would permanently have less mana at their disposal. The mana used in the construction of the anchor would never recover, since it was still there in the caster's reserves, being stabilized by their soul along with the rest of it. There was one additional issue, however. Even though an enhancement ritual could grant the user a magical ability, it was ultimately just fancy transformation magic. It never expired, it was almost impossible to dispel, and the user had very fine control over it, but they would not get the same instinctive affinity with it that the base creature had. This was where blood magic came into play. It allowed a mage to anchor the spell not only to their mana reserves, but to their life force as well. The resulting connection was deep and potent enough that the user's descendants had a chance to inherit the ability in question as a bloodline. The innate understanding of the base creature was also transferred over to the new user, allowing them to use it almost as well as someone who had been born with it right from the start. Enhancement rituals were dangerous. Poorly executed, they could kill the user or permanently ruin them as a mage. More than one mage had completely locked down their mana reserves or transformed them into something that ripped them to shreds from the inside. Blood magic rituals were dangerous. The user had to cut complicated patterns into their flesh and bleed themselves in order to stir up their vitality and coax their life force into appropriate structures. Unless one knew exactly what they were doing, it was very easy to die of blood loss, or worse. Zack and Zorian combined the two anyway. They started small, but moved on quickly to more ambitious projects due to time constraints. They made mistakes, but none of them too serious, and any lingering consequences were washed away at the end of every restart. With the help of Kale, they tracked down and talked with surviving Morlock blood mages scattered across the continent, seeking advice and tricks of the trade. They practiced with their new abilities and took note of which one worked best for them and why. Now, with time running out and this restart being so critical, they decided to immediately put those skills into practice. They performed the relevant rituals at the very beginning of the restart. A week and a half later, when their mana reserves and life force mostly stabilized, they gathered Svim, Silverlake and Daimen for a project that would test their dimensionalism skills to the limit. Something that would prove that they were capable of eventually creating the gateway out of the loop. They were going to create a miniature copy of the Palace Orb. Currently, Zack, Zorian, Silverlake, Svim and Daimen were all standing on the edge of a massive spell formula circle, equidistant from each other. They had spent the past several hours embedding the spell circle into the ground of this place, followed by setting up several complicated wards that had to be layered just right for the whole thing to work correctly. Now they were resting and adjusting their minds for the final task in front of them. There was a luxurious house sitting in the center of the circle, surrounded by a large garden and ornamental trees. It stood in a fairly isolated location, and Zack and Zorian actually bought the entire place, so they shouldn't be interrupted by anyone. Silverlake complained about the amount of money that had been wasted on this, when they could have simply stolen a house from someone or picked a random patch of ground, but Zack didn't want to hear it. He wanted his own pocket mansion, and he wanted it to really be his. In any case, the idea behind their current project was a little different than that behind other pocket dimension creation projects. Previously, Zack and Zorian had focused on isolating a patch of space with a dimensional membrane and then inflating it to desired volume. Now they would be forcibly isolating a large patch of land from the rest of the world, compressing it and then attaching it to a prepared anchor object. In this case, that was a ball of magically reinforced glass, for maximum resemblance to the palace orb. This was similar to the method Silver Lake used to hide her home from outside scrutiny, but harder. Silver Lake simply compressed an area to make it seemingly disappear, but it remained connected to the rest of the world. That made her pocket dimension immovable, but easier to actually create. What they were doing now, however, would require them to effectively tear out a piece of reality and put it into a portable box for their own use. The house and its surrounding land were not nearly as big as the space inside the palace orb. Despite that, attempting this required all 5 of them to join hands and perform a group magic ritual, employing every trick and advantage they could think of, and they still weren't sure if they could pull it off. Zorian didn't even want to think what it took to create something like the actual palace orb. Looking around, Zorian saw that the others were well rested and ready to start. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. 5 simulacrums followed after him. Zorian had long since cracked the method that Princess used to coordinate her 8 heads as one entity, and was now capable of using it with his simulacrums. It was a fascinating thing, connecting multiple viewpoints and thought streams into one unified perspective, but it did have an important limitation: it could only be used when Zorian and his simulacrums were broadly doing the same thing. Such as fighting the same enemy or cooperating on the same task. If he was reading books in Scioria and his simulacrums were scattered all over the world, each doing their own thing, there would be no connecting points to bind their consciousness together and the Hydra method couldn't be used. But for the task at hand, it was just perfect. He then activated the magic ability he had acquired through the enhancement ritual. He had acquired it from the humble tunneler Toad, whose ability to perceive and navigate warped space had seemed most useful for his purposes. It wasn't the best ability he could have gotten, but it was relatively cheap and worked well enough for Zorian's purposes. Anchoring it to his mana reserves robbed him of roughly 8% of his maximum mana, which pained him, but did not affect him too badly. Finally, he activated the mental enhancements he had crafted over the past year or so, helped by numerous Urania experts and even some human researchers. Many of his simulacrums paid with their short lives to test these enhancements, and the end result was appropriately impressive for something made after so much sacrifice. His thoughts immediately became clearer and more focused, his integration with his simulacrums deepened and his ability to calculate and measure things at a glance became superhuman. Around him, he saw the others prepare themselves as well. Zack was leaning back and forth on his feet, humming some sort of tune to himself. He looked relaxed and careless, but there was a distant look in his eyes, as if he wasn't really all there. His choice for the creature to use an enhancement ritual on was the Void Soul Deer. Zack seemed to really like its ability to alter trajectories of things in the space around it, since that meant the ability was useful in combat, as well as for things like this. It was a fairly expensive ability in terms of mana reserves, but Zack was easily able to afford it. Zorian could feel the space around Zack ripple and warp as he flexed his new ability in preparation of the task at hand. Damon's presence was a bit of a surprise. Before the time loop, Daimen hadn't even known how to cast the gate spell, never mind how to use pocket dimension magic. However, his reputation wasn't for nothing. With a year of time and access to all the restricted material and knowledgeable tutors he could wish for, Daimen had experienced a meteoric rise in his dimensionalism skills. It reignited Zorian's jealousy a bit to see him blaze through things so easily, given that Zorian had to try so hard to get where Daimen currently was, but objectively speaking, it was a good thing to have another capable dimensionalist on hand. It increased their chances of success immensely. Daimen had also chosen to dabble in enhancement rituals along with Zack and Zorian, the only one of the temporary loopers that dared to do so. He picked a phase spider that Zack and Zorian were lucky to track down in one of the restarts. Their signature ability, which was literally a power to create small pocket dimensions, was bound to be very useful today. Silver Lake had stabbed 6 gold-plated stakes into the ground around her and was mumbling something to herself and making some sort of strange finger gestures. They didn't look like spellcasting gestures. It kind of reminded Zorian of Curiel trying to perform math with the help of her fingers, except that he knew damn well that Silver Lake was frighteningly good at performing calculations in her head. Her growth in skill over the past 5 restarts was difficult to judge, as she often did things on her own, and gave bullshit explanations when people tried to question her about it. Still, her skill at dimensionalism and soul magic made her one of the key people in the group, and little could be done about it. Svim simply stood on the edge of the spell formula circle, staring forward with arms crossed behind his back. He gave off a silent and stoic air, as if the problem in front of them was no big deal at all. Zorian didn't think his magic had improved all that much in the past 5 restarts, but then again he had already been a highly capable archmage before the time loop had started. At his level, every improvement took a lot of time and effort as one started hitting their personal limits and their magic plateaued. With a silent signal, the 5 of them began casting. Glowing filaments of light sprang from Zorian's hands, and from the hands of his simulacrums, crisscrossing into a dome of light over the entire area, before seemingly sinking into thin air and disappearing. Silverlake fired pitch-black beams from her fingers at seemingly random spots in the air, causing flashes of red light to burst out on the invisible boundary, while Zack and Svim created pale white rings that spun lazily around the outer perimeter. Space warped and twisted, distorting the house and its surroundings like hot summer air and causing strange currents and whirlpools to be created in the sky. A spatial membrane eventually sprang up around the house, transparent and spherical. Its surface rippled and undulated like it was made from water. Strands of inky blackness occasionally radiated from points on its surface, as if reality itself was cracking apart and letting everyone see the terrible void that existed beneath everything. These were hurriedly sealed by the 5 participants, disappearing into flashes of rainbow light before springing back anew somewhere else. A miniature cyclone whipped about in the air, kicking up dust and pelting the participants with leaves and small stones. The process took hours and hours. 5 times they had to rest to recover their strength, but thankfully the ritual was designed specifically with that in mind. They knew they would not have enough mana to finish the project in one go, so small breathers were planned in advance. Eventually the process reached a critical point. The spatial membrane turned completely opaque and pitch black, its surface churning wildly like a pot of boiling water. Cracks spread out from the ground as the entire area was ripped out of the surrounding landscape, small tremors threatening to knock down the participants, something that would surely disrupt the casting at a critical moment and ruin everything. In the end everyone kept their balance, but the momentary distraction caused lances of spatial cracks to scythe through the area, reducing trees into chunks and utterly destroying one of Zorian's simulacrums. He managed to compensate for the loss, however, and the casting continued. The spherical black membrane started to repeatedly expand and then collapse inward, looking almost like a giant black heart. This process continued for several minutes, but if one observed the whole process carefully they would notice that the sphere was gradually getting smaller and smaller. It was being repeatedly compressed into an ever-decreasing volume. When the sphere had reached half of its original size, a fundamental change occurred and the whole area of space seemed to collapse inward, as if it was about to be sucked into a tiny point in the center. Zack reacted immediately, throwing a large glass ball into the center of the collapsing mass while the rest scattered 16 stone stabilizers into the surrounding space. Each of the stones was a cube densely covered in spell formula, and they immediately floated into a dense spherical formation around the black mass. In only a few seconds, the black mass was completely sucked into the glass ball and everything was silent and still. The strange lights and spatial distortions disappeared. The area inside the spell formula circle had completely disappeared, leaving behind a circular crater where the house and garden once stood. In the center of that crater floated an innocuous-looking glass globe, with 16 stone cubes lazily orbiting around it. Then, with a deafening boom, all of the stone cubes shattered and fell to the ground. The glass globe was still fine, however. The stabilizers had sacrificed themselves to give that final push for the whole process and firmly attached the newly made pocket mansion to its portable anchor. If one looked closely, they would be able to see a miniature, lifelike house suspended in the center of the globe. It even appeared intact, which was great. There was a non-trivial chance for everything inside the globe to end up getting wrecked by the stresses of the creation process, if it was not channeled properly. Complete success. Everyone gathered around the globe to gawk at it and admire their handiwork. Zack, Zorian, Silver Lake and Diamond were in visibly high spirits following the success of such a difficult project. Only Svim managed to retain his reserved attitude, though Zorian felt he still looked faintly pleased with himself. "You know, I just realized I have no idea how you intend to power this thing," Diamond said. "Surely this thing requires a great deal of mana to keep stable." "We placed a permanent miniature gate inside the house," Zack said. "It connects to a cavern deep in the dungeon, sucking up mana to keep both the gate and the pocket dimension operating. It's too tiny for the dungeon denizens to pass through, but mana can be collected just fine." "Oh. You cracked Quatakikle's permanent gates?" Diamond asked, surprised. Silver Lake puffed herself up, looking pretty smug. Her contributions were pretty crucial in cracking the method Quatakikle used to make his gate stabilization frame. Hers and, oddly enough, that of the filigree sages. Their method of creating spell formula anchors had some surprising similarities to the methods Quatakikle used in his construction of the stabilization frames. "Yes, we finally managed to replicate the Lich's methods," confirmed Zorian. "It has limited usefulness to us as a method of transport, though, since it takes a while to make those. It's more convenient to just use my simulacrums as mobile gate creators." "We have made a great deal of progress," Svim spoke up. "This globe is a perfect representation of that. However, I wonder if that is really enough to let us make a gateway leading out of the time loop." Everyone shared a look for a moment as they considered the issue. "We have a chance," Zorian said. "The chance is too low for my liking," Silver Lake grumbled, before Zorian could say anything else. Her good mood seemed to deflate a little. "If we had another 6 months. But we don't. We won't be able to crack the temporary markers in less than a month," Zack told her. "Why even waste time thinking about that?" "Well, it's easy for you and Zorian to be so relaxed about that," Silver Lake sneered at him. "You'll still be there, even if this all fails, won't you?" "You are oversimplifying things and you know it," Zorian said, frowning. "The protections on the temporary markers are such that we won't be able to place temporary markers on you for the next 6 restarts. We have no hope at all of pulling this off without you. Thus, we would be forced to wait until the very last moment to make our next attempt, and if that fails, we are lost. Do you honestly think Zack and I are comfortable with that? We are just as invested in the success of this project as you are." "Humph," Silver Lake scoffed. "Almost as invested, I suppose. But not quite as much." "What do you think they should have done, then?" Svim asked, giving her a knowing look. "They should have experimented more freely with temporary markers and people's souls. There are plenty of people in the world that nobody cares about, and it's not like the damage would have been permanent," Silver Lake said, looking Svim straight in the eye. Her voice was loud and clear, but perfectly calm. "They should have given Quatakikle a temporary marker and recruited him into the group." Ugh. Both ideas were already discussed and soundly rejected, and not just by Zack and Zorian, Svim pointed out. "We were already taking a huge risk by dealing with the Lich as much as we did," Zorian said. "Even a minor mistake could easily burn all of our remaining restarts away. The old bag of bones would be more likely to ruin us than help us," Zack added. "Without us, his plan probably succeeds and Scioria is leveled to the ground. Why would he want to risk that by helping us escape?" "Bah!" Silver Lake spat. As in, she literally spat on the ground to express her frustration. "I can see when I'm outvoted. Besides, it's too late to change things now, though I still say our chances are too low. Surely there is something more that could be done." "Well, you did say we just need more time," Diamond pointed out. "If the project to turn the palace orb into a black room succeeds as well as expected, we should get another couple of months in a time dilation room." "We already turned the palace room into a time dilation chamber 2 times by now," Silver Lake pointed out. "It was impressive, but the effectiveness was little better than that of a regular black room. It just had larger volume. Why expect this attempt to be any different? Well, if Cranton and his staff are to be believed, began Diamond. I'll believe it when I see it, Silver Lake cut him off. In the meantime, I have another idea. Although Silver Lake could be very abrasive and unpleasant, her skill at dimensionalism was undeniable and many of her ideas were quite insightful. Some of them were even perfectly ethical and legal, shockingly enough. Thus, the group eventually returned to Scioria, peacefully discussing various plans along the way. Break. The search for the Imperial staff was long and frustrating. For a long time, they didn't have even the slightest clue how to narrow down their search. Zorian was almost willing to write off the entire endeavor as a lost cause and focus entirely on the exit portal project. However, Diamond felt it was beneath his pride to let the expedition end in failure, and eventually found a clue. One of their earliest leads for the staff was a dragon mage called Violet Eye Disaster, or just Violet Eye for short. However, she was almost as hard to track down as the staff itself, and there were plenty of other candidates around, so they didn't focus on her in particular. In time, however, a curious fact became obvious: Violet Eye seemed capable of instantaneously teleporting herself across vast distances. There was simply no other way to explain how she could get around so quickly and evade pursuers. Dragons were fast flyers, but her speed was unearthly. This idea was reinforced when Diamond and his group caught sight of her and pursued, only for her to disappear when they briefly lost sight of her. This was significant, since dragon mages had huge issues trying to use teleportation. Dimensional magic was nearly unknown among dragons, and the sort of teleportation Violet Eye was performing would be shocking even in a human mage. She was most likely using some kind of divine artifact to pull it off. And by following after her and repeatedly provoking her, Zack and Zorian eventually confirmed it was a simple, unadorned staff. Deep in the jungles of Blantyr, atop a small mountain, a fierce battle was raging between Zack and Zorian on one side and Violet Eye the dragon mage on the other. Shattered remains of Zorian's combat golems littered the mountainside, and several large craters lay scattered around the place. Smoke and dust covered the skies. Roaring in outrage, Violet Eye swooped down on Zack's position, opening her jaws and breathing fire at him. The jet of flame was unnaturally hot and concentrated, even for dragon breath, a white-hot incineration beam that set nearby bushes on fire just by passing near them. Without flinching, Zack placed an opaque black shield made out of spatial forces in front of him. The incineration breath sank into the shield and harmlessly disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place. Moments later, he was hit by a gust of magically enhanced wind. It looked rather ethereal, a gentle rainbow glow suffusing it, but the moment it reached Zack it caused the black shield to collapse into nothingness and almost sent him tumbling down the mountainside. A trio of stone cylinders flew in the air towards the dragon, shining with dangerous blue light. She managed to knock them away from her before they exploded, but it disrupted her charge and allowed Zack to regain his balance. She sent a quick glare at Zorian, who was standing in the distance with a gun-like cylinder launcher in his hands, before judging Zack a greater threat and smashing her tail towards him like a flail. Zack didn't try to dodge or put some distance between them. He merely cast another spell, causing huge hands of stone to erupt from the ground beneath her, reaching towards her. Her eyes narrowed imperceptibly, but she continued her attack, trusting her strength and vast reserves of magic. She was justified in her confidence when trading blow for blow with a human, since they could never match a dragon in terms of toughness. However, her attack missed. Her eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what had happened. This wasn't the sort of rookie mistake she could ever make. If one had looked really closely, though, one could have seen space itself subtly shift around Zack just before the tail slap had descended upon him. The stone hands closed around the dragon, pulling her downward. She manifested huge ectoplasmic claws to crush them into powder, but the moment of weakness was enough for Zorian's simulacrums, who immediately teleported into the vicinity. Just as she was about to turn her ectoplasmic claws towards the simulacrums, her mind swam in sudden vertigo and her vision grew blurry. When she finally regained her clarity of mind, she found a glittering crystalline spear flying at her, courtesy of Zack. Arcs of red light sparked dangerously on its surface, promising pain and disintegration to anything hit by the spear. Invading the mind of a dragon was not an easy thing to do, but it was within Zorian's capabilities, if only for a moment. Roaring, Violet Eye conjured an omnidirectional sound wave that hurled all of the simulacrums away from her like a bunch of rag dolls and destroyed all nearby obstacles. The spear continued to fly, but it was knocked off course and only glanced off her flank, tearing out a chunk of her flesh but largely leaving her intact. She launched herself in the air and tried to flee. She didn't teleport away like she had the first few times Zack and Zorian had tried to corner her, presumably because the staff she was using had run out of charges by now. However, she was still a dragon, and few things could catch her in flight if she fled at maximum speed. Zack and Zorian were nearly out of mana by this point, and Zorian was starting to run out of bombs and other items, too. Even Zack, with his immense mana reserves, could not compare to the stamina of the dragon. They could chase her down, but if she kept stalling and disengaging, she would eventually wear them down and maybe even turn the tables on them. She probably knew that and was deliberately using that as a tactic. Considering that she was armed with a convenient retreat in the form of the teleportation staff, this was probably how she usually fought. Wearing down the enemy by repeatedly retreating and coming back was likely second nature to her by now. Unfortunately for her, Zack and Zorian weren't alone. Before she could get very far, she found Alanik, Svim and Daimen waiting for her in the distance. A roar of frustration echoed across the entire mountain while Zack and Zorian sat down to recover their mana reserves and catch their breath. "Haha, I bet she didn't expect that," Zack said, grinning. His face was smeared with dust and there was a thin line of blood running down his left arm where a piece of shrapnel managed to get through his defenses, but he appeared to not notice it. Now she, too, can experience what it's like to be worn down by repeated attacks while her opponents take a rest every once in a while. "Didn't you kill Oganj, who is a famous dragon mage, all by yourself in one of the early restarts?" Zorian asked curiously. "I know he couldn't teleport around and was less annoying to fight, but he shouldn't be any weaker. How on earth did you manage to tackle him on your own?" "Trial and error," Zack chuckled awkwardly. "Lots of trial and error. I honestly do not recommend it." They fell silent after that, simply watching the battle unfold in front of them. "Break. We've done it," Zack breathed. Laid on the ground in front of him were 5 objects, a glass orb, a plain metal ring, a gleaming dagger, an ornate crown and a simple staff. All 5 pieces of the key, gathered in one place. The staff Violet Eye had been using was indeed the Imperial staff they were looking for. They had already brought it to the Guardian of the Threshold for inspection and found out about its powers. It had the ability to place up to 6 undetectable recall points and allowed the user to teleport back to their recall points, regardless of the distances involved. Each recall point could only be used once every 24 hours, but this was still a very potent ability. That was for normal users. For the time loop controller, the staff was even more useful, since the recall points remained in place across restarts. That meant that if one began a restart with the staff in their hands, they could potentially travel anywhere on the planet in the blink of an eye. Zack and Zorian didn't begin their restarts with the staff in their hands, though, so the item's usefulness was nearly non-existent. They had to travel so long and search so far for an item that gave godlike movement capabilities to people. There was some dark humor in the situation, but Zorian didn't feel like he could appreciate it at the moment. In any case, at this point the whole thing didn't matter. The staff was important because it was part of the key needed to unbar the exit of the time loop, not because of its innate properties. Of course, by the time they acquired it, they already had the orb and the ring, so they were only missing 2 more items to complete the set. The dagger and the crown. The dagger was, well, not exactly easy to acquire, but it was entirely doable at this point. They had familiarized themselves enough with the wards on the royal treasury that they could break into it and steal the dagger on their own, without any help from Quadakekl. So they did just that. It caused a terrible uproar, and everyone was still searching for the thieves, but Zack and Zorian were fairly sure they had covered their tracks well enough. Getting the crown, on the other hand, had been something they had agonized quite a bit over. They succeeded in the end, but now they had quite a kick after their heads and the restart was not even halfway over. The ancient lich had plenty of time to track them down and make them pay for what they did, which is something they never let him have in the previous restarts. Still, with only one piece of the key missing, how could they possibly resist the temptation to complete it? There was no way they could have waited until the end of the restart to do this. For all they knew, using the key may give them options that hadn't existed until now. Numerous people crowded the space around Zack and Zorian, peering at the items on the ground. Pretty much everyone had arrived to take a look at them, even though they were nothing special in terms of appearance. Scattered whispering and quiet speculation filled the air and people speculated what would happen when they were brought before the Guardian of the Threshold. After some quick discussion, Zack and Zorian decided to bring the key to the Guardian of the Threshold right away to see what would happen, and they would be taking everyone with them to witness it as well. Previously, they had already tried to bring a temporary looper into the space of the Sovereign Gate and failed. The Guardian of the Threshold later confirmed that temporary loopers are unable to access the space. However, this security measure was childishly easy to bypass through a short-duration soul bond that allowed the controller to simply pull outsiders with them as they entered the Sovereign Gate. Once inside, the Guardian of the Threshold largely ignored their presence, recognizing them as temporary loopers, but completely unconcerned about the fact that Zack and Zorian were breaking the rules. Zack and Zorian had used this method to bring various people into the Sovereign Gate at multiple occasions, so they did not foresee any problems. Thus, the whole group made way into the secret time magic research facility beneath Scioria and, after some small preparations, entered the Sovereign Gate. The Guardian of the Threshold soon popped into existence in front of them, just like he always did. He was still the same human-like glowing entity, his face emotionless like a sculpted statue. "Welcome, Controller," the Guardian greeted. Yeah, said Zack. "I'm glad to see you too, you lovable idiot. Did you notice we've brought the key to you?" The Guardian was silent for a moment. "One moment, please," it eventually said, before becoming silent again. In the dark void of the Sovereign Gate space, there was only a silent glowing humanoid and a small throng of people anxiously waiting for his reaction. The Guardian of the Threshold did not appear to mind the large number of visitors, continuing his mysterious pondering with not a care in the world. The temporary loopers around Zack and Zorian simply squirmed nervously, not saying much. They had learned by now that the Guardian of the Threshold utterly ignored temporary loopers, refusing to answer their questions or even acknowledge their existence. Watching Diamond and Silver Lake getting progressively more angry as the entity ignored their comments had been rather amusing for Zorian the first time he witnessed it, but thankfully this time nobody lost their temper. In any case, the Guardian eventually finished whatever it was doing and started speaking again. "Everything is as it should be," it said. "The key is valid. Do you want to claim your privileges now?" "Privileges? Why, I love privileges," Zack said, grinning. "Yes. Give me all of those." "Done," the entity immediately said. "Can I unbar the gate now?" Zack asked. "Yes," the Guardian of the Threshold confirmed. "Do you want?" "Yes, damn it, yes." Zack said, voice full of exasperation. "Do it now." "As you wish," it said. It paused for a few moments, silently performing some kind of task again. "It is done. The gate is now unbarred." Zorian watched in growing horror as the Guardian of the Threshold suddenly started twitching and stuttering as if it was having some kind of seizure. His head rolled around at impossible angles, rotating a full 360 degrees, his entire torso squirming and bulging as if something was trying to burst out of it. He had a very bad feeling about this. "What the hell is happening?" someone asked behind him. "I don't know," Zack said, frowning. "This has never happened before." Everything suddenly became quiet. At first Zorian thought Zack had just stopped speaking because he noticed or realized something important, but when he glanced towards him he found Zack gone. Everyone but Zorian was gone. It was just him, a madly twitching guardian of the threshold and a quiet, featureless black void all around them. He immediately tried to return to his body, but failed. Shit. Well, at least the guardian of the threshold was starting to calm down. He was twitching less, and no longer twisted his head and limbs at impossible angles. Maybe. A multitude of eyes suddenly snapped open all over Guardian of the Threshold's body, blinking rapidly for a few moments before focusing straight at Zorian. Each one was different. Different sizes, different color, different internal structure. Some of them had multiple irises. Some of them glowed. Some of them were multifaceted, like those of an insect. Some of them made his mind feel numb just looking at them. Zorian Kaczynski, the Guardian of the Threshold said. Was it still the Guardian of the Threshold? Freaky eyes aside, even his voice was different. It was booming and resonant, with not a trace of humanity in it. I have a proposition for you. Who are you? Zorian immediately challenged. You call me Panicseth, it immediately answered. Zorian's mind froze for a moment. What, how? The primordial, he asked numbly, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes, it answered. Suddenly, some of its eyes closed and disappeared. The ones that made Zorian hurt to look at, as well as some of the freakier, normal ones. You can talk? Zorian asked. It was a dumb question, but he was still in shock and couldn't help himself. Panicseth seemed to think so too, because he ignored the question. I can get you out of here, Panicseth said. Its form changed again, additional eyes closing and his form becoming more human-like in both color and texture. All you have to do is make a contract with me. A contract? No thanks, he said immediately, shaking his head in denial. You will never get out of here alive without me, it told him. Its voice acquired a human-like quality by this point, and most of the eyes were gone. The other person didn't either. Red Robe? Zorian asked. I never asked his name, Panicseth said. He looked entirely like a man by now, though his features seemed to shift all the time, male and female, old and young, all kinds of skin tones and facial features. Does it matter? We're talking about you, now. Swear on your life you will help free me and I will incarnate you outside of this crumbling world. Why would I do that, though? Zorian asked. You get to live. Panicseth asked, sounding a little mystified by his response. His constant shifting of his appearance slowed down greatly at this point. He seemed to have settled on a female form now, tall and good-looking, with long black hair and a body to die F. Zorian scowled. The damn thing was slowly changing its appearance to appeal to him as much as possible, wasn't it? It constantly cycled through different appearances, all the while paying attention to his body movements and facial expressions to see what evoked a good response in him. It was showing him what it thought he wanted to see. Suddenly, the entity shifted into a perfect copy of Kyriel. I just want to live and be free, she said, her lip quivering and her voice on the verge of tears. You are not Kyriel. Zorian shouted at it, his temper rising. Panicseth immediately changed forms again, copying Taven. Then Zack. Then Svim, Daimen, Ilsa, Imaya. Some of these people, how did it even know how they looked and sounded? Was it reading his mind? He immediately strengthened his mental defenses, even though he could detect no intrusion. Why are you talking to me now? Zorian asked. I was here plenty of times before. The gate was barred until now, so there was no point in speaking to you, Panicseth answered. I can only get people out when the way is open. But you could have contacted me like this all this time? Zorian asked. Yes, Panicseth confirmed. The Sovereign Gate has been damaged over the years, some of the safeguards failing. That is why they stopped using it for a long time. However, there is no point in speaking to most people unless they are strong enough to help me and unless the way is open. I did not think you could gather the entire key before the world crumbled, but I'm glad to be proved wrong. We can help each other, Zorian. We can even discuss additional rewards once I am out of my cage. But what if I fail? Zorian asked. You die, of course, Panicseth said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. That's what the contract is for. So you get me out of here and in return I must help free you or die? Zorian asked. Exactly, Panicseth confirmed. I'm going to have to say no, Zorian sighed. Panicseth stared at him for a second. It seemed to realize it would never be able to convince Zorian to take this sort of deal, no matter what it used to entice him. You will regret that, it said. This was a one-time offer. I will not bother contacting you again. Zorian was of two minds about this. On one hand, that was a bit disappointing, since he would like to have more talks with a primordial to see if he could get something substantial out of it. On the other hand, it was a freaking primordial and it seemed to be reading his mind in some way he couldn't detect. It was probably for the best that it never wanted to see him again. You gave up pretty quickly, Zorian commented. How are you so sure there is no chance to convince me in the future? It doesn't matter anymore, Panicseth said. Someone else has already taken my offer. Zorian's eyes widened at the comment. Before he could ask Panicseth what it meant by that, the generic female form in front of him disappeared and he was surrounded by noise again. He was once again standing next to Zack, with temporary loopers standing around him. All of them were screaming, shouting and talking at once. It was abundantly obvious that Zorian wasn't the only one who had found himself alone, facing a terrifying primordial entity. And after the situation had calmed down somewhat and he had done a quick head count, a terrifying realization suddenly dawned to Zorian. Silver Lake was gone. 90. Change of Plans. Chapter 090 Change of Plans. It wasn't long before the group decided to leave the Sovereign Gate space and return to their bodies outside. Partially this was because the Guardian of the Threshold was gone, leaving them on their own in the silent void. When Panicseth ended his interaction with Zorian and others, he took the Guardian he had been possessing along with him. Or maybe he was the Guardian in the end, who could know? Regardless, with the Guardian no longer present, there was little point in them staying there either. The second, more important reason, was that Silver Lake was gone and they desperately wanted to check if she was outside, waiting for them. Although Panicseth's statement that someone had already taken his offer and her subsequent disappearance strongly suggested she had betrayed them, Zorian held on to the hope that she had merely left the Sovereign Gate on her own. Somehow. It was a hope that would not last long. Whatever force Panicseth had used to stop Zack and Zorian from returning to their body had dissipated with his disappearance, so getting out of the Sovereign Gate was done without incident. Once outside, they found Silver Lake's lifeless body lying on the floor. She was dead. There was no evidence of struggle. No wounds, obvious or subtle. No indication of any sort of foul play from the facility staff or hidden enemies. It was as if her soul simply disappeared from her body all of a sudden, painlessly killing her. It was the same kind of dead that they had already seen in the Arania beneath Scioria and the other soul-killed individuals they'd come across over the restarts. A grim atmosphere descended upon the group. Zack was so enraged he incinerated Silver Lake's body into ashes before anyone could stop him. Zorian wanted to scold him for destroying critical clues as to what happened, but Alanik placed his hand on his shoulder and shook his head, silently telling him to let it go. Maybe it was better that way. This wasn't the time for starting arguments and they probably got all they would have gotten out of her corpse anyway. They didn't stay in the time magic research facility for long. They needed to talk to everyone about what they had seen and heard, about what Panicseth had told them in private, but that was best done in the privacy of their base at the Novita estate. However, an issue suddenly rose up when they tried to leave the facility. Apparently, while the facility staff accepted their mysterious orders without complaint, they still paid close attention to everyone coming and leaving from the facility. They knew exactly how many people their group had, and they knew that Silver Lake had suddenly gone missing. That was a surprisingly thorny situation to get out of. Zack was still visibly fuming and looked like he was going to start throwing around fireballs at all these people questioning him where their companion had suddenly disappeared to, but Cranton refused to let the matter drop. Unfortunately, explaining that Silver Lake was dead and that Zack had already incinerated her soulless body was not an option. In the end, Zorian had to memory edit roughly half of the facility personnel to make them forget Silver Lake had ever entered the place that day and then make alterations to the physical records which also kept track of that kind of thing. Strange as that sounded, altering physical records turned out to be a lot harder than editing memories. Those records had some very inventive protections against such tampering, whereas the minds of facility staff were largely unprotected against mental tampering. Still, although the immediate issue was dealt with, Zorian could already see that their headaches in regards to the facility and Silver Lake's presence there were only starting. Silver Lake had been one of the crucial people in regards to their project of turning the Imperial Orb into a better black room. The void left by her disappearance was going to be keenly felt in the near future. He still had trouble believing this was actually happening, to be honest. He had fully expected their circumstances to change once they brought the key to the Guardian of the Threshold, but not like this. How could Panicseth even contact them through the Guardian? Even if the Sovereign Gate was made from a primordial, that primordial was clearly not Panicseth. He of the flowing flesh was imprisoned inside the hole, the massive circular abyss around which Scioria was built. He had been stuck there since the time the primordials had been sealed away, presumably. The Sovereign Gate, on the other hand, had been primarily used in northern Mycena before its current use. It didn't make sense. How could Panicseth infiltrate the time loop mechanism to appear before them? How could he take people out of the time loop? And what had he offered Silver Lake to make her swear some kind of death pact with a godlike primordial entity that considered them useful tools at best? He didn't know. He hoped other people had managed to get something useful out of the primordial, unlike him. Having finally left the facility, the group gathered in the Novita estate. They left people some free time to collect their thoughts and calm down, and then started discussing what happened. The first issue, of course, was Panicseth. Or something that claimed to be Panicseth, anyway. They had no proof that the unknown entity was telling the truth, but then again it had no reason to lie about that either. Identifying as Panicseth would not set anyone at ease. In any case, talking to the rest of the group confirmed what everyone had suspected by now: Panicseth had somehow dragged each of them into their own individual space for a private conversation. Everyone except Zack, that is. Zack alone did not merit a meeting with the primordial, it seemed. While everyone else disappeared into their own private space, Zack was simply left alone in the darkness of the Sovereign Gates area. Even the Guardian of the Threshold was gone, leaving him simply floating in the silent void with no way out until Panicseth was done with the others. As for the others, they'd all found themselves in front of the warped, twisted Guardian of Threshold, though most did not see the same eye-covered humanoid that Zorian had. In Kieran's case, for instance, the Guardian grew another 2 pairs of arms while his torso split open into a giant vertical mouth lined with predatory teeth. Nora saw the Guardian's limbs lengthen while bone spikes erupted from its head, causing it look like it had a bony sea urchin growing out of its neck. This initial monstrous form was then gradually changed into a more inoffensive, human form through a process of constant shape-shifting reminiscent of the one Zorian experienced. After that, though, the experiences of different people wildly diverged. Not all received the offer of making a contract with the primordial. Taven and Nora were almost completely toyed with, for instance. Panicseth simply shifted between different forms while occasionally spouting total non-sequiturs like, "I like dogs" or "Your mother would be ashamed of you," seemingly studying their reactions. Daimen claimed that Panicseth had never offered him anything, instead simply trying to question him about what he knew about Zorian, his likes, motives and preferences. Something that visibly infuriated his older brother, though Zorian was unsure how much of that was because Panikseth was basically trying to get him to betray his family and how much it was the fact that Panikseth clearly didn't see him as important outside of being Zorian's brother. If the situation weren't so dire, Zorian might have been amused about that. It also quickly became clear that, even though everyone was reunited at roughly the same time, they did not spend the same amount of time talking to Panikseth. Some, like Zorian, only interacted with the primordial for a short while before being dismissed. Others, especially ones that pretended to actually consider its offer, spoke with the entity for quite a while before Panikseth tired of them. The primordial employed some kind of time dilation during its interaction with people, lengthening the meeting with ones that seemed like they could be convinced, while spending only a token effort on others. This probably explained how it managed to convince Silver Lake so relatively quickly. If she showed the greatest amount of interest in its offer out of them all, the primordial would have likely extended her meeting as much as it could. Plus, considering how powerful and experienced Silver Lake was, she was probably considered one of the most prioritized targets to begin with. Were you not worried that the primordial was reading your mind? Zorian asked them, frowning. I mean, it seemed capable of lifting people's appearances straight out of my head when I talked to it. It was one of the big reasons I was so eager to get out of the meeting as much as possible. He did no such thing while talking to me, Svim said, shaking his head. Then again, Panikseth did not try to copy any people while talking to me. He just shifted from one generic form to another throughout the entire talk. Zorian found it a little interesting how some people, like him, referred to Panikseth as it, while Svim and others referred to the primordial as he. The cultists did call Panikseth, he of the flowing flesh, so one could indeed argue that the entity was male in some sense, but it was debatable how much normal gender applied to a monstrous shape-changer like that. The entity assumed a female form when speaking to him, male form in front of others, and an Arania form when speaking to the Arania. It clearly thought little of such things. I actually did ask the thing about that when it tried to shape-shift into Kana, Kale said, pausing slightly. Well, more like I blew up at it and demanded an explanation. Sparingly, it actually gave me one. It said no mind reading was taking place, it was just watching everything we did inside the time loop and taking note of people close to us. That's probably why it tried to convince me while looking like Kana instead of Namra, even though the latter would probably be more effective. Since my wife had died long before the start of the time loop, Panikseth had no idea what she looked like, and thus couldn't copy her appearance. Yes, that is what he said to me as well, Ilsa said. He tried to tempt me with the secrets of true creation, and I asked how he knew about that. He said the same thing he had to Kale, but he also expanded on it a little bit. Panikseth claims the sovereign gate is not made from a primordial like we thought, it is more like an attachment, or maybe a shell, which must be bonded to a specific primordial in order to work. This can potentially be any primordial, but currently it's Panikseth. That's why he could appear in front of us like that, Zack said gloomily. Yes, Ilsa said, nodding. The sovereign gate somehow twists the primordial in question into the time loop as we know it. In a very real sense, Panikseth is the time loop, which means he is aware of everything that occurs inside of him. So Panikseth is watching us even now? Taven said, sounding disturbed. Probably, Ilsa shrugged. She seemed to take the idea in stride. Or maybe she just had more time than the rest of them to come to terms with it. Zorian was personally very disturbed by this discovery. How were they supposed to subvert the time loop mechanism in order to leave this place, if the time loop was basically a sapient being that was always watching them? It was quite likely that Panikseth could actively sabotage any escape attempt it did not like. Perhaps it was limited by the safeguards built into the sovereign gate, but those safeguards probably wouldn't protect people like him, who were trying to break the system. No wonder Panikseth claimed he was never leaving this place without its help. Back then, Zorian thought that meant, without its help, but perhaps what Panikseth really meant was, without its approval. If he is that all-knowing, I wonder why he had not been more effective at tempting us, Svim mused. One would think he would have a far better grasp on our character if it could perceive everything we did so far. Awareness is not necessarily total awareness, Orissa offered. I am technically aware of everything my bees do, but if you were to ask me about one particular bee, there is only so much I could tell you. The various elementals we consulted did say that primordials view us all like animals, maybe even mere bugs, Zack said. How much do you really understand the sparrows living in the city or ants digging up your garden? We may be greater than them, but they are still alien to us. Hell, Zorian can read their minds and memories, and he still has trouble leading them from place to place without using any magical coercion. You're talking about that one time he tried to literally herd cats, right? Kale said, smiling slightly. I remember that one. It wasn't a serious attempt, Zorian complained. It was just an amusing idea I had when I was bored. This isn't the time for this, Alanik said, a little annoyed. Zack brings up a good point with primordials seeing us all as animals. You don't discuss things with animals, you manipulate them into doing what you want. We should be wary of trusting that creature too much. Although there is probably some glimmer of truth in what it's saying, I suspect it is willing to say anything, true or false, if it thinks doing so will increase its chances of escaping its prison. I don't know. He seemed pretty honest and forthright to me, Ilsa said, looking at Alanik. Clearly you also thought there was some value in listening to it, since you were one of the people that managed to engage it in a lengthy conversation. What did you speak about, then? Ultimately, only a few people managed to keep their cool and get something substantial out of Panikseth. Alanik, Svim, Orissa, Ilsa, Kiran and an Irania named Night Dream were the only ones that managed to interest Panikseth enough for him to engage them in a lengthy back and forth. It made Zorian a little self-conscious to realize he had essentially bungled that meeting. He might have gotten some important answers out of the primordial if he had been a little better at acting. Then again, were these people really so good at acting or were they actually somewhat tempted by Paniksetha's offer, and the primordial could sense that in their exchange? He could tell that Ilsa, at the very least, was lying when she claimed she had only been pretending to be interested in the primordial's offer. The others were harder to read. In any case, Alanik did not appear in the slightest bit uncomfortable about being put on the spot like that. We had a big talk about faith, risk-taking and the duty of the individual towards their community, Alanik said. Zorian raised his eyebrow at him. So did a lot of other people, from what he could see. And you were scolding me and Zorian for not taking things seriously just a little while ago, Kale scoffed. It's the truth, Alanik said. Rather than just refuse the creature, I asked it why I would ever agree to such a deal. The consequences would be so apocalyptic, especially for Scioria, that I couldn't imagine how this would be a good idea. Even if I was selfish to the extreme and only cared about myself, the primordial was a threat to all of humanity. Oh, I asked him the same thing, Orissa interjected. He said he had no intention of destroying the world or menacing humanity. All he wanted, he said, was to be free and to free the rest of the imprisoned primordials as well. He would only destroy those who tried to prevent him from achieving those two goals. Ha! Well, it said no such thing to me, Alanik said. Probably because it knew I would not believe that. Instead, the primordial countered my concerns by telling me that the gods had left numerous contingencies in regards to primordials, should they ever successfully escape. If I truly had faith in the gods, it said, what was the harm in setting it free? The contract would be fulfilled the moment it was out of prison, even if it died immediately afterwards. I should have faith in the divine and their works, in which case there was nothing wrong with taking the deal, releasing it out of its prison and then watching it die immediately afterwards. Do these contingencies of the gods truly exist? Zorian asked. He heard nothing about that, but Alanik was a priest, so. I don't know, Alanik admitted. Even if they did, it is said the gods imprisoned primordials because they had trouble truly killing them. If the gods were incapable of dealing with them in person, I rather doubt a mere contingency could do it. Clearly this Panikseth did not believe this either, otherwise why would it even make the offer? We then got into a lengthy philosophical discussion about what constitutes true faith and various other things. I doubt you really want to hear about that. Maybe later, Zack said. Orissa, you said you also talked to Panicseth about what he'd do once free. Yes. Aside from what I already said, I think he alluded to these divine contingencies Alanik spoke about at one point, she said. He mentioned that, in the process of tearing himself free from his cage, he would likely end up weakened and grievously wounded, and that it would take him centuries to fully recover. During that time, he would just hide somewhere and wait until he was fully healed. He was suggesting that I had no reason to care about his goals, because by the time he was ready to make his move, I would have died a long time ago. After some more back and forth, they confirmed some details with the other members of the group. For instance, it seemed that nobody had been presented with an image of a person that had died before the time loop had begun. In fact, the primordial didn't even bother copying living relatives, if the temporary looper hadn't interacted with them within the bounds of the time loop. This led some credence to his claim that he couldn't read minds and just relied on seeing everything that ever happened in the time loop. This done, they turned to the last three people who had spoken to Panicseth at any real length. Svim, Kiran and Night Dream had all asked similar questions, however, they wanted to know the details of what the contract with Panicseth actually entailed. Thankfully, this appeared to be a topic that Panicseth was really eager to talk about. So if I understood you three correctly, the contract is as follows, Zorian said. You make a death pact with Panicseth, swearing that you would either free him within a month or die trying. He then takes your soul and incarnates it in the outside world. That is to say, he creates a brand new copy of your body in the real world, at the start of the month, in effect physically ejecting you out of the time loop. Included in the created body is some kind of kill switch that will kill you if Panicseth is still imprisoned at the end of the summer festival. Yes, Night Dream said, her magically produced voice clear and smooth. It doesn't matter whether you tried your best or why you failed, if Panicseth isn't free by the end of the deadline, the death seal activates and kills you. No excuses. And if Panicseth is freed at any point before the deadline, this kill switch dissolves into nothingness and you are free to do whatever you want. Zorian asked. Yes, even if Panicseth dies, our part of the agreement is done, Svim confirmed. I asked several variations of that question just to be sure, and he always answered the same. We only needed to get him out, nothing more. Our original selves were not part of the agreement either, and would not suffer if we failed in our task. Probably because their bodies hadn't been created by Panicseth, so he cannot place his death seal thingy on them, Kiran remarked. Even if he wanted to make them die with us, he cannot. What stops you from taking the deal and then working against Panicseth? Assuming you don't mind dying in a month, of course, Alanik asked. When I asked a question along those lines, the shape-shifting asshole immediately ended our conversation and sent me back to the group, Kiran said. I guess he really didn't like that question. From what I can tell, though, the answer is nothing. Nothing stops you from doing just that. Then, Kale said hesitantly, do you think that's Silver Lake? Kiran let loose a short, loud laugh. Boy, get real, he told Kale. Do you think a selfish, self-centered bitch like that would agree to sacrifice herself for our sake? For anyone's sake. Kale sighed, saying nothing. A quiet murmur rippled throughout the entire group as they discussed the topic among themselves. Zorian listened to it with half an ear while lost in his own thoughts. Truthfully, now that he had heard about other people's experiences with Panicseth, her choice was predictable. It wasn't that they had trusted her because they had thought that she was better than this, they had just never realized making a deal like this was even an option. If Zorian had known about this before, he would have been the first one to veto any involvement with her, no matter how useful she could have been to their efforts. And she had been very, very useful. Without any exaggeration, she was one of the pillars of the group on which their entire plan rested. Zorian wasn't even sure if they could do this without her. Certainly, without Silver Lake, their current exit plan was completely unworkable. I have to agree with Kiran, Alanik said solemnly. Silver Lake did not keep her attitudes hidden, so this decision should not surprise anyone here. You heard what everyone said on this meeting. The primordial offers people a guaranteed way to save their lives, as opposed to the uncertain odds of survival that we can offer her. She probably wouldn't care if every single person in Scioria ended up dead as a result of Panaxetha's release, and it might be centuries before the wider consequences of his unsealing became apparent. Plus, there is no telling what kind of prize the creature offered her to entice her further. She was also clearly already interested in primordials even before the time loop. Including Panaxetha's prison, specifically, Zorian said. She might have felt more confident about being able to come out on top when dealing with one of them. But she's immortal, right? Taven protested. Shouldn't she take the long view in this? Even if Panaxeth takes several centuries to start wrecking everything, she'll still be alive by that point. You have to look at it from her eyes, Zack said. He had calmed down greatly from his initial rage, and was now thinking much more rationally about the situation. What's the alternative? Dying immediately because you couldn't get out of the time loop. That's even worse. But if Panaxeth remains sealed, her original self can continue to live in peace indefinitely, Taven pointed out. She's risking the long-term future of her original in exchange for a little more life for herself. I don't think she cares about that, Zorian said, shaking his head. That Silver Lake is not her. Yes. Did you ever notice she never created any simulacrums? Even when it would have been very useful. Zack pointed out. I don't think for a moment she was unable to learn the spell. And I don't think she would sabotage our attempts to escape from the time loop by not creating more skilled manpower. I think she's one of the people who can't use them because they would freak out when they realized their lives were fleeting and do something stupid. Well, when you all put it like that, why did we ever agree to work with her in the first place? Kirin suddenly demanded, throwing his hands in the air in discontent. Yeah, one of Svim's academic friends piped in. She was a bad idea right from the start. Whose bright idea was to include her, anyway? What was the alternative? Svim challenged, alternating his gaze between Kirin and the other speaker. Silver Lake was brought into the group because she had critical skills that no one else possessed. The only reason we got as far as we did was because we had her working along with us. Even if she betrayed us in the end, it's hard to say whether we would have been better off without her. No one had anything to say to that. Zorian, you're the only one Panaxeth told anything related to Silver Lake, Zack said. Can you tell us anything else? All he said was that someone had already taken his offer, so convincing me didn't matter anymore, Zorian said. He was the only one Panaxeth had felt the need to tell that. I had no idea what that meant back then, but when I saw Silver Lake was missing. Yeah, Zack said, clacking his tongue. Doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. So, what now? Now we have two hostile loopers to deal with once we get out of the time loop. Zorian had to admire Zack's spirit sometimes. Even now, with all their plans being thrown into total disarray, he was still confident they would get out of this alive. It was nice to have someone like that, sometimes. Panaxetha's statement was a little confusing, but I think that's right. He was implying that Red Robe had also taken his offer and made a contract with him in order to leave the time loop. Presumably, this is why he spent so much time optimizing the invasion. His very life depends on its success. Presumably, once outside, Silver Lake will work with him to make sure Panaxetha's release goes off as smoothly as possible. Why does Silver Lake accepting his offer mean there is no point in convincing you, though? Kale asked. You'd think Panaxeth would want as many agents as possible. Probably because every time he transports someone out the gate becomes barred again, Zorian said. Remember, the whole point of gathering the key was that the gate was inexplicably barred, even though it shouldn't have been. The controller has already left, Guardian of the Threshold told us. That probably means that when Panaxeth got Red Robe out of the time loop, it got stuck. The same probably happened now. Even if Panaxeth wanted to transport more than one person, he couldn't. But you still have the key, Ilsa pointed out. We do, Zack confirmed. So you can probably just unbar the gate again, Ilsa stated. Probably, Zack agreed. They'd have to be pretty stupid to take any of us into the Sovereign Gate again, Alanik said pitilessly. I would never do so in their place. All of us present refused that thing's deal, Kiran pointed out, a little incensed. Or maybe we were just too slow and Silver Lake hammered out her deal before we had a chance to do the same, Svim said. I agree with Alanik. Now that Silver Lake betrayed us, the pressure on the remaining people is all the greater. It's a pointless risk. Zorian watched the argument in silence, not knowing what to say. This was going to be a long evening. Break. After finding out what everyone had experienced in the Sovereign Gate, Zack and Zorian departed from the Novita estate and went to ransack Silver Lake's dimensional refuge for any clues. Of course, Zorian fully intended to also steal any magical secrets or notable resources he found there. Since Silver Lake had betrayed them so utterly, he did not feel bad about robbing her blind in the slightest. Unfortunately, it seemed that Silver Lake's spite and paranoia knew no bounds. When they finally managed to subvert her defenses and break into her pocket dimension, they found it utterly wrecked. It had been reduced to a smoking crater for quite some time before they arrived, most likely because some dead man's switch had activated when she died and destroyed everything. Zorian left a couple of simulacrums to sift through the wreckage for anything of value, but he didn't have much hope they would find anything. The destruction was quite thorough. The only things that survived relatively intact was a curious arrangement of stones that was apparently responsible for powering her pocket dimension. He had long wondered how she was doing that, since the location itself could not support the dimensional magic she was using to isolate it from the rest of the world. Now he knew. Each of the heavy linking stones, which were built right into the walls of her hideout to disguise them better, had a matching counterpart deep in the underworld below her base. The underworld stones siphoned ambient mana from the dungeon and sent it straight into Silver Lake's hideout through the paired stones in the pocket dimension. He supposed that if he ever wanted to destroy Silver Lake's pocket dimension, he now knew a really easy way to do it. He just had to wreck the mana-siphoning stones in the dungeon below her sanctuary and the whole place would soon fall apart on its own. In any case, with this matter currently being dealt with, Zack and Zorian turned their attention towards the next thing that had to be done as soon as possible. They had to go back to the Sovereign Gate and talk to the Guardian of the Threshold. There was danger in doing that, of course. However, it had to be done. They had to confirm their suspicions. First, they had to see if the Guardian would still be there at all when they came back, since it had gone missing when they had last left the Sovereign Gate. Secondly, they had to see if the gate really was barred again like they suspected. If so, a lot of their speculation would be all but confirmed. Finally, they had to see if the Guardian could shed some light on what happened during their last visit. While it had seemed like nothing more than an automated puppet in the past, there was clearly something more complex going on in regards to that thing. Only the two of them would be going there this time, of course. Considering Panicseth completely ignored Zack the last time around and told Zorian he would not bother with him in the future, they probably wouldn't be seeing him on this visit. Even if they did, though, Zorian was far less afraid of him now that he knew he couldn't just reach into his head and start editing things. Whatever restrictions the Primordial was laboring under, they clearly prevented him from coercing people into anything. When they entered the Sovereign Gate, they were relieved to see the familiar figure of the Guardian of the Threshold floating in front of them. "Welcome, Controller," the Guardian greeted. "So Panicseth didn't break everything with his little visit," Zack commented, loudly exhaling in satisfaction. "That's great. Finally some good news." "Yes," Zorian agreed. He turned towards the floating humanoid of light, giving him a complex look. "What was this thing really?" "Guardian, is the gate still open?" They waited for several seconds, wondering why it took the Guardian so long to answer that. Usually he was really prompt with his answers, only occasionally waiting while it looked up something in the background. As the seconds ticked by, though, they realized he wasn't checking up on things before giving them an answer. Instead, the Guardian ignored Zorian's question completely. "Ah, oh. Hey Guardian. Is the gate still open? Zack said, repeating Zorian's question. No, Controller. The gate is barred, the Guardian immediately answered. Zack and Zorian shared a complex look with each other. On one hand, they just confirmed their speculation about what happened. This was good. It meant they were of the right track. On the other hand, Guardian, why did you answer his question and not mine? Zorian asked the glowing humanoid. But the Guardian ignored his question, just like he did the previous one. In fact, Zorian realized that, although the Guardian was facing them, he was subtly tilted towards Zack. It was like he was completely ignoring Zorian's very existence. Just like he had been ignoring the temporary loopers in the past. Guardian, why are you only responding to me and not him? Zack asked, a bit of frustration bleeding into his voice. I only respond to the Controller, the Guardian stated placidly. I knew it, Zorian said quietly, followed by a small sigh. Zack stared at the Guardian, getting visibly more and more upset as time went by. Zorian just felt a sinking feeling of defeat, instead. When it rained, it poured. This is bullshit, Zack stated angrily, pointing with his finger at Zorian. He entered this space on his own, by activating his marker. Only a controller can do that. Yes, the Guardian agreed. He is an anomaly. Those happen sometimes. Something or someone has managed to get past the safeguards and disrupted the integrity of the mechanism. The anomaly can access controller privileges even though he is not one. I am unable to do anything about that at the moment, but do not worry, the mistake will be corrected at the end of this cycle, when the world is recreated again. Lovely. Zorian did not need a detailed explanation to understand what the Guardian was implying. But why now? Zack demanded. How did you figure out he was the anomaly all of a sudden? He had been coming and going here for ages now. Yes. Regretful, Guardian said blandly. However, you have presented me with the key recently, which triggered a complete analysis of the existing situation. During this inspection, the anomaly was identified and correction procedures were scheduled to be performed at the first possible opportunity. Why? Zack asked. What is it about the key that triggers this? Activating the key signifies that something has gone wrong with the time loop mechanism, the Guardian answered, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. Of course a thorough check of everything is in order. It does. You never mentioned this when we asked you about the key, Zack stated accusingly. The Guardian ignored the statement. Zorian was actually a little taken aback by this, since it meant the Guardian had probably kept them deliberately in the dark about that when they had talked to him in the past. He supposed it made sense. The key was a security measure meant to confirm the controller's identity. It made sense not to discuss the details of its operation unless the Guardian felt he had to, for some reason. What about those privileges I claimed, then? Zack asked. What does that get me? It affirms your status as the one true controller and locks out all the other pretenders that may be walking about, the Guardian said. What? Zack protested incredulously. That's it? No new functions or abilities or anything like that? As a controller, you already have all the privileges, the Guardian told him. You have simply ensured others do not infringe on this. Why can Zorian even access this place, then? Zack demanded. Hey! He is an anomaly, the Guardian said. These privileges are such a rip-off, Zack complained. It doesn't even do what it's supposed to properly. I'm sorry, the Guardian said, sounding honestly apologetic. He's a very frustrating anomaly. And thank the gods for that, Zorian thought. He wasn't panicking, strangely enough. He didn't know why. Maybe because he already faced a very dire situation today and was rather emotionally drained at the moment, but finding out he was going to be deleted at the end of the month only brought a dull mixture of dread and determination to his mind. So what if Silver Lake had betrayed them? So what if Panic Seth was actively working against him? So what if you would get erased at the end of the month? Hadn't they already planned to make an escape attempt in this restart? They just had to make sure it worked. He looked over at Zack, who had stopped arguing with the Guardian and was instead looking at Zorian like he was a dead man. A mixture of horror and guilt was etched clearly into his face. "Don't beat yourself over this," Zorian told Zack. His voice was so calm and even that he was surprised how confident he sounded. "There was nothing else we could have done. You heard what the Guardian said. The moment we presented the key to him, I was marked for erasure. It was always a given that we would do that the moment we gathered all the pieces. We should be grateful it was so difficult and took us that long to do it, or else we would have ended up in this situation at a much earlier and far less favorable restart." "But, Zorian," Zack protested. You. This just means I need to get out of here before this month ends." "It's the same situation the rest of the group is laboring under, really," Zorian said. "Don't tell me you've already given up." "And no, Zack said slowly, taking a few deep breaths. "Damn it. I really hate this. Ask the Guardian if the key still works. Can you unbar the gate again?" He could, it turned out. "Do you want to do it now?" the Guardian asked. "No." Zack shouted at it. "No. Do nothing until I tell you, you useless thing." "As you wish," the Guardian said peacefully, completely oblivious to their emotional turmoil. There was a few seconds of silence as neither Zack nor Zorian said anything. "Well," said Zorian finally. "We should probably end this for now. We need to come here later to ask more questions, but I don't think either of us is in the right frame of mind to do so at the moment." "Yeah, I guess," Zack gloomily agreed. "I just..." Suddenly, the Guardian started convulsing again. "Oh, not this shit again," Zack protested in an exasperated tone. Zorian made no moves to exit the Sovereign Gate this time. He probably couldn't even if he wanted to, but this time he actually wanted to have a talk with Panicseth, so he didn't even try. Interestingly, Panicseth did not bother to separate Zack from Zorian this time around and simply possessed the convulsing Guardian in front of them both. The glowing humanoid erupted into a forest of blood-red branches and tentacles before shuddering and contracting into a more human-like mass. It then quickly shape-shifted into the same female form that it had chosen for Zorian the last time they spoke. It did so far quicker than last time, apparently having gotten more proficient with the process. It took a step forward, seemingly intending to walk over to them, before pausing and stopping in place. "Hello, Zorian," Panicseth said in a pleasant female voice. "We meet again." "I thought you said you would not bother talking to me again," Zorian immediately pointed out. "That it was a one-time offer." "Bah, I told you it was just playing hard to get," Zack stated. "Getting past the safeguards on this mechanism is not an easy thing to do," Panicseth said. "It is not easy for me to appear before you like this. I meant what I said last time, but I decided you are more interesting than I first realized. Last time you didn't even dare show your face in front of me," Zack said loudly in a challenging tone, folding his hands over his chest. "As the controller, you are especially well protected from any tampering," Panicseth said, shifting its attention towards Zack for a moment. "And you can leave at any time. You do not require my help, nor am I able to stop you from leaving. You are of no use to me. But here you are, showing yourself in front of me anyway," Zack pointed out. "I need to conserve my power," Panicseth said. "Isolating you in a separate space is costly and unnecessary. I do not care if you hear us." The female form Panicseth was wearing turned its attention back to Zorian, staring at him intently. "You still have a chance to survive this," Panicseth said. "I have managed to stop the Guardian from rescinding all your controller privileges. Wreck the controller's mind as much as you're able, use the key to unbar the gate, and I will incarnate you in the outside world. I do not even ask that you make a contract with me. Grievously sabotaging the controller and preventing him from exiting the time loop will be payment enough for your salvation." Zack actually floated a few steps back when he heard that. You don't want me as an agent? Zorian asked, frowning. I already have 2 of them. That's more than enough, Panicseth said. If I can ensure that the controller dies here when the time loop collapses upon itself, it will be far more valuable to me than any additional number of agents. Neither Zack nor Zorian said anything for a few seconds, but Zorian was furiously thinking about things. If Panicseth was so desperate to take Zack out of the picture, that probably meant this entire time loop had been made specifically to help him find a reliable way to stop Panicseth's release. Even if Zack could not remember so, the 2 of them were mortal enemies. Before I helped Zack gather all the pieces of the key, you were already winning, Zorian realized. You had already sent one of the temporary loopers out as your agent, and Zack had mostly forgotten his mission to stop you. He only had vague feelings to guide him in what he must do. Even if he figured out how to come here, the gate was barred and he couldn't leave. Yes. It would have been better for me if the key had never been found, Panicseth admitted readily. However, I am the very embodiment of adaptability. I do not blame you for looking out for your best interests. I simply recruited one of you as my agent, thinking that was the best way to make use of the situation. It was only later that I found out how capable you are at mind invasion, and how the original plan could still be salvaged. You didn't know that before? Zorian asked. I'm always watching, Panicseth said. Everything, everywhere. But my consciousness is a lot like yours, in that I can't pay attention to every little detail I see. When you observe an anthill, you perceive a lot, but can you really remember what one particular ant does at any point of time? But I remember it all with perfect clarity, and I can review it all later as I wish. Just like you can remember things with perfect clarity when you want to. See? We're a lot more alike than you might think, Zorian. The female shape Panicseth was using as his avatar smiled. It was a bright, sunny smile that was probably meant to put him at ease but which Zorian found inexplicably terrifying. We're both trapped in this cage, doing anything we can, even distasteful things, in order to get out, Panicseth continued. Do you think I want to destroy your city? Its destruction is simply an unfortunate consequence of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I never asked your kind to build a city around me. Just like you are willing to kill your outside self to live, I am willing to obliterate everything around me to get free. It is not my fault my fatality count is higher than yours. I will die if I don't get out of here in time, Zorian pointed out. You won't. The cage that binds me is torture you can barely imagine, Panicseth countered. Imagine being entombed for centuries, alive, but starving and thirsting, and unable to move a finger. If that was your fate, would you not do anything in your power to get free? That was a good argument, actually. Zorian had nothing to say to that. And then there is him, said Panicseth, suddenly pointing towards Zack. Me? Zack protested. I'm just sitting here quietly, listening to you 2 talk. What about me? I am heavily restricted in regards to the controller and cannot speak about things freely, but I can tell you this, no matter what you think about that person, no matter how friendly he seems, you are ultimately enemies. In the end, one has to kill the other. That's bullshit. Zack exploded. What the hell do you mean by that? He is good at pretending, Panicseth said, not even bothering to look at him. However, you should have noticed the signs by now. Don't let your emotions overpower your reason. Angry and ignored, Zack tried to ram himself into Panicseth's form, even though he knew no fighting was possible here and that this was probably a bad idea. Panicseth's form simply blurred for a moment, causing Zack to harmlessly pass through it. I have said all that needs to be said, Panicseth said. Make the right choice, Zorian. You have until the end of the restart to make a decision. I will be waiting. Then they were outside, back in their real bodies. They hadn't even activated the exit function in their marker, it was another thing that the Primordial could apparently do on its own initiative. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Zack raged, throwing around everything in the vicinity to vent his frustration. Zorian winced when one of the sensitive instruments that the facility staff used to study the Sovereign Gate impacted the nearby wall and broke apart. That was going to be a real bitch to explain to Cranton. Damn it all to hell. Why has everything suddenly going so wrong? Zack, you really need to work on your temper, Zorian said, thrusting his hand towards another device Zack just threw across the room. It immediately ceased flying through the air, stopping just before it hit one of the cabinets. Zack paced around the room angrily for a while, not saying anything but thankfully no longer destroying expensive equipment either. After a while he marched up to Zorian with heavy, purposeful steps and grasped him by the shoulders with both of his hands. Zorian, he began, you don't really believe that nonsense Panicseth was spouting there at the end, do you? Zorian stared at him, stony-faced, for several seconds. He knew that there was something to Panicseth's accusations. Zack's mind, it clearly had been tampered with somehow. Maybe by Red Robe. Maybe by the angels, when they had given him his task. Maybe by both. Everything pointed towards that conclusion. Even if Zack was genuinely friendly and wished him nothing but good, there could be all sorts of restrictions, compulsions or contingencies placed in there, just waiting for some trigger to activate them. Perhaps once they were out of the time loop, the smiling boy in front of him would suddenly turn hostile and try to kill him for no reason. He still remembered how quickly Princess switched from seeing them as mortal enemies to following one of them like an overgrown puppy, just because they managed to scratch her a little with her control dagger. However, he also knew it would be a mistake to say that out loud. For one thing, Zack just listened to Panicseth telling Zorian to scramble his mind in exchange for a ticket to outside. In light of that, any argument Zorian might use to convince Zack to let him rummage inside his mind would seem very suspect. No, Zorian said. I don't believe that at all. Zack stared at him for a second before finally letting go of his shoulders and straightening himself a little. Good, he said, patting Zorian on the shoulder in a friendly manner. That's good. We can't let that thing divide us like that. We need to trust each other, now most of all. Right, Zorian said. He actually agreed with that. And by the way, you're the one explaining to Cranton why you totally trashed the room like that. Zack froze for a second and then looked around him, assessing damage. I guess you're right, he said with a groan. I really do need to work on my temper. 91, A Path Paid in Blood. Chapter 091 A Path Paid in Blood. This isn't going to work. Zorian stopped staring at the pile of blueprints and notebooks in front of him and looked at the speaker. It was Svim. He and Alanik had snuck up to him while his attention was absorbed into his task and were currently staring at him expectantly. Zorian tapped his pen on the table a couple of times before throwing it aside and leaning back in his chair. Perhaps it would be a good idea to take a break. His work had stalled for a while now. I'm not sure I understand, he told his old mentor. We can't keep going like this, Svim clarified. This path we're on, it's not going to work. When we planned this out, we were counting on having Silver Lake on our side. Now we don't, and no amount of increased enthusiasm and minor adjustments is going to make up for it. I know you're still under the impression of what Panicseth told you, but something has to change. At this rate we're simply blundering into an obvious failure. Zorian stared at Svim for a second before glancing at Alanik. However, the scarred battle priest was silent, simply staring back at him without saying a word. Clearly he agreed with Svim's words, then. They had probably discussed things between each other before approaching him. He looked around the room instead of immediately answering. It gave him a way to stall and gather his thoughts, but he was also curious about people's reactions to the conversation. They were inside one of the Novita Estates rooms, and there were quite a few people gathered here. Most of them pretended to be absorbed into their own work, but Zorian could tell that all of them were paying close attention to what was happening. Well, except for Zack. His fellow time traveler was sitting cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed, trying to sense the divine energies of his divine blessing and controller marker. Zorian was not sure why he was doing that, to be honest. Both he and Zack had already succeeded at perceiving these divine energies, and it was unlikely he would develop the skill much in what little time they had left before the end of the restart. On top of that, they had basically given up on trying to modify the temporary markers. There was little point to that now. He took a deep breath but resisted the urge to sigh. They had informed the whole group about their second encounter with Panicseth and what it meant for Zorian. Strangely, the group took another bout of bad news in stride. In fact, the knowledge that Zorian now shared fates with them seemed to significantly improve the mood of the group. He was one of them now, and the fact that he didn't panic and break down after finding out this was his last chance to live seemed to inspire them somewhat and calm their fears. They worked harder, grumbled less, and were less dubious about his motives and logic. For a while, he thought that would be enough, that with some renewed enthusiasm and some clever workaround they would be able to make up for Silver Lake's absence and proceed as planned. However, Svim and Alanik were right. This wasn't going to work. They needed a new plan. "What are you suggesting?" Zorian asked them. "First of all, we should tell Cranton and his team that we're time travelers," Svim said. Zorian cocked his head to the side curiously. Not really what he was expecting to hear. "Wouldn't that be rather counterproductive?" Zorian asked. "Cranton and his team have been remarkably cooperative with us, all things considered. If they knew the truth, I imagine their enthusiasm for helping us could only plummet as a response." "I said we should tell them we're time travelers, not the full and total truth," Svim said. "Truthfully, they already suspect this. The documents we are providing them with are too similar to their own existing work for that to escape their notice. They have been talking amongst themselves about our identity for a while now, and the most common theory is that we're literally from the future. It isn't that far from the truth, really. They actually hit upon such a crazy theory as the most likely one?" Zorian asked, surprised. "They're working in a time magic research facility," Svim said. "Even though actual time travel is said to be impossible, the topic is likely to come up with some regularity among the staff. They are being paid to push the boundaries of time magic as much as they can, after all." Zorian stayed quiet for a few seconds, mulling things over. He supposed the idea was workable, all things considered, and it might eliminate some of the inefficiencies they'd encountered when working with Cranton and his team. However, although this would be useful, I'm not really sure it would do that much, Zorian said finally. The facility staff is already working hard on the project of turning the Imperial Orb into a black room. Even with their limited information, they seem appreciative enough for the funding and opportunities we've given them. I doubt we could drive them to work harder with this. "No, probably not," Svim agreed, propping his elbows on the table and folding his fingers into a triangle shape in front of him. "This is merely an attempt to make them fine with the second step of the plan." "Which is?" Zorian prompted, feeling just a little bit apprehensive all of a sudden. "Kidnapping everyone skilled and possibly useful and forcing them to work for us," Svim stated calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Must resist the urge to sigh. Must resist the urge to sigh. Must resist." Zorian rubbed his chin in a frustrated manner before focusing back on the two people in front of him. Alanik was still not saying anything. They were both staring at him and waiting for a response. "And just how," Zorian began. "Through any means necessary," Svim said, cutting him off. "Blackmail. Threats of death and bodily harm. Rampant use of mind magic." "My mind magic is not that capable," Zorian said, frowning. "The kind of work we need from them has never been done before. They would need to work with us to invent entirely new spells and rituals." "I know," Svim said. "I can't force someone to perform creative work for me with mind magic," Zorian pointed out. "I don't think anyone can. At best we'd get a bunch of dazed zombies." "They don't know that, though," Svim said. "Mind magic is terrifying, even for mages, and few people are experienced enough to guess your limits. Ignoring that, what you can do is already terrifying enough for most people. If you demonstrated your memory manipulation abilities, most people would be very intimidated. Even I'm afraid of you sometimes, and I'm both familiar with your limitations and relatively certain you will not target me with your abilities. Finally, even if someone is not intimidated by your ability, you can always use your memory modification abilities as a limited retry button for convincing people. You've used your powers in that manner before, I am told. But only on enemies, stressed Zorian. And I'm very grateful you retain that sense of morality and restraint in regards to your powers, Svim said patiently. But we're running out of time and desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't think we're just selfishly asking you to discard your ideals. This is a burden we're all willing to take upon our shoulders. Zorian gave him a surprised look. Somebody will need to keep this mass of resentful, forcibly recruited mages in line and focused on their duties instead of plotting our downfall, Svim said. That's going to be our job. Your job is simply to gather the people we need and intimidate them into cooperating with us, however reluctantly. Zorian stared at the man for a while, considering what he had been told. Svim was essentially saying that all or most of the other temporary loopers already agreed that this was an acceptable course of action. That they were just going to kidnap random people and force them into working for them. And here Zorian was thinking he was being too carefree about reaching for the darker, unethical methods to tackle their problems. Well, he said. I see we're turning into a proper villainous organization. All we need now is a mystical artifact that will allow us to remake the world in our image and we're set to go. Svim's lips twitched slightly. If you really think about it, he said, a large group of people armed with knowledge of things to come and all the things we've gathered in the time loop would be more than enough to. Please don't, Zorian implored him. Just, tell me once again how this is supposed to work. All right, Svim said, reaching into his bag and handing him a map with a bunch of locations marked on it. Colorful paper notes densely filled with text were pinned next to each of the indicated locations. Our main problem right now is that we don't have enough time, Svim continued after Zorian had a chance to glance at the map. The only way we're going to get that is by pushing our Black Room modification project to its utter limit. Therefore, we should drop virtually everything and focus on that. However, the biggest problem the project has is the lack of qualified mages to work on it. Most of us are not really qualified to help with it. However, this facility is not the only one of its kind. There are other facilities in other countries, and though they have not gotten as far as the one in Eldamar, their staff is no less qualified than Cranton and his researchers, they just suffer from a lack of funding and opportunities. The places on the map marked with blue upturned triangles were locations of all known Black Room projects in Altazia, Zorian realized. He knew about these, of course. They had been making use of their facilities for quite some time now. Not just in the sense that they were using them to extend their time in the restarts, either. They had long ago raided these places for any information about time magic, as well as handed them collected research notes from other facilities to see if they would come up with something novel when presented with such information. Although these initiatives were moderately successful, they had stopped yielding results by now, and so they no longer bothered with them. They simply made use of the facilities in each restart and then left them alone. Although these places were much smaller than the time magic research facility beneath Scioria, there was a fair number of them. If they forcibly took all their staff, that would be a lot of people. Plus, there might be some useful equipment there, now that he was thinking about it. If they were raiding these places for people, they might as well take everything that wasn't nailed down as well. So we just raid those places, taking everything and everyone in sight, Zorian said, clacking his tongue. What about those who just won't cooperate, no matter what carrot and stick we use? Kill them? Push them through a portal to Blantyr and strand them in the jungle for a while, Svim said. I think most will reconsider after a few days, but if not, they can just spend the rest of the month there. And probably get eaten by a flying snake or something, Zorian thought, though he did not say it out loud. In any case, with this sudden influx of new people and with Cranton's hopeful acceptance of our time traveler story, we can then move on to the next step, said Svim, handing him another map. This one was a very detailed map of the underworld beneath Scioria, centered around the time magic research facility. However, the facility in the map Svim gave him was larger than the one that currently existed beneath their feet. Much, much larger. It was a huge, sprawling complex that circled the whole like a giant torus and then extended into the surrounding land through a spider web of rooms and corridors. Zorian gave Svim a dubious look. There is no way this kind of development can be hidden from the city, Zorian said dubiously. Never mind Cranton and his reaction, this would bring the Eldamar military on our heads. Do we really have enough influence to make the city authorities overlook this sort of thing? Yes, that is certainly a problem. Svim tapped his fingers together and looked away uneasily for a second. We think we have a solution for that, though. I'm not going to like this, am I? Zorian asked rhetorically. Can it really be worse than the whole mass kidnapping thing? We should work with the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon and its leaders, Svim told him. Zorian scowled at the suggestion. He had nothing but disgust and contempt for the cult of the World Dragon. At least Abasins had a relatively understandable goal of sabotaging their national enemies. The cultists were traitors and seemed to operate purely on a mixture of delusion and insatiable greed for power. Most of the lower-level members didn't even know what exactly they were fighting for. Plus, he could never quite forget the sight of the shifter children they sacrificed in order to crack open Panicseth's prison. He did not like the idea of cooperating with these people in the slightest. You can't be serious, Zorian told him, voice tinged with annoyance. I really am serious, and not just because they can help us make the city authorities look the other way while we rearrange the local underworld in our favor. With the loss of Silver Lake, we have lost our expert on the primordials and their cages. Aside from Silver Lake, the cult's leaders are probably the people most qualified to help us understand Panicseth's prison, and how to exploit it to get out of the time loop, Svim explained. We already took everything they had, Zorian pointed out. In fact, they had been exceptionally thorough in raiding the cult for every secret they had. Zorian may have compunctions about delving into the minds of random people to steal their secrets, but he had no such compunctions about the cultists. He could not claim to have gotten every scrap of knowledge they had, since he could only look for things if he knew what to look for, but he was quite sure he got everything truly important out of them. What they already have, yes, Svim said. But not what they could have, if we teach them all we know and give them a chance to look at the problem with increased skills and perspective. Zorian's eyes widened in realization. You want to teach them? He asked, aghast at the idea. Everything, yes, Svim confirmed, nodding. We would not inform them about the time loop, of course, but other than that, we will bring them into our improved black room and teach them everything we can about divination, about dimensionalism and about the structure of the primordial prison in the whole. We will then let them analyze the structure and either ask them to answer our questions or you can just rip the answers straight out of their minds. It depends on how cooperative they are and what is more convenient. Zorian remained silent for a while. On one hand, he really didn't like the idea of teaching these people anything, especially since that would involve them being close by for several months, plenty of time for things to go seriously wrong. On the other hand, he found the idea of the cultists unknowingly helping them get out of the time loop so they could sabotage their plans in the real world to be rather amusing. And Svim was right that, other than Silver Lake, these people were the ones most familiar with the Primordial's prison. They had been studying it for quite a while now in their attempt to open it, after all. There was, of course, a small matter of why in the world would the cult leaders agree to work with them on this. However, they were already considering kidnapping people and using blackmail and intimidation to make them cooperate, so this was probably not as difficult of an issue as it appeared. They just had to point out that the invasion could not possibly succeed unless Zack and Zorian allowed it to happen, and then prove their words with a demonstration of their power. He looked at Alanik, who had still not said anything up until now. I'm surprised you're willing to entertain this idea, Zorian told him. I was willing to work with Silver Lake, wasn't I? Alanik said. She may not have done anything particularly heinous in front of you, but I assure you she has done plenty of odious deeds in the past. I understand the necessity. It would be playing with fire, but it isn't like this is the first time we're doing that. Isn't it? Indeed, Zorian said quietly. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Alanik never really talked about his past with Silver Lake, or of his time before he became a priest. Zorian had long figured out by now that the scarred battle priest had been a very different man back then, and did a lot of things he later regretted, so he refrained from pushing the man on the topic. Alanik had been incredibly helpful towards him throughout all these restarts, and Zorian felt it would be ungrateful of him to dredge up painful memories and old grudges unless he really had to. If Alanik had some information about Silver Lake that he felt was important, he would have told them about it by now. After a while, Zorian picked up a pen and threw it at Zack's head. Though he had his eyes firmly closed, Zack immediately raised his hand and caught the pen out of the air before opening his eyes. "How much did you hear?" Zorian asked him. "Most of it," Zack admitted. "And?" Zorian prompted. "What do you think?" "I don't have any better idea," Zack said with a shrug. Neither did Zorian, in all honesty. "Well, that wasn't entirely true." "All right," said Zorian, rising from his seat. "I guess we're doing this, then. However, I think a slight modification is in order." "Slight, huh?" Zack said with a grin. "If we're going to get the maximum amount of time out of the modified black room, the extra manpower is not enough," said Zorian. "We need a dimensionalism mage of the highest caliber if we're going to get truly spectacular results." "So? Those don't exactly grow on trees," Zack pointed out, throwing the pen back at him. "Where are we going to find one of those?" Zorian caught the pen flying at him with practiced ease. "How attached are you to that crown we took from Quadakikl?" Zorian asked Zack with a knowing smile. Zack's expression immediately fell. "Oh, you can't be serious," Zack complained. "Oh, but he was. He really was." "Come on," Zorian told him, motioning him to get up from the floor. "Let's go talk to our favorite lich." Break. Somewhere in Eldamar, a field was burning. Two masked teenagers were engaged in a vicious fight against an ancient Abasan lich, and the landscape around them was devastated in their passing. Once this had been a wheat field in full bloom, but it was now just an ashen land covered in craters. Broken remains of undead servants and golems littered the ground, and strange rock formations rose out of the ground in places where the two sides tried to entomb each other in solid stone. Somewhere out there, Zorian mused, a farmer was going to be very devastated when he saw what had happened to his harvest. This was the third time he and Zack had clashed with the lich like this in the last few days. However, this was fine as far as Zorian was concerned. He considered this to be simply a part of their negotiation with Quadakikl, rather than as a waste of time. They were proving to the lich that they were legitimate threats and that he should take them seriously. Earlier, when they had taken the crown from him in this restart, they had done it through an ambush and by employing something that could be dismissed as a mere trick. Through these fights, they were showing Quadakikl there was more to them than that. Quadakikl had never stopped looking for them all this time, of course. He had no idea it was Zack and Zorian who had stolen his crown, since they had worn disguises when they had ambushed him and covered their tracks extremely well, but he had somehow managed to find out about the existence of their group in general. He seemed to have identified Svim, Alanik, Ilsa and Kiran as the leaders of the group, possibly because they interacted with the authorities relatively often. He had tried to target them by ransacking their homes and such, but this hadn't been very effective. All temporary loopers had vacated their usual homes by now, and were not that easy to catch. Plus, he couldn't be too brazen about wrecking things or he would put his own invasion plans into danger. This sort of situation must have been rather frustrating for the ancient lich, because he had attacked them immediately when they had shown up in front of him again. He hadn't even given them a chance to speak. Rude. A giant, scintillating ball of red light screamed through the air toward Zorian. He thrust his hand at it, causing a conical wave of barely visible rainbow light to wash over it. It unraveled instantly, revealing a dimmer, but much more dangerous arrow of green energies hurtling at his chest. The simulacrum standing beside him immediately thrust his arm into the path of the arrow, sacrificing it to shield Zorian from the blow. The arm exploded at the mere touch of the magical projectile, negating the attack but showering Zorian with a rain of metal shrapnel. Zorian didn't try to defend himself against the flying metal pieces, opting to keep casting his counterattack instead. The shrapnel was stopped by his shield, a faint honeycomb pattern momentarily becoming visible around him as it absorbed the attack, and then Zorian finished his spell. Nothing visibly happened, but this was because his projectiles were utterly invisible. A pair of circular discs of severing force made their way towards the Lich, who was currently busy dodging massive boulders and fireballs that Zack was sending his way. Beside them, Princess released a loud roar into the air with 6 of her many heads, the last 2 being busy chewing through the throat of a giant eagle she managed to snatch straight out of the air. The great bird hung limply from her jaws, its riders nowhere to be seen. The fight had been going on for long enough that an Eldamarian response group had reached them and tried to involve themselves into the fight. Unfortunately for them, neither group had appreciated their interference. Their eagle riders had lost at least half of their numbers. One could see the charred husks of their eagles and mages mixed among the wreckage of the battlefield if one looked closely enough. The remaining eagles now circled uneasily in the sky above, keeping their distance and simply observing things. Several sites in the distance were also smoking. These were the places where Eldamarian forces had tried to set up artillery positions to pick them off from a distance. Quadikikl hadn't liked that idea, though, and after he had finished wiping them all out, they did not bother trying a second attempt at it. Zack shouted an order at Princess, and she roughly threw the dead eagle aside and disappeared. Well, teleported to be more exact. She reappeared instantly at Quadakikl's side, where she instantly tried biting and trampling him. Even the ancient Lich had trouble putting down such a large, regenerating beast, especially when Zack and Zorian were there keeping him from being able to focus solely on dealing with her. Distracted as he was by the Hydra and Zack, Quadikikl did not notice the severing discs until it was too late and ended up losing one of his arms. This, in turn, placed him at an even bigger disadvantage and forced him to burn through a lot of his mana reserves to fend them off and stabilize himself. Now that he had no Imperial crown on him, his mana reserves were no longer quite as ridiculous as they once were. He could no longer just outlast them by default. Now Zack proudly wore the crown to battle, which meant it was Quadikikl who had to worry about a war of attrition. The battle continued on for another 5 minutes before eventually slowing down. Eventually, the two sides found themselves staring at each other over an expanse of barren land, waiting for the other to make a move. Zack and Zorian could press their advantage, of course, but that would only cause the Lich to flee. There was no point to that, really. The seconds slowly ticked by with nothing to show for it. The only sounds were occasional screeching of giant eagles circling overhead and Princess hissing at them and at Quadikikl in response. "Hey," Zack finally said, his voice magically distorted and his face hidden behind a blank white mask. He pulled the Imperial crown off his head and twirled it around his finger playfully. "Are you looking for this?" Quadakikl's response was to fire one of his signature red disintegration beams at him. However, Zack did not move a finger to dodge or block it. The beam just curved unnaturally around him and missed. "We might be willing to give it back," Zorian pointed out, his voice also distorted. Quadikikl cocked his head to the side curiously, saying nothing. "Or we can just continue this for another couple of days, I guess," Zack added. "I don't know about you, but I kind of enjoy these clashes between us. A bit of excitement to spice up the day, you know." "So. You want to talk, huh?" Quadikikl observed. He looked up at the Eldamar eagle riders circling above. "This probably isn't the best place to do it, though." "Pick a time and place, then," Zack said. "Just don't keep us waiting for too long. We're on a bit of a time limit here. You drag your feet too much and we'll just keep the crown and be done with it." Quadikikl didn't bother answering him. He simply picked up a rock from the ground and squeezed it in his skeletal hand. Bright orange lines burned themselves into the surface of the rock before fading away. The Lich then threw the rock at their feet and then teleported away. Zorian picked the rock up. It was still warm, and there was a time and address carved into it. Plus a single sentence at the end. Don't be late. Break. Zorian had no intention of telling Quatakikl about the time loop or trying to talk him into helping them get out. That would obviously just blow up in their faces. The ancient Lich had no motivation to sabotage the plans of his original self by helping them escape into the real world. The last time he'd realized he was just a copy in a duplicate world, he'd had no compunctions whatsoever about sacrificing himself to advance the cause of his original by crippling them. A person like that wouldn't help them just to save his own hide, and they had nothing to really offer him. But they did not have to tell him about the time loop. They did not have to ask him to help them to escape. What they needed at the moment was more time, and to get that they needed their Black Room project to succeed. And with Quatakikl's help, it could very well succeed spectacularly. At the moment, they were in a private room in one of Sioria's many restaurants, discussing this idea with the Abasan leader. Quatakikl was in his human disguise, and Zack and Zorian had agreed to come unmasked as a show of trust. So let me get this straight, Quatakikl said, playing around with his glass. You want me to help you improve Eldamar's time dilation room to a completely ridiculous rate of dilation. Specifically, we need another 5 months, Zack said, cutting into his speech. And in exchange you are going to give me my own crown back, finished Quatakikl, pretending he didn't hear him. Doesn't that strike you as incredibly brazen and a foolish thing to ask for? I mean, I will get that crown back. It's just a matter of time. See, that's where you're wrong, said Zack. Zorian, do your thing. Zorian nodded and started casting the gate spell. Quatakikl was instantly on guard, but he only tensed imperceptibly and did not attack them or voice any protest. He watched curiously as Zorian finished casting the spell and opened a miniature dimensional gate just above his palm. If one looked closely, they could see a featureless patch of water by looking through the gate. Well, done. Quatakikl said dubiously. You can cast the gate spell. Not something many people can brag about, but... Scan it, Zack told him. See where it leads. Frowning, Quatakikl did just that, casting a bunch of divinations to determine the location of the other side of the portal. After a full 2 minutes of tinkering, he leaned back in his chair and gave Zack a strange look. It's just a random patch of the ocean, as far as I can see. Very far away from any land, he said. Precisely, Zack said, grinning from ear to ear. Now, what do you think would happen if we just chucked this crown through that portal and closed it? Quatakikl's eyes widened in shock and realization. The truth was that the deep sea was utterly unreachable from the perspective of humanity. Even the most powerful of mages would have no hopes of finding something that had been thrown away into the middle of the ocean. Even a lich like Quatakikl, who had no need to breathe and potentially lived forever, would balk at the idea of searching through the ocean floor for a needle in a haystack. If Zack and Zorian really did pick a random spot in the ocean, far away from any land, and threw the crown there, it would be scarcely different from destroying it utterly. You wouldn't, Quatakikl said severely. The value of that crown. If we can't get this black room to work, we're dead, Zack said, leaning forward towards the lich. There, I said it. We're desperate and our lives literally depend on this working. So if we fail, this crown is utterly useless to us. Why keep it around, then? Anyone we give it to would just become a target for you. Better to throw it into the sea so you can't have it. You, said Quatakikl, speechless for a moment. He shook his head. I see. So I either get the crown back from you now or I lose it forever. Is that what you're saying? That is what we're saying, Zack said, leaning back into his chair with a bright smile. Besides, don't pretend you aren't interested in the black rooms and that helping us with this is just a chore for you, Zorian pointed out. We know for a fact that you have been interested in the time magic research facility beneath Scioria for quite some time. Black Room projects require a great deal of funding and manpower to be developed, and Ulquin Abasa is probably not very abundant in either. This is a bit unfortunate since, as a place full of undead, you are the nation most able to exploit this sort of thing to its full potential. No need to worry about lifespan limits if you don't age. And you definitely need every advantage you can get, if you are to really compete with Eldamar and other Altasian powers. Am I right? Maybe, said Quatakikl after a short pause. You're saying I would get all the information regarding the Eldamarian Black Room project? How else can we expect you to help us improve it? Zorian asked. However, you're thinking too small. It's not just the Eldamarian project that you would have access to. It's also the Sulamnon project, and the Falkrinian projects, and everyone's project. Every Black Room project on the continent. He took out a bright red folder out of his bag and handed it to Quatakikl. It did not hold any comprehensive notes, of course, but it held enough to make it clear what kind of information Zack and Zorian had at their disposal. Quatakikl leafed through the folder, slowly at first but picking up as he saw more and more. His eyebrows also got higher and higher as he got closer to the end. How did you even get this? He asked them. He sounded honestly impressed. We raided every Black Room facility on the continent and stole their notes and research data, Zorian said. Quatakikl hummed lightly. I guess this really is very important to you. They spent the next 15 minutes discussing the details of the proposed agreement. Though Quatakikl never really agreed to anything and did his best to look uninterested, Zorian could tell they were gradually winning him over. So, there is one thing I'm really concerned about here, the ancient lich finally said. If I agree to this and help you as we agreed, what motive do you have to honor your part of the deal in the end? Yes, I will admit a certain amount of interest in the information you have about Black Rooms, but the crown you stole from me is the real issue. What guarantee do I have that you'll actually hand it over to me at the end? If you agree to help us, we will hand you the crown right now, Zorian said. Quatakikl raised his eyebrow at them. He had been doing that a lot in this conversation. Yes, really, Zorian confirmed. Zack had already used the key to unbar the gate. Now the only value of the Imperial items was in their basic abilities, and while the crown was extremely useful, they needed Quatakikl's help far more at the moment. They could always steal the crown the original was wearing when they got to the real world. What makes you think I won't just take the crown and walk away laughing? Quatakikl asked curiously. You could do that, yes, Zack said. We don't think you will, though. You are an honorable kind of undead. Ha! I don't know whether to feel pleased my reputation is so good or look down on you for being so foolish, the lich said. Does that mean you agree to the deal? Zack asked him. Let me ask you a question, the Abasan leader said. What actually made you think you could work with me on this? I mean, yes, you clearly looked into me for quite some time before making your move. You even did that without me becoming aware that someone was plotting against me, and some part of me cannot help but be impressed by that. However, it still seems very strange you feel confident enough to propose this deal. Seems very risky. We live a very risky life, Zack said, grinning. Yet you're still alive, the lich noted with a more subdued smile of his own. Clearly it is not just a matter of overconfidence, then. If we answer this question for you, will you answer one of ours? Zorian asked him. Sure, Quatakikl said, waving his hand in front of him carelessly. Ask away. Why are you working with the cult of the World Dragon to release the primordial trapped in Scioria? Zorian asked. I refuse to believe someone like you would be ignorant of what exactly you are tangling with. This is not some fancy summon that will go away in a few hours, nor is it just a powerful monster. This is a creature that even the gods had trouble killing. Why would you set that thing loose on the world? I can see a regular rogue mage not caring about the consequences much, but surely you do. You have a homeland you care deeply for, and you probably intend to be alive for a very long time from now. Forever, Quadakikl said. I intend to live forever. Then why? Zorian asked. Why release a godlike entity that could very well destroy everything in a few centuries? The Lich looked at him for a few seconds, looking amused. Haha, the Lich laughed. So. You do know about the whole invasion business I'm a part of? Yes, Zack confirmed. We do. As I expected, Quadakikl responded. I guess that kind of answers my question, doesn't it? If you know about the invasion plot, you already know I'm willing to enter into highly risky and insane deals if the benefits are big enough. But anyway, about your question, the thing is, I don't think the primordial is going to be allowed to run free that long. Never mind centuries, I don't think it is going to last 2 weeks. Why? Zack asked, frowning. Because I have faith in the angels, the Lich said. What? Sounds strange to have someone like me say that, doesn't it? Quadakikl said, smiling knowingly. It's true, though. The gods may be gone, but the angels are still around and I have no doubt they would do everything in their power to either reseal or kill the primordial. Their restrictions limit their ability to meddle in the physical world, so it's easy to underestimate them, but they have some truly awe-inspiring beings and weapons on their side. I should know, I saw them personally fighting a few times. One primordial should not be impossible for them to handle. So you want to free the primordial, knowing the angels would take care of it long before it becomes your problem, Zorian said. Yes, the Lich confirmed. Frankly, my main worry is not that the angels will not be able to handle it, my main worry is that they will take care of it too quickly and that the damage from its release and subsequent rampage will be too limited in scope. I ordered all the temples razed to the ground at the very beginning of the invasion, but I fear it may not be enough. The angels can be surprisingly subtle and underhanded when they want to be. For all I know, they may be working against me even now. He had no idea. We are actually really fortunate, Quadakikl continued, sounding very smug. It is likely that the ability of the angels to interfere with our plans is even more limited due to the recent, complications in the spiritual spheres. You mean the fact all communications with the spiritual world have been severed lately? Zorian asked. Very well informed, indeed, Quadakikl mumbled quietly. Yes, that. It's rather unplanned, but not unwelcome. You could say the very heavens are helping me, haha. A small silence descended on the scene. So, Zack said. Do we have a deal or not? I suppose we do, the Lich said. I must be going senile in my old age, but I'll give you a chance. Oh yeah, one more thing, Zorian said. We kind of also approached the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon about this and some other things. Unfortunately, they have been more unreasonable about this than you have, so we have kind of ended up kidnapping them. He threw a small painting on the table. It was very realistic, depicting a group of bound and gagged men. There was no proof that the picture was real, of course, but Quadakikl frowned when he saw it and stayed silent. Since we're working together now, we were hoping you could help us convince them to cooperate, Zorian said. At the very least, we need their help to make this deal between us actually work. Otherwise, I fear we'll be forced to subject them to our intense cooperation techniques. Of course the incompetent idiots got captured, Quadakikl muttered. He threw the picture onto the table before giving them a more cautious, speculative look. He then thrust his hand towards them, palm pointing upwards. The crown, he demanded, shaking his hand. With a sigh, Zack reached towards one of his pockets and pulled out the imperial crown. He gave it a look of sad longing before slowly and carefully placing it in Quadakikl's palm. The Lich immediately placed the crown on the top of his head, a web of geometric lines immediately lighting up all over his skin and flashing dangerously. For a moment his disguise dropped and his black skeletal form became plainly visible, but then he was back to normal, and his human guise was intact. The crown was no longer visible, hidden under whatever magic Quatakikl used to keep himself looking like a living being. "Right," he said. "Take me to those clowns and I'll talk to them. They'll cooperate." Break. Things developed very quickly after that. Zorian was honestly surprised how well things turned out. He was afraid the kidnapped mages would refuse to work or drag their feet whenever possible. He was afraid Quatakikl would just take the crown and just leave them to their devices while laughing at their stupidity. He was afraid the cult leaders would sabotage everything out of spite, resentful that they had been basically arm-twisted into agreeing with their plans. None of these things happened. The kidnapped researchers mostly chose to work with them instead of being defiant. A surprising number of them were even enthusiastic about the project, once they realized what they had been recruited to work on. It probably helped that Zack and Zorian promised them they could take all the documentation related to the project back home with them when they were finished. Though somewhat skeptical about that, the sheer scale of the project seemed to put people at ease. There was no way they would kill so many people just to shut everyone up, right? Quatakikl was a skeleton of his word. Just like he had never tried to cheat them after agreeing to teach them his magical skills, he did not attempt to get out of helping with the project once he committed to it. Which was great, because his help was insanely helpful and they would never have gotten as far as they did without him. He was more than just a replacement for Silver Lake, he was vastly better than her, and Zorian was honestly kind of sorry they couldn't recruit him to work on the time loop exit project as well. With his help, their odds would have improved immensely. Alas, the idea of informing him about the time loop was still as foolish as it always had been. Even if Red Robe had left the time loop thanks to a deal with Panicseth, he still had to find a way to make his temporary marker last past the 6-month time limit, Zorian told Zack when they were discussing the topic at one point. "You think it wasn't Panicseth who helped to modify that?" Zack asked. "Maybe it did, but I doubt the Primordial actually did any modification itself. It may have given Red Robe clues and instructions, but he still needed to find someone to do that for him." "And you think that someone was Quatakikl?" Zack guessed. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "Yet, if Quatakikl helped Red Robe acquire a permanent marker, why would he not acquire one himself?" "Perhaps he couldn't," offered Zack. "I mean, the fact that temporary markers do not work on people for 6 restarts after the previous temporary marker runs out clearly indicates it's not the marker that does the counting. It's the Sovereign Gate and the Guardian of the Threshold." "So?" Zorian asked. "So that means modifying a temporary marker has to be done before the Sovereign Gate processes it in some way. In all likelihood, that means any change to them must be made before the restart in which they gained the marker ends. We know from your example that the Guardian can only do certain things at the end of the restart, and this is probably one of them. This would also explain why we never managed to figure out a way to modify them that worked. The moment that first restart ended, the chance was lost, and we never even realized it." "Ah," Zorian said. "That did make a lot of sense. So you think Quatakikl was already a temporary looper for a while before Red Robe entered?" "I don't know. I'm just throwing the idea out there, I guess," Zack said with a shrug. "What do you think happened?" "I think maybe Quatakikl didn't even want to leave the time loop, even if he found out about it," Zorian said. "I mean, definitely not through a method Red Robe and Silver Lake used. Entering into a death pact with a primordial? Not a chance. And physically leaving on your own is very hard. I don't think even Quatakikl could have pulled it off, considering the amount of effort we had to put into it. Perhaps he simply made a deal with Red Robe, similar to what I have with Svim, Kale and the others. Once he gets out, he gives Quatakikl a mountain of notes and other information, and in exchange he helps modify Red Robe's marker. He could have still demanded a temporary marker of his own and modified that, Zack pointed out. Just in case, you know. "Yeah, I guess," Zorian said after a while. "I don't know. Maybe it's as you say, and he just couldn't. I could see Panicseth giving Red Robe a very specific solution tailored for him alone. It probably doesn't want anyone getting out without making a deal with him." Their interaction with the cult of the World Dragon was very adversarial at first. For one thing, they had kidnapped them and blackmailed them into working with them, so it was inevitable they were not too enthusiastic about cooperating. It also didn't help that Zorian evacuated all the shifters out of the city and informed the cult leadership that no child sacrifice would be allowed in their attempt to free Panikseth from his prison. That led to a lot of shouting and even a brief exchange of combat spells. However, the cult leaders would ultimately see the light when Zack and Zorian showed them the Sovereign Gate. They did not explain to the cultists what the object exactly did, but they did tell them it was a divine artifact that contained some of the essence of Panikseth itself, and could thus be used as a key to open Panikseth's prison. A much better key than the shifter blood essence they originally planned to use for the purpose, too. Though their description was deceptive, the basic facts were entirely true. Within the reality of the time loop, the Sovereign Gate could very much be used as a key to open Panikseth's prison. In fact, using the Sovereign Gate was the key part of their plan to exit the time loop. This had been true while they had Silver Lake's cooperation, and it was true now. Zorian had been a little worried that the cultists would figure out too much if given access to the Sovereign Gate, but thankfully that never happened. They were overjoyed with it, but only because it was a better, fancier key to releasing Panikseth out of its prison. They never realized what was truly going on inside of it. Considering it was a divine artifact, and that those were notoriously hard to figure out, Zorian probably shouldn't have been surprised at that. In any case, their plans went off flawlessly. Better than they could have hoped, even. They had dug up a massive underground facility, reshaped the entire local geomantic web to fuel its creation, and then surrounded the Imperial Orb with layers upon layers of complicated wards and barriers made out of extremely expensive materials. The cost of the whole project was enough to bankrupt a small country and would give even a major nation like Eldamar and Falcrinia pause if they had to pay for it. By the end of it, even Quatakikl seemed to be getting a little uneasy at the amount of resources and effort being put into this thing. It didn't matter though, because he stayed true to his word and the project was finished on time. 6 days before the end of the restart, the improved Black Room was done. A large throng of people, time loopers, cult leaders, and the more enthusiastic of the kidnapped researchers, piled on into the Imperial Orb, and then the time dilation was activated. They would spend the next 5 months inside the Imperial Orb. Outside, a single day would pass. Quatakikl did not join them in the orb, despite helping them make it. This was smart of him, because Zack and Zorian would have killed him the moment the orb was isolated from the outside world and stolen his crown again. Zorian wasn't sure whether Quatakikl could have escaped back to his phylactery if he was killed inside the palace orb, but even if he could they wouldn't care. The important thing was that he could not escape when overpowered inside the orb, and that having him inside for the full 5 months was too much of a risk. The cult leaders were manageable. Someone like Quatakikl wasn't. In any case, the next 5 months would consist of improving everyone's skills so they could help with the final exit plan, manufacturing the necessary ward stones and blueprints to prepare the terrain, and so on. It would be a bit of a challenge to hide the true meaning of all the preparations from the cult leaders and the like, but Zorian was not opposed to simply killing them if they ended up revealing too much to them, so whatever. Zorian had another thing he wanted to do, though. Something he wanted to keep hidden from most people, including Zack. Thus, he gathered most of the Arania loopers, plus Svim and Daimen, and brought them to one of the isolated corners of the orb dimension for a talk. "What a strange group you have gathered," Svim remarked. "It seems you are still not satisfied with your mind magic skills, if I am reading the situation correctly." "Seriously?" Daimen complained. "Aren't you good enough at that, already?" "You can never get good enough at mind magic," one of the Arania responded. "Indeed," Zorian said. "It's my best skill, and it's good to keep working on those. However, I didn't bring you here to work on my general mind magic skills. What I want, is to figure out a way to get past the mind blank spell and target a person with mind magic anyway." A look of realization entered everyone's eyes. Even the Arania, their body language was a little hard to read, but Zorian had gotten a feeling for it by now. Then they all got to work. Break. The escape attempt had to happen at the end of the month, on the day of the summer festival. The reasoning for this was identical to the one the Abasins and the cultists used to launch their invasion at that particular moment in time. This was the peak of the planetary alignment, when dimensionalism magic was at its strongest. When the group left the Imperial Orb, only 5 days remained until the deadline. This was not much, but it was enough to make the necessary preparations. The time magic research facility was completely repurposed into a part of the exit ritual. Large sections of the whole were covered in carved spell formula and embedded with strange metallic ward stones. The cultists they had spent 5 months training in dimensionalism and divinations had analyzed Panicseth's prison and shared their results with the group. They seemed honestly grateful to Zack and Zorian for the help they had given them, which made Zorian feel just a little bit guilty about intending to utterly betray them in the end. Not enough for him to do anything differently, but still. Sadly, the final plan they had agreed upon had some unfortunate details. The original plan was to use Panicseth's prison as a bridge, opening a dimensional gate that would connect a spot in the time loop with the same spot in the real world. That plan was now largely unworkable. Silver Lake had been the only one who knew how to interact with the Primordial's prison with sufficient finesse to make that possible. Despite their best efforts in trying to develop that skill in some of their people, they had failed to duplicate her feats. It did not help that they obviously could not experiment on the primordial prison itself while inside the Imperial Orb. They could only work on their general dimensionalism skills and try to guess what was necessary to interact with it properly. Still, while the original plan was no longer possible, they did have an alternative. It was just that this plan required them to crack open Panicseth's prison and then sacrifice the Imperial Orb to serve as a bridge they needed to connect the two realities. There were 2 problems with this. The first was that it required them to destabilize the Primordial's prison and make a crack in it, something that usually triggered a premature end to the restart and would allow Panicseth to extend its influence outside the prison while they attempted to form the bridge. This would be solved by enclosing the area with multiple layers of dimensional membranes, so that even after breaching its prison, Panicseth would not be truly free. They weren't totally sure it would work, but it was the best idea they had and the theory was sound. Even if it worked, though, it would only stop the restart from ending immediately. It would do nothing to stop Panicseth from rampaging about. The other was that using the Imperial Orb that way meant they couldn't take it with them to the real world. It would have to stay behind to form a path for them, which would sharply limit the amount of things they could bring with them from the time loop as well as result in the total loss of all of the research notes and blueprints Zorian had stored in its memory bank. That was painful, to say the least. There was no other choice, however. The Imperial Orb was the only pocket dimension reinforced with divine power that they knew of. It was the only thing they knew of that could withstand the dimensional stresses involved in the procedure. Everything else would break in seconds. Deciding what to bring with them and what to leave behind was stressful and led to a lot of arguments, but somehow they managed to cut their possessions down to a manageable level. Days passed in a flash, until there was no more time. The summer festival was upon them, and the invasion was about to begin. Zack and Zorian had meant to kill all the cult leaders the day before, to make sure they wouldn't interfere with their work, but their unlikely allies surprised them by graciously agreeing to step aside of their own free will. The official reason was that they had figured out that their group planned to release the Primordial too, and that thus there was no need for them to get involved. Zorian did not believe that for a second, of course. The leadership of the cult wanted to control the Primordial, not just release it. Moreover, Quadakikl was never very far from the cult leaders these days, making direct moves against them impossible. Reluctantly, they decided to let the matter drop. Hopefully the Lich and the cultists would be too busy fighting the city to try and sabotage their operation. They had done their best to covertly prepare the city and its defenders for the upcoming invasion, so the attackers should have their hands full in that regard. They simply made the last round of preparations and then settled down to wait. Everything was ready. Zorian turned to Zack. "If this fails, I'm dead," he told him. Zack shifted uncomfortably. "The Guardian may have been lying for some reason," he said. Perhaps you will wake up at the start of the next restart and... Maybe, said Zorian, cutting him off. He really doubted it, though. However, it's best to plan for things not being so convenient. Anyway, if everything fails and we all die, it's all up to you. You're our last and only hope. I guess, Zack sighed, looking really pained at the idea of him getting out of this thing alone. Look, I know this probably sounds hollow, but if anything happens to you, I promise I will take care of your original self, alright? That actually does make me feel somewhat better, Zorian said. Come on. It's starting. The ritual was taking place inside the hole, on a floating platform. There was a raised dais in the center, on which the sovereign gate stood. It struck Zorian that this was a very similar setup to the one the cult had used for their ritual. They really had ended up supplanting their role in a way, hadn't they? Of course, the real setup their group was using was much more extensive than what the cultists had used in the past. Though the main ritual grounds consisted of this one floating platform, the supporting mechanisms actually extended throughout the entire local underworld. Additionally, the entire space around them was enclosed in several layers of dimensional membranes that isolated the place from the outside world as much as possible. There would be no plucky trio of mages simply flying up to them in a sphere of white force to disrupt the whole thing from within, like Zack and Zorian had done to the cultists in one of the previous restarts. The entire group arranged itself into a series of 3 concentric circles. Zack, Zorian, Daimen and Svim were at the very center, surrounding the sovereign gate. They were the people most skilled in dimensionalism, and thus the most crucial for the effort. Around them were dozens of people who had enough skills to contribute, but not enough to take on the heavy burden that the main 4 were responsible for. Finally, there was the rest of the group who couldn't really help the procedure work, and could only stay back and pray for everyone's success. They were here only because once the area had been enclosed in dimensional membranes, no one could get in without disrupting everything and causing the ritual to fail. Thus, if they wanted to get them outside, they had to be present inside while the ritual took place. After some shouting and pushing, everyone was in their assigned position and, hopefully, knew what to do. They started casting. For the first 5 minutes, nothing much happened. The air above the platform warped and twisted like hot summer air, but nothing more than that occurred. The group had to be exceptionally careful about their spell work and timing, and that meant work was bound to be slow. Still, everything was proceeding well so the walls of the hole shook, sending dust and pebbles everywhere and causing the inscribed spell formula in the walls to flare and flicker with an ominous blue light. A deep rumbling sound emanated from somewhere in the distance, like a growl of a titanic beast. Crap! What the hell was going on outside? What were Quatakikla and the cultists doing? Stay focused. Svim warned. We are at a critical. Another tremor, this one even stronger, shook the entire place and everything suddenly went to hell. The shimmering, controlled breach they were working towards quickly spun out of control, and a pitch-black, irregular crack suddenly manifested itself in the air around them. Shit! Zack swore. Suppress it. Suppress it. But it was too late. A swarm of dark brown tentacles, rope-like and covered in thorns, rushed out of the crack and sent everyone scattering out of their positions. The crack widened, revealing a giant, 3-lobed, inhuman eye lurking behind the dimensional barrier, and more tentacles rushed out to confront them. These were thicker, and had rather human-like hands attached at the end. Though things had gone badly, all was not lost. They had made the ritual with certain tolerances, and this was still a manageable outcome. Quickly, many of the people standing around in the third circle of the ritual rushed forwards and started fighting the tentacles. People like Kiran and Taven had no skills with which to help the ritual itself, but they had plenty of combat power and no other duties to distract them. They fearlessly charged into the invading primordial mass, recklessly burning through their mana to keep it away from Zorian and the others. As for Zack and Zorian, they were busy suppressing the breach and could offer very little help. Should their attention lapse for even a second, Panicseth would overwhelm them before they could blink. They frantically dodged the flailing tentacles, shaping and stabilizing the breach into something manageable. Dimly, Zorian was aware that one of the hands that got severed in half by Taven suddenly grew legs and claws and flung itself at her. Taven ended up tackled at the ground, unable to cast much of anything. Kirin managed to blast the thing off of her, but she had to be dragged off to the side, effectively out of the fight. She was also bleeding heavily, leaving a thick trail of blood as she was dragged to the edge of the platform. Zorian had no idea if she was going to live, and couldn't really afford to check at the moment. Not far from there, one of the Arania tried to block one of the thin, thorny tentacles with a force shield but found her defenses to be lacking. The tentacle punched through her shield and swiftly wrapped itself around her torso several times. That's when they found out that the thorns weren't just very sharp, but were also thin and bladed like a razor. The high-pitched scream of the Arania cut off quickly as the thorns effortlessly sliced through her exoskeleton and turned her into a mutilated corpse. The tentacle then picked up the corpse and started waving it around like a bloody flail, sending blood and viscera everywhere. Some of the mages panicked or flinched when the Iranian blood splattered all over them, even if no actual damage was done, and their efforts to keep the breach in check started to fail. "Damn it," swore Zorian, reaching into his jacket pocket and removing a handful of steel spheres densely covered in spell formula. He had been hoping to save these for later. He needed them later. But if he didn't use this now, they were done for. He flung the spheres at the rift above and they spontaneously aligned themselves around it into a quickly rotating ring before starting to glow. The primordial's tentacles reacted quickly, switching directions and trying to tear the sphere formation apart, but thankfully the rest of the group immediately realized they could not let that happen. A swarm of multicolored rays, bullets, and more exotic projectiles intercepted the tentacles, halting their charge for a moment. A moment was enough. The spheres erupted into blinding white light, blinding everyone for a moment, and then the rift abruptly shrunk. Some of the tentacles, cut off from the source of their mass by the shrinkage, fell from the sky, crashing onto the platform with a loud thud. Their relief was short-lived, however, since the tentacles soon started twitching and bubbling like boiling water, before starting to merge into an ovoid, chrysalis-like mass. Alanik was the first to act, sending streams of white-hot flames at the forming cocoon, and then everyone joined in. However, the structure seemed to have developed some kind of resistance to the spells they had used on the tentacles thus far, because it was stubbornly resisting attempts to eradicate it. Deep within it, some horrible shape rapidly began to form. And the sovereign gate spontaneously started glowing white, a silhouette of the familiar form of the guardian of the threshold forming right above it. "Shit," Zorian couldn't help but mumble. "Use the orb," Svim said. But, Daimen protested. "We have no choice," Svim interrupted. "We have no time. It has to be now." After a moment of indecision, Daimen reached to his side and threw the Imperial Orb at the crack. Zack, Daimen, Zorian and Svim quickly started casting layers upon layers of spells on it, trying to integrate it into Panicseth's prison like they had intended. It wasn't going well enough, so Zorian reached for more of the items he prepared for this, a collection of metal tablets, several staves made out of alchemically treated wood, and a box of several hundred marbles, each of which contained a three-dimensional spell formula made out of metal wire. He sacrificed it all in succession and even burned some of his life force to make his spells hit harder. He was fairly sure he noticed Zack, Svim and Daimen doing the same, burning their life to make sure the fusion worked. They succeeded. The Imperial Orb pulsed 3 times with translucent waves of rainbow light before pulling the pitch-black rift into itself. The crack in the sky disappeared, but the orb seemed to pull in the space around it still. The air warped and rippled, forming a pitch-black sphere above the orb, its surface rippling like water. Around it, a smoky gray torus burst into existence, crackling with multicolored energies. Then another, and then another, until 3 gray tori revolved around the pitch-black sphere that had suddenly grown perfectly still and featureless. The exit. It was ready. Unfortunately, that's when the glowing form of the guardian of the threshold finished materializing. It did not speak a word, simply raising its hand at the group and releasing a thick, blinding beam of white energy at them. The beam did not even cross half of the distance towards them before it suddenly split into more than 100 thinner, but equally bright beams. Zack and Zorian's simulacrums, previously held in reserve, sprang into action. So did the combat golems Zorian made for the occasion. But the beams were fast and each one swerved and pivoted in the air like a living thing, tracking its chosen target. Hastily erected defenses did nothing to stop them, and Zorian was pained to see Ilsa, Nora, and 2 of the Arania killed on the spot when the beams hit them. The exit was right there, open and ready, yet 4 people had died so close to their salvation. Some people fired a counterattack at the spectral form of the Guardian, but the entity did not attempt to dodge or shield itself from the attacks in any way. Every attack that reached it simply sank into its glowing form and disappeared. There was no indication that the Guardian had suffered any damage from the attacks, or even that it had noticed them. Damn it, they needed to start the evacuation now. Zorian started directing his simulacrums to start the preparations, but that's when the primordial chrysalis from before suddenly exploded, a large, vaguely humanoid beast bursting out of it. It had 4 arms. A 3-eyed, skeletal head stood attached to its shoulders through a long, flexible neck. Its tail was extremely long and thin, and ended with a hand-like appendage. Glossy, chitinous carapace covered it, studded with thin, razor-like spikes. It roared horribly, its sound incredibly loud and grating, and then it dropped on all 6 of its main limbs and charged straight at the center of the platform, where Zorian and the others were located. Anyone who tried to get in its way was flung aside like a rag doll, and every spell that hit it was resisted with little to show for it. The glowing form of the Guardian raised its hand again, another beam sparkling on its fingers. And then, to add a final insult to it all, the entire area rocked and shook as a series of loud booms erupted from somewhere above. Zorian's heart sank. There was no mistaking it. Someone was attacking their ritual grounds from the outside. Probably Quadakikl and the cultists. Damn it. How did they? No, that was a silly thing to ask. He had to focus on the now. He had to. The Guardian fired another white beam of death. It once again flowered into hundreds of smaller beams, and this time they were not capable of minimizing the effects. Zorian joined his simulacrums in blocking as many as he could, but it was not enough. He watched, horrified, as Kale tried to shield his little daughter from one of the beams with his body. The beam drilled straight through them, killing them both on the spot. Kiran managed to block the beam, but that made him too distracted to deal with the primordial beast running up to him from behind. Its massive, clawed hand swiped across him, shattering through his hastily erected shield and cleaving him in half before continuing its relentless advance. Another series of explosions sounded from just outside the ritual grounds, and the spell formula that stabilized the exit to the time loop flickered dangerously. A small, almost imperceptible crack appeared on the Imperial orb floating just beneath the exit. It could no longer handle the strain of maintaining the bridge to the real world. Somewhere on the edge of the platform, Zorian could feel Taven's soul suddenly wink out. She probably bled to death while everyone was too busy fighting for their life to tend to her wounds. Suddenly, it dawned to Zorian that they were all going to die here. They were so close, they had practically won, and yet. Truthfully, I think I'd always known it would end this way, Daimen suddenly said with a small sigh. He took a knife out of his pocket and ruthlessly slashed at his wrists. Daimen! What are you doing? Zorian screeched at him. You have to live, Daimen told him, his hands trembling as he went through a complicated series of gestures with them, his wrists heavily dripping blood. It's fine if I die, but you have to live. Don't let it all be in vain. It can't. Suddenly, he thrust his bloody hands towards the collapsing exit in the air, pouring every shred of his life force into the stabilization wards. The cracks on the Imperial orb stopped spreading, the black surface of the exit calmed down into its smooth, peaceful state, and the spell formula lining the walls stopped fluctuating for the moment. Svim watched the scene for a moment before focusing on Zorian. "Go," he said. "Zack and I will keep the exit stable while you pass through." "Zack doesn't need this, but you," Zorian protested. "Go." Svim shouted at him. "Zack cannot keep this stable by himself. Go now." He could do that, yes. He could go through by himself, abandoning everyone to their fate. But that. He glanced at the others, desperately fighting to keep the primordial beast away from them and keeping the guardian of the threshold busy with other targets. They knew the exit was there. They could have just dropped everything and made a mad dash at the exit in hopes that some of them would make it. Wouldn't that be the smartest choice, individually? Yet none of them had made that choice. Steeling his heart, Zorian stopped focusing on the maintenance of the exit, handing over his part of the burden to Svim and Zack, who visibly struggled under the increased strain. He then crouched and jumped, casting a quick flight spell and rushing straight at the exit. The primordial beast screeched in anger, increasing its pace. The guardian suddenly teleported in front of Zorian, blocking his path and forcing him to evade and block another series of white beams that chased after him, pivoting in the air and curving their trajectories to keep him in their sights. Some of the other loopers helped him out, ignoring their own safety to block some of the beams with their own spells. The ceiling shook again, this time more severely than before, but Damon's final sacrifice had allowed things to keep working for now. He was only inches from the exit when the primordial beast suddenly opened its massive bestial mouth and fired some kind of serrated bony spike straight at his chest. He was practically a spent force by this point, and could do nothing to stop the spike from slamming straight into his back and passing straight through his chest. An explosion of blood and viscera erupted out of him, his whole chest a ruined mess. Perhaps it was just him losing all sensation as death took him, but it felt to him that everything suddenly went quiet for a moment as his flight spell failed and his body began to fall to the ground, trailing blood behind it. His wound was too serious. He was dead for sure. Closing his eyes, he initiated the final contingency, separating his soul from his body. A complicated soul spell he had always kept running in the background suddenly activated, allowing him to maintain consciousness in soul form. Without hesitation, he abandoned his dying form and rushed straight into the exit in front of him. Before either the primordial beast or the guardian of the threshold could stop him, he was already through, following invisible paths that would lead him to the real world. As a soul, his ability to perceive the real world was highly limited. He followed invisible lines of space and time, racing through a tunnel he could dimly perceive in front of him. Most of his ability to navigate in this place came from the fact he had absorbed the dimensional perception of the tunneler toad and gained a considerable amount of proficiency with it in the 5 months he had spent in the Imperial Orb. Yet, that same ability was also threatening to undo everything he had accomplished. He had bound that ability to his mana reserves and his body, but his body was no more. One of the very pillars that were supposed to anchor the ability to him was gone, and his mana reserves shuddered and churned, threatening to destabilize. Should that happen, he would lose all ability to cast spells or even direct his mana. Everything would still fail in the end. He had to hold on for a little while longer. He focused tightly on keeping control over his mana reserves, even as he tried to navigate to the exit in the real world. Dimly, he felt the tunnel start to collapse behind him. Apparently Svim and Zack had finally lost their struggle to keep the passage open. Nobody except Zorian had gone through, as far as he could tell. He drove himself to travel faster. Finally he was out. He could feel the space open up around him, the tunnel ending. For a while he was disoriented, confused about what he had to do. His mind was fuzzy, he had never spent this much time in soul form, especially not with destabilizing mana reserves. However, he eventually remembered what he had to do. He had to track down his old body. Fortunately, that was not so difficult. He had no idea where the exit had deposited him, exactly, but he and his original body shared a certain bond with each other. It was hard to cast much as a pure soul, but Zorian could do enough to craft himself a set of ghostly hands. From that point, everything became easy. A couple of divinations to lock down on the location of his old self, a couple of quick teleports to enter his room, and he was there. His old self was sleeping, blissfully unaware of the invasion. Soul Zorian did not hesitate. His soul form plunged straight into his old self's chest, causing the boy to gasp before all his body locked up as the two souls started to fight for the ownership of the body. Maybe it was quick. Maybe it was slow. Zorian had never fought a soul battle or possessed someone's body before. What he did know was that his old self never had a chance. From the moment he attacked, the ultimate outcome was never in question. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of his room. His room. Yes. Definitely his room. He rose into a sitting position and looked around. It was night. He thought he would maybe wake up when Kiriel came to jump on top of him, but then he remembered that the time loop technically began much earlier than that. He placed his right palm in front of him. A ghostly orb of white light bobbed up and down just above it. The soul of his old self. He stared at it for a full 5 minutes, trying to decide what to do with it. He had considered the issue before, of course, but now that he was actually here. After a while, he closed his palm around the soul, causing it to fade away and move on to the afterlife. To do anything else seemed cruel. Then he jumped out of bed, took a look around his dark, silent room and cracked his knuckles. It was time to get to work. 92, The Scramble. Chapter 092 The Scramble. In the months leading up to their disastrous exit from the time loop, Zorian and the other members of the group had entertained many different outcomes and how each of them would reflect on what they would have to do immediately after crossing over into the real world. This included the possibility of having to cross over in soul form, much like Zorian had ended up doing in the end. Theoretically, this meant that Zorian already knew what to do and how to arrange his priorities. In practice, things weren't so simple. While he had succeeded in leaving the time loop and possessing his old body, the process had a critical flaw. Their theorizing had assumed that, if Zorian executed everything correctly, he would be at his top form upon seizing his body. After all, he would possess a body that was flawlessly matched to his soul, so there shouldn't be any rejection issues that usually plagued possession attempts. Having crossed over as a soul meant losing all the physical resources and information storage they had planned to bring, but at least his magic would be fully intact. In reality, he didn't even have that. The problem was the dimensional ability of the tunneler toad he had anchored to himself in the time loop. His body may have been perfectly matched to his soul, but it wasn't the body to which he had anchored the ability to. Without the life force portion of the anchor, the part located in his mana reserves couldn't persist for long either. He was fortunate he had managed to prevent its collapse before successfully possessing his old body, or else he'd be dead right now and all the sacrifices the others had made would have been for nothing. However, once he established full control of his body, the ability anchor in his mana reserves finally gave out and unraveled completely. Unraveling a permanent enhancement like that was not a small matter. It caused him no pain, and he would not be permanently crippled by any means, but his mana reserves would be in utter turmoil for the next 4 to 5 days. An eternity, considering time was of the essence. Standing completely still in the darkness of his room, Zorian closed his eyes and sensed his mana again with a more critical eye. It was bad, but not unmanageable. A regular mage would have been completely crippled by the chaotic, unruly nature of his current mana reserves, but Zorian had honed his shaping skills to virtual perfection. Plus, he had experienced something similar before, when Quadakikl had inflicted grievous soul damage, so he had experience in how to handle these sorts of things. Slowly and carefully, he waved his hands in the air in front of him, softly muttering a spell chant. After some time, a single flawless simulacrum materialized in front of him. The simulacrum did not speak or wait for Zorian to give him a command. He knew what was asked from it. He simply walked back to the bed, lied down, closed his eyes, and focused completely on calming down the raging mana reserves they both shared. Zorian breathed a sigh of relief as he felt his mana reserves immediately stabilize into a more manageable form. Good. So long as one of his simulacrums focused all their attention on stabilizing them, his mana reserves would remain usable. It wasn't the same as him being in top form, but it would do for now. His spellcasting restored to a usable condition, he immediately threw himself into the next task before him, confirming that Zack had left the time loop and waking him up before Red Robe had a chance to assassinate him in his sleep. A critical task that would normally require him to drop everything else and rush to Scioria, but which might be achievable through faster and cheaper methods. Quickly rummaging through his old school supplies for alchemical reagents and deconstructing a bunch of old items scattered around his room for necessary materials, Zorian constructed a simple ritual circle on the floor of his room. He then spent almost a minute performing a special long-range ritual spell, one that tapped into his marker. The same marker that he had shared with Zack. There was no guarantee that Zack still had the marker on his soul, of course, even if he had successfully left the time loop. Unlike Zorian, Zack was supposed to leave the time loop the normal way for a controller. That is to say, the guardian of the threshold would perform the transfer. For all Zorian knew, this process may have involved erasing the marker, since it was no longer necessary. However, Zorian had a suspicion that the marker was definitely going to stay embedded in Zack's soul. A suspicion that turned out to be correct when the ritual finished, and the information from it rushed into Zorian's mind. He could feel the existence of the second marker in the direction of Scioria, shining like a star in the darkness. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it out. There was no reason why he wouldn't have, but so many things had gone wrong that Zorian did not dare take anything for granted. He then reached out to Zack over the faint connection provided by the ritual and their identical markers. His mana reserves dropped like a stone. Bridging the vast distances between Siren and Scioria was hard and costly, even for such a small thing. Without the two identical markers connecting them, it would have been entirely impossible. Just before he was about to run out of mana, he succeeded in touching Zack's soul. It was just a light brush, but it was enough. A sharp spiritual jolt shook his soul, shocking him awake. After observing things for a second to make sure he had really succeeded, Zorian broke the connection and stood up. He couldn't actually talk to Zack through a spell like that, so there was no point in burning through his mana to keep the link going. They would talk more once they actually met. He waited for a while till his mana reserves recovered and then cast the simulacrum spell 3 more times. Like the first simulacrums, these ones did not bother speaking either. There was no point. Zorian's connection with his simulacrum was very strong, intertwining them on both mental and spiritual levels. Though they still had their own individual minds, they were constantly exchanging thoughts with Zorian and each other, much of it on a purely unconscious level with no need to expend effort or concentration to make it happen. For simulacrums. This was the most he could manage at the moment while still remaining effective. He would be casting a lot of magic in the near future, so he had to keep his mana regeneration rate at acceptable levels. He considered what to do next for a moment, mentally bouncing ideas back and forth between his simulacrums. While they talked, they silently wandered around the house and rummaged through his belongings, gathering materials. They didn't have too much time to spend on making equipment, but some basic spell aids and disguises were a must. The chance that Red Robe and Silver Lake would target his family immediately after exiting the time loop was low, in his opinion. Those two had more pressing issues to tackle for now, and Siren was far from Scioria. Red Robe might not even know about Zorian and where he lived, or else he would have knocked Zorian out of the loop before leaving it. Silver Lake obviously did know, but she and Red Robe presumably did not know each other before now and would struggle to establish trust. Nonetheless, Zorian knew he couldn't just leave his family undefended. He had to either move them to a secure place or leave a simulacrum behind to protect them. Gathering them up and moving them to some distant area was the safest option. The most responsible option. However, that would be a lengthy and mana-expensive task, and many critical tasks would have to be postponed until it was done. He couldn't make that choice. Svim. Alanik, all the temporary loopers that had died to keep the exit open instead of trying to save their own lives, They had made that choice because they trusted him to look after everyone's interests once outside. He couldn't just blow everything off in order to make sure his family was perfectly protected. Plus, he was ultimately a bit selfish. Evacuating the house would require him to inform his parents about what was happening or use mental compulsions on them. He didn't want to do either. He wanted some semblance of normalcy to remain between them for now. If possible, he wanted to just wait for them to leave for Koth as they normally did. In just a few days, his parents would be on a ship at sea and all but unreachable. The problem of their safety was ultimately self-solving. It was unreasonable, perhaps, but he still held on to a tiny sliver of hope that all this could be solved without informing the whole world. He shook his head, forcibly banishing his idle thoughts and fears for the future. It wasn't the time. Just as it wasn't the time to be shaken by the death of people that had been working with him on this project for more than a year. He'd worry about that later. A little while later, all the preparations were finished and he was back in his room. He glanced at the simulacrum to his left and his copy silently nodded at him before wandering off to secure the house. Siren was not a magically potent area, and the materials he had at his disposal left a lot to be desired, but it should be enough. He would have to appropriate a fair portion of the family's silverware, though. For a second, Zorian stared at the two remaining simulacrums in front of him. For simulacrums, but he could really only use two of them. So inefficient. Still, one had to work with what they had, not what they wished they had. He silently told the two to get ready, and then all three of them started to cast a powerful teleportation spell. Moments afterward, they were enveloped by a ripple in space and disappeared. Lying on the bed, the first simulacrum did not even twitch at their departure. He was wholly consumed in his task, knowing that if his attention lapsed even slightly over the next couple of hours, it could spell disaster for everything they were trying to accomplish. Having their mana reserves suddenly turn chaotic in the middle of a critical moment could kill the original or dispel one of his fellow simulacrums before they could accomplish their goals. Fortunately, Zorian's research into mental enhancements had taught him how to assume some very useful states of mind, or else he likely wouldn't have been able to maintain focus over such long periods of time. The final iteration of the month had not started auspiciously, but Zorian and his simulacrums were determined to make it work anyway. Break. Scioria was fairly easy to teleport to, since there was a teleport beacon placed in the middle of the city. Though the real purpose of the construction was to redirect all incoming teleportation into one specific area, so that they could be more easily monitored and policed, it also acted as a sort of lighthouse for teleportation magic. This meant that while Red Robe and Silver Lake would find it very inconvenient and mana expensive to travel to a small rural town like Siren, it was relatively easy and cheap for Zorian to teleport himself towards Scioria. The moment he and his two simulacrums had arrived into the city, they each split off to pursue their own tasks. For simulacrum number 3, that meant checking up on Veyers. After all, there was a good chance that Red Robe was actually Veyers, in which case he would probably try to get his old self out of the line of fire as soon as possible. Probably. Whatever the case, visiting Jornak's place to see what was happening there was of very high importance in Zorian's mind. The simulacrum moved rapidly through the streets of Scioria, using his own 2 feet to move around instead of wasting mana on teleportation. He wore a featureless white mask over his face and his other features were hidden with heavy clothing and layers of privacy wards. The original and the other simulacrums similarly hid their identity. It was likely they would come face to face with Red Robe at some point, and there was no point in making things easy for him by openly identifying themselves as Zorian Kaczynski. Silver Lake knew who Zorian was, of course, but she was also an untrusting bitch, and it might take a while for her and Red Robe to set aside their differences and start working together. If Zorian could keep his identity secret for a few extra hours with his disguise, he would not consider this a wasted effort. As he approached Jornak's house, the simulacrum grew more cautious. He slowed his pace, circling the house wearily. He knew how to bypass the house wards, of course. He'd done it dozens of times, by now. However, if Red Robe was really here, he had likely modified or upgraded those just in case. It's what Zorian himself would have done, and there was no reason to assume Red Robe had been any less cautious. His paranoia soon proved itself well warranted. As he studied the house wards, he noticed they had been subtly changed. He was lucky, or maybe unlucky, because this was pretty damning proof of Red Robe's activity. 5 minutes later, the simulacrum managed to get past the defenses and entered the house. What greeted him was eerie silence. The house was dark and abandoned, and it only took a few moments for the simulacrum to realize that both Veyers and Jornak were gone. Walking around the place, the simulacrum could see numerous signs of frantic activity scattered around the place: closets and cabinets flung open, drawers ripped out of their sockets, piles of clothes and small items scattered all over the floor. It wasn't just that Veyers and Jornak were gone, they had gathered up anything of real worth from the house before leaving. This was an evacuation, not a kidnapping. The simulacrum cast a number of divination spells, trying to see if he could get some clues about where the two had gone, but failed to find anything. That was to be expected, though. It would have been shockingly incompetent of Red Robe to leave a trail behind him as he evacuated the place. The simulacrum stood in the living room of the abandoned house, fiddling with a small white statuette of a dragon that he found on the floor, lost in thought for a while. Did this prove that Veyers was Red Robe? Well, not exactly, but it did prove that he was connected to him somehow. Jornak was also gone, which could mean a lot of things. Maybe the lawyer was the real Red Robe. Admittedly, the Red Robe that Zorian met in the past was roughly his own height and thus a poor match for Jornak, who was a fully grown man, but that could be accomplished easily through shape-shifting. Or maybe the time-looping Veyers just appreciated what the older man had done for his old self and so had taken him to safety as well. Whatever the case, they were all gone now, and there was little point in staying here when there were so many other things to be done. He thought about torching the whole place out of spite, but it was better not to escalate things for now. Red Robe clearly cared a lot for these two, so burning down Jornak's place might genuinely anger him. Sure, they were already irreconcilable enemies, but doing this would make things personal. He might go after Zorian's friends and family sooner than he otherwise would have. Before he moved on, the simulacrum quickly contacted the original and the other copy to find out what was happening on their end. They were both currently fighting and couldn't talk much. Should he go help them? No, the whole point of creating so many simulacrums was to pursue many different goals simultaneously. He would just have to trust the other two would be able to complete their task on their own. Instead he went north, towards Nyazov Dveri. It was time to see what Silver Lake was up to. Break. While simulacrum number 3 was checking out Jornak's house, number 4 had rushed into the tunnels beneath Scioria to contact the Urania living beneath the city. Once, the Sciorian web had been his closest allies. They had taught him how to control his telepathic abilities, helped him make sense of the invasion, and provided a semblance of companionship in a world where most things were painfully short-lived. Spear of Resolve, the Uranian matriarch, had intended to betray him in the end, but he was still devastated when they were all erased out of the time loop. Part of his desire to see them as soon as possible was definitely emotional. Everything he knew about the time loop suggested they would be alive and well out here in the real world, but he had to see that with his own eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but draw parallels between the Urania and the temporary loopers that had sacrificed themselves so that he could cross over into the real world. He needed some good news right now. However, there was also a practical side to his visit. Zack and Zorian were quite capable of dismantling the entire invasion in a matter of days, halting it in its tracks, but that was without Red Robe's interference. Plus, who could forget Silver Lake was also working against them. Thus, the idea of just quickly shutting down the invasion was untenable. However, this did not mean they would just sit back and do nothing about them. If they wanted to do serious damage to the invaders, the best time to do so was right now, at the very beginning of the month, before Red Robe and Silver Lake had a chance to warn all their allies about the danger. They had to move quickly, and that meant recruiting helpers, and the Sciorian Arania were one of the few powerful groups that Zorian felt they could win over to their side very quickly. Apparently Red Robe agreed with his assessment, because when Simulacrum number 4 arrived on the outskirts of the Iranian settlement he found them locked in a desperate battle against Red Robe. The battle had clearly been raging for quite some time. Mutilated Iranian bodies and arachnoid viscera lay scattered everywhere, and several of the caves and tunnels had been collapsed by both sides in an attempt to get rid of the other. A choking cloud of dust lingered in the air, reducing visibility. Red Robe was just as Zorian remembered him. A bright red robe covered him completely, hiding most of his features, and a patch of magical darkness obscured his face. His movements were unhurried and methodical, though instead of painlessly and instantly killing the Arania in front of him he mostly relied on various force spells to crush them and cut them apart. The sight of him fearlessly advancing forward like an invincible juggernaut and killing Arania in very brutal and bloody ways was probably very intimidating to the spiders. Zorian suspected Red Robe was trying to crush their will to fight and scatter them before he ran out of mana. Simulacrum number 4 quickly realized that Red Robe in front of him was a simulacrum, just like him. It made sense, really. Much like Zorian had created a bunch of copies to perform several tasks simultaneously, Red Robe had likely done the same. He immediately rushed into the battle, firing a powerful incineration ray at Red Robe's back. The other simulacrum did not show any signs of surprise, as if he had fully expected the interruption. He simply turned to the side in a smooth, practiced motion, blocking both Zorian's spell and one from a nearby Arania. Simulacrum number 4 did not speak, and neither did his opponent. They simply circled each other and kept launching probing spells at one another, testing each other's skills and spell selection. The simulacrum was a bit disappointed at Red Robe's silence. Based on his previous experiences with the third time looper, he had expected Red Robe to try and strike up a conversation or start monologuing. That could have given Zorian an opportunity to figure something out about his opponent and his goals. Probably why he was staying silent. Oh well. The Arania did not interfere in their fight much. Some of the angrier ones, who had lost friends and family members to the assault, kept trying to launch surprise attacks at Red Robe whenever they spotted an opening. Many of those ended up dying, since their attacks exposed them to Red Robe's retaliation. Zorian tried to keep Red Robe too occupied to focus on the Arania much, but there was only so much he could do. Thankfully, most of the Arania had had the common sense to pull back deeper into their settlement to regroup and recover their strength. After a while of this sort of spell exchange, Red Robe suddenly stopped. He appeared indecisive for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but he eventually just shook his head minutely and reached for a short spell rod on his belt. Zorian tensed and prepared for the fight to escalate, but it turned out he had misjudged the situation. The rod was a simple recall spell. The moment Red Robe touched it, his body blurred for a second and then he was gone. Zorian's simulacrum did not try to pursue. He was here to save the Arania and recruit them as allies, not to take out a disposable pawn that Red Robe could recreate in a couple of minutes. This was already a victory. He relaxed and waited for the Arania to approach him, reasoning that trying to be proactive wouldn't be a good idea at the moment. He may have saved them, but the Arania were still obviously tense and might lash out if they felt pressured. Thankfully, he did not have to wait long. It took less than 2 minutes for the Arania to assemble a welcoming party that cautiously approached him. They were visibly surprised when he responded to their greetings with telepathy and fumbled in indecision when he asked to talk to Spear of Resolve. The matriarch was true to her name, however. She quickly interrupted the talks and announced she would be arriving to talk to him personally, brushing aside the outraged protests of her subordinates. Soon he was standing in front of her again, the 2 guards she brought along standing behind her and giving him their best menacing looks. To most people, she would doubtlessly look like any other Arania, a giant black jumping spider, same as any other. For the simulacrum, though, the sight brought back a flood of memories rushing to his mind. He wanted to punch her right in that big-eyed, manipulative face, but also hug her and tell her he was glad to see her. This was probably similar to how Zack had felt upon seeing him on Scioria's train station, so long ago. Except that he had much better impulse control than Zack and wasn't going to punch her. Or hug her, for that matter. "Greetings, friend," Spear of Resolve said politely. "I am grateful for the help you provided us in our hour of need. We are not ungrateful people and will surely find something to reward you with, but I sense there is more to this visit than just this." "True," the simulacrum sent back. "We have many things to talk about." The matriarch tapped her front legs against the ground curiously. "Curious. There was a curious note of nostalgia bleeding over into your messages," she pointed out. "Ah. Sorry about that," he said, wincing slightly. "I can't help it. You don't remember this, but we knew each other." "Oh. I find that very hard to believe," the matriarch said. "It's true," the copy insisted. "We worked quite closely in the past." The matriarch sent him a note of patronized amusement. "I have a very good memory when it comes to people, and you seem like a very noteworthy person. I would surely remember if I'd had the fortune to meet a mage of your caliber," she said. "In particular, the level of control you have over your gift would immediately make you stand out in the sea of people I have met over the years." An entirely reasonable argument. Sadly, the simulacrum didn't have time to take things slowly and delicately guide the matriarch to the correct conclusion. He decided to take a risk and be totally blunt. "I come from the future," he told her. The matriarch was silent for a moment. Several other Urania in the vicinity shifted in place from either amusement or incredulousness. They were clearly listening in on their conversations through their link with the matriarch. Nothing out of Zorian's expectations, really. "That's quite a claim you're making, friend," the matriarch said. She seemed more intrigued than dismissive, which surprised Zorian a little. He supposed that, even if she did not take his claims seriously, she wanted to hear his clarification. "Zorian Kaczynski," said the simulacrum, taking off his mask as a show of trust. "If this worked, he would be working closely with these people anyway. You can just call me Zorian." "Zorian, then," the matriarch agreed. "Zorian, you surely realize that great claims like that require great proof to be taken seriously." Zorian no longer had the matriarch's memory packets, which meant that the method he used to employ to get her cooperation in the past was no longer possible. However, that was okay. He had other means of catching her attention. "Of course I do," the simulacrum said. "I can even show you my memories of the timeline I came from." "Come now, Zorian," the matriarch scolded. "Any memory you show me could be fabricated entirely. That proves nothing." "Not quite," the copy responded, a small grin on his face. "If I showed you some random scene with little relation to you, then yes, it could easily be a forgery. But what if I showed you a detailed map of your inner settlement, including the insides of your secret research room and your treasury? What if I demonstrated detailed knowledge about your secret research and your trading networks, the sort of things only your most respected elders have access to? What if I told you the names of every Urania that makes up your web, described what the insides of your private rooms look like, and demonstrated I could mimic the speech patterns and personality traits of a great many of your subordinates? Such things do not necessarily prove I come from the future, but certainly prove something, no? How could I possibly know that?" The matriarch's legs began to twitch uncontrollably. A small commotion broke out among the Urania surrounding them. The simulacrum could tell there was a heated discussion going on in the background. "Enough," Spear of Resolve suddenly said, speaking up verbally for the first time since the meeting began. Obviously she wanted the simulacrum to hear this too. "But honored matriarch," one of the guards protested. "I've decided," she said firmly, spinning around in place to stare down the guard, who shrank back at her admonishment. She then turned back towards the simulacrum. "I'll open my mind to you," the matriarch said telepathically. "Show me these memories of yours." Zorian's copy did just that. He tapped into the stored memories inside his head, reproducing them as best as he was able. For several hours the Urania watched in uncomfortable silence as the simulacrum laid their closely guarded secrets bare to them. He showed them his conversations with Spear of Resolve, Novelty, and the various guards and ambassadors he had interacted with in the past. By the time he was finally done, the matriarch was clearly disturbed at the amount of information he possessed. It was as the simulacrum had said, it wasn't ironclad proof that he was from the future, but it did mean he had access to just about everything about them at some point. That was disturbing enough on its own. How could you possibly know all of this? The matriarch asked hesitantly. She usually tried to project an air of certainty and confidence when interacting with him, even when she was secretly bothered behind the facade. There was none of that now, however. Even if you're from the future, even if we work together in this future, I would never. You died, Zorian's copy told her bluntly, cutting her off. You all died. That cloaked man that just attacked you earlier. In the future I know. I was not strong enough. Oh, the matriarch said, deflating. You were supposedly allied with us, but you searched our city for anything of value the moment we died, one of the Urania elder interjected, accusation clear in her voice. You would have done the same in my place, he said, wholly unrepentant. The Urania said nothing to that. I am curious, the matriarch eventually said, picking her words carefully. If I were to just tell you to go away and refuse to have anything to do with you, what would you do, O mighty time traveler? I would respect your decision, the simulacrum shrugged. Truly, the matriarch asked, sounding very skeptical. Why not? I would just go to one of the other Uranian webs in the area, Zorian's copy said. It's not like you're the only Uranian web that I worked with. Every Urania in the room suddenly became very quiet and still. And simulacrum number 4 could not help but smile smugly, for he knew he had them. Break. While the two simulacrums pursued their own tasks elsewhere in the city, the original had what was arguably the most important task of all. He had to check up on Zack and help him if he was in danger. He wouldn't put it past Red Robe and Silver Lake to focus on killing him as their very first priority. It's what Zorian would have done in their place, after all. His fears turned out to have been only half right. When he arrived at the Novita estate, he found the place on fire and racked with explosions. Destructive beams punched straight through the thick, warded walls of the building, triggering various alarms and countermeasures. Clearly an attack on Zack was already in progress. It was good that he had woken up his fellow time traveler with that ritual, or else Zack would have probably met a quick and ignoble end at the hand of his attackers. Well, attacker, singular. When he reached the site of the battle itself, he only found Red Robe fighting Zack. Silver Lake was nowhere to be seen. Very curious. Even if she was wary of Red Robe, she should have at least cooperated with him on this. In any case, this Red Robe was the same as the one that had attacked the Urania in the tunnels below. It was just a simulacrum. Once Zorian joined the fight, this second simulacrum seemed to realize the attack had failed and that persisting would just waste mana, so it just dismissed itself. What an underwhelming outcome. What was Red Robe doing, if he was so wary of really committing himself anywhere? He didn't like this. He really didn't like this. He turned towards Zack and winced. He hadn't noticed it while he had been fighting Red Robe's simulacrum, but the other boy had a large bleeding gash across the chest. Hey, Zack panted. Thanks for the wake-up call back there. If you had been just a moment late, I would have probably never woken up. His knees gave out suddenly, causing him to tip over. Zorian quickly rushed forward and caught him just before he was going to slam headfirst into the floor. Shit, Zorian swore, inspecting the wound. His medical magic was a joke, but he could at least assess the severity of an open wound like this one. You lost so much blood there. How were you even standing for so long? It's not the first time, Zack gasped, pressing his trembling fingers over the wound. The bleeding immediately lessened somewhat. I'll live. Zorian sighed. He would live, sure, but he would be pretty much incapacitated for the next day or two, even with the best medical care in the country. This was terrible news. "I'm glad you made it out," Zack said with a trembling voice. "Don't speak," Zorian told him telepathically, picking him up like a baby. Well, he tried to, at least. Picking up another person was a little bit too much for him, so he first had to cast some spells to lighten the load, but he managed it in the end. He then immediately set off in the direction of the nearest hospital. "You're going to aggravate your wound. Also, damn, you're heavy." "I'm doing you a favor," Zack responded back. "Didn't you say you wanted to work out more when we get out?" "Not like this, you asshole," Zorian grumbled. "Wait," Zack suddenly frowned. You're wounded too?" Zorian gave him an incredulous look. "What, oh?" No," Zorian said. "My mana is in chaos because the Tunneler Toad's dimensional perception ability unraveled when I abandoned my body back in the time loop." It was scary how perceptive Zack was sometimes. Zorian didn't even think he was showing any signs of mana instability on the outside, but clearly he was wrong. "Oh yeah," Zack said, immediately calming down. "Still, doesn't that mean I'll be held back in what I can do for at least a couple of days?" "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "Damn it. Nothing ever goes right about this." Zack raged. "I wouldn't say that," Zorian said. He tracked down the nearest potion store and teleported them both towards it. It was closed at this time of day, but breaking in was a simple matter. He idly wondered whether a medical emergency like this counted as a valid reason to perform a burglary, but then decided he didn't care. He would anonymously pay the shopkeeper back for the damages he caused. "I'm sure Red Robe is feeling pretty aggrieved right now. He almost had you, but he failed in the end. Plus, my simulacrum just stopped him from getting rid of the Urania beneath the city." He quickly picked up the most powerful wound-closing and blood-replenishing potions in the store and fed them to Zack, who immediately showed a positive reaction. His skin got back some of its color and the wound seemingly closed, though Zorian knew it was still very much present beneath the surface. Zack immediately tried to get up on his own 2 feet, the idiot. He collapsed back immediately, having aggravated his wound. "Let's just get you to the nearest hospital, all right?" Zorian said, facepalming at the sight. "Zorian, listen," Zack said. "When you left through the exit and the time loop reset itself, I lingered behind for a bit. Just to see what would happen to you and Silver Lake over the next few restarts, you know." Zorian raised his eyebrow at him. "And you were back," Zack said. "Both of you. You didn't remember anything about the time loop, but you were walking and talking as normal. You were just like any other person stuck in the time loop, unaware of the passage of time past the summer festival. Man, talking to your old self was freaky, I tell you. I all but forgot how unfriendly and sensitive you were back then. Did I tell you I'm really glad you made it out in the end?" "You did," Zorian confirmed. "Oh yeah, what did you do with the?" Zack started to ask, before being cut off by Zorian. "I killed him," Zorian said curtly. "Sent his soul to the afterlife." Shit," Zack fumbled. "That's kind of brutal. What was I supposed to do?" Zorian asked, uncomfortable with this line of questioning. "I don't know how to make a new body for him. Maybe I never will. I'd have to either keep him in stasis for years and years before finally releasing him into an alien world where a stranger has usurped his life, or having him accompany me as a powerless ghost looking over my shoulder, constantly getting his face rubbed in at the fact I'm so much better than him at everything. Isn't that a cruel and horrifying fate to inflict on someone?" "I don't know," Zack admitted after a while. "I know I'm not the same person as him by this point," Zorian said quietly, "but I would hate that with every fiber of my being. I don't think I'd ever get over it. Maybe I'm just a selfish monster trying to justify my crimes, but I think I'm doing him a favor. Alanik says the afterlife is still a thing, even after the gods stop talking to people. For all his faults, I don't think the old Zorian had done anything truly heinous in his life. There should be a good outcome waiting for him there. Something he'd never get back here with us. There was an awkward silence for a few seconds, and then Zorian cracked his knuckles before picking Zack up again. Thank the gods for lightning spells. I don't want to talk about this, Zorian admitted. Let's just get you to a hospital and call it a day. We'll just have to leave the rest to our simulacrums. Now that I think about it, maybe Red Robe is onto something by only sending simulacrums to tackle problems and never appearing in person. Sure, it makes him more likely to fail and get beaten back, but it also makes every failure more inconsequential. He babbled about all sorts of things as he walked through the city. He was mostly out of mana by this point, since pretty much all his simulacrums had been tapping into them for their own purposes, so he couldn't simply teleport to the hospital. However, it was fine, Zack had stopped bleeding by this point, so he wasn't going to die anytime soon. He should make use of this breather to make some golem simulacrums and replace the current ectoplasmic ones with them. Of course, the golem simulacrums were expensive, so he would have to raid some of the Abasin caches for money and materials. Plus, he needed a proper workshop and... He suddenly stopped and sighed internally. So many things to do. So little time and mana to play with. The only thing that made him feel better was that Red Robe and Silver Lake were probably faced with choices just as difficult as theirs. Hopefully they had chosen their priorities better than their opponents. Break. When Simulacrum number 3 arrived at the spot of Silver Lake's hideout, he found no signs of fighting or forced entry in the vicinity. However, that did not actually tell him much. For all he knew, Silver Lake had some kind of secret entrance into her pocket dimension, and could simply walk in any time she pleased, wards be damned. Hell, perhaps the old Silver Lake had simply let her in. It was hardly a given that the two would fight to the death once they met. It all depended on whether the time looper Silver Lake wanted to kill her old self to take her life and belongings back, or if she wanted to recruit her into her plans. Or maybe she intended to simply ignore her old self entirely. After all, simply coming here was highly dangerous, since Zack and Zorian knew about this place, and it was an obvious place to set up an ambush for her. Anyway, the first task Simulacrum 3 currently faced was checking if the old Silver Lake was still alive and inside. If she was, then he needed to know if the time looper Silver Lake had already visited her and tried to recruit her. To find that out, he could rely on slowly using exotic divination on her hideout while carefully avoiding being found out, but that would take a lot of time and mana and he didn't want to bother. Instead he simply made an unearthly racket just out of her pocket dimension, screaming obscenities at the treacherous old witch until she decided to come out to confront him. Which she did. She stomped out of the pocket dimension, visibly fuming and glaring at him. The Simulacrum immediately decided she probably hadn't been visited by her time looper self. She had approached him too carelessly, like she had no idea what he was capable of. She would have been far more cautious if the other Silver Lake had warned her about him. Still, he had to make sure. Boy, what the hell are you shouting for? Silver Lake shouted, stopping some distance away from him. Coming here in the dead of the night, at 3 a.m, shouting all these obscenities at a poor old woman like me, what is the world coming to these days? Haven't your parents taught you to respect your elders? Bow down and apologize or I'm going to poison your whole family, you hear me? I just wanted to get your attention, the Simulacrum told her honestly. That only made her angrier. Listen, I'm kind of in a hurry, did you perhaps get visited lately by an ugly old crone that looks just like you? Silver Lake raised her hand and fired a weak lightning bolt. Well, relatively speaking, since that spell could have inflicted serious damage to a normal person. Zorian Simulacrum, though. He simply copied his mentor Svim and backhanded the lightning bolt to the side. Rather than char his hand, the bolt was deflected harmlessly into the nearby ground, creating a small crater in the forest soil. Silver Lake's posture instantly changed, becoming warier and more alert. No, seriously, did someone who looks just like you visit you recently and try to kill you or recruit you? Someone who knows all your secrets and abilities, he again asked. Who are you? Silverlake said, her eyes narrowing suspiciously and her hands twitching with half-formed spells. The simulacrum clacked his tongue. She was totally ignorant of everything, he was sure of it. Time Looper Silverlake had not visited this place. But why? Did she really not care about her old self, or was she just being paranoid? He hadn't arrived here particularly quickly. If Silverlake wanted to travel here from Scioria, she would have arrived way before he did. In all likelihood, she would have finished up before he had a chance to get here and intercept her. Hey! Are you deaf or something? Silverlake shouted, kicking a nearby stone in his direction. It was surprisingly accurate, flying straight at his forehead. She had a pretty good kick. Of course, Zorian just dodged the stone with practiced ease, so it ultimately amounted to nothing. He could kill her, he realized. Even if Time Looper Silverlake wanted her dead, there was no guarantee that old Silverlake would be grateful to them once they saved her. She was an incredibly cynical person, and would simply see two young fools she could exploit to her advantage. She might work with them out of a sense of self-preservation, but she would be constantly looking for an angle to exploit and probably wouldn't want to do anything that placed her into significant danger. What was the point of such an ally? Here. Catch, he said, throwing a small stone disc at her. She did not bother catching it, simply stepping back and letting it hit the ground. She then used a nearby fallen branch to suspiciously poke at it. The simulacrum rolled his eyes at her. What the hell is this thing? She asked. It's an illusion stone, the simulacrum said. I recorded a rather interesting scene in it. You can study it later in the privacy of your own abode. Oh, and by the way, you should probably change your warding scheme as soon as possible. You should also collapse any secret entrances into your place, even if you think you're the only one who knows about them. He turned to leave. Now wait just a moment here, you little brat. You're just going to leave without explaining any of the crap you just unloaded into my lap? Silverlake demanded. Yes, Zorian's copy nodded. I decided not to kill you. Don't make me regret it, alright? Before she could respond, he teleported away. He didn't want to linger around Silverlake's place. While setting up an ambush around her hideout might have seemed like a good way to get the time-looping version of her, Zorian felt something wasn't right there. He had to make sure Alanik, Kale and Lukav were fine. Silverlake could wait. Break. While Zorian and the other simulacrums were teleporting around and racking their heads to figure out what the enemy was planning, Simulacrum number 2 was bored. His job was to secure the house and watch out for Red Robe or Silverlake staging an attack on his family. However, he had already done all he could to secure the house and no attack was happening. The hours passed, and eventually he found himself in front of Kiriel's room. The morning was already here, wasn't it? Didn't that mean it was about time for Kiriel to wake up? He rubbed his hands sinisterly, an evil grin on his face. It had been so long since he had a chance to wake up Kiriel. He liked to sleep in, and the time loop never really changed that, so it was usually her that woke him up. He entered her room and crouched next to her bed. She was covered up to her neck in a blanket, with only her face visible. She was blissfully unaware of Zorian crouching next to her, a look of peace and contentment on her face. The simulacrum considered how he should go about doing this. Jumping on her, like she liked to do to him, had an air of poetic justice on it. However, it didn't feel right. He was too big and heavy, and it would be a bit too much for a prank. Dropping a bucket of water on her like she had when she had thought he was a shapeshifter. No, that would get the bed wet and Mother would freak out on him. Oh well, he'd just go with the classic. Good morning, sister, he suddenly shouted in her ear. Morning, morning, morning. She woke up screaming and flailing, and eventually fell out of the bed. He laughed at her. Ah, he needed that. Zorian, you jerk, she shouted at him, flailing her little arms at him like a windmill. She was like a little angry kitten, though, so it just made him laugh harder. She eventually kicked him out of the room so she could switch out of her pajamas. Once she was out, she gave him a curious look. "How come you're awake?" she asked. "I couldn't sleep," the simulacrum said. "Oh," she said. She looked at him hopefully. "Hey, can you show me some magic? Please." He spent the next half an hour entertaining Curiel, casting various spells for her amusement, until the original contacted him and told him to stop wasting mana on frivolities like that. What a jerk. The mana drain on those illusions was totally negligible. He watched Curiel deflate when he told her he had to go pack and couldn't play with her anymore. She looked like she wanted to ask him something but eventually just chickened out, staring at the floor like a kicked puppy instead. He sighed internally. He knew what she wanted to ask, of course. She wanted him to take her to Scioria with him. But doing that would be irresponsible. Short-sighted. Stupid. He watched Curiel for a few more seconds, remembering all the promises he made to his little sister over the many restarts he shared with her. He promised he wouldn't forget her. He promised he would teach her magic. He promised he would bring her with him to Scioria. Just as she was about to run off, Zorian placed his hand on her shoulder, causing her to halt in her tracks and look at him in surprise. Her lip quivered slightly. "Hey, Curiel," he told her with a mischievous smile. "Do you want to come with me to Scioria?" Simulacrum number 2 could practically imagine Zorian screaming at him in the near future, explaining in great detail what an idiot he was being. He didn't care, though. The smile on her face when he asked her that question made it all worth it. 93, Shelter in the Storm. Chapter 093 Shelter in the Storm. Sometimes he could be so stupid, Zorian lamented. He had known that his simulacrums tended to be more impulsive and whimsical than himself. It seemed to be an intrinsic trait of every one of his copies, no matter how carefully he made them or how closely they were connected to him. They may be very much like him, but they weren't him. The moment they realized they were just a simulacrum that would not live past a few hours or days, their perspective on long-term consequences would get subtly skewed compared to his own. After all, more likely than not it wouldn't be them who would have to deal with those when the time finally came. He also knew that giving his simulacrums unpleasant or boring tasks had a good chance of coming back to bite him in the ass. His simulacrums did not mind dying for him, but they were not at all afraid of inconveniencing him. In fact, they often seemed to relish the idea. Zorian wondered what it said about him that his simulacrums behaved that way, but that was a thought for another time. The point was that, despite knowing all of that, he had still left his simulacrum in charge of dashing Curiel's hopes of going to Scioria. He should have known that was going to be a problem, but he thought it would be a simple matter of the simulacrum refusing Mother's offer while Curiel remained quiet on the sidelines. This was, after all, what usually happened when Zorian didn't want to bring Curiel with him. All the simulacrum had to do was just retread his steps and be on his merry way. Instead his copy got bored and actively sought Curiel out to hang out with, wasting their precious mana on frivolous entertainment, and then got all emotional when it was time to say goodbye. Ugh. Just like the offending simulacrum predicted, Zorian had been furious. It was a stupid, short-sighted decision. Yes, sending her off to Koth with their parents would be a massive disappointment for her, but at least she'd be out of danger. That was more important than making her momentarily happy. The simulacrum was completely unapologetic about it, too. What's done is done, his copy told him over their telepathic link. I already gave her my word I'm taking her with me. If you have a problem with that, you can come over here and personally inform her that you've changed your mind and won't be taking her with you after all. You bastard. Zorian fumed at him. I should dismiss you for that. That would leave Curiel and the rest of the family completely defenseless until you sent a replacement, the simulacrum pointed out. Besides, do you really think I care about that? From my very first moment, I knew my time was fleeting. Sadly, true. Since his simulacrums were willing to die and sacrifice themselves for his sake, the thought of dying did not bother them much. Thus, threatening to unmake them was largely ineffective. "I just don't understand why you did that," Zorian complained. "We could have just taken Kiriel to Scioria in a month or two, once the whole situation has hopefully been resolved and she's back from Koth. There is no need to take her there now, when the situation there is at its most dangerous." "When, if not now," the simulacrum disagreed. "Even if we can resolve everything and save the city, the consequences are bound to be immense. Even a failed invasion will make our parents perceive Scioria as a place of unspeakable danger. You think they will let her live in the city after that? Even for a few days? Come on. This is probably the last time we can plausibly take Kiriel to Scioria without literally kidnapping her." Zorian frowned. He hadn't really thought of that. It was true that no matter how the situation with the invasion was resolved, it was bound to complicate things. Plus, now that he thought about it a little, Kiriel would have to go back to school at some point soon. It wasn't like she could visit a different city for several weeks at a time, then. Come to think of it, that was probably the reason why she was so excited to make this trip with him now. She knew this was one of her last chances to experience something like this in the near future. He sighed internally. For all of its blessings, he sometimes worried that the time loop had damaged his thinking. For more than a decade, anything that did not resolve itself within the span of a month was largely irrelevant. He did consider the future a lot, but that was all highly theoretical and often directed at the far future rather than something only a few months later. Still, even with all of that in mind, bringing Kiriel to the epicenter of their clash with Red Robe and Silver Lake was simply a terrible idea. Besides, his copy continued, "By bringing Kiriel along we actually have a legitimate excuse to rent a room at Amaya's place. Kale is much more willing to trust us if we come along with Kiriel. And it's not like we don't have a plan to evacuate. Those are just excuses you thought up afterwards to justify your decision," Zorian told him. "Well, yes," the simulacrum admitted after a short pause. "Yes, I admit that. It's still true, though, and I'm not going to go back on my word." "Our word? You promised you're not going to just forget her once we're out there in the real world. Now you want to just stick her on a ship to Koth and put her out of your mind while you do your stuff. That stuff is a matter of life and death, and getting her out of danger doesn't mean I'm going to simply forget about her afterwards." Zorian snapped. "I just want her to be safe. She's a prime target and I'm just a little bit busy at the moment. It's not the time for this." "Forget it," his copy sighed. I won't do it, okay? I already said it. What's done is done. I'm not going to turn around and tell her it was all a mistake and that I changed my mind. It would kill her. If you think this is such a huge mistake, come over and do it yourself. Go tell her that her dream trip is cancelled, I dare you." The simulacrum then terminated their connection, signaling it considered the conversation over. After taking several deep breaths and calming down somewhat, Zorian decided that the simulacrum was right about one thing: he should definitely be dealing with this problem personally. As he noted in his earlier lament, it was stupid of him to assign a task like this to a simulacrum to begin with, and only he could truly fix it. Or at least stop the problem from getting worse. Besides, there was no need for him to stay in Scioria at the moment. Previously, he had been worried that his simulacrum would get dispelled in the fighting and that he would need to constantly replace them, but that was far less of a concern, now. The first golem simulacrums had been placed into service by now, replacing two of his ectoplasmic simulacrums with a more mana-efficient and resilient group. Golem simulacrums were very difficult to neutralize. Even punching a hole through the chest or blowing off a limb would not be enough to put them down for good. That extreme resilience, all by itself, should allow his copies to clash with the Invaders and Red Robe's simulacrums without fear. Additionally, he couldn't really afford to start anything big while Zack was still incapacitated and vulnerable. Taking some time off to figure out what to do about his family and friends was doable. Thus, not long after his argument with his simulacrum, Zorian found himself back in Siren. He told the simulacrum to make himself scarce for a while and then seamlessly took over his place. Well, mostly seamlessly. Why are you staring at me like that? Kyriel asked him suspiciously, narrowing her eyes at him. You aren't thinking on going back on your word, are you? She didn't seem panicked, more outraged at the idea. She placed her hands on her hips and pouted at him in a way that was probably supposed to look angry but looked more like she had an upset stomach or something. No take-backs, she declared, pointing her finger at him. Mom says that's not allowed. You said you're taking me with you, and I'm going. Zorian clacked his tongue in distaste. All he did was stare at her a little, and she immediately started jumping at this one specific conclusion: how judgmental. Never mind that she was essentially correct here, was his old self so bad that this was a legitimate first conclusion she came up to? Okay, yeah, he could kind of see her reasoning here. I didn't say anything about not taking you, Zorian said slowly. Then what? She asked curiously. I'm missing some of my school books, Zorian told her. I'd appreciate it if whoever took them returned them to me before we leave the house. Yeah, I will. I'm sure they'll turn up in your room by the time I finish packing, Kyriel fumbled, punctuating her statement with a nervous laugh. She then gave him one final suspicious look before running off upstairs to finish her packing. The simulacrum he had displaced had been watching the whole exchange through his senses. His copy did not comment on his actions in any way, but Zorian could feel the simulacrum's amusement at how things turned out. Shut up, idiot, Zorian whispered under his breath. This is all your fault, anyway. He did not need to speak up verbally, of course, but it made him feel slightly better to do so. Why hadn't he dismissed his stupid copy, again? Oh, right. He didn't want to waste mana and he had a task for him later. In any case, nothing of real note happened until Ilsa knocked on their door, just like she always did at the start of the month, and Zorian volunteered to check up on that. Sure enough, he found Ilsa waiting for him behind the door. After an appraising glance, she adjusted her glasses and guessed his identity. Zorian Kaczynski? She asked. That's me, Zorian confirmed. Come in, Miss Salady. Oh, you know me? She asked in mild surprise, stepping into the house. Kind of, Zorian said. Someone pointed you out to me. You're a teacher from the academy, right? That's right, Ilsa said. I didn't know I'm that famous. Hopefully you heard only nice things about me, yes. She gave him a small smile, and Zorian awkwardly returned it. She didn't remember anything. That is, of course she didn't remember anything. He and Zack had already done a check of the various temporary loopers to see if any of them made it out in soul form like Zorian. The results were as expected as they were disappointing. They were all alone in this. Nobody else had made it out. It was strange and more than a little painful for Zorian to see Ilsa like this. He had worked with her for nearly a year, and she had been one of the people he had been relatively close to. Now that Ilsa was dead, the new one had no idea who he was. The same was true for Alanik, Taven, Kale, Svim, and so many others. They were alive again, but they were not people he had spent all those months working with. He could rebuild these relationships, but without the common goal of escaping the time loop and the limited ability to interact with people outside the group, the nature of those relationships would completely differ. In the meantime, he had to interact with all these people while constantly walking on eggshells because he subconsciously viewed them as friends and allies, and had a year's worth of habits and instincts to reinforce that, while they just viewed him as some stupid teenage kid acting a little weird around them. He'd manage. He totally would. But damn, was this making him depressed. Mr. Kaczynski? Are you alright? Ilsa asked him, breaking him out of his self-pity. I'm fine, he assured her. Just thinking about some things. It's nothing important. He turned the scroll in his hands a few times before casually directing his mana to flow along the sides of the seal, causing it to pop off without resistance. He then glanced at the certificate inside for the sake of appearances and set it aside. "That's pretty impressive," Ilsa noted. "Although you held onto the scroll for a while, I could tell you spent most of that time distracted with other thoughts. Once you actually focused on the task of removing the seal, you did it quickly and easily. I see someone is continuing in Damon's footsteps." Once, the comparison to Daimon would see him bristling inside at the slight. Now it was just a mildly exasperating statement. He would likely never be totally okay with being compared to his oldest brother like that, but these comparisons no longer had the same sting they once did. "Only in very general terms," Zorian told her. "My brother and I are very different people." "Of course," Ilsa smoothly agreed. "Everyone is their own person. I simply meant that you also show signs of great talent." Their discussion proceeded in very predictable fashion. Once she heard he was taking Curiel with him to Scioria, she brought up the possibility of renting a room at Amaya's place, which Zorian accepted. She also informed him that he wouldn't get to choose his mentor like he was supposed to, and that he was simply assigned to Svim Chow instead. Zorian pretended he knew nothing about the man and Ilsa pretended he was simply a normal, if slightly demanding teacher. He also chose his electives. They were the exact same ones he had chosen the first time he had done all this, except this time the entire process took less than a minute, since he simply told Ilsa his choices the moment she brought the topic up. It was all so routine and familiar that he found himself quickly slipping into a sort of practiced role he had learned to play over the many restarts during which he had done this. It felt comforting and frightening at the same time. Comforting, because this was probably the first time since he had gotten out of the time loop that he felt certain he was making the right choices. Frightening, because he suddenly felt like he was in the time loop all over again. Like everything around him was unreal and illusionary. Unbidden, the notion that he was still trapped in that ever-repeating month popped into his mind and refused to go away. He imagined himself living through this month, winning against his foes, befriending people he knew from the time loop, changing things for the better and getting emotionally invested in it all, only for the whole thing to turn to smoke in the end when the time loop inevitably reset itself and he woke up in his room in Siren, just like he always did. It was horrifying. It was also stupid. He was definitely out of the time loop. The Urania and the mercenaries that had been knocked out of the time loop by Red Robe were back, and Red Robe himself was again active in the world. The spirit world was also once again accessible, he and Zack had checked that already. All evidence pointed at them being out for real. But the fear remained. Ilsa had finished her explanations and left, but Zorian's mind remained trapped in this ominous scenario for quite a while afterwards. Sometimes he could be so stupid, Zorian lamented. Break. The long train ride from Siren to Scioria was even more boring than it usually was. This was mostly because Zorian was not doing anything of critical importance, and thus had to refrain from tapping into his mana reserves too much. That mana was best reserved for his simulacrums, who were out there acquiring funds, making magic items, teleporting around, and fighting their enemies. Frivolous uses of magic like entertaining Curiel on the train with illusions were simply inexcusable. He had scolded his simulacrums over these sorts of things many times in the past, so now that he was in their position it was important that he set an example for them and show them how things should be done. Additionally, this was no longer the time loop, and he would have to deal with consequences that went beyond just this 1 month. It was best for him to at least pretend to be a normal student mage in front of a little tattletale like Curiel. That meant no spellcasting at all for the moment, since students could not bypass the wards on the train. After an hour or so, he kinda began to understand why his simulacrums were so prone to breaking that no frivolous magics rule. Still, in the end he found ways to amuse himself and Curiel without magic. He told her stories of some of his time-looping adventures, using true stories with altered names and a few tweaks here and there. Curiel complained the stories were too fantastical and ridiculous after a while, so they started a drawing competition instead. Zorian had actually learned how to draw reasonably well over the long course of the time loop, but he was nowhere near good enough to match Curiel, so she always won. His sister did not mind, though. Even though it was an unfair competition right from the start, she always wanted to keep going for another round. The little imp never got tired of winning. Now stopping in Corsa, a disembodied voice echoed. A crackling sound again. I repeat, now stopping in Corsa. Thank you. A few things happened in quick succession then. First, Ivory wandered in and peeked into the compartment to see if it was free. Zorian, being kind of bored with Kyriel's antics, invited her in. Ivory seemed a little taken aback by his friendliness, but seeing Kyriel put her at ease, and she did claim a seat beside them after a moment of hesitation. Then Byrne, a guy he had met way back at the beginning of his time looping experience, also wandered in and asked if a seat was free in their compartment. Zorian happily invited him in, too. Suddenly, the compartment had become a lot livelier than it used to be. Ivory was shy and quiet, and had immediately chosen to bury her nose in a book when she came in, but Byrne was friendly and talkative and immediately tried to strike up a conversation with them. Kyriel immediately started peppering him with questions about magic and the academy. I'm Kyriel Kaczynski, Kyriel said, and that's my brother Zorian. Are you a student like Zorian? Can you do magic? What year are you? Is it true that you have to fight a giant spider in order to get admitted as a student? Zorian says that's a requirement, but I think he's lying. Haha, I don't think I would have gotten in, if that were the case, Byrne laughed. I don't think I could win a fight against the other students, never mind a giant spider. Lots of types of giant spiders, Zorian noted. There's a whole bunch of them that you could easily club to death with a mundane weapon, so long as you keep your cool and don't panic. Oh. You sound pretty knowledgeable about that. Did you ever fight one for real? Byrne asked curiously. Yes, though not as an admission test, of course, Zorian said. I told that to Kyriel just to mess with her a little. I knew it, Kyriel pouted, folding her hands over her chest and giving him a grumpy look. Ah, so, I hate to shift the subject, but that last name, Byrne tried. Yes, Daimen Kaczynski is our brother, Zorian said with a shrug. We have very little contact with him, though. He mostly does his own thing and rarely visits. The conversation continued for a while after that, meandering from topic to topic. Even Ivory joined in after figuring out from Byrne's question that they were Fortov's siblings. She did not actually bring up Fortov, however, which was probably for the best. Zorian would have been diplomatic, of course, but Kyriel disliked their middle brother as much as he did and would likely not have anything nice to say about that topic. In any case, the conversation eventually turned towards a particularly shocking event that occurred in Scioria recently. Namely, the fact that Zack's place had gotten utterly trashed during his fight with Red Robe, and that he himself had gone missing for several hours while people frantically searched for him all over the city. What? Someone actually attacked the Novita mansion like that? I didn't know that, Ivory said, surprised. Yes, it happened really recently. The attack happened very early in the morning, just a few hours ago, Byrne said, nodding self-indulgently. He was clearly pleased to have acquired this news so soon after it occurred. Man, news sure does spread fast these days. I hear the fighting was really fierce. Some of the support columns were damaged, and several walls got breached. I heard repairs will take weeks. It must have been a really powerful force that launched the attack. The newspapers were saying only a fully equipped mage regiment could have done so much damage so quickly. But that place is right there in one of the better parts of the city, and aren't Novita an old, influential noble house? Ivory asked. How could a force of that size come and go just like that? Where were the guards during all this? Well, someone was clearly fighting the attackers and fought them off in the end, so presumably the guards were not useless, Byrne shrugged. Besides, I hear the Novita are not the same force they once were. My father says they're a mere shadow of their former selves. It's still crazy that something like this can happen. You know, Zack Novita is one of my classmates, Zorian said suddenly. Really? Björn said, perking up. I don't suppose you heard more about this, then? I just know Zack is fine, Zorian said, shaking his head. He wasn't present in the mansion when the attack occurred. He was out drinking and dancing throughout the entire night. Or at least that was the excuse Zack had picked for himself as an explanation as to what had happened. They modified the memory of the healer that had patched him up, after leaving him a sizable, anonymous tip for his services, so no one should be able to contradict his story. Zorian did suggest to Zack that he should pick some other excuse, since saying he had spent the entire night getting drunk and gods know what else was somewhat embarrassing, but Zack insisted this was fine. Sure enough, Ivory responded to Zorian's explanation by wrinkling her nose in distaste, while Björn simply laughed awkwardly. I did hear rumors about the Novita heir, Ivory said. They say he's not exactly a model student, if you know what I mean. There is nothing wrong with his magic skills, Zorian quickly said, feeling compelled to defend his friend. He's just a little reckless. Are you friends with this Zack? Kiriel asked curiously. How come I don't know anything about this? Why would I say something like this to a little tattletale like you? Zorian asked rhetorically. You'd run off to tell mother the moment my back was turned. I would not, she huffed, swinging her legs in an attempt to hit his knees. He shifted his legs out of the way a few times and she eventually gave up on the idea. By the time the train arrived in Scioria, the whole group was so absorbed in their conversation that they kept together and continued conversing even when it was time to disembark. When the train began to approach Scioria, the whole group left the compartment and went to stand by the exit, along with so many others. Usually Zorian led Kiriel with him to the exit early enough to seize a place right next to the exit, but he had lost track of time this time, and they ended up in the middle of a literal throng. Somewhat tired from socializing and put off by the throng of people pushing and shoving all around him, Zorian leaned on the nearby window and simply observed the people around them. It had been a while since he had been stuck in a crowd like this. With his great magical skills and ability to simply teleport from place to place, he usually had no need to use normal transportation methods to get to places. A confusing, erratic mess of emotions and mental signals washed against his mind sense, but he was far too good at controlling his psychic powers these days to be bothered by that. His mind was like a rock in the sea, battered by the winds and violent waves, but solid and unmoving. Hey, you! You're one of the upperclassmen, aren't you? Zorian looked at the girl talking to him, curious as to what she wanted from him. She was part of the group of first years next to him, and had completely ignored him up until now. Her whole group was kind of amusing, talking excitedly amongst themselves about how they were going to start learning magic, and become famous mages, and similar stuff. He kind of wished he could see their faces when they realized the first year was all about theory and repetitive mana exercises. I am, he confirmed. So. Can you show us any magic? She asked eagerly. Wait, this sounded kind of familiar. He can't. Kiriel, who had apparently been listening in on their conversation, piped in. The train has a magic field that stops people from doing magic. It's because some of the students would set fire to the seats or etch their names and crude drawings into the walls of the train, Zorian confirmed. Oh, the girl said, clearly disappointed. I know, Kiriel agreed with, sadly. It sucks. Some jerk always has to ruin it for the rest of us. Yeah, this whole situation was really familiar to him for some reason. Oh well, it probably wasn't anything important. Break. Zorian became a little concerned about things after the group disembarked at Scioria's main train station. This was because Bryn had a habit of following after them, and Zorian had plans that would be rather inconvenienced by that. He was just debating whether it was justified to use mind magic to nudge his thoughts in the right direction, when Bryn regretfully informed them that he had to stay behind at the station for a while. Apparently his parents were disturbed enough by the recent attack on the Novita mansion that they had asked a friend of theirs that lived in the city to pick Bryn up from the station and escort him to his dorm. Thus, Bryn would have to stay behind and wait for the man to show up. Zorian found it curious that Red Robe's attack on Zack had such far-reaching consequences. Bryn wasn't even from Scioria, yet the attack changed the way he went through the month so quickly and radically. Zack and Zorian knew that Tezin and the city authorities would have a strong reaction to the Novita mansion being suddenly attacked like that, but he didn't expect the ordinary people to care so much. In any case, Zorian simply said goodbye to Bryn and Ivory and was on his merry way with Kiriel in tow. He did exchange contact methods with Bryn and Ivory in case they wanted to get in touch later, but he wasn't sure if anything would come out of that. Neither of them had been particularly inclined to seek him out when they had done similar things in the time loop. With the world lasting longer than a month, though, perhaps that would change. Only time would tell. Zorian didn't take Kiriel immediately towards Amaya's place, though. Instead, he took her to a familiar bridge in one of the city parks. There, a small black-haired girl was crying her eyes out over a bicycle that had fallen into the creek below. Kiriel watched quietly from the sidelines as Zorian slowly calmed Nachka down and got her to explain why she was crying. This done, he placed his hand over the bridge and telekinetically lifted the bike out of the water. He also casually cleaned it up a little, ignoring the chorus of complaints from his simulacrums that he was being frivolous in his mana use. The jerks had been on the lookout for something like this for a while now, most likely. It isn't frivolous, he told them telepathically. What did you expect me to do, exactly? You could have waded in through the muddy water on foot, a simulacrum helpfully explained. It's just getting a little wet, there's no harm in that, another one added. All it would take is a bit more time. Gods, why are you so impatient, a third one scolded. All of you, shut up and mind your own business. Zorian told them grumpily. He had the worst simulacrums. There, Zorian told Nachka. Your bike is clean, intact, and out of the creek. You can stop crying now, okay? Okay, she sniffed, rubbing her eyes. Thank you. Well, if that's that, I guess we should get going now, Zorian said. Though. I think it's going to rain soon. Do you have an umbrella? And no, she said, shaking her head. But, I'm going to be fine. We should help her get home, Kiriel suddenly said. She quickly got into Nachka's personal space and introduced herself. Hi, I'm Kiriel. Kiriel Kaczynski, and that's my brother Zorian. What's your name? After some back and forth, Nachka agreed to have them accompany her home. The walk was a short one, but Zorian paid close attention to everything around him along the way. He found no evidence of cephalic rats or other invader agents along the way. Even the cephalic rat swarm he usually encountered while traveling through this part of the city was not here this time. He had chosen the path that led to Nachka on purpose, not because he was trying to avoid the rats. The Urania were fighting a pretty intense war with the cephalic rats at the moment, so this turn of events wasn't particularly surprising. They were too busy to spy on people much, and could no longer move freely through most of the city. Still, while Ray and her family seemed free of invader schemes at the moment, he knew that wouldn't last forever. Assuming Red Robe did not find some kind of alternative method of unlocking Panicseth's prison, shifter children like Nachka remained a critical component of Primordial's release plans. Thus, evacuating them out of the city through means fair or foul was probably the most certain way of sabotaging the ritual at Zack and Zorian's disposal. Shifters were not that numerous and there were only so many shifters available in the area. Though, if he were going to be honest with himself, wanting to befriend Ray and her family wasn't purely because of pragmatism. Ray had no special influence over her fellow shifters and would be of limited help if he wanted to talk them into going along with the evacuation. He just had a soft spot for the little girl that had befriended his little sister, and the sight of her stripped naked and waiting to be drained of all blood for some messed up blood ritual was vividly burned into his mind. He had promised to himself that he would make sure Nachka survived the month out there in the real world, and he still meant that. He meant to save all the shifter children, of course, but making sure Nachka was safe had a personal dimension for him. Since he had already thrown away his good sense and taken Kiriel to the death trap that was Scioria, he may as well introduce her to her former and future friend. At least if they started hanging around each other, he could more easily protect the both of them without spreading himself thin. The actual conversation with Ray was pretty mundane. Nachka's mother was pretty friendly, and Zorian did not confront her with any heavy topics. They simply talked about who he and Kiriel were, how they had met Nachka, and where they were staying. Kiriel almost ratted out Nachka on dropping her bike in the stream, which caused the little cat shifter to panic and hurriedly shut her up, by manifesting her claws and clamping down on Kiriel's arm. This caused Ray to freak out because Nachka almost ruined their secret and hurt a guest, but the situation was thankfully resolved in the end, and Zorian pretended not to have noticed anything strange about the incident. Interestingly, Ray also brought up the news of Zach's place being attacked, just like Bryn did. She didn't have any new information for Zorian, but it did emphasize how notable the attack was for people. Zorian wondered if Red Robe even realized how eye-catching the whole thing would end up being. "You are classmates with the Novita heir?" Ray asked. I seem to have met an important person today." "Not, really," Zorian said dubiously. "Come now, Mr. Kaczynski. You have a famous brother, you attend a prestigious magical academy, and one of your classmates is a scion of a noble house," Ray pointed out. "Two, actually," said Zorian. "There was also Tinami. I don't think any of that makes me important." Ray hummed loudly at him, clearly not agreeing. "Have it your way," she shrugged. She rose from her seat and took a look at the weather outside. Things didn't look good, of course. The rain was pouring in thick sheets while the wind was blowing madly in all directions, and Zorian knew from the time loop that the storm wouldn't be ending any time soon. This was the main reason Zorian was less impatient about leaving Ree's place this time around. He couldn't just teleport to Amaya's place or create a rain shield around himself and Kiriel. No, he would have to use an umbrella like a normal person, and they would end up wet and miserable by the time they actually reached their destination. He was in no hurry to experience that. "What horrid weather," Ray said, frowning. "I think you're going to have to remain here over the night." "We can't impose on you like that," Zorian said hurriedly, shaking his head. "We'll just slowly make our way through the storm. A little rain won't kill us." "You can't be serious," Ray said, giving him an annoyed look. "I know teenage boys can be a little reckless, and I would not have said anything if it was just you being stupid, but you're taking your little sister along and you have to take this into account. Are you seriously thinking of taking her out there into that with just an umbrella?" Zorian stared at Ray for a few seconds before looking at Kiriel, who was sitting on the floor with Nachka. They were both whispering something to each other and pretending they weren't listening in on their conversation. "Kiriel," Zorian asked her slowly. "What do you think about going?" She fumbled, rubbing her hands awkwardly. "It's raining pretty hard." Zorian sighed, taking off his glasses and massaging the bridge of his nose. After a few seconds he gave Ray an embarrassed look. He was just about to speak up, but she put a hand on his shoulder to stop him and simply nodded her head knowingly. "I'll go get some blankets," she said, before wandering off to do just that. In the corner of his eye, he could see Nachka and Kiriel excitedly whisper to each other. They, at least, seemed pleased with this outcome. After a few seconds, Zorian clacked his tongue and decided to just roll with the situation. It was embarrassing, but there was no real harm in it. He looked through the window, silently observing the storm for a while. After a while, Ray wandered in and placed a steaming cup of tea on the windowsill beside him. Zorian gave her a curious look. "A cup of tea is necessary for proper rain watching," Ray explained to him. "Ah. Thank you," Zorian said quietly. "Sorry for the imposition. I could tell it was going to rain, but... Do I look that mean and selfish to you?" Ray asked, raising her eyebrow at him. "Hospitality had always been important to my people." "Your people?" Zorian asked her curiously, feigning ignorance. "Your acting skills are decent, but I know you saw the claws on Nachka's fingers." You probably know what we are, Ray said, sipping slowly from her own cup of tea while standing beside him. Yeah, Zorian admitted with a shrug. It doesn't bother me. Good, Ray said simply. She then dropped the subject and no longer pursued the matter. I don't know if this is really the issue, or if there is something deeper going on, but it's pointless to get angry or frustrated at a storm. It's a force of nature, there is no fighting that. You just take shelter and wait until it ends. Right, said Zorian quietly, taking a sip of the tea Ray had made for him. Sadly, some storms couldn't be dodged that easily. Break. While Zorian had been escorting Kiriel, his simulacrums had been very busy. They, along with Zack's simulacrums, constantly attacked known cult leaders and invader bases, raiding them for funds and trying to decapitate their organizations. Sadly, this hadn't been nearly as effective as they had hoped. Red Robe had clearly been very busy and most of their targets had been forewarned they were coming. Warding schemes were changed, the guards were on alert, and some people were just outright evacuated to safety. They had managed to acquire a lot of money and resources, since many of the secret caches had been protected mainly by their secrecy, and it wasn't easy to strip a base of everything that was worth money in a hurry, but Zorian doubted they had managed to deal any kind of decisive strike to their enemies. Below the city, the fighting was also intense. It was mostly the Urania fighting the cephalic rats, but Zorian's simulacrum sometimes helped the Uranian side, and since Zorian's uncontested presence would have meant a decisive victory for the Urania, Red Robe's simulacrum was always there to stop the cephalic rats from getting wiped out. Neither Zorian nor Red Robe were fighting seriously, wary of showing the enemy too much and wasting their mana reserves, but the fact Zorian's simulacrum had a much more resilient golem body meant that he was slowly getting an upper hand in these skirmishes. It remained to be seen what Red Robe would do in response to that. Zorian doubted he would let the cephalic rats just die, since they were a critical asset for the invasion forces. The simulacrums were also negotiating with various Iranian webs in the region, trying to bring in additional support for the fight. Of particular importance were the negotiations with the Silent Doorway adepts, since they needed their help to open a connection to Koth. Zorian did not doubt for a second the negotiations were going to succeed, they had lots of things they could tempt the Silent Doorway adepts with. The Bakura gate addresses in particular were bound to have irresistible allure for the web. However, the issue was that these negotiations would still end up taking time, and they had to keep the web protected from enemy machinations while they were in progress. Silver Lake knew exactly how important this was to them, so an attack at the Silent Doorway adepts was worryingly plausible. Some things were also moved forward a little. Kale and his daughter had been contacted by Zack's simulacrum disguised as a school official, who teleported them directly to Amaya's place. This was mostly because Zack and Zorian were worried that Silver Lake, whose movements were still a mystery to them, was going to target them. Kale and his daughter were too easy of a target to be left alone for long. Thankfully, Kale did not suspect a thing and even praised the Academy for their thoughtfulness. Zorian intended to evacuate Kale to Koth once he opened the gate link there, but for now he was safest at Amaya's house, since that way he would be living under the same roof as Zorian and Kiriel. Meanwhile, the simulacrum that got Zorian in the whole trouble with Kiriel got a task to get his parents away from the house as soon as possible. Thus, less than an hour after Zorian and Kiriel had boarded the train to Scioria, the simulacrum rounded up mother and father and teleported them to the port city of Luja. Their memory was modified to make them believe this was perfectly normal. It would create some discrepancies in dates, that could be a problem later. For now, though, Zorian was just glad they would soon be out in the open ocean and out of danger. He'd deal with potential consequences of his decision later. The simulacrum in his room that was focusing on stabilizing his mana reserves was also evacuated out of the house, leaving it completely empty. Even if Red Robe decided to visit the place now, the most he could do was burn it down in frustration. Which would still be devastating for mother and father, but Zorian was quite sure they wouldn't want to die to protect it. Overall, things had been going decently. There was still no sign of Silver Lake, and Red Robe was passively responding to their moves while focusing most of his energies into something they couldn't see. It made no sense to Zorian. The way he saw it, he and Zack had an absolute advantage in this conflict. Even if everything else failed, they could always inform the Eldamarian government about the invasion and it would be instant loss for Red Robe and Silver Lake. Any chance of successfully invading the city or freeing Panicseth would be gone. No matter how personally powerful they were or what clever plans they had, they could never take on the central government head-on and win. Thus, Red Robe and Silver Lake should have taken a far more aggressive stance against them by now. But there was nothing Zorian could do about that. All he and Zack could do was wait. Hopefully, by the time they recovered their full strength, they would uncover what their enemies were planning. 94, Ghosts. Chapter 094 Ghosts. The next morning, Zorian and Kiriel bid Ray and her family goodbye and went to Amaya's place. Once there, they found out that Amaya had only been slightly worried for them. She had guessed from the severity of the last night's storm that they had taken shelter somewhere overnight. He also officially met Kale and his daughter. The Morlock boy was a bit more leery about him than Zorian remembered, but he supposed that was to be expected. He usually greeted Kale at Sayoria's train station and charmed him with practiced gestures and conversation right from the start, none of which had happened this time. Since the circumstances of their meeting differed, so did Kale's reaction to him. It was a minor matter, really. Zorian was confident that the Morlock boy would warm up to him eventually. If anything, the fact Kale was currently so distant may very well be a good thing. Much like Zorian's interaction with Ilsa earlier in the Resta. He froze suddenly, fiercely knocking his head with his fist a couple of times. No. Not restart. There was no time loop anymore. It was the real thing. He had to get this into his head as soon as possible. His strange actions prompted strange looks from Amaya, who asked him if he was alright. Once Kiriel had settled in and he cleared up some things with Amaya, Zorian left a simulacrum to guard the place and left to find Zack. He eventually found him sitting on the edge of the academy fountain, idly running his hand through the water while lost in thought. It's weird, Zack told him when he approached. The fountain hadn't worked for years, and it was only recently that it got fixed and repainted, but to me, it looks perfectly normal as it is right now. In fact, I don't think I actually remember what the fountain looked like before this month. Makes sense, Zorian shrugged. It's been decades since you've last seen it. Even Zorian struggled to remember details like that, and his stay in the time loop had been far shorter than Zack's. He had the ability to flawlessly preserve important memories inside his memory packets, of course, but that only worked for select things he consciously deemed important. Most of his memories went through the exact same process as any other person's. Zack didn't say anything to that. Instead he simply got up from his sitting spot and then motioned for Zorian to follow him. I'm a bit hungry, Zack said. Let's go to the cafeteria and see what they have to offer. It's been so long since I've been there I've already forgotten what the food there tastes like. So did I, Zorian admitted. Still, we stopped going there for a reason. The cafeteria food is nothing special, I assure you of that. What's this all about, really? I don't know. It's just something that has been on my mind lately, Zack said with a shrug. Say, did you ever figure out what you would do after this month? Zorian hesitated for a few seconds. There are so many uncertainties surrounding this month that it almost seems foolish to have any long-term plans until it's over, he said cautiously. Even if we both survive and Sayoria isn't a ruined wreck by the end of it, the invasion may very well leave us on the run or trigger another round of Splinter Wars. Ignoring that, though, I think I'll just gather some funds. Zack gave him a knowing look. Well, okay, a lot of funds, Zorian admitted. And then I'll open a research facility to study the nature of mana. Maybe I'll be able to figure out how to duplicate that mana-increasing stabilization frame that you and Quatakikl have attached to your soul. Or maybe I'll discover how to store mana in outside containers, assimilate mana more quickly and efficiently, or some other revolutionary improvement. That had kind of been my dream when I was younger, to invent something that would completely revolutionize the way magic is done. I eventually discarded that as a childish fantasy that I had no power to realize, but maybe it's not so impossible anymore. Still very difficult, Zack noted. If a talented mage with plenty of money was enough to revolutionize magic, it would happen way more often than it does. It doesn't matter, Zorian said. It's fine if I fail. I have no interest in hoarding money or in political maneuvering, so what else would I do with my time and money? Never say never, said Zack with a grin. Once you get married, you may find your wife is not nearly as divorced from material concerns as you are. You're not even married yourself, so how would you know anything about that? Zorian huffed. Don't talk like an old man. But I am an old man, Zack protested. At least from a certain perspective. Anyway, I hope you realize that this sort of thing you're describing is something the time loop would have been absolutely perfect for, right? Yes, but I didn't have time to focus on such peripheral, highly theoretical projects back in the time loop. Kind of funny, but true. Life is amusing like that sometimes, Zorian shrugged. He paused for a moment, thinking about something. Of course, before I can throw myself into big projects like that, I first need to pay back all the people that helped me inside the time loop. Doing that without drawing any attention and revealing my identity is bound to be a tricky undertaking. Can you even do that at this point? Zack asked. We lost most of the notebooks and research notes when the physical exit strategy failed. I saved the most crucial work in my head, and the rest can be reconstructed with some effort, Zorian said. It may take years, but I'm sure I can do it. He was deliberately being a little more optimistic about things than he really felt. So many things had been lost at the end of the time loop, it pained Zorian to even think of it. Zorian had used memory packets to preserve their most important information, designs, and notebooks before the group had made their exit attempt, just in case, but this was still just a small part of the whole. It couldn't substitute for the vast body of knowledge and invention that the group had managed to gather in the end. Rebuilding that massive library and then handing down portions of it to various people without causing a massive stir that led straight back to him would be a difficult problem. Does that mean you've already given Kale his notes? Zack asked curiously. No, not yet, said Zorian, shaking his head. He actually had fairly complete version of Kale's notes. He prioritized preserving his research, mostly due to them being old friends, so he didn't have to reconstruct much in that regard. The situation is very weird right now. I don't want to involve him in this mess until I have to, and I can't just hand him those research notes and leave him to his own devices. Do you even want to tell him about the time loop? Zack asked. Ideally, I'd like to keep everyone except Svim, Alanik, and the Siorian web in the dark about the time loop, Zorian said. I'm not sure how possible that is, though. We are already planning to evacuate everyone we know to Koth at some point. We're going to need an explanation of some sort for that. At the very least, informing Daimen about things may be necessary to get his cooperation. Daimen would also be useful for his magical prowess and possibly his connections, Zack pointed out. Speaking of Koth, how are the negotiations with the Silent Doorway adepts going? Reasonably well, Zorian said. We haven't reached an agreement, but that's normal. I don't think we need to tell them anything about time travel. Gate keys for another continent are tempting enough on their own. We should have a way to Koth in a few days. Good. I'll feel a lot better with Princess by my side, Zack said. With her support, not even Quatakikl can force us to withdraw. I'd put my hand in the fire that Red Robe is trying to broker some kind of alliance with Quatakikl as quickly as he can. Probably, Zorian agreed. I really don't like this, Zack said. You at least are in constant contact with your simulacrums, but I don't have that luxury. I have no idea what's happening out there until my simulacrums deign to send me a report, so all I can do is wait. I feel useless and stupid. The simulacrums are doing fine, Zorian assured him. I'm concerned that we can't find any solid clues as to what Red Robe is really doing, but us being active along with our simulacrums would not have helped with that anyway. You may be right, but I'm sick of waiting, Zack told him. It just isn't my style, you know. Once we get our hands on the Imperial Orb and have Princess on our side, we'll be able to really go on the offensive. It doesn't matter what Red Robe is planning then, we'll just come straight at him and crush him in battle. If we demolish the Abasin base beneath Scioria and shut down the gate they use to transport their troops, the invasion is over. We'll see if he'll still hide behind simulacrums when that happens. Hey! Zorian! Hey! Over here! They had barely stepped foot inside the cafeteria when a familiar voice started calling for him. It was Benesek, the chubby, cheerful, girl-obsessed boy that Zorian used to regularly interact with. Sadly, the time loop had not been kind to their friendship. Benesek could be really annoying and shallow, and the time loop had only made that worse. Eventually, Zorian stopped interacting with him at all. He kind of felt bad about that. Benesek had his faults, but so did his old self. He couldn't really ignore the boy's invitation without looking like a colossal jerk, so he reluctantly walked over. Zack followed after him, inviting himself along. "Hello, Ben," Zorian said, as he fetched a nearby chair and sat down next to him. Zack gave Ben a friendly wave and a smile before copying his action. "You sound happy. Eager to start a new school year." "You bet," Benesek said, grinning wildly. "We're upperclassmen now. Our dating prospects have entered a whole new level." "Hell yeah," Zack agreed, fist pumping in the air. "4 girls. 4 girls." Benesek agreed, returning the fist pump with one of his own. "For God's sake, you two, we're in a public setting," Zorian complained, trying to ignore the way people around them were staring at them. "So, you two are hanging out together, now?" Benesek asked curiously. "When did that happen?" "In the last couple of days," Zorian told him. "Don't ask. It's a long story involving a series of misunderstandings, me getting punched in the face at the train station, and Zack getting attacked by my little sister in retaliation." "That sounds super interesting, though," he protested. "You can't tell me something like that and then just leave me hanging, man." He suddenly frowned a little, giving Zorian a weird look. "Wait, are you saying you brought your annoying little sister along to Scioria?" he asked. "Yup," Zorian confirmed with a decisive nod. "Ouch," Benesek said with an exaggerated wince. "My condolences. See, I told you that being so serious and responsible would eventually bite you in the ass. My family would never even think of letting me take care of my younger sisters. You should be more like me, Zorian." "The mere idea is horrifying," Zorian told him bluntly. "Bah, you don't know what's good for you," Benesek said. He gave Zack a speculative look. "Though, if you keep hanging out with our dear friend Zack, that may change after a while. I hear your recent life has been somewhat exciting." "Oh yeah, downright explosive," agreed Zack. "So that attack I was hearing about?" Benesek asked. "It's all true, but I was out drinking and dancing that night so it ended up missing me," Zack said with a careless shrug. "Haha, now that's the proper way to evade death," Benesek said, leaning forward to punch Zack in the shoulder. Zack blocked it, which Benesek took in stride. He leaned back in his chair, his expression becoming more solemn all of a sudden. "But man, I got to say, this is one messed up week. First the attack on Novita Mansion, and now that thing with the villages in Holaker. What is the world coming to? I really, really hope this isn't a prelude to war, you know. It's kind of selfish, but I want my academy days to be peaceful and fun." Zack and Zorian shared a confused look with each other. "What do you mean, villages in Holaker?" Zorian asked him. "We don't know anything about that." "Ah. No," Benesek said, surprised. "You two need to pay more attention to recent events, then. I know Eldamarian newspapers haven't reported much on it, but you two should keep an eye on continental news. One of you is the heir of a noble house and the other, Well, I know Zorian doesn't like hearing about his brother, but... Just tell us already, Zorian told his friend with a heavy sigh. Fine, but you have to tell me that long story you teased me with earlier, Benasek blackmailed. Deal, Zorian immediately agreed. He would make something up later. Alright, Benasek grinned. I'll hold you to that. Anyway, word is going around that a number of villages in Holakir, that's the big neighboring country to the west of Eldamar, you know, have been hit by some sort of attack recently. A weirdly brutal attack. Rumors are saying it was a total bloodbath, with hundreds of people killed. Zorian's mood immediately plummeted. He supposed they finally got a clue as to what Red Robe had been doing all this time. Break. Later that day, Zorian returned to Amaya's place, his thoughts still on what Benasek had told them. He and Zack had immediately dispatched a pair of simulacrums to Holakir to check up on this situation, but it would take a while for them to reach the villages in question and investigate things. In the meantime, they could only speculate what Red Robe had been doing there and for what purpose. He didn't have a lot of time to dedicate to his musings, though, because he was soon interrupted by Taven, who sought him out for recruitment. Zorian didn't want to tell her about the time loop. Like Kale and a lot of other people that once made up their group of temporary loopers, she couldn't actually help them in any way, and telling her about the invasion would just expose her to danger. Well, more danger than she was already in. Sometimes he wondered if it wouldn't be easier to just tell everyone about the time loop and point the central government at Red Robe and the invaders right from the very start. However, when they had discussed that scenario back in the time loop, even the temporary loopers agreed this was a very unhappy solution to the problem. The central government was notoriously corrupt and power-hungry, and the current king favored a highly aggressive stance towards any internal threats. Once Eldamar's forces were done dealing with Red Robe and the Abasins, they were almost certainly going to turn on them. And anyone who knew about the time loop and the invasion would likely suffer along with them. Calling in the military was pretty much a guaranteed win for Scioria and its citizens. However, they, and people close to them, might end up paying the price for this good deed. This was not a choice they wanted to make. They were not selfless angels, after all. Thus, it was decided to only make the report once they were reasonably sure it couldn't be tracked down to them. That would take a while to set up, but it wouldn't take the entire month to do so. That was the main reason why Zorian was fine with Red Robe stalling for time. Unless Red Robe blindsided them with something, Zack and Zorian were guaranteed to win. Of course, if Red Robe's schemes did blindside them, they would rather unmask themselves than allow the city to be destroyed and watch as an ancient godlike monster is released into the world. That was why it was important to keep most of the former temporary loopers in the dark for now. If the army suddenly stormed into the city and started asking questions, the less they knew about what was going on, the better. Still, he couldn't just refuse Taven's offer and send her off into the tunnels beneath the city to die. Thus, he let her in on some of his secrets. What? Taven complained. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? She ran her hand over her face to check things and even glanced behind her to check if there was someone standing over her shoulder. Zorian didn't know whether she was faking it in order to make fun of him or if she honestly believed these were legitimate possibilities, but he supposed he had been staring at her for a little too long. Taven, this job of yours is a total setup, he eventually told her. You should stay away from this one. Huh? What do you mean? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him. It's just a simple find and retrieve in the tunnels below the city. Fight some giant spiders, find the lost thingy, get out. The giant spiders are Arania, Zorian told her. They're giant, intelligent, telepathic spiders. Unless you know what you're doing and come prepared, they can blast you into unconsciousness before you can blink. Taven took a step back at the description, her eyes widening at the description. Shit, she swore. Roach, how do you? And that man isn't some innocent wanderer that lost his expensive trinket down there, Zorian continued. He had been spying on the Arania and got caught in the act. That ward breaker device is currently safely stored in the Urania treasury, not carelessly dropped in some dusty tunnel and free for the taking. Roach, how do you know this? Taven asked, a little more forcefully this time. Ha! I'm surprised you didn't just accuse me of lying, he told her slowly. This is too serious, she said, frowning. I don't think you joke around with something like that. And you're not really the joking type either. Now tell. Well, I know about this because I'm friendly with the Urania, Zorian told her. They're teaching me how to control my telepathic powers, after all. Your telepathic powers, she repeated slowly. As in, mind reading? Among other things, yes, he sent her telepathically. She flinched back and gave him a frightened look afterward. For a moment Zorian thought she would bolt out of his room right then and there, but instead she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forcibly calmed herself down. Damn, Roach, she said, massaging her forehead. You really know how to drop a secret on someone. I had to make sure you take this seriously, Zorian said. Well, you succeeded, she responded unhappily. She gave him a suspicious look. You didn't read my mind without permission, did you? How long has this been going on, anyway? I didn't, Zorian assured her. I only found out about my innate mental powers recently. Well, good, Taven said. Though I'm not too happy you're keeping secrets like that. Especially something that sounds so shady. I never knew there was a colony of sapient spiders living beneath the city. They're not here legally, are they? And you're just hanging around them and learning mind magic from them like it's nothing? What else are you hiding from me? You're just mad I didn't invite you along for this shady adventure, Zorian said, deflecting her worries. Yes, damn it, she said, swinging her fist at his shoulder. He flawlessly deflected her half-hearted punch to the side, causing her to stop and blink at him in surprise. His move wasn't really all that amazing, but he suddenly realized he never used to do that sort of thing before the time loop. Oops. You know I'm right, though, she said, ignoring the incident in favor of crossing her arms in front of her chest and staring down at him. It's crazy dangerous what you're doing, and you should have at least taken a bodyguard when going down there. You. Zorian guessed. Who else do you know that is an amazing battlemage? She asked rhetorically, straightening her pose pridefully. Well, I've been hanging out with Zack Novita lately, and he's pretty good at combat magic, Zorian told her. The Novita heir. Isn't he one of your classmates? Taven asked dubiously. Yes, Zorian confirmed. A third-year student being able to compare with me? Please, Taven scoffed. You're looking down way too much on me, Zorian. Looks like I'll have to challenge you to a proper fight soon, just to broaden your horizons and let you get some perspective on things. Zorian couldn't help it. He stopped himself from laughing out loud at her, but there was a wide smile stuck on his face that just wouldn't go away. What? She demanded. What the hell is so amusing about what I said? You want to fight right now? He couldn't help it and simply burst into laughter at her. Later on, Zorian reflected that Amaya was probably starting to think of him as some major weirdo. First it was that incident of him punching himself in the head earlier, and now there was a girl chasing him around the house and demanding that he takes it like a man, and whatnot. Zorian wasn't sure how his friendship with Taven was going to fare in the future, considering that he could not possibly hide the full extent of his skills forever, but at least her current visit had brightened his day somewhat. Break. Red Robe had chosen his targets well. Although situated on the border of Eldamar and relatively close to Scioria, Polacker was pretty difficult to access. It had rather unfriendly relations with Eldamar, not an unusual situation in regards to states bordering their country, and it was a mountainous country with poor transport infrastructure and plenty of isolated mountain villages. Reaching their destination was quite mana expensive, requiring lots of teleportation and other magic, and orienting themselves was a chore. The whole region was swarming with Holocorian soldiers searching for the culprits and trying to control the flow of news and people in and out of the place. Additionally, Holekir's cartographers had apparently not done a very good job, because some of the villages hit by the attacks weren't even marked in publicly available maps and records. Still, Zack and Zorian were resourceful people, and their simulacrums inherited their skills. Thus, it took them less than 2 days to reach the villages Benesek had told them about and investigate the situation. The results of the investigation were grim. Benesek had said the worst of the rumors mentioned hundreds of casualties, but it only took one glance at the first village they visited to realize this estimate was, if anything, severely understated. The village was the scene of a total bloodbath. Of the 300 or so inhabitants, most of them had been killed. Only a young couple that sneaked away from the village during the night and an old hunter that decided to sleep over in the wilderness had survived the slaughter. The attackers hadn't even bothered to loot the place. The objective appeared to have been simple, indiscriminate killing. The other villages they visited were pretty much the same. A sudden, overwhelming attack that aimed to kill as many as possible. Accounts of the attackers were hard to come by, since most people who got caught up in it died, but it was clear the attacker was a sizable armed group. A group that contained war trolls, various monsters, and scores of undead. A group that seemed capable of teleporting themselves all over the place, because they had hit over 10 villages in the span of a single night, before seemingly disappearing into thin air. Adding everything together, Zack and Zorian estimated the death toll reached easily into thousands. Holokorian authorities had walled off the area from the rest of the country, fearing mass panic and unrest if the true scope of the slaughter became known, which was why the reaction to the attack was rather muted at the moment. Still, those kinds of measures were just stalling for time. Zorian would be surprised if they could keep it a secret for more than a week. At first, neither Zack nor Zorian could understand this move. What was Red Robe trying to accomplish by killing Holokorian villagers like that? Was this some sort of large-scale sacrifice? Zorian wouldn't call himself an expert on blood magic, but he didn't think so. The killing was too quick and disorganized, and the villages hit by the attacks weren't arranged into discernible pattern. In the end they went to Alanik for help. Alanik was one of the people they had decided to inform about the existence of the time loop and the invasion no matter what, since he was highly competent and already in huge danger from the invaders no matter what. Thus far he still wasn't convinced they were telling the truth about the whole time travel business, but the information they had brought him was pretty convincing on its own. After all, the little notebook that Zorian duplicated from his memory packets was written by Alanik himself, and listed all sorts of criminal groups and hideouts they had found over the restarts. Even if Alanik thought they were lying or delusional about being time travelers, he was still holding a book written in his own handwriting, mentioning things only he should know about and listing a variety of things whose truthfulness was easy to check. Alanik took one look at the information they had compiled about the attack on Holokorian villages and dismissed the idea it was some kind of massive demon summoning or some other piece of blood magic. Blood magic-fueled summonings are disturbingly easy, but not this easy, Alanik said, shaking his head. The victims would have to be herded into a central location. Their life force would have to be carefully mixed and funneled into a massive spell formula circle. The preparations would not be small and would be easily noticed and stopped. Holekir's authorities would not miss such a thing, and you would have seen evidence of it even if they had. Then what is this about? Asked Zack, sounding frustrated. Why are they killing all these people? It's not simply bloodthirstiness, I'm sure of that. This was clearly done with the full cooperation of Quatakikl and his forces. There is no way he would have agreed to this unless there was some kind of clear benefit to this. Alanik looked at the papers in silence, shuffling them around while frowning deeply. This went on for a full minute, with Zack and Zorian quietly waiting to hear what he had to say. I almost want to say this is a soul-gathering operation, Alanik eventually told them. Except, gathering souls is not such a simple business, either. In order to gather the souls of thousands of people, the attackers would need thousands of soul containers. Even if they could afford to build that many, the sheer logistics of shuffling those soul containers around to the right place and the right time and casting the necessary spells to capture the soul before it moved on to the afterlife. Zack and Zorian's faces became uglier the longer Alanik continued to speak. Shit, Zack swore. What? Olenek said, frowning. He was frowning a lot at the moment, clearly upset by the information the two of them just brought him. They don't have to go through all that trouble because they have Sudamir's Well of Souls, Zorian explained to him. Well of Souls? Olenek slowly repeated. He glanced at the little book on the side of the table. Is that inside the notebook you gave me? It is, Zorian confirmed. You must not have reached that part. Olenek quickly flipped through it until he reached the relevant part. Zack and Zorian waited for him to finish, discussing things quietly amongst themselves. Well, Olenek eventually said, snapping the book in his hands shut. Not only am I now certain this was indeed a soul-gathering operation. I think I even know what they need all those souls for. Yes. And so do we, Zack told him grimly. It's pretty obvious at this point. Sudamir is making his wraith bombs in advance, Zorian finished for them. Break. Despite recent developments, Zack and Zorian decided to attend the first day of classes at the academy. There were 3 reasons for that. The first one was that Zack and Zorian wanted to scout out Ayaska Mansion to see what they were dealing with before they committed themselves to anything substantial. The second one was that they should get access to Koth soon, which will greatly expand their capabilities and was well worth waiting for. And the third one was that showing up to class today was probably their last chance to do such a thing for the rest of the month. After today, it was unlikely they would have time to mess around with schoolwork and attending classes. They might as well take this opportunity to reunite with their classmates for a moment, finish recovering, and mentally prepare themselves for the trials ahead. You're late. Zorian looked at Akoja, dutifully standing in front of the door with a clipboard in her hands and taking note of incoming students. She stared at him coolly, tapping her foot impatiently against the ground. He simply smiled at her in response, causing her to suddenly lose her cool and look away uncomfortably. Sorry, Zorian told her. Things are a little hectic these days, at least for me. Well, just don't let it happen in the future, okay? She told him seriously, quickly recovering her confidence. Sadly, I don't think that's possible, Zorian shook his head. I'm probably going to be absent from classes a lot in the near future. It's not a good idea to miss the start of the school year like that, she told him with a small frown. I disagree. The start of the school year is the best time to miss, Zorian told her. It's all just repetition of things we've already learned in previous years and very easy study material. I'll make up for it in a flash, you'll see. Just get inside already, she told him with a long-suffering sigh. Zorian gave her a thumbs up and did as he was told, humming happily as he entered the classroom and picked a seat for himself. Zack was already inside, Akoja not having paid too much attention to him. Zorian greeted a few of the classmates he remembered being slightly more friendly with before the time loop, turning some heads due to how uncharacteristically happy he seemed, before going towards the front of the classroom. He picked a familiar spot next to Briam and his fire drake, with Zack right behind him. Just like he expected, the small fire drake in Briam's lap immediately started hissing at him when he approached. Briam quickly enclosed the orange-red lizard with both hands and started whispering soothingly at his familiar. The drake calmed down a little but still kept both of his eyes on Zorian, alert and nervous. Zorian ignored the spectacle, simply plopping down on his seat and calmly watching the scene. He still didn't understand what exactly the fire drake found so upsetting about him in particular. He had once even peered into the fire drake's mind to find the answer, but that didn't help. The fire drake was not actually a sapient being. He was a creature of instinct, and something deep inside of him told him that Zorian was uniquely dangerous out of all people gathered in the classroom. The fire drake did not understand why, but it trusted its instincts. Did the drake sense Zorian's mental powers, despite not being psychic himself? Did Zorian have some ability he had no idea about? It was a mystery. From what Briam had told him, he wasn't unique in this regard. Fire drakes could be very strange, temperamental creatures, and he wasn't the first person that his familiar had picked out for some reason. Eventually, the influence of the mage they were bonded with tended to temper these kinds of aggressive urges, and mature Fire Drake familiars were apparently far more placid and reliable in dealing with strangers. "Sorry about that," Brian said. "He's still a little uneasy around strangers." "Don't worry about it," Zorian said, waving the apology away. "Congratulations on getting your own familiar, I guess. Must be a milestone for you." "Yeah," Brian said happily, patting the drake like some kind of scaly cat. The drake reacted to that sort of like a cat, too. "It's great." He spent some time talking to Brian and waiting for the class to start. Though it was premature to worry about that now, he couldn't help but wonder how to deal with school life in the future. His classmates were nice and all, some of them he'd be happy to befriend if possible, but he was so much more capable than them magic-wise that it wasn't even funny. Plus, the classes themselves are bound to be mind-numbingly boring. Could he really pretend to be just a normal student for 2 years straight? Was it actually possible for someone like him, a guy with Archmage-level skills and a decade of additional memories and experience under his belt, to befriend one of these people? Perhaps Time Loop Taven was right and his attempt to connect to his former friends and classmates was ultimately kind of hollow and patronizing. Thankfully, his somewhat depressing thoughts were soon interrupted by Ilsa's arrival to class. She did her practiced speech at the beginning of the class and then started the lesson. Zorian was already preparing himself for a boring but relaxing class the likes of which he had heard dozens of times inside the time loop when the classroom door suddenly burst open, and a teenage boy his own age swaggered inside. He was tall, with messy blonde hair and rumpled clothes that looked like they had seen better days. The door had been opened so forcefully that Zorian suspected the boy had kicked it open with his foot instead of using the handle. It rebounded against the wall with a loud bang and promptly closed itself behind him. As he marched forward towards the front of the class, the boy swept the whole class with his gaze. For a moment, Zorian met his eyes and found himself staring at vividly orange eyes, their slitted pupils burning with barely contained anger and aggression. Veyers Boranova had arrived to class. 95, Betrayer. Chapter 095 Betrayer. Veyers was a frustrating part of the time loop mystery for Zorian. The fact that he had been deliberately erased from Zack's mind and that he started each restart dead made him a strong suspect for the real identity of Red Robe. However, that raised the question of how Veyers had managed to become a permanent looper. It couldn't have been through the method Zorian had used, everything he and Zack knew indicated that had been pure luck, and that deliberately replicating it would be both hard and dangerous. Zorian's conversation with Panicseth had fully convinced Zorian that Zack was the original controller of the loop, so Red Robe must have come later. That meant he had probably become a looper through the temporary marker given by the Imperial Crown, which meant that he had only had 6 months to figure out a way to permanently join the time loop. Did Veyers really possess the skills necessary to pull that off? He was just an inexperienced teenager. He had a crippling condition that made his magic and personality unstable. He was not considered a social genius or a magic prodigy, even before his botched ignition ritual. There was no way he could have developed his magic sufficiently to pull it off in mere 6 months, and organizing a group that could have done so in his stead would have taken considerable amount of social shrewdness. Not to mention that Veyers would have had to do all this while keeping Zack in the dark about everything. Zack wasn't very paranoid, and was probably even less so in the past, but that couldn't have been easy regardless. Still, Zorian could see how it could have worked. Perhaps Zack had really come to like Veyers for some reason and had done most of the work himself. Perhaps he had brought the other boy into the time loop again and again, figured out a way to stabilize his magic, and helped him advance his skills in the fastest and most convenient manner possible. Perhaps there had even been a time when Zack had gone through the trouble of recruiting Quatakikl and other soul magic experts in order to figure out a way to crack the secrets of the temporary marker, so that he could bring his best pal Veyers permanently into the time loop. In order to be Red Robe, Veyers didn't have to be a resourceful mastermind that achieved what he and Zack could not in just 6 months, he could have simply been an opportunistic, heartless traitor who stabbed Zack in the back after his fellow time looper had given him everything he could. It was all pure speculation, of course. Concrete answers about Veyers were basically impossible to find inside the time loop. Veyers himself obviously couldn't be questioned, people he was related to knew nothing useful, Zack did not remember anything about the boy, and Red Robe had left the time loop. If there were answers regarding Veyers, they would have to wait until Zorian had left the time loop. Once he had done so, however, things remained stubbornly unclear. He found out that Red Robe had gone through the trouble of evacuating Veyers and his lawyer friend immediately after crossing over to the real world. That greatly increased the chance that Veyers really was Red Robe in his mind. However, he was then informed by Zack that, in the restarts following his departure, both Zorian and Silverlake were very much alive. Devoid of any memories of the time loop, but alive. This was very much unlike Veyers, who was dead and soulless at the beginning of every restart. Didn't that basically confirm that Veyers was knocked out of the time loop by the Imperial dagger and couldn't possibly be Red Robe? Now, all of those questions had a chance of being answered, because Veyers was finally in front of them. They didn't even have to search for him, he had just shown up in class, alone and defenseless. Zorian had to admit, he had been caught completely off guard by the boy's arrival. If this was Red Robe, why would he do this? If this was the original Veyers, why would Red Robe allow this? Why, for the love of all that was holy, had Veyers suddenly come here? Based on the reactions of everyone around him, Zorian could see that no one, not even Ilsa, knew the answer to that question. After briefly staring down everyone, Veyers picked an empty spot not far from Zorian and Briam and sat down. He ignored everyone staring at him and started to unpack his books and writing supplies out of his bag, slamming them loudly on the table in front of them in a clear attempt to provoke some kind of reaction. "Mr. Boranova, what do you think you are doing here?" Ilsa finally asked him. "What?" he challenged. "I'm attending the class I paid for. Is there a problem?" "You are no longer a student of this institution," Ilsa told him, taking a deep breath and clearly suppressing a sigh. Her voice was tinged with annoyance and she gripped the teaching rod in her hand a little more tightly in her grip. "You know this." "I know no such thing," Veyers said immediately, shaking his head and making exaggerated faces at her. "My tuition has been paid in full, I passed my first circle certification with flying colors, and I received no notification about any changes in my attendance status. How can I no longer be a student?" "You attacked people on your disciplinary hearing, Mr. Boranova," Ilsa told him. "As a result, you were expelled from the academy. You know this, I'm sure of this. Why are you doing this to yourself?" "That's a lie. I didn't attack anyone," Veyers said stubbornly. "I lost control over my magic and burned down some furniture. It happens, sometimes. You know this, I'm sure of this. Your institution had no problem taking my money back in the past, even though they were warned this would be the case. I was assured that so long no one was hurt and I paid for any damages, I would be allowed to attend. You have no right to expel me over that incident. It wasn't me who made the decision, so I don't understand why you're telling me this," Ilsa told him. She didn't look particularly sympathetic towards him, and probably didn't really believe him much either. "Make a complaint to the Academy's legal department if you feel you were wronged." "Well, I will," Veyers exclaimed. "And in the meantime, I will continue to attend the classes I paid for." Zorian looked in disbelief as Veyers continued to argue with Ilsa over his expulsion and right to attend classes. He found the entire situation surreal. It was obvious this Veyers wasn't Red Robe. He paid no special attention to Zack and Zorian, his mind and soul were largely unprotected, and his awful, confrontational attitude was exactly as Zorian remembered it. This was the original Veyers, untouched by the time loop, for better or for worse. Why would Red Robe allow this? He had specifically evacuated the original Veyers from his friend's house at the start of the restart. Zorian had fully expected Veyers to have been taken to some secure place, far away from danger. Why would Red Robe go through all that trouble and then just let the original Veyers come to class and make a scene? It didn't make sense. Zorian could try to search for answers by digging around in Veyer's mind, but the boy did have some basic protection from mental tampering. He was wearing a pendant with a big green marble embedded in it. It was projecting a mental shield around Veyer's mind and would start screeching and glowing if that barrier was broken or tampered with. Zorian had seen such pendants before. The shield they created was easy to break, but the alarm on them was sufficiently trigger-happy that he couldn't bypass it quietly. He would cause a scene almost as big as Veyer's if he mentally assaulted him in the middle of class while he was wearing that. Not that this would stop Zorian for long, of course. He just needed to pick the right moment and everything would be over in seconds. The only thing that worried him was that he suspected Veyer's to be some kind of trap by Red Robe. Did the boy have some kind of trap placed inside his mind, waiting to be triggered by a careless mind reader? Was there someone spying on Veyer's, ready to report them to the authorities when they were caught attacking him? He started covertly scouting their surroundings while watching Veyer's get increasingly agitated as he argued with Ilsa. The rest of the classmates were also starting to get restless, muttering to each other in increasingly loud voices. Few of them saw Veyer's actions in positive light, which no doubt made him even angrier. "Must give me back the money I paid for this," Veyer shouted, banging his hand against the desk for emphasis. "It's disgusting and shameless in the extreme that you're trying to claim my tuition after expelling me. How brazen and corrupt can you be? I could say the same thing about you, Mr. Boranova. How shameless do you have to be to make this kind of display here and disrupt my class like this?" Ilsa said in a tone that was calmer and more dignified than Veyer's, but still noticeably heated. "If you have complaints about money, go speak to the headmaster or the accounting office. I am not in charge of handling student money and I'm not familiar with the particulars of your case. All I know is that you have been expelled and that you are wasting everyone's time here with your antics. Please leave." "Make me," Veyers challenged. His orange eyes light up with a fiery glow and a notebook he placed on the table ignited and burst into flames. Evidently Red Robe didn't bother to fix his botched ignition ritual. "Make me," he repeated angrily. "I'll burn this whole place down, I swear." "Veyers," Ilsa said, pushing her glasses upwards to massage her eyes in frustration. This was the first time she was calling him by his first name. "Why must you do this? Don't you realize you're just shooting yourself in the foot? If you really plan to take the academy to court over this, behaving like this will only give them more ammunition." "Trogmar, no!" Briam suddenly yelled. It was useless. Trogmar, his fire drake familiar, had been completely infuriated by Veyers for some time already. Now that Veyers had lost control over his powers and started burning things, the fire drake decided it was done passively waiting for this threat to come to him and his master. With a fearsome battle screech, the fire drake ripped itself away from Briam's desperate attempts to hold him back and leapt over the tables. It crashed into Veyers' table, scattering books in all directions, and hissed menacingly at the orange-eyed boy. Swearing loudly, Veyers hurriedly pushed himself from his desk, fell on his ass in his hurry to evade the fire drake, and then erupted into a short-ranged fireball centered on himself. Undaunted, the fire drake took the flames head-on and added his own fire breath to the blaze. The entire class started screaming and scrambled to get out of the classroom and away from the burning battlefield. Well, Zack and Zorian remained calm and collected. They each picked one end of the classroom and subtly protected their classmates from harm by channeling the flames away from them through invisible force fields and chilling spells. Aside from them, only Briam and Ilsa did not try to escape the place. Briam was desperately trying to rein his familiar in and drag him off from the fight, while Ilsa did her best to keep the fire contained and tried to restrain Veyers and the fire drake in order to stop the fight. Ilsa would have normally realized that Zack and Zorian had something to do with the surprising tendency of the flames to swerve away from the students or lose power before they reached them, but Zorian was using some light mind magic to draw her attention away from that. It wasn't particularly difficult, since there was a big, eye-catching battle in progress, and that attracted most of her attention anyway. Of course, the fact Veyers and Briam's fire drake were throwing fire everywhere and that everyone was making a huge racket in their attempt to vacate the classroom meant this was a perfect opportunity for Zorian to covertly disable Veyers' pendant and invade his mind. He shared a silent look with Zack, who simply nodded at him. In the next moment, they both struck. Zack wrapped the pendant in an illusion that made it appear inert no matter what was happening while Zorian pierced the mental barrier it created and started reading Veyers' mind and subverting his will. Eventually, Ilsa managed to separate the two combatants, aided in no small part by Zorian mentally forcing them both to back down. Briam immediately dragged off his familiar away from Veyers, calming the fire drake down and inspecting him to see if he got hurt in the fight. As for Veyers, he simply collapsed unconscious all of a sudden. Zorian found it easier to memory search people when they were not mentally struggling against him all the time, and he had already gotten everything he could have out of his surface thoughts alone. He was just about to convince Ilsa to let him and Zack carry Veyers off to a hospital or something when she suddenly spoke up. "You two, have you been here all this time?" she asked, glancing towards Zack and Zorian. "Yes," Zack confirmed. "We know some basic spells, so we stayed to see if we could help somehow." "A bit reckless, but commendable," Ilsa said. "Unfortunately, no good deed goes unpunished in this world. I need some uninvolved witnesses when I speak to the headmaster about this, and since you were here from start to finish, you fit the bill perfectly. You'll be coming with me after I clean up the classroom." Zack and Zorian shared a look before lightly shrugging at each other. This was perfect, really. They got to stay close to Veyers for quite a while, giving Zorian plenty of time to rummage through his memories, and they didn't even have to make up some contrived excuse to do so. "Okay," Zorian agreed easily. Ilsa nodded at them, pleased they had no intention of trying to weasel out of it. She conjured a disk of force and levitated Veyers on top of it, before turning towards Briam. Zack took the chance when her back was turned and telekinetically crushed Veyers' mind shield pendant into scrap. It gave off one final ear-piercing screech and a flash of light, invisible and inaudible through the illusion Zack placed on it earlier, and then went completely inert. "Briam, you and your familiar are coming along as well," she told him. "This teacher, I don't know what came into him." Stammered Briam, clutching the fire drake in his arms tighter to his chest. Trogmar had largely calmed down at this point, increasingly aware that his master was not happy with what he had done. "I understand," Ilsa sighed. "I don't think you will receive a serious punishment, especially since Veyers is the other involved party. You really need to keep a better grip on your fire drake, however. Veyers started things, but this isn't a good look for you, either." "Yes," he nodded quickly. "Let's go, then," Ilsa said, gesturing towards the door. She strode off towards the headmaster's office, followed by Zack and Zorian, Briam and his fire drake, and an unconscious Veyers on a floating ectoplasmic disc. She found Akoja and a number of other students waiting outside the classroom door, curious to see the resolution of the incident, and promptly recruited some of them as additional witnesses before telling the rest the class was cancelled for the day and that they were free to go. Zorian handed off his body to the mind of a distant simulacrum before focusing all of his attention on the memories locked inside Veyers' head. "Break. So, were you the one who pushed Briam's drake into doing that?" Zack asked him later. "No, that was completely spontaneous," Zorian said, shaking his head. "I had nothing to do with it." The questioning had lasted for hours, and Veyers had managed to wake up by the end of it. Without any memories of mental tampering, of course. He then yelled out all sorts of threats to everyone in the room and stormed off angrily, thus marking the end of that particular meeting. Zack and Zorian decided to retreat to Novita Mansion to discuss what happened. "What did you get out of Veyers, then?" Zack asked. "You don't look very excited, so I'm guessing very little." "Sort of," Zorian admitted. "As you might expect, he doesn't know who Red Robe is. He doesn't even remember what happened when he and his lawyer friend were evacuated at the beginning of the restart. That part of his memories was thoroughly erased, and I can't find out anything about it." "Of course," Zack scoffed. If he knew Red Robe's plans or identity, no way would Red Robe send him to class like this. What was even the point of that, I wonder? This was way too petty to be a legitimate part of Red Robe's master plan. I don't think this is something Red Robe thought up, Zorian said. From what I could glean in Veyer's mind, our former classmate has had this on his mind for quite a while. Long before this month began. Wait, so this is his idea? Zack said incredulously. If you could remember Veyers, you'd know this is exactly the sort of thing he would do, Zorian said. He thought his expulsion was unfair and decided to do something about it. I doubt he saw the situation developing as it did, but he definitely came to class with the goal of making a stand against the academy and drawing attention to his case. So this had nothing to do with Red Robe? Zack asked, frowning. No, this was just Veyers being Veyers, Zorian answered. In fact, I suspect this was the reason Red Robe wiped out your memories of Veyers when he took a sledgehammer to your mind. What? Asked Zack, giving him a shocked look. What do you mean? I don't understand. Veyers probably did this in every single restart while he was still alive, Zorian said. Come to our first class and start a fight with Briam's Fire Drake, you mean? Zack asked. Yeah, Zorian nodded. We always wondered why Red Robe bothered to erase your memories of Veyers, considering you wouldn't normally even interact with him. But if he normally showed up for class to make a scene, it would be very strange for him to suddenly stop coming, Zack said, eyes lighting up in realization. If Red Robe is Veyers, he probably didn't want to go through this at the beginning of every restart just to keep up a charade. It's a waste of time, and he probably cringed inside at the thought of what an idiot he used to be. However, him being absent from class would immediately tip me off that something is wrong with him, unless I no longer remember him. That still begs the question, though, why would Red Robe allow Veyers to expose himself like this after going to the trouble of saving him at the start of the month? Zorian asked. We didn't kill him, Zack pointed out. Yes, but how would Red Robe know for sure what we would or would not do to Veyers? Zorian countered. He was playing with Veyers' life by letting him come here. Plus, even if he scrubbed his memories clean of any sensitive information, he can't know for sure that he didn't leave anything of importance behind. It's just a pointless risk. If I was in Red Robe's place, I'd never let this happen. I'd trap Veyers in a dungeon and sedate him if I had to. Does Red Robe even care about the welfare of the original Veyers? I don't know if that logic really holds, Zack told him dubiously. You also brought your little sister here, even though you knew this placed her in greater danger. You cared more about fulfilling her wishes than making her perfectly safe. Zorian made a sour face at that. He hated when Zack was right like that. Anyway, even if Red Robe doesn't know what you would do, he does know me, well, presumably. I would never just kill Veyers for no reason, even if he does have some tenuous connection to our opponent. None of this is his fault, really. Does he even have any connection to the cult or the Abasins? No, that's all Jornak, said Zorian, shaking his head. And Veyers doesn't know about that, either. Right. So there is no reason for us to go after original Veyers, Zack said. He's just a dumb kid with no way to threaten us. Killing him would be really petty. We didn't even kill the original Silver Lake, even though she could be a real headache if Time Looper Silver Lake manages to recruit her to her side. I guess, Zorian said, not really convinced yet. I still think it's very weird. I thought him showing up was maybe some kind of trap, but it doesn't appear this is correct. I put a tracker on him before he left, Zack said. If he goes back to Red Robe. He won't, Zorian said, shaking his head. This is Red Robe cutting him off and letting him sink or swim on his own. He'll go either back to his family or maybe to his lawyer friend. Assuming Jornak goes back to his home, that is. They talked about the issue for some time before Zorian decided it was time to leave. Sadly, another thing cropped up before he had a chance to set off. Placed on the doorstep of Novita Mansion was a simple white envelope addressed to Zach Novita and Zorian Kaczynski. After thoroughly analyzing it for traps, the two of them opened it and found a letter waiting for them inside. It was just a sheet of normal, non-magical paper with a few words scrawled on it in fancy, formal handwriting. "Thank you for showing mercy. Perhaps we can come to an agreement after all. Let's talk. You can pick a time and place for the meeting. You know how to contact me." There was no return address, signature, or name of the sender on the letter, but it was obvious who sent it. Just as it was obvious that they couldn't refuse the invitation. Break. It was already late in the evening and Zorian was slowly making his way to Amaya's place. He wasn't in a hurry. His thoughts were still stuck on the letter they received back at the Novita estate. A meeting with Red Robe, what could the third-time traveler want to talk to them about? As far as Zorian could see, they were completely and unavoidably opposed to each other. There was very little they could agree upon, and they couldn't really trust each other to stick to any such agreement anyway. Especially since Zorian strongly suspected Red Robe got into the time loop by backstabbing Zack. A person like that couldn't be trusted at all. As he was passing through one of the many Scioria city parks, he suddenly stopped and turned towards the small fountain in the center. He had detected a familiar mental and soul signature in that direction. There was a young woman sitting there, on the edge of the fountain. She was roughly 20 years of age, tall and beautiful, with long black hair and a feminine figure, the sort of beauty that made men turn around as they walked and remained stuck in their head for a while. Also, she was completely unfamiliar to Zorian. He had never seen this woman before in his entire life, he was sure. And yet, she grinned at him cheekily, patting at the spot next to her, as if inviting him to join her. Some of the men around him cast him dark, jealous glances in response. Zorian ignored the invitation for a second, directing his attention to the roof of a nearby building, where a large raven was inconspicuously sitting and observing the scene below. Zorian cautiously approached the smiling woman, his expression darkening. When he was closer to her, he stopped. He could feel a ward field spring into existence around them, but he did nothing to stop it. He could immediately recognize it as a basic privacy ward, meant to stop people from listening in on them. "Hello, Silver Lake," he said. "You look much better than you did the last time we talked." "Haha, you flatterer," she told him. "I feel better. My mind is clearer, my bones do not ache, and I no longer get tired as easily. Being young again is everything I hoped for, and more." "Is this really what you looked like when you were younger, though?" Zorian asked her curiously. "I have no idea," she said with a shrug. "I don't have any paintings of myself when I was younger, but I do remember being quite a looker in my younger days. Anyone who could legitimately call me out on this little bit of vanity is long dead, so who cares?" "Little bit of vanity," Zorian repeated quietly. "Yes, just a little bit," Silverlake said, pretending to adjust her hair while smiling at him brightly. "You know, you should try not to frown so much. It will give you wrinkles." "You were surprisingly quiet so far," Zorian pointed out. "What's up with that?" "Ah, you know, there's always something," she said dismissively. "An emergency here, an emergency there, and you suddenly lost 2 days with nothing to show for it. It's frustrating, but that's life." "Indeed," said Zorian, glancing to the nearby roof where the raven was intently watching them. "I see you got yourself a new familiar. What happened to your old raven?" Silverlake stopped smiling at him. "I guess Panicseth couldn't get him out of the time loop along with you," Zorian continued. "That must have hurt. I heard it's not healthy to lose a soul-bonded familiar like that. Especially for witches like yourself. Witches are known for having well-developed familiar-related magic, which probably translates into an even deeper link to their partner animals. Your soul must have suffered considerable damage when you were incarnated into that pretty new body of yours." "You know, you have been unusually passive yourself," Silverlake remarked. "I would have expected you to move faster and bolder than this." I'm guessing your arrival here has not been very smooth either. I guess you could say that, Zorian said. I'm mostly recovered by now, though. What a coincidence. So am I, said Silverlake with a happy laugh. She suddenly gave him a serious look. Besides, we both know it isn't my spell work that really worries you and your friend. It's the knowledge I possess about your skills, resources, contacts, and tactics. Zorian frowned at her weird emphasis on the word friend, but in the end decided not to pursue that for the moment. Why are you here, Silverlake? Zorian asked her seriously. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot? Ha ha. What, you'll attack me in the middle of a crowded park, she said, sweeping her hand to point at the various people milling around them. Some of them were even curiously observing them, unable to hear what they're saying but clearly speculating what two mages like them could be discussing like this. It might be worth it to take down a traitor like you, Zorian told her. Ha. You know, I never told Red Robe most of the information about you that I possess, she said. Zorian frowned at the statement. If I die here, however, the dead man's switch I made will activate and everything I know will fall into his lap, she said with a triumphant grin. She crossed her legs one over another and threw her head back in a self-satisfied pose. Killing me here would be a very serious mistake. You're a smart, sensible kid, so I know you'll make the right choice. After a few seconds, Zorian decided she was probably telling the truth. The way Red Robe had been behaving these past few days, it was obvious he lacked the sort of deep knowledge about Zack and Zorian that he should have had if Silverlake had simply spilled everything immediately. All right. I guess you have a point there, Zorian admitted. That still leaves the question of why you came here. You were clearly waiting for me. What do you want? What? Not going to thank me for keeping your secrets? Silverlake complained. Whatever your reason for doing that, I'm sure it's purely selfish and aimed squarely on maximizing your gains in this. I'm guessing you were trying to pressure Red Robe into making some sort of concession by not handing all the information over to him immediately, but it ultimately doesn't matter. All that matters is that any benefit we get out of this is purely incidental. What is there to thank you for? Zorian challenged. So judgmental, Silverlake sighed dramatically. It's because I'm a witch, isn't it? It's always like this, we're only good for making potions and doing people's dirty work, and then it's back to the woods with you. I don't have time for this, Zorian told her, turning to leave. I think I'm going to practice my aim on that raven over there and then go home. There's still time for you to join me, you know. Silverlake called out, not a trace of panic or annoyance in her voice. Zorian's back remained turned away from her, but he did turn his head towards her to give her an incredulous look. I know I sound stupid to say that, she began. Yeah, you do, Zorian confirmed. But I really think you should hear me out, she continued. Remember when we were talking about your friend, and how weird I made the word sound? Yes. Zorian confirmed, finally turning around to properly face her. That was your cue to ask me what I mean by that, silly boy. Must I draw a picture for you or something? Zack is no friend of people like us. People like us? Zorian asked. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I'm sure you know by now that I have entered into a bit of a contract with the primordial trapped in Scioria, Silverlake said. A death pact to release it by the end of the month or die trying, Zorian said. Yes, more or less, Silverlake agreed. But I'm not the only one who made a death pact. Your friend has also made a death pact. What? That's bullshit, Zorian said. Zack could leave the time loop at any time. Why would he need to make a deal with Panicseth? Not with the primordial, you numbskull, Silverlake rolled her eyes at him. With the angels. He made a death pact with the angels to stop the release of the primordial, while making sure no one could find out about the existence of the time loop. Even if he prevents Panicseth's release, so long as there is even a single person who knows about the time loop by the end of the month, he is going to die. Never mind people who literally originate from the time loop like me and you, even people you tell about the time loop must either die or have their memory erased, or he will not survive this month. Zorian froze momentarily, his brain stuttering for a second. He fully expected Zack to have some sort of compulsion embedded inside his mind, but this. How do you know this? Zorian asked her quietly. Did Panicseth tell you this? The Primordial cannot directly discuss this, Silverlake said. He hinted at it, and Red Robe explained the details of it to me later. I don't know how he knows so much about it, but presumably Zack told him that personally while he still remembered. He could be lying, Zorian pointed out. Yes, but I don't think he is, Silverlake said. She gave him a knowing look. And you probably don't think so either. Zorian said nothing. Don't think for a second that Zack doesn't know about this either, Silverlake said. As someone who is laboring under this sort of contract, I can tell you right now that deals with primordials are not that easy to get out of. I already tried to erase my memories to void the contract, and it didn't work. The pact is branded directly into my soul, and I am constantly aware of its terms. I can forget the details of how I got it, but not the core contents of it. Zack is the same. Remember how he mysteriously knew he had to find a way to beat the invasion? And how he, seemingly foolishly, insisted on trying to take it on all on his lonesome? Zorian still said nothing, though his posture slumped a little in response. In retrospect, there were a number of things about Zack that fit this idea. His strong insistence that he would never use the temporary looper markers, for instance, which always seemed a little strange to his eyes, until he suddenly changed his mind about that. Or the fact that Zack was clearly a very proactive and social person before he started working with Zorian, but became increasingly passive and even slightly fatalistic once they started working together. I understand what you're getting at, but I think you've badly misjudged the situation, Zorian told Silverlake. I don't think Zack is out to kill me. And I don't think he would have been out to kill you if you had kept your trust in us and helped us make an exit for ourselves. With your help, we could have physically left the loop, laden with knowledge and resources of the time loop. Was it really worth it to give that up just for a chance of a younger body that you would have gotten eventually, anyway? In the end, aren't you and Zack the only ones who successfully left that place? Silverlake challenged, a defiant look on her face. How do you know my presence would have made a difference? You don't. If I stayed, I would have faced extremely low chances of success while working for a person that needs to kill me once we got outside. You can hate me all you want, but I think I made the right choice. Humph, Zorian scoffed, turning back to leave again. Do you seriously think you can trust Zack, knowing all you do now? Silverlake called out. More than I can trust you, Zorian responded without turning back. The raven on the nearby roof suddenly took flight and disappeared into the horizon. Behind him, Silverlake shape-shifted into a raven before flying off herself, this time in the opposite direction her familiar went. Well, Zorian actually strongly suspected that the Silverlake he spoke to was her raven familiar, whereas the raven on the roof had been the real Silverlake. As much as she tried to pretend she didn't fear him attacking her, he felt she wouldn't risk herself so easily. He sped up his pace, putting some distance between himself and the people that were commenting on the spectacle of an attractive woman suddenly shape-shifting into a bird and flying off, before deliberately entering a dark, isolated alley devoid of people. He kept walking for a while before suddenly stopping and turning around. Are you really going to keep following me all the way to Amaya's place like this? He asked. Only silence greeted him. The alley was dark and still, and there was no trace of anyone here beside him. He was stubborn, however, and kept staring at one particular patch of darkness without making any moves. After a full minute of this, he was just about to start throwing magic missiles at the spot when the familiar figure of Zack stepped out of the shadows. Took you long enough, Zorian said, relaxing a little. But only a little. You've been following me ever since I left the Novita estate, didn't you? Yes, Zack admitted. Sorry. I don't know. I had a bad feeling and decided to shadow you in secret. I figured that if I was right, I get to save the day, and if I was just being paranoid, you'd never even know. I guess I overestimated my stealth skills a little. Honestly, if Silver Lake didn't put me on guard, it's entirely possible I could have missed you, Zorian admitted. He paused for a second. You heard my conversation with her, didn't you? Zack's shoulders slumped a little. So it's true, Zorian said, getting a little angry. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I didn't know the details, Zack said defensively. I didn't know I'd made a deal with angels, or even that it was a deal. All I knew was that I have these instincts that tell me things. I can't really talk about them. Can't or won't? Zorian asked. Can't, Zack said. I get tongue-tied whenever I try. And if I read your mind to find out? Zorian asked. I will have to kill you, Zack told him seriously. Oh, Zorian said, swallowing heavily. He didn't think he had any chance against Zack, even now. He did have that one trump card that nobody except him knew about, but he needed proper timing to use that, and Zack would probably kill him before he could set it up. Good thing I never tried to forcibly read your mind while you were sleeping or something. Yes, very good thing, Zack agreed. A short, uncomfortable silence descended on the scene. You already decided to die at the end of the month, didn't you? Zorian asked him. That's why you had gotten so weird and philosophical lately. I don't intend to murder you once this is all done, if that's what you're asking, Zack told him. Silver Lake is just a black-hearted witch with no understanding of things like basic human decency and personal integrity. If I wanted to survive at all costs, I would have gotten rid of you while we were still in the time loop. I can't believe this, Zorian muttered. If I had known about this earlier, maybe we could have. It's divine magic, Zack said. We wouldn't have been able to do shit. Just like Silver Lake can't get rid of her death pact no matter how hard she tries. She's a witch. They're known for being skilled with Hayas. You just know she used every trick in the book to try and get out of the contract, but she still failed. So you're okay with just dying at the end of the month? Zorian asked. Of course I'm not fine with it. Zack said. It's just, if I have to murder my friends to survive, then what's the point of all this power and knowledge? It's not how I want to live my life, okay? Damn it, what the hell was my old self thinking to agree to this? Zack slumped against the nearby alley and lightly thumped his head against the wall. What a horrible, convoluted mess, Zorian thought. As if outmaneuvering Red Robe and Silver Lake was not enough, he now had to figure out how to keep Zack alive when the end of the month came calling. Sometimes, he thought the gods were still out there, watching him and laughing at his misfortune. 96, Contract. Chapter 096 Contract. Before the time loop, Zorian had never frequented the taverns, restaurants and other establishments that were so common in Scioria. They were a waste of time and money in his opinion, and it wasn't like he had any real friends to go drinking with. It didn't help that he had seen more than one of his classmates succumb to the lure of big city life in his 2 years of education. Rural teenagers like him were especially vulnerable, since they had little to no parental supervision and were unaccustomed to the luxuries and opportunities that existed in Scioria. Zorian did not want to follow their example, especially after it became obvious that his brother Fortov had fallen into the exact same trap as they had. Amusingly, the time loop had pretty much made him worse in this regard, and he was now familiar with virtually every alcohol-serving establishment in Scioria. This was mostly Zack's fault. His fellow time traveler loved drinking and despised the static nature of the time loop, which meant he dragged Zorian off to a different place every time they had to meet or talk. The situation was similar at the moment. Once they'd both had a chance to gather their thoughts, Zorian tried to pursue the topic of Zack's angelic contract and the restrictions he was laboring under, only for his fellow time traveler to insist he needed a drink. Zorian himself had never understood the appeal of alcohol, but he also knew it was pointless to argue about things like that with Zack. He just let his friend lead him to a small but lively tavern, where they claimed a table and erected simple privacy wards to ensure some privacy. Still not the safest location for this kind of thing, but it would do. Ah, said Zack in satisfaction, slamming a beer glass on the table before wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Zorian's mouth twitched at the sight, but he said nothing. He was already used to that kind of behavior from Zack, really. I really needed that. So. Can I spoil the mood now and dig a little more into this whole angelic contract thing? Zorian asked him, folding his fingers together in a thoughtful gesture. I guess, Zack shrugged. Though I really don't think I'll be able to tell you much. I just need some things confirmed, Zorian said. You said you can't talk about the contract thing, that it physically stops you from saying the words, but would it stop me from picking it up from your thoughts through telepathy? Zack looked uncomfortable for a moment, his eyebrows twisted into a thoughtful frown. It shouldn't, he eventually decided. I mean, we communicated through telepathy quite a few times in the past. You read my surface thoughts more than once, and I never felt any urge to attack you. Let's try it. Zorian felt Zack lowering his mental barriers and immediately started looking through his surface thoughts. Which appeared to be completely empty. Blank, even. Are you thinking about the angel contract at the moment? Zorian asked, frowning. I'm thinking of the mysterious rules that I'm laboring under, Zack told him. If that's really a death pact with the angels like Silver Lake was saying, then yes, I'm thinking about it. Why? I can't read anything from you, Zorian admitted. It's like you have no thoughts at all. It didn't work. No matter what trick or method they used, Zorian could not get anything about a contract from Zack's surface thoughts. It wasn't that he could not read the boy at all, he could interpret Zack's thoughts just fine when he was thinking about mundane things, like how his hand itched or how cute the passing waitress was, but every thought that involved the mysterious rules, as Zack called them, was invisible to Zorian. The effect was both subtle and sophisticated. There was no indication that Zack's thoughts were being magically blanked out, and it looked mostly like Zack was deliberately blanking his thoughts or just plain not thinking of anything. If Zack tried to embed a few relevant thoughts in a larger stream of consciousness, the restriction would not only unerringly pick out the offending parts, it would do its best to quietly erase them without leaving any suspicious pauses or other evidence of tampering. Unless someone spent a lot of time scrutinizing Zack's thoughts or already knew what to look for, it would be very easy to overlook the fact that some of the thoughts had been tampered with. How was the contract even doing that? Zorian had no idea how something like that could get accomplished without the contract itself being sapient in some fashion. But that couldn't really be true, right? What if I tried to read your memories? Zorian asked. No. Zack immediately and reflexively protested. He stared at him for a second before shaking his head, seemingly reasserting control over himself in that one moment. No. Bad idea. Zorian nodded slowly, making a placating gesture. All right, he said carefully. But you know, someone has already read your mind once. As well as erased a bunch of things in it. Red robe, Zack nodded. Yes, Zorian confirmed. Doesn't that make you murderous, I guess? Well, it kind of did, Zack said, scratching his hand. Remember when we first met and I told you I had a confrontation with Red Robe for the first couple of restarts after he disabled me and read my mind? I made it seem like he was the aggressor all the time and I was just an innocent victim, but I may have been simplifying things just a little bit. I basically made it my life's goal to destroy him for a while there. I hounded him relentlessly for at least 2 restarts. It may have been one of the reasons why he decided to leave the time loop entirely after a while. Oh, said Zorian. That made a lot of sense, actually. But you were both time travelers. What would you even do to him if you managed to catch him? You don't need to be a master mind mage to erase the victim's entire mind, Zack told him. Or scramble it beyond all repair. There are spells for that, and I got a hold of all kinds of illegal spells while looping. You got me there, Zorian admitted. The sort of effect Zack was describing did not take much skill and sophistication, just power. I notice you aren't frothing at the mouth right now at the thought of Red Robe being present again, though. Does the effect run out or something? Yeah, I calmed down after a while, since I could no longer find him, Zack said with a shrug. Even after I left the time loop and saw Red Robe again, it didn't start up again. I guess the angels didn't want me to become useless if someone read my mind and then fled beyond my reach. So I should have just forcibly read your mind and then spent a few restarts running away from you. Zorian mused. Zack scowled at him. What? You have to admit that's a reasonable interpretation of what is happening, Zorian said. Except that he was not at all sure he could have successfully evaded Zack for several restarts. His fellow time traveler had vastly more endurance than Zorian did, and knew most of the places and escape routes Zorian could come up with. Zorian might have still been able to avoid any permanent consequences of being caught if he forced a restart every time he was forced into a corner, but doing so would rapidly burn through their remaining restarts. Anyway, what about the first time Red Robe messed with your mind? Zorian asked. You know, the one where he erased Vayers out of your mind and gods know what else. I don't know, Zack said, frowning. I don't recall going on that kind of hunt for someone before we met. I guess since I had no idea who mind raped me, and perhaps didn't even know there was a specific person behind my amnesia, the effect never kicked in. Zorian mused. So if you never find out that you had your memory read or never see your attacker, it won't work. I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I will know I had my mind tampered with, and I'll know it was you, Zack warned him. And not just because you just stupidly clued me in that you're considering it, either. I mean, who else but you could pull it off? Even if I had absolutely no proof, my first instinct would be to blame you. And then you try to kill me, Zorian guessed. That, or erase your relevant memories, Zack said. But we both know how impractical that option is on a mind mage like yourself. In practice, yes, I'd have to kill you. So. The contract could mask Zack's surface thoughts to eliminate any mention of itself, but it couldn't do the same for his long-term memories for some reason. Thus, anyone who looked deep into Zack's memories had to be silenced. In whatever manner was practical. Who determines who has to be memory wiped and who has to die? Zorian asked. What do you mean? Zack asked. What if Ilsa read your memories? Zorian clarified with an example. Would you memory wipe her or kill her? Memory wipe her, Zack said immediately. Really? But she has some pretty advanced knowledge of mind magic under her belt, Zorian pointed out. She's possibly even better than Svim in that regard. Really? Zack said, surprised. Ha! I would have never guessed. Damn. I guess I would have to kill her in that case. Zorian stared at Zack for a second. He lied. Ilsa had no advanced knowledge of mind magic. She knew how to cast telepathy spells, and that was it. Guess that answered his question. Zack was the one that made the decision. The contract may force him to act in certain ways, but it was Zack's perception that determined things. What? Zack asked. Nothing, Zorian said, shaking his head. Let's forget that, then. There is something else I've been wondering. Silver Lake said you have to make sure the time loop stays a secret or you die, right? Right, Zack sighed. She did say that, didn't she? Of course, I can't really confirm or deny anything. But it's pretty much true, Zorian surmised. However, back in the time loop, I recall that you tried to convince pretty much everyone who would listen that the time loop was real. Or at least you told me you did so. Plus, you never had any issue with helping me convince people that the time loop was real. Well yeah, I'm not compelled to keep it a secret, Zack shrugged. I can't talk to people about the mysterious rules that bind me, but everything else is fair game. I can tell people about the time loop just fine, I just have to keep in mind the potential consequences. And, while the time loop was still going on, those consequences were a non-issue, you know. Right. You only die if the knowledge of the time loop isn't contained in the real world, when it actually matters. It doesn't matter how many people you tell inside the time loop, because they'll never get out of there anyway, Zorian guessed. Or at least that was the idea, probably. Keep in mind, I had no idea how the time loop worked back then, Zack said. I didn't know there was a real world and the time loop world, or any other details that we figured out later. I wasn't lying to you when I said I don't remember how I got in the time loop and how it functions. Right. That was pretty terrible design by the angels. If they could make sure that the contract they made with Zack was impossible to forget by any means, why didn't they include some basic information there as well? Alanik apparently wasn't kidding when he said angels worked in mysterious ways. If you didn't know how the time loop works, how did you know when telling people about the time loop matters and when it doesn't? Zorian asked. Zack couldn't answer him, of course. That would mean he would reveal some of the information about his contract thing, and that was forbidden. Well, we have no real choice here, Zorian said. If you can't discuss these mysterious rules you are laboring under, and you don't even have a solid idea what they mean, we'll have to summon the angels for a talk. Zack gave him a surprised look. But you, he began. I'm not supposed to be here, outside the time loop, yes, Zorian said, nodding. This was the primary reason they had been hesitating about contacting the angelic hierarchy, even though they had already suspected the angels were involved in the time loop. It was entirely possible that summoning an angel would just draw their attention to Zorian's existence and give them a chance to finish what the Guardian of the Threshold had already tried and failed to do. We'd be risking a lot, Zack said, frowning. No, I'm risking a lot, countered Zorian. And I'm willing to take the risk. We need to see if this contract of yours can be renegotiated, or at least find out what it actually entails. Zack gave it a brief thought, tapping his fingers against the beer glass in his hand. Well, it's not like I was looking forward to dying, Zack finally said. Though if the angels immediately smite you dead upon sight, don't come crying to me that I didn't warn you. I won't be doing anything at that point, being dead and all, Zorian blandly pointed out. Anyway, Silver Lake said you made a contract to stop Panicseth from being released at the end of the month. If true, that suggests the angels care a lot about keeping Panicseth in his prison. Killing me would interfere with that. Plus, silencing all the extra witnesses is impossible so long as Red Robe lives. Hopefully that will give them pause. Well, that all made perfect sense to Zorian, but it was obvious that the logic of angels was not the same as the logic of men. It wouldn't be too surprising if the summoned angel just ignored everything Zorian said and tried to kill him anyway. Would it be considered disrespectful if he sent a simulacrum instead of participating in the summoning personally? You really think there is a chance to renegotiate this? Zack asked, waving vaguely over his chest. It was unlikely. But hey, it was worth a try, right? The contract is probably divine magic, right? Zorian asked, ignoring the question for now. I don't actually know, Zack said uncertainly. It has to be. I mean, otherwise I would have managed to find it by now, right? The only piece of mortal magic I ever found embedded in my soul is the marker. Zorian shook his head. He was pretty sure the marker did not include any divine energies or mysterious rules in it, because if it did, Zorian himself would have probably inherited them from Zack when he acquired his marker. It's probably a part of the soul stabilization frame that boosts your mana reserves, Zorian pointed out. The divine blessing and divine contract probably came together as a package deal. Zack winced slightly. Yes, I kind of guessed that too, he admitted. But that whole frame is incredibly complicated, it's hard to figure out where the blessing ends and the contract starts. Yes, that was pretty much how Zorian expected it to be. The blessing and contract were probably intertwined in a way that made it impossible to remove one and not the other. That way, even if Zack found a way to remove the contract, he would have to give up the mana boost that came along with it. An extra layer of security that would make just about anyone hesitate to tamper with the whole thing. After all, who would be willing to lose something as amazing as a divine blessing that doubles your mana reserves? Even if the angels agree to renegotiate, you'd probably have to give up your divine blessing, Zorian eventually said. Zack looked horrified at the thought, but also a little bit resigned. He seemed to have expected something like that to be true. Ah, man, he whined, finishing his entire beer glass in one desperate gulp before ordering another from a nearby waitress. It's better than being dead, Zorian consoled him. I don't know, man, how would you react if you had to give up half of your mana reserves tomorrow? Zack asked him sullenly. Zorian blinked rapidly in surprise. That's right. Zack didn't even know his mana reserves were a result of a divine blessing until relatively recently. The current situation had persisted as far as he could remember. His mana reserves felt normal as they were right now, and reducing them probably felt no different than a crippling injury. I'd be absolutely devastated, but it's still better than dying, he finally said, a little quieter this time. Zack gave him a cranky grunt and said nothing else in response. How are we going to summon an angel, anyway? Zack eventually asked, calming down a little when he got his second glass of beer delivered to their table. Alanik? Alanik can't summon an angel, Zorian said, shaking his head. Only a few priests are capable of that, and he is not one of them. However, I happen to know someone in this very city who is capable of summoning angels, so it shouldn't be a problem. Though we might want to invite Alanik with us, anyway. Oh. Who is it? Zack asked curiously. I don't remember anyone like that. You wouldn't know her. I haven't really interacted with her ever since we teamed up, Zorian noted. It's Kylie Quosi, a priestess in one of the semi-abandoned temples here in Scioria. She is a bit of an obscure figure, but she's a capable mage and she knows quite a bit of interesting magic. For instance, she is one of the experts when it comes to forecasting the future through divinations, and she also knows how to establish contact with the angels. It didn't matter much in the time loop, since contact with the spiritual planes had been blocked there, but now. Alright, Zack said after a second of thought. Let's see what the heavenly bastards have to say. Break. It took them 3 days to arrange for the summoning to occur. It wasn't particularly difficult, but Kylie was understandably very suspicious about a couple of teenagers showing up on her doorstep and asking for her to summon an angel so they could talk to it. The fact that Zack and Zorian were in a hurry and were pushing for her to set up the ritual quickly did not help matters. Thankfully, after bringing in Alanik to vouch for them and explaining several times that Zack had been given some kind of mission by the angels that he had forgotten, made her reluctantly agree to their request. While this was going on, their other preparations continued. The silent doorway adepts had finally agreed to open a passage to Koth, and Zack and Zorian used it to quickly claim the Imperial Orb. They did not establish contact with Daimen for the moment. The original plan was to evacuate everyone to Koth the moment a gate there was established, but that plan was now looking a lot less practical than it used to be. Talking everyone into cooperating with their plan while keeping them ignorant about the time loop was impractical, to say the least. Zorian was still a little pissed off that Zack had never tried to stop him when they had been discussing doing that, even though he knew this was practically suicide on his part. But then again, the situation was kind of hopeless. How would they ever be able to contain the knowledge of the time loop when they had no control over Red Robe and he had very little reason to keep things a total secret? Not to mention the problem of Zorian himself. Princess was claimed as normal and bound to Zorian. Zack's situation was deemed too unstable to have Princess depend on him. They had no idea how the bond with Princess would interact with his mysterious rules, and whether its presence would make it more complicated to adjust the contract he had with the angels. Plus, if Zack was compelled to go on a rampage or something, it was best he didn't also have a loyal Hydra at his disposal as well. His current skills were a headache enough. Svim also joined their little group of time loop-aware individuals. They had already started talking to him before Zorian found out about the contract, so it was pointless to back off from him now, plus, they could really use his help. Finally, the scheduled day of the summoning had arrived. Zack, Zorian, Alanik, and Svin came together to Kylie's temple, where they were greeted by Batak, the friendly green-haired priest that Zorian had met so long ago. Even though Zack and Zorian had been kind of rude and impatient these last few days, the young priest had never lost his temper around them and remained polite and helpful to the very end. He led them to the interior of the temple, which had been dramatically rearranged in the preparation for the summoning ritual. The chairs and furniture had all been shoved to the walls to make space in the center, and a complicated circular spell formula had been inscribed on the floor in blue paint. Kylie was not the only priest present inside. 8 more lower-ranking attendant priests had been brought in from elsewhere, and were currently scurrying around the modified main hall, double-checking the spell formula circle and making last-minute corrections. Additionally, there was a tall, male priest observing the proceedings with a cool, detached look on his face. His fancy blue robes, decorated in gold and silver, meant that he was someone pretty high in the triumvirate church hierarchy. He gave them a chilly, unfriendly look when they entered the hall, and then purposely ignored them. "This is more involved than I thought it would be," Zorian whispered to Batak. "Aha! I don't think you really realize the sort of thing you started," Batak told him with a quiet, nervous chuckle. "Even in the triumvirate church, it is not every day you get to summon an angel for a talk. This is a big deal. It's especially a big deal when someone pulls as many strings as you did and does it all on such short notice. This has a lot of people sitting up and taking notice, I hear." Pulling strings. Zorian didn't remember doing that. He looked at Alanik, who noticed his look and gave him a small shrug. "You said it was important," Alanik said unrepentantly. "I agreed with you." They eventually retreated to the side and let Kylie and her fellow priests finish things. The preparations were lengthy, however, and Zorian couldn't help but wonder if all of this was really necessary. There were lots of chanting and arcane rituals being performed, such as burning of incense and ritualistic bell ringing. Very little of it resembled structured magic as Zorian understood it. That was interesting because as far as he knew, angels could be summoned through any old summoning spell. It was just a matter of knowing how to contact them properly and them actually deigning to answer the summons. Did all these little rituals count as proper contact procedure, or was this just empty tradition that the triumvirate church insisted on following? He didn't actually ask that question, though. He had antagonized them enough recently with his request, and he knew from Alanik that the triumvirate church had some very scary resources to call upon when someone angered them enough. He wasn't in the time loop anymore. After what felt like an hour, the actual spellcasting began. Neither Zack nor Zorian had much experience with summoning spells, as they were useless and impossible to train inside the time loop, so the whole process was largely a mystery to them. All they saw was the circular spell formula on the floor lighting up with a soft glow and the air above it rippling like hot summer air. "We've decided to summon a low-ranking angel to start with," Batak explained to them in a low voice. He wasn't involved in the summoning and seemed to have been assigned as their guide and minder instead. "Even if it cannot help you, it will inform its superiors about the issue and they'll decide what to do about it from there." "That's fine," Zorian said. Low ranking was fine. Less chance of it completely overpowering them that way. "Servant of the highest ones, I implore you to grace us with your presence," Kylie intoned solemnly. "We, the lowly children of the dust, have a need for your infinite wisdom and guid, Urk." "Oh. This doesn't sound too good. What's happening?" Zack and Batak asked out loud at the same time. "The summoning is getting hijacked," the blue-robed priest said in a panicky voice. "I don't understand. We performed all the rites correctly. The demons shouldn't be able to." "It's not the demons," Kylie said firmly. She was calmer than the blue-robed priest, but her voice still trembled a little. "It's being hijacked by another angel. Someone high up in the angelic hierarchy has used their rights of seniority to substitute themselves with the angel we were trying to summon." She then winced and stumbled in place. The other priests followed her action soon after, some of them falling on their knees. It's too much," one of the attendant priests gasped. "We can't supply enough mana for this." In the center of the summoning circle, a vague fuzzy outline flickered in and out of existence. Every summoning spell had to incarnate the spirit being summoned into something. A shell, a vessel that would allow them exist in and interact with the material world. The more powerful the spirit, the fancier the vessel had to be to contain them and let them manifest their power, and thus, the more mana one had to pay to create an ectoplasmic shell suitable for them. The angel that had substituted itself into their summoning ritual was apparently very mana-hungry to summon. Before anyone could say anything, Zack pushed Batak aside and stepped up to the summoning circle. He observed the whole thing for a few seconds and then started pouring his vast mana reserves into the ritual. He may not have been familiar with summoning magic, but simply supplying power to the whole thing was not too difficult to figure out. Zorian, Alanik and Svim followed his example immediately afterwards. A few seconds later, Batak woke up from his initial daze and hurriedly joined them in trying to power the summoning. Zorian's mana reserves dipped dangerously low almost as soon as he started pouring mana into the summoning ritual. It wasn't by choice, the angel on the other side of the ritual was aggressively pulling on every available mana source to fuel its descent to the material plane. No wonder the priests had reacted like they did. Having one's mana reserves forcibly drained in such fashion wasn't lethal, but it wasn't a pleasant experience either. Finally, after everyone in the room had run dry of mana, the fuzzy ectoplasmic form in the center of the summoning circle condensed itself into a glowing white ball and then erupted into an explosion of fire. A brief moment of panic surged in Zorian's heart when he realized there was a wall of flames coming at them and that he was entirely out of mana and practically defenseless. Thankfully, the explosion of flames suddenly reversed itself before it reached them and collapsed into a writhing ball of fiery ectoplasm before suddenly sprouting black branches and metallic surfaces. Eventually the angel's form stabilized and Zorian finally got his first look at an angel. It wasn't human-looking in the slightest. Most old, powerful spirits weren't, but somehow Zorian didn't expect an angel to look so strange. The angel was shaped like a black, floating, cross-shaped tree with 4 sets of branches and no roots. Or maybe it would be more accurate to imagine 4 trees that had their lower half cut off and were then glued together through their trunk into a cross-shaped pattern. The branches were leafless, and burning orange eyes grew on them instead. The eyes were animated, constantly moving and taking in everything around the angel. Translucent orange flames enveloped the branches, coiling around them like a multitude of snakes and releasing crackling sounds reminiscent of real branches burning in flames. Floating behind the tree of eyes was a gently spinning ring of silvery metal. The ring was densely covered in tiny golden characters that Zorian didn't recognize, and which seemed entirely alien to his eyes, unlike anything he had ever seen. Behind it, several ghostly ribbons of multicolored light extended in all directions from the angel, straining Zorian's eyes and blurring the angel's form. If one squinted and tilted their head the right way, they kind of looked like 6 pairs of wings. Zorian felt some of the eyes swivel in his direction, and he suddenly felt naked and exposed. It was as if the angel's eyes had seen right through him and peered straight into the depths of his soul, observing, analyzing, judging. Zorian instinctively took a step back from the angel, and then suddenly realized the entire hall was unnaturally quiet and still. Only he, Zack and the angel remained in the hall. Everyone else was just gone. Zorian was getting uncomfortable flashbacks to his first meeting with Panicseth. "Do not be afraid," the angel said. Its voice was booming, and resonated painfully in Zorian's ears and chest. "I have come to help." "What, where is everyone?" Zack asked in confusion. "They should not hear this," the angel responded. "So you just shunted us off to some private space?" Zack frowned. "Also, can't you talk a little more quietly?" "My time here is limited," the angel cautioned. It made no attempt to lower its voice for them. It was still uncomfortably loud and resonant, and Zorian thought he could faintly hear additional voices repeating its words whenever it spoke. "You must not waste time." Zorian supposed the angel had a point there. Even though it had taken all their mana, a spirit of this level probably couldn't stay manifested on the material plane for very long. They had to make the most of it. Did Zack enter into a contract with you? Zorian asked. Yes, the angel immediately confirmed. Zorian waited for a second, but the angel seemed disinclined to clarify more than that. Ugh. My enemies made me completely forget about that, Zack said with a frown. They did not, the angel countered. Zack made a strange face. Yes they did, he said, laughing in a frustrated manner. Why would I lie about it to you of all people? They did not make you forget because you never even knew you had made a contract with us, the angel said. If they do know that you have made a contract with us, it is because they have guessed correctly. Zack, never knew he'd made a contract with you? Zorian asked incredulously. How would that work? We went through a great deal of effort to mask our involvement, the angel said. Our current interference is already overstepping certain boundaries that we would rather not cross. It would have been best for everyone if nobody had realized we had a hand in this. But how would I make a contract with you without realizing it? Zack insisted. That doesn't make any sense. We contacted you through a dream, the angel told him. You had no idea who was making the offer when you accepted the contract. Zack's face went through several different expressions as he processed that. Zorian just buried his face into his palms and took a deep breath. Zack. That's slander. Zack protested. I'd never do something stupid like that. Even I know it's dumb as hell to accept spiritual contracts from mysterious people that contact you in your dreams. You being foolish enough to take the offer was one of the reasons we chose you as our champion, the angel told him bluntly. Well, Zack fumbled. You know what? Forget it. Even if what you say is true, I still ended up mind-wiped of critical information inside the time loop. I didn't even know how to return to the real world. You included so many things in this contract I made with you, so why didn't you include some basic information like that in there as well? We did, the angel responded. You simply never satisfied the conditions necessary to access the information. What? What? Demanded Zack. What do you mean by that? You had a goal, did you not? The angel challenged. You had to stop the invasion without informing anyone about the time loop. Had you ever succeeded at that, the contract would have given you information about the time loop and how to leave it. You never explained to him how the time loop worked to begin with, Zorian realized. Giving him the exit method right from the start would mean he could leave at any point he wished, even before he was capable of stopping Panicseth's release the way you wanted him to. The hearts of men are weak and fall easily to temptation, the angel confirmed. If he could not handle the relentless weathering of time and become the savior we need, it would have been better for him to never emerge from the Sovereign Gate at all. You, Zack began. You chose this, the angel reminded him, completely unrepentant. And with that in mind, I would like an explanation. What happened in there? You don't know? Zorian asked curiously. Would I be asking if I did? The angel asked rhetorically. The inner workings of the Sovereign Gate are opaque to us. Much like the black rooms you are familiar with, the Sovereign Gate is completely isolated from the rest of the world once activated. We have inferred some things, but we would like an unambiguous answer. Zack and Zorian gave the angel a quick summary of what had occurred inside the time loop, taking pains to emphasize Panicseth's interference with the normal operation of the time loop and how Red Robe's and Silver Lake's presence in the real world made the entire task of stopping the invasion very difficult. Finally, they explained Zorian's situation and how his presence made the idea of eliminating all knowledge of the time loop outside of Zack basically impossible. A disappointing result, the angel concluded. The task we gave you was not that difficult. Why did you allow things to get so complicated? Not that difficult. Zack repeated incredulously. Do you know how difficult it is to stop an army on your lonesome, without being able to explain to people where your skills come from or how you know things. Even though we initiated the sovereign gate prematurely, you still had hundreds of chances to get things right, the angel said. I suspect you have a skewed perspective on the difficulty of the problem. In the original scenario, you would have been tackling an unaware force oblivious to your shifting schemes. Even with our restrictions, it should not have been difficult to figure out a solution when you have infinite attempts and your enemy never learns from your mistakes. Instead, you have been competing against a rival time looper. Regardless of how it happened, that is your own failing. Not ours. Zack looked like he was about to start yelling at the angel, but eventually restrained himself. He scoffed disdainfully at the spirit, and then folded his hands over his chest in silence. They didn't actually know how Red Robe got included as a time looper, so it was difficult to counter the angel's claims there. So you deliberately activated the Sovereign Gate a month before the invasion, Zorian noted. You could tell what was going to happen a month in advance. The future is hazy and constantly changing, but some things are more certain than others, the angel said. Unless something was done, Panaxetha's release was practically set in stone. Why not just inform the Triumvirate Church and let them handle it? Zorian asked. Strange as this may sound to you, that would have been far worse than what we ended up doing, the angel responded. We are not supposed to meddle in mortal conflicts. Why me? Zack suddenly asked. If you have such an accurate way of predicting the future, surely you knew I wasn't a good choice. On the contrary, the angel disagreed. You were the best choice. That is why we settled on you in the end. Best how? Zack asked suspiciously. It is a secret, the angel responded. There were considerable restrictions in regards to candidates. They had to begin the month in Scioria. They needed to have a certain potential and mentality. They needed to have considerable freedom of movement and association. They needed to satisfy the ethical guidelines. And so much more. I cannot tell you the details. If Zorian began the month in Scioria, would he also be a candidate? Zack asked. Zorian gave him a strange look. Why would he ask that? Heavens no, the angel said. He fails just about every criterion, especially in regards to mentality. I am surprised he was even willing to risk his life in this manner, based on his previous actions and attitudes. Annoyingly, Zack seemed really pleased to hear that response. Zorian folded his arms over his chest in dissatisfaction. Jerks, the both of them. What is my status at the moment, then? Zorian asked. I defied the laws of the time loop and got out into the real world, but I notice you are not making a move against me. Are you fine with my presence, then? The angel's burning eyes focused on him more closely, studying him in great detail for a couple of seconds. Zorian squirmed uncomfortably under its gaze, but stood his ground and stubbornly kept staring back at the angel without flinching. You are a forbidden existence, and you have committed grave sins to be where you are right now, the angel judged. However, we are not without mercy and understanding. So long as the primordial's release is stopped in the end, we are willing to overlook some things. So. I'm safe from your wrath. Zorian summarized. If the primordial remains chained by the end of the month, the angel stressed. If not, then we will be forced to directly intervene in the material world. At that point, it costs us nothing to be extra thorough and eliminate all possible complications. You understand, yes? Of course, Zorian confirmed. Even though he had made no contract with the angels, his life also depended on the outcome of the invasion. If he and Zack failed to stop Red Robe and Silver Lake from releasing Panaxeth, the angels would take care of him all the same. If you're fine with Zorian, does that mean that my contract can be renegotiated now? Zack asked hopefully. Because the way things are now. We cannot renegotiate the contract, the angel said. It simply cannot be done. But you're the one who made it, Zack protested. Why wouldn't you be able to change it? It is divine magic, the angel pointed out. We obviously didn't make it. Of course. No one could cast divine magic in the current age, not even the angels. Only the gods themselves were capable of that. Everyone else, including their spiritual servants, were just tapping into artifacts and resources left behind when the gods went silent. How about just removing it? Zorian tried. Also not possible, the angel responded. It is deliberately designed to be next to impossible to remove once placed. I am afraid there is nothing we can do about it. But the way things are going, I'll die at the end of the month, even if I stop the primordial from getting out, Zack pointed out. Isn't that just a little unfair? It's obvious the situation has changed from the time I agreed to the contract, and even you admitted the way you got me to agree to it was kind of dodgy and inappropriate. We cannot absolve you of fulfilling your part of the bargain, the angel stubbornly said. It simply is not within our power to do so. The only thing I can promise you is that if you find the way to remove or evade the contract in some fashion, we will not seek to punish you for it. Zack's eyes widened at the statement. You will not seek to, you're saying if I found a way to trick the contract on my own, you would have gone after me for it, he asked incredulously. We are not the primordials, the angel told him. Though our actions are restricted, we are far from powerless in regards to the material world. Even if you could trick the spell left by the gods, it would do you no good if we were also not willing to look the other way and accept this outcome. You made a solemn pact with us, and we have done our side of the bargain. We have every right to be harsh and demand that you fulfill your obligation to the letter, but as I said to your friend, we are not without mercy and understanding. So long as the primordial's release is stopped in the end, we are willing to overlook some things. So I still have to do the impossible, complained Zack. It's just that, if I succeed at that, you won't come after me in response. You can view it that way, I suppose, the angel responded. The spirit froze for a moment, its eyes staring off somewhere into the distance, as if listening to some distant words that neither Zack nor Zorian could hear. My time here grows short. If you have anything else you need of me, say it quickly. Give me the actual contents of the contract Zack signed with you, Zorian demanded. Zack can't tell me what it says and I need to know. For a while, the angel said nothing. Then, its branches swayed on unseen winds for a few seconds, and a ray of burning orange light erupted without warning and struck Zack in the chest. Rather than harming him, however, the ray harmlessly sank into his chest and was absorbed without a trace. Before either Zack or Zorian could ask what the hell that was about, a series of burning letters started materializing in the air in front of Zack. And kept going. And going. And going. Pages and pages of text, going on and on and on about what was expected of Zack. Zorian expected the contract to be a couple of concise sentences, since that was what a Heia's spell would look like, but apparently he was wrong. The contract instead consisted of a massive legal document, complete with that peculiar legal word choice that made official documents hard to understand even if you speak the language. It was good that he could flawlessly memorize everything he could see, because there was no way he could understand this thing without a few hours to pore over it. And possibly some actual legal help. For heaven's sake, Zack, Zorian sighed. How the hell could you agree to this? There is no way you actually read all this and understood its implications. I don't remember any of it. Zack protested. It was my stupid younger self, okay? Gods know your younger self was just as stupid in his own way. Well, he got him there, but still. This was something else. He did not actually read the contract, the angel added in helpfully. Still, we had summarized the relevant parts to him. He has to stop the invasion of Scioria from achieving its goal or he will die at the end of the month. He cannot let anyone know about the existence of the time loop or he'll die at the end of the month. He cannot kill a ruler of any nation, or otherwise directly cause a nation to collapse into anarchy or he'll die at the end of the month. Restrictions were placed on what kind of mind and soul magic he can learn, because the ethical committee would not approve the project otherwise. He is also completely forbidden from talking about the specifics of the contract he signed. Anyone who forcibly sees the contents of the contract, such as through a deep memory scan, must be neutralized in whatever manner is practical. Finally, the contract is completely dissolved at the end of the month, allowing him to live life freely from that point afterwards. Can you tell me how you knows about the time loop? Zorian asked. It is all in the contract, the angel responded, one of its branches casually waving towards Zack. I know you memorized it. The angel once again stilled for a moment, seemingly listening to something in the distance. I must go, it said. You have one more question. If the primordial becomes free, is it the end of the world as we know it? Zack immediately asked, giving no chance for Zorian to think about this last chance to question the spirit. Probably not, the angel admitted. Nevertheless, you still would not want this to happen, and not just because of the dire consequences for you personally. The highest ones had placed a great many triggers into the core that governs this world. If conditions satisfying a trigger are detected, automatic countermeasures are initiated. A primordial gaining access to the material plane would activate several of them. You do not want that to happen. No one wants that to happen. Much of our duties involve making sure none of the triggers can be activated, for the sake of both the spirit world and the material one. Most of the triggers look out for things the highest ones had considered existential threats, and they had a very scorched earth policy when dealing with existential threats. Having said that, the angel suddenly swooped down towards the ground, and one of its branches lightly reached towards the stone floor beneath them. Even though its branches looked thin and fragile, they scooped out a chunk of stone from the floor like it was nothing but wet clay, and then started shaping it just as easily. Black branches twisted and tapped the stone like hundreds of tiny fingers, chipping off pieces in a flurry of rapid movement. In less than 3 seconds, the chunk of rock became a smooth, glossy cube that was then thrust directly into Zorian's hands. It was the weirdest thing, because it didn't look like magic. Instead it looked as if the angel physically shaped the chunk of stone through a combination of inhuman strength, speed, and precision. Take this, the angel said. Use it to summon me for the final battle. How do you know there will be a final battle? Asked Zorian. The future is hazy and constantly changing, but some things are more certain than others, the angel said, echoing one of its earlier statements. And then it was gone, and the temple hall was once again loud and full of people. Alanik, Svim, Batak, Kylie, and the other priests quickly surrounded them, demanding to know what had occurred. From their perspective they just suddenly disappeared for a while and now they are mysterious back. Zack and Zorian ignored them for a moment, focusing on the cube in Zorian's hands. It wasn't as smooth as Zorian originally thought it was. It was densely covered with strange writing, the same kind of writing that covered the silver ring that floated behind the angel. There was nothing obviously magical about it, but the cube had a strange sheen to it when the light hit it just right and the characters did seem to have some kind of pattern to them. In the end he carefully pocketed the cube and put it out of his mind for the moment. Before he dived into the specifics of Zack's contract and studied the cube, they had one more meeting to go through. Red Robe had invited them for a talk. Break. As Red Robe had noted in his brief letter to them, Zack and Zorian already knew how to contact him with information about the meeting. Their simulacrums clashed all the time, and it was no problem to just throw a letter on the ground during one of those confrontations and then just walk away. Using that method, Zack and Zorian eventually arranged for a meeting with Red Robe on the roof of one of the academy buildings. It was a sufficiently public location that neither side could really prepare a trap for the other there. Plus, the academy wards were actually pretty good now that Zack and Zorian covertly talked them into changing their ward keys. Even Zack and Zorian had to be a little careful around them, since the new security voided their knowledge as much as it did Red Robe's. The meeting was arranged at midnight, and everyone arrived exactly on time. One side consisted of Zack, Zorian, Svim, and Alanik. The other had Red Robe, Silverlake, and Quadakikl. Red Robe was wearing his usual red robe as a disguise, his face hidden in a patch of darkness behind the hood. Silverlake was as Zorian last saw her, a young, attractive woman wearing a form-fitting dress. She seemed very happy and pleased with herself, grinning from ear to ear as she looked at them, a fact that made Zack obviously fume at her. It just made her grin wider. And then there was Quadakickle. He was not in his skeletal form for this meeting, opting to come in his human guise instead. He looked calm, composed, and confident. He greeted them politely with a small bow before turning silent and just observing things. Zorian sighed inwardly. He knew it was a futile dream, but he had been hoping Red Robe and Silver Lake hadn't initiated the old Lich into their deep secrets. This made everything so much harder. Ha ha. Silver Lake cackled. See, I told you they would bring those two with them and none other. Pay up. We never actually agreed to any bets, Red Robe protested. Bah. You're supposed to play along for appearance's sake. Silver Lake said, scowling at him. Whatever. Zorian, did you reconsider my offer? It still stands, you know. Shut up, Red Robe snapped at her. Everyone, I'd like to apologize for her actions recently. I know you probably think I sent her to sow dissent into your group, but that was entirely her own idea. She seems to think there is a genuine chance of convincing Mr. Kaczynski to join us in freeing the Primordial, but we all know that is just a fantasy. Yeah, as if Zorian was going to believe that. He fully believed that Silver Lake being there was an attempt to make Zorian and Zack fight amongst each other. He also suspected it was an attempt by Red Robe and Silver Lake to reduce the number of enemies lined up against them, since Zorian was far less likely to keep telling people about the time loop if he knew that would get Zack killed. Which was what ended up happening in the end. One thing he didn't believe for a moment was the idea that Silver Lake actually made an honest offer for him to join her. Her natural instinct was to exploit others, not work with them. As if your plan is any better, Silver Lake complained. Why do you think? I thought we agreed I'll be doing the talking. Red Robe protested with a sigh. Silver Lake clacked her tongue dismissively and then conjured herself a chair to sit on. Quadakickle did not react at all to his companion's antics, opting to study Zorian and his group instead. A short and very uncomfortably silence descended on the scene. Everyone involved was tense and seemed to be ready to attack at a moment's notice. Even Silver Lake, who was sitting on a conjured chair and tried to give off an impression of being bored and inattentive, was clearly twitching whenever someone made an unexpected move. What is this all about? Zack finally asked. You're the one who invited us here, so why are you silent all of a sudden? Don't waste our time. Ah, even after all this time, you still haven't changed. Still so impatient, Red Robe said softly, as if reminiscing about something. Zack frowned at him, clearly considering the merits of just starting a battle here and now. I see you came here unmasked, Red Robe commented. You already know who we are, Zack shrugged. Is there any point in hiding our faces? True, Red Robe nodded. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding my identity any longer, either. He pulled his hood down, and the patch of darkness that hid his face suddenly disappeared. It was Veyers. The same face, the same blonde hair, the same orange, slitted eyes. The main difference was that his hair was well-groomed, his eyes lacked some of that ferocity and violence he had seen in Veyers recently, and his entire attitude was calm and more assured. I'm guessing this isn't much of a surprise to you, Red Robe said. Without the voice masking spells embedded into the hood of his robe, even his voice was recognizably that of Veyers. Just calmer and quieter. Still, I hope you take this gesture of goodwill as just that. I'm not the monster you think I am, and I really think we can come to a sort of agreement here. Zorian studied the boy in front of him for a few seconds before shaking his head. You say it's a gesture of goodwill and you show us a fake face and identity, Zorian told him. How do you expect us to agree to anything when you open the talks with such a brazen deception? Veyers looked honestly taken aback at the accusation. You're overthinking things, Silver Lake said, rolling her eyes at him. It's really him. Who else could it be, really? No, he's not Veyers, Zorian insisted. It never made sense and still doesn't. Zack sent Zorian an almost imperceptible frown. He clearly didn't understand why Zorian was so certain, but didn't want to call him on it. Zorian didn't blame him. He had long had his suspicions, but it was only when he saw the true form of Zack's angelic contract that he became completely certain. "Are you asking me to prove that I'm theirs?" Red Robe said with an amused laugh. "What would even satisfy you? Every student has to give their mana signature to the academy for identification purposes," Svim suddenly said, reaching into his jacket pocket and retrieving an inconspicuous-looking ball out of it. He displayed it for everyone to see. "Proving whether or not you're theirs should be an extremely simple matter." Red Robe stared at the ball for a few seconds before bursting into short, barking laughter. "Oh hell," he said, chuckling to himself. "I can't believe I overlooked something as simple as that." Silverlake gave him a shocked look. "Feeling dumb, now?" Red Robe said, giving her a contemptuous look. "You spent all these days interacting with me and never suspected a thing, but Mr. Kaczynski here saw through it immediately. Maybe you should have asked to join him instead." He then ignored her and turned to face Zorian fully. "I guess you also know who I really am?" he asked, tilting his head to the side with a self-indulgent smile. "You're Jornak, Veyer's lawyer friend," Zorian said. "I'm guessing Veyers introduced you to Zack, and you hit it off with each other since you have both been cheated out of your inheritance and empathized with each other because of it. He didn't realize you have ties to the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon until it was too late." "The cult of the dragon is nothing to me," Red Robe said. He still continued wearing Veyer's face. "I was never seriously loyal to them, even before the time loop." "So why?" Zack asked him, looking at him with confused eyes. "If Zorian could trick the time loop into letting him leave, then you don't understand," Red Robe said, shaking his head sadly. "You just wouldn't understand, no matter how I tried to convince you. This knowledge, this power, it's just begging to be used. Shuddertarana changed the world entirely when he left the time loop. Why can't I? Why couldn't we?" Zack seemed taken aback at the question. "Have you two ever tried to look into what our country has been doing these past few years?" Red Robe said, looking at Zorian. "I just wanted to figure out how to ensure justice for me and Zack at first. However, I couldn't stop myself from looking, and the more I looked, the more awful things I found. The prosperity we enjoy right now is all built atop of a mountain of lies, theft, unspeakable corruption and even straight-up murder. Even if I got justice for myself and Zack, it's all just a drop in the bucket. The other countries are no better," Alanik pointed out. Yes, I know that," Red Robe said, agreeing vigorously. "I've looked into them as well, and it was just as disgusting. And, even if one wanted to shut their eyes and ignore all the violations, the current state of peace is just a fragile illusion. Another round of splinter wars will occur soon, with all the pain and suffering that entails. Something had to be done. I had to do something. But Zack wouldn't hear any of it. He just wanted to stop the invasion, get the money his caretaker had taken from him and look away from the ugliness of the world. We had this incredible opportunity to change things for the better, and he was fine letting it slip through his fingers. I hate to break it to you, but you're trying to raise an entire city of 500,000 people to the ground and feed their souls to a wraith creation machine," Zack told him. "If that's your vision of changing things for the better, I'm not surprised my forgotten self would have none of it. Things wouldn't have been so drastic if you had agreed to work with me on this," Red Robe said. "Though yes, some unpleasantness would still have to get done. Things have to get worse before they get better." There was a short pause as everyone processed Red Robe's Jornak's statements. Jornak decided to take this chance to drop his disguise and assume his real form. He took a deep breath and then suddenly became taller, his facial structure shifting and changing. A few seconds later, Veyers was gone, in his place was a perfect copy of Jornak as Zorian remembered him. Except that there was a spark of intensity in this Jornak's eyes which simply hadn't existed in him the last time they had spoken. The Jornak that Zorian had known was a nervous, risk-averse man that harbored no desire to change the world or enact some grand scheme. Zorian knew this because he had read his thoughts and memories several times, and had seen nothing particularly suspicious about them. Then again, wasn't Zorian the same? This was just one more proof that the time loop was capable of radically changing a person. For better or for worse. Of course, this could all just be another disguise, but Zorian rather doubted it. He was pretty sure Red Robe really was Jornak. That's why Veyers had to be soul-killed in the time loop and erased out of Zack's mind, because Veyers would know if Jornak was acting inconsistently from restart to restart, and Veyers always crashed their first classes of the year and could thus interact with Zack at any time. If Zack regularly spoke to Veyers over the course of many restarts, the other boy would surely mention how his best friend Jornak was missing from his house or doing strange things that differed radically from restart to restart. In order for Jornak to drop off Zack's perception, Veyers had to go away. You know what? Why don't you just tell us why you invited us here? Zack suddenly told Jornak. Surely it isn't to get us to join you, right? No, I know this is impossible, Jornak said. In the end, neither of you are willing to dirty your hands with this, even if doing so would prevent far more suffering in the end. No, I invited you here to arrange for a truce. A truce? Zorian asked incredulously. Yes. I want us to stop fighting until the day of the summer festival, Jornak clarified. We'll decide a winner and loser among us in one massive battle at the end of the month, just like it was always meant to be. In the meantime, you'll stop making raids on our forces and we'll make no moves against you. That seems like a deal that completely favors you, Zorian pointed out. Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot by agreeing to this? Jornak smiled at the question and took out a brown stone with a crudely carved flame symbol on it. It didn't seem magical in the slightest and Zorian did not recognize it, but Zack immediately paled upon sighting it. Because I have wraith bombs scattered throughout the major cities on the continent, ready to activate at my command. Because I know exactly who to assassinate and how in order to immediately trigger a new continental war. And, he shook his stone token as he said this, because I got Oganj and his group to work with me. Your choice. 97, Illusory. Chapter 097 Illusory. Standing on the roof of one of the academy buildings, the two groups stared at one another without speaking. The situation had already been tense, and Jornak's threats only made it more uneasy and unstable. Zorian suspected that if one of them made a single suspicious move, the other side would attack and the whole meeting would instantly degenerate into violence. Probably the only reason that hadn't happened thus far was that both sides realized they couldn't meaningfully hurt the other. They had picked this place for a reason. It was too exposed, too close to powerful mages standing watch, and too heavily protected by a warding scheme that neither side was keyed in on. If a battle were to start, it would be hard to deal a finishing blow and decide anything. Even if one side gained the upper hand in the fighting, there was no way for them to keep their opponents from simply running away. They would just be revealing their trump cards and making outside observers even more aware of the secret war being waged all around them. Zorian watched the stone token in Jornak's hand while considering his threats in his head. The wraith bombs were kind of expected, though Zorian did not really think they would be using them outside of Scioria. He thought they were intended to be used as support for the invasion itself, not as a way to blackmail them into a truce. As for the threat of an assassination campaign that could start another war, well, Zorian wasn't sure he entirely believed that. How would Jornak actually test this? Zack never mentioned any sudden wars erupting in the time loop, and he surely would have if he witnessed any. In Zorian's opinion, Jornak was just making an educated guess, based on the various information he gathered in the time loop, and it was an open question what would really happen if he were to kill a bunch of really important people in quick succession. Then again, during that fateful incident where Quadakikl tried to mutilate Zack's soul and brought Zorian into the time loop, Zack ended up in a coma for quite a few restarts, and it was very likely that Zorian spent a number of restarts in a similar state as well. Perhaps it was during some of these lost restarts that Jornak tested such large-scale schemes for viability. And then there was Oganj, the infamous dragon mage that had killed an entire army and one of the Immortal 11 sent to deal with him, the terrifying dragon that had menaced northern Altazia for centuries now. Zorian was a little mystified why Jornak was invoking his name so smugly. Sure, Oganj was an immensely powerful opponent, even by dragon standards, but hadn't Zack already killed him once? He distinctly remembered Zack going through a great number of short restarts in order to. He glanced at Zack again. His friend did not seem as calm about Oganj's involvement as Zorian thought he would be. What am I missing here? Zorian asked Zack, sending him a telepathic message. Didn't you already prove you can best Oganj? I'm not even sure I could repeat that feat inside the time loop, let alone here in the outside world, Zack immediately sent back. Are you saying you winning was a fluke? Zorian asked, surprised. It wasn't a fluke, Zack responded, sounding faintly outraged in his thoughts. I beat Oganj fair and square. However, I kind of brute forced things and took advantage of the fact I could learn from our fights and Oganj couldn't. Unless I caught him off guard, unless I timed things just right, unless I knew what spells he usually uses and counters my moves with. I'm not sure I could beat him in a straight fight. Ha! Zorian did not often hear this kind of admission from Zack. If there was anything that Zack was good at, it was a straight fight. Then again, his main advantage, his massive mana reserves, was not as big of a deal against a dragon as it was against human mages. All dragons had impossibly huge mana reserves by human standards. Is Oganj more powerful than Quetzalcoatl? Zorian asked. Not even close, Zack said immediately. He doesn't have the huge variety of spells that Quetzalcoatl does, his body is too large to teleport around easily, and if you kill his body, he will actually die. The old bag of bones is still the toughest opponent I ever faced. Still, Oganj is incredibly powerful. Even worse, he has students. Students? Zorian asked curiously. As in, dragon ones? What else? Zack responded. Even though dragons are usually solitary, dragon mages had to find a way to pass on their skills to a new generation. Otherwise, their traditions would never spread and would eventually die out. For that reason, all dragon mages occasionally take a young dragon as a student to pass on their teachings. Usually a dragon mage will only have one student at any particular time, but Oganj is more powerful and confident than most dragon mages. He currently has 2 students. Crap. 3 dragon mages, he lamented. Even if the 2 students were mere beginners, this is still bad news. 3 dragons working together was already a cause for panic for most people, having them all be dragon mages as well made a terrifying group that would give even Zack and Zorian pause. Are you done talking to each other? Jornak suddenly asked. Just so you know, when I say I can get Oganj and his group to work with me, I don't just mean his 2 students. You see, Oganj has been making connections with other dragon mages, and even regular dragons. You may not know this, but human-dragon relations have been steadily becoming worse lately, what with Eldamar and other northern countries constantly pushing deeper into the wilderness with their colonists. As solitary as they are, dragons are still intelligent beings and they can see where this is going. Some of them have been wondering if they should temporarily band together to halt or at least divert human advances, and Oganj is something of a logical figure to rally around in that case. If he moves against Eldamar, there could be as many as 20, or even 30 dragons following behind him. Zorian couldn't help but twitch at the explanation. His first instinct was to dismiss Jornak's claims as pure fiction, but there were precedents for large-scale dragon attacks happening. Usually when humans attacked dragon nesting grounds or killed too many dragons in too short of a time, but still. And 30 dragons? That would take an entire army to stop, except that an army was a lot less mobile than a group of 30 dragons, which meant Oganj's group could advance practically unchallenged through Eldamar's territory, laying waste to all they encountered and simply fleeing whenever they were confronted with a force big enough to deal real damage. It would take an entire group of ultra-powerful mages to counter such a flight of dragons, and assembling such a group would take months. If Eldamar was simultaneously suffering from assassinations of its prominent leaders and the entire continent was teetering on the brink of another war, it was questionable whether it would be assembled at all. It was interesting, though. Some dragons had friendly relations with humans, but Oganj wasn't one of them. Considering his antagonistic past with humanity, it couldn't have been easy to convince him to work with Jornak. Still, Zack was adamant that the stone token in Jornak's hands was Oganj's calling card and was genuine. That meant he probably did reach some kind of agreement with the old dragon mage. It was becoming apparent that, while Zack and Zorian had largely focused on accumulation of personal power and skills, Jornak had spent most of his time trying to investigate the various states and organizations in their surroundings in order to figure out how to manipulate them. Probably a smart decision, considering he wanted to enact some kind of grand change in the entire continent and possibly create his own version of the Icosian Empire with him on top. Personal power alone couldn't do that. Thinking on it some more, it was likely that Jornak's focus on recruiting others to help him originated from pure necessity. If he had started off as a temporary looper, like Zorian suspected, it made sense that he was focused on trying to leverage people around him to accomplish his goals. He was not a master mage, and he'd had a limited amount of time to work with, so slowly training to become good enough to accomplish things himself had not been a possible option. "You know, nothing you said really addresses my question from earlier," Zorian pointed out to Jornak. "Delaying the conflict until the summer festival does not benefit us in any way. You and Silver Lake will die if you can't release the primordial before the deadline, and you can only make an attempt on the day of the summer festival. So it makes sense that you want to postpone the conflict until then. However, Zack and me have every reason to push things and try to resolve things sooner. Nothing you said changes that. In the end, all you did was name a bunch of threats and try to blackmail us into agreeing to a terrible deal." "Yes, that's entirely true," Jornak said calmly, nodding slightly at him in agreement. "The truth is I don't think I can keep the conflict manageable at the rate it is going. It's only been a few days, but we're already raising red flags everywhere. At this rate, we're going to end up dragging the Eldamarian government into it whether we want to or not. Not even the local mage guild, subverted as it is, can fully suppress what is happening. And if that happens, then the release of the primordial becomes all but impossible to pull off." "You're losing the fight and getting desperate," Zack said. "I wouldn't phrase it that way," Jornak said carefully. "But it is definitely true that I, and Silver Lake here, are not in a good position. We made a deal with the primordial to release it or die, and we can't weasel out of it. If we can't release Panikset from his prison by the end of the month, everything else will become pointless. However, should everything really fall apart that severely, why wouldn't I drag you all down along with me? If you drive me into a corner like that, I will obviously turn to destructive and extreme methods." Zorian is right. "This is just brazen blackmail," Zack said flatly, frowning at the man in front of him. "I'm just explaining my logic," Jornak said. "I think it makes perfect sense for me to escalate things if we continue down this path. In the current situation, Eldamar can do as they wish and focus on sorting out the situation in Scioria at their leisure. Meanwhile, if I kick off another splinter war, release hundreds of wraiths in all major cities, and get a group of dragons to lay waste to the entirety of northern Eldamar, well, it just might give them more pressing matters to worry about. And a narrow chance to live is better than having no chance at all. Wouldn't you agree?" Zack and Zorian said nothing to that. "See, I think you're reasonable people," Jornak continued, undaunted by their silence and frosty glares. If anything, he grew more animated in his speech and mannerisms. "You didn't immediately run off to inform the crown about what is happening. You spared the life of Veyers, even though he was clearly connected to me in some way. You came to this meeting to see what I have to say. Therefore, I think you're going to be reasonable about this. After all, even if you agree to this truce, you still have a high chance of stopping us in the end. Letting us delay the battle until the end of the month may be a little suboptimal for you, but it's not a catastrophe. If you push me too far, we both lose. If the sides were reversed, would you take your own deal? Svim suddenly asked, interrupting his explanation. Jornak hesitated for a moment, mouth open, before his mouth snapped shut and he shook his head. Not a chance, he admitted. Silver Lake laughed at the admission, a sharp cackling laughter that somehow looked more appropriate on her old withered form than on her current young one. Then how can you call it being reasonable? Svim probed further. Because you are not me, Jornak said. I wouldn't accept it because I wouldn't care about the death and destruction, so long as I win in the end. I accepted this as a price for what I want to do a long time ago. You four. I'm guessing you are far more reluctant to make that sacrifice. He was, probably right about that. If it were just Zorian and Svim making decisions, maybe they would have decided to cold-heartedly ignore the threats and continue pressuring Jornak and his group. Maybe. However, there was no way either Alanik or Zack would be fine with that. Especially Alanik, since he clearly cared a lot about Eldamar, not just the people, but the country itself, as well. For a while the scene was quiet, as Zorian and the rest of his group discussed the situation in front of them via telepathy. Jornak and his group were probably discussing something through magical means too, considering their body language and brief looks, though Zorian did not really know if they were using telepathy or something else. Probably something else, as all three were under the mind-blank spell. It was a good thing they had decided not to bring Spear of Resolve with them, he mused. Her telepathic prowess would have been largely useless against the people in front of them, and her skills at other forms of magic were relatively humble. She couldn't teleport away, or even just fly off into the distance. If a fight were to break out, she would have been a rock around their neck, unable to contribute to the battle, incapable of quickly retreating, yet important enough that Jornak and Quatakikl would definitely want to see her dead. No, it was best she stayed safe in the depths of her web for now. If we agree to this, how can we be sure you won't be here tomorrow to demand further concessions in exchange for not wrecking everything? Zack finally asked. As we have already established, this truce is more in our favor than yours. Why would I risk things like that? Jornak asked with a raised eyebrow. In my opinion, I'm the one who should be worried. You have every incentive to agree to the truce and then dishonor it later. How can I be sure you won't just take advantage of the truce to build up your forces and dishonor it a few days later? I can't. All I can do is immediately make good of my threats in response. Zorian clacked his tongue at the explanation. So this truce was basically toothless and could fall apart at any moment if one side pushed more than the other could tolerate. And there would definitely be plenty of pushing and testing of waters, that much was clear. If any side saw a chance to gain an advantage by dishonoring the deal, they would do so in a heartbeat. Threats, and more threats. Just so you know, if you come later to demand more from us, I will immediately attack you, consequences be damned, Zack told him darkly. Does that mean we have an agreement? Jornak said with a self-satisfied smirk. Ha ha. Of course they're going to agree, Silver Lake suddenly piped in, jumping up from her conjured chair and stretching in an exaggerated manner. She ignored Jornak's annoyed look and stepped forward with a grin. They're all too touchy-feely to risk such devastation just to stop us a little earlier, but more importantly, they recently found out that Zack will have issues surviving this month. It sure would be nice if they could take a step back from all the fighting in order to figure out what to do about that. The atmosphere immediately got even more tense and gloomy. Zorian had always known that Silver Lake wouldn't have informed him about Zack's contract purely on a whim, and now it seemed like one of the big reasons for it was to put pressure on them to agree to this truce. It was as Silver Lake said, they needed time and resources to figure out what could be done about this, and it would be hard to focus on this if they were constantly fighting their enemies during this time, spending their time, money, and mana on getting an upper hand. How did you even find out about that? Zack asked with a frown, directing his question at Jornak instead of Silver Lake. Clearly he felt the lawyer was the source of the information. I mean, even I didn't know I made a deal with the angels, so how? You did know, Jornak said, shaking his head. The angels didn't tell you who they were, but you are not completely stupid. Zack scowled at him but said nothing. There are only so many powers capable of doing what they did. You eventually figured out who it could be and raided church archives to see if they had records of similar deals being made. They did. In fact, they had examples of past angelic contracts, many, many examples. Even if none of them were directly applicable to your situation, they still held a lot of clues for those who knew how to read them. You brought them to me, and we worked together to piece together the general nature of your contract. I don't dare claim I understand it completely, since I've never seen the actual contract and you can't directly talk about it, but I know enough. Zorian wasn't surprised at this. Back when the angel they had summoned caused the contract to appear, he immediately noticed that the contract was written in very legal terms. More importantly, they were modern, familiar legal terms, the sort you would see in any sort of legal document in Eldamar. At first glance at least, the contract looked like something you might get if you visited a mundane lawyer in Scioria and asked them to write up a contract for a business deal or something similar. That meant the angels had lots of experience when it came to making these contracts. Zack shouldn't be the only person working under this kind of contract. There should be others. Perhaps many others, and not all of them could have a contract backed by divine magic. No matter how secretive the angels were, examples of past contracts would exist somewhere out there. And with examples of past contracts in hand, some creativity when answering questions, and an actual lawyer to consult with, it probably wasn't impossible to figure out what is happening and how to convey it to others without tripping the angelic restrictions. You know, Silver Lake began, Panicseth's escape does not necessarily have to be for real. Zorian gave her a strange look. The contract we're under says we just have to let Panicseth out of the seal and our job is done, she continued. If the primordial is resealed immediately afterwards, even if we are the ones who do it, the contract will not punish us. That just shows how utterly confident Panicseth is in being able to handle everything, including all of us combined, once it is out of the cage made by the gods, Zorian told her. Don't tell me you actually think you can seal it back in. I'm not sure you know this, but the gods placed numerous contingencies on Panicseth's prison, and on the prisons of all trapped primordials, for that matter, Silverlake said. The moment he gets out, Panicseth will get seriously weakened. Even the primordial is not sure how badly the contingencies will hurt him. If Panicseth was at the peak of his powers, I would obviously be a fool to try and fight him, but if he's weakened badly enough, it is entirely possible. Hell, those cultists trying to take control of Panicseth. Maybe they're not as dumb as we thought they are. They've overestimated their mind magic capabilities, yes, but if they had a master telepath and his hundreds of Iranian friends. No, Zorian told her. It was just a thought, Silverlake said easily, not arguing him over it. An idle thought. I don't really think us mere mortals could seriously control an entity on the level of Panicseth, but perhaps we might be able to muddle his thoughts and hinder him long enough to push him back into the seal. Wouldn't that be nice? Me in red robe, sorry, Jornak. I still can't believe that little shit lied to me about something so petty, and that I fell for it. Zorian gave her an annoyed look as she started muttering to herself again and she cackled at him in response. Some habits were hard to break, it seemed, even if she had suddenly regained her youth. Anyway, if you agree to this, then this whole conflict could be avoided. We get to weasel out of our contract and the primordial would still be sealed at the end of the month, which means that part of the angelic contract will be fulfilled, at least. We no longer have any reason to fight you or support the invasion. Happy ending for everyone. I know I've been quiet throughout this entire meeting, but surely you didn't forget I'm standing right here, listening to you. Quadakik asked her, raising his eyebrow at him. This ending of yours certainly isn't happy for me. And if I'm not happy, no one is going to be happy. Silverlake clacked her tongue before giving Jornak a look of distaste. I told you we shouldn't have invited him along, she told him loudly. What good is he here, anyway? Actually, that reminds me of something I've been wondering about for a while now, Zorian spoke up, butting in on their argument. Namely, why is Quatakikl going along with this? The ancient lich gave him a curious look. What do you mean? Shouldn't you want Jornak to make good on his threats? Zorian asked him. Why are you here, helping him bring about this truce? Why not purposely sabotage the talks and let Jornak damage Eldamar as much as possible? That's what you're here for, no? Ha, Quatakikl said. No, not exactly. I'm trying to push the continent into something more favorable for Ulquin Abesa, not cause widespread chaos and uncertainty. Oh, right. I remember now. You're trying to install Falkrinia as the local hegemon, Zorian said loudly, pretending he was just loudly thinking. He made a couple of random gestures with his hands, which he hoped would look completely incomprehensible to everyone except Quatakikl. It was something he learned while traveling through Zlotic with Zack and Nialu, and should be completely opaque to anyone who has never been there. Still, weakening Eldamar and the surrounding countries can only help you in that regard. You seem to know a fair deal about me, Quatakikl noted, giving him a searching look. We must have interacted pretty heavily in the past. Interesting, considering we seem to essentially be natural enemies. Anyway, I don't think I agree with you on this. Let's just leave it at that. Besides, why are you trying to convince me that I should start another continental war right now? Shouldn't that be against your goals? I was just curious, Zorian said, before falling silent. Jornak and Silver Lake gave them both suspicious looks, faintly aware that something more had been said between the lines of that conversation, before shrugging it off and continuing with the negotiation. The meeting lasted for another hour, most of which was spent making vague, and not so vague, threats towards one another, but eventually they reached an agreement of sorts. There would be a truce. How long it would last, Zorian wasn't sure. He would be first to admit that he intended to dishonor it the moment he saw a good chance to do so. He was sure Jornak and Silver Lake felt the same way. For the moment, though, open conflict between the two groups was put on hold. After everyone left, the roof of the academy building remained dark and silent for a while before two people teleported on top again. One was Zorian. And the other was Quatakikl. So, the ancient lich began. What exactly did you invite me here for, Mr. Kaczynski? I'm going to try and talk you into giving up on this invasion, Zorian told him bluntly. Quatakikl raised his eyebrow at him. Continue, he told him calmly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zorian began, but your current thoughts are that if the primordial is released and lays waste to our surroundings, the angels are eventually going to stop it before it can do too much damage. After all, you have seen the might of the angels personally, and you are certain they can do it. So unsealing Panicseth would destroy Scioria and deal a lot of damage to Eldamar, but it would have no real effect on Ulquin Abesa or even the Altasian continent as a whole. The ancient lich stared at him silently for a second. I'll repeat what I said earlier, you seem to know a fair deal about me. Curious. Very curious. I wonder just how much help you got out of my other self. But that's a topic for later. Yes, that is pretty much how I see the situation. Am I wrong? You are wrong, yes, Zorian said. I have summoned an angel and spoke with him. Whatever it was. He took the cube out of his pocket and showed it to the lich. He hadn't had a chance to study the cube yet and deciphered its uses, but he hoped that Quatakikl, being experienced as he was, would be able to recognize it as an angelic artifact anyway. Quatakikl leaned forward, silently studying the cube in Zorian's hands. He did not ask to hold it, not that Zorian would have given it to him, but eventually he leaned back and took a deep breath. It must have been a pretty high-ranking angel you spoke with, Quatakikl said, sounding honestly a little impressed. Then again, considering what kind of situation you are involved in, I supposed it's to be expected. The angel told me about the contingencies that Silver Lake had spoken about earlier. They aren't just some simple local effect, like a divine warding field or a stored spell, Zorian said, putting the cube back into his pocket. They are security measures woven into the core of the world, and triggering them could have effects that would be global in scale. I'm not sure how far-reaching the effects would be, but there is absolutely no guarantee that Okwin Ebesa would not be affected. Quada Kickle frowned at him slightly, not saying anything. Just as importantly, continued Zorian, if the primordial is released into the world, the angels will be given free rein to descend into the material world and intervene directly to stop the primordial. At that point, they also intend to get rid of all the loose ends wandering around. Like a bunch of people that escaped from the time loop into the real world, or that one annoying lich that made the whole thing possible to begin with. I see, Quada Kickle said calmly. You're saying the angels will go after me if I help release the primordial? Yes, Zorian confirmed. The lich stared at him intensely, as if trying to look into his soul to see if he was telling the truth. Zorian's posture remained relaxed and his eyes stared right back at the undead mage in front of him. He was too old and experienced to be unnerved by something as simple as that. I think you're exaggerating things, Quada Kickle finally said, looking away from him for a moment and thoughtfully tapping his finger against his leg. Yes, there is certainly a danger of that happening, but angels are laboring under many restrictions. In any case, if I were that skittish about taking chances, I would not be where I am right now. A big part of why being a lich is so great is that you can take crazy risks without dying for good. Zorian frowned. Truthfully, he did not really think he could convince Quada Kickle to just give up on the invasion and go home, but he didn't expect the lich to dismiss the threat of angels so readily. Then again, he was right about liches like him being uniquely suited for taking risks. They had their own personal resurrection point. It was almost like being a time looper, in a way. Oh well. It was worth a try. Don't say I didn't warn you, Zorian said, shaking his head. He turned to leave. You intend to evacuate your loved ones to Koth, at the Terramachula estate, right? Quada Kickle suddenly asked him. Zorian jolted into full alertness, spinning around to face the lich. He gave him a shocked, searching look. Don't look at me like that. Silver Lake knows about it, so obviously me and that Jornak fellow also know, Quada Kickle told him bluntly. Don't do it. Jornak has somehow managed to reverse engineer my permanent gates within the time loop, the thieving wretch. Even as we speak, he is sending a simulacrum to Koth to build a gate there. If you dump all your people in Koth, they will not be safe. You'll just place them all in one spot so Jornak can conveniently capture them all in one fell swoop. Then he'll have a whole bunch of hostages to threaten you with. Why, began Zorian. I don't like him, Quada Kickle said. Besides, he's trying to become the overlord of the entire continent. While I want to say he's an arrogant idiot who bit off more than he can chew, the truth is that this time loop you all underwent is one hell of a boon. If he's right about the first emperor of Icosia using the same method for his ascent to power, then I cannot afford to dismiss his ambitions as a mere delusion. I'd prefer to have him dead by the end of all this, even if that means you emerge victorious as a consequence. At least you and Mr. Novita have no political ambitions. And if that causes your own invasion to fail? Zorian asked curiously. You agreed to this truce partially because you know you still have a good chance to win, even if you take a handicap like that, the lich said. I believe the same about my chances. We'll see each other on the battlefield, Mr. Kaczynski. Before Zorian could say anything else, Quada Kickle was gone. Break. Not long after the end of the meeting, Zorian went to meet with Spear of Resolve. Part of that was to inform her of what had happened there. Although it was decided she would not participate in the talks, she was still a crucial part of their forces and someone who knew about the time loop. Additionally, she and her Arania normally constantly pressured the invaders and their cephalic rat allies, so it was important he told her about the truce as soon as possible. However, if anyone from their group were to see them at the moment, they would be shocked at what they were seeing. Zorian and Spear of Resolve were not meeting each other in the dark tunnels beneath Scioria. Instead, they were walking through Scioria's main square in plain view of everyone. Throngs of people of all ages wandered around the place, laughing and talking and arguing, but none of them paid much attention to a teenager and a huge jumping spider walking beside him. Some of them glanced curiously at Spear of Resolve. It was clear they could see her, but then they just continued on their merry way, completely unconcerned by the giant spider wandering around the town square. Some children running past them accidentally dropped a ball near her and she deftly stopped it with her long, hairy leg. Those spider limbs were more dexterous than Zorian gave them credit for, and lightly sent it back to them. They awkwardly thanked her for returning the ball to them and then ran off while loudly arguing about something completely unrelated. "This is an interesting experience," Spear of Resolve commented, watching them fade into the throng of people surrounding them. She was talking vocally this time, making use of a sound spell, rather than speaking to him telepathically. "Anyway, back to our current topic. No, I don't think there was anything else you could have done. You could have just refused the truce, of course, but I have no doubt our enemy would have done as he promised. Personally, I am glad that crisis has been temporarily averted." "Why?" Zorian gave her a curious look. "None of the threats would really affect you and your web." "The wraith bombs terrify me," Spear of Resolve confided. "I had the misfortune to meet one of those things once. They can pass through solid stone and they only have to brush against you to do serious damage. They aren't immune to mind magic, thankfully, but they are highly resistant to it. Having hundreds, or even thousands of those things prowling around through Scioria's underworld would essentially guarantee our extinction." "Ah," nodded Zorian. "Yes, that makes sense. Still, while I'm glad we delayed a disaster, that's all this is. A delay. Even if the truce holds, we still must figure out a way to counter his threats before the end of the month," Spear of Resolve continued. "I'm sure you realize this, but this man is guaranteed to use these things in the end, no matter what deal was struck." A massive flock of pigeons suddenly flew overhead. Some of the birds flew low, speeding right past Zorian and other nearby people, narrowly swerving left and right to avoid hitting anything. People around them stopped and pointed, animatedly discussing the disruption, but Zorian and Spear of Resolve just kept walking. Eventually, the two of them left the town square and walked into a nearby street. They entered into a nearby restaurant and decided to sit down for a while. Of course, the chairs were designed for humans and not very convenient for Spear of Resolve. Thus, they called the staff and got them to place a stack of wooden boards on top of the seat, so that the Arania could stand on them and still be high enough to interact with the table, and Zorian, properly. So, Zorian then began. "How many Arania in your web know about the time loop, anyway?" "Pretty much all of them," Spear of Resolve said, curiously tinkering with the plate, metal utensils, and glass placed in front of her. Zorian sighed heavily. "Of course." "Sorry," she told him. She didn't sound very sorry, in all honesty. Word spreads around fast among us. Especially if it's something so strange like time travel. It was inevitable that it would become known by everyone by now. What if you asked them to subject themselves to memory modification? Zorian asked. Spear of Resolve was silent for a while. "It would be difficult," she eventually said. "But possible?" Zorian asked hopefully. "Potentially possible," she admitted reluctantly. There have been events where the entire web agreed to have memories of a certain incident erased for this or that reason. It is always a controversial decision, however. I would have to burn through a lot of social capital to make it happen. And for what? As things currently stand, our sacrifice will not save your friend. What about that unkillable lich that you never really managed to kill? What about Svim and Alanik? What about you? I don't think it's fair to ask this of us." "I've talked to Svim and Alanik," Zorian said. "They are not entirely opposed to losing some of their memory. I think they could be convinced to go along with it in the end. That still leaves the lich and you as the huge, looming issues," the matriarch remarked. "Yes, that's true," Zorian agreed. Incidentally, what about me? Do you think? No, Spear of Resolve immediately said. I've seen your thoughts. You are practically defined by this experience of being stuck in the time loop. You spent as much time inside as you did out of it. In my opinion, no one can erase your knowledge of the time loop without metaphorically taking a sledgehammer to your mind. I really wouldn't recommend it. I see, Zorian said quietly. Part of him was relieved to hear that. He really didn't like the idea of losing such a massive chunk of his memories for any reason. But how can they save Zack, then? Was Panicseth really right in saying that one of them would have to die? He was far more selfish than Zack, he realized. Zack had already decided to die if it means he has to kill Zorian in order to live. If the situation was reversed, Zorian wasn't sure he could accept his own approaching death so easily. He was quiet for a few seconds, lost in thought, before shaking his head and focusing on Spear of Resolve again. She was quietly studying him with her large, pitch-black eyes, still standing on the stack of wooden boards that the staff of the restaurant placed on her chair. The nearby waitress asked her if she wanted something to drink, undaunted by the fact she was talking to a giant spider, but the matriarch politely refused her. Anyway, Zorian suddenly said, sweeping his hand around them. What do you think about all of this? What, the city and the restaurant? Spear of Resolve asked. Zorian nodded. It's nice. Novel. Nothing jumps out at you, he asked with interest. You mean, other than the fact people around us are ridiculously accepting of me? The matriarch asked rhetorically. Well, there are a few minor details here and there. The vibrations I'm sensing through my feet do not quite match up with what I'm used to, and it's sometimes obvious that the conversations in the background are pure gibberish if you listen to them closely, but otherwise it all looks very convincing. Recreating exotic senses like your tremor sense is a pain in the ass, Zorian admitted. I did my best, but I'm not surprised I didn't quite succeed. I'm honestly shocked that you managed to make all this so convincing to my Iranian senses, the matriarch said. It's not just a matter of mind magic skill, you must have a very firm grasp of our perspective of seeing the world to succeed at this. I'm guessing you read many Iranian minds inside the time loop. I actually shape-shifted into an Irania a bunch of times, just to really see what it was like, Zorian said. Ah. Maybe I should try that and be a human for a day, Spear of Resolve mused. I'm betting it would be an unforgettable experience. Anyway, why don't we stop here for today? Fine, Zorian agreed. Truthfully, I'm starting to get a little mentally tired from maintaining this for so long. Without warning, the world around them blurred and melted, like it was falling apart at the seams. In only a few moments, the two found themselves sitting on the cold stony floor of a small cavern in Scioria's underground. The city and the people in it were gone, like they never existed. Indeed, that was what happened. Everything they saw had literally happened all in their heads. It was nothing but a mental illusion that Zorian had summoned around them. It's still going to need some work if you really want to use it in the way you hope to, Spear of Resolve remarked. I know, Zorian agreed. I'm going to need your help with this. That won't be a problem, the matriarch said. Maybe I'm not powerful enough to directly confront our enemies, but this is exactly my sort of problem. I assure you, I am very good at mind magic. They talked for a few more minutes before Zorian decided it was time to go home for the day. It had been a long day and he had to sleep on things before he could consider how to go forward. One moment, please, the matriarch said before he could leave. I understand the logic regarding my vulnerability to enemy action and I agree it is wisest for me to stay in the safety of our settlement for now, but I am a little unsatisfied with our current state of communication. No offense, but I'm not comfortable being totally reliant on you for all contact between us. So? Zorian asked curiously. So I decided to assign you a liaison, she said. A liaison? Zorian repeated. I guess that's fine, yes. Great. I'll call her over right now. I'm sure you'll get along perfectly, Spear of Resolve said with a trace of humor in her voice. Why? Before he could say anything, a smallish Urania excitedly skittered into the room, jumped right next to him and then excitedly started circling around him, thoroughly checking him out. Hi, hi. A cheerful, bubbly voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I'm enthusiastic seeker of novelty, but you can just call me Novelty. Do you want to be my friend? 98, Beneath the Surface. Chapter 098 Beneath the Surface. After the two groups of time travelers agreed to the shaky truce, the daily fighting stopped and the situation in Scioria stabilized. Zack and Zorian no longer sent their simulacrums to raid invader bases and assassinate their leaders, and the invaders seemed to have no interest in testing their luck with them. Zorian had been worried that their enemies would try to strike at them indirectly, perhaps by sending the law enforcement after them or by attacking targets technically unrelated to them, but fortunately, they did no such thing. Not that the two groups were entirely ignoring each other just because they weren't fighting, of course. Zack and Zorian were constantly monitoring invader movements, trying to figure out what they were doing and what their secrets were. Where they had placed all those wraith bombs Red Robe was threatening them with, for instance. Red Robe and his allies were similarly spying on them in return. Although both groups were clearly aware of each other's surveillance, there was an unspoken agreement that this was perfectly acceptable and the truce continued. Even though this was just the calm before the storm, Zorian found himself kind of enjoying it. Too many things had happened recently, barely days apart from each other, and he had never really had time to sit down and process it all properly. They'd failed to get their group physically out of the time loop, and he ended up killing his old self after entering the real world. Zack had almost died at the start of the month, and he was certain to die at the end of it if they couldn't find a solution to the angelic contract he was working under. He doubted he would figure out something insightful about that just because he spent a few days mulling things over, but it would make him feel a little better, at least. Of course, he couldn't really justify wasting time right now, truce or no truce. Things still needed to be done, preparations made. Thus, he decided to simply spend more time in his workshop, building up his arsenal of bombs, golems, and magical devices. Something that was both useful and relaxing. He had actually wanted to set aside more time for magical artifice for a while now, but the frantic pace of their activities in these past few days made that all but impossible. Just building enough simulacrum bodies and equipping them for the daily skirmishes was challenging enough. In any case, Zorian was currently sitting in his workshop, a spacious room in the Novita mansion that Zack had generously donated for his purposes, and staring at a shiny metal plate in his hands, considering things. The large wooden table in front of him was an absolute mess of tools, half-processed materials, technical reference books, and hastily drawn blueprints that probably only made sense to him and no one else. The rest of the room was not much better. Tall, dangerous-looking golems stood lined up next to one of the walls, some of them with gaping holes in their chests, still missing critical components before they could be completed. A stack of small metal cylinders densely covered in glowing lines and magical glyphs lay seemingly forgotten in one of the corners. Zorian glanced at the half-finished construction on the table in front of him before returning his attention to the metal plates in his hand. The device he was building was still barely formed, but a perceptive onlooker would be able to puzzle out that it was a fairly large and very complicated cube. The center of it consisted of several rare and expensive crystals, which were then surrounded by a plethora of gears and interlocking pieces of metal, wood, and stone. Most of it was already done, just waiting for him to put it all together and cast the necessary spells, but he still had to make the outer chassis of the cube. "What are you making?" a cheery, excitable voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zorian glanced at Novelty, who was currently wandering around the room and inspecting everything within her reach, caressing the items with her hairy spider legs and occasionally taking a nibble when she thought he wasn't looking. Most of his allies had no real interest in his workshop and what he did there, as they had no interest or deep understanding of magical artifice, but just about everything human-related was new and exciting for Novelty, so she insisted on coming along. He suspected she would get bored of it all very soon, but for now she was surprisingly well behaved. It was amusing, he thought to himself. Once upon a time, her presence here would have driven him up the wall and he would have done all he could to get rid of her. Now, he found her antics to be, kind of nostalgic. She reminded him of an older, simpler time. A time when Novelty had been entirely qualified to teach him mind magic and the Urania had been his only friends. Even though Spear of Resolve had intended to betray him in the end, something he had never actually revealed to the Urania here in the real world, he still felt gratitude towards her and her web. He sometimes wondered what his life would have been like if they had somehow survived that fateful restart. Would the final outcome have been better with them around, or was their doom a necessary price for him to develop into what he was today? After all, without that reckless ploy he and Spear of Resolve concocted, Red Robe might have decided to stick around in the time loop for a long time. Zorian could easily imagine a situation where he never contacted Zack at all, constantly moving in the shadows in fear of attracting Red Robe's attention, the Urania his only ally. "Hey! Why aren't you answering me?" Novelty protested. "What?" "Oh right, his project. It's secret," he told her, shaking his head. "Secret project," she said, tapping her legs on the floor excitedly. Rather than backing off, she seemed only more fascinated by the secrecy. "Is it a weapon?" "Ooh, maybe it's a collapsible golem that transforms into a giant spider when a command word is spoken." "Why would I make a golem in the form of a giant spider, of all things?" he asked her, raising an eyebrow at her. "Well, everything is better with spiders," she told him matter-of-factly. "Plus, I heard you humans found us cute." Zorian gave her an incredulous look. "What? What?" she demanded, shuffling from side to side in agitation. "I think one of your friends played a prank on you or something," Zorian said diplomatically. "No way," she protested. "I have it on good authority that. I mean, you humans like small, furry animals, right? I saw your little sister playing with that black cat yesterday, and some people are taking care of dogs and stuff. I'm afraid humans don't really place you in the same category as cats and dogs," Zorian told her. "In fact, a sizable number of humans think spiders are pretty horrifying." "Even giant spiders?" Novelty asked, visibly incredulous. "Especially giant spiders," Zorian said, laughing. "How mean." Novelty whined, her entire body vibrating in a clear show of annoyance. Idly, Zorian wondered if painting Novelty pink and wrapping her in ribbons and glitter would make her cute enough for people to coo over. He could probably talk Novelty into going along with it. Well, something to think about if they managed to survive the month. Fortunately, Novelty got over the incident very quickly and continued her exploration of Zorian's workshop instead of brooding over the whole event. Zorian left her to her exploration. He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again the metal plate in front of him was densely covered in spell formula markings. They weren't real, of course. The whole thing was just a mental illusion, a visualization of what the end result would look like based on his plans. Spotting a few possible flaws and failure points, he quickly went through a lengthy series of complicated calculations inside his head, almost instantly calculating problems that would have taken another spell formula crafter an entire afternoon of diligent calculation using pen and paper. The visualization of the end result blurred for a moment and then shifted into a different configuration that took these new calculations into account. The process repeated itself several times, gradually refining the design. Most other artificers would have to spend a lot of time and mana making test plates and waste hours upon hours every time something had to be recalculated or adjusted, but Zorian's mental enhancements allowed him to sidestep most of that process. Of course, all this work wouldn't even have to be done if it weren't for the fact that he had lost most of his spell formula blueprints while crossing over into the real world. So much work lost. Thankfully, spell formulas were one of the fields he was most confident in. He suddenly realized Novelty was poking a small metal sphere he left on a nearby chair. He pointed his hand towards her, causing invisible waves of telekinetic force to seize her entire body, and then gently but firmly dragged her away from the offending object. "Don't touch that," he told her verbally. "It's dangerous." She gave him an indecipherable look, staring at him quietly for a few seconds. "What?" he asked her. "You're pretty scary," she told him. "I didn't even see you cast anything. You just casually pointed at me and I suddenly couldn't move. And then you just dragged me off like it's nothing. I thought mages like you needed to mumble and wave when they do their weird human magic." "They do. I'm just very, very good at this," he told her. Though this did remind him that he needed to curb these kinds of moments as much as possible, since this kind of casual use of unstructured magic was not something a teenage mage like him should possess. Holding back for years and years was going to be hard. "How did you even know what I was doing?" she continued. "Your back was turned. I'm sure of it. This whole room is crisscrossed with a mesh of hair-thin mana thread centered on me," Zorian told her. "Whenever you pass through them, I can sense it." "Like an invisible web?" she asked. "Yes, exactly," he agreed. It was a detection trick he had learned at some point in the time loop, inspired by Taven's old trick of flooding her surroundings with her mana to detect hidden attacks and enemies. He didn't have the mana reserves to copy her trick exactly, but he didn't really have to. Shaping the mana into a mass of threads was much cheaper than simply flooding every nook and cranny with his mana, yet just as effective for his purposes. The only downside was that this kind of detection web required insanely good shaping skills to execute, but that was not really something Zorian had trouble with. "Scary," she repeated unhappily. She glanced at the metal sphere she had been poking before he stopped her, and then gave him a speculative look. "So what's that thing anyway?" she said, pointing at the small sphere with one of her legs. "You didn't complain when I was touched there, I mean looking at the other things in the room, but you immediately reacted now. What is it?" "It's a hollow metal sphere holding a pocket dimension inside," he told her. "It's supposed to suck in and contain a creature inside. Like a portable prison for powerful monsters." "I don't understand," she complained. "That's meant to capture people. But it's so small. I'd never fit inside." Oh, right, not everyone was familiar with the concept of expanded spaces and pocket dimensions and whatnot. It's bigger on the inside than on the outside. There is an entire room inside that little metal ball. You'd fit in just fine, he explained. Novelty was quiet for a second, trying to process this. "Oh. How weird," she eventually said. "You shouldn't leave it lying around like that, then. What if someone stumbles upon it when you're not around and gets sucked in? They could starve to death before you remember to check inside. Give me some credit. I did put some safeguards on it. It's just that it's meant specifically for capturing giant spiders, so I'm not sure if the safeguards would work properly for an Arania like you. I kind of forgot I left it lying around when I let you come today," Zorian explained. "Oh. Wait, why are you making tools for capturing giant spiders?" Novelty asked, suddenly sounding concerned. "It's a secret," Zorian said. "It has nothing to do with Arania, though, so you can rest easy. Plus, if he wanted to deal with the Arania, he wouldn't need to resort to such complicated and expensive methods." But he didn't really say that out loud. Novelty already thought he was scarily powerful, after all, no need to feed her paranoia further. "I kind of want to get inside now to see what it's like," Novelty eventually admitted, staring intently at the sphere. Zorian snorted at the admission. And here he thought he was scaring the poor thing. Nosy little spider couldn't resist sticking her legs and fangs absolutely everywhere. "It's meant to be a prison, so it's pretty bare," Zorian told her. "Wait a few days and I'll show you something similar on a far larger, more interesting scale. There is an entire palace in there. And princess. I guess I can introduce you to her at that time." "Princess? You know royalty?" Novelty said, sounding very fascinated. "Princess isn't really an officially recognized ruler of any place, but she's very majestic. Very memorable. I'm sure you'll be suitably impressed after seeing her," Zorian said, smiling evilly inside. "Ha! You know, you're pretty nice to me, Novelty remarked. Yes, I'm a pretty great guy, aren't I? Zorian indulgently agreed. Did we know each other? Before, I mean. In the future? This is so confusing, you know what I mean. Novelty fumbled, waving her front legs in front of her frustratingly. Zorian tapped his finger on the table thoughtfully. He never actually told the Urania the fine details about what happened in the time loop, and definitely didn't mention Novelty, as she wasn't terribly relevant in the grand scheme of things. What gave you that idea? He asked her. It just seems like you know me a little too well, she said. It's true, isn't it? We totally knew each other in the future you came from, didn't we? You taught me mind magic a few times, Zorian admitted. I was your teacher. Novelty said incredulously. If she was human, she would have probably gasped. But that means. I wasn't just your friend, I was your senior. You should be paying your respects to me. Keep dreaming, Zorian said. It was just a couple of basic lessons, and you're younger than I am. The matriarch said you don't even qualify as a real adult in human terms, whereas I already went through the maturation ceremony. So there, Novelty insisted stubbornly. She almost immediately drooped down in an exaggerated gesture of defeat, though. Though, if I were honest. I kind of want you to be my teacher instead, she admitted. I kind of want to try learning human magic, and you're the only human mage I know, so, you'd be willing to help your future teacher out, wouldn't you? Sure, Zorian shrugged. I already have a huge list of people I need to help out once this is all settled. What's one more person on the list? You're going to have to wait for this month to end, though. Yes, she cheered. I'll wait. It's totally not a problem. Patience is my best feature. It took an inhuman amount of self-control for Zorian not to roll his eyes at her. What? She demanded. Liar, he told her flatly. How can you talk like that to your teacher, she complained. Kids these days, no respect. Zorian blocked her out and turned back to the metal plate on the table in front of him. Break. In a small but familiar tavern in Scioria, Simulacrum No. 3 sat alone in a corner, curiously studying his surroundings. The insides of the tavern were dark, the air stale, but the place was still familiar to the Simulacrum even after all these years. This was the tavern where he used to talk with Hazlush etc., the detective who taught him divination way back when he had still been a novice mage. Now, he would be meeting his old divination teacher again, this time in the real world. He was disguised for the occasion. At the moment, the Simulacrum looked like an older middle-aged man, with graying hair and a bushy, prominent mustache. A formal brown suit, a weathered wooden cane, and a roll of yesterday's newspapers completed a picture of a regular, nondescript man that he hoped wouldn't attract too much attention. However, based on the frequent glances he was getting from other people, he was pretty sure he failed at looking like he belonged here. It was likely that regular visitors to this tavern already knew each other and that a newcomer like him was automatically noteworthy, or maybe he just wasn't as good at pretending as he thought he was. In any case, it didn't matter much, since he intended to discard this identity entirely after today's talk. Eventually a familiar man approached his table. Middle-aged, dressed in a cheap, rumpled suit and kind of unkempt, Hazlush looked just like he remembered him. He scanned the tavern quickly, his eyes soon falling on the disguised Simulacrum. The Simulacrum met his gaze, and they stared at each other silently for a second. Hazlush had a sleepy, lazy look on his face the whole time as he studied him, but the Simulacrum could see a trace of wariness bleed into his posture. The information provided by his empathy and soul perception reinforced this. Eventually, the detective averted his eyes, rubbed his nose for a second, and then casually ambled over to the Simulacrum's table. Hi there. Do you mind if I sit here? Hazlush asked in a lazy voice. Not at all. After all, I did ask to meet you here, the Simulacrum said. Ah, so you were the one that asked to see me, Hazlush said, nodding to himself. He plopped heavily into the chair in front of him, ignoring the ominous creaking of the wood beneath him, and ordered himself a drink. "Why all this cloak and dagger stuff, if I may ask? You didn't even give me your name in that letter you sent me." "With good reason," the simulacrum said. "We'd both be in danger if you knew who I am." "But I already know your face now, so," Haslush began, before suddenly frowning. He narrowed his eyes at the simulacrum, his irises glittering with a subtle divination spell. "This isn't your real appearance, is it?" "No," the simulacrum admitted, shaking his head. "For reasons of convenience, you can call me Khizr, though that isn't my real name either. I'm just a throwaway simulacrum. After this talk, I will vanish into ectoplasmic smoke and will hopefully never speak again." "A simulacrum?" Haslush repeated, visibly taken aback. Zorian understood the reaction. Simulacrums were high-level magic, not something that one regularly encountered. Rather than saying anything, the simulacrum extended his arm between them and willed it to unravel for a second. It quickly grew blurry and dissolved into a mass of glowing blue smoke, before suddenly reforming itself back into his arm. For this particular meeting, he didn't inhabit the usual golem body that most of Zorian's simulacrums were equipped with these days. The fewer traces he left here today, the better. He was pretty sure he had covered his tracks well enough to stop Red Robe from knowing about this meeting, but it was still best to minimize risks. "Well, I'll be damned. That's not a piece of magic you see every day, that's for sure," Haslush said, recovering his calm, lazy facade. "Are you sure you got the right person for this, though? This sounds almost like a job for spies and crown agents, not little old me. I'm just your average detective, Mr. Khizr. For reasons that will soon become obvious, I can't contact anyone particularly high-ranked, or things will get really bad," the simulacrum said. He took a large leather paper holder out of his jacket pocket, deliberately making the entire process visible to the man in front of him. Haslush's eyes widened imperceptibly when the simulacrum retrieved a large object from a jacket pocket it couldn't possibly fit into. It was just a temporary pocket dimension, not even a permanent expanded space, but most people would have still never encountered that sort of thing in their entire life. More than even the simulacrum, pocket dimension creation was a rare form of magic. "Please take a look at this," the simulacrum told the man, handing him a stack of pictures and documents before leaning back in his chair and patiently waiting. Haslush cautiously leafed through the papers, periodically frowning and tapping his fingers on the table. His expression worsened as time went by, and at some point he ordered some really strong alcohol to get through the rest, but eventually he skimmed through the whole stack. There wasn't enough time for him to comb through the whole thing, but even a casual glance through the documents Zorian gathered painted a grim picture. "This is insane," Haslush eventually said, downing an entire glass of hard alcohol and slamming it on the table in front of him. Some of the nearby tavern patrons glanced at them curiously for a moment. A full-scale invasion of the city with the local mage guild in on the whole thing. How can something like this be real? A conspiracy this grand and far-reaching should be impossible to pull off. The invaders are using permanent gates, a concept that has not been known to exist until now. On top of that, the local authorities have been hopelessly infiltrated and are working with the invaders to cover up the whole thing. "It's very real," the simulacrum said. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Haslush suddenly said. "A defector. That's the only way you could possibly know all this and have this much evidence." "I'm not one of them," the simulacrum insisted, "but they do have a certain amount of influence over me, or else I wouldn't be moving in the shadows like this. If I go public with this, the results will be disastrous." "Really?" Haslush asked, raising his eyebrow at him. "A mage of your caliber. I didn't say I would die. Of course I can always run away and hide. I said the consequences would be disastrous," the simulacrum clarified. "More disastrous than the city being invaded by monsters, demons, and the undead?" Haslush asked dubiously. "Yes," the simulacrum said. Haslush waited for a second, but the simulacrum didn't intend to clarify. What he was telling the detective was unbelievable enough without getting into the whole Wraith bomb situation or the possibility of an army of dragons laying waste to northern Eldamar. Wouldn't the same be true if I were to make this public? Haslush asked. Yes, the simulacrum admitted. To be honest, the enemy would instantly realize where you got your information from, so you trying to alert people to this would be no different than me doing it myself. Well, other than the fact you'd be much easier to silence than me. Lovely, Haslush said calmly. So you don't actually want me to make these documents known to anyone? I obviously can't stop you from doing what you feel is right, the simulacrum said. But I wouldn't recommend it, no. What do you expect me to do with this, then? Haslush asked, waving the leather paper holder in front of him. He looked genuinely curious, rather than angry. The simulacrum was actually rather impressed with how Haslush was behaving. Most people were either stubbornly disbelieving or had trouble thinking straight when something like this was dumped into their lap. In fact, Haslush wasn't the first person they were contacting about this, and he wouldn't be the last, but he was the one who had had the best reaction thus far. This didn't mean he would end up being useful in the end, of course, but it was encouraging. I don't know, the simulacrum said. Although it may seem like I'm holding all the cards here, I'm actually not sure what should be done here. I'm not a professional spy or master manipulator. I'm hoping that you will know what to do with this better than I do. Haslush stared at him quietly for a second before leafing through the pages a few more times. It was just an idle gesture. The simulacrum could see he wasn't really reading things, just idly flipping through the documents as he mulled things over. He eventually snapped the paper holder shut and pushed it aside before massaging his temples for a bit. This is insane, he said. Yes, you already said that, the simulacrum noted. Well, I feel like repeating myself, Haslush told him, giving him a weak glare. I suppose this does help explain all the weird attacks and sudden deaths my department has been flooded with lately. Who else did you tell about this? What makes you think I told others? The simulacrum asked, surprised. Who? Haslush insisted, not offering any explanations. The simulacrum eventually relented and gave him some names. Kylie and the other priests in the city, which were slowly being informed about the invasion. Some of the shifters living in the city whose children were going to be used in the ritual. A few other policemen and detectives Zack and Zorian had identified as reliable while inside the time loop. And so on. That's more people than I thought, Haslush noted. Aren't you afraid someone will talk? It's always a possibility, but I feel I judged people correctly, the simulacrum said. I'm a mind reader, after all. Haslush immediately graced him with a string of colorful curses before casting mental defense spells on himself. Of course you're a mind mage, too, the detective grumbled. Anyway, since you so graciously left it up to me to decide how to handle this, I will visit these people and see if we can figure something out. But if we decide to go higher with this information, then everything goes to hell, probably, the simulacrum said. Though, maybe that would be for the best. I don't think there is a perfect answer to be had, here. Maybe triggering everything sooner rather than later is actually the right move, I don't know. Whatever you decide, I'll support you as much as I can, but I'm not all powerful. Don't be surprised if you end up dead after talking to the wrong person. I'll keep that in mind, Haslush said thoughtfully. I'm still not tired of living, I can assure you that much. Plus, I know better than anyone how disgustingly underhanded the Mage Guild can be about protecting people who really don't deserve state protection, just because they are useful in some way, but let's not talk about that right now. Do you have anything else for me? Yes, the simulacrum said, retrieving a paper envelope sealed with ornate red wax. Here, have this. What is it? Haslush asked, flipping the envelope curiously in his hands. Don't open this until the end of the month, the simulacrum warned him. Otherwise I will assume the letter has been compromised and abandoned that particular place. That said, there is a key to a post office box inside. It's empty right now, but if the worst happens, there will be a package inside at the end of the month, explaining everything and containing some information to be distributed to various people. Insurance in case you die, eh? Haslush guessed. He casually stuffed the envelope in his pocket, carelessly crumpling it in the process. All right. Do you think? But the simulacrum was already unraveling, quickly becoming intangible ectoplasmic smoke. Before he completely dissolved, he thought he heard Haslush say something about rudeness. Break. In Amaya's kitchen, there was a large and curious gathering. Zorian, Amaya, Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Ray, Nachka, Taven and Svim were all present. They weren't doing anything terribly important. The older people present were playing a game of cards and having scattered conversations, while the three little girls ran around playing with dolls. In the beginning they also participated in the card game, but they were not very good at it, so they eventually wandered off to do their thing. These sorts of meetings had happened a few times already, but they'd never had so many people before. In addition, Svim's presence was an unusual event, to say the least. Zorian thoughtfully fingered one of the cards in his hand, purposely ignoring Taven, who was sitting beside him and craning her neck in an attempt to stealthily peek at his hand. Times like this were a bit of a guilty pleasure for him, since they were entirely unproductive and he realistically shouldn't waste time on them. The reasonable response to Amaya's request to join them in their game would be to say he's busy and go back to analyzing Zack's contract again, but he was only human. Sometimes, he just wanted to play cards and relax, even when the fate of the whole city was at stake. Svim was present here for a reason, though. With the discovery of Zack's contract and the fact Red Robe was sending a simulacrum to Koth to take his friends hostage, he was presented again with the question of what to do about his friends and family in the upcoming invasion. He clearly couldn't leave them to wander the city on invasion day, ignorant of the threat. However, he also couldn't just tell them about the time loop and dump them all at the Terramachula estate in Koth. In the end, it was decided that Zack and Zorian shouldn't be doing the evacuation of all these people in the first place. Some people, Taven for example, reacted very poorly to Zack and Zorian revealing crazy powerful abilities that they shouldn't have, and others might refuse to cooperate with a bunch of teenagers trying to drag them off to a completely unknown place all of a sudden. It was better to have an adult in a position of authority to contact the people. Someone in on the whole story, capable of advanced dimensionalism, and respectable looking. That made Svim the prime candidate, especially since he claimed he could talk Ilsa into accompanying him and lending additional weight to his words. Ilsa was Amaya's best friend, so she would probably trust her if she said Amaya had accompanied them and hid for a few days. But it was still best if Svim wasn't a total stranger to the people he intended to contact, so it was agreed that he would visit Amaya's place one day. Officially, the visit was because he had to discuss something with Zorian, since he was his mentor and all, but the real reason was so that he could introduce himself to everyone. That way, when he and Amaya came knocking to people and told them that they had to evacuate out of the city for a few days because an attack was imminent, they would hopefully be more open to the idea. As for Zorian, it was his job to arrange things so that most people were actually present when Svim visited. He thought he had done a decent job there, to be honest. Mr. Chow sure is diligent in his work, Ray remarked, throwing a card at the center of the table. You don't often see teachers making a personal visit to their student's home. I only ever saw it once, and that was because the student in question had vandalized another student's belongings, not because of anything good. Then again, I did hear that Sayoria's Royal Academy of Magical Arts is on a different level than most places. I usually don't make this kind of personal visit, of course, Svim said, casually throwing a card of his own on top of hers. Zorian thought the man would be awkward or annoyed when presented with this kind of social gathering over a card game, but Svim showed no discomfort with the situation whatsoever. He wasn't exactly relaxed, but he gave off the same sort of severe, dignified atmosphere he always did. Sadly, most students today are very lazy and lack proper dedication to truly master their chosen fields. They want shortcuts and instant results, and the modern academy curriculum encourages that sort of attitude. It's the weeping, isn't it? Kale said softly. Indeed, Svim nodded solemnly. With the death of so many mages, the Academy received a directive from on high to lower its standards. In more ways than one. On one hand, this meant children from wealthy, but not traditionally magical families could attend our institution far more easily than in the past, and I have no issue with that. Unfortunately, it also meant that some of the more boring and unpleasant but necessary lessons were removed in favor of practical education and other nonsensical words. As if foundation building is not practical. The conversation continued for a while in this vein, with people chipping in with their thoughts from time to time. Zorian noticed Taven staring at him at one time, but she averted her gaze when he glanced at her. She had probably started to notice that there was something weird going on with him. Well, other than him being a telepath and hanging out with sapient underground spiders. Thankfully, she was still wary of confronting him about it, so he didn't have to figure out how to explain anything for now. She was one of the people who reacted very badly to him being suddenly absurdly powerful and competent, so delaying that confrontation for as long as possible was for the best. He was still debating whether it would be better to have her join the fighting on Invasion Day or to simply hide her along with all the rest. On one hand, having her join the chaotic final fight would be extremely dangerous and there was a high chance she could die. He would be devastated if that happened. On the other hand, she was a warrior mage looking for a chance to get actual experience and make a name for herself, and he was pretty sure she would choose to stay and fight if she had a choice. Did he have the right to take that choice away from her just because he would hate to see her die or get seriously hurt? He remembered his younger self and how much he hated his parents' attempts to dictate his life for him. Taven's parents were already trying to keep her safe by steering her away from dangerous professions and she resented them for it. If he made this choice for her, how was he any different from his mother? He would be worse, probably, because at least his mother had never used advanced magic to compel him to obey. Ugh. He put that decision aside for now. He could tackle that later. He suddenly realized that Kiriel had brought her new toy to show off for her friends and that it was attracting attention from the adults as well. It was a small golem Zorian had made for her. Kiriel had already painted a face on it and added hair and a dress and other little touches, so by now it looked almost like an animate doll rather than a golem. I hope you realize this is a very eye-catching toy, Mr. Kaczynski, a voice said in his head. Zorian was startled to realize it was Svim, contacting him telepathically. Svim wasn't psychic and Zorian hadn't seen him casting any spells. Then again, it was Svim, and as he liked to say, there was a shaping exercise for everything. Laymen may ignore that golem as a curiosity, but any decent mage will know how difficult it is to produce such a thing. I know, but that golem isn't just a toy, Zorian sent back. Beneath its harmless facade, that thing is packed full of weapons and defensive wards. It is a veritable tiny murder machine. This way I get to give Kiriel a powerful bodyguard without being too obvious about it. Ah, Svim responded, surprised. I am admittedly not an artificer, but your ability in that field never ceases to amaze me. I suppose I could understand why you fear the government as much as you do. Your ability to make devices alone would make the authorities do everything in their power to gain control over you. Yeah, Zorian agreed uneasily. He knew that his abilities would get out at some point, but that would hopefully be years in the future. By that point he should have cemented his position a bit and would be able to resist being pressured against his will. I think your sister's friends are going to be very jealous of her, though, Svim noticed, observing their reactions. I'm actually hoping they will ask for a doll of their own, Zorian admitted. That way I get to put another 2 bodyguards among people close to me. Svim had nothing to say to that. Eventually the game ended and people decided it was time to disperse. Zorian was about halfway back to his room when he suddenly felt a stream of knowledge flood into his mind. It was from the simulacrum he had left studying Zack's contract. The document was hard to understand. The language used was very complex and weirdly structured, and there was a lot of text to read through. However, Zorian was pretty sure he understood the basic points by now. 2 points stuck out to him. One was that the release of the primordial was tied to the activation of the divine safeguards on its prison. If the safeguards activated before the month was done, regardless of the reason why, Zack was considered to have failed in his mission. Zack's perception did not matter here. The contract could detect the activation of the safeguards innately, and was apparently tied to them on some intangible level. Zorian could not detect this connection on Zack, but the contract claimed it existed, so it probably did. Divine magic was headache-inducing bullshit, anyway. Zorian suspected that this part of the contract was the core of it. It was clearly the most important part of it. It was defined near the very beginning of the document and had the most unambiguous terms. The second thing was the definition of time loop knowledge. Zorian had been hoping that enforcement of this clause depended purely on Zack's perception of what counted and what didn't, which would make it really easy to manipulate it through warping Zack's perceptions, but it wasn't quite that simple. The contract defined exactly what counted as informing people about the existence of the time loop. Telling people he was a time traveler, describing his experiences in such a way as to make it clear he had gone through the same month multiple times, describing future events in a way that made it clear he had already experienced them all ran afoul of the terms of the contract. In fact, that part of the contract went into considerable detail to close any sort of loophole that would allow Zack to tell people about his experiences in the time loop. Even telling people he came from another world was not okay. It was obvious for a while now that the angels really didn't want anyone to know about the time loop, but reading the contract really drove the point home for Zorian. Which caused an ominous feeling to arise in his heart. After all, the contract had an expiration date. At the end of the month, it would dissolve and Zack would no longer be bound by it. That meant that after the month went by, Zack would be free to make his experiences as public as he wanted to make them. Were the angels really fine with that? The contract strongly suggested they weren't, but there was really nothing stopping Zack from doing just that. Maybe not immediately after the month ended, but as years and decades went by. A person might get tempted to write a book or something before he died. It would probably be very convenient for the angels if Zack and Zorian stopped Panic-Setha's release, but perished some time afterwards. His paranoia aside, the good news was that the enforcement of that particular clause of the contract depended entirely on Zack's own perception, just like Zorian suspected. Zack was the one who determined whether a violation of the contract had occurred or not. If someone knew about the time loop but Zack never found out about it, the contract would never know either. It pulled information straight from Zack's senses, thoughts, and memories. Zorian knew a couple of mental enhancements that might be used to manipulate that, but Zack's restrictions when it came to mind magic prevented him from teaching them to his fellow time traveler. Not that they had time for that, but still. Zorian had a feeling the mind magic restrictions weren't just due to ethical concerns. Curiously, there was nothing in the contract stopping Zack from doing what Zorian planned to do and just giving people research notes that they had written themselves. Even though such information was clearly made through time travel, and some of the more perceptive and open-minded recipients would probably realize they come from some future version of themselves, it wasn't actually against the rules. At least not to Zorian's amateur eyes. So long as the notes never said where they came from and only incidentally hinted at their origin, they were fine from the contract perspective. This was good, because Zorian had an important task to accomplish in the coming days. He had to talk to his older brother Daimen. He obviously wasn't going to be sending his friends and family to the Terramachula estate now, since he knew that Red Robe was setting up an ambush party there to take advantage of that. Nonetheless, the fact remained that his older brother and the Terramachula were now in danger because of him. If only for that reason, he had to talk to them. And he doubted he could convince Daimen to accept him as the legitimate Zorian without utilizing the notes his older brother had written for himself inside the time loop. Even with them, he was definitely not looking forward to that conversation. 99, Powdercook. Chapter 099 Powdercook. Arranging a meeting with Daimen was easy this time. Not that it had ever been truly difficult to do that, but after learning the basics of the local language and customs over the restarts, the task had become totally trivial. He just had to approach the Terramachula in the right way, and they didn't even bother trying to turn him away. They went to fetch Daimen after only a few minutes of convincing, leaving Zorian to wait at the entrance. He was currently flipping through Damon's notebooks to pass the time, ignoring the strange looks given to him by the gate guards. The notebook was coded, but that couldn't stop Zorian at all. With his mental enhancements active, he could decode the text in an instant, so long as he knew the key. Not that there was anything really interesting recorded in the notebooks. Daimon had written those in consultation with Zorian, so this was more about Zorian reminding himself what they put in there than discovering something new and exciting. He thought about trying to strike up a conversation with the guards currently observing him, but he knew from previous experience they weren't the talkative sort. It didn't help that his grasp of the local language was pretty shaky still. After a while, Zorian flipped through the last of the notebooks he had brought along and closed it shut. He impatiently rocked back and forth in place, taking in the sights around him through his various senses. In his mind sense and soul sense, the bees coming and going from the Terramachula estate looked like streams of tiny glittering stars. Pretty. He turned his back towards the gate and observed the wall of plant life surrounding the estate. He had been here many times in the past, but he had rarely paid much attention to the land surrounding the place. Ignoring the guards and their alarmed inquiries about where he was going, he promptly wandered off into the wilds and started exploring. The jungle surrounding the Terramachula estate was kind of beautiful, he realized. No doubt a large part of that was deliberate design by the Terramachula, but still. There were paths cut into the vegetation to make the area more accessible to humans, and flowers were everywhere. Zorian followed the paths with no particular purpose in mind, mentally repelling snakes and biting insects whenever they got too close to him. No large predatory animals bothered him. The Terramachula had probably cleared them all out from the vicinity of their home. Eventually he stopped walking, staring at a particularly large white flower that had a great many bees swarming over it. A voice sounded from behind him not long afterwards. "It really is you. Damn it, Zorian, couldn't you have waited at the entrance just a little bit? If you wanted to look at bees, there are like 1,000,000 of them inside the estate." It was Daimon, of course. Zorian slowly turned around, observing his eldest brother with a complex expression. Interacting with people he had gotten to know as temporary loopers before the end was always rather uncomfortable, and never was this as true as it was right now. The last time he saw Daimon, his brother had sacrificed himself to ensure Zorian could get out of the time loop alive. Svim had sacrificed himself too, of course. So had many other temporary loopers. However, Damon's choice to burn his whole life force to stabilize the passage into the real world had left a particularly deep impression on Zorian because, it was Daimon. He would have never expected his eldest brother to sacrifice himself for him. He had never completely forgiven Daimon for what happened in his childhood, he realized. Interacting with his eldest brother in the time loop, he grudgingly came to accept he was being kind of petty and that he needed his brother's help, but a part of him would always see Daimon as an enemy. Now that part of him was angry and upset, because he realized he owed a life debt to Daimon now. Even if the Daimon in front of him knew nothing of it, Zorian himself could never pretend it wasn't real. "What?" Daimon demanded. He sounded pretty annoyed. "Why are you staring at me like that? We haven't seen each other in a while, but I feel like I saw you only days ago," said Zorian after a second of pause. "Ha! Yes, your big brother is just as handsome and dashing as always," Daimon said, puffing his chest in an exaggerated manner. He then gave Zorian a scrutinizing look. "You've certainly changed, though." Like always, Daimon doubted his identity upon their first meeting. Quite sensible, considering the distances he would have to traverse just to end up here. "Yeah, well, people change rapidly during their teenage years," Zorian commented calmly. "No, it's more than that," Daimon said, shaking his head. "Even your posture is different. You look calmer. More confident." "Confident?" Zorian asked incredulously. He felt anything but confident at the moment. He was under a tremendous amount of stress at the moment. "Yeah," Daimon said. "It seems the academy has been a good influence on you." He looked around until he spotted a nearby fallen tree and then casually waved his hand at it. A gust of wind immediately blew away all the dirt and leaves on top of it, after which Daimen plopped down on the tree with a heavy sigh. He then gave Zorian a piercing look. "Why are you here, Zorian?" he asked. "Actually, scratch that. How are you here?" "Teleportation," Zorian said. In reality he had opened a dimensional gate straight to Koth, but it was best to keep that secret for now. "I got someone to transport me directly to you." "Transport you directly? Zorian, do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Daimen spluttered at him. "Of course I do," Zorian told him. "It's just that I had no choice but to do this. I had to talk to you as soon as possible." Daimen stared at him for a few seconds, discreetly casting a few divination spells at Zorian and considering something. Zorian patiently waited for him to finish and pretended he didn't notice the divination spells directed at him. "You're in trouble, aren't you?" Daimen finally asked with a long-suffering sigh. "Yes," Zorian admitted. "Big trouble." "I knew it," Daimen said flatly. "Damn it, Zorian, this is the sort of thing I'd expect out of Fortov, not you. Alright, just, tell me what you have gotten yourself into and I'll see how I can help you. But you owe me big time for this. How did you get enough money to pay for teleportation here, anyway? You didn't steal from mother and father, did you?" "No, I have plenty of money," Zorian said, shaking his head. Daimen swore under his breath. He seemed even more displeased with that idea than with Zorian stealing money from his family. In all likelihood, he assumed Zorian must have gotten the money illegally. Which, now that he thought about it, was pretty much correct. He got most of his current funds by stealing them from the invaders, after all. "Anyway, my issue is that invaders from Ulquin Abesa and the cultists of the World Dragon are going to jointly invade Scioria on the night of the summer festival in order to release the primordial trapped beneath the city and harvest the souls of everyone currently living there," Zorian summarized. Daimen gave him a strange look. "What?" he asked with an incredulous laugh. "Ulquin Abesa, the Isle of the Exiles, is invading Scioria through a permanent dimensional portal hidden beneath the city," Zorian said. "Aha," Daimen said slowly. "Much of the city's leadership has been subverted by the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, better known as the Cult of the World Dragon. They are working together with the Abasans to keep the invasion preparations secret and will directly aid them when they actually invade the city," Zorian continued. "I see," Daimen said, giving him a sour look. "You are definitely Zorian. Only he would come here with such a ridiculous story. A real imposter would surely cobble together a far more convincing scheme than this." "I'm glad you think so," Zorian told him calmly. "Anyway, I don't really expect you to do much about the invasion itself. That whole situation is kind of beyond you. Unfortunately, the invaders know I'm one of the chief people opposing them, so they're going to go after you and the Terramachula to get leverage over me. That's why I hurried over here like this. I had to warn you before it was too late." Daimen suddenly frowned, becoming a little more serious. "Zorian, this isn't funny," Daimen protested severely. "I know," Zorian sighed. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry for getting you into this mess. All I can do is offer you information, and maybe shelter, if you need one. Though convincing the Terramachula to evacuate their ancestral estate and leave it at the mercy of the invaders is probably a tall order, so. You know what? I don't have time for your bullshit," Daimen told him, anger and annoyance mixing in his voice and posture. He got up from his seat and dusted himself off. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be going back to my work. When you're ready to have a serious talk, we can." Zorian took the Imperial Orb out of his jacket pocket and held it in front of him, in plain view of Daimen. Daimen froze at the sight, staring dumbfounded at the orb for several seconds. "Is that," he began. "It's the Imperial Orb, yes," Zorian nodded. "Sorry about that. I know you've been looking for it for a while now, but I am in dire need of it." "What? Why? Diamond said in an uncomprehending manner, unable to accept what he was seeing. Considering my earlier story, it should be self-explanatory why I need it, Zorian noted. Not that. I mean, arg. Diamond groaned. How did you get that? Why do you have that? This doesn't make any sense. Here, Zorian said, reaching into his jacket pocket again and handing Diamond the notebooks he had written for himself during the time loop. Read this and things will hopefully make more sense. Diamond quickly snatched the notebooks out of Zorian's hands before giving the Imperial Orb an intense look. He then snatched the Imperial Orb as well before retreating back to his log to study them both. Zorian let the orb go, unconcerned. Diamond was a great mage, but he was no Quatakikl. If Zorian wanted to get the orb back, he could do so at any time, regardless of Damon's wishes. Diamond flipped through the notebooks with one hand while fondling the Imperial Orb in the other, occasionally muttering to himself in a low voice. What? This can't be right. Oh, I remember this one. I was going to check this in the next few months. How does he even know this? Diamond muttered. Wait a minute. He suddenly shut up and started pacing like a caged tiger, reading a particular passage. He eventually spun in place and turned toward Zorian in an aggressive manner. What is this? He demanded. Did I write this? Yes, Zorian confirmed. But I don't remember ever writing this, Diamond frowned. Yes, Zorian agreed. Don't you yes at me. Diamond protested. Give me an explanation. I can't, Zorian said, shaking his head. Oh come on, do you seriously expect me to believe you have no idea how this came to be? Diamond said, waving the notebook in front of Zorian's face. I know how the notebooks came to be, of course, Zorian said. I even helped you write them. It's just that I can't give you an explanation. You, help me write these? Diamond asked, looking at him strangely. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. No, ignore that question. Why can't you give me an explanation? Because lives depend on it, Zorian told him. I know I'm asking a lot here, but please trust me on this. The consequences of me telling you these things would be truly dire. My friend could die. I could die. The whole city of Scioria could die. That thing again, Diamond frowned at him. This invasion of yours. In the end, everything comes back to that, Zorian confirmed, nodding. Oh, and give me back the Imperial Orb, please. He stretched out his hand towards Diamond, observing his reaction. Diamond glanced at the Imperial Orb in his hand, and then back at Zorian again, his expression deep in thought for a moment. Then he thrust the orb back into Zorian's outstretched hand and returned to his log, flipping through the notebooks again. I don't want to believe this, but there is so much stuff here, Diamond eventually said, his voice a little more subdued. These notebooks, they represent years of work, and I remember nothing of it. Did I really lose years of my life somehow? It couldn't be. I would have noticed something this big. There is no way you can rip out such vast swathes of someone's memory without completely messing them up. As I said, I can't talk about that, Zorian told him. I can't accept that, Diamond said, not taking his eyes off the notebook he was reading. Zorian ignored him. You're in danger, he told Diamond. You and the Terramachula both. Originally I intended to evacuate my friends and Kiriel here to shelter them from the attack, and unfortunately the enemy got their hands on that information. Now they intend to attack this place to get their hands on some hostages to pressure me with. You need to alert the Terramachula and prepare yourself for the incoming attack, okay? Truthfully, Zorian could simply destroy Red Robe's simulacrum once it arrived at Koth, ending the possibility of the threat that way. However, he did not want to do that. As callous as it was, he felt that making Red Robe waste all his time and mana on this was preferable to him scrapping the plan entirely and trying to get him in some other fashion. A predictable threat was better than a completely unknown one. So this invasion of yours is so powerful their reach extends all the way to Koth as well? Daimen asked him, looking at him like he was an idiot. I already told you they have access to permanent gates, so why does this surprise you? Zorian asked, giving him the same look back. They only need one person to build a gate and they can shuffle their forces to and from any place on the globe. And what do you mean you wanted to evacuate Kiriel here? Isn't she with mother and father? Daimen continued, ignoring Zorian's remark. No, she's with me, Zorian said. Daimen made a show of looking around, even peering beneath the log he was sitting on. Zorian rolled his eyes at him. I left her in Syoria, of course, Zorian told him. You left her alone while you traveled to Koth? Daimen asked flatly, sounding very unamused. Calm down, Zorian told him. It's only for a few hours. What? What do you mean, for a few hours? Daimen protested. Traveling to Koth takes days, even with teleportation. We'll discuss that later, okay? Zorian tried. No, we can't discuss that later. This whole thing is insane and quite frankly I'm starting to question if you're even actually Zorian. Daimen said, giving him a heated glare. My brother is 15 years old and there is no way he would involve himself with something like this. In fact, even if he wanted to get involved, he doesn't have the skills to do so. Who are you really and what did you do to Zorian? Zorian was silent for a moment. It was a good question, really. In truth, the real Zorian had died at the start of the month. He had stolen his body and identity, letting his soul move on to the afterlife. Daimen wasn't actually wrong to think of him as an imposter. If the Daimen in front of him knew the truth, would he consider him his real brother or would he do his best to avenge the real Zorian? Temporary Looper Daimen felt that sacrificing his life so that Zorian could replace the original was right and proper, but this Daimen might not agree. It was amusing, Zorian thought to himself bitterly. Years ago, he wouldn't have given a damn about what Daimen thought of him and his choices. Now he found himself dreading his judgment, should his eldest brother ever find out the truth. The notebook in your hand, said Zorian, pointing his finger at the book Daimen was tightly clutching in his hands, is proof that things have happened which you have no memory of. Therefore, should it really surprise you that I am also not how you remember me? I could show you some skills you taught me. Minor things, but things that should be immediately obvious as your own magical insights. Would that convince you? I need an explanation, Daimen insisted, clutching the notebook in his hand so tightly his fingers turned white from blood loss. I'll give you one at the end of the month, said Zorian. After the summer festival. That was amusing, too. Zorian had used this excuse so many times in the past, while he was still inside the time loop. The only difference was that, back then, this offer meant he didn't really have to explain anything. The loop would restart before the deadline was reached. After this invasion of yours, Daimen noted shrewdly. Yes. As I said, lives depend on it, Zorian insisted. You expect me to help you out for a mere promise of an explanation after the deed is done? Daimen asked him. No, Zorian said, shaking his head. All I want is for you to take my warning seriously and to make sure the Terramachula do the same. So long as you survive the month and protect your fiancé's family from the invaders, I will consider this a success. Daimen stared at him angrily for a few seconds, before rising from his log again. Let's go, he told Zorian. Go where? Zorian asked, taken aback at the statement. To Syoria, Daimen said matter-of-factly. You're going back there now, aren't you? Yeah, Zorian admitted. So you want to go with me? I need to confirm things personally, Daimen said. And check up on Kiriel, just in case. Let's go. Just like that? Zorian asked for confirmation. Is there a problem? Daimen asked, frowning at him. Well, aren't your fiancée and her family going to freak out if you suddenly disappear for a few days? Zorian told him, cocking his head sideways. I mean, surely you want to explain things to them before we set off. Of course, Zorian could just get him back to Koth in a few hours, but Daimen didn't really know he could open a gate between continents at will. Sure enough, Damon's eyes widened in sudden realization and he slapped himself in the forehead a few times. Focus, focus, he mumbled to himself. Alright, so we're going to put the journey on hold for now. I need to talk to a few people first. Break. In the depths of the ziggurat of the sun taken over by the Solrotham, a strange meeting was taking place. Zack and Zorian stood before a huge stone dais that contained this tribe's sacred fire. The high priest and his honor guard stood in front of the fire, looking down at the two arrivals. The massive bonfire writhed and crackled in a strange, somewhat ominous manner, casting light and shadows alike on the surrounding walls. Both sides silently scrutinized each other for a full minute before the Solrotham high priest decided to break the ice. Welcome, guests, the high priest said. We have been expecting you. You have? Zorian asked curiously. That was quite unusual, since their visit here was completely unannounced. The angels have informed us of your coming, the high priest told them. Of course. Zorian had kind of expected that, to be honest. Funnily enough, the angels were not nearly as willing to contact human organizations to help them out. For example, Zack and Zorian had been in secret talks with the triumvirate church representatives, and at no point did the angels contact the church hierarchy to make the negotiations go more smoothly. But a random Solrotham tribe in the middle of the Zlotic desert merited them sending actual instruction. Just what made this tribe of devil wasps so special, anyway? Did they inform you why we were coming? Zack asked them. You're here to ask for help, of course, the high priest said easily. A great battle is about to take place, pitting the allies of heaven against an ancient evil. Well, yeah, that's what we're here for, Zack admitted after a second. We accept, the high priest immediately said. Just like that? Zack asked incredulously, arching his eyebrow. What more is there to say? The high priest asked rhetorically. Only cowards would shirk from this kind of battle. To fight and die in the name of heaven is glorious. Surely you understand this. I can sense the mark of the angels shining bright on you. The mark of heaven, Zack said sourly. Yea. What an honor. The high priest's multifaceted eyes stared at Zack for a second, antennae twitching, trying to interpret his statement. Children often do not understand the importance of what their parents try to teach them, the high priest eventually remarked. What's that supposed to mean? Zack asked, annoyed. Just a random remark, the Solrotham high priest said, waving his hand in front of him dismissively. A very human gesture. Zorian wondered if Solrotham really did that, or if the high priest was familiar enough with human customs to mimic their habits. I just realized you are quite young in human terms. We thank you for your help from the bottom of our hearts, Zorian quickly said, cutting Zack off from continuing the pointless argument. If it's all right with you, we'd like to discuss battle plans. Let's, agreed the high priest. Break. In a small, out-of-the-way alley on the outskirts of Scioria, Simulacrum No. 2 was painting a picture on a wall. It was a small, abstract picture the size of a human head, vaguely resembling an eyeball if one viewed it from the right angle. To a casual observer, the painting would likely look like a random graffiti, the likes of which were quite common in Scioria. The city was crawling with young mages, after all, and they often used their newly gained magic skills to vandalize the walls of nearby buildings. Painting spells were beginner stuff, and nearly every mage was capable of using them. But the painting was more than just idle amusement. So much more. After half an hour, the simulacrum carefully connected the last two lines of the drawing, causing a faint blue sigil to momentarily flash into existence within the painting, before quickly fading away from sight. After observing his handiwork for a few more seconds, the simulacrum placed his hand on the painting, activated the spell formula hidden within it, and then dived into it with his mind. Almost immediately, a sea of glowing suns popped into existence inside his mind, connected by a dense web of light. His mind raced from one sun to the next, his mind sense and telepathy manifesting itself throughout the whole network. There were sigils like this one scattered throughout most of the city by now, and through them, Zorian's mind powers could envelop nearly all of Scioria. Every building, every street was within his reach. He could see and invade the minds of anyone and anything, from the lowest pigeon to the most high-ranking mage. He quickly retracted his mind from the sigil, afraid he would get noticed by someone. This had to stay an absolute secret. No one, not even his closest allies, were allowed to know about the sigil network. Taking one last look at the painting, Simulacrum number 2 nodded to himself and wandered off to place more sigils elsewhere. Some of these paintings were bound to be found and erased by the city authorities and building owners, so it was best if he had some spares scattered around. 99 telepathy nodes on the wall, 99 telepathy nodes, take one down, wipe it away, 98 telepathy nodes on the wall, the simulacrum hummed to himself. He had lots of work to do today. Break. In one of the empty academy classrooms, Zorian and Tinami sat facing each other, both silent. Well, for a few moments, at least. Are you serious? Tinami asked incredulously. You can connect me with the legendary Arania? I'm not sure I would call them legendary, Zorian remarked. They're more common than you'd think, and a bit underwhelming once you get to know them. But yes, I can indeed do that. He had gotten to talk to Tinami the same way he did in the past, by answering her call to have someone help her practice her telepathy skills. Naturally, the moment she experienced his innate mental skills, she wanted to know how he got them, and that quickly led the conversation to the topic of Arania. The point of all this, of course, was to get House Aope involved in preparations for the invasion. They had shown themselves to be quite resourceful and capable the one time he and Spear of Resolve had brought them into the whole invasion conspiracy. The awful, catastrophic outcome of that restart aside, the Aope had played their part perfectly. Hopefully the rumors of House Aope being bad luck were just superstitious nonsense and history wouldn't really repeat itself like that, right? After all, House Aope couldn't have reached its current status if it was really cursed. Paranoia aside, he was taking quite a risk by interacting with Tinami like this. Not because he thought House Aope would mess up their invasion preparations or anything like that, but because of the attention it would bring to him personally. Officially, Zorian was just connecting Tinami and House Aope with the Arania, and anything else they talked about had nothing to do with him. In practice, there was no way the leaders of House Aope would be naive enough to swallow that story. This was equivalent to putting a giant beacon on top of his head, telling the Aope leadership that he was worth paying attention to. Not exactly conducive to his plans to lay low after this whole thing is resolved. Still, there was no helping it. The situation was precarious enough that he needed their help if he could get it. You know, you're more interesting than I thought you were, Tinami remarked, giving him a shrewd look. Thanks, Zorian said awkwardly. Not that way, she hurriedly clarified. What I meant was, you're venturing into the tunnels beneath the city and taking lessons from giant sapient spiders living there. I never would have guessed you were that driven. I'll take that as a compliment, Zorian said after a short pause. It is, Tinami confirmed. By the way, how come you're missing so many classes? You know that looks pretty bad on your record, right? Even if you're more capable than you look, you should still pay attention to your reputation. Don't lecture me. You sound like my mother, Zorian told her. Tinami didn't seem amused. Anyway, I'm really busy with something right now and I can't come to class. I already told my mentor about it and he said it was all right. I should be able to start attending classes again after the summer festival. Assuming he was still alive and the city remained standing, that is. It's your life, I guess, Tinami shrugged. These meetings, we'll continue with these, yes? Sure, Zorian said. As long as you wish. I get the feeling this is far more to my benefit than yours, Tinami noted. Kind of, Zorian agreed. But I am learning things here, so it's okay. This isn't a zero-sum game. He wasn't even lying. Attending these practice sessions with Tinami would hopefully clue him in on what kind of skill level was considered normal among human mind mages. He had a feeling that would be crucial information in the near future. Tinami gave him a weird look when he said that, though. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," she said quickly. "Nothing at all." Break. In the skies above Ayaska Mansion, a lone iron beak was slowly circling the surrounding forest. The huge flock of iron beaks that guarded the place had long since noticed it, and were watching it carefully, but they did feel a certain level of kinship with a fellow iron beak, even if it was a foreign one, so they did not attack it. The iron beak was actually Zorian, who had used a potion to shape-shift into the said bird. What he was doing was crazy, but if it could work. He slowly approached the iron beak flock, probing it with his mind and soul, looking for flock leaders and weak links. Sudamir and the invaders had these iron beaks controlled through blackmail, having seized their nests and subverted their leadership, but the flock had never submitted totally. It was intelligent enough to recognize blackmail and listen to simple orders, but also smart enough to hold a grudge and plot revenge. For hours Zorian circled the flock, speaking to them mind to mind, subtly subverting the mind magic used by invaders to control Iron Beak leaders. If it were anyone else doing it, they would have likely made a mistake somewhere and alerted the monster handlers that something was happening and that the flock had gone out of control. But Zorian was good. Too good for the Abasan monster controllers to detect anything. As time went by, the Iron Beak flock paid more and more attention to the thoughts and images being fed into their heads. They were quiet and still, but their eyes shone with increasingly malicious glee. Soon. Break. The day of the summer festival swiftly approached. Most of the preparations were complete, but there was always more that could be done, and their actions got ever more frantic and desperate as the deadline loomed ever closer. Perhaps it was just Zorian's mind playing tricks on him, but it seemed to him that even uninvolved people, like Amaya and Kiriel, could sense the heavy atmosphere and became more serious as a result. As the end approached, Zack and Zorian evacuated most of the people close to them out of the city. Having already seen how that sort of thing could go wrong with their original plan to get everyone to Koth, they did not group everyone together at the same place like they had before. Instead they picked 5 different sanctuaries and distributed people among them. In addition to Svim, Daimen also got himself involved with the evacuation, drawing on his own connections and experience to make things go more smoothly. His brother was still not happy with the amount of secrecy Zorian presented him with, but he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation in the end, and agreed to cooperate with them until the situation was resolved. After the summer festival was over, however, he was going to come to Zorian for that explanation he was promised. He was quite vocal about that. Unfortunately, the evacuation wasn't entirely successful. While most people agreed to go into hiding when told there would be fighting in the city during the summer festival, Taven and Ray refused to go. In Taven's case, the reason was exactly what Zorian had been afraid of. She thought of it more as an opportunity to prove herself than a dangerous situation to avoid. She was a fully qualified battlemage, after all. All she needed now was some actual field experience. Zorian understood all that, but he also understood that she was a known friend of his to their enemies, which meant they would be directing far more forces at her than her skills and reputation warranted. Her combat skills, impressive as they were for her age, were not enough. Was he selfish for not explaining that to her? Probably. If he told her the invaders would be gunning for her because of him, that would raise all sorts of questions about why that is so, and probably lead to her either finding out everything about him or feeling betrayed and hating him forever for it. But maybe her hating him forever was worth it if it meant she would survive the month. As for Ray, she was fine with having her daughter and husband out of danger, but she refused to go into hiding herself. Her explanation for this was that she was confident enough in her own combat skills and had to guard their house from looting. They were a very poor family, she said, and their move to Scioria had exhausted all of their savings. If their house ended up looted or destroyed, they would be utterly ruined. Zorian was racking his head about how to talk her into abandoning the house, when Ray ended up inviting him to her house on her own initiative. Zorian was quite surprised at this, as this wasn't something Ray typically did. Did she somehow catch wind of his own involvement in all this? When he finally arrived at her place, however, he was greeted with another surprise: there were two more people already there. One was Lush, the detective that taught him divination and that he had already recruited into their anti-invasion efforts. He gave Zorian a curious look, but there was no trace of recognition in his eyes. He probably did not suspect Zorian. The other was, shockingly, Rainey. His classmate was clutching a cup of hot, steaming tea that Ray brought her with pale fingers, a blank expression on her face. She looked terrible. It took a while for her to wrench herself out of her thoughts and notice someone had arrived, but when she did she gave him a shocked look. "Zorian? What are you doing here?" Rainey asked. "I invited him here," Ray said matter-of-factly. "Him? He's the guy you said could help me?" Rainey asked incredulously. "But he's just a student. What could he possibly do?" "I have a feeling Mr. Kaczynski here is more than just a student," said Ray, giving Zorian a knowing look. "In any case, why don't you tell Zorian what happened so that he knows what he's dealing with?" Lush observed the situation calmly, giving Zorian a thorough look but not saying anything. Zorian was really uncomfortable at the whole situation. Rainey stared at him questioningly for a few seconds, before she once again lowered her head and stared at her teacup in a defeated manner. "My brother has been kidnapped," she quietly said. 100, Sacrifice. Chapter 100 Sacrifice. Standing in Ree's home, Zorian ignored the curious gazes leveled at him from Ray and Lush and kept silent, calmly considering things. A million questions swam through his head. Why were these three gathered in Ree's house, despite the fact they shouldn't even know about each other? Why did Ray think he could help in this situation, and what were their enemies even thinking when they orchestrated this kidnapping? Was this some kind of strike against him and Zach? Why not go after all of his classmates, then? Rainey did not give him a lot of time to ponder those questions, though, and took his silence as a sign she should keep going. "My family doesn't live in Syoria, so I didn't even know it happened at first. It wasn't until my family discovered some signs the kidnappers might have originated from Syoria that they contacted me, several days later, and asked me for help," Rainey explained quietly. "I was shocked. Shocked that it happened, and, She fumbled with her words for a few seconds before falling into an awkward silence and lowering her head even further. She looked quite pitiable at the moment. "That they asked for your help with this?" Zorian tried. She flinched slightly and gave him a shocked look for a second. Guilt, sadness, and confusion emanated from her in an equal mix. However, she quickly schooled her expression and cleared her throat with a trace of panic. "Why yes, exactly. I'm just an academy student, what can I even do?" she said hurriedly. "I want to help my little brother, of course, but this is way above me. So I contacted the police about it, and they eventually pointed me at Detective etc. here, who agreed to help. And, here we are, I guess." She took a deep breath after finishing her explanation and gave Zorian a disbelieving, but slightly hopeful look. "No offense, Zorian, but I'm still not sure how you can help me with this." "Neither am I," Zorian told her honestly. He could help, of course. How he should go about doing that, however, was something he couldn't decide on at the moment. Rainey's expression immediately dimmed after his admission, but he didn't let that bother him. He couldn't ruin all their plans just to assure her everything would be all right. He glanced at Ray and she glanced back at him, completely unconcerned with whether or not she had judged him wrong. What exactly gave her the confidence that he was someone who could make a difference here? No matter how he racked his head, he couldn't figure it out. "You're pretty calm about this," Lush commented from the side, giving him a shrewd look. "Panicking wouldn't help anyone," Zorian commented, unconcerned with the veiled accusation. "That wasn't enough to prove anything." That's not how people work, but all right, Haslush said with a light shrug. I guess you're just an exceptionally calm person. This probably wasn't a deliberate attack on him and Zack, Zorian decided. While Rainey was one of their classmates, neither of them were very close to her in the time loop. Zorian did feel a certain kinship towards her, due to her messed up family situation, but Silverlake shouldn't know that. Therefore, Jornak and the rest shouldn't either. The fact their enemies kidnapped Rainey's brother was probably just an accident. Since Zorian sabotaged their efforts to kidnap shifter children in the city of Scioria and its surroundings, they looked further away for suitable targets. They needed those sacrifices, after all. Without the primordial essence contained in the blood of shifter children, the primordial's prison couldn't be opened. In the time loop, the sovereign gate could serve as a substitute key, but out here in the real world that wasn't possible. As it turned out, Rainey's brother was one of the children the invaders ended up targeting in their expanded search. Did they even know they were targeting the family of someone who went to class with Zack and Zorian? Then again, even if they did, they may have thought it wouldn't matter. Rainey's relationship with her family was not exactly the best. It wouldn't be out of line to assume she would be glad to have her brother out of the picture. I have to say, though, I'm surprised to see you here, Zorian told Rainey. I didn't know you and Ray knew each other. In fact, considering her disdain towards cat shifters, he would expect Rainey to purposely stay away from Ray. We don't, Rainey said, giving Ray an unsure look. Detective Etcetera is the one who brought me here. He thought she might be able to help. We have received reports of a group targeting shifter children some time ago, so we have been in contact with city shifters about the issue, Haslush clarified, idly studying some kind of metal disc in his hands, flipping it over from time to time. Zorian recognized it as one of the communication devices the cultists and Ibasan sometimes use to coordinate their actions. Apparently the detective hadn't been sitting idly all this time. Ms. Satchel was one of the less adversarial contacts we established during that time. I figured it wouldn't hurt to bring your classmate here to see if she had some insight into the situation. I'm just a humble housewife, so how could I offer insight into a situation like that? Ray said with a slight smile, shaking her head lightly. Still, the mother in me can't help but empathize with the pain of having your little brother stolen away by some heartless fiends. In another life, that could have been my little Notchka in his place, no? She gave Zorian a piercing look, but he just raised his eyebrow at her in response. What are you implying? He bluntly asked after a few seconds. I know you are connected to the evacuation effort that has been going on recently, and that it's not a minor connection either, Ray told him with an exaggerated sigh. Your scent is present on almost everyone that has come to talk to me about getting Notchka and the rest of us out of the city. You have several adult friends who all treat you with respect, and even a little deference, more like you're their leader than a precocious teenager. You are known as a diligent and hard-working student, but you've been skipping all your classes for weeks now, doing gods know what. Stupid cat shifters and their superhuman sense of smell, Zorian grumbled internally. He was pretty sure she wouldn't have gotten suspicious and started connecting things if there were no scent clues to attract her attention. Plus, when Ms. Satchel mentioned you, I couldn't help but notice that your older brother Daimen, who is said to be in Koth, has been very active in the city lately, Haslush added from the side. He placed the communication disc he was fiddling with in his pocket and focused his full attention on Zorian. Almost like some kind of emergency has popped up, forcing him to drop whatever he had been doing to rush back to Eldamar, no? Oh, come on. Me and my brother almost never interact with one another, Zorian told him. You seem to have investigated me, surely you know that much? How would I know anything about what he has been doing? But you do know he's here in Scioria right now? Haslush pressed. Of course. He dropped by to let me know he's in the city. It's just common courtesy. We are family, after all, Zorian said with a shrug. He saw no point in telling an obvious lie and pretending he never saw Daimen recently. Do you two seriously believe Zorian is some kind of secret agent? Rainey asked incredulously from the side, her eyes shifting between the three of them in rapid succession. He definitely knows more than he lets on, Ray shrugged. Considering the situation, I figured it wouldn't hurt to try to wring some information out of him. It's your brother's life on the line here. It doesn't have to be, Rainey tried anxiously. Maybe it's just a ransom thing and they just haven't gotten to state their demands. You're lying to yourself and you know it, Ray said, giving her a knowing look. When a shifter child gets kidnapped, 9 times out of 10 it's because the kidnappers want their blood essence. With so much time having passed, it's a question whether your brother is still alive at this point. Rainey paled at the reminder. Let's not be all doom and gloom here. I'm sure her brother is still very much alive, has Lush hurriedly assured Rainey. The ritual they are kidnapping all these children for is only due to happen on the night of the summer festival. They need to keep her brother alive for a while yet. If you say so, Ray said. Still, that date is just around the corner. If that's our deadline, we don't really have much to work with. Look, what do you even expect of me? Zorian asked Ray, frowning at her slightly. I don't know where any kidnapped children are being kept. Do you think I would just sit on that information if I knew? It wasn't like Zack and Zorian didn't try to sabotage the primordial release ritual by denying the invaders the needed sacrifices. The problem was that they couldn't possibly round up every shifter child on the continent and hide them away. No matter how thorough they were, their enemies could always throw a wider net and go after some shifter community that Zack and Zorian didn't even know about. Jornak had spent decades preparing for this. Zorian suspected the power-mad lawyer would have found the needed sacrifices no matter what they did. Of course, if Zack and Zorian could locate the place where the shifter children were being kept, he was all for launching a rescue operation. Without the needed sacrifices, Panicseth couldn't get free, which would be an automatic win in a sense. It would be worth it to trigger the final battle before the summer festival if they could inflict such a critical blow on their opposition. The problem was that Zorian genuinely had no idea where Rainey's brother could be held. It could very well be that those children were being kept on Ulquinabesa, Koth, or some other distant place. They could be anywhere on the planet, so finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I don't know, Ray admitted. I know you're involved with this somehow, but I don't know in what way. Maybe you really can't do anything for poor Rainey here, but I'm hoping you can. I know she thinks I'm just a scheming, skulking cat, but I really do want to help her. What? Rainey protested. I don't. It's fine, Ray said with a chuckle, gesturing with her hand towards Rainey to quiet her down. I get it. There's too much bad blood between our peoples to let go on a whim. And I get why Zorian here is feeling defensive and denying everything. I suppose it must feel like I led him here into some sort of ambush. Didn't you? Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow at her. No, well, yes, I guess I kind of did, Ray admitted. But considering you've been less than honest with me these past few weeks, I think you should be able to stomach a little underhandedness. Zorian opened his mouth to defend himself but she raised her palm to stop him. I understand, Ray said. I'm not angry with you. You wanted to get your sister's friend and her family out of danger, but you didn't want to reveal your secrets. I would have probably made the same choice in your place. I'm just curious, was our first meeting really an accident? Yes, Zorian said easily. From a certain perspective it was true. I'm not terribly social. If my little sister wasn't such a giant busybody and insisted I accompany Nachka to her home, the idea would have never occurred to me. Getting Nachka's bike out of the river so she could stop crying would be enough for me. Oh, is that what really happened? Ray laughed. You know, Nachka later told me a bunch of mean boys were trying to take her bike away from her and you chased them off and then escorted her home in case they came back. Oops. He should have synchronized stories with Nachka, apparently. He didn't think it was a big secret. Of course Nachka's version is the correct one, Zorian assured her. Don't mind my earlier ramblings, I just got confused for a moment. Sure, Ray said indulgently. It was very heroic of you to defend my precious daughter from random ruffians like that. For a while, Hazlush and Rainey watched them curiously as they talked, not interrupting their interaction. However, while Hazlush was a grown man and an experienced detective, Rainey was just a teenager and under a lot of stress at the moment. As such, she soon became impatient. Zorian, can you help me with this or not? She loudly asked, impatience and frustration in her voice. Zorian stared at her for a second before opening his mouth to apologize and tell her he was just an academy student and that there was nothing he could do to help her brother. But then he shut his mouth and started thinking about something. It suddenly dawned on him that their enemies may have made a huge mistake when they kidnapped Rainey's brother. After a few seconds, he focused back on the red-headed girl staring at him expectantly and stared back straight into her eyes. You know what? He told her. I actually think there is something I can do. But I'm going to need your help. Hazlush silently leaned forward, his lazy-looking posture shifting into one of alertness. Me? She asked, taken aback. She shifted in her seat uncomfortably. But I'm just an academy student. So am I, Zorian told her. Here's what we need to do. Break. In the port city of Luja, there was a small abandoned warehouse. It was a dark, uninviting place, the walls were moldy and crumbling, the floors were full of rat droppings and glass shards from broken bottles, and the windows and doors were crudely barricaded with wooden boards. There were a number of such places in Luja, as it was a large port town where trading companies were starting up and going bankrupt on a regular basis. Most abandoned warehouses would eventually find a new buyer and be fixed up into usable condition, but it wasn't unusual for places like this to stay unoccupied for months or even years as old owners tried to hold on to them in hopes of getting a better price later. As it happened though, this particular place held a dark secret. In the back of the warehouse, shielded from view by a mountain of rotting crates and boards, there was a black egg-like object attached to the floor with a mass of root-like tendrils. Spiral lines were etched into the black oval, beginning at the bottom and reaching all the way to the tip. Perceptive individuals would note that the oval almost looked like a giant black flower bulb on the verge of unfolding into a proper flower. Or maybe a container, patiently waiting for the day it could unleash its contents upon its oblivious surroundings. Zack, Zorian and Alanik stood some distance away from the black oval, staring at it grimly. They dared not approach, lest they activate the hidden wards and traps strategically placed around it. This is the fourth one we found, Alanik commented. One in Scioria, two in Corsa, and now one in Luja. Just how many wraith bombs did these people make? There has to be more than one of these things in Scioria, Zorian commented. There is no way they would place two in Corsa and then leave only one for Scioria. Corsa is important, but Scioria is a far more critical location. We just haven't found the others. There are probably a few in the capital city as well, Zack said. Jornak seems to have a downright personal grudge with our country's leadership. No way would he miss the chance to strike at them at the heart of their power. Plus, considering what he said about Solimnon and Fokrinia, there's bound to be a few of these bombs reserved for them as well. We'll never be able to find more than a fraction of them, Alanik commented grimly. This is going to be a disaster. Entire city districts could end up being devoured by wraiths. The cleanup will take years. He glanced at Zack and Zorian unhappily, but neither of them said anything. There was nothing to say, really. They knew this as well. You still don't know how to neutralize these things without triggering them? Alanik asked with a trace of resignation in his voice. He already suspected the answer he was going to get. Sure enough, Zack and Zorian shook their heads in denial. They're superbly well made, Zorian told him. Jornak must have spent ages refining the design in the time loop. Any tampering I can think of will set one off, as well as alert our enemies to our actions. The only way we can deal with these is by employing the same tactics we used on the previous Wraith bombs, set up a specialized ward field just outside the bomb's defensive field and try to contain the Wraiths once they're released. It should be effective, but I obviously haven't tested it, so. I see, Olenek said. He turned around towards the Wraith bomb again, staring at it as if that was going to suddenly provide him with some new insights. You don't have to waste time on that. I'll contact the church higher-ups and send them to perform another containment job here. I still say we should trigger these things the moment we find them and deal with the consequences. And I still say we shouldn't, Zorian argued back. These Wraith bombs can be harmlessly disarmed. Jornak has a method to do so, I'm sure. I just need to rip it out of his head. You really think you can do that? Zack asked doubtfully. We'd have to capture Jornak alive for that to happen. That seems difficult. These Wraith bombs are set to collectively go off the instant Jornak dies, so we want to avoid killing him if at all possible, anyway, Zorian pointed out. Not to mention the other surprises he may have left for us in the case of his death. For all his megalomania, he clearly realized there's a real chance he's going to lose this conflict and made contingencies to account for it. Zack snorted derisively. Too many contingencies, if you ask me, Zack said. He puts so much time into making sure everyone suffers if he loses, what does he even gain out of that? It's just petty. Sore loser. Well, we were just discussing how we should try to capture him instead of killing him outright, Olenek noted. So it's not just pettiness. But yes, I get the feeling this is more than just about power for Jornak. He wants revenge. Revenge? Zack asked, surprised. On who? Everyone, Olenek said, still staring at the black oval in front of them. The smooth, glossy surface of the object squirmed and shuddered, as if hundreds of worms were moving just beneath the surface, before once again becoming still and quiet. Neither of the three were disturbed at the sight. Wraith bombs did that sometimes. On occasion, one could even see a faint outline of hands and faces on the surface of the oval, leering, maddened, crying, screaming, begging, as if a person was desperately trying to break out from the inside before being forcibly wrenched back into the depths of the device. Speaking from personal experience here, maybe? Zack tried, giving Olenek a curious look. Olenek didn't say anything for a second. I was a very angry person when I was young, he eventually said. I don't want to talk about it. All three stayed silent for a few seconds, and Zorian quietly considered the battle priest's words. Olenek had never told them about his past, and Zorian had always respected that. Truthfully, he sometimes wondered why the man was so helpful to them in the first place. Did he see them as young troublemakers that needed to be steered from a dark path, just like someone had once steered him away from one? Or was he simply so discerning that he could accurately judge them with even the slightest exposure? Whatever the answer, Zorian was grateful for the priest's help and had no desire to open old wounds if he didn't have to. As for the priest's speculation of Jornak's motivation, well, it could be true. Jornak, the old Jornak, the one that Zorian had talked to in the time loop, was definitely bitter and resentful about having his rightful inheritance stolen away from him. He could see how that could grow and fester once he became a temporary looper and looked into the abyss of corruption and power plays that was Altasian politics. In the end, it didn't even matter. No matter what reasons he had, Zorian would still have to defeat him in the end. In somewhat unrelated news, Silver Lake is gone, Zorian suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. The old Silver Lake, that is. She just packed up everything portable out of her hideout and disappeared one day. I don't have the faintest idea where she went. Do you think she'll join the battle on our enemy's side? Zack asked, frowning. No, I doubt it, Zorian said. I think she just realized she was being heavily scrutinized by some very powerful forces and got spooked. She's a coward. No way she would dive into this conflict unless someone arm-twisted her into it, and New Silver Lake seemed like she wouldn't support that. If she's really going to stay out of this, I'm fine with her going away, Zack shrugged. One less thing to worry about. I've heard reports that several mercenary companies from the neighboring countries have taken on secretive, well-paid contracts, Olenek said. I'm not completely sure, but I strongly suspect our enemies have bought themselves some more soldiers for the final battle. Zack scowled at the news, uttering a nasty curse. Zorian's reaction was more restrained, but his face still darkened in response. The invaders have in general been getting restless and increasingly reckless as of late. Their preparations might be nearing their end, Alanik continued, becoming more animated. What are we waiting for? We should attack now and seize the initiative. Well, the idea was always to be proactive and launch an attack before the day of the summer festival, Zack said, giving Zorian a questioning look. However, Zorian keeps stalling, saying he needs more time. So the timing depends on him, really. Alanik's eyes softened a bit at the statement, his posture deflating. Ah, the situation with Zack, right? He asked softly. Did you find? I'm sorry. I couldn't find a solution no matter where I looked, Zorian said with a wooden voice, not a trace of emotion on his face. It's fine, Zack sighed. I've already come to terms with things. I've already written my final will and everything. Right. In any case, you're right. There is no point in waiting anymore. We're just giving our enemies more time. We'll attack 2 days from now, the day before the summer festival. I still have one final idea I want to try, Zorian said. The shifter thing? Zack asked curiously. You really think that will work? If it does, it will be a huge success, Zorian pointed out. True, Zack agreed. It's worth a try. Break. Just outside of Scioria, there was a spherical ritual room made by Zorian and his simulacrums. Everything here was carefully crafted for only one purpose, to power up and enhance one particular divination spell. All of the walls were densely packed with complicated series of lines and endless rows of cryptic sigils, all made from precious metals and rare alchemical materials. The ground was etched with no less than 6 blood-red magical circles, and in the center stood a small golden cube with a seemingly mundane pottery bowl. Hundreds of tiny white stars hung in the air, illuminating the space. These were actually tiny dimensional gates that connected the room to various places in the country and beyond. Every place that was likely to house the kidnapped shifter children, in Zorian's opinion. Currently the ritual room contained Rainy, Hazlush, Ray, and 3 of Zorian's simulacrums. 2 simulacrums were disguised as adult mages, grim and silent, and were here for the sake of pretending this was a secret government operation, rather than something Zorian set up himself. Only one of them would be necessary for the ritual itself, but having 2 wouldn't hurt, and it would be more realistic for something of this scale to require multiple people to execute. The last simulacrum looked just like Zorian and pretended to be the original. His job was mostly to stay next to Hazlush and Ray and pretend to be normal. Though considering the looks on their faces as they studied the ritual grounds, he felt he mostly failed at that already. Mr. Kaczynski. I knew you couldn't be normal, but I have to say I didn't expect you're connected to people like this, Ray said quietly. For the first time since he met her, she didn't sound confident and in control, and he instead sensed a trace of fear in her voice. You have no idea, Hazlush said, his voice quivering. His reaction was even more extreme than Ree's. He seemed downright horrified by what he was seeing. More money went into this room than my entire police department gets in a year. And it's all meant to empower one specific spell that is only useful for this one thing. The whole thing will be useless after today. The extravagance is mind-boggling. Simulacrum number 1 shifted in place, a little uncomfortable. Zorian's perspective on money was a little skewed, yeah. This could be a real problem in the future, but at the moment he really didn't care. He'd pay twice this much if he thought it would help. You don't even understand what this room means, do you? Hazlush asked Zorian, giving him a strange look. No, the simulacrum told him uncertainly. And he really didn't. Sure, the room was the best thing he could make on short notice, which probably made it amazing by regular mage's standards, but he was sure a country as big and influential as Eldamar could pull this off. It was kind of funny, really, the original went through so much trouble to make his abilities seem more humble than they were and to attribute his achievements to some nebulous government organization. He'd even succeeded. But in the end, the mere fact he was associated with people like that was enough to alarm and awe Haslush and Ray. He'd normally get a headache out of this, but he was just a simulacrum and wouldn't even exist in a couple of hours, so imagining Zorian having to deal with this in the future just made him laugh. "Ah, forget it," Haslush sighed. "You're still too young and inexperienced. You're tangling with some really dangerous stuff, is all I'm going to say." "Don't I know it," the simulacrum mumbled. Rainey, on the other hand, was currently sitting in the middle of the ritual room, next to the golden cube and the bowl, taking deep breaths to calm herself. She was chanting some sort of song to herself in a language Zorian's simulacrum couldn't recognize. It was probably the language of her tribe. The two disguised simulacrums were also sitting around the cube, forming a triangular formation around it together with Rainey. They were naturally far more calm and collected, and patiently waited for Rainey to psych herself for the upcoming ritual. The pressure on her was enormous. This ritual would succeed or fail purely based on how she performed. Simulacrum number 1 was certain his fellow simulacrums would perform their part of the ritual flawlessly, but the core part of the divination ritual was something only Rainey could do, because it was her brother they were trying to track down with the spell. Divination spells were more effective the more they had to work with. In case of tracking spells, the caster needed something connected to the target. A personal item, a drop of blood, things like that. They were even more effective if the caster was personally connected to the target in some way, if they had personally spoken to the target at some point, if they were friends with them, or if they were married to one another. As far as connections go, though, there were few things more potent than being literal family, parent and child, brother and sister. And more potent still was to use literal blood magic to form a resonance between their common bloodline. Finally, there was the primordial essence that existed in the blood of every shifter. Rainey was already a teenager, so most of that primordial essence was gone, integrated into her body and soul. However, traces of it should remain still. Zorian had spent quite some time with the leaders of the cult of the World Dragon, studying their method of releasing Panicseth, and he knew how they used primordial essence to resonate with the one in the prison and act as a key. The same method could be used to fool any mortal defensive ward or anti-divination method. Rainey and her brother were siblings. Even if they had never interacted much, the link between them was strong. Blood magic could make it even stronger. They also both had primordial essence in their blood, and that could be used to bypass any form of divination defense the invaders put up around her brother and the rest of the sacrifices. If the ritual they were about to undertake successfully located Rainey's brother, Zack and Zorian could liberate all the shifter children the invaders gathered during the past few weeks. Not only did that mean doing a good deed and saving a bunch of children from a gruesome death, it would also irreparably sabotage the Panicseth release ritual. There was only one day before the summer festival. There was no way that the invaders could gather another batch of sacrifices in that short of a time. There were a lot of ways the ritual could fail, even if they executed it flawlessly. For one thing, Zorian couldn't blanket the entire planet with dimensional gates, no matter how small they were. Not even close. It was possible he had failed to pick the right place to search at, in which case all of this was for naught. It was also possible that the invaders were keeping all the kidnapped children separated until the final moment, in which case they will just end up saving Rainey's brother and no one else. Their enemies also may have gathered enough spare children to form a second group, in which case they could still try to release Panicseth as normal. Zorian had a good feeling about this, though. This could work, he was sure of it. The only question now was whether Rainey was capable of doing her part. The necessary blood magic itself wasn't that difficult. Blood magic was famously easy to perform. Too easy, according to some. Additionally, blood magic tracking spells were a very common use of blood magic and there was no need for Zorian to reinvent the wheel to make one. There were plenty of tried and true methods that Rainey could use for her attempt. It was still blood magic, however. Rainey would have to ritually cut herself during the casting, and remain clear-headed despite the resulting pain. The mana shaping requirements for successful casting were low, but Rainey was a total beginner when it came to magic, so even that may be too much for her. Finally, whether she succeeded or failed, she would be severely weakened for at least a week after the attempt, and the traces of primordial essence in her blood would be spent. She had one try. Not one more. If she made even a single mistake, the whole ritual would be ruined, and that would be it. So Zorian's simulacrums patiently waited, not trying to hurry her up in any way. Likewise, on the edge of the ritual room, Ray, Hazlush and the simulacrum that actually looked like Zorian patiently waited as well. Well, simulacrum number 1 patiently waited. Hazlush and Ray were clearly anxious as hell about the eventual result of the ritual. The center of the ritual circle is protected from sounds, right? Hazlush softly asked simulacrum number 1. They can't hear us if we talk. Yes, the simulacrum calmly said. It's also protected against outside mana intrusion and the like. Unless you really go out of the way to make yourself known, you shouldn't be able to disturb them. Of course, simulacrum number 1 was always mentally connected with his fellow simulacrums and the original, but the 2 simulacrums participating in the ritual were too experienced and skilled to be distracted by something like that. What's up with you, kid? Hazlush complained, glaring at him slightly. Are you made of ice or something? I'm just naturally stoic, the simulacrum bragged, puffing his chest up proudly. It's okay, old man, you'll learn how to be as cool as me one of these days. Hazlush clacked his tongue at the response and no longer bothered to talk to him. I've looked into your classmate's family situation, Ray commented idly. Oh, the simulacrum said, raising an eyebrow at her. It seems Rainey's relationship with her family is less than harmonious, Ray said, cocking her head to the side and closing her eyes as if listening to something. Her brother essentially replaced her as the clan heir when he was born. There are rumors that she was extremely resentful about it. Simulacrum number 1 said nothing. You knew, Ray said after a while. Yeah, the simulacrum admitted. Yeah, I did. You think she's going to purposely botch the spell? Hazlush asked, frowning. Quite the contrary, Ray said calmly, shaking her head. I think she's desperate for it to succeed. She probably wished ill on her brother a lot, and now that it finally happened she feels guilty and responsible for it. Shifter tribes have a somewhat superstitious view of curses. Wishing misfortune to someone in your head is not just harmless catharsis to a lot of them. That's true for a lot of regular people, too, Hazlush shrugged. It's just mages that really disdain that kind of thinking. Ray hummed thoughtfully, but did not respond. The whole group suddenly became silent as it became obvious that Rainey was finally ready to begin with the ritual. The red-headed wolf shifter started chanting, softly at first but getting more confident as time went on. Her hand trembled as she raised a dagger above her palm and slashed into it once, twice, thrice. The motions were crude and she cut a little more deeply than was really necessary, but simulacrum number 1 supposed that was better than being too timid. She held her bloodied hand above the simple-looking pottery bowl and dropped blood into it. The bowl promptly lit up with glowing blood-red lines and diagrams, and a barely perceptible magical pulse spread out from the golden cube upon which the bowl sat. The white stars above them dimmed and brightened like 100 tiny hearts. Thin, hair-like streams of blood, barely visible from where simulacrum number 1 was standing, rose from the bowl and reached for the tiny dimensional gates above it. Rainey loudly gasped and swayed unsteadily as some of her life force left her, some of the threads reaching for the wounds on her hand like dozens of hungry leeches. Overwhelmed by the pain and vertigo, she dropped her dagger and almost collapsed face first into the bowl in front of her, but with the support of 2 disguised simulacrums and her own willpower she managed to retain consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she started slowly making gestures with her healthy hand. Finally the last gesture of the spell was made and everything snapped into place. The dimensional gates floating above them shone with blinding light, forcing Hazlush and Ray to shield their eyes, and a flood of information entered the minds of the 3 simulacrums present. So much information. Hundreds of places, most of them completely disconnected from each other, all of them mixing together into a giant incomprehensible mess. The spell, too vast in scope, struggled to narrow down the search on its own. It passed the task to the caster of the spell. If Rainey was doing this alone, she would have outright failed here. A beginner mage simply wasn't capable of controlling a spell of this sophistication and magnitude. But she wasn't doing this alone. Zorian's simulacrums were present, and they were capable. In fact, a single one of them would have sufficed. Having 3 of them do this together was just overkill. After a few seconds, simulacrum number 1 smiled. Almost immediately afterwards, a quick message was sent to the original by all 3 simulacrums. It only consisted of a single word. Success, simulacrum number 1 mumbled. Break. Sitting next to a table full of battle maps, surrounded by Zack, Svim, Alanik and the rest of the members of their little conspiracy, Zorian suddenly became alert and cleared his throat to get the attention of other people in the room. They immediately stopped whatever argument they were having and turned to him. We found them, Zorian said. Start the attack. Break. On a peaceful and sunny day, just one day before the summer festival, the city of Scioria suddenly went to hell. It was around noon when, without warning, dozens of places in the city suddenly launched volleys of magical artillery projectiles to some unseen targets just outside the city. These targets, almost as if they had been expecting something like this might happen, immediately responded with an artillery barrage of their own. In a matter of minutes, the city was burning. Numerous buildings had been partially or completely destroyed, and rogue fire elementals started wandering the city, setting everything they encountered ablaze. Neither of the 2 sides were done yet, though, and the exchange of magical artillery continued on for quite some time. Then the monsters came. Skeletons, war trolls, giant lizards, massive flocks of iron beaks, all of these came pouring out of the local underworld, spreading chaos as they went. A lot of these invading monsters met a grisly end, triggering hidden traps when they tried to move through upper levels of Scioria's underworld, almost as if someone had foreseen their invasion routes. A lot more were held back in the depths of the earth, fighting some unseen enemy beneath the city. But even the fraction of the forces that reached the surface was nothing to scoff at. The final battle had begun. Soon, the leaders of the 2 opposing forces would clash as well. 101, The Switch. Chapter 101 The Switch. Scioria was burning. A number of important buildings had been leveled to the ground by the initial artillery exchange, and several sections of the city were ablaze with sapient fire that deliberately sought to burn as much of the city as possible. The invading soldiers did not help matters, as they had a tendency to set buildings ablaze unless there were defending forces to stop them from running amok. Despite this, Zorian felt the situation was actually pretty good. Based on the previous invasions he had witnessed in the time loop, he had expected the city to suffer far more than it had so far. The city leadership was extremely quick to react and organize itself, despite the fact that the city hall and main barracks got totally destroyed early on, and the defending forces were far better equipped than he remembered. This was only partially the result of Zack and Zorian's machinations. It seemed that despite the 2 sides' agreement to keep things relatively secret and low-key, some awareness of what was happening still ended up trickling down to Scioria's authorities. That was good. Zack and Zorian had more important battles to fight, and couldn't afford to come to the aid of the city at this time. It was up to the city itself to douse the fires before they went out of control, and repulse the invaders pouring out of tunnels beneath the city. Was it cold-hearted of them to leave Scioria entirely to its own devices in a time like this? A little. However, Zorian firmly believed that what they were doing was the best way to minimize the number of casualties. Getting involved in the city fighting would no doubt cause Quadakikl and other invasion leaders to make their own appearance there as well. It was not in the interest of Scioria and its inhabitants to have a bunch of ultra-powerful mages duking it out in the city streets. No, it was far better to go on the offense against the invaders and force the high-level mage fights to happen elsewhere. Somewhere where the invaders would have to worry about collateral damage. This was why one of Zorian's simulacrums was leading a force composed of golems, Alanix recruits, and mind-controlled monsters straight towards the Abasin underground base. The base held the dimensional gate through which the Abasin forces intended to retreat once their goals had been achieved, which meant it had to be held at all costs. Thus, the moment the invaders realized there was a powerful army heading towards their retreat point, they had no choice but to redirect most of their forces to try and stop them. The defenders on the surface probably didn't realize this, but they were fighting a mere fraction of the invading enemies, because most of them were currently busy fighting Zorian's army in the tunnels below. Well, the original Zorian was busy with other matters entirely, so it was more accurate to say they were fighting an army led by his simulacrum, but on this particular day, it hardly mattered. Zorian and his simulacrums were truly one, their minds fused together to an unprecedented degree. He felt less like a man with a couple of copies running around, and more like a single mind controlling multiple bodies. It was the culmination of all his research into the way Princess and the cephalic rat swarms functioned, and he previously did not dare use it outside of a testing chamber. He was afraid of such magic warping his personality and sense of self, especially if used on a regular basis, but desperate times called for desperate measures. It should be safe to use it just this once. Hopefully. Currently, Zorian's simulacrum body advanced confidently towards the mass of enemies blocking the nearby tunnel entrance, unintimidated by their attempt at setting up a blockade. His army, composed of several hundred golems of various sizes, almost 100 mages that Alanik recruited for their cause, and several hundred hook goblins and other dungeon denizens, swarmed behind him, waiting for orders. A pair of shining projectiles, one red, one blue, came flying at him from the enemy barricade ahead. They shone so bright they were painful to look at, as their flight created a startlingly loud screaming sound as they homed in on Zorian. He did not even bother to defend himself, it would be a waste of his limited mana. The huge bodyguard golem that never left his side raised its massive hands in front of Zorian and slapped down the incoming spells like a pair of annoying flies. They exploded into a pair of blinding explosions that somehow strengthened and reinforced each other, becoming stronger than the sum of their parts, but it simply wasn't enough. The defensive wards of the massive bodyguard golem harmlessly neutralized the blast, leaving Zorian completely untouched. The golem was left without so much as a scratch, as well. Without saying anything, and before the explosion was even fully over, Zorian pointed the huge magical rifle in his hands at one of the mages that launched the attack and fired. The bullet reached the target at supersonic speeds, effortlessly punching through the defensive wards the Abasins put on their little barricade, hitting the enemy mage in the chest before he could put up any sort of defense. It wasn't a killing blow, but the mage was out of the fight for the foreseeable future, so it might as well have been. Zorian coldly turned his rifle towards the other mage responsible for the attack, ignoring the barrage of spells coming his way or the target's frantic attempts to coat himself in as many shielding spells as humanly possible. More than a dozen nearby golems suddenly turned towards Zorian's target, pointing their own heavy rifles at him in a single, synchronized motion. The mage's shields blocked the first 5 bullets. Then the other 10 or so tore into him and killed him on the spot. As for the barrage of weak spells that was meant to distract him, it was unceremoniously blocked by a bunch of heavily built golems that stepped up in front of him to soak them up with their tough bodies and well-made defensive wards. Zorian gave them a thought, and a screeching swarm of hook goblins, giant centipedes, and cave lizards surged forward and charged the enemy position. The enemy responded by sending hordes of skeletons and zombies forward, and the two groups of expendable meat shields crashed against each other in the middle of the battlefield, attempting to overpower the other. However, it quickly became obvious that the undead were losing. They may have been fearless, but they were ultimately just a mindless mob. Zorian's monster swarm, on the other hand, was more advanced than it appeared. This wasn't the first time Zorian used mind-controlled monsters as meat shields and shock troopers like this, and his methods had evolved greatly over time. His monsters no longer mindlessly charged forward, getting into each other's way and spreading their attacks thin over the entire battlefield, like they did in the past. Instead, they worked together like a cephalic rat swarm, sharing senses, focusing attacks on perceived weak points, ganging up on tough opponents, and sacrificing themselves for the good of the whole if necessary. Suddenly, Zorian sensed 10 mental and soul signatures rapidly moving towards them from all sides, invisibly tunneling towards the back of his army through solid stone. Rock worms. Zorian scoffed inwardly and telepathically ordered the rest of the army to advance forward. The golems mindlessly obeyed, of course, but some of Alanik's human volunteers visibly flinched at the mental command, still unused to this form of communication and a little fearful of him. They did obey in the end, though, and this was all that mattered. He had avoided using them so far, both because he was trying to preserve their strength for a battle that really mattered and because he was still very uncomfortable with ordering people into battles where some of them were guaranteed to die. Unlike the mindless golems and the animal-level monsters that made up the rest of his army, the human mages and soldiers were not expendable. The Abasins in front of them sent out war trolls to charge out and meet them, probably hoping to capitalize on the moment of shock when the rock worms suddenly burst out of the ground and attacked them. That wouldn't be happening, of course. Silver Lake must have informed Jornak about Zorian's potent mind magic capabilities, but either the information never trickled down to the people commanding the troops or they dismissed them as ridiculous, or else they would never dare use a ploy like this against him. It happened in an instant. The charging line of war trolls was only moments away from crashing into the line of battle golems in front of them, perfectly synchronized with the tunneling rock worms that were just about to emerge in the middle of Zorian's army. Whoever was commanding the situation really knew how to arrange things to deal the maximum amount of damage and confusion in an enemy, and Zorian could literally sense the glee and anticipation in the minds of Abasin mages as they waited with bated breaths for the inevitable catastrophe to befall the enemy. And then Zorian suddenly reached out to the 10 approaching rock worms with his mind, tearing through the Abasin mind control schemes like they were made of cobwebs, and commanded them to switch targets. And so they did. Just before the golems and war trolls were about to clash, 8 of the rock worms burst out of the floor and ceiling, tackling the biggest, meanest-looking trolls to the ground and breaking their momentum. When the two groups finally met, the war troll regiment immediately crumbled before the pitiless advance of metal puppets. Tougher than steel and armed with scorching hot blades specifically designed to neutralize the troll's natural regeneration, the golems wouldn't have had an issue even without the rockworms' help. With them distracting the leaders of the war trolls regiment, the war trolls had no chance. Zorian kept advancing forward. In fact, he had never stopped doing so. As he got closer to the battle between the golems and war trolls, one of the war troll leaders stumbled in close to him, a rock worm stubbornly wrapped around him like a giant snake. The rock worm kept snapping its massive jaws at the war troll's face, while the war troll used both hands to desperately keep it at bay. Zorian gave a command to his huge bodyguard golem, and the metal puppet reached down with one of its massive hands, grabbed the war troll by its left leg and picked it up in the air. The rock worm immediately let go of the troll and found another target to menace, as the massive golem started to spin the war troll above its head a few times and then hurled it straight at the barricade that the Abasins had set up in Zorian's path. It wouldn't have been a very effective attack normally, but the Abasins were a bit busy at the moment. The last 2 rock worms that Zorian didn't send after the war trolls were instead pointed at the mages normally responsible for commanding them. Additionally, Zorian's monster horde had mostly dismembered the undead chaff sent to stop them and were currently attacking every available weak point of the barricade in the attempt to break through. As such, they could do nothing but watch as their own war trolls, large even by troll standards and clad in heavy steel armor, spun through the air and physically slammed into the boxy stone cube that served as the core of the barricade's defensive wards. The cube shattered into hundreds of pieces, and the wards covering the fortification immediately went down with it. Without breaking his stride, Zorian retrieved the bulky grenade launcher gun from his back and fired 3 frost grenades straight into the biggest clumps of Abasin mages he could see. Barely a moment afterwards, his human underlings joined him in the attack, unwilling to let such an obvious opportunity go to waste, and a wave of energy spells, bullets, and grenades came raining down on the Abasins. Demoralized by their repeated failures, the Abasin forces abandoned their blockade and ran. Zorian was about to command his forces to give chase and thin down their forces when a familiar figure materialized in the air in front of him. It was a floating humanoid wearing a scarlet-red robe, his face hidden beneath a hood that masked his features under a veil of darkness. Even after unmasking himself to them, Jornak still used his red robe outfit to face them. "You were hiding your abilities when we fought earlier," said Jornak, idly blocking a handful of bullets Zorian's soldiers had fired at him while simultaneously firing a streak of lightning back at them. The lightning line hit the first target in an instant, killing him on the spot, before arcing from target to target 5 more times, claiming 3 more lives and disabling 2 more. Zorian immediately ordered them all to withdraw. They might have held some usefulness as a distraction, but they would have to die in droves to achieve that, and he didn't want that on his soul. The Jornak in front of him was just a simulacrum anyway, so it wasn't like they would accomplish much by putting him down. "We both hid our true abilities," Zorian told him, firing a few rounds from his rifle at the floating figure without missing a beat. Jornak blocked them just as easily as he did the bullets from before, looking completely unconcerned. Some kind of shield specialized in defending against physical attacks like bullets? There is nothing strange or unexpected about that. "I really hate those things," Jornak commented. Zorian was pretty sure he was talking about the rifle in his hands. "They caused so much grief and suffering. I wish they were never invented. I'd certainly never use one of those unless I had no choice." I believe Zack feels the same. That's why it surprised me so much when you used one against me the first time we fought. In a way, you're even more honorless than I am. Zorian did not feel like being lectured to by someone like Jornak, so he simply ordered his golems to attack and prepared to cast a spell. He didn't think the man was really here for a philosophical discussion anyway. He probably just wanted to stall Zorian with pointless talk while the enemy forces converged together and regrouped. Almost simultaneously, both of them hasted themselves in an attempt to catch each other off guard and let loose 3 spells each. The walls of the tunnels around them instantly melted, warped, and shattered. They were both unharmed for it. A faint shockwave of the clash propagated itself to the spot where Zorian's human army had retreated, prompting them to fearfully retreat even further. Zorian frowned, looking at the red-robed figure in front of him. Truthfully, he had known something like this would happen when he started this attack. He would have been seriously worried if someone hadn't shown up to stop him, since he would soon be approaching the Abasin base. Their enemies had to stop him before he could shut down the dimensional portal they used to shuffle their forces from place to place. Without it, the invasion was finished before it even began. The trouble was, the original was already fighting elsewhere, and that fight was way more important than this one. This was also the reason why the only serious opposition their enemies had sent to stop him was one of Jornak's simulacrums. They were already pressed elsewhere and couldn't spare anyone else. Truthfully, this whole operation was a bit of a deliberate distraction. He had never really expected to take the Abasin base, because most of their forces were busy elsewhere. His main purpose was to lessen the pressure on the city and to threaten the Abasin retreat point to the point where they would be forced to send someone important to defend it. Both of the goals had been pretty much achieved. The very fact that Jornak had been forced to send one of his simulacrums and waste his mana on this was a success. At this point, it would serve his purposes just fine to simply drag this fight out as much as possible, wasting Jornak's mana and preventing him from fully committing elsewhere. Or he could take a risk and try to eliminate the simulacrum for real, something that would force the enemy to shift even more resources to this conflict, but had a high chance of blowing up in his face if his simulacrum ended up being destroyed in the clash. All of the human recruits that followed him to this place would die soon afterwards, and the Abasins would once again be free to focus their effort on the city above. The indecision only lasted for a moment. He swiftly ordered his golem army into motion and then created a swarm of tiny projectiles around him. Each one was smaller than his thumb and glowed with bright orange light, circling around him like a river of stars. Though seemingly weak, each of the little orange stars contained the force of a fully powered fireball. They were fast, maneuverable, and Zorian could hold them in reserve until he needed them. He immediately sent 3 of them at Jornak on curved, complicated trajectories and then followed them up with a lance of force aimed straight at his head. Jornak's reaction to the small army of golems trying to tackle him surprised Zorian. however. Rather than use magic to evade them or waste a huge amount of mana to batter their spell-resistant bodies, he simply punched them away. The simulacrum Jornak sent here was clearly special in some way that Zorian did not understand, because he possessed downright incomprehensible physical strength. His mere punches sent man-sized golems flying away like discarded dolls, and a well-placed kick could easily snap a knee joint and render the golem useless. Worse, Jornak's simulacrum seemed able to regenerate its ectoplasmic body with minimal effort on his part. Twice Zorian managed to severely damage him, blowing off his arm once and piercing a big hole with a force lance in his torso the other time, and in both cases the damage went away in mere seconds. Zorian ordered his bodyguard golem to join the fray, hoping to use its size and powerful wards to simply overpower Jornak with raw strength, but this quickly backfired. Jornak took out 3 grenades from his pocket and threw them above his head before teleporting out of the huge golem's reach. Before Zorian could order it to withdraw, the grenades detonated without the slightest sound. A web of hair-thin dimensional fractures flashed faintly in the air, space itself shattering before the magical grenade blast, and enveloped the golem. As potent as the great golem's defenses were, very few things could stand up to the cutting power of dimensional fractures. The thin black lines went through the golem's bulk with hardly any resistance, snuffing out its animation core and cutting up its bulk into hundreds of tiny pieces. Zorian could only helplessly watch as his creation, one which had been crucial in his coming this far so easily, fell apart in front of his eyes. Okay, now he was kind of angry. He launched all of the fire stars he had circling him straight at Jornak's simulacrum, forcing him onto the defensive, and then physically charged straight at him. The enemy simulacrum hesitated for a second, no doubt wondering what had possessed Zorian to do something that stupid, before deciding this was too good of a chance to pass up. He charged as well, rushing to meet Zorian head-on. Jornak's simulacrum was clearly far more powerful up close than Zorian's. Just before they slammed into each other, Jornak's whole body became shrouded in arcing red electricity that reminded Zorian of Quatakekel's favorite spell. In a blindingly fast movement, Jornak's hand flashed forward and punched straight through the chest of Zorian's simulacrum. Despite being made out of metal and alchemically treated materials, his body provided very little resistance before the ectoplasmic hand, which passed through him like a very sharp blade. Damaging red lightning immediately began spreading itself through the chest cavity of the simulacrum, irreparably damaging sensitive components. Zorian ignored the damage. Instead, he reached out with both hands and firmly gripped the hand sticking out of his chest. Realizing that something was wrong, Jornak's simulacrum tried to wrench its hand free of the grasp, but he wasn't fast enough. Hundreds of mana threads erupted out of Zorian's palms, burrowing themselves into Jornak's ectoplasmic flesh. Jornak's simulacrum shuddered and twitched as it tried to move, but failed to wrench itself out of Zorian's grasp. Even as Zorian's chest started to flake off around the hand stuck in it, internal components seeping out as fine black sand, Jornak's own form was getting blurrier and more indistinct. Moreover, the degradation of Jornak's simulacrum was clearly progressing faster than that of Zorian's own puppet body, more and more mana threads spreading throughout its ectoplasmic form and disrupting it on a fundamental level. "You," Jornak croaked incredulously, before his entire body, red cloak and all, warped and flickered like a badly made illusion and collapsed into smoke. Zorian's own simulacrum body then promptly collapsed on the floor, now that Jornak's hand was no longer keeping his body standing. His internals were far too ruined for him to move his limbs anymore, and just about the only thing he could still move was his head. Eventually, the human soldiers under his command decided to check things out and cautiously approached the place of the battle. "Hey," Zorian suddenly called out from the ground, where his crumpled simulacrum body lay motionless. A bunch of people looked at themselves before the closest soldier pointed to himself curiously. "Yeah, you with the beard. Cut off my head." "I beg your pardon?" the man asked, shocked. "I can't move my body, so it's mostly just useless weight at this point. Sadly, none of my golems are too good at fine manual dexterity, so it's up to you to cut off my head and carry it with you. You'll be my official head carrier from now on." The man gave the body on the floor a strange look before sighing. "This is not what I signed up for," he mumbled under his breath. Break. At the same time, one Zorian was fighting in the tunnels beneath Cyoria, but he was also in Koth, preparing to participate in the assault on the Abasin base there. Jornak had made a portal link to Koth earlier in the month, in order to eventually take Zorian's friends and family hostage, and now there was a small Abasin base hidden out there in the jungle, relatively close to the Terramachula estate. Zorian couldn't tell if Jornak still placed any hopes on this plan. On one hand, the base was still there and the portal connection was not shut down. Surely their enemies would not have done this if they knew that Zorian had opted out of using the Terramachula estate as his sanctuary. On the other hand, the base looked pretty small and understaffed to Zorian's eyes. Just a single regiment of war trolls and a small horde of undead, led by a handful of human mages. This was a pretty half-hearted operation. Or that's what he thought, anyway. Orisa and the other Terramachula around him apparently did not share his sentiments. What a nasty surprise these people had planned for us. This would have been a disaster if the attackers had caught us off guard, Orisa commented. I've seen you fight, Zorian said, frowning. A house with several dozen mages like you should have no problems repulsing a force like this, even if the war trolls and undead are more resistant to be attacks than most targets. Since most of their attention was placed elsewhere, Zorian was here only as a simulacrum. Moreover, he did not have an army of golems with him like the simulacrum beneath Cyoria did. He was here more as an advisor than anything. The Terramachula would be the ones who did all the fighting. You did? Orisa asked curiously. How strange. I don't remember fighting anyone while you were around. Still, while I thank you for the compliments, the simple counterpoint to your claim is that our house doesn't have several dozen mages like me. I am very much exceptional, both in talent and the amount of resources that have been spent on me. Most of the members of our house aren't particularly good at fighting to begin with. Most of them are primarily trackers and surveyors, using their bees purely to find things and fighting only as a last resort. Ah, said Zorian, wincing a little internally. Yes, he probably shouldn't take someone like Orisa to be the benchmark for your average member of the house. So why did you insist on making this attack, then? Why not just defend your estate like I advised you to? There is too much risk involved in that, Orisa said. If our main hives are damaged in the fighting, it would be a huge blow to our operations. But more importantly, the elders want that portal. Zorian raised his eyebrow at her. The portal, of course. The base Jornak made for this operation connected Koth directly to Altazia, bridging the vast distances between two continents with a permanent dimensional connection. The value of this was incalculable. And, you think you can take out this force, which you aren't sure you could defend against effectively, in such a way that you can seize the portal intact? Zorian asked her curiously. There is a chance, yes, Orisa told him with a mysterious smile. In a direct fight, I wouldn't be too confident of my chances, but thanks to your information we have a chance to take them off guard. If we can sneak enough bees into their base without them noticing, then their first indication of an impending attack will consist of getting swarmed by hundreds of magical bees each. You'd have to make sure to get them all or the whole thing will fail, Zorian pointed out. If even one survives the initial attack, he will close the portal. Of course, Orisa said. That's why it's important to be patient and do this slowly. You said there was no rush, yes? None, Zorian admitted. This fight was relatively irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If the Terramachula could really seize the portal, Zorian supposed they could send in some of their forces to the other side to assist them, but that was unlikely to be decisive in any way. In fact, I wholly support your decision to be careful. Less chance of your needing to pull us out of the fire if we flounder. Orisa asked knowingly. I'm just a moderately talented teenager, Zorian said. I could hardly turn the tide of battle all on my own. Yes, I'm sure, Orisa said. How many living people did you say were in the base? 28, Zorian said with barely a thought. He then quickly pointed out to her where exactly everyone currently was so her forces wouldn't waste time scouting the base for no reason. You know exactly where everyone in that base is, even from this distance, Orissa said lightly. But you're just a moderately talented teenager. Your brother should have taught you how to lie better. It's just a standard mind sense that all psychic people have, Zorian protested. Just an innate ability, nothing more. I'm quite sure that Daimen couldn't replicate what you just did, despite being way older than you, Orissa said. Ugh. Why was he so bad at this, look relatively normal, thing? This was going to be a real problem in the future, he could already tell. You know what? I'm shutting up now, Zorian sighed. You have a surprise attack to plan, so you should get on that, and I'll just stand on the sidelines and let the adults handle everything from now on. Please protect me, Damon's fiancé. My brother will never forgive you if you get his beloved little brother killed. She set loose some of her bees on him for that. Break. Zorian was in the tunnels beneath Scioria, he was in Koth, and he was even in the academy in Scioria, setting up contingencies in case things failed to develop as they hoped. But mostly he was at Ayaska's mansion. In fact, Zack, Svim, Alanik, Daimen, and most of their forces were also at Ayaska's mansion, because that's where the Abasins held their kidnapped shifter children. It was a bit of an obvious choice, in retrospect. It was heavily defended, it was really far from any other civilization, and it had a gate connection to the Abasin base beneath Scioria. However, there had been lots of obvious choices when it came to the place where the Abasins held the shifter children, and the cost of attacking Ayaska Mansion was huge. It wasn't something they would be willing to commit to unless they knew there was something of critical importance there. Well, now they knew, and the mansion and its surroundings had become the site of a bitter battle. Zorian's real body was here, standing on the back of Princess as the forest burned and shuddered around them. Thousands upon thousands of undead were charging at them, ranging from simple undead boars to towering mountains of stitched-up flesh that could rival even the biggest of Zorian's golems in size. Zorian's golems took care of most of them, tearing into them with grenade throwers and dismembering them with giant blades, but there were just too many of them. Fortunately, Princess was unafraid of the horde of the walking dead, and her 8 heads were ever vigilant. Any undead that dared approach her was immediately dealt with, without Zorian having to do anything. Immediately behind the undead horde was a rapidly approaching mass of monsters, mostly war trolls and winter wolves, with a huge swarm of iron beaks hovering above them, cawing ominously. Some rock worms were moving invisibly beneath the surface of the earth, but their controllers were wiser than the ones beneath Scioria and made sure the worms avoided Zorian like a plague and stayed as far away from him as possible. And in the distance, perched on the roof of the mansion, were 3 dragons staring intently at them. 3 living, perfectly healthy dragons, completely unrelated to the skeletal monstrosity hidden in the depths of Ayaska Mansion. Oganj and his 2 students, Zorian was sure. They weren't doing anything for now, but Zorian knew this wouldn't last as they got closer to the mansion itself. The attack was meant to be a surprise, but their enemies had clearly been ready for them anyway. Well, it would have been nice to catch their enemies completely off guard, but he had never really thought this would be an easy battle, anyway. After some back and forth with Zack, Zorian gave a silent signal to the menacing mass of iron beaks in the sky, and suddenly the whole flock swerved to the side as one, before letting loose a massive volley of knife-like feathers at a seemingly empty patch of land. Distant screams filled the air as the mages who were moving there under the cover of invisibility suddenly came under attack by the forces they believed were on their side. Before the enemy mages could regroup, Zorian ordered Princess to charge forward towards the mansion. She did so with relish, but not before letting loose a challenging roar from all 8 of her heads at the trio of dragons in the distance. Clearly riled up by the provocation, one of the dragons shook and almost flew up in the air to intercept her, but the biggest of the dragons casually slapped him down with his tail and gave him a silent glare. Visibly chastised, the smaller dragon immediately backed down. Zorian was impressed. Although Oganj was clearly the biggest and meanest of the trio, the other 2 were still adult dragons. They were not known for accepting such clearly subordinate positions lightly. Oganj must be more than just a good mage if he could convince a pair of adult dragons to follow his orders like that. In any case, Princess was like an 8-headed train that didn't need train tracks to get around. Her great speed and bulk meant that she could simply barrel through the undead horde with minimal resistance, trampling smaller corpses without slowing down and knocking the bigger stuff aside to continue forward. Then Alanik and his fellow mages finished their spell and summoned a fiery twister inside the heart of the undead horde, where it began to suck in the undead towards the center and got increasingly bigger and stronger the more undead it consumed. Zorian had seen that spell before, and now he even knew what the secret behind it was. The fire twister was actually trapping the souls of the undead it consumed and using them to power itself, which was why it seemingly never ran out of mana and only got stronger as it killed more and more undead. It was a rather dark piece of magic by church standards, almost necromantic in the way it functioned, but fighting fire with fire and all that. The fire twister would release the souls it had gathered when the spell eventually ended, letting them move on to the afterlife. Before Zorian could celebrate too much, hundreds of red figures poured out of the mansion, flying into the sky. Zorian squinted at the sight, finding the enemies in front of him unfamiliar. They looked almost like bats, but with disturbingly humanoid bodies and faces, and snake-like tails trailing behind them. The tail had a toothy mouth at the end, Zorian eventually realized, and the tails moved around like they had a mind of their own. Demons, Alanik sent to him through their telepathic link. Minor or major? Zorian asked. There is no such thing as a minor demon, Alanik answered him. But I suppose these would count as minor. Zorian clacked his tongue. Sadly, due to the way the time loop functioned, he had no experience at all in how to fight something like this. All he knew was that demons were an incredibly diverse bunch, with many strange powers that sometimes varied from individual to individual, never mind different species. Fighting them was almost as bad as fighting a human mage. You never really knew what to expect. Let us handle them, another voice demanded over the telepathic link. Zorian didn't argue, he gave his permission and a swarm of Solrothams suddenly rose into the sky with a terrible buzzing sound and flew off to intercept the demon bats. For a while, Zorian busied himself with guiding several severing discs and decapitating war trolls and winter wolves while Princess trampled everything in her path, but gradually things began to bother him. Things were going pretty good, but he couldn't help but feel that this was because the mansion defenders weren't really giving their all to stop them. They were just sending disposable troops to buy themselves more time for something. The fact Oganj and his 2 students were just sitting there on the mansion roof and watching the battle with seemingly no intention to get involved was especially bothering him. Why were the freaking dragons not attacking? Hell, they hadn't even sent the skeletal dragon into the fray. He nervously fingered the cube given to him by the angel he summoned, wondering if he should. No, this wasn't the right time. Using it now would be a mistake. Something in the back of his mind insisted that this was true. He put the cube back into his jacket pocket and made a quick conversation with Zach, Alanik, and everyone else. Soon, an absolutely massive creature rose into the air in the distance before rapidly approaching. It was the Solrotham holy beast, the massive sandworm that had given them so much trouble when they had tried to fight it. Now it was on their side. Flying on hundreds of translucent butterfly-like wings, the worm made a beeline for the 3 dragons. At the same time, the others also made their own moves. Zorian projected a blast of repelling force in front of Princess, knocking aside some troublesome opponents that had halted her advance, and ordered her to head straight for the mansion and its guardian dragons, damn everything else. Meanwhile, a milky white orb suddenly rose into the air, carrying Zach, Svim, Alanik, and Daimen towards the dragons with incredible speed and agility. The dragons immediately realized they were being targeted, and rose into the air as one. Oganj bellowed out something to his 2 students and they each picked their own opponent. The left one went to intercept Zorian and Princess, the right one flew off to engage the massive sandworm in the sky above the mansion. As for Oganj, he seemed to have identified Zach's group as the biggest danger out of them all, and thus something he should deal with personally. Zorian was modest enough to admit the dragon mage was probably right. In any case, once Oganj decided it was time to fight, he did not hold back in the slightest. Zack's sphere was too fast and maneuverable for the great dragon to dodge it or breathe fire on it, so he instead reached for his magic. Waving his hands in a surprisingly human-like gesture, Oganj created an incandescent white sphere in his hand and thrust it in the opposing sphere's general direction. Even though the attack wasn't aimed at him, and he was quite a distance away, Zorian could still feel his neck hairs raise at the amount of mana Oganj poured into the spell. Dragon magic was bullshit. Thankfully, all of them were quite unusual in their own way, and Zack had 3 other people supporting him. Before the destructive sphere could actually get close to Zack's sphere and detonate, space started to bend around it, like something invisible was being wrapped around it, and then the sphere seemingly winked out of existence. Moments later, a terrifying detonation sounded in the distance. Svim had teleported Oganj's projectile away into a nearby region, but its detonation still sent vibrations through Zorian's chest and lit up the sky like a second sun. Gods, no wonder Zack had died to Oganj so many times. How were they even supposed to fight someone like this? Watch out, you stupid savage. Sudamir's voice suddenly echoed all around the mansion, magically amplified and projected so that it could be heard clearly in the whole region. You're lucky they got rid of that projectile or you'd have leveled the whole mansion. Since when is this kind of magic acceptable when you're defending a place? Shut up. Oganj yelled back in clear human tongue, his voice just as loud as Sudamir's, despite using no magic to amplify it. I know what I'm doing. Go whine to your dead wife instead of bothering me when I'm fighting. Zorian ignored the bickering between Sudamir and Oganj, because he had more immediate issues to worry about. Oganj's student was probably not as powerful as his master, but he was still a dragon mage and he was coming for him. Zorian fired a force lance at the incoming dragon's wing, hoping to ground it. Dragon flight was magical, but they still needed their wings intact if they wanted to use it, so wing membranes were a big, well-known weakness. Too well-known, apparently. The dragon tried to swerve out of the way of the force lance, but when Zorian revealed he could make the lance pivot in the middle of flight and change directions on a whim, he found out that the dragon also erected a shield around himself just in case. The force lance hit the shield and shattered harmlessly upon it. Visibly narrowing his eyes at Zorian and Princess, the dragon took a deep breath and launched a stream of fire-based projectiles at them. Apparently this dragon practiced magic that allowed him to shape his breath into various projectiles like exploding fireballs and fast-moving beams of flame. He still couldn't hit Princess. With her 8 heads and her strangely shaped body, she kind of looked like she should be clumsy and slow, but she was a divinely enhanced beast and this impression was totally wrong. Princess was both fast and maneuverable, and not only did she skillfully dodge every projectile the young dragon mage directed at her, she even found the time to pick up various loose stones and small winter wolves that hadn't moved away fast enough and hurl them straight at the dragon in the air. She was a pretty good shot, too. Plus, of course, she had Zorian riding on her back. Whenever she couldn't dodge something, he would just deflect it away while periodically annoying the dragon with simple force projectiles. He was pretty sure that this was the dragon that had wanted to fight Princess when she had bellowed out a challenge at the start of the battle, so he should be a fairly irritable sort. Annoyingly, the dragon had placed mental shields on itself before the battle had even begun. They weren't much, but dragons were already a pain to affect with his powers, even without dedicated mental defenses, due to their magic resistance. The mental shield, crude as it was, simply made the idea of targeting it with mind magic a complete non-starter. Thankfully, Zorian's hopes about the dragon's irritability proved to be correct. After repeatedly dodging his projectiles and harassing him with force spells, the dragon had apparently had enough. He could have continued flying high, outside of Zorian's and Princess's effective reach, but instead he decided to descend closer to the ground so he could catch them with a more powerful attack. It was a good attack, Zorian had to admit. The dragon created a translucent blue ball in front of him and launched it at the pair. As it got closer, it suddenly extended into a large gelatinous dome and trapped them inside it. Princess tried to bite through it, but the gelatinous barrier resisted her efforts and even glued one of her jaws shut, forcing Zorian to cut her free. Meanwhile, the dragon clearly took time powering up some kind of massive fire spell that would incinerate them both to ashes, now that they were both trapped in a small area with no way to dodge. Unfortunately for him, Princess could teleport. Just before the dragon could release his spell, Princess quickly curled up into a ball and disappeared from her gelatinous prison, taking Zorian with her. Before the dragon could realize what happened, he had already launched the fire attack at the empty dome, wasting his spell and hitting nothing. Then Princess popped into existence practically next to him and Zorian quickly fired a whole bundle of severing whips at the dragon's torso. Being considerably tougher than a human, the dragon mage was not cut into tiny chunks by the severing whips, but they did cut into his flesh, drawing blood and wrapping too tightly around him to be easily dislodged. Especially since any struggle would just worsen his wounds. Zorian anchored the severing whips to Princess's back and ordered her to pull. She did. The dragon let loose an almost girlish scream and plummeted to the ground, severing whips digging ever deeper into his flesh. Before he could gather his bearings, Princess was already upon him, heads biting and snarling, and they both went down in a tangle of limbs and necks. The fight quickly degenerated into a weird but vicious wrestling match, the dragon and Divine Hydra rolling around the ground, knocking down small trees and smashing boulders into powder. As for Zorian, he had thankfully already jumped off Princess's back when she went after the downed dragon, and was currently flying towards the other two dragon fights in a milky white sphere similar to the one that Zack used to confront Audiobooks. He felt a little bad leaving Princess to fight the dragon on her own, but he had faith she wasn't going to get herself killed in his absence. She was a pretty tough girl. The other two fights, he soon realized, were still ongoing. In fact, they had merged into some kind of confused combined battle, thanks to two facts. 1. Audiobooks student couldn't really stop the flying sandworm, he could keep it busy, but the sandworm was too big and massive for the relatively tiny dragon to stop it from going wherever it wished. Secondly, the Iron Beaks decided, on their own initiative, to pick a fight with the two dragons. Zorian had no idea how that had happened, since picking up a reason from the minds of Iron Beaks itself proved unhelpful. They were just very, very angry and apparently hated the three dragons from the very moment they had shown up and arrogantly claimed the mansion's roof like they owned the whole place. Compared to dragons, the Iron Beaks were nothing. However, there were a lot of them, and they knew when to attack and when to retreat. Moreover, Zack and the others were protecting them, since they found the vicious corvids useful as a distraction. Also, apparently Sudamir really didn't like the fact that his mansion, which contained his beloved wife's spirit, was in danger from all this fighting around it. As such, his voice constantly sounded from the mansion, shouting instructions at the two dragons and insults at Zack and the others. He was starting to sound increasingly incoherent as time went by, and by the time Zorian got close to the battlefield, the man had apparently had enough. The roof of the mansion crumbled and the skeletal dragon hidden inside the top half of it started to pick itself up from the rubble. Audiobooks gave the skeletal dragon, and the mansion itself, a contemptuous snort, before focusing back on his current fight. Of course, the other combatants wouldn't allow another powerful creature to join the fight like that, so before the skeletal dragon could launch itself into the air, Diamond suddenly materialized a giant ectoplasmic body around himself and tackled it off the roof and into the ground below. Diamond had once used this spell to tangle with Princess, back before they had realized how to take control of her, and now it was being used to restrain Sudamir's skeletal dragon. Sadly, Sudamir was no amateur when it came to building his artificial horrors, and the skeletal dragon wouldn't be so easily restrained. Diamond gave it his best, but it was clear that he was losing, and none of the others could afford to turn their back on the other two dragons to give him a hand. But Zorian, who had just arrived on the scene, could. Before the two dragons could react, Zorian reached into the Imperial Orb that he carried with him and an absolutely massive golem popped into existence. It was 6 meters tall and fully made from gleaming, nigh indestructible metal. The ground sank under its weight as it barreled towards the skeletal dragon being desperately pinned to the ground by Damon's conjured giant. Perhaps it was just Zorian's imagination, but he could almost see an expression of pure panic in the dragon's empty eye sockets just before the metal colossus jumped on top of it and brought down its heavy spiked fists right on top of its skull. Sadly, the moment was slightly ruined by the fact said heavy metal fists didn't shatter the skeletal dragon's skull into tiny fragments with a single blow. Instead, the golem just chipped the skull and ended any hope it had of getting into the air, where its maneuverability would make it a huge threat to everyone on his side. Before Zorian could celebrate and focus on grinding the stupid bone dragon to dust, though, a strange ripple emanated from the mansion, causing both him and everyone else to halt in their tracks. "I really hoped this wouldn't be necessary," Sudamir's voice sounded again, this time sounding calmer and more subdued. "Shit." Zack suddenly swore over their telepathic connection, and then Zorian's entire perception lurched and twisted. His vision warped, his knees buckled and bile rose to his throat, threatening to make him puke. He immediately recognized the symptoms. It reminded him of a botched teleportation spell, except. He quickly looked around. He was still next to Ayaska Mansion, the Colossus Golem was still holding the skeletal dragon pinned to the ground not far from him, and the iron beaks cawed frantically in the sky above, their synchronized murder flock wobbling chaotically in a disorganized fashion. He was impressed they hadn't dropped from the sky when the dizziness hit them. Beyond Ayaska Mansion, though, Zorian could see a building. A familiar building. And in the distance, he could see burning fires and hear the sound of city defenders facing off against marauding war trolls and hordes of undead. It took him only a moment to realize what had transpired. During the last planar alignment, a group of mages managed to perform an incredible feat of transplanting their city from one continent to another. What Jornak and his allies did was relatively tame in comparison. They had simply switched Ayaska Mansion and its surrounding space with a piece of Scioria. Zorian sighed. He gave a mental order to the Colossus Golem and it brought down its fist once again on the skeletal dragon's skull, this time shattering it to pieces, causing the rest of its bony body to fall limp and lifeless. Despite all their attempts, everything converged back in Scioria in the end. In the sky above, Oganj gave a bellowing roar as the battle began anew. 102, Giants. Chapter 102 Giants. In the middle of Scioria, relatively close to the massive bottomless hole around which the city was built, there was an anomaly. A large mansion sat there like a lonely sentinel, surrounded by trees. No road led to it, and the surrounding forest was far too thick and wild for a city park. The area was perfectly circular, even cutting several buildings in half at the edges, as if someone had switched a portion of the northern forest with a random city district with zero care as to how it would naturally fit inside. Which is exactly what had happened, of course. While Zorian and the others had been fighting the dragons and trying to break into Ayaska Mansion, their enemies had been performing a powerful teleportation ritual to send said mansion straight into the heart of Scioria, right next to the place where the primordial release ritual was to take place. Zorian took a few moments to replenish his mana reserves a little and marveled at the sheer audacity of the feat. He had been curious for a while now why Quadakikl, Silverlake, and Jornak weren't helping their dragon allies defend the mansion. Now he knew. This kind of ritual spell wasn't something that could be done on a whim, or stopped in the middle without consequences. Quadakikl, Jornak, and Silverlake were probably all required to pull this off, and they absolutely couldn't afford to get distracted for even a moment. That's why they got the 3 dragon mages to guard them at this critical time. That's why they were so defensive in general. They should have pushed them harder, Zorian thought to himself regretfully. If they had held nothing back right from the start and tried to break into the mansion with absolutely everything at their disposal, then maybe. He shook his head, putting such thoughts to the side. This was no time for regrets and hypotheticals. Besides, in a way, luck had been on their side. Zorian had not invested too much time studying these kinds of ritual spells, but everything he knew about them told him they had to have started the ritual a long time ago. Long before Zorian had given everyone a signal to start the attack, Jornak and his allies had started casting their spell. If they had moved any slower, it was possible the fight would have started with the mansion's sudden teleportation in the middle of Scioria. Now that would have been a disaster. He observed the battleground around him, trying to figure out his next course of action. Princess had been too far to get caught in the teleportation effect, which meant she was effectively out of the fight. It would take too much time and mana to get her to Scioria, assuming she could even finish her fight with her draconic opponent in a timely manner. The Solrotham's flying sandworm had also been left behind, being far, far too big for the teleportation spell. On the bright side, both of the divine beasts had tied up one of the dragon mages through their efforts. The one princess had been fighting was obviously too far to get teleported, and the second one had been hit by the sandworm and flung into the distance at the time the teleportation effect hit, causing it to be left behind as well. The only dragon mage left now was Oganj, who was currently fighting Zorian's allies in the sky above the mansion. Unfortunately, Oganj was by far the most powerful dragon mage out of the three. And they were now fighting above a highly populated city, where collateral damage was very much an issue. On the bright side, Zack and his entire group had followed Oganj to Scioria, and they were joined by most of the Iron Beaks and the Solrotham. Zack and the other human mages were currently busy keeping Oganj from leveling the city, but the other two were basically unopposed. Under the leadership of their high priest, the devil wasps had thoroughly beaten the demon bats, and were currently just mopping them up. As for the Iron Beaks, they were quickly recovering from their sudden change in scenery and their fighting spirit didn't seem lessened by the experience. Both groups would soon be free to join the other battlefields. Which was good, because a flood of war trolls, various monsters, undead, and enemy mages suddenly started pouring out of Ayaska Mansion. Zorian was not surprised by this. Why else would their enemies bother transporting the entire Ayaska Mansion to Scioria unless it was filled to the brim with troops? Still, he was kind of surprised that they managed to keep so many of their forces in reserve like this. The amount of soldiers and monsters they had placed beneath Scioria to fake the main attack wasn't small, and they had also lost a great many of their minions trying to delay them from reaching Ayaska Mansion. Jornak and Quatakikl must have been far more active with recruiting than they thought. It wasn't just the Altasian mercenary groups, either. Looking at the enemy forces spreading out into the city, Zorian could see that many of them were of clear Ulquin Ibesa origin. Quatakikl must have paid a heavy price to reinforce his existing soldiers with these new ones. This was a risky move by the ancient Lich, Zorian felt. There were too many Ibesans here for them to retreat from the city in a timely manner, even with the help of a permanent dimensional gate. The plan was probably for the Ibesan forces to retreat the same way they had come in, by retreating to Ayaska Mansion and then have it teleported again, this time out of the city. However, this was something that was much easier to disrupt than his original plan, which meant Quatakikl risked losing a lot of forces today. Idly, Zorian wondered how a huge loss in lives and tamed monsters here would reflect on Quatakikl's reputation back on Ulquin Ibesa, before deciding this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He directed the Iron Beaks at these new forces threatening the city, and sent a message to the Solrotham asking them to support them. He received no response from the Solrotham High Priest, but the devil wasps did start to fly towards the forces exiting Ayaska Mansion, so they had clearly gotten the message. He also sent a signal to the Academy. Up until this moment, the Academy staff had taken a purely defensive stance and had not gotten involved in the city fighting much, but an improvised combat force had long been gathered and organized. Now that a mass of enemies had materialized practically on their doorstep, the Academy was also close to the hole. After all, they also began pouring out and started to actively confront them. As for Zorian, he did nothing to help their allies against the enemy forces running amok in the city. He'd done all he could for them. They would lose or triumph based on their own merits. Instead, he kept replenishing his mana and waited for. They were finally here. Quatakikl, Silverlake, and Jornak. The three of them marched out of Ayaska Mansion once the flow of troops leaving their base had slowed down to a trickle, their bearings proud and their steps never faltering. All three of them were as Zorian had come to know them. The ancient Lich was in his skeletal battle form, black bones encased in gold-decorated armor and the imperial crown placed securely on top of his bony head. Sickly green light emanated from him, something that he now knew was a visible trace of a powerful ward anchored to the fancy armor he was wearing. His appearance wasn't just for the sake of appearances and intimidation. Jornak was still dressed in that distinctive red robe he loved to wear, his face hidden in darkness. Truthfully, Zorian still often thought of him as Red Robe in his head, even though he was completely sure of his identity by this point. Finally, Silver Lake was looking the most relaxed out of the three, dressed in an expensive red dress. Hands clasped behind her back as she was looking around at everything around her. Zorian couldn't really hear her due to the distance between him and their group of three, but she seemed to be quietly humming some kind of tune as she walked. It was hard to connect the beautiful, black-haired woman in front of him with the withered old witch he had come to know in the time loop, but they were clearly one and the same. All three were under the effect of mind blank. Of course. Two more new arrivals also caught his attention. At the same time their three main enemies marched out of the mansion, a large procession of people in robes also left the mansion through another entrance. The lead people were dressed in the same kind of red robe that Jornak was wearing, and guarded tightly in the center of the procession was a large armored carriage that seemed to be shaking from time to time, as if someone was pounding on it from the inside. The group immediately set off in the direction of the hole, barely glancing at the fights occurring around the mansion. The second thing that caught his attention was another Quatakikl. This one was identical to the ancient lich that had just marched out of the mansion, except this one was holding a glowing red gem the size of a human fist, and was standing directly on top of the ruined roof of Ayaska Mansion. Quatakikl was using a simulacrum. How interesting. As far as Zorian could tell, Quatakikl was like Zack, in that he didn't like using those unless he had to. He didn't have the convenient telepathic link to his copies like Zorian did, and he probably worried about what one of his copies would do without his supervision. It was hard enough for Zorian to keep his copies in line, he couldn't imagine how many headaches other people experienced with them. So that probably means. The second Quatakikl raised his black, skeletal hand in the air, his palm pointed at the sky, holding the glowing red gem exposed for all to see. A complicated magic circle made out of blood-red light suddenly sprang up around his position. Red streams of light emanated from the gem like many whip-like tentacles, and the air above the mansion started to twist and distort like hot summer air. Yeah. It was time. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved the angel cube. Then, he deployed the imperial orb and retrieved from it a much bigger, metal cube of his own design. Glancing to the side, he could see Daimen approaching him. His older brother had chosen to stay still for a while after the teleportation event, rather than immediately rejoining Zack and the others in fighting Oganj. He had spent a lot of mana fighting Sudamir's skeletal dragon until Zorian had come, so he probably felt it prudent to take a breather and recover some strength while he could. That thing on the roof is going to summon something, Daimen told him, concern creeping into his voice. Something big. Demons, Zorian said. I know. But look at those three marching towards us. Do you think we can push through them to stop the summoning? Daimen looked at the ancient lich, the humming witch, and the man in the red robe. He didn't know them like Zorian did, but he was a powerful and experienced mage, and could make a decent judgment. He then looked at the battle in the sky, where Zack, Alanik, and Svim were fighting Oganj, and scowled. Their companions were too busy to come to their aid. Can you help me hold them off while I do some summoning of my own? Zorian asked, giving Daimen a brief side glance while focusing on the angel cube in his hands. He had never actually done a summoning like this before. He really hoped he didn't mess things up. That would be really anticlimactic. He swept his hands around him and invisible forces cut deep grooves in the ground around them, forming a complicated magic circle of his own. The lines and glyphs began to glow blue. You won't seriously ask me to fight 3 master mages alone? Daimen asked incredulously. I think you have a very inflated view of my capabilities here, brother. It's fine, Zorian insisted. You just have to hold them off for a little while. Plus, you will have Merva here as support. Zorian pointed at the giant hulking golem standing behind them. Daimen muttered something about Zorian having a stupid naming sense, but the reminder that he had a metal colossus on his side had obviously helped breathe additional confidence into him. Plus, Zorian added, placing his hand on the other, much bigger cube. I won't be completely helpless. Keeping his hand on said cube, Zorian copied Quatakikle's gesture and raised his hand up into the air, palm facing upwards. The small angel cube greedily accepted his mana, interfacing itself with Zorian's improvised magic circle. Hundreds of tiny golden glyphs lit up on the surface of the cube, though from a distance Zorian imagined it just looked like he was holding up a miniature sun in the palm of his hand. A vortex of multicolored light and soft winds suddenly formed around him as the angel cube started to madly draw in ambient mana in the area. A massive, mind-boggling torrent of mana was sucked into the cube, more than Zorian could have ever provided out of his own personal mana reserves, even if he sat there and powered it for several months at the time. This wasn't how summoning rituals usually worked. If Zorian had tried to use ambient mana to help pay for the summoning like this in normal circumstances, he wouldn't just suffer mana poisoning, he would explode into ash and dust before he channeled even a quarter of the mana he was handling now. However, this time he didn't have to channel the ambient mana through himself, as with most spellcasting. The cube was somehow doing that on its own, and Zorian simply had to make sure to guide the mana across proper channels and shape the summoning spell. His mana reserves were still dropping dangerously fast, but the ritual was more taxing on his shaping skills than anything else. Did the angel make the cube specifically to take advantage of Zorian's high shaping skills? Because this was hard. Insanely hard. Other than maybe Svim, Zorian didn't think there was any person other than him that could stop all this mana from running out of control and ruining the titanic summoning ritual the cube wanted to execute. Zorian wasn't entirely sure he could do this himself, actually. The difficulty was still increasing. His hand shook and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the cube in his palm shone brighter and brighter. An angel's trust is a heavy thing to bear, Zorian lamented in his head. Focused as he was at his task, he was only partially aware of things happening around him, and even that was purely because his mind was fused with so many of his simulacrums. One of the simulacrums took over his body and senses while he focused on shaping the summoning spell, and in his current fused mental state, this allowed him to observe his surroundings in a way he would normally be unable to achieve without being distracted. Almost immediately after he started his own summoning, Jornak, Quatakikle, and Silver Lake stopped their dramatic march and just plain rushed at him, hoping to stop the spell. If he hadn't been distracted by the strain of the summoning, Zorian would have found the scene funny. As it was, he just watched as the enemy trio started hurling spells at him, only for them to be stopped cold by Daimen and Merva. Quatakikle did his best to hit him with a multitude of his signature red disintegration beams. Jornak was showering the entire area with blindingly bright arcs of lightning that dodged through any static shield and obstacle in the way, and Silver Lake was trying to copy Zorian by launching various potion bottles at him with the aid of telekinetic spells. Nothing worked. Daimen recklessly burned through his mana reserves to erect massive golden shields in front of them, tanking most of the damage, and occasionally dispelled incoming projectiles by hitting them with pale blue beams and invisible waves of disrupting force. Anything that got through him was stopped by Merva, who was tough and warded enough to simply intercept incoming projectiles with his body. Merva also frequently went on the offensive, picking up any rocks and boulders from the craters exposed in the fighting and throwing them with surprisingly good accuracy. He also sometimes suddenly charged at them and tried to stomp them flat, a crude but effective tactic that frequently interrupted their spellcasting and forced them to dodge. In general, the metal colossus was far faster and more agile than its looks would suggest. It was no slow, lumbering giant. It was a golem equivalent of a dragon, and Zorian was very pleased it was performing as well as he had hoped. It was just a shame he couldn't figure out how to make Merva fly as well. Something to tackle when he started building version 2 of the Colossus. At some point, Jornak seemed to have had enough of the massive golem, and tried to get rid of Merva the same way his simulacrum had gotten rid of Zorian's bodyguard golem back in the tunnels underneath Cyoria. Jornak threw a bunch of bombs at the charging golem and they erupted into a web of hair-thin spatial cracks that enveloped the area. Merva was completely submerged in the spatial cracks, but he emerged completely unscathed. The metal colossus was a lot bigger than his bodyguard golems, and had a lot more time and money invested into him. Zorian had equipped Merva with the finest wards he could set up, and it would take more than that to take it apart. Surprised at the fact the golem was still whole and rushing at him, Jornak panicked for a moment and tried to cast a short-range teleport to evade the threat. That was a mistake. One of the wards Zorian placed on Merva was a teleportation ward that could be amplified to extend a fair distance from his body. The ward was a really malicious sort, too, one that didn't just disrupt the teleportation but also tried to do it in a way that made the spell go haywire and try to kill the caster. Jornak's body shuddered and lurched as his teleportation spell was violently disrupted. He was good enough to stabilize the failing spell, enough that he didn't get himself torn to pieces by the dimensional stresses, but he wasn't good enough to escape all consequences. Dazed and unable to react in time, he was almost stomped by Merva's foot before Quadakikl gestured with his hand and pulled him out of the way of the charging golem. Pity. But no matter. Quadakikl and Silverlake were perfectly lined up at the moment, so Merva thrust both of his hands towards them, causing a huge wave of wind and kinetic force to barrel towards them. Self-casting items were largely disappointing. They could only really produce crude blasts of force, fire and the like. For some uses, however, that was enough, especially if the blast was big enough. Quadakikl was too experienced to fall for this, and the blast only caused him to be momentarily distracted as he focused on counteracting it. Silverlake, however, wasn't that much of a fighter. The blast caught her entirely by surprise and she reacted too slowly, causing her to get knocked back into the distance. She would be back soon, but it didn't matter. In this kind of battle, every second counted. Silverlake was the weakest among the three enemies facing them, but still very dangerous. Having her gone for a while was great. Sadly, Merva and Daimen had been unable to take advantage of this opportunity because two giant spheres of black bones suddenly burst out of Ayaska Mansion and came barreling down at Merva. As they got closer, they unrolled into familiar skeletal crocodilians. Zorian had seen one of them in action when he and Zack had gone to rob Eldamar's royal treasury with Quadakikl, and knew exactly how powerful and resilient they were. Back then, Quadakikl said the crocodilian skeleton beast was his pet. Of course he actually had more than one. The two skeleton beasts quickly pounced upon Merva, tying him down. "What great allies I have," the ancient lich said, bending his skeletal neck sideways as if he was cracking his neck. His voice was amplified, allowing everyone in the vicinity to hear him. It was probably intended primarily for Jornak and Silverlake, though. Better than nothing, I guess, but only just. You'd think literal time travelers would be better than this. What? Daimen asked, confused. He had been preparing to keep the ancient lich tied down, but Quadakikl's statement made him hesitate. "Oh, he didn't tell you?" Quadakikl said, sounding surprised. "Aren't you his big brother or something? Looks like family doesn't mean what it used to these days." Before Daimen could say anything, two more simulacrums of Quadakikl suddenly appeared right next to the original. Or at least Zorian guessed the lich they had been fighting thus far was the original. All three Quadakikls immediately hasted themselves and turned into a blur. A split second later, each of them cast 3 spells each. 9 red stars, each smaller than the tip of Zorian's finger but shining bright, immediately shot towards Zorian with blinding speed. Daimen scrambled to block them, but it was too little, too late. The first 5 slammed into Daimen's golden, multi-layered barrier, blocked by it but ripping it to shreds in the process. The 6th one was stopped by Daimen himself, who retrieved a small mirror from his pocket and physically intercepted the projectile with it. His brother's prized divine artifact lived up to its divine nature and stopped the projectile cold. Unlike the time it stopped Princess's attack beam, it didn't break in the process. There was a flash of light and the red star was just gone, Dai-Men standing unharmed behind it. The other 3 stars rushed toward Zorian completely unopposed. Up in the sky, his 3 allies realized he was in danger and tried to help him, but Ogange realized what was happening too and suddenly launched an entire swarm of blindingly bright white beams to intercept them and make them unable to render aid. Although aware of the incoming attack due to his simulacrums, Zorian did nothing to evade it. He kept stabilizing the summoning spell with all his might. However, the large metal cube he was resting his hand on wasn't as passive. With a whirring sound of shifting metal plates and internal mechanisms coming to life, it flew in front of him, placing itself in the path of the incoming red stars. 2 of the stars swerved to the side, making sure the cube could only physically intercept one of the stars, but it didn't help. The cube seemingly fell apart at the seams, suddenly separating itself into 8 smaller cubes. They positioned themselves into a rough sphere around Zorian, and a faint blue sphere of magical force, almost invisible, encased the entire area around him. The smaller cubes didn't even try to intercept the red stars after that, and the 3 projectiles slammed into the barrier completely unopposed. The borderline invisible barrier barely even reacted. Anyone standing close to Zorian would see a handful of gentle ripples emanating from the points of impact for a fraction of a second, but these quickly subsided and left no trace of damage on the shield. To his credit, the ancient lich wasn't shocked by the sight. He simply launched into one spell barrage after another, burning through gods know how much mana to launch a multitude of spells at Zorian. Zorian was kind of worried for Dai-Men at this point, since this kind of onslaught could probably kill his older brother very easily if the lich decided it would be good idea to kill the distraction first. Thankfully, Dai-Men quickly realized the safest place to be right now was next to Zorian, being protected by his shield, and promptly retreated behind him so that Zorian's cube could protect him as well. And protect them both the cube did. The cube was not a simple spell aid or ward stone like most such tools. It was closer in nature to a golem, and was just as expensive and complicated to build as Merva had been. Although no magic item could truly cast a spell, only maintain one indefinitely, Zorian's cube did a pretty good job of mimicking spellcasting. A dizzying amount of protective spells were constantly maintained by the cube. By amplifying some of them and suppressing others, the cube could adjust its protections from moment to moment, creating custom shields to counter specific type of spells. It did that mostly autonomously, because Zorian had animated it in the same manner in which one would a golem. None of its operation required any mana, or even much attention from Zorian. Thus, none of Quatakikle's attacks were effective. Projectiles slammed into the impenetrable, ever-shifting barrier created by the 8 small cubes orbiting Zorian, producing no effect. Larger, slower attacks were dealt with more actively, by one of the little cubes firing marbles at them. The marbles were all charged with various spell bombs, and each cube had a pocket dimension absolutely packed with them, making it unlikely they would run out of marbles anytime soon. Once the marble detonated next to an attack, it would be either dispersed or weakened enough for the barrier to negate it with ease. Attempts to send ectoplasmic constructs or animated earth at them were dealt with by Dai-Men, who picked them apart from the safety of the cube's defense. The shield was sufficiently sophisticated that it would let Daemon's attacks pass through without obstruction, even though that was not normally possible when attacking behind another mage's shield. Silverlake and Jornak had recovered by this point and did their best to help Quatakikle, but while Merva was being distracted by the crocodilian skeletons, he wasn't fully tied down. As such, the two had to keep the colossal golem at bay without Quatakikle's help while trying to help him. It wasn't very effective. Eventually Quatakikle realized this wasn't working and that attempting to overpower Zorian in this manner was just him burning through mana for nothing. Zorian wasn't even spending any mana on defending himself, so the lich's attacks weren't even wearing him out. "Oh Ganj!" Quatakikle suddenly shouted. "Help me crack this turtle's shell. Get these idiots off me, then." Oganj responded, trying to swat away the milky sphere flying around him out of the sky. The ancient lich crouched and jumped, and immediately shot up into the sky like a bullet. Dai-Men looked torn between pursuing the lich, even though he knew this would take him out of the safety of Zorian's shield, and trying to put more pressure on Jornak and Silverlake. He eventually decided to try and kill Jornak. It was probably a smart decision and Zorian fully supported it. While countering whatever Quatakikl was doing would probably be more useful, it would probably result in his death. Zorian would rather face more danger than see Daimen die here. Visions of a pale and bleeding Daimen, near death after he had sacrificed his life force to allow Zorian to save himself, momentarily flooded his mind, his control over the summoning spell slipping. No. No, focus, focus. He pushed these thoughts to the side, just like he had pushed them aside this whole month, and focused on the matter at hand. The angel summoning. It had to work, or else the enemy was going to have a whole bunch of demons on their side, and they would have nothing to counter them with. The battle in the air intensified. Somehow Zack and Alanik found a moment to do some spell interruption of their own and directed a barrage of projectiles at Quatakikl's simulacrum standing on the roof of Ayaska Mansion, trying to interrupt his demon summoning. They failed, both because the flying Quatakikl interfered on behalf of his copy and because Ayaska Mansion still had reasonably intact defensive wards, despite all the fighting occurring around it. But then, a disaster struck. Quatakikl managed to distract Zack enough to let Oganj face just Alanik and Svim for a moment. Rather than try to kill one of them, an action that could work, but would probably fail, the Dragon Mage decided to instead try to kill Zorian. Zorian could see the logic of it. Dragon battle magic basically specialized in huge, mana-hungry spells that rivaled human artillery magic in power, but with none of the drawbacks that branch of magic usually had. Quatakikl couldn't overpower Zorian's defenses by sheer number of spells, but a powerful piece of dragon magic could surely crack any kind of shield outside of dedicated building wards like the one centered around Ayaska Mansion. Time seemed to slow down to Zorian as he watched Oganj finish his spell. The dragon's yellow, slitted eyes seemed to radiate pride and contempt as he thrust his scaly, clawed hand towards him, and a huge ball of incandescent flame came screaming down at Zorian. Literally screaming. Zorian didn't know if the old dragon mage added that effect purely for the sake of surprise and intimidation, but the massive fireball created a sharp screaming sound as it flew through the air. Zorian still didn't move to dodge. The 8 little cubes stopped orbiting around him, causing the shield around him to collapse, and flew towards the incoming fireball with great speed, quickly arranging themselves into a ring-shaped formation. Jornak and Silverlake tried to take advantage of Zorian's momentary defenseless position to kill him before the fireball hit, but Daimen and Merva stopped that from working. As for the fireball, it flew undaunted towards the ring of cubes flying towards it, even though Zorian was sure Oganj could control its flight and try to get it to dodge. He supposed that the dragon mage was confident his spell would overpower whatever defensive effect the cube possessed. He was bound to be disappointed. As the fireball got close to the ring of cubes, it seemed to enter a zone of literal slowed time. A temporal dilation bubble that made time pass slower on the inside than on the outside. Oganj's eyes widened as he tried to pull his spell out of the temporal mire, but the cubes would never allow that. The ring of cubes passed around the burning projectile and it simply disappeared. Then they immediately turned around and re-established the defensive field around Zorian. It was as if the cubes pulled an invisible bag over the fireball and carried it off. Which, wasn't that far from the truth, really. Oganj's massive fireball was currently safely stored in the cube's special, time-dilated pocket dimension. It wasn't quite frozen in time, but it was close. Very close. Oganj gave him an angry, hateful look, but was in no position to do anything to him anymore. The moment Quatakikl had given him had passed, and Zack was back in the fight and angrier than ever. Besides, Zorian was almost done with his summoning. Even though he had started his spell later than Quatakikl's simulacrum, he seemed to be working faster. Quatakikl realized it too. You are to manage this alone for a while. I need to speed things up, Quatakikl yelled, and then flew off in the direction of his simulacrum. He soon took a place beside him, causing the demon summoning to speed up immensely. Gritting his teeth, Zorian sent even more mana into the angel cube in his palm, causing it to suck in even more ambient mana from the environment and increasing the strain on his concentration and shaping skills to the edge of the breaking point. Even with the help of his simulacrums, his awareness constantly shrank, until the golden cube above his head became his entire world. Suddenly, the pressure completely disappeared. The air above him warped and twisted, and there was suddenly a huge shadow looming over him. It was the same angel he and Zack had spoken to earlier in the month. Or at least it looked the same to Zorian. A mass of black branches with orange eyes instead of leaves, wreathed in fire and light. However, this incarnation of the angel was bigger. Much, much bigger. The angel in front of him dwarfed virtually everything around it. Even Oganj and Merva looked like children before it. Other than the Sulrotham's flying sandworm, this was the largest creature Zorian had laid his eyes on in his life. The angel wasn't alone. Flying around him were what Zorian could only describe as animated balls of white wings. There were at least 20 of them, and if there was a body hidden somewhere beneath all the feathers, Zorian couldn't see it. They looked tiny next to the titanic burning tree of eyes, but Zorian estimated they were twice as big as he was. Another 4 angels, these ones twice as large as the winged things, silently floated next to the main angel. They looked bestial, reminiscent of lions with a very long, flexible body. They flew through the air without wings, their bodies undulating in a serpentine manner, and they had no head. Instead of a head, they had a ring of white masks, each with a different expression, circling above their neck. The sudden appearance of the huge angel and its group put an immediate end to all the aerial fighting. Oganj immediately vacated the area, retreating towards Ayaska Mansion and its defensive wards, while Zack, Alanik, and Svim landed next to Zorian, grateful for a chance to take a breather and replenish their mana reserves. When Zorian looked towards Ayaska Mansion, however, he realized the angels weren't the only new arrivals. Quadikikl had apparently finished his summoning at the same time he did, because there was an army of demons arrayed in front of them. The demons were a diverse bunch. There were hundreds of them huddling around Ayaska Mansion, divided among 30 or so different species. One group looked like man-sized black cats with blood-red eyes and shark-like grins. Another consisted of large, hunched, pale-skinned humanoids with 4 arms, no eyes, a long tail, and quills on their back. Yet another looked like brown eggs scuttling around on long, thin, spider-like legs. A multitude of human faces danced on the surface of the eggs, most of them looking as if in pain. Isolated and given a wide berth even by the other demons, a large dark red rose towered over most of its demon brethren, supported by a multitude of thorny tentacles that probed all around it as if looking for targets. A regiment of humanoid demons stood at attention in one corner, carrying spears and covered from head to toe in black armor with way too many spikes and blade-like protrusions on it, mimicking some ancient human legion. A flock of disgusting, grub-like creatures floated from place to place, dripping saliva everywhere. However, this multitude of demons didn't look too impressive in Zorian's eyes. There were a lot of them, but they were pretty small, at least compared to the angels. Zorian was leery about drawing too many conclusions from the size difference alone, but the way the demon horde subtly cowered every time they looked at the massive burning tree in the sky told Zorian it was not something to completely discount. No, what really worried Zorian was the giant humanoid torso floating above the demon horde. This demon was big. Not as big as the burning tree above Zorian, but big enough to rival Oganj and Merva. The torso was headless and armless, but there was a gigantic eye embedded into its torso, purple and glowing. An armor seemingly made out of various bones, some of them human, some from animals, and some from strange entities that Zorian couldn't recognize, covered the torso, leaving little except the eye visible to the world. The lesser demons beneath it cowered before the group of angels, but the eye in the torso looked completely unafraid, studying the scene before it with detached curiosity. For a moment it glanced at Zorian, and Zorian made the mistake of meeting its gaze. He immediately felt his soul shake and his vision began to blur. A massive black branch extended from the tree above, stabbing into the earth in front of Zorian and breaking the eye contact between him and the purple eye on the horizon. Zorian's mind immediately cleared and he quickly reinforced his soul defenses, directing a silent thanks towards the angel above. He didn't think that would have killed him, but he really didn't want to engage a powerful demon in a soul magic fight, no matter how minor it was. For several seconds, the battlefield was silent, neither side wanting to make the first move. Eventually, Jornak amplified his voice and spoke out to Zorian and the others. "If we fight here, the city will get leveled," he said. "If we don't fight here, you'll release Panicseth and the city will still get leveled," Zack responded, his voice still amplified. "What's your point?" "I'm just foolishly hoping you will see reason," Jornak said. "No matter what you do, the city is doomed. You are doomed. You were doomed the moment you accepted that poisonous contract with the angels. We both know they probably hoped something like this would happen and that you would end up dying at the end of the month, even if you achieve your goal. The primordial is stopped and the hero conveniently disappears at the end of the story, unable to use his godlike abilities to upset the status quo or enact any real change. You were never supposed to survive this." Several seconds ticked by in silence. Zorian glanced at the looming angel above him, trying to see if it would speak up to contradict him. It did not. He had no idea what that meant. Maybe Jornak was right. Maybe the angel thought his words were not even worth responding to. "But I have a chance to live through this. To change things, to change everything for the better," Jornak continued. "Is the sacrifice of one city, a city that spit on your family's sacrifice and robbed you of your birthright, such a heavy sacrifice?" "You're wasting your time," Zack told him. He turned his head skyward, towards the angel above them. "What are you waiting for? Every moment they stall for time, the cultists and their sacrifices get closer to the hole. Let's finish this." "Not yet," the angel said simply. Its voice rumbled all around them, deep and resonant. "Fine," Jornak said, sounding a bit angry. Zorian didn't understand why. Did he honestly think Zack would suddenly roll over and die if he asked nicely? They'd even summoned a huge angel and everything. "Since you're being like this, let's raise the stakes a little." He snapped his fingers, the sound amplified along with his voice, and 3 different detonations occurred at different spots of the city. Instead of dust and gravel, however, what erupted out of these detonations was a geyser of smoky black shapes. They were difficult to make out from this distance, but Zorian could easily puzzle out what they were. Wraiths. Lots and lots of wraiths. Suddenly, Zorian imitated Jornak's actions and snapped his fingers as well. There was no explosion, but the swarms of wraiths released by the bombs suddenly all converged on several different locations of the city and disappeared. As if a hidden predator had drawn them in and swallowed them without a trace. Jornak seemed confused at the sudden event. "Surprised?" Zorian said out loud, amplifying his voice. "Well, you did give us plenty of forewarning about the wraith bombs. It's only natural that we prepared countermeasures." "How?" Jornak began, before suddenly stopping when he realized he was asking Zorian to explain how he countered his move. Of course he wasn't going to tell him something like that. In truth, it was something that Zorian had Sudamir to thank for most of all. After all, the man had already figured out how to attract and trap bodiless souls over a wide area inside his mansion. Zorian couldn't really duplicate his grand feat, but he could make smaller versions of the soul well, adapted to trapping wraiths, and scatter them across the city. Even then, trapping free-willed wraiths was significantly different from drawing in ordinary souls of the dead. Zorian had to draw upon his knowledge of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum and its ability to suck in souls of living beings to make the device work well enough. Fortunately, Zorian had gotten lots and lots of insight into the inner workings of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum during the last 6 months of the time loop. Before anyone could say something, everyone noticed a swarm of distant dots approaching the city in the distance. Eagles. Giant eagles ridden by battle mages. Apparently Eldamar's military had managed to organize a response and was about to get involved. Zorian couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear at the thought. This was entirely unplanned, and he had no idea how the soldiers riding on those eagles would react to their presence. The burning tree floating above them, however, didn't seem surprised. "Now, we fight," the angel rumbled, before surging towards the demon horde. The demon horde roared out a challenge and rushed forth to meet them. 103, Window of Opportunity. Chapter 103, Window of Opportunity. As Zorian watched the massive angel tree and demonic cyclops torso barrel through the air towards one another, his thoughts inevitably took a depressing and fatalistic turn. He wasn't deluded enough to think they could solve this crisis without the city taking massive casualties, but as he watched the impending clash of titans in front of him, he couldn't help but conclude that Jornak was right. The city was going to get leveled to the ground, one way or the other. Thus far, the collateral damage from their battle had been fairly modest. They were fighting around Ayaska Mansion, and a sizable portion of the city around it had gotten replaced with a patch of forest. The trees had taken the brunt of the fighting. There was no way this would remain true for long, and it left Zorian feeling powerless and frustrated. His primary goal was admittedly rather straightforward and selfish. He wanted to ensure he and everyone he cared about survived this evening, but he had lived in this city for a literal decade, and had sunk countless hours and resources into making sure it survived this evening. He did not want to see it destroyed like this. What was their angel ally thinking? It seemed to Zorian that the angel had predicted many of the things that occurred, so why? Almost as if they could hear his silent laments, the remaining angels sprang into action. The 4 lion serpent things that were flanking the burning tree didn't try to join the battle. Instead, they swiftly flew away from the angel tree they had been circling, as if they intended to flee, scattering in all directions. No one was fooled by their maneuver, however, and they soon slowed down and positioned themselves on the edges of the forested area, equidistant from one another. A faint yellow force field immediately enclosed the area in a cubical prison. Though it looked extremely pale and weak, Zorian didn't believe for a moment that it would be easily pierced. Moments later, a barrage of spells from Jornak's side hit the walls of the cube, confirming his suspicions. The barrier was extraordinarily tough. Not even Oganj's spell made it weaken, and the dragon mage could basically fling artillery spells on demand. Zorian relaxed a little, recovering his reserves more as he observed the situation and looked for an opening. Zack and the rest of the people on his side did the same, clustering close to him to take advantage of his powerful defenses. Jornak and Quadikik launched a few random spells to try to put pressure on them, but those were effortlessly stopped by his defense cube. His precious creation was burning through its stored mana at a terrifying rate to maintain this level of power, but it was also stocked with a terrifying amount of crystallized mana, so it would last for at least another 4 hours. Long enough, in other words. They would either win or lose by then. In any case, neither Jornak nor anyone else on the enemy side could devote much time to figuring out a way to get through their defenses. The angel tree and the cyclopean demon collided with terrifying force. A flood of orange flame and lightning-like bursts of purple energy erupted around them, intermingling with one another and sweeping across the entire battlefield, before being stopped by the cubical barrier. For a while, everything was chaos. Those unfortunate enough to be close to the initial clash were either vaporized by the energies, or thrown away much like dandelion fluff picked up by the wind. Everyone else was frantically doing their best to vacate their area, a task made more complicated by the fact the 2 titans did not stay static, and instead moved around as they fought. All of this was good news for Zorian and his allies. Of course, there were only a handful of them, but they were all very powerful, and they had a very good defense that none of them had to spend mana to maintain. Unfortunately, the same thing was largely true for Jornak and his allies, too. They had Ayaska Mansion, which had its own wards they could hide behind. Sudamir's work was less advanced than Zorian's, but he had an entire building to work with and literal years to slowly assemble his ward scheme. It would take more than this to break down the mansion's defenses. To Zorian's joy, the stalemate between the 2 titans didn't last long at all. Although the demon torso never visibly lost its composure and kept fighting fiercely, it soon became obvious it was weaker than the angel tree. It could hold its own against the angel, but it was constantly on the defensive, constantly pushed back and retreating, and utterly unable to stop the angel tree from engaging additional opponents around them. And the angel tree ruthlessly took advantage of it. The angel tree's might was awe-inspiring. Its branches were seemingly numberless and impossibly flexible, stretching to great distances at will and bending like rubber while losing none of their power and destructiveness. Its many eyes allowed it to take in everything around it, and it had incredible multitasking abilities. It was constantly engaging multiple targets simultaneously, slashing undead apart with casual swings of its branches, burning the war trolls to ashes with its eerie orange flames, and snatching the more resilient demons and drawing them deeper into its tangle of limbs where their ectoplasmic bodies would be ripped to pieces by attacks from all directions until they disappeared into puffs of smoke. The 20 angel wing balls that followed the angel tree helped with this task, hurting enemies towards the celestial titan with powerful gusts of wind. Even better, every once in a while the angel tree would maneuver the fight to get close to Ayaska Mansion and then ruthlessly start pounding on the defensive wards of the building, causing them to visibly strain. The wing balls that followed it contributed to this in their own way, firing intensely bright, lightning-like blasts of energy at the ward scheme. Although the demon torso did everything it could to repulse them from the area, it wasn't doing a good enough job, and eventually Quetzalcoatl and Oganj had to abandon the protection of the mansion in order to help the demon torso suppress the rampaging angels. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up for Zorian and the others, and they decided to join the fray and help the angel tree prevail. After all, they didn't even have to overpower their enemies. If they could simply push Oganj or Quetzalcoatl into the angel's waiting embrace, its lethal branches would take care of the rest for them and they would have one less heavy hitter on the enemy side to worry about. Zorian mentally ordered the defensive barrier of his defense cube to become flatter and more tangible at the bottom, and to spread itself out over a larger area, and the cube automatically rearranged itself according to his wishes. Sigils inscribed on its surface glowed, mechanical pieces whirled and moved into alternative positions, and soon enough Zorian was standing on a large, heavily shielded, flying platform. He signaled to the others to jump on the platform, and when they did, the platform shot towards the scene of the battle with great speed. Sadly, Merva couldn't fit on the platform, so Zorian could only order his beloved creation to follow after them on foot. Not that it mattered much, Merva was all but unstoppable. He had so much weight and speed that just about anything that tried to stop him was simply shoved aside without impeding him much. A regiment of black-armored demons made the most credible attempt, using their great numbers and military-like discipline to slow him down for a time, but even they were ultimately thwarted when Merva jumped into the air to bypass most of them. As they approached, they had a great view of the titanic battle in front of them. With the support of Oganj and Quetzalcoatl, the demon torso had been given a chance at a comeback. It was pouring a stream of dark purple lightning at the angel tree, forcing the celestial being on the defense for the first time in the fight. Jagged rays of red light rampaged through the angel's branches, temporarily unopposed, actually severing some of them and leaving deep gouges on its trunks. As for Oganj, he appeared to be busy fighting off the wing balls that accompanied the angel tree, which were frantically firing their blue lightning blasts at the dragon mage in an attempt to keep at least one opponent away from their leader. Zorian would have ordered the platform to go faster if it wasn't already flying as fast as it possibly could. Then, disaster struck. Some of the lesser demons noticed their advance and decided to stop them. Zorian didn't take them seriously at first, as it was just that flock of disgusting, grub-like creatures that he had noticed floating around the edges of the demon horde when it had first been summoned. He had taken them to be just one more group of minor demons brought in to fill out the numbers, but now that they were attacking him, it quickly became obvious they were one of the more dangerous demon varieties for him personally. That stupid glowing saliva they were drooling all over the place was actually insanely damaging to force shields. The little wretches were capable of spitting globs of it over surprisingly great distances, and they were really quite fast and agile when they tried. And there were a lot of them. As much as he didn't want to, Zorian had to slow down his advance in order to deal with these little pests. Merva was still continuing forward, of course, but the demon horde had a solution for him as well, it seemed. The ground in front of the charging Merva suddenly erupted, and a multitude of thorny, ropey tentacles shot forwards and wrapped themselves around the golem's limbs and torso. Zorian ordered Merva to simply charge through and use his great weight and momentum to break free, but to his surprise, this didn't work. The thorny tentacles refused to break or lose their grip on the golem, and managed to stop its charge. Like an ominous figure, a large rose-shaped demon rose out of the earth, tall enough to tower even over Merva. Zorian remembered seeing it near the epicenter of that initial clash between the angel tree and the demon torso, after which it disappeared. He had thought it died back then, but apparently it simply took shelter under the ground and waited for a convenient moment to reveal itself. Considering it could stop a charging Merva in his tracks, the demon rose was likely quite powerful. They had only spent a few moments engaging the grub swarm and the demon rose when Zorian received a telepathic message from a familiar voice. "What are you doing?" the angel tree thundered in his mind. The voice was calm and collected, but the mental volume of the communication was painfully high and the tone was accusatory. "Stop wasting your time here and get out of this place. You need to stop Panicseth from breaking free of his prison, or else all this will be irrelevant." "What?" Zorian protested, feeling rather wronged at the implication he was willingly wasting time. He glanced at the yellow barrier boxing them in and, sure enough, it was still very much intact. "But the barrier dash. It's for our enemies only," the angel tree said. "It will not stop you." Ugh, and the damn tree only felt like mentioning this now. Why not at the very start of this thing, when it was first erected? This had to be deliberate. The angel had some kind of private plan that involved them staying inside this box for a while, the manipulative bastard. "Fine," Zorian told the angel. "I just need to get myself and my golem out of this situation and then I'll dash." He hadn't even finished the sentence when the air in front of the platform warped strangely, scaring everyone currently standing on it, and a massive black branch wreathed in orange flames suddenly appeared in front of them, striking down. The grubs harassing them were caught completely off guard by the sudden attack and promptly got speared, bisected, and burned. It was a total wipeout, with the handful of surviving grubs fleeing the scene immediately. The branch continued downward without pause, aiming at the demon rose tangling with Merva. The demon shook and swayed, impossibly agile and flexible, and managed to avoid being speared or cut by the twigs and sub-branches even once, but it could not avoid the flames. The strange orange flames separated themselves from the branch at the last moment, forming into ghostly images of snakes, claws, and jaws, and engulfed the hapless demon rose. It let out an unearthly screech, writhing in pain as it caught on fire, and then retreated underground so fast Zorian thought for a moment it simply disappeared. Apparently the angel tree could casually warp space to strike at opponents way outside its usual range. Just how powerful was this thing? "Go," the angel tree urged him, and then immediately severed its contact. There was a roar of triumph, and then the dragon mage was holding a rather thick black branch in one of his claws, its fires sputtering and fading. The angel had paid a high price for this timely assistance, it seemed. Zorian immediately ordered the flying platform they were standing on to change directions and proceed towards the nearest barrier wall at maximum speed. "Wait, what are you doing?" Zack asked, alarmed. "Have you gone crazy? You're going to ram us straight into the barrier wall." "It's not going to bar our way," Zorian hurriedly explained. "The angel just told me." "The angel just told you? Why didn't it tell me?" "I'm the one they made a contract with, you'd think I would be their contact," Zack grumbled. "You're under mind blank," Zorian reminded him. "And besides, I'm the one controlling the platform we're flying on. Contacting me is only common sense." The others silently observed their whispered bickering, but said nothing, opting to instead stare at the luminous wall of light they were rapidly hurtling towards. Though Zorian noticed that Svim was watching it with an expression more evocative of awe and appreciation than trepidation. "It can even selectively let things through. What a miracle of spellcasting," Svim said in a low voice. Zorian sniffed disdainfully. What was so amazing about that? His defense cube did the exact same thing. But no, he wasn't going to be petty and defensive about this. Not right now, anyway. In any case, there was no time for further conversation, because mere moments later, they collided with the barrier wall. The light parted before them like an airy curtain, caressing their face and skin as it moved out of the way, and then they were out of the box. Everyone except Alanik flinched at the point of impact, unconsciously expecting to get splattered against the magical barrier that had weathered so many titanic impacts from the battle inside. The scarred battle priest's faith and composure was apparently sufficiently strong that he could weather the impact without so much as a twitch. Zorian glanced behind him, only to see no trace of opening where they exited the barrier. The wall of light parted before them in an instant and then closed together just as quickly. It was also not nearly as transparent from the outside as it was from the inside. It was instead completely opaque, effectively shrouding the shielded area from curious outsiders trying to peer in. Zorian was ecstatic, but also a little worried. With them outside of the angel barrier and their enemies trapped inside, Zack and Zorian could crush the cultists trying to conduct the Panic Seth releasing ritual inside the hole and essentially win by default. On the other hand, Zorian's secret plan hinged on him hitting everyone all at once with his spell, something that was impossible while Jornak and the others were holed up in Ayaska Mansion, and protected by the angel barrier. He would have to get them out of there eventually before he could initiate the plan, and that worried him a little. Of course, he voiced none of these thoughts. He silently directed their flying platform towards the hole and prepared himself for another fight. The others didn't need any explanation to understand what he was planning. Stopping the cultists was the obvious goal. There was, however, another problem approaching. While they had been distracted by fighting inside the angel barrier, Eldamar's giant eagles had been approaching the city as fast as they could. Now, they were just about to arrive, and Zorian could see they were aiming straight at Zorian and his flying platform. He supposed that the glowing cubical barrier the angels erected was very eye-catching, and the fact they had just flown out of it made them obvious targets. Zorian had no idea what the eagle mages would do. He had assumed they would recognize the angels, but the angels were busy inside the barrier and couldn't vouch for them. Which meant they would probably do whatever came naturally to them in a situation like this. That was not encouraging. From the perspective of Eldamar's authorities, it all probably looked like a bunch of rogue mages fighting in the city and wrecking stuff in the process. They may very well decide to just bring the hammer down on everyone and sort things out later. Zorian had heard that was a common reaction to whenever mage disputes escalate into open battles inside a populated settlement. One side may have been entirely in the right, but Eldamar's forces only see two troublemakers endangering innocent civilians and treat everyone as an enemy. Zorian could only hope that the sheer scope of the fighting would give the Eagle Riders pause and make them a little more cautious and discerning. The sheer amount of firepower both sides used against each other should hopefully convince the royal forces they need to take a side instead of behaving like the biggest bully. Unfortunately, Zorian's hopes were in vain. With incredible speed, the Eagle Riders caught up to them and swooped in front of them, the giant eagles releasing ear-piercing screeches. It was a clear warning that they would attack if the platform did not stop. "Halt, in the name of the Kingdom of Eldamar," the lead mage said in a voice amplified and distorted by magic. "Power down your flying platform and land on the ground, now. This is your only warning." Zorian clacked his tongue in annoyance. He stopped the platform, but did not move to land. This was such an annoying issue. Although Zorian was sure all of them put together were more than enough to take out the Eagle Riders, it would take an unacceptable amount of time and mana. More importantly, Zorian wasn't sure his allies would even agree to attack Eldamar's forces who technically did nothing wrong. Zack doubtlessly would, but Zorian was all but certain that Alanik would refuse to help them, and he wasn't confident about Svim and Daimen either. If only the makeshift flying platform was faster than the Eagles, but his defense cube was ultimately designed for defense and not flight speed, and giant eagles were famously fast flyers. Thankfully, the Eagle Riders did not associate Merva with them, or didn't think they could stop a heavily warded giant golem, so Zorian simply ordered the massive golem to continue on towards the hole and they let him go unimpeded. It was going to be difficult to control it effectively under these circumstances, but it was better than nothing. "Captain," Zorian said, his voice similarly amplified and distorted, "look around the city. It's under attack and we're helping. We'll gladly explain things later, but—" It wasn't a request, the man interrupted him impatiently. "I order you to land and explain yourselves or we will attack you immediately." The eagle riders circled around them threateningly, giving the appearance of a pack of wolves just waiting for a sign to attack. Two things happened simultaneously, then. First, there was a commotion back at the angel barrier. Glancing in its direction, Zorian could see Oganj repeatedly impacting the barrier of light, front claws glowing with red light. Each time he slashed at the barrier he created large gashes in the wall that healed almost instantly. Secondly, Zorian realized the eagle riders didn't have any serious mental defenses on them. They only had a basic mental shield that couldn't even provide a speed bump against his psychic powers. As for the eagles, they were even worse. Completely defenseless. "This is your last," started the eagle mage commander, but was interrupted by a draconic roar. Oganj had finally managed to tear a hole in the barrier large enough to squeeze himself through and immediately tore himself out of the containment barrier the angels erected around Ayaska Mansion. The barrier quickly mended itself, but it was too late, the dragon mage was out of the box. And riding on his back were Quatakikl, Silverlake, and Jornak. Well. So much for his worries about having to eventually lure their enemies out of the barrier. In any case, the eagle riders were clearly surprised at the appearance of an adult dragon so close to them, and unsure what to do for a moment. In that moment, Zorian struck. He reached out into the minds of the giant eagles, every single one of them, and ordered them to attack Oganj while amplifying their anger until they were completely berserk. They let out frenzied screeches and made a beeline for the approaching dragon mage, ignoring their riders' panicked attempts to regain control. He then reached towards the mind of the eagle rider commander, and forced him to make a loud proclamation in that amplified voice of his. The man had no choice but to obey. "Oganj! It's the dragon mage," the man shouted against his will. "Forget those small fries, we need to take him down." "Kill the dragon," another eagle rider agreed, also forced to do so by Zorian. Oganj reacted exactly as Zorian hoped he would. The dragon mage was proud and aggressive, and had clashed against Eldamar's forces numerous times in the past. He saw nothing suspicious about a bunch of Eldamar mages making him their priority target, and he had every intention of teaching them a lesson. He gave a roar of challenge and shifted his focus to killing the eagle riders, ignoring Jornak's loud complaints that he shouldn't get distracted. Zorian quietly withdrew his telepathic influence from the minds of the eagle riders and ordered his platform to continue flying towards the hole at maximum speed. Even if they wanted to continue bothering him, they had a more pressing problem on their hands now. After a few seconds, he noticed that everyone except Zack was staring at him strangely. "What?" he asked, frowning. "You did that, didn't you?" Alanik asked. "Oh yeah, definitely," Zorian said, only understanding after a few seconds why they reacted that way to his casual display of mind control. Sometimes he forgot that these weren't the same people he had worked with for over a year to figure out how to leave the time loop. Those people had died forever, even their souls erased and denied afterlife. "Are they going to be all right?" Alanik asked, frowning. He clearly didn't like the idea that Zorian might have sent the eagle riders to fight and die against their enemies with no support. Funnily enough, it didn't even occur to Zorian to care for their well-being. He thought of them as an annoyance, and saw his actions as a form of poetic justice for impeding their mission and trying to push them around. They came looking for trouble, and they found it. His original self, whom Zorian killed in order to be able to stand here today, would definitely be horrified at what he had become. "They won't all die," Zorian eventually answered. "I fought with them a few times over the various iterations of this month. They eventually retreat if the enemy inflicts enough losses on them. They came here to fight for Eldamar," Zack helpfully added. "They're doing exactly that right now." If they knew what we know, they would have chosen to engage Oganj anyway, even if most of them died doing that. Explaining my involvement in this is going to be hell, I can already see, Alanik lamented. We did take basic precautions, Zack said. We're all wearing disguises, and the battle will destroy most of the clues and prevent normal divinations from working. Plus, we have a mastermind mage that can delete memories of people who get too close to the truth. It doesn't matter in my case, Alanik said. Do you know how hard it was to mobilize all these people I recruited to fight on our side? I had to use my name and connections to make all this happen. There is no hiding this, even if you start mind-wiping people. Well, if Zack was going to survive this evening, Zorian was definitely going to have to start mind-wiping people, and sooner than anyone in this group suspected. Thankfully, nobody was in the mood to continue this topic, both because they were now very close to the hole, and because they were facing yet another threat. Jornak, Silver Lake, and Quatakikal were rapidly approaching, using some kind of high-speed flight spell in an effort to catch up to them. They knew that everything was over if Zorian and the rest of the group could face off against the cultists alone, and they weren't going to let it happen. Before Zorian and the others could really start disrupting the ritual, the battle against Jornak, Silver Lake, and Quatakikal began anew. Break. While his original body had been busy dealing with angels, demons, and eagle riders, his simulacrum bodies had not been idle. They roamed the city and processed information that Zorian constantly received from the multitude of remote sensors and recruited subordinates working with the group to repel the invasion. The primary, albeit secret, task they had was to make sure the network of glyphs he had scattered all across Scioria remained reasonably intact. The unplanned substitution of an entire city section with Ayaska Mansion and the surrounding forest had already blown a sizable hole in his network, so he had to be extra vigilant, or parts of his remaining network would become disconnected from the network as a whole, making his entire plan useless. While doing that, however, his simulacrums also involved themselves in the fighting here and there. These interventions were by necessity minor, since he couldn't afford to waste too much of his mana in peripheral areas of the city. The original body had a much more critical role to play, so the majority of their mana reserves were reserved for his use. Fortunately, he had a perfect tool for the situation. His mind magic, if used thoughtfully and strategically, was perfect for making large impacts in return for minimal mana expenditures. All around the city, strange incidents began to occur. Many of them were so subtle they could be chalked up as coincidences. A panicked group of scattered defenders suddenly surged with newfound confidence and remembered where they were all supposed to converge and regroup in event of emergency. A fleeing family received a strong hunch that the route they wanted to traverse wasn't safe and that they should pick another way. A large, muscular man wielding an antique sword, clearly just a normal city worker without a hint of magic or military training, fended off an entire pack of winter wolves all on his lonesome, allowing a nearby military group to save both him and the people he was protecting. For some reason the winter wolves kept missing him, as if they couldn't see him correctly. A local dog suddenly went berserk and began barking and biting at thin air, alerting a nearby mage to the presence of an invisible Abasan battle group waiting in ambush. Others were less mundane. All around the city, some people received sudden, supernatural visions that gave them critical information about the enemy. Enemies sometimes went crazy and started attacking their own allies for no reason, sowing chaos and discord in enemy ranks. Small animals like bats and bugs were inordinately fond of ramming themselves straight into enemy casters' faces when they were in the middle of sensitive spellcasting. A young soldier suddenly fell into an obvious trance and started describing the enemy distribution of forces to his commander, hopefully allowing much better coordination of defending efforts in that city sector. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Ironbeak ceaselessly patrolled the city in both large and small groups. They were Zorian's roving eyes and blades, the small groups checking out disturbances to see if anything interesting was happening, and the big ones converging on critical areas to give aerial support to whatever defenders were located in the area. Each flock carried one or more telepathic relays, allowing Zorian to both easily access their senses and occasionally take control of them to direct them to specific spots. They were smart birds, with already existing group discipline, so he only had to take control over the leaders in order to control the whole group, which was good, because there was no way he would have been able to control the Iron Beaks otherwise. Convenient. No wonder Sudamir had decided to use these particular birds for the invasion. The Iron Beaks were bloodthirsty and their feather volleys were extremely deadly. They were fast and agile flyers too, which allowed the flocks to simply swoop in and let loose a feather volley at the surprised enemies, before simply flying away to engage someone else. With Zorian managing their attacks, their strikes were far more strategic and selective than the Iron Beaks themselves would have ever been on their own. They now almost exclusively targeted mages, instead of wasting their feathers on tough targets like were trolls and other dominated monsters, usually striking when the target was exhausted or busy dealing with something else. Despite all of this, the scale of the invasion was vast, and Jornak had brought a large number of fresh troops into the city when he had brought Ayaska Mansion into the city. Zorian's actions were just a drop in the bucket, and it was hard to judge how much difference his actions made in the grand scheme of things. A lot of times he could do nothing but watch as the invaders killed and torched their way through the city. He could do a lot with relatively little when he spotted an opening, but not every situation had one. Or at least, not one that he could spot. Maybe someone smarter than him could have seen some obvious solution that he had missed, but he was still only human, and a lot of the time he saw no way to help without burning through his mana at an unacceptable rate. So instead, he did nothing. He watched people fight and die over and over, across the entire city, withholding his help because it would cost too much. He wanted to say the experience made him sick, but the truth was that he was already somewhat numb to it. He had seen things like this happen many times over the restarts, and had even experienced some of these things from the invader's perspective due to his memory reading. Maybe later, when the situation was over and he had time to internalize that all of this was final and irreversible and not at all like the time loop, he would be horrified by the things he had seen and his own lack of reaction to it, but now wasn't the time for it. It just wasn't the time. He eventually turned his attention to the hole, where a fierce fight was happening. While Zorian and Jornak's groups were trapped underneath the angel barrier, the cultists had been free to proceed towards the hole, for a time. There was an element that neither Zorian nor Jornak had expected. Before the cultists could even begin setting up the ritual and start sacrificing the children, they were ambushed by a large number of small animals. Pigeons and cats, to be more precise. Instead of simply clawing or pecking at the cultists, however, these cats and pigeons employed magic spells and weapons. As the cultists were escorting their wagon of sacrificial children near one of the bigger buildings, a handful of cats simply dropped from the roof and onto their heads. Their claws glowing white from the effects of some unknown spell, they swung towards their targets' necks and faces, slicing open arteries and permanently blinding others. One of the cultists noticed the incoming attack, but he made the mistake of meeting the eyes of a cat sitting on a nearby windowsill and was suddenly hit by a powerful bout of vertigo that sent him reeling. He never had a chance to recover, as another cat ripped his throat out a mere moment later. Before the cultists could respond to this attack, a flock of pigeons swooped in, carrying a multitude of alchemical grenades in their claws, and all hell broke loose. Shifters, Zorian quickly realized. Cat and pigeon shifters, the two varieties that were probably most proficient in classical spellcasting in addition to their natural shifting capabilities. And, yes, there was the police force joining the attack now. Apparently Rainy and Hazlush had done more in this past month than Zorian thought they would. A surprise, but a welcome one. Of course, while the cultists often seemed like the weakest part of the invasion from Zorian's perspective, they were really not so easy to dismiss for regular people. After the initial shock, the cultists began to fight back, and they did so extremely well. After all, the leaders of the cult of the World Dragon were actually very powerful and capable mages. Usually they were too busy enacting Panicseth's ritual to help their underlings, but at the moment this wasn't the case, so they quickly made their presence known. After some initial successes, the combined shifter police forces began to die in droves and lose their courage. There was no way Zorian could allow this, though, so he instructed his iron beaks to help out and started subtly and not so subtly directing city defenders to rush over towards the hole and join the battle. Interestingly, the pigeon shifters adapted really well to the iron beak's assistance. Many of them appeared to be capable of casting certain spells purely reflexively, which meant that any of the seemingly innocuous pigeons could drop a fireball on an enemy group or summon a force barrier to defend both themselves and the iron beaks from enemy spells. Even though Zorian didn't attempt to communicate with any of them, the pigeon shifters soon naturally fell into the role of support, following iron beak flocks and shielding them against enemy fire so they could operate relatively unmolested in the sky. As for the cat shifters, their animal forms were mostly useful for surprise purposes and not terribly impressive for these kind of battles, so Zorian feared they would be useless after that initial ambush, but he was wrong. The cat shifters simply switched back into their human forms and started contributing by casting spells normally. Amusingly, they were kind of similar to Zorian, in that their biggest talent seemed to lay in mind magic. Zorian supposed that, since so many of them already operated on the criminal side of things, they were less hesitant to practice mind magic than a regular mage. Then Merva barged into the scene, tanking enemy spell fire like it was inconsequential and crashing into the cultist ranks like a cannonball. The original may have been too busy elsewhere and couldn't come, but there was no stopping Merva. His presence slowly but surely started to turn the tide in the favor of Sciorian forces. The leaders of the cult were powerful, but so was Merva. Idly, Zorian wondered if it wouldn't have been better for the original and his allies to simply teleport to the hole the moment they escaped the angel barrier, and then kill the cultists as quickly as possible, but considering that the cultists still hadn't even begun the ritual as of yet, maybe it was for the best that they hadn't done that. Who knows how Jornak would have reacted if he knew for certain that releasing Panicseth was impossible and that he was going to die soon. Although it may have seemed like Zorian had neatly eliminated the threat of wraith bombs with his counter traps, the truth was he only had enough time and funds to make those for Scioria. There were wraith bombs scattered all over Eldamar and possibly beyond, and Zorian could only thank the gods that Jornak didn't see fit to activate them as well out of sheer spite. And that was just the wraith bombs. Although Zorian was sure that some of Jornak's threats were pure bluffs, he had no doubt that the man had plenty of contingencies that would make them all suffer if he lost. Even Zack and Zorian had made a few contingencies that would go off if they didn't survive this battle, so there was no way Jornak hadn't done the same. It still wasn't the right time. All Zorian could do was wait and look for an opening. Break. Zorian stared at the three creatures in front of him. One was some kind of tiger-sized reptilian creature that Zorian did not recognize, another was a floating orb surrounded by long whip-like tentacles, and the third one was a gigantic green ooze the size of a small building. His defense cube spun around him, sigils on it brightening and fading like the beat of his own heart and mechanical parts softly shifting into various combinations. For a second, everything was still, before both sprang into motion and the battle began anew. The tentacle orb was the first, being the fastest. It hurled itself at Zorian with incredible speed, its milky white body crackling with powerful electrical magic. Zorian didn't panic, simply jumping to the side while telekinetically enhancing his jump a little. He easily dodged out of the way of the living cannonball, and another sidestep dodged the electrified whip the creature tried to hit him with next. The other two creatures weren't that far behind, though. The blue tiger lizard thing used the distraction created by the whip orb to charge at him, preparing for a jump. Zorian flicked a spell marble at the thing, creating a large detonation right in its face and blowing it back with ease. The creature slammed into the already damaged road and promptly burst into liquid. A mere moment later, the blue puddle of slime started to come together again, and a few seconds later the tiger lizard thing was intact and once again gunning for him. As for Zorian himself, he was too busy trying to avoid being engulfed by the house-sized blob of acid to worry about finishing the tiger lizard thing off for good. The giant ooze was completely unlike most oozes, and moved with speed and dexterity that no natural ooze should possess, let alone one that size. It constantly sprouted pseudopods that lashed out at Zorian, leaving corroded cobblestones whenever it hit, and its great weight and power allowed it to simply smash apart buildings if they were in its way or it thought the rubble might inconvenience Zorian. All three were working seamlessly together with one another, and showed both signs of human-level intelligence and detailed knowledge of human spellcasting. Though one might mistake them for some kind of exotic magical creature at first, Zorian knew he wasn't looking at a natural creation. If Zorian had to guess, he would say these beings were something akin to living potions, an alchemical liquid animated by either captured souls or elemental spirits. Possibly both, a multitude of captured souls for providing abundant mana, and water elementals for actually controlling the liquid. A grating, cackling laugh rose into the air behind the giant ooze. Silverlake seemed to be mighty pleased at how her minions were faring against Zorian. "You shouldn't have sent your metal toy away," she crowed. "Maybe you'd actually have a chance against me and my lovelies if you had this Merva at your side." Zorian said nothing, simply scanning his surroundings for a way he could bypass the potion elementals and strike at Silverlake. It didn't look like he did, but that was because he was primarily looking through the eyes of a small flock of iron beaks circling the skies above the battlefield rather than trying to use divinations in the middle of a battle. The whip orb tried to rush at him again, but Zorian fired a thin line of force at it that speared it right through. It immediately burst into a cloud of electrified potion droplets, causing Zorian to wince. This wasn't a good way to hold the orb at bay, it seemed. "This is so frustrating," Zorian lamented in his head. "I spent a decade inside a time loop. You'd think I would have encountered every type of enemy there is. I hope you realize we found out where you stashed your little sister and her cat shifter friend to keep them safe. Our forces are attacking them even as we speak," Silverlake said, punctuating her threat with her usual annoying cackle. Zorian narrowed his eyes at her, but did not let her distract him. This was a blatant attempt to demoralize him, and he wouldn't fall for it. Not that he thought she was lying. He had known for a while now that Kiriel and Nachka were being besieged in their hideouts, but there was little he could do. He could only hope that the Terramachula guards and mercenaries Daimen hired would be able to protect them, or that the miniature bodyguard golems he made for them would step up if they couldn't. "I hope you realize the cult of the World Dragon hasn't even begun their ritual," Zorian fired back. He knew he shouldn't talk in the middle of the battle, but her mentioning the attack on Kiriel and how he was essentially forced to ignore it struck a nerve and he couldn't help it. "Look around us. You clearly can't deal with me and neither can your allies deal with my allies. You won't win anything by keeping us busy." As if by some cosmic joke, his statement was punctuated by a loud detonation as an ominous purple sun exploded in the sky nearby, casting the entire city in a deep purple glow for a moment. An aftershock of Quadakikle's battle against Daimen, Svim, and Alanik. Jornak and Zack were also having their own fight nearby, though Zorian could not see it. Jornak had used some kind of strange ability granted to him by Panikseth to shroud an entire section of the city in thick white mist that no spell could penetrate into. Offensive spells simply sank into the mist and disappeared without a trace, and divination spells went awry when directed at the area. Zorian wasn't terribly worried about Zack, though. Zack had shown himself to be noticeably stronger than Jornak in their past clashes, so he doubted this move was enough to tip the scales. More likely than not, this was just Jornak stalling until Quadakikle and Oganj could finish off their opponents so they can gang up on them 3-on-1. "You are such a fool, Zorian," Silverlake said. A bunch of fire spells on parabolic trajectories came flying over the giant ooze and straight at Zorian, but he dispelled them with ease. "We could have both profited off this if you had agreed to work with me. We could have opened a small crack in Panikseth's prison and then immediately mended it. My oath to the primordial would have been technically fulfilled, and the city would be left standing. Hell, we could have sabotaged the whole invasion from within. Imagine how many lives that would save. Instead you insist on staying with a dead man compromised beyond all belief. Are you gay? Is this what's going on?" "There is no way to fix Panikseth's prison once it cracks," Zorian told her, not rising to her bait. He telekinetically seized a large piece of a nearby ruined wall and hurled it at the giant ooze. It failed to punch through and instead got stuck inside the green slime that made up its body. You're just comforting yourself with nonsense. You took Panicseth's offer because you thought it was a sure thing, as opposed to our own escape plan, which would have required you to trust another human being for once in your life. Now that this sure thing is screwing you over, you're grasping at straws. It's still a sure thing. You think we need those shifter children for the ritual? Silver Lake cackled. Have you forgotten these bodies me and Red Robe have are made by Panicseth? Both of us contain enough of Panicseth's essence to form a link to him and crack this prison open. We kept the child sacrifice just to distract you. Zorian scowled. That made a disturbing amount of sense. The shifter children collectively had only a tiny amount of primordial essence in them, so a mass sacrifice was needed to get enough material to form a key, but Jornak and Silverlake were specifically incarnated into the real world by Panicseth to help his release. He probably had no shortage of his own essence and it was of no use to him in his prison. Any response he might have given was postponed as a veritable rain of alchemical bombs rained down from the sky around him, forcing him to dodge and shield himself from their effects. Worse, some of the alchemical mixtures reformed themselves into tiny liquid animals soon after detonation and started attacking him. Smaller versions of the three creatures he was already dealing with, obviously. So annoying. You're the one controlling the birds above us, right? Silverlake continued. You can see through their eyes, so I'm sure you can tell how Oganj's battle is progressing. Zorian glanced at the battle in question and sighed internally. The performance of Eldamar's eagle mages was praiseworthy. Any compulsion Zorian might have placed on them had long since worn off, but they kept fighting Oganj regardless and they held their own admirably. But Oganj was still a dragon mage, and one famous even among his own kind. Even as Zorian watched, Oganj pointed his claw at one of the eagle riders and an expanding ball of razor-sharp threads exploded around him. If this was the start of the battle, the eagle rider in question would have evaded or shielded himself against the attack, but by now he was too exhausted and wounded to resist effectively. The tangled mass of severing threads instantly turned both him and his giant eagle into a bloody mess. Blood and chunks of flesh began to slowly fall to the ground. The eagle riders weren't going to last much longer, and when they decided to cut their losses and flee, Oganj was going to come here to turn the tides of battle. He glanced further into the distance, where the angel cube was located, but the cube was opaque from the outside and he couldn't see anything. He had no idea what was happening inside. What's your point? Zorian asked, a spark of light entering his eyes as he finally spotted an opportunity. You aren't still trying to turn me to your side, are you? Heavens, no, Silverlake said. Tell you what, though, if you give me the Imperial Orb, I'll let you flee the city and pretend I couldn't stop you. The old witch really had a talent for getting under people's skin, Zorian had to give her that. He made his move. The whip orb and the tiger lizard had just tried to attack him together and landed very close to each other. He exploited this ruthlessly by casting a rather obscure spell on the section of the road they were standing on, ripping it straight out of the ground and catapulting it straight into the sky and away from his current position. Before Silverlake could react to this, he mentally activated the explosives he snuck into the chunk of the ruined wall he had flung at the giant ooze. The wall section, still floating inside the ooze, blew up in a spectacular explosion that burst the gigantic potion elemental like an overripe melon. It didn't actually kill it, but it didn't have to. It was temporarily incapacitated until it could reform, and that was all that mattered. The path was open. He teleported in front of the surprised Silverlake. She had hurriedly shielded herself to protect herself from the chunks of her own potion elemental flying everywhere, and was currently ill-suited to protect herself. The moment Zorian blinked into existence in front of her, she sneered at him with an expression of smug triumph, and he detected the trap ward she placed on the area activating. She knew he was coming. Zorian's mind went into overdrive. Time seemed to slow down. Elsewhere, his simulacrum stopped what they were doing as the information about the ward was dissected and analyzed by multiple minds bouncing ideas and theories between each other. Before the ward had time to fully activate, Zorian had figured out what it did and where its flaws were. Wordlessly, he stomped his foot and sent streams of non-structured magic all around him, poking and disrupting the rapidly forming structure of the ward. Simultaneously, he fired off a simple magic missile spell at a seemingly innocuous glyph faintly carved into the nearby cobblestones, destroying it utterly. The entire ward suddenly imploded upon itself, carved sigils burning out in a flash of blue light. Silver Lake stumbled back, her mind hit by the backlash of the ward control function suddenly sending a bunch of gibberish at her. Before she could recover, Zorian was already casting spell after spell at her. Force projectiles powerful enough to turn stone to powder, fire spells hot enough to melt steel, potent disintegration beams. The attack kept coming and coming, giving Silver Lake no chance to take a breath and center herself. She tried to activate some kind of recall object to teleport away, but Zorian blocked it from working. Finally, her inexperience with these kinds of battles began to show, and her shields broke. A force projectile hit her straight in the head, and half of her face instantly became a blood mist. Instead of stopping, Zorian blew up the rest of her head as well, and blew a bunch of holes in her torso for good measure as well. For a second, the scene was quiet. But something was wrong. Her headless, mutilated body staggered back but didn't fall. Instead, flesh grew out of her wounds at a terrifying rate, quickly reforming her head and healing the rest of her wounds. Zorian couldn't help but be disturbed. Even if she had drunk a portion of troll regeneration or something, a destroyed head was still a killing strike. He tried to incinerate her just in case, engulfing her rapidly regenerating form in an intense cone of flame. Unfortunately, by now the giant ooze had managed to reform itself and launched another attack at Zorian, forcing him to break off the attack before he could fully reduce her to ash. The moment he stopped, the charred, skeletal corpse of Silver Lake again started to regenerate at a terrifying rate, regrowing muscles and skin at a speed that even trolls and hydras would find amazing. Especially considering the damage was inflicted by fire. The half-healed body of Silver Lake started to shake and gurgle, before breaking into painful coughing and spewing out blood everywhere. After a few seconds, Zorian realized this was Silver Lake trying to cackle. "See? You can't kill me," Silver Lake said, almost completely recovered now. "It was a sure thing, and you are the fool here. This was so very worth it." "No one is unkillable," Zorian said, launching a few more attack spells at her. She started defending herself again, though, so none of them actually landed on her this time. She wouldn't be defending herself if being hurt was inconsequential. She had a limit, somewhere. "I bet if I keep hurting you, you will eventually die for good." Eventually, she agreed, firing some spells back at him half-heartedly. The giant ooze tried to interpose itself between him and Silver Lake again, but Zorian refused to let her out of his line of fire again. "But I bet it will take longer to exhaust my regeneration than it will to exhaust your mana reserves. Even with that cube acting as free defense, you still have to burn through your reserves to hurt me. And besides, Ogange will soon dash." A sound reminiscent of a ceramic plate breaking into pieces resonated somewhere in the distance. The angel cube, long silent, shattered and faded away, revealing the result of the angel-demon battle. The angel tree was triumphant. Neither the massive demon torso nor its accompanying demon horde could be seen anywhere. The angel had paid a heavy price for its victory. One of its main trunks was merely a stump now, and two of the others had the majority of its branches ripped and sliced off. Many of its eyes were missing, and the strange orange fires were no longer covering the whole tree, but were instead thin and faded. All but three of its accompanying wing balls were gone, and one of the surviving wing balls was clearly missing a lot of its wings and zigzagging across the sky as if drunk. Of the sinuous lion-serpent things that created the barrier, there was no trace. Maybe they used up all of their power to maintain that thing. Regardless, the angel tree did not rest or waste time. It shook itself slightly, flexing its branches like a fighter warming himself up before the fight, and then immediately accelerated like a cannonball toward Ogange. The dragon mage let loose a roar of frustration at all these distractions, but made no attempt to flee. He clearly had every intention of fighting the wounded angel. Although she did not have flocks of iron beaks acting as her eyes all over the city, Silver Lake must have seen the event in some way, because she immediately scowled in response. "Don't think you dash," she began. But Zorian wasn't listening. Now that he knew Oganj was taken care of, there was no reason to keep this in reserve anymore. He reached into his pocket and threw a palm-sized metal ball on the ground in front of himself and Silver Lake. He then immediately withdrew to a safe distance. The contents of the pocket dimension prison inside that ball were less a controlled weapon, and more a bloodthirsty maniac you pointed at the enemy and hoped for the best. Silver Lake's eyes widened in fear and shock when the Grey Hunter materialized in front of her, and all confidence seemed to drain out of her posture. She started screaming a long string of curses as she desperately fought to keep the killer spider away from her. Zorian kept himself well back from the two combatants, somewhat unsure if he wanted to involve himself. Although he had managed to capture the Grey Hunter and stuff it into a pocket dimension, he did not actually control it by any measure. It was a feral magical beast released off its chain, and if he wasn't careful, it could easily shift its attention to him instead. Thus, he mostly stayed on the sidelines and watched the battle. Eventually, though, Silver Lake started to use the giant ooze she had at her disposal to take control of the Grey Hunter's movements, and Zorian decided he had to intervene. As amazing as the Grey Spider was, the giant ooze was huge and could keep the spider away from Silver Lake through sheer mass alone. He never got the chance to involve himself, though. Before he made his move, the giant ooze suddenly froze, shuddered slightly, and then collapsed into an inert puddle of acidic slime. Well, more like a small lake, but still. It was dead. "What? Who are you? How do you know how to do this?" Silver Lake said, looking left and right for the perpetrator while running from the Grey Hunter, who now had an open path forwards and wasted no time in going after her again. The other person did not answer at first. Instead, a crude but effective warding circle suddenly sprang up around the area where Silver Lake and the Grey Hunter were fighting, trapping her with the murder spider. Zorian suddenly realized what was happening. He could recognize this ward easily enough, and there was only one person he ever saw using it. He had to say, he didn't expect this. Soon, Zorian's unlikely ally stepped out from the shadow of a nearby building, dropping her stealth spell in the process. It was Silver Lake. Old Silver Lake. The same annoying witch that Zorian remembered from the time loop, her body slightly hunched and ravaged by old age, and her face was covered in wrinkles. "You! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Young Silver Lake yelled, outraged. The old Silver Lake did not answer her. She slowly began to walk around the warding circle in which she trapped her copy, tapping the borders with her staff and methodically reinforcing the ward so it was harder to break. Her expression was grave and serious. There was no cackling this time, no stupid jokes or attempt to throw her opponent out of balance with words. It was actually kind of eerie to see Silver Lake behaving like this. "Don't you know who I am?" Young Silver Lake protested. "I'm you. I'm you from the future. I know that Brad over there already told you this, so why dash? If you're really my copy, then you know what happened the last time we made a copy of ourselves, and let it do as it pleased," old Silver Lake said calmly, not stopping her work or even glancing at her younger self. The young Silver Lake seemed to be momentarily at a loss for words and remained silent. "Exactly," old Silver Lake concluded. "It's only a matter of time before you come for me. My home, my connections, my life, you want it all, and you clearly outstrip me in power. This is my best opportunity to remove you as a threat. I must take it." "You ungrateful withered bitch," young Silver Lake screamed angrily. The Grey Hunter took advantage of her emotional instability and managed to sink its fangs into her forearm, pumping it full of shaping-disrupting poison. Unfortunately, Silver Lake reacted quickly and immediately sliced her own arm off at the shoulder with a severing spell. Her regeneration immediately started growing it back. "I should have killed you immediately after coming here. Probably, old Silverlake said, shrugging her shoulders. Zorian took one more look at the situation, thought about it for a moment, and then decided to let the two Silverlakes deal with each other and move on to other targets. He could see that Jornak's mist was starting to thin out and evaporate, which probably meant his battle with Zack was close to ending. It was time. He jumped into the air, his defense cube dutifully following after him, and used a fast-flying spell to quickly reach the hole. The cultists were still holding their own against the combined forces assaulting them, but they were exhausted and unprepared for Zorian's arrival. He immediately started scything them down, butchering the whole group of them with a severing whip while trusting his cube to protect him from retaliation. Simultaneously, he took closer control over Merva again, and the golem's attack suddenly became a lot more accurate and strategic. After only a handful of seconds, most of the cultists realized they stood absolutely no chance against Zorian and his golem, and their discipline fell apart. They started to panic and run, ignoring the threats their leaders spouted at them. As Zorian suspected, his actions provoked an immediate reaction. In the distance, Ogan shouted a bunch of expletives and then separated himself from the angel he was fighting in order to rush towards the hole. He received a deep gash in his flank for turning his back to his opponent like that, but he bore it with barely a grimace. Then, not far from where Zorian was cutting down the hapless cultists, a huge blast of magical force leveled an entire section of the city and a pitch-black skeleton suddenly flew out of it, flying at Zorian at maximum speed. Zorian quickly scanned the area Quadakik left and breathed a sigh of relief. Svim, Alanik, and Daimen were in extremely poor shape, but they were still alive. Svim was unconscious and Daimen was severely wounded and bleeding, but Alanik was quick to administer aid so they should both survive. They should. But no, he couldn't get distracted. Oganj and Quadakik were both coming here, but the Lich was closer and would be here sooner. Although he was just a mindless golem, he couldn't help but glance at Merva looming above him a little sadly. It was nice knowing you, Merva. Being a mindless construct, Merva did not answer him. He simply turned towards the rapidly approaching Quadakikl and spread his giant arms as if offering the incoming Lich a hug. To his credit, Quadakikl immediately understood that something was wrong and tried to swerve out of the way. It didn't help him. There was no dodging this. Merva's chest opened up like a metal flower, exposing a complicated magical device with a glass tank acting as a centerpiece. Trapped within the glass tank was a large soul-sizer chrysanthemum, which immediately woke up from its stupor and focused on the only target his current prison allowed him to perceive, Quadakikl. Normally, the flower wouldn't have been powerful enough to threaten the ancient Lich, especially from this distance, but its current housing wasn't just a prison. It was an amplifier and a focus device, vastly increasing the flower's range and power. Without reservations, Merva immediately started burning through his entire internal supplies of mana, amplifying the flower's attack more and more. It still wasn't enough to actually seize Quadakikl's soul and draw it into the flower, but that was okay. Zorian did not actually expect it to be able to do that. All he needed it to do was incapacitate Quadakikl for a little while, just like the chrysanthemum had done to Zack and Zorian the first time they had encountered it. The amplified soul-sizer chrysanthemum did just that. Hit by the flower's attack, Quadakikl lost control over his flight spell and plowed straight into the building in front of him before unceremoniously dropping to the ground. Being an undying Lich made out of magically reinforced bones, this high-speed impact and subsequent fall did not really hurt him much. But it did make him stationary. The defense cube behind Zorian suddenly restructured itself into a ring-shaped construct. The time-frozen spell Zorian had previously captured from Oganj was suddenly released and immediately continued its attack, this time targeting Quadakikl. The Lich shakily picked himself up from the ground, fighting off the still ongoing effects of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum through sheer willpower, and lifted his head just in time to see the giant incandescent projectile, equivalent in power to an artillery magic spell, hurling towards him. If he'd had only a few more seconds, he would have shrugged off the attack and dodged, shielded, or teleported away, but he didn't have a few more seconds. Before the projectile even reached him, the light suddenly died in his dead eye sockets and his bones started to fall back to the ground. He chose to retreat back to his phylactery on his own rather than be beaten. Moments later, the dragon magic spell hit his remains dead center, and the entire area was consumed by a blinding fireball that vaporized everything around it. As for Merva, his role in this was finished. His chest folded up again to prevent the chrysanthemum from targeting anyone else, and then he simply went limp. His internal mana reserves were gone and he could no longer move or fight. Contemptible thief! Oganj shouted in outrage, getting increasingly close. The angel tree was hot on his tail. Is your kind capable of doing anything on your own? What was he talking about? Dragons were infamous for bullying everything and everyone around them for things they wanted. Besides, you would never see a dragon build a gun or a train, so there were at least a couple of things humans invented on their own. He didn't bother saying any of this, though. He simply teleported close to the blasted site and fired a gust of wind at it, getting rid of the smoke and dust. He was met with the sight of molten ground, still visibly burning hot, with a small crater in the middle. Only one thing survived the magical conflagration, the imperial crown that once stood on Quetzalcoatl's head, still completely untouched. Divine artifacts were not easy to destroy, especially ones of this caliber. Zorian quickly produced a force whip and used it to yank the crown towards him. He was careful not to touch it at first, but it turned out to be completely cool to the touch. He glanced to the side, where Zack and Jornak were facing off against each other. He got a little distracted while fighting Quetzalcoatl, but at some point the mist Jornak had created completely disappeared, and the two combatants reappeared. Thankfully, Zack managed to keep Jornak from interfering, so their fellow time traveler was unable to save the Lich. They both looked pretty terrible. Zack was bleeding from his forehead and limping. Whatever Jornak had done with that mist apparently did much to even the odds between them, since Zorian did not think Jornak could hurt Zack that much in a fair fight. As for Jornak, his fancy red robe was almost entirely shredded and he was gasping for breath as if he had been running for hours, but his skin was suspiciously free of any scrapes and bruises. Zorian suspected he was similar to Silverlake, and that any wound inflicted on him would heal quickly. Maybe not on the level of Silverlake, since her powers seemed to focus entirely on indestructibility, while Jornak had this weird mist thing in his arsenal, but still. Zorian twirled Quetzalcoatl's crown with his finger, giving Jornak a cheeky smile. Like that means anything, Jornak spat angrily. He hadn't taken his eyes off Zack for even a moment, but he had clearly seen Zorian's gesture. Despite what he said, the emotion in his voice told Zorian that he was very much bothered by the way things were going. This isn't over. The crown is useless to you in the short term, anyway. Before Zorian could answer, he was forced to dodge a spell from Oganj, who had finally arrived to the scene. Thankfully, the shifters and police forces had already rescued the shifter children by this point, and hurriedly left the area, so he didn't have to worry about them becoming collateral damage. Out of everyone here, I like you the least. Oganj said, slicing a nearby building in half with a blue beam of force and nearly taking Zorian's head off. You're a sleazy weakling who fights with tricks and schemes. You're allied with Silverlake, Zorian countered. You have no room to talk. Oganj's response was a palm thrust that flattened the entire area he was standing on. Thankfully, by that point he had already teleported away to a nearby rooftop. He clacked his tongue. Though he could keep the dragon mage at bay for a while, he had to say this wasn't a good position to be in. He wasn't a heavy hitter. He couldn't tangle with Oganj for long. He mentally calculated things in his head. Should he do it now? Having Oganj around was very suboptimal, but if he had to do it now, he might be able to pull it off. The dragon was busy fighting off the angel tree at the same time as fighting Zorian, so maybe. Angel, Zorian told the celestial telepathically, what are the chances of you winning against the dragon and driving him off? On my own, the angel guessed, correctly. A coin toss. How about keeping him completely busy for an hour? Zorian tried. A coin toss, the angel replied. Okay, Zorian mumbled quietly. He didn't like those odds. He glanced at the imperial crown in his hand and suddenly remembered his conversation with Silver Lake. Why was Oganj fighting them, anyway? The kingdom of Eldamar was his sworn enemy, yes, and he would no doubt love to see Cyoria burn to the ground, but there was no way he just teamed up with Jornak just to see the city burn. He was promised something, and it had to be big in order to move a dragon mage of his caliber to do this. Was it bigger than a divine artifact? Let's find out. Angel, catch, Zorian sent the celestial telepathically, before throwing the crown in the sky towards the angel and accelerating it telekinetically so it could reach the celestial high in the sky. This is useless to me, the angel pointed out disapprovingly, but it humored him anyway, and quickly snatched the crown with one of its branches. I have an idea. Please play along, Zorian told it, before turning towards the dragon mage that was currently busy defending himself against the angel tree. Dragon, he shouted, I have given the angel the imperial crown. Why the hell would I care? Oganj shouted back. It can't use it. But you can. Zorian shouted back. If you agree to stop fighting us and leave the city, the angel will promise to give you the imperial crown at the end of the day. A genuine divine artifact that can increase your mana reserves. There is no other like this anywhere in the world. Oganj suddenly stopped and put some distance between himself and the angel, eyeing it speculatively. The angel hovered in place, not pursuing hostilities for the moment. Oganj, don't you dare. Jornak shouted angrily. There was a trace of panic in his voice. You know what's going to happen if you do this. Quadakikla is going to come after you. I will come after you. And you will not receive a single goddamn thing I promised you. But Oganj wasn't listening. There was a shine of greed in his eyes now, and he studied Zorian with increased focus now. You are the one who has the imperial orb, right? The one with the portable palace inside? Oganj suddenly asked. He didn't wait for Zorian's answer. Throw that in as well and I'll leave the city and trouble you no more. Oganj, you son of a bitch. Jornak raged. Done, Zorian said. He didn't even think twice about giving up the imperial orb. Losing it was painful, but his need of making the dragon mage go away was greater. He could always try to recover it later. He withdrew the imperial orb out of his pocket and threw it at the angel, accelerating it telekinetically like he did the crown. The angel caught it easily, sequestering it safely within its branches. I hereby make a promise, backed by the high heavens, that if you leave the city now and stay away from it for 24 hours, I will give you these 2 artifacts that have been entrusted to me just now, the angel told the dragon mage. May the high heavens strip me of my rank and strike me down should I break it. Oganj hummed appreciatively. I wouldn't trust most creatures, but an angel wouldn't lie. I accept. And then Oganj turned towards the northern forest in the distance and simply flew away from the city. The angel seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if it wanted to tell Zorian something, before it simply followed after the dragon mage. Jornak was clearly fuming with anger right now, but he still wasn't willing to quit. If anything, his attacks on Zack started getting more frenzied and reckless, his breathing harder and harder. Zorian took a deep breath. It was time. There would never be any better time than this. His mind blended with that of his simulacrums. The network of sigils he had scattered across the city sprang into life, giving him reach across the entire city. The multitude of Arania he had brought into the city, mostly quiet until now, established contact with his mind. He used a short-range teleportation spell to transport himself as close as possible to the 2 fighters. And then he lunged at both of them. 104, I win, I. Chapter 104 I win, I. He was Zack Novita, the last surviving member of Noble House Novita, the chosen of the angels. And he had won. He honestly never thought he would win. He wanted to win, of course. He wanted to know what kind of wonders the world beyond this month had in store for him. He wanted to rebuild his house and make his caretaker pay for what he had done to him. He wanted to have friends and lovers that would never forget him. But this wish, it was merely a wistful dream, flickering in the back of his mind and refusing to die. He didn't seriously consider it, and not just because of the stupid angel contract and its impossible conditions. The truth was, he'd kind of given up a long time ago. He had tried to beat the invasion so many times, attempt after attempt, idea after idea, until eventually, he became convinced this was his fate. To stay there forever, in an endlessly looping world. All this power and knowledge, all the revelations about his past life, all the insights into people around him, the time loop dangled these things over his head, but it was all meaningless because he couldn't get out. Stopping the invasion of Scioria was the key. He knew this. Somehow, deep down in his soul, he knew this. But he couldn't do it, no matter how many times he tried. It was fine while he was still learning things, becoming a better mage, and brimming with ideas, but slowly, he started to slow down. He had learned everything he possibly could about the invaders themselves. Advancing his magic became harder and harder, each new spell or training method giving ever smaller improvements. His inspiration began to dry out. And yet he still couldn't get out. He was as good as he realistically would ever be, and yet it wasn't enough to stop the invasion. His best wasn't enough. That's when he realized he wouldn't be getting out. He wouldn't ever be getting out. And then he met Zorian. His friend was, all right. He scared him with his behavior from time to time, and he wished he was easier to talk to and more fun to hang out with, but hey. You can't have everything. More importantly, he was driven. He had that spark to keep going that had mostly died in Zack a long time ago. He had ideas that would have never even occurred to Zack, and methods that were alien to Zack's way of thinking. It was new and refreshing, and it reignited that spark of hope in him that refused to fully die. A long time ago, when Zack had only begun figuring out the time loop and his skills were still growing, his pride would have bristled at the idea of just letting his new friend take the lead in how they should proceed with their escape plan or go about honing their skills. Alas, that was a long time ago. By the time Zack met Zorian, the time loop had already grounded him, and he was entirely content to simply act as support. He stepped aside and let Zorian plan their escape and set their short-term goals, trusting his new friend to get them out of their looping nightmare and simply steering him away from his more dubious choices. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his other time-traveling companion, Red Robe. Or Jornak. Whatever. He would always be Red Robe to Zack, in all honesty. Even now he was wearing that stupid red robe of his to hide his appearance. He had trapped Zack in some kind of strange dimensional labyrinth, at first, a mirror image of the city covered in thick mist that severely limited Zack's vision while allowing Red Robe to move around in some strange manner that Zack found hard to understand at first. Red Robe clearly thought of him as some kind of dumb brute that wouldn't be able to deal with this kind of environment, but Zack hadn't spent all those years in the time loop for nothing, and his knowledge of dimensionalism had reached incredible heights while he had been working with Zorian and others to create a viable escape route into the real world. Red Robe bragged a lot about this misty labyrinth world while he and Zack fought. An attempt to demoralize him, maybe? Maybe he couldn't see all that well in there either, and wanted Zack to verbally respond so he could lock onto his position more securely. In any case, Red Robe said this misty world was primordial magic granted to him by Panicseth. A place isolated from the real world, impossible to escape. Place largely removed from the real world, impossible to escape, huh? Wasn't that almost exactly the description of the time loop? Hadn't Zack helped Zorian learn how to punch a hole through it so he could escape? Red Robe thought Zack was a dumb brute, but Zack had figured his little trick out within a minute of arriving there. Just like the time loop was centered on Panicseth, this world of mists was centered around Red Robe. There was no point looking for an exit in the environment around them. The exit was Red Robe. The fight between them lasted a while, but eventually Zack managed to maneuver things in the right direction. He had to let one of Red Robe's kinetic spells clip him in the leg, leaving him limping, but it was of no importance. It was a relatively light wound, and he had drunk a potion of regeneration before the battle. His leg would be fine soon enough. What was important was that he used the opportunity to hit Red Robe with a dimensional spell designed specifically to punch holes in these kind of prisons. It was literally one of a kind, a product of their intense research near the end of the time loop, and Red Robe clearly had no idea how to deal with it. Zack had expected to punch a literal hole in the misty world, but it turned out that Red Robe's little creation was incomparable to that of Panicseth, even if they had the same origin. The moment it was forcibly punctured, the mist started to thin and fade, until the entire world quietly disappeared at some point, shunting them back to the real world. They came back just in time to see Zorian take out Quatakikl. It filled Zack with complex feelings to see Zorian best his oldest enemy so seemingly easily. He knew that a lot of work and preparation went into this victory, and that it was not nearly as easy as it looked, but it still made him a little jealous. Just a little bit. Red Robe, on the other hand, was just mad. He attacked Zack with increased ferocity to vent his frustration, and Zack matched it without any reservations. Black swords made out of dimensional forces slashed at Jornak, cutting deep gouges as he dodged out of the way. Tiny incandescent suns zipped around with the speed and agility of a swallow, the ground exploded into stone spears that then exploded into thousands of needle-like shards, rays of electrified light surged forward while evading obstacles like immaterial snakes, and the air itself was whipped into a miniature tornado centered on Zack. He may have failed in a lot of areas of his life, but if there was one thing Zack Novita felt supremely confident in, that was his combat skills. He was good at fighting, and he loved doing it. It rejuvenated him to fight worthy opponents, made him feel alive. He looked at his opponent, his red robe long since tattered, and met the man's eyes, trying to jog his memory. To remember the time they apparently met and became friends. Alas, nothing came to his mind. There was no memory, no instinctive knowledge, not even a feeling of déjà vu. The man was a complete stranger. Red Robe. Jornak. The man who apparently betrayed him and tampered with his mind, leaving him even more lost inside the time loop than he already was. Zack was angry at the man for what he had done, but if he was honest with himself, not that angry. He didn't actually remember the betrayal, and he was always a relatively easygoing guy. Even so, tracking the man down and making him pay for what he had done had been the driving force of his life for a while now. He didn't think it was the effect of any magical compulsion or anything, he just found hating the man to be convenient. Invigorating. Focusing on Red Robe and how he messed him up gave Zack a goal in life that he had lacked for so long, so how he could not go after him. Plus, the man was clearly a total nutcase. He wasn't an empath like Zorian, but he didn't need to be one to get a read on the guy. Even more than Zack himself, he was dead inside. The next round of continental wars was going to be bad enough without a guy like this throwing oil into the fire. He had to go. Then Zorian made Oganj go away. He did it in such a hilarious way, too. Except for the part where he gave up the Imperial Orb to make it happen, that part was honestly awful. Hadn't they agreed the orb would go to him after the month was over, since he got Princess? The asshole had no right to give it away. Hell, he didn't even try to negotiate with the stupid lizard. Oh well. Truthfully, the idea he would get to enjoy the Imperial Orb, or anything else for that matter, was just a wistful dream. The angel contract hung like a sword above his head, ready to strike. Its terms were impossible to fulfill. No matter what happened, Zack only had a little time left. Or so he thought at the time, anyway. Without warning, Zorian teleported near the site of Zack's battle with Red Robe. Zack remembered feeling a flash of anger in response, even if he stayed quiet. It made sense for Zorian to help bring down Red Robe as quickly as possible, but this was the final stretch of the battle and Zack was enjoying himself. This was the last fun thing he was ever going to do in his life. Did Zorian really have to take it away from him? What happened next shocked him completely. Without saying anything, Zorian simply lunged at Red Robe, rapidly entering melee range with the man while charging some kind of spell Zack didn't recognize. Though angry, exhausted, and focused on Zack, Red Robe reacted quickly. He instantly spun to the side to face this new opponent, drawing a knife from his belt in a smooth, practiced motion. No, it was not just a knife, Zack realized. It was the Imperial dagger. Red Robe must have quietly stolen it from the royal vaults at some point. It wasn't that surprising, the man must have gotten quite proficient at it over the restarts, but he thought the dagger wasn't that useful. Red Robe's expression alone told Zack that he had thought wrong. An expression of pure glee and hate shone on the man's face, as if he hoped this very thing would happen and couldn't believe Zorian was stupid enough to grant him this opportunity. Zack hastily launched a fast-moving spell at the two, trying to blast them apart from each other, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger shone with a faint purple light as Red Robe thrust it forward toward Zorian's face. Zorian did nothing to dodge or shield himself with magic, but that protective cube he made quietly interposed itself in the path of the knife. Zorian's faith in his grand creation proved to be severely misplaced, however. As great as his skills at artificing were, the dagger was a genuine divine artifact. It sliced straight through the cube like it was made of paper and stabbed forward, impaling Zorian straight through the neck. Simultaneously, Zorian's glowing hand slammed straight into Red Robe's chest, blowing a massive hole straight through his chest and causing some kind of faint blue waves to resonate across the man's entire body. And then Zorian's damaged defense cube detonated in a massive explosion that not only blew Zorian and Red Robe away from each other like rag dolls, but also flung Zack back into the nearby building. Zack wasn't really hurt. It wasn't the first time he was flung back into a wall. He cushioned his impact with the wall with a quick magic, expertly landing on his feet. He quickly scanned the area and found Zorian lying on his back some distance away. He rushed towards the boy to provide aid but stopped when he got close enough to really see him. He wasn't moving. His eyes, blank and glassy, remained open. His chest didn't move. And the Imperial dagger was still stuck up to the hilt in his neck, and his whole body was full of serrated metal bits sticking out his skin, the remains of his defense device driven deep into his flesh by the force of the explosion. He stared at his friend for a few seconds, overcome in disbelief, before walking forwards. He cast a quick diagnostic spell and slowly, hesitantly placed his hand on him. He wasn't that great with healing magic, but this was one of the simplest spells in that field and he had an excellent grasp on it. The spell told him what he already knew, but didn't want to accept. Zorian was dead. No, he whispered despondently. No. Zorian, you stupid, 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 why? Why would you do something so dash? Because this was deliberate. What don't you understand? He chose to die so you could live. The thought bubbled up to his mind suddenly, unpleasant and uninvited. It hit him like a punch in the face. He wouldn't, Zack mumbled to himself. He's too selfish, he said so himself. He has friends, a family, a little sister that needs him, a whole bunch of girls that want to get in his pants. He took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself. He had to check something. He got up to his feet and ran up to where Red Robe was also laying on the ground, motionless. The man was also dead, unsurprisingly. Not only did Zorian's last attack completely destroy his heart and chest, the blue wave that accompanied the attack also did something. Ripped his soul out of his body, maybe. His medical magic was too rudimentary to figure it out, but the man was definitely dead. He swallowed heavily and then got up again. He started to search for other people. Everyone seemed to be unconscious, Zack soon realized. They were lying all over the place, on the streets, in public buildings, in alleyways, everywhere. It wasn't that they got knocked out during a fight either. His diagnostic spells confirmed most of them were completely healthy, barring some minor scrapes and bruises that were normal for the current conditions of the city. They seemed to have just suddenly dropped unconscious all of a sudden. He eventually found Alanik, Svim, and Zorian's brother Daimen. Gods above, how was he going to explain to the man that he just let his little brother? He shook his head and carefully approached. They were still unconscious, just like everyone he encountered so far. After a second of hesitation, he cast a memory-reading spell and placed his hand on Svim's head. The spell encountered no resistance. He was sure that Svim had placed a mind-blank spell on him during the battle, but there was no trace of it now. He immediately dove into the man's memories, searching for any information regarding the time loop. His hand soon began to tremble. The man had no idea about any time loop. More than that, however, he didn't possess any memories of this entire month. Someone had quite literally memory-wiped his entire recollection of said time period. He repeated his check on nearby Alanik and Daimen, with the same results. They were free of any knowledge of the time loop, because they had no memory of anything that had transpired during this whole month. He breathed out heavily. "Zorian, you scary bastard, how did you even do this?" he said out loud. Wait. If he could do that to others, could he do it to him as well? Was any of this real? The moment the thought bubbled up to his mind, it refused to leave. He could feel something inside his soul wake up and demand a check. He had to know. He had to know as badly as a starving man needed food, a compulsion so strong it was essentially irresistible. He started casting a plethora of diagnostic divinations on himself, his surroundings, and the three unconscious people in front of him. He performed a multitude of little experiments he learned over the years to detect when illusionists messed with his surroundings. Nothing. His mind blank was still working. His mind was not being tampered with. The environment was behaving as it should, and the people in front of him were as complex as real people should be. He started to wander the city, casting memory spells on random people he found lying in the streets. By this time some people had started to wake up, but Zack simply walked past them, ignoring them as he went about his task. He wasn't really searching for any specific information. He was reading people's memories in order to find out trivial things like their favorite meals, what their mother looked like, or what the last story they'd heard was about. In other words, he was checking if they were real people. A mind mage, no matter how good, couldn't create a mind from scratch. Not a convincing one, in any case. A fake man would be a paper-thin disguise, capable of tricking only the most inexperienced of mind mages. However, Zack had gotten to know Zorian long enough that he couldn't discount anything. He could totally accept that Zorian could produce a convincing fake mind. The guy was just that scary. Maybe even a pair of fake minds. Maybe a dozen. By now he had read the memories of more than 100 people, though. All of them felt real. All of them were complex individuals with lots of little details about their lives and tangled histories that Zack could easily lose himself in for weeks at a time if he really wanted to figure them out. He refused to believe that anyone could create so many lives out of thin air. Even someone like Zorian. He lost track of time. He wandered around the city, checking on people. Anyone that was even slightly familiar with the time loop had lost their memories of the whole month. No exceptions. Even the Urania beneath Scioria were missing any memory of this month. An entire colony of skilled telepaths, but Zorian had somehow managed to convince them to willingly delete their own memories. Eventually, he accepted the truth. It was real. It was all real. Jornak was dead. Silver Lake too, she was done in by her old, real-world self, who lost her memories of the past month, but was otherwise unharmed. Nobody knew anything about the time loop except for him. He left the city. He couldn't look at it any longer. He found a small hill just outside the city walls that he and Zorian used to sit on sometimes, discussing their plans or just wasting time, and watched the fields around him in silence. He had no idea how long he stood there. He thought someone approached him at one point and asked him if he was all right, but he ignored them and they eventually went away. All he knew was that at some point he realized that someone was shooting fireworks into the sky. It was the night of the summer festival. The city may have just suffered a brutal invasion, but that was no reason to halt the celebrations. Hell, if anything, this just made the importance of a celebration that much greater. And Zack felt happy. He felt disgusted with himself for it, but he really did. Panicseth was still sealed and the conditions of his contract had been fulfilled. He was going to live past this month. He had won. He was Zack Novita, the last surviving member of Noble House Novita and the last surviving time looper. And he had won. He fell to his knees and began to cry. Somewhere deep inside his soul, he could feel the angel contract harmlessly dissolve, finally fulfilled. He was free, and all it cost him was the life of his best friend. 105, I Win, 2. Chapter 105 I Win, 2. He was Jornak Dokakin, a humble lawyer from Cyoria, the true heir of House Denen, and the last surviving time looper. And he had won. The path had been long and difficult. He still remembered that fateful day he had realized Zack was a time traveler. The boy had been making scene after scene around the city, making nonsensical statements to the newspapers and everyone else who would listen, never once outright stating what he was, but very much hinting at it. Very few people had taken him seriously. Jornak hadn't either, in all honesty, not until the boy had come to him one day and asked him to help him figure out some legal documents he found lying around the living room. The documents blew Jornak's mind away. Not because the contents were so shocking, but because of what they implied. The people they implicated in crimes were so influential and highly placed, and the evidence so damning, that Jornak simply knew that Zack must have stolen them from the very people mentioned in the documents. Jornak knew exactly how hard that feat was. After the corrupt Eldamarian courts had taken the inheritance of House Denen away from him, he had come to understand that truth and the letter of the law were almost entirely inconsequential in the face of money, connections, and social status. He became a covert member of the cult of the World Dragon and rubbed shoulders with many powerful people. He came to know the darker undercurrents of Eldamar society, and knew what it would take to acquire this kind of dirt on someone. No amount of money could buy something like this, so how could Zack have possibly acquired these documents? Jornak had agonized over this question for days, dissecting every statement Zack had made, no matter how minor or nonsensical, and eventually came up with a crazy idea. The craziest idea, possibly. He confronted Zack with it, and the boy just laughed and admitted to it easily. Yes, he was a time traveler. In fact, he had lived through this month many, many times, and they had talked before. Jornak believed him. He wanted to believe him. His life had been rather dreary and frustrating for several years by that point. His career wasn't going anywhere, despite his attempts to build connections and increase his social standing. He had no success in love. His family was long dead. The inheritance of House Denen, his best chance at achieving greatness, was stolen from him. His youth was all but spent, and he felt he wasn't going anywhere. This looping time travel thing may have been completely insane, but Jornak was willing to take a chance on it. The two became fast friends. Zack explained that he had originally found Jornak because he'd befriended Veyers in one of the restarts, and the boy had introduced him to his lawyer friend. Zack's story about his caretaker selling Novita property for pocket change to his friends and then siphoning most of the money into his pockets fascinated Jornak almost as much as the time travel story itself. He wasn't that unique in his realization that Zack was a time traveler. Zack had been making a lot of noise during that particular restart, handing out clues to various people he was fond of, and a number of them had reached the same conclusion he had. Zack was also dating no less than 2 women at the time, both of them aware of the other and fine with it, and he'd outright told them the truth long before Jornak had met him. It was a fascinating group. He'd made a lot of new friends that month. There was a looming shadow over the whole thing, however, and it grew colder and more obvious with every passing day. Zack Novita wasn't a mage who invented time travel, merely a leaf caught in the storm. The mechanics of the time loop were merciless, and they would soon strike. As the end of the month approached, some people in the group got increasingly concerned. Jornak was one of them. During one evening when they were alone, and Zack had a little too much to drink, he admitted to Jornak that he would eventually stop interacting with him altogether. It had happened repeatedly in the past. Zack would get to know someone, interact with them over and over again, get emotionally attached to them, and then decide it was too painful to be around them in the future. The admission shook Jornak to his core. He wasn't sure why. He wouldn't really remember anything soon, so why did it matter that Zack would replace him with someone else in one of the future restarts? It shouldn't have mattered, but it did. He grew increasingly desperate, constantly probing Zack for any ideas about how he can keep existing after the month was over. He recruited the other members of Zack's group into his efforts, and eventually they managed to force an admission out of him. There was a way. A divine artifact, held by a lich, that could confer the status of a temporary looper upon a person. It would only be for 6 restarts, and Zack explained again and again why he didn't want to do it, why it was a bad idea, and so forth. It didn't matter, not to Jornak, and not to the other people. 6 months was better than nothing. It was probably the 2 lovers that did most of the job of convincing Zack to play along with their request, Jornak suspected. Still, he was the one who organized the whole effort and he was very proud of it. The next 6 months were a great time, possibly the happiest in Jornak's life. He did not intend to betray Zack at that time, not at all. The boy was his best friend, and Jornak had every intention of helping him out in any way he could. But alas, 6 restarts had eventually passed. The second deadline started to approach. Tempers ran high. People started asking Zack for a way to prolong their time looping status, horrified that they were about to lose everything they had achieved during these past 6 months. Zack's mood continually worsened, both from him being heartbroken that the people he spent the past 6 months with were about to become lost to him, and the fact they were constantly badgering him about a solution that didn't exist. That he couldn't provide. Jornak's friendship with Zack also started to gradually deteriorate as the end approached. Jornak was far more interested in politics of the state and in what was happening behind closed doors of their nation's elite. He had come to know much, and he grew more disgusted with them than he ever had been. He talked to Zack often about these issues, but the boy was just a teenager at heart, and his perspective was narrow and naive. He simply wanted to get back at his caretaker, start rebuilding his house, and have fun. He did not appreciate the knowledge Jornak had painstakingly gathered, and found his methods to be immoral and disturbing. As the end of their temporary looper status approached, they clashed more and more frequently, and Jornak made the mistake of telling Zack exactly what he would do if he were in his place. The look Zack had given him when he stopped talking. Jornak would always remember that. Eventually Zack called for a group meeting. He swore again and again that he wasn't hiding any methods of prolonging their looping, and that there was nothing he could do. He promised them he would make them all temporary loopers again as soon as he could. He also privately promised Jornak he would supply his future looper with all the work he had done in those 6 restarts, but Jornak didn't believe him. The boy hadn't even read the last 2 reports Jornak gave him, much less memorized them. Even if he wanted to hand future Jornak the fruits of his work, how would he do it? Not to mention that he probably didn't even want to do it. He doubted Zack would even make him a temporary looper in the future. He remembered Zack's admission that he eventually dropped people from his social circle after interacting with them for a few restarts. He remembered the look Zack had given him not too long ago. And he decided he had to do something. He had never planned to betray Zack. He'd wanted to work with him. To help him. When one really thought about it, Zack was the one who betrayed him. Jornak himself was not a powerful man. His magical aptitude was entirely average, and not even a time loop could change that. But some of the people in the looper group were magically powerful, and their skills had only gotten better due to Zack's willingness to help them grow. Getting them to side with him was tricky, but not too difficult. Desperation made people do previously unthinkable things. Contacting Quatakikla and arranging a meeting with him without being immediately killed had been hard, but not nearly as hard as he had feared it would be. From that point on, everything kind of slid into place. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his one-time best friend and fellow time-traveling companion, Zack. He had to admit, he had been pretty worried for a while. The ability he'd gotten from Panicseth was not nearly as effective as he thought it would be. Weren't primordials supposed to be on the level of gods? He expected more out of primordial magic, to be honest. That prison should have taken some kind of advanced, specialized magic to get out of, but Zack had an appropriate spell for breaking it already in his arsenal. Then, when they were pulled back into Scioria proper, it was just in time to see Zorian banish Quatakikle back to his phylactery with the help of a flower. He dimly recognized it as a soul-sizer chrysanthemum. What an obscure magical creature. In any case, he was of two minds about this. On one hand, he needed the ancient lich to win this. On the other hand, it was satisfying to see the black-hearted bastard finally get knocked down a peg or two. And besides, he still had the dragon M. Oganj left. He took the crown and the orb, and he just left. Unbelievable. Jornak had given him so much for his assistance as forward payment, materials, maps, records of draconic magic that humans had taken from other dragon mages, everything, but Oganj still chose to switch sides in exchange for two thrice-damned divine artifacts. A familiar bitterness welled up from the back of his mind. Everyone always betrayed him. He was so fed up with everything. He still didn't think the situation was hopeless. He started the invasion a day before the actual deadline for releasing Panicseth, so he had some time for another attempt. He would activate all of his contingencies and plunge the country into chaos. He would activate all of the remaining Wraith bombs in other cities. He refused to believe his enemies had enough countermeasures to disable them all, or that they had even managed to track down every single one of them. He would assassinate people and mind control critical individuals into starting hostilities with every nearby country. He would sick the police and Eldamar's military on them, their allies, friends, and family. He would descend straight into the hole and lure the monsters lurking in the deepest layer of the dungeon back to the surface to wreak havoc on it until the city was nothing but ruins. It was suboptimal. He wanted to rule this country, and make it better, not bring it to its knees. However, he had to be alive in order to improve things, and his opponents had forced his hand. If this was the only path they had left for him, he would not hesitate. He was. Suddenly, that other looper, Zorian Kaczynski, teleported next to them and immediately rushed towards them. Zorian. Jornak had so many regrets in regards to the boy. He shouldn't have panicked and fled the time loop when he realized there were other time loopers aside from him and Zack, but it made perfect sense at the time. The information he had gotten from the Arania said there was a small legion of them, which was entirely possible. If Zack wanted to and had the crown, he could have made the entire city into temporary loopers. What if Panicseth decided some of them would make for a better champion than him? And if Zack was creating so many loopers, he probably knew about the Sovereign Gate and how to leave the time loop. He couldn't play around and risk things. The safest thing to do was to leave as soon as possible. As it turned out, there was just one additional looper, and he hadn't gotten in through Zack's actions. He got in through some weird mistake in the time loop system. Jornak couldn't even begin to describe how jealous he was of the boy when he heard that. He had to go through so much trouble to keep existing, and then this boy got all of that and more through a simple stroke of luck. The world was sometimes so unfair. But no matter, this was perfect. He didn't know what had possessed the boy to get this close to him all of a sudden, but he wasn't going to waste a golden opportunity like this. He drew the Imperial dagger out of his belt with a smooth, practiced motion, its weight and shape familiar and comforting in his hand. The dagger had long been his oldest and most reliable companion, and if he could, he always recovered it from the royal vaults, where it was just uselessly gathering dust. He had spent many years tinkering with it and learning everything it could do. The dagger lit up with a faint purple glow as he thrust it toward Zorian. The Imperial dagger was mostly known for its ability to hurt spirits easily, but it had several alternate modes, and this was one of them. The third looper arrogantly refused to dodge his strike, instead placing his defense device in front of him to ward off the blow. Jornak would be first to admit that the cube was an incredible achievement that left him in awe of Zorian's ingenuity and skill, but it was ultimately just a mortal item. The dagger pierced through the complex, multi-layer shield projected by the cube like it didn't exist and then stabbed right through the alchemically reinforced metal like it was paper. To his credit, this wasn't enough to take the boy down. Zorian reacted quickly, telekinetically moving his body out of the way of the knife while simultaneously hurling the ruined cube into the sky. Having suffered catastrophic damage, the cube exploded above their heads moments later, showering the area with serrated metal fragments and exotic magical energies. Jornak locked eyes with Zorian, unsurprised by the boy's quick reactions. Though he was standing here partially due to luck, Zorian Kaczynski was someone that had repeatedly shown himself to be a shrewd and decisive person. When Jornak was about to capture and interrogate him back in the time loop, he killed himself without hesitation to deny him useful information. What's more, the action was clearly a pre-planned contingency and he had enough presence of mind as he ran to make sure Jornak would be unable to recover his body. He did not expect him to die so easily. Still, with his best defensive tool destroyed, and with him momentarily unbalanced, Jornak decided to bet it all on one last push. This was extremely dangerous and may very well end with him killed, but it wasn't the first time he risked his life for a chance to live, and it probably wouldn't be the last. He wrapped his hand around a small black bottle hanging from his neck and squeezed, shattering it with ease with his supernatural strength. Hundreds of black shapes suddenly slipped from between his fingers, expanding in size as they filled the skies above them. Vaguely humanoid, the entities looked like legless incorporeal humans in tattered pitch-black cloaks. Wraiths. The whole area immediately began to feel uncomfortably chilly as the mere presence of so many of them began to leach minute amounts of life force from the three combatants, and resonant whispers filled the air as wraiths began to babble in that usual incomprehensible nonsense they constantly spouted. Wraiths were mysterious creatures, with unclear origins and very few methods of effectively fighting them. In many ways, they almost resembled spirits, but they were usually classified as undead due to their ability to convert human souls into more of themselves. They were difficult to control. Jornak did not actually have any ability to direct the wraith horde he had just released from his miniature wraith bomb, and he had no doubt the wraiths would see him as just as big of a target as the other two people present. However, Jornak was betting he would have a definite advantage anyway, because he had something he didn't think either of the other two had: sophisticated, well-honed soul magic skills. Soul magic was a sinister branch of magic, requiring a lot of cruel and unpleasant experimentation and willingness to deal and negotiate with some very loathsome people. Jornak had long accepted this, and he did not let it bother him. He had tortured entire villages of people, over and over again, to see how different soul magic methods affected the same soul over various restarts. He sold kidnapped babies and small orphans to some of the more unscrupulous witches that were willing to teach him their skills in exchange for suitable material. He spoke with demon summoners, participating in their disgusting rituals in order to prove his sincerity. His magical talents may be average, but he was confident that there were few people who could boast about having a similar level of skill when it came to soul magic. Zack certainly wasn't one of them, and Silver Lake was adamant that Zorian wasn't that much better. His opponents knew it too. When they saw the wraiths flood the area, the two of them tried to retreat and regroup elsewhere, but how could Jornak allow that? He stopped them. He foiled their teleportation, he wrenched them back when they tried to fly away, and when the two attacked him together and he was forced to choose between being wounded and letting them flee, he chose to get wounded. His regeneration ability was not nearly as potent as that of Silver Lake, but his body was far more resilient than that of a regular person, and healed quickly. So long as he didn't black out and could cast magic, it was fine. He would bear it. He would outlast them, outlast everyone, and win. He had to win. All of the sacrifices, all the things he'd done, it couldn't have been all in vain. He was close, so very close to the end. In the end, he triumphed. His soul defenses were honed to perfection, yet even he strained to deal with so many wraiths relentlessly assaulting him. Zack and Zorian. They couldn't compare. Maybe if they hadn't expended so many of their resources before they decided to tackle him, they could have got themselves out of this situation, but alas. For all their power and skill, in the end, all it took was one mistake for them to fall and be devoured by wraiths. Jornak quietly thanked Zorian for deciding to join the battle when he had. If Jornak had been unable to catch both of his enemies at once in his wraith trap, this wouldn't have worked. The moment the two loopers fell, Jornak fled the site and waited for the wraiths to scatter before returning to check up on them. Always check the bodies to make sure your enemies were really dead, after all. This was especially true when dealing with enemies on the level of Zack and Zorian. A minute later, he breathed a sigh of release. They were really dead. It was over. He started to laugh. Yes. Yes. He knew he could do it. Now was not the time for gloating, however. That would come later. For now, he started searching the city for his partner, Silver Lake. He eventually found her not far from where he fought Zack and Zorian. Or what was left of her, anyway. She was really just an empty bag of skin now. After cautiously kneeling down and inspecting the skin, he found 2 large puncture wounds in her chest and no other notable damage. Something, probably some kind of magical creature, had liquefied her insides and slurped it all out, leaving this preserved husk behind. Jornak frowned. Silver Lake was probably the weakest one from among the 4 of them that had managed to escape from the time loop, but she shouldn't have been this easy to kill. In fact, despite being the weakest, Jornak suspected she was the hardest of them to kill, both because her primordial abilities were all defensive in nature and because she herself was a cowardly wretch that would no doubt flee at the first hint of actual danger. The creature that had killed her, some kind of spider, maybe? In any case, it had to be very powerful. On the level of a dragon, really. How did a creature like that get here, and where was it now? And why hadn't Silver Lake simply retreated if she had encountered something like that? Magical creatures generally had little ability to stop high-level mages from fleeing if outmatched, unless they were sapient spellcasters in their own right. Concerning. Still. Maybe it was better this way. Jornak hadn't actually liked Silver Lake that much. She had brought him some very useful knowledge, and for that, he would always be grateful to her, but she was also clearly playing her own game and knew too much about Jornak's true nature for him to be comfortable with it. This way there was one less person potentially messing up his plans. With Silver Lake dead, it fell to him to fulfill their bargain with Panicseth and set him loose upon the world. He threw himself into the task without hesitation, rallying the invader forces under his banner and gathering the surviving cultists that had scattered around the city after their defeat near the hole. While most of the cultists had perished, their leaders and high-level members were powerful and resourceful enough to survive for the most part, and they were the most important part anyway. Jornak had them set up the ritual while the Abasan army protected them, and used his own primordial essence in place of the shifter children that the defenders had managed to rescue and evacuate out of the city. He had thought about trying to recover them, but eventually decided that would take too long. Eldamar was already mobilizing their whole army to crush this invasion, and he had no time to lose. Using his own primordial essence was going to weaken him for a long time, and disable most of his primordial magic, but he would rather pay this price than risk dying at the end of the month because he had wasted too much time. Imagine if that happened, he, the ultimate victor of the time loop war, ended up dying because he had failed to release Panicseth before the Eldamar army rolled into the city and killed all his underlings. He would die wallowing in shame and embarrassment. No, he would pay the price with his own flesh and blood and do things properly. No gains without sacrifice. The ritual went off without issue. Space cracked, the prison broke, and then Panicseth burst into existence above the city, his fleshy limbs reaching out of his prison and burying themselves into the roads and buildings. Then, he slowly started to drag his entire bulk out of the pocket dimension that had contained him all these millennia. Jornak immediately fled. He may have been Panicseth's champion, but he did not trust the primordial at all. His part of the contract was finished, in any case. Funny, he thought he would be able to feel it when the restriction lifted, but there was nothing. The death pact Panicseth placed on him simply disappeared from his perception. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. Well, it was primordial magic, after all. Who knows how that worked? He was finally free, that was all that mattered. The cultists, arrogant idiots that they were, stayed behind. Jornak knew that they had some kind of crazy plan that involved binding the primordial to their will and becoming gods in the process, but it was lunacy. They were like ants trying to enslave a tiger. Even weakened, Panicseth was not something they could handle. Even a fragment of him could probably annihilate them. The primordial let loose a deep, resonant rumble that made the whole city visibly vibrate. Some of the weaker buildings, weakened by the fires and the fighting, immediately collapsed from it. Then the rampage began. Abasan forces were retreating now as fast as they could, but Jornak knew most of them would never make it. He took one last look at the unraveling city and then teleported away. He wanted to be as far as possible from the area. Break. Eventually, Jornak made his way to Ayaska Mansion. The place was thoroughly trashed, its wards broken and most of the souls that powered it set free when their prison cracked and crumbled, but the structure itself was still standing when the angel was done venting its ire on it. Probably because Sudamir placed and set smaller, but far stronger defensive wards around the ward core that housed his wife's soul, and the angel didn't want to spend time breaking it down when there were more important battles happening elsewhere. The angel then dropped the barrier that had kept Ayaska Mansion contained, and Sudamir enacted another long-distance teleport ritual to translocate the mansion out of the city, and then all the way to Ulquin Abasa. This was something that Sudamir had long since arranged with Quatakikl in case things went wrong with their plan. Sitting in one of the few intact rooms inside the mansion, Jornak had been feeling quite pleased with himself, basking in the glow of his own success, when another person entered the room. Quatakikl. The Lich was in his human guise now, though Quatakikl insisted this form was just as true as his battle form, and he looked as relaxed and confident as ever. Jornak wanted to make some snide comments about him getting taken out by a flower, but he refrained. More than Zack, Zorian, or anyone else, the ancient Lich was the one that really terrified Jornak. He didn't think even his fellow loopers really understood the force they were dealing with when they tangled with him. Without Quatakikl, Jornak would never have been able to make himself a permanent looper. Oh sure, Panicseth was the one who supplied him with a method of transforming his temporary marker into a permanent one, but never in a million years would Jornak have been able to actually use the method himself. No, he had to beg Quatakikl for assistance to help him perform the task. And the price for the Lich's help, even now Jornak couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. He had heard from Silverlake that the other looper already suspected that Quatakikl had been integral in turning his temporary marker into a permanent one, but they couldn't figure out why the Lich hadn't also made himself into a looper as well, then. The answer was simple: the method required one to make a deal with Panicseth in order to work, and the Lich wasn't willing to make a death pact with a primordial under any circumstances. However, that didn't mean he was willing to help Jornak without any assurances. He forced Jornak to accept something called a soul seed, a small fragment of Quatakikl's soul, somehow processed to prevent degradation and imbued with some measure of self-awareness and memory, and bound said soul fragment to Jornak's soul, with instructions to return to the original Quatakikl when Jornak successfully came back to the real world. The soul fragment had been with Jornak for the entire duration of his stay in the time loop, and even Jornak wasn't sure what it was up to during that time. Was it merely patiently waiting to return to its master, containing only the memories of that one Quatakikl Jornak made the deal with? Or was it watching and learning the whole time, riding him like a spying parasite? He didn't know. All he knew was that once he left the time loop and was incarnated in the real world, the soul fragment immediately left him and rejoined Quatakikl. Jornak had no need to convince the Lich he was a time traveler. Quatakikl already knew, and was waiting for him when Jornak came knocking. He had no idea how much the ancient Lich knew about what happened in the time loop, and it scared him. So, Quatakikl said, sitting down in one of the nearby chairs. I think we can safely describe this operation as a success, yes? Yes, absolutely, Jornak agreed. Though, if I may make an observation, the damage made by the primordial seemed to be somewhat underwhelming. Scioria will be no more after today, that is true, but the country as a whole will survive. Aren't you worried they will launch a punitive expedition against your homeland for this? Your involvement in this will be impossible to hide. Oh no, I fully expect them to retaliate in some manner, Quatakikl said. I welcome it. Our leaders have been very foolish lately, trying to set up trade treaties with the mainland and other such nonsense. A nice war or two will be good for us. Jornak nodded. This kind of attitude meshed pretty well with the Lich's attitude in their past conversations. What about you? The Lich asked. Aren't you worried? Why would I be? Jornak asked curiously. I won. It was a close thing, Quatakikl remarked. A win is a win, Jornak insisted. He glared slightly at the Lich. Besides, it wouldn't have been that close if you hadn't stupidly got yourself killed. And by a flower, no less. Soul-sizers are curious creatures, Quatakikl said lightly, clearly not bothered by the swipe. Or at least not giving any visible indication that he was. The ancient Lich's poker face was too good. I'll have to look into them when I find the time. Alas, I suspect the next few years are going to be very busy for me indeed. Well, he was certainly right about that. For one thing, Jornak fully intended to start executing his plans the moment he left from here. He and the Lich had completely incompatible plans for the future, and were pretty much guaranteed to start sabotaging each other's efforts soon. Really, Jornak wouldn't be surprised if Quatakikl tried to kill him here today. Unfortunately for him, Jornak was well aware of this possibility and had taken every possible precaution before coming here. He won't die here. He won't die ever. He was only just starting, really. What would you have done if the invasion failed? Quatakikl asked, sounding genuinely curious. A multitude of contingencies floated in Jornak's mind in response to the Lich's question: explosive traps in numerous cities and buildings meant to cause mass casualties, assassination contracts that would be executed unless he called them off, documents unmasking Zack and Zorian just waiting to be discovered by the authorities. He had many ways to make his enemies regret their victory if he ever lost. Still he told none of them to Quatakikl. Although he planned to dismantle all of them now, there was no reason to reveal his methods and reasoning to someone who would soon become his bitter enemy. He quickly checked his mental defenses and found that his mind blank was still on and in perfect condition. Good. For a moment he was afraid Quatakikl was trying to pick up answers straight from his surface thoughts. Still, he felt an urge to brag a little. He started to ramble about one of his less important contingencies, a bundle of documents implicating Zorian in the events of the invasion, deliberately placed in one of the cabinets of the police building in Corsa. The cabinet was rarely used, but its owner was very dutiful and meticulous. It would take weeks for the documents to be discovered, and by that time Zack and Zorian will have likely stopped being on high alert for such things and should hopefully be caught completely by surprise. Then there was that letter he sent straight to the royal residence. It should be arriving. He suddenly stopped talking. Why was he telling the Lich this? Didn't he just conclude they were going to become enemies soon and that it would be best to stay quiet? And the expression on Quatakikl's face, he was leaning forward and listening with bated breath, like this was the most interesting thing ever. What? Who are you? Jornak suddenly snapped, jumping from his chair and going on full combat alert. He had spent enough time around the Lich to learn some of his mannerisms and this didn't look like him. In fact, when he really thought about it, his entire demeanor this whole time was slightly off. You're not Quatakikl. Why do you say that? The impostor asked, feigning calm curiosity. Jornak fired a blistering beam of red light at the impostor, who didn't even try to dodge. The beam went straight through his forehead without any resistance. The man wearing Quatakikl's face sighed. So impersonating the Lich is a lost cause, he lamented to himself. No matter how many times I try, I just can't seem to portray him convincingly. It's a shame, since he's the one you're most likely to really talk with about all the details. Maybe I should try Silver Lake. What? Wait. No. You can't be. You can't be him. Jornak protested, his voice getting more and more panicked. I killed you. I know I did. Your soul got devoured by wraiths. I have a mind blank on, that spell is total protection against dash. He checked his mind. He checked it again, and then a third time. Always the same result. His mind blank was still one. His mind was protected. Except it wasn't. None of this is real, Jornak realized. Well then, the impostor in the guise of Quatakikl said. Let's try this again, shall we? Jornak's heart went cold. How many times had he done this? How many times had he lived through this day, enjoying his triumph, making grand plans about what would come next, only to forget all about it again and again? All the while some sinister force keeps talking to him, pumping him for information, varying their approach in this or that way, to get what they wanted out of him. His mind couldn't help but hearken back to his time in the time loop, back when he was just a humble lawyer wishing there was more to his life. Back to when he realized his life was literally an endless loop meant to exploit him. It was just like that now, but worse. Infinitely worse. His vision began to darken. He wanted to do something, wanted to send a signal to his various contingencies in one final act of spite, but his mind was fading, fading, fading. He forgot Zorian's words, forgot what led him to this place, forgot any of this ever happened. He found himself back in Cyoria, surrounded by corpses of Zack and Zorian, knowing only one thing. He was Jornak Dokakin, a humble lawyer from Cyoria, the true heir of House Denen, and the last surviving time looper. And he had won. Again, and again, and again. 106, I win, 3. Chapter 106 I win, 3. He was Zorian Kaczynski, the third son of a minor merchant family from Siren, accidental time traveler, and quite possibly the most powerful human mind mage in all of Altazia. And he had won. It was not an easy task to arrange all of this. Sure, he could have beaten Jornak and Silver Lake, stopped the ritual, and left it at that, but that would be a very bittersweet outcome. Zack would have died at the end of the month and Zorian would have spent the rest of his future running away from Eldamarian assassins and whatnot. Zorian did not spend all those years in the time loop just to settle for a suboptimal outcome. The first task, of course, was figuring out how to get past the mind blank spell. Even before he had known about Zack's angelic contract, he'd known the boy was hiding something of critical importance that he would have to wrench out of his head. Thus, he worked with Svim, Orania, and many others to find the solution. A way to beat the ultimate mental defense, a spell that had been providing total protection against mind magic, no exceptions, for literal centuries now. A lot of people Zorian had worked with thought it was a fool's task to begin with. What did Zorian have that so many other mind mages that tried to invent a workaround hadn't? But Zorian didn't embark upon this idea blindly. He already had an idea before he threw himself into the project. The Soul-Sizer chrysanthemum was a very rare and obscure magical creature. It was so dangerous and frightening to people that they had long since eradicated it in more civilized areas, not even bothering to study it properly before doing so. Who was brave enough to research a flower that would eat your soul if you made a mistake in restraining it? Not many people. It didn't help that the plant was a very valuable component for many potions, meaning it was worth more dead than alive to begin with. In modern times, of course, some mage or organization would have probably become interested in the Soul-Sizer and organized a hunt so its abilities could be studied, except that the plant only lived in monster-infested wilderness these days, was surprisingly good at hiding, and smart enough to pick its fights carefully. Plus, its abilities were not well known, and old descriptions found in ancient tomes did not do the creature justice. They made the chrysanthemum look like a simple plant-shaped soul eater. It just wasn't that impressive sounding. Zorian had experienced the flower's attack firsthand, however. Zack hadn't thought much about their experience, seeing it only as an embarrassing instance where they had nearly been beaten by a flower, and soon forgot about it. But Zorian had never forgotten. The way the plant's initial stunning attack had simply bypassed all of their defenses left a deep impression on him. If the chrysanthemum could bypass their defenses by targeting their body, mind, and soul simultaneously, could the same method be used to target someone's mind even when it was protected by the mind blank? Mind blank protected the mind by separating it from what the Urania called the Great Web. The mind closed in on itself, rejecting all contact. But it was still connected to the brain, and to the soul. It should be possible to target the mind by going through those two, somehow. This wasn't a new idea, by any means, but most people who tried to make such a method work before hadn't had the soul-sizer chrysanthemum on hand to provide a working example of how such a thing would work in practice. Zorian did. And he had a whole host of experts in both soul magic and mind magic to help him figure it out. The process of studying the chrysanthemum's abilities had some unintended benefits. He probably would not have found a way to negate the wraith bombs in a reasonable amount of time if he hadn't spent so much time studying the flower and its abilities, and he wouldn't have been able to make the weapon that Merva had used to disable Quadakikl for a few moments. These were all just side benefits, however, paling in importance to the real end goal of the research, the manifold resonance spell. The spell was not ideal by any means. First of all, the magic Zorian and his team designed could only be used through touch. Skin-to-skin contact was required to successfully cast the spell. It was also incredibly complicated and hard to control. 3 whole minds were needed to execute the spell. Not an impossible requirement for someone who could make simulacrums like Zorian could, but still an issue. Finally, targets eventually acquired a resistance to it. Experiments showed that targeting the same person repeatedly with the spell made them instinctively resist it after only a handful of attempts. In the case of people with highly trained defenses like Svim and Alanik, that meant they became resistant after only 2 or 3 attempts. But it worked. It was complicated and inconvenient, but it did the impossible, and that was all that mattered. With the spell to bypass mind blank in his arsenal, victory, actual victory, was finally possible. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his fellow time travelers, Zack and Jornak. When Zorian teleported next to the 2 combatants and lunged at them, hands glowing, he knew neither would take it lying down. Zack looked shocked at his sudden betrayal, but he was an experienced fighter and reacted immediately, firing a pair of blindingly bright white rays that nearly took Zorian's head off. Only his defense cube saved him, by warping space around him slightly to make the beams miss. As for Jornak, he drew the Imperial dagger out of his belt with a smooth, practiced motion and thrust it straight at Zorian's face. Zorian didn't know much about the Imperial dagger. Its main ability out of the time loop was supposed to be its ability to hurt spirits, but why take that chance? He doubted Jornak would try to use it on him if it wasn't uniquely useful in this situation. He jumped back a little, evading the stab at the cost of losing some momentum and giving up some of his advantage of surprise. Zorian, what dash? Zack started saying, outrage evident in his voice. He never got to finish it. A marble Zorian accidentally dropped out of his pocket before he jumped back, suddenly activated and instantly sucked in all the air around them, creating a sizable area of total vacuum between them. The surrounding air quickly rushed in to fill the void, forcefully dragging all 3 of them into the center of the area. Jornak and Zack were unharmed, but caught off guard. But Zorian was ready. The moment they collided with each other, he clamped down on Zack and Jornak's hands and cast the spell. A faint blue wave quickly rippled through them, expanding from the point of contact to envelop their whole bodies. They still had their mind blank spells on, but it didn't matter. Their bodies went limp, insensate to the world around them. A moment later, they were plunged into a constructed dream world over which Zorian had total control. It was an incredible achievement, creating this thing, and this wasn't just Zorian praising himself. The Urania were also in awe of the scale of what he created. That said, he wasn't doing this alone. Aside from him and his simulacrums, many Urania were helping him control the illusionary world. On top of that, he wasn't really conjuring people's surroundings out of nothing. He was accessing eyes of people around the city and his iron beaks in the sky to give Zack and Jornak as convincing of an experience as he possibly could. He had to mess with their memories slightly. Mostly to make it look like they won in a convincing manner, a process that took some trial and error, since Zorian didn't have a perfect understanding of their capabilities and habits. Thankfully, any mistake could be covered up by simply wiping away their short-term memories and letting them relive the battle again and again until he got it right. He also had to adjust Zack's perception of what happened to Quadakikl, since his contract couldn't be fulfilled unless the Lich was seemingly dead. He made it look like his chrysanthemum weapon actually managed to suck out Quadakikl's soul and kill him for good, which Zack thankfully accepted as actually possible. Zorian took it as a compliment that Zack had that much faith in his artifice. Then there was the matter of Zack going around reading people's minds. Zorian had known that Zack would try that. After all, how else was he going to confirm that people did not know anything about the time loop? Unfortunately, the boy was right that Zorian couldn't really create convincing fake minds. Even the dumbest, most boring person in existence had a mind more complex and intricate than anything Zorian could conjure purely from his own imagination. So he didn't even try. Through his network of sigils around the city, Zorian was potentially connected to every person who was still alive there. He could act as a mental bridge, allowing Zack to connect to any person in the city through him. The minds he was reading were very much real. Sadly, that also meant that when Zack checked people's minds and saw they didn't remember anything that had happened during this past month, this was in no way faked. They really didn't remember anything. Zorian was forced to strip them of their mind blanks through dispelling, and wipe away their memories of the month. He had thought about being more selective about it, but he wanted things to be absolutely convincing to whatever evaluation mechanics Zack's angel contract employed. He had gifted people like Svim, Alanik, and Diamond memory crystals containing their deleted memories for later perusal, but he knew that wasn't nearly the same as having their real memories. They weren't trained psychics like he was, so digesting their memories from such a source would be a struggle. As for the Urania, deleting their memories of the whole month was kind of tricky, since they were helping Zorian run this whole illusion, and he needed their help right now. Obviously, them not having any memories of all this would be a bit of a problem. Thus, only the Urania that Zack actually deigned to talk to deleted their memories, and Zack was never overly fond of the giant spiders. Thus, the damage to the integrity of the illusion was minimal in the end. Even better, Zorian didn't have to provide the Urania with anything to make them recover after this. They had their own well-developed system of storing their memories and had lots of practice of integrating stored memories into their minds later, so it shouldn't be a big chore for them to recover quickly. Zorian was never as thankful for Zack's disinterest in learning about Iranian society as he was at this moment. If Zack had known anything about them, he would have known that the only reliable way to make sure they forgot something was to murder them all. Which, admittedly, wouldn't have been that hard to fake, but still. Zorian suspected the Urania would have forever borne a grudge against the boy if they had all collectively been butchered by the guy they were trying to save, even if it was understandable in their current circumstances, and done entirely in pretend fashion. As for Jornak, the main reason he was trapped in his own private illusion was because Zorian wanted to find all the dead man switches the guy had scattered all over the place. He knew Jornak would make them suffer from beyond the grave if they just let him die. He needed to find out what he had in store for them and how to disarm his traps and contingencies. He tried to simply get their fellow time traveler to simply talk about his plans. It was a good thing he did. He had done a basic search of his memories, of course, but searching someone's memories for information depended on knowing what to look for, and Zorian knew that Jornak was a lot more devious and experienced in this kind of cloak and dagger bullshit than he was. It only took a few conversations with Jornak, in various guises, to understand that he would have missed many, many things if he simply tried lifting things out of his mind. However, even this wasn't enough. Jornak had no real friends. His closest emotional attachment was to the damn Imperial dagger, of all things. Thus, he was understandably cagey around other people, even when Zorian prodded him with subtle suggestions and emotional manipulation to make him more talkative. Eventually Zorian resorted to messing with Jornak's perception of time. making him believe days or weeks had passed in order to learn what he would have done, and what he expected to happen. Meanwhile, the invasion of the city was being beaten back all over the city. All of the invasion leaders except the upper echelons of the cult of the World Dragon were gone now, and they were unable to rally the disparate forces around their leadership. Eventually the higher echelons of the Abasin forces found out that Quetzalcoatl was no longer present on the battlefield, and sounded a retreat. Iasca Mansion was mostly demolished, but Sudamir had somehow managed to survive the Angel's wrath by protecting the core of the mansion through particularly powerful wards. The surviving Abasins hurriedly gathered around the ruin, after which Sudamir translocated it out of the city. Annoyingly, Zorian had no option but to let it go. He was too busy to chase after them, his most powerful allies were incapacitated, and the other city defenders couldn't get through the gathered Abasin forces fast enough. He would later find out that Sudamir translocated his mansion 2 more times after that, eventually landing on Ulquin Abasa, where he was granted refuge by the natives. Great. If Eldamar had any doubts as to who to blame for the attack, they were unambiguously sure now. Not that Quetzalcoatl, the instigator of the attack, cared about that. If Zorian had learned anything from Jornak's mind, it was that Quetzalcoatl was likely quite happy with this outcome. Kiriel and Kana were alive and well, despite the attack on them. Zorian breathed a big sigh of relief when he found that out. Sadly, Kostyenka joined Merva in the Hall of Heroic Golems by sacrificing herself to save his little sister. An event that caused many tears on Kiriel's part and prompted Zorian to consider if he should perhaps delete her memories of the whole incident and quietly replace Kostyenka's remains with an unharmed copy. But no, that was a bad idea. He shouldn't be that casual with memory wipes. And besides, Kiriel didn't know anything about golem theory, so she shouldn't see anything wrong with Zorian fixing Kostyenka into pristine condition. Overall, things had turned out great. He had to give away the Imperial Orb to get rid of Oganj, Quetzalcoatl and Sudamir were still alive and would probably make moves against them in the future, and there was a high chance of another continental war brewing in the near future, but it could have been worse. His friends and family were all alive, Zack was alive, and he was alive. The only thing that kind of worried him was that he found Silver Lake's empty skin back where he left her fighting with her original self. It was clear that the spider not just killed her, but ate her as well. Which was strange. Grey hunters primarily ate powerful magical creatures. To his knowledge, they thought humans tasted vile. The flesh wasn't magical enough for their tastes. Why was Silver Lake eaten, then? Was it because of all the primordial essence Silver Lake's body contained? There was no trace of the Grey Hunter anywhere in the city, and Zorian had pretty much total coverage of everything on the surface at the moment. He had a sinking feeling the spider had fled into the local underground. Which meant he had just let an immensely powerful magical predator, one that had recently gorged upon a great amount of primordial essence, no less, escape into the one place where there was absolutely no hope of tracking it down. He sighed. There was no use in worrying about this now. The deadline had come and passed. Zack's contract with the Angels had harmlessly dissolved, and Jornak's death pact claimed his life in a gruesome fashion, his own flesh turning against itself like a country in the throes of a civil war. Observing with his more magical senses, Zorian noticed that even the man's mind and soul were seemingly tearing themselves apart. After a few seconds of disgusting writhing and convulsing, Jornak simply collapsed in a pile of unsightly goo. Zorian opened his eyes, letting the spell finally collapse. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was beyond exhausted. He and his simulacrums had maintained a fake illusionary world, 2 of them, actually, and had done that for more than a day, without rest or sleep. He was no longer alone, however. He had moved to a secluded, secure space with Zack and Jornak in tow, but it wasn't really secret to Daimen, Svim, and Alanik. All 3 were currently watching him with grave, vaguely unfriendly expressions. Svim was sitting on a nearby chair, a small book in his hand. Alanik was standing in the center of the room, his hands folded over his chest. And Daimen was leaning against the nearby doorway, blocking the exit and juggling the imperial dagger that Zorian had removed from Jornak's possessions. All three were also clutching memory crystals in one of their hands. Zorian doubted they had absorbed more than a small fraction of the memories stored in them, but they probably knew enough to understand the general situation. "We need to talk," Alanik said blandly. Rather than answering, Zorian ripped out a paper from a nearby notebook and started furiously writing on it while explaining the situation to all three of them. A whole bunch of Jornak's contingencies were about to activate relatively soon, and they had to be dealt with as soon as possible. His rushed scribblings were meant to be a reminder if they forgot some of the details he was telling them. The three people in front of him seemed to be part annoyed and part curious about his rushed explanation, but they were polite enough to stay silent and listen while he was talking. It didn't take long, anyway, only a handful of Jornak's plans were so very time-critical. His list of instructions done, Zorian stumbled to his feet, his limbs not working properly due to the long period of disuse, and thrust the written list straight into Alanik's confused hands before falling to the floor, unconscious. He was Zorian Kaczynski, third son of a minor merchant family from Siren, accidental time traveler, and quite possibly the most powerful human mind mage in all of Altazia. And he had won. And now it was time to finally get some rest. Epilogue. Epilogue. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." Panic. Zorian's awakened mind felt nothing but pure, all-consuming terror. After all of his efforts, all the sacrifices he and people around him had made, it was all for naught. He was back where it all began, in his room in Siren, about to start his third year at the academy. Then the moment passed, and the nightmare dissolved. The room around him was wrong. This wasn't his room back in Siren. He was in Scioria, in the room he shared with Kiriel, at Amaya's place. And the little devil was currently still sprawled across his stomach, kicking her legs up in the air and giving him a mischievous, expectant look. His panicked reaction didn't seem to worry her. If anything, she seemed quite pleased with herself for managing to scare him so thoroughly. "Kiriel, why?" Zorian asked, resisting the urge to sigh. "What do you mean?" she asked innocently. "I always wake you up like this." "Not with those exact words, you don't," Zorian groused. "He put you up to this, didn't he?" "Zack said it was going to be funnier this way," Kiriel admitted, propping her chin with her hands. She gave him a toothy smile. Zorian flipped her over the edge of the bed in response, causing her to fall to the floor with a silent thud. The little imp had expected the reaction, and made no sound in response, simply scrambling to her feet immediately afterwards. "It's been a month already," Zorian grumbled. "Just when is he planning to stop with this petty revenge crap?" It wasn't like Zorian had wanted to deceive him like that. He'd done that to save Zack's life, for heaven's sake. Well. At least he hadn't gotten another punch in the face for that. He chased Kiriel out of the room and got dressed, idly listening to the sounds of the house and its tenants as he did. Amaya's place was very busy these days, nothing like the quiet household Zorian had gotten used to during the time loop. The academy dorms had suffered heavy damage during the invasion, both in the initial artillery bombardment and the fighting that had followed afterwards, which meant that a lot of students were suddenly homeless and in dire need of alternate accommodations. Since Amaya's house had survived the invasion mostly intact, it was soon filled to capacity and even slightly beyond. Zorian didn't really like it, but the situation was what it was, and there was nothing he could do to change it. At least Kiriel had plenty of people to talk to these days. After composing himself a little, he left the room and entered the kitchen, where a dozen or so people had already gathered, some of them still eating breakfast and some of them pondering a stack of textbooks and papers arranged around them. Most of the people gathered here were his classmates. Akoja, Rainey, Kiana, Capriva, Kale, Naeem, Edwin, and Eston were all gathered around a small table that was far too small to really accommodate them all. They immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him as he entered, calling out greetings. Ilsa, who was sitting at a relatively prominent place at the table, was flipping through a stack of papers on her clipboard, and simply gave him a curt nod, before returning to her task. Nachka, Kiriel, and Kana were on the floor, playing with dolls and getting into everyone's way from time to time. Zorian had no idea why they felt the need to play their games here, instead of somewhere more private, but nobody else was shooing them away, so he wouldn't do it either. As for Amaya, the landlord of this place, she was working around the kitchen while humming a happy tune to herself, looking like she was having the time of her life, despite the current overcrowded state of her home. Zorian knew she was getting paid for this, but he still couldn't quite understand her good mood. Some people were just weird. After a few seconds of looking around, Zorian suddenly realized there were no free chairs left anymore. This is what happens when you wake up late, Capriva helpfully explained to him. There should be some free chairs in the next room, Amaya added, stirring the contents of some giant pot, not even bothering to turn around and look at him. You should probably grab a nightstand or a wooden board or something, just so you have a surface to write on, Edwin told him. The table is a little crowded right now. Resisting a sigh, Zorian went about securing himself a chair and then carving out a place for himself at the table. This took a considerable amount of pushing and arguing, but eventually he managed to squeeze himself between Kale and Naeem. Amaya immediately plopped down a plate of food in front of him and immediately walked away, not giving Zorian a chance to tell her he wasn't hungry. You really need to learn how to be more assertive in life, Naeem advised from his left. Zorian raised his eyebrow at him. Weren't you the one who just tried to chase me away from your side of the table? Zorian asked. Well, yeah, you need to be more assertive towards others, not me, Naeem responded, laughing slightly. Whatever. Where is Zack? Zorian asked. Your friend already left, Ilsa said, glancing up from her clipboard for a moment. He said he had a court meeting scheduled soon, and couldn't wait for you to wake up. He said you already know how to contact him, Kale added. Zorian nodded slowly, giving the food in front of him a tentative bite. After their victory over Jornak and the invasion, Zack had wasted no time in filing a lawsuit against his caretaker. Zorian had advised him back then to wait a little for the circumstances to calm down a little, but Zack would have none of it. This decision had both positive and negative consequences. On one hand, the spotlight was still firmly focused on the failed invasion of the city, meaning Tezen was free to try and shut the whole thing down without too much outcry from the public. On the other hand, this was probably the worst time for Tezen to be accused of something like this, considering the royals were looking for someone to publicly make an example out of, due to the debacle that had happened and all. Zorian mostly stayed out of the whole thing. He trusted Zack to know what he was doing. He claimed he didn't need any help with this, and he had clearly been prepared for this a long time. Aren't you worried, at least a little? Akoja said, frowning. I mean, Tezen is a powerful man, and he surely knows you and Zack are friends. What if he decides to get back at him by going after you? Zorian smiled slightly. He found it interesting how pretty much none of their classmates thought Zack was lying about his accusations. He had expected that at least some of them would have thought Zack was making things up, but even Akoja, who definitely wasn't a fan of Zack, absolutely believed him when he publicly stated Tezen had robbed him of his family legacy. I'm not worried, Zorian said. This is the worst time to try and attack people in Scioria. The whole city is crawling with soldiers and investigators. Tezen would have to be mad to go after me right now. This was not entirely true, of course. Tezen had already tried to send people to scout Amaya's house and see if they could ambush him when he left the place, but these people had simply vanished into thin air before their mission was done. After that, Zack's caretaker hadn't bothered sending anyone else. Indeed, Ilsa said. Plus, I had the academy secure this house with additional wards, since we are effectively using it as a makeshift classroom. Anyone trying to infiltrate the place is in for an unpleasant surprise. And with that, I propose we start our usual lesson now. As you can imagine, an alteration expert like me is in high demand during this time of reconstruction, so I can only spare so much time here. Everyone immediately gave their assent for the idea, some more enthusiastically than others, after which Ilse started giving short demonstrations to the gathered students. Even Kyriel, Nachka, and Kana paid close attention when Ilse was casting spells, not having many opportunities to witness magic spells like this in their daily lives. The academy was temporarily closed. It had been closed for a month now, ever since the failed invasion. Not only had many sections of the academy been damaged in the attack, but most of the teachers had been recruited by the city to help deal with the aftermath as well. The place was scheduled to reopen in a week or so, if only to stop angry parents from demanding the money they had paid for attendance fees back, but for now, the student body was told to simply wait. A large number of students did just that, treating the whole thing as a sort of vacation, but not everyone was willing to simply waste a whole month or more when they had already paid to learn how to do magic. These students self-organized into study groups and continued their education on their own. Zorian was one of the people leading the charge on such things, at least when it came to his own class. He knew there were at least a handful of people in there that were serious about becoming a proper mage, and finding a study group that was not just an excuse to play cards every other night or some egoist's attempt to gather underlings was bound to be hard. This sort of initiative was admittedly not something Zorian was used to, and he had been absent from classes for most of the previous month, so his announcement that he was starting a study group had definitely raised some eyebrows. However, the fact that he had managed to talk Ilse and some of the other teachers into occasionally giving demonstrations and lectures, something few others could boast about, made others more willing to trust him. The fact that Koja had decided to give up on her own study group in favor of choosing his own probably helped too. Koja was well known for her serious attitude and work ethic. If she was willing to join Zorian's group, he probably wasn't just messing around. He even got quite a few requests from older students and students from other classes about joining the group, though Zorian had to refuse most of them due to time constraints. He didn't want to spend most of his time teaching people and managing groups. It just wasn't something he was seriously interested in. "I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with this spell," Kale complained. Zorian glanced at the Morlock and at the open book where the spell was detailed. "You're not doing anything wrong," Zorian told him. "You're casting the spell perfectly. Your shaping skills simply aren't good enough to pull it off. I can show you some more shaping exercises if you want." "Great," Kale mumbled. "More shaping exercises. You really remind me of that swim guy you occasionally bring here to teach us." "That guy is his mentor, so it kind of makes sense," Capriva said. "Based on what I heard about the guy, you kind of have to go all the way with your shaping skills if you're assigned to him." "As if Zorian is suffering here," Edwin grumbled. He was, like Zorian, one of the people who had been assigned to swim against his will, and still hadn't gotten over it. Probably because he really only cared about magic if it could help him with golem making, and shaping skills weren't high on the list of requisites for that. He's probably the only guy in the history of our academy that likes the guy and what he's teaching. You'd be surprised to know how many people speak highly of Mr. Chow's teaching skills, Ilse remarked with a teasing smile. Though most people don't appreciate his genius, there are always one or two students that have what it takes to thrive under his tutelage. He didn't keep his job at the academy all these years for nothing, you know. We understand he's good at what he does, but does he really have to be so mean about it?" Kiana said, pouting. "The last time he was here he said my shaping skills are completely inadequate. I'm pretty sure my shaping skills are average at worst. Actually, they're very much above average now, and it's almost entirely due to Svim pushing you further and further every time he comes here," Zorian pointed out. "Teacher's pet," Kiana accused him with a huff. He was pretty sure Kiana was coming here only because Rainey was too, not because she was honestly so dedicated to improving her magic skills, but to her credit, she really did try to keep up with the rest of the group, unwilling to be left behind. Thus, whenever Svim criticized her and pushed her to try for more, she reluctantly did her best to rise to the challenge. She didn't appreciate it right now, but Zorian was sure she would eventually understand that Svim was doing her a huge favor. Most people had to pay a fortune to get personal instructions from an archmage. After a while, Ilsa excused herself and left. The group continued interacting and helping each other for a while after that, but eventually people started leaving and the group was becoming smaller. The table, so crowded and busy earlier in the morning, started to clear up and fall silent. In the end, the only ones left sitting there were Zorian and Rainy. Zorian had originally wanted to leave as well, but he could see from the glances Rainy was sending him and the emotions radiating off of her that she wanted to talk to him, so he remained patient and stayed in his seat. The invasion had been thwarted. Panicseth remained sealed. There was no more urgent danger constantly occupying his attention. He could finally waste an hour or two of his life and not feel bad about it in the back of his head. I just realized it's been a whole month, and I never thanked you for helping me find my little brother, Rainy eventually said, her tone hesitant. Zorian didn't know what to say to that. Since she hadn't mentioned any of this in all this time, he kind of figured she wanted to pretend the whole thing never happened. Sorry, she said, fiddling with her hands awkwardly. I know this is very late and dash. I don't hold it against you, Zorian assured her. I didn't do much, really. I just put you in contact with the right people. You did the rest, by organizing the other shifters into a rescue mission. You already heard about that? She asked, surprised. Then she shook her head. Wait, of course you heard about that, what am I even saying? After what I've seen that evening, it would be a bigger surprise if you didn't know anything about what happened. I hear you rescued your brother successfully, Zorian remarked. The cat shifters and pigeon shifters rescued my brother successfully, she corrected him. I just helped the police contact them and talk them into helping me. Then I just stood by the side and waited to see if they would succeed. Though yes, the newspapers have been crediting me for the whole thing. The city police insisted I should be the public face of the whole operation. I don't really understand it. What was there to understand? She was a beautiful teenage girl with an emotional story of trying to save her little brother. The police probably didn't want to release details about what was really going on before Eldamar's forces finished their investigation, and this was a nice way of distracting the public. Plus, it was a story with a happy ending, and Eldamar really loved pushing those to the forefront right now. He didn't say that out loud, of course. I'm pretty sure talking those two groups of shifters into cooperating wasn't easy at all, so don't put yourself down so much, Zorian told her. That aside, I get the feeling you're not really mentioning this because you're bothered by the newspaper exposure. What's got you so depressed? I'm not depressed, it's just, my family has invited me to come back home, she admitted with a sigh. Ah, Zorian nodded. He paused for a second, considering. Is this a problem? You were instrumental in saving your younger brother, no? They should give you a hero's welcome. They might, she admitted. Or maybe they'll accuse me of overstepping my boundaries when I promised our tribes help in exchange for help in the rescue mission. I really don't know what's going to happen when I get there, and it scares me. Zorian was silent. I don't know why I'm telling you this, she admitted after a while. It's not like I expect you to help. You've done more than enough already. I guess I just wanted to complain to someone other than Kiana for a change. She's getting a little annoyed with me lately, I think. She thinks being praised in the newspapers is great, and that I'm being a baby. The newspapers are using you as a distraction and would turn on you in a second if it suited their purposes, so it's good you're not letting it get to your head, Zorian remarked. Still, I don't think you need to worry. I bet your family also doesn't know what's going to happen when you get there. They probably just want to see where they stand with you, since you surprised them so badly. Further conversation was interrupted by a large buzzing sound from a stone disc tied around Zorian's waist. Zorian glanced at it, somewhat annoyed. It was a communication device House Aope had given him so they could contact him, though Zorian hardly thought it deserved to be called a device. It was just a stone that vibrated when told to buy a second stone the Aope were in possession of, and did nothing else. Rather than convey useful information, the stone disc merely told him that House Aope representatives wanted to see him as soon as possible. He badly wanted to make real communication stones for this kind of use, something small and discreet and capable of facilitating actual two-way telepathy between holders, but doing that would be extremely suspicious and attention-grabbing. "I'm going to have to cut this meeting short," he told Rainey. "The Urania?" Rainey guessed. Zorian nodded. "I still can't believe that's what you've been doing this past month you've been absent from classes," Rainey said. "Learning mind magic from giant underground spiders." "There was no other way," Zorian said. "My empathy was running out of control and they were the first ones to realize what was happening, and stepped up to help me. I'm really grateful for their help." Sadly, although Zack and Zorian had been successful in keeping their involvement in the invasion itself a secret, there was no way to keep Zorian's involvement with the Urania a secret. This was because the Sciorian web had no way of hiding itself from Eldamar's authorities in the wake of the invasion, and asked Zorian to help them broker some kind of agreement with the city authorities. A hard task, and one that had given Zorian many headaches during this past month, but thankfully they had the support of noble House Aope in this endeavor. It would have probably been an impossible task, otherwise. Zorian might be a mastermind mage, but there was no way he could compel the entire royal bureaucracy to acknowledge a group of scary telepathic spiders as an ally against their will. Nor would he want to be that forceful, even if it were within his power. Sadly, this also meant that knowledge of Zorian's innate mind magic was gradually becoming more common. People thought he was a complete beginner at mind magic, yes, but he had already noticed mages starting to raise their mental shields when he was around, and his empathy told him some people were scared of him on sight. He dreaded to think what would happen if the full extent of his abilities became known. "Well," said Rainey. "Don't let me keep you from your duties. I should really get going as well. I guess I won't be seeing you in our group meetings, then." Zorian guessed. "Yes, that was the other thing I wanted to tell you." "I knew I was forgetting something," Rainey said. "I'll be traveling home tomorrow, and I will probably stay there until the academy reopens." "We'll see each other in class, then," Zorian said. "Hopefully," she agreed. The two of them then each left their own way, and the kitchen was once again empty and quiet. But not for long. Things were always lively at Amaya's place these days. Break. Though it was awful to even think so, Akoja had to say that this invasion business was the best thing that had happened to her in quite a while. She always felt guilty whenever the thought occurred to her. So many people had died, lost their homes, or lost their jobs when their workshops got destroyed, she should really feel sorry for them. And she did. She really did. But it was also an undeniable fact that the immediate aftermath had breathed new purpose into her life, giving her both the clarity about what she wanted in life and opportunities for advancements that she would have otherwise missed. In the month leading up to the attack of the city, she was lost, and more than a little bitter. She was putting so much work into her studies, into being a class representative and a model student, yet she felt it was all for naught. 2 years of hard work had not given her any special position or advanced opportunities, it only made other students resent her and look down on her. Sometimes, when she sat alone in her dorm room, she couldn't help but wonder if she was just wasting her time. Then the attack happened, and it was terrifying. She had only seen a fraction of the fighting, but what she had seen made her feel like a powerless ant, completely at the mercy of greater forces that could sweep her up without really trying. When the dust had settled and Akoja looked at the shattered remains of her old dorm, all of her belongings destroyed, she did not feel anger or despair at the money she had lost or the time and effort she would have to spend to replace it all. Instead, she felt a fire ignite within her, urging her to throw herself into her studies and make sure this kind of thing couldn't happen ever again. When war came for her again, she wanted to be ready. And war was definitely coming. Everyone knew it. Akoja wasn't the most avid follower of news, but she had read enough newspaper articles and listened to enough rumors to know that Eldamar was definitely going to launch a punitive expedition at Ulquin Ibesa in the coming months. Even though it risked leaving Eldamar vulnerable to opportunistic attacks by Falcrinia and Solimnon, pride wouldn't allow Eldamar to swallow its anger and let this go. The only thing people were unsure of was how big the retaliation would really be, and how far Eldamar was willing to go to avenge Cyoria. In any case, if Akoja had been on her own, perhaps her newfound drive would have eventually petered out in the coming weeks, and she would have once again begun questioning herself. A lot of people were fleeing the city these days, especially students like her and workers who otherwise lived elsewhere and only came to Cyoria to make money. A couple of other girls from Corsa she occasionally talked to had already transferred themselves to other academies elsewhere in the kingdom, their parents having been spooked by the attack and fearful another one would follow in the wake of the first. It was, after all, still unclear how Okwin Ibesa had been able to strike so deep into Eldamar territory, so who was to say it couldn't happen again? Akoja's parents had also wanted to transfer her elsewhere, but she had refused. Cyoria may be dangerous, but she had to stay. Because Zorian was here. It wasn't just because she had a crush on him either. She talked to people, and it was obvious that the study group he had organized was the best one currently out there. He had teachers and even outside mages occasionally coming to provide lessons, which only one other study group had managed to do, and he himself was clearly very skilled for his age. He had an uncanny ability to notice the problems people were having, and how to fix them. Akoja had compared her progress during this past month with two other girls that had paid considerable money in order to be allowed in one of the better study groups, and was shocked to realize she was handily beating them. The comparison wasn't even close. She didn't know what to think about that. One of the things she really liked about Zorian was that he was like her, a regular guy from a commoner family that tried really hard and was serious about his studies. She had always been jealous of big-name students who came from noble families, or had secret magic and bloodlines that gave them an edge over the competition, so it was refreshing to see someone she could empathize with. Even though he could be a little unfriendly and tactless, she understood. She herself was often described as bitchy and joyless, so they had common ground there. But this new Zorian made her question if she really knew the guy. He was more skilled and well-connected than she imagined him to be, and apparently even had innate mind magic ability to draw upon. So unfair. Why didn't she have a famous older brother and a secret bloodline? How was a normal girl like her even supposed to compete with that? But, she eventually decided, it didn't matter. Maybe her reasons for liking him were kind of misguided, but she still liked him regardless. And he was helping her get better. So she had to stay in the city. It would have been better if she hadn't stated it quite like that in the letter she had sent to her parents, though, because now they wanted to meet him. She knew her father, he was definitely going to come over to Cyoria and confront Zorian on his own if she didn't manage to defuse the situation. Hopefully her last letter had reached them in time. Still, that was thankfully a concern for another day. Today, she was simply going shopping around the city with Capriva and Kale. All of her possessions had gotten destroyed in the invasion, after all, and she still hadn't had the chance to fully replenish them. Capriva was in a similar position to her, while Kale had apparently never had much stuff to begin with, as he had previously tended to constantly move around with Kana before coming to Cyoria, meaning until recently he owned very few things. Neither Capriva nor Kale was someone that Akoja would have wanted to associate with before the attack. Capriva came from a family of criminals, and Kale was a Morlock. Neither were people that a lady in good standing such as her would want to be seen with. However, strange times made for strange bedfellows. She had gotten to know these two over the past month, and they were all right, she supposed. Wait, so Zack bought you an entire lab? Capriva asked incredulously, looking at Kale. Well, a damaged, recently abandoned building that can be repurposed into a lab. But yes, Kale nodded happily. Now I can finally stop scaring Miss Kuroshka with the experiments I do in her basement. Honestly, you were scaring me and the other tenants as well, Capriva told him. Alchemy experiments shouldn't be done right below where other people are sleeping, even if the place is warded. Still, I'm surprised Zack was willing to shell out that kind of money for you. Even if it's been damaged in the attack, a building in Cyoria is still bound to be expensive as hell. A lot of people are selling property in Scioria these days, Kale noted. Prices have dropped considerably. I'm pretty sure it was Zorian who talked Zack into spending money on this, Akoja said, sighing internally. She didn't like Zack. His recent reveal that his caretaker was stealing from him made Akoja feel sorry for him a little, but only a little. He was the embodiment of everything she was jealous of when it came to Eldamar's mage elite, except he didn't even try to make something of himself, content to live the life of a clown and a wastrel. She hoped Zorian, as his new friend, would help him clean up his act, but she wasn't holding her breath. Probably, Kale agreed. I was surprised when people told me they only became friends over the summer holidays. They seem like they have been friends their whole lives. Yeah, I first thought Zorian was just taking advantage of Zack to get at his money, but these days I kind of doubt it, Capriva said. He has a serious source of cash of his own, I can tell. From what? Akoja asked curiously. How could a teenager like Zorian have serious money unless someone gifted it to him? Sales, Capriva said. I don't know what he's selling, but it must be pretty rare and profitable because people have been asking about him a lot, trying to get in contact with him. You mean, in your circles? Akoja asked worriedly. Yes, in my circles, Capriva laughed at her. I'm sorry, but your crush isn't as clean as you imagine him to be. I don't know what you're talking about, Akoja told her quickly. We're just colleagues. Yeah, sure, Capriva rolled her eyes at her. So, I hate to interrupt your conversation, Kale suddenly said, but have any of you recently found a book, or a collection of notes, maybe, in your room? What kind of book? Akoja asked curiously. What was the boy even talking about? A book you've definitely never bought, and notebooks you've definitely never written, Kale said. Just, sitting there on your nightstand, full of magical secrets that seem almost as if they were specifically tailored to you, and you alone. There was a second of silence as the two girls processed this statement. That seriously happened? Capriva asked incredulously. You found a book and some notebooks in your room dash. My locked room, Kale clarified. My locked and warded room that Ilsa later confirmed hadn't been broken into. And they contained a gift of magic specifically tailored for you. Capriva finished. You damn Morlock bastard, first you have a rich guy buy you your very own alchemy lab, and now this? How are you so damn lucky? The most disturbing thing, Kale said hesitantly, ignoring Capriva's outburst, is that some of the passages use the exact same wording, codes, and symbols that I do. This happens over and over again, to the point I don't think anyone can reasonably fake it. What are you saying? Akoja asked, not really understanding. It's my writing style, Kale said. I have several years' worth of alchemical and medical research, seemingly made by my hand, but no memory of writing any of it. The two girls stayed silent. Their first instinct was to deny the idea as completely absurd. But these were mad times they were living in, and nothing was too absurd to fully dismiss. So they just stayed silent and filed the topic in the back of their heads, put aside but not forgotten, and went about their shopping in peace. Break. Eliur Inid was the special investigator sent by the Crown of Eldamar to find out what exactly had happened in Scioria on the day of the attack, and he was not happy. Not happy at all. It wasn't just about a foreign power having the ability to strike deep into Eldamar's territory at their leisure. It wasn't just about the rampant betrayal among Eldamar's highest ranks that had allowed this attack to progress as far as it had. It was about the fact that someone had stopped the invasion and saved the city, and it wasn't anyone that Eliur recognized. Regular people often talked about mysterious organizations and enigmatic hermits moving about in the shadows of polite society, but the truth was that organizations that held real power and powerful individuals didn't spring out of nowhere. It took a lot of resources and connections to raise a top-tier mage, and even more to build an organization around one. By the time these rising powers were able and willing to exert their will and influence on the world around them, people like Eliur will have already noticed them and learned who they were. When mysterious events like the one that had happened a month ago in Syoria occurred, investigators were often unsure who exactly was behind them, especially if the perpetrators had been thorough and erased all the evidence. However, they always had an idea who could have done it, even if they had no proof or couldn't narrow down all the possibilities to one actor. At the moment, though, Elair had plenty of evidence. He had witness testimonials, magical recordings, field reports from soldiers and mages that had been present when the attack took place, and even material evidence. And all of it was telling him that this couldn't have been done by anyone he knew about. Even more disturbingly, even after he had consulted with some of his foreign sources, he was no closer to finding a likely candidate. No one had any idea who could have done this. It was as if these saviors had materialized straight out of thin air, and vanished just as suddenly afterwards. Elair stood in front of the wreckage of a large golem, hands folded behind his back. To his left, two researchers shuffled uncomfortably in place, hesitating to speak. "Well?" he asked them impatiently. "Have you identified the maker of this thing?" "None of the known golem makers produced this, Mr. Inid," one of the researchers said after fumbling with his clothes a little and clearing his throat. "Although the animation core has been shattered beyond recovery, enough of it survived that we have been able to make some startling discoveries. We are very sure the established golem makers would never make such a thing." Why is that?" Elair asked, suddenly curious. Honestly, he thought the golem wreckage would bring him no answers, so this was a pleasant surprise. "The spell formulas inscribed on the animation core are completely unprotected," the other researcher said. "No codes, no misdirection, no attempts to shroud the method of creation at all. Usually artificers spend almost as much time trying to hide how they made something as they do making designs for it. Golem makers especially so. But there is no evidence of that here. Whoever made this thing cared only about pure efficiency." "Are you saying we could potentially replicate this thing?" Elair asked. Now wouldn't that be something? He had heard reports about how good these golems were, and it was apparently something on a whole different level from your typical combat golem. If they could duplicate one of these, then this would be a huge gain. When Elair saw the two researchers share a knowing look with each other, however, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. "The issue is that the animation core has been totally shattered, and some parts of the spell formula inscribed on it are missing. Even after we compared it with the remains of other golem wrecks we have recovered from the city, we are still missing about 10% of the design." "Just 10%? And you can't fill in the blanks?" Elair asked curiously. "Heavens no," the first researcher said, bursting into laughter. "The design for this thing is one of the most complex things I've ever seen in my life. Everything slots together perfectly, and even the slightest mistake would make everything collapse on itself. And considering how expensive the materials for the construction of this kind of core are, experimentation would be hellishly expensive. Never mind 10%, even a 1% gap would make this design completely unviable. Unless we manage to find an intact golem, the only thing this is useful for is for serving as inspiration." "All right," Elair said, turning away from the wreckage and walking off. The two researchers quickly followed after him. "What is this about some mysterious books that I'm hearing about?" "Ah, you mean the mysterious gifts some people have been getting?" the second researcher asked. Elair nodded. "We have only managed to recover a handful of them from the people they were given to. Rumors of us confiscating them have spread among people fast, as has the fact they are of no danger to the recipient, so people no longer report them to us. But from the few we have in our hands, they seem to be full of novel magic specifically tailored for the recipient. If I may make a suggestion, it might be prudent to return the books we've confiscated to the people they were given to," the first researcher said. "We've already copied the contents, and it might motivate people to let us take a look at the stuff they're currently hiding if they see they're eventually going to get it back." "I'll think about it," Elair said, not thinking much of it. He didn't like the idea of someone handing over magical secrets to people like that, not at all. Plus, he had suspicions their mysterious saviors were behind this as well. Those gifts were evidence and he was keeping them, at least so long as his investigation lasted. Infuriatingly, said investigation was encountering a lot of unexpected obstacles. The triumvirate church had clearly been heavily involved in the battle. There was a giant angel battling a dragon mage in the skies of Scioria, for heaven's sake. But they refused to let him interrogate the priesthood involved, and the crown was reluctant to offend them. The church had been spectacularly successful recently, providing valuable help and information on necromancer hideouts, demon summoner bases, and some of the more awful criminal groups. Elair had no idea how they had gotten so much critical information about Eldamar's criminal underbelly, but they had, and this unfortunately meant they currently had an upper hand over him and his investigation. At the same time, Elair was having trouble keeping the funds and manpower for the investigation going. Eldamar's attention had been stretched very thin lately. They had an invasion of Ulquin Abasa to organize, complicated heavily by the fact the Abasans had somehow managed to take over Fort Oriclo without Eldamar realizing it. They were throwing a lot of money and manpower at Scioria in order to get the city up and running again in order to make a show of strength and lift up morale, and these efforts often clashed greatly with Elair's own investigation into what had transpired there. Solimnon, Falcrinia, and even many smaller countries were stirring, trying to see just how badly the kingdom had been hurt and whether they could fish in troubled waters while Eldamar's forces were distracted elsewhere. And finally, there was that permanent gate that linked Eldamar with the jungles of Koth, which had everyone and their mother excited about the incredible opportunities this presented. The gate was clearly related to the Abasan invasion somehow, but Elair and his men were not allowed to examine it closely for fear that they would destroy the precious, irreplaceable, intercontinental gate with their tampering. Bah! And then his superiors complain he has no results. Of course he had no results. Just what did they expect when they constantly keep taking his money and resources, and don't let him touch things or question people? But Elair was patient. His foes may have won this round, but he knew what to look for now, and everyone slipped up sooner or later. It may take a year, or even a decade, but they were bound to make a mistake. And when they did, Elair would be there, and he would be ready. Break. Daimen Kaczynski was having a stressful, but very exciting month. From the day he had woken up in an unknown room in Scioria with an entire month of his life missing from his memory, it had been a non-stop wild ride of crazy reveals and maddening complications. It was annoying, but truth be told, he kind of enjoyed it. A safe, boring life had never been something he coveted. He somewhat resented his little brother for wiping away a month of his life to save his friend, but he understood. He would have done the same in his place, probably. At the very least, Daimen could safely say he had profited handsomely from this whole time loop business. Not only had Zorian gifted him a veritable treasure of research and notes he had apparently made for himself during this time loop, but he also indirectly allowed the Terramachula to seize the permanent gate linking Koth to Eldamar. A permanent intercontinental gate, the sheer possibilities of that thing were breathtaking to consider. Eldamar's forces quickly moved to secure their side of the gate, but they didn't try to push through it to monopolize the whole thing. It would be too easy for the Terramachula to simply destroy their side of gate back in Koth, and thus ruin this whole thing for everyone. Thus, the kingdom of Eldamar and the Terramachula now found themselves in possession of a permanent dimensional link between continents. Both sides were positively salivating at the potential profits and other benefits involved, and since Daimen was closely connected to both of said parties, it was often up to him to act as a bridge and negotiator between these two sides. And then there was Zorian, his little brother, the time traveler. Well, it wasn't real time travel, but it may as well be, from Damon's point of view. He had beheld a doomed future, and then he had traveled back to their own world to stop it, and save as many people as possible in the process. And in order to pull it off, he'd had to kill the original Zorian, and steal his body for his own uses. Daimen would have liked to say he was conflicted about this information. Zorian was right, in a very real sense, his little brother had been murdered and replaced by an impostor. He should have been outraged. He should have been deeply disturbed by the implications, just like Zorian himself clearly was. But he wasn't. Maybe it was because the whole situation was so utterly ridiculous and it was hard to really know what to feel. Maybe it was because, by Zorian's own admission, the original Zorian hated him something fierce. Or perhaps it was because he damn well knew that if he had been in Zorian's position, he would have murdered his own original without a shred of hesitation and thought nothing of it. All he knew was that he'd simply told Zorian that everything would be fine, and that he shouldn't worry about it. He had only done what he had to. Maybe it was just Daimen imagining things, but he thought he'd seen a small flash of gratitude in his brother's eyes when he said that. He hadn't expected the big bad time traveler to actually care about his opinion that much. Interesting. Now, here they were, every Kaczynski sibling gathered together. Daimen, Zorian, Kiriel, and Fortov were all standing next to one another at Sayoria's train station, waiting for the next train to arrive. Their parents were coming to Sayoria. It was kind of funny, actually. If his parents had arrived to Koth as planned, they could have been here way earlier. Daimen would have arranged for them to step through the brand new interdimensional gate linking Koth to Eldamar, and they would have been home before you knew it. Alas, they'd actually heard about the attack on Sayoria when they had almost reached their destination, and decided to immediately switch ships and turn back. As a consequence, they had spent almost an entire month in transit before they were able to return to Eldamar. Sighing inwardly, Daimen noticed that no one except him looked actually excited about that fact. Zorian looked bored and disinterested, clearly intending to just get this over with as quickly and painlessly as possible. Fortov seemed nervous and unsure how to behave. His other younger brother had been acting strangely ever since Daimen had evacuated him from Sayoria along with Kiriel, and Daimen had no idea what was going on in his head at the moment, but he clearly wasn't looking forward to this meeting. As for Kiriel, she was playing around with the fancy snow globe Zorian had bought for her while they had been waiting for the train to arrive, but Daimen could see she was extremely nervous under this disinterested facade. He should have brought Orisa with him, he lamented. He had originally left her behind because he didn't want to provoke his parents in this particular meeting, since they were bound to be extremely distraught already, but now he wondered if her presence would have been a positive thing instead. It was too late for such regrets, however. The train soon entered the station and began to disembark. It wasn't long before Daimen spotted their parents. They weren't carrying much in the way of luggage. Daimen winced internally. It made sense, since they must have dropped off most of their stuff when they had stopped by in Siren. Still, the fact they were carrying practically nothing meant they expected this to be a very short visit. This was probably going to get unpleasant. Not long after Daimen had spotted their parents, they also spotted him. The two groups quickly made their way towards one another. For heaven's sake, what are you children still doing in this city? Mother complained the moment they were within earshot. Mother Daimen tried futilely. The whole city was under siege until recently. The academy is closed. Why aren't you all back in Siren already? She continued. Father was totally silent, simply studying each of them in turn. Once he saw that all of them were unharmed, he seemed to relax a little. Most wouldn't be able to tell, but Daimen was the closest to Father out of all the Kaczynski siblings, and could read his little tics pretty well by this point. Never mind, I'll help you pack your bags and we'll be home by tomorrow. What? No, we won't, Zorian simply told her in a bored tone of voice. Zorian, please let me handle this, Daimen urged in a low tone of voice. Father gave Zorian a penetrating look for his statement, a gesture that would usually instantly put Zorian on the defensive, but of course, this time traveler Zorian was not bothered by it in the slightest. Zorian didn't talk about family all that much, but Daimen got the notion that Zorian had barely interacted with mother and father during the time loop. The two were practically strangers to him, and it showed in his attitude towards them. That, more than the fact he'd had to kill his original self to be here, greatly disturbed Daimen. You seem to have grown some spine in the short time you've been here, Father remarked, still staring intently at Zorian. He didn't say whether this was good or bad, but Daimen knew he thought it was both. He liked when his sons had a firm, decisive attitude, but he also didn't tolerate disrespect towards himself and mother. Zorian is just dedicated to his studies, Daimen hurriedly explained, shooting Zorian a quick look to shut him up. Just because the academy is closed doesn't mean we're all doing nothing. Zorian is organizing a study group for his class so they can continue studying on their own in private. He even got some of the teachers to help him out. But Kiriel mother tried. I like it here. Kiriel immediately exclaimed. I have friends here and everything. It's dangerous here, mother said firmly. She glanced around the group for a second. I really regret not taking her with us this time, but what's done is done. What I don't understand is how you could all let her stay here under the circumstances. She must be terrified after what happened here. But I'm not. Kiriel protested. Quiet, mother barked at her. Kiriel immediately shrank back. Out of the corner of his eye, Daimen could see Zorian's mood immediately worsen. Out of all of them here, Kiriel was the one Zorian cared about the most. Daimen was pretty sure his little brother would be willing to make an enemy out of his whole family for Kiriel's sake, which was more than a little disturbing. Kiriel was a cute kid, but she could be a massive brat sometimes. Anyway, if Zorian is as busy as you say, what about Fortov? Mother continued. He could have taken Kiriel back to Siren just fine, yes. Yes, he's already a failed student wasting his time and our money here, father agreed. Why not have him be useful for a change? You. Fortov protested, visibly outraged. Am I wrong? Father challenged. Why even send me back here if that's what you think about me? Fortov protested. Please, father, Daimen urged. Look, no, Fortov had some issues with his studies lately. Father scoffed. Mother sighed. Fortov looked furious, and very bitter. But I have been giving him some help lately, and I'm sure he'll turn the situation around, Daimen said. He had promised to take care of Fortov back in the time loop, apparently. Although Daimen didn't remember it, he had to admit Fortov needed his help. Certainly Zorian made it clear he didn't want to do anything with the guy. Apparently, despite having lived in the same city for years, Zorian had never bothered to interact with his brother and figure out how to help him. For all his newfound maturity, this new Zorian still had clear traces of his old self. He sure could nurse a grudge, for instance. And for how long will that last? Father challenged. You'll be back in Koth soon, I imagine, and then he'll be back on his own. I doubt 1 month will make that much difference. Actually, I'm going to be around much more often than I usually am, Daimen said. Haven't you wondered how I got here before you? Father and mother looked at each other. Well. I thought maybe you used the teleport network, tried mother. Daimen shook his head with a slight smile. Mother, father. I want to show you something. We can go and meet my fiancée and her family now, if you're willing. It's what you were traveling to Koth for, after all. What? They came here with you? Mother asked incredulously. Daimen understood her disbelief. A single individual like him could conceivably cross large distances on a whim, but a small group of people was a much bigger challenge. You'll see, Daimen said with a grin. Things are going to change a lot in the future, I think. Who knows, maybe even your family business might profit out of this. Thankfully, this was sufficiently interesting that it distracted mother and father from further questioning. He knew that sooner or later, mother would realize that Zorian had already started teaching Kiriel magic behind her back and that her beloved daughter had been literally attacked by assassins during the invasion, if nothing else because Kiriel was sure to blurt it out at some point, and that once she did, there would be hell to pay. For now, though, the crisis had been averted. Zorian. Hey. Zorian. Daimen looked at the person calling out to his brother and saw a chubby boy with a happy smile on his face hurrying over. An older, well-dressed man with a mustache followed behind him at a more sedate pace. Probably the boy's father. The funny thing about this was that the boy clearly acted like he was Zorian's friend, but Daimen himself had never seen Zorian interact with him at all. That was interesting to say the least. "Hey Zorian. I see you already got back, too," the boy said once he got closer. "I never left, Ben," Zorian said politely. Oh, so they did know each other. By this point the boy's father also arrived, though he stayed silent behind the boy. He simply gave a small nod and quiet greeting to the gathered Kazenskis before waiting for his son to calm down. "You never left. Man, you work too hard," the chubby boy said. "I heard you got roped into being an ambassador for some giant spiders. You got to introduce me to them someday, man. Sounds like one hell of an experience." There was a long silence as all the Kazenski siblings looked incredibly uncomfortable. "What?" the boy said, realizing he made some kind of mistake. "What did I say?" "Giant spiders?" Mother repeated. Daimen couldn't help it. He sighed audibly this time. So much for averting disaster. Break. As he walked through the streets of the city and observed the reconstruction efforts around him, Zorian couldn't help but feel satisfied with how things had been going lately. There were a few complications here and there, but the city was slowly beginning to recover, and neither Zack nor Zorian had been implicated in what had happened. The thanks for that partially went to Alanik, due to him running interference on their behalf in exchange for helping him clean up Eldamar of various threats, as well as Eldamar having its hands full with all kinds of problems these days, but mostly it was because they were currently complete unknowns to most people, so nobody even suspected they could have been involved. Zorian sincerely hoped that by the time they were forced to reveal some of their real skills, too much time will have passed, and people would not connect the dots linking them to the events that had taken place during the invasion. Sadly, his quiet enjoyment of the city was marred by the fact people kept giving him curious and occasionally fearful glances as he passed them, the crowds parting in front of him like he was diseased. Well, they probably weren't doing that because of him, specifically. Rather, it was because of the giant telepathic spider strutting around the city beside him. Spear of Resolve seemed completely unperturbed by the reception, however, and gave no indication this sort of behavior bothered her. If anything, she seemed immensely pleased with herself that she could walk through the city of Cyoria in broad daylight without being immediately attacked, or met with screams and calls for help. This was already a victory for her and her web. The Urania hadn't been entirely accepted by the city authorities yet. Legally, they were still considered monsters that had no rights, and there was a portion of Eldamarian leadership that really wanted to just wipe them out or drive them out of the city. However, the Urania had quietly gathered a considerable amount of support in the city over the years, so there was also no shortage of people willing to argue on their behalf. More importantly, even the critics that considered them dangerous telepathic parasites had to admit they were instrumental in preventing the various threats from the lower reaches of the dungeon from menacing the city. Considering the amount of destruction and suffering Cyoria had suffered recently, the last thing it needed was to go through a monster invasion too because some general couldn't tolerate the Urania living beneath the city. The opinion of regular citizens was, from what Zorian could understand, somewhat mixed. The Urania were said to have helped fight the invaders, which won them some goodwill, but they were also monsters, spiders, and mind mages. None of those three sounded good to the average citizen. Accordingly, when people saw Spear of Resolve walking down the street like she always belonged there, their reactions were mixed, to say the least. Thankfully both Zorian and Tinami were accompanying her on this stroll to make sure no incident occurred. Zorian was certain that Spear of Resolve was resourceful enough to evade any real conflict with frightened citizens, but it was best not to risk things. "So how are the negotiations going?" Zorian asked Spear of Resolve, not bothering to use telepathy for Tinami's sake. The Aope had managed to secure a magic exchange with the Urania, and Tinami was a part of that, but she wasn't psychic, and her advancement was slow. She wasn't good enough for casual telepathy yet. Somewhat disappointingly, Spear of Resolve admitted, using sound magic to speak out loud as well. "We have managed to block any initiative to have us driven out of our homes, but it's unlikely we will get legal recognition anytime soon." That was always a little naive of you to expect, Tinami told her. The Aope usually preferred to employ older and more experienced people for these kinds of meetings, but Tinami was the designated heir of the house, and she was throwing her weight around to get personally involved in something that very much interested her. You're still too much of an unknown for people to trust you, regardless of your help with the invasion. Oh, I know that, Spear of Resolve assured her. I didn't expect a better outcome, so much as hope for it. I have already made the necessary preparations. The colony can retreat from Scioria on a moment's notice, if it becomes necessary. Where would you go, though? Tinami asked. I can't imagine there are that many places suitable for your kind. We would simply assault one of the smaller webs around the area and steal their home for ourselves, Spear of Resolve said blandly. The Iranian world is a rather brutal place, I'm afraid. Oh, Tinami lamely responded. I heard your academy is about to reopen soon, Spear of Resolve said, turning slightly towards Zorian before resuming her walk. So I'm told, Zorian said. He spotted Taven and her team in the distance, trailing after a large group of other mages, and gave her a small wave. She waved back, but didn't linger or try to talk to him, simply following after her group so she wouldn't slow them down. She looked happy, though. In the wake of the invasion, there was an urgent demand for combat mages, so she had plenty of job offers and opportunities to prove herself. If it doesn't start again soon, the parents that didn't get frightened by the attack will start pulling their children out of the academy out of concern they're not getting taught anything. He looked at Tinami, somewhat curious as to how she was handling that. She had never expressed any desire to join their study group, or any study group for that matter. Was she so focused on this Iranian business that she had no problems putting her education on hold for a month, or did she have some kind of alternate arrangements? My family has arranged private instruction for me, Tinami admitted, somehow guessing his thoughts. I mean, no offense to your study group and your efforts, but this seemed a better idea. She was probably right. As good as he wasn't really a teacher and he had a whole group to deal with anyway. Tinami probably would get far better results out of private instructors. It kind of made him wonder why her family had even sent her to the academy in the first place, if they could just hire a bunch of private instructors for her. Was it too expensive? Did they just want her to socialize with people? I have a favor to ask of you, then, Spear of Resolve told Zorian. I've made some arrangements with the academy to let Novelty attend a few of your classes as an observer. I'd like you to keep an eye on her and stop her from getting herself into more trouble than she can handle. Why would you do that? Zorian frowned. I know she wants to learn human magic, but do you have any idea how mundane and repetitive our classes are? She'll be bored out of her skull in 3 days, maximum. It would be better to just have her come to me for instruction. I did promise I would teach her, after all. No offense, Zorian, but you're just a beginner mage still, Tinami said, frowning. You're not really qualified to teach a member of a completely different species how to do magic. That kind of thing is best left for actual experts. Yeah, I meant I would teach her later, Zorian fumbled slightly. Years later, when I mature into a mage who is qualified to help her. That's what I meant. Tinami gave him a really strange look. It's a good thing for Novelty to receive a much-needed reality check from time to time, so I'm not really concerned about her being bored out of her mind there, Spear of Resolve said, ignoring their interaction. Besides, I didn't mean for this to become a regular thing. I just want to have the students see an Arania walking around and interact with them a bit. It's a publicity stunt more than anything. Oh, so this is kind of like what we're doing right now, Tinami said. After all, it wasn't like they had to have this conversation in the middle of a street where random people could see them. They could have just as easily met in a private room inside the Novita estate, or even inside one of the many AO properties, but Spear of Resolve insisted they had to do this way. Yes, exactly, Spear of Resolve said. I have to ask, why Novelty? Tinami asked suddenly. Not that I dislike her or anything, but I get the notion that you're pushing her pretty hard, and I can't figure out why. She is not exactly someone I would pick for an ambassador if I had to choose. Surely you have Urania that are more solemn than her. Enthusiastic seeker of novelty is more suited for the role than you might think, Spear of Resolve said after a short pause. You have to understand that the number of Urania living beneath Scioria is not that great. We must hunt to survive, so we can't support large populations. Of the people I do have, many have no interest in learning how to interact with humans, or even downright look down on them. Ah. The Flickermine thing, Tinami said, sniffing disdainfully. Yes, that. The point is that I really don't have all that much to work with, and Novelty is one of the few Urania who is downright enthusiastic about going out into the city and meeting humans face to face. Besides, while her antics might not be exactly professional, I've noticed they put many humans at ease better than a solemn, respectful approach. They often perceive her as a harmless clown, or an innocent little girl, which never fails to amuse me. She's an adult Urania specializing in interactions with humans. She's far more dangerous to a human than your average, less excitable Urania. Oh. I didn't think of it like that, Tinami admitted. What Spear of Resolve didn't say, but what Zorian strongly suspected, was that she was pushing Novelty partly because she knew Zorian liked her. It was clear to him that the Sciorian web was determined to build a closer relationship with him and keep him as close to them as possible, so it made sense to have Novelty talk to him. After a few more circles around the center of the city, the three of them separated and went about their own business. Zorian never went home, however, instead choosing to continue wandering the city, lost in his own thoughts. He picked up a couple of newspapers as he walked, and idly flipped through them. As he expected, most of the news was still dedicated to the attack on the city, even a whole month after it happened. An article about the Solrotham warriors that had helped the defenders during the attack caught his eye, if only because of the detailed drawing of a flying sandworm hovering above the city. He remembered that the devil wasps had refused Zorian's offer of simply gating them back home to their ziggurat and had decided to instead have their giant flying sandworm pick them up and slowly fly them back to their continent. Some kind of power play, probably. Thankfully, no one in Eldamar had been in the mood to pick a fight with a giant flying sandworm, so they let them leave without incident. Leafing through the articles more thoroughly, he also found subtle clues that the people who had received his gifts had already started to make waves with the knowledge he provided them with. In all honesty, Zorian had yet to hand out even a fraction of the stuff he owed to people for their help. It would take him literal years to finish paying back his debts this way, but he would persist. In any case, he was glad people were starting to make use of the knowledge they had been given. It assured him he wasn't doing all that in vain. He had also started writing a book on mind magic, but that was still in its early stages, and nowhere near to completion. Publishing anything related to mind magic on a wide scale was going to be difficult, but he would find a way. Hours passed, and the night began to fall. Zorian still continued to wander the streets of the city, restless. Though he had no real emergency to worry about, it somehow felt wrong to him to just lay around and do nothing. He had spent so much time constantly on the move, constantly tackling one crisis after another, that he felt like he had to do something with himself, even if that something was basically wandering the city with no clear aim in sight. His mind wandered to the couple of issues he still hadn't dealt with. For instance, Princess. The giant divinely enhanced Hydra had survived her fight with Ogan's apprentice, and Zorian had no idea what he was going to do with her. There was no way to transfer ownership of her to Zack, so he was stuck with her. Thankfully, she was doing just fine for now, lazing around in the great northern forest, but he knew that couldn't continue forever. He had to figure out what to do with her one of these days. Another complication was the giant ironbeak flock. Zorian had simply released them into the northern wilderness when he had been checking up on Princess, thinking they would simply scatter and continue on with their own lives from now on. Instead, they decided to stick around Princess and now followed her around everywhere, helping her hunt and feeding on the remains of her prey when she had her fill. It made Princess far more noticeable and eye-catching than she would have otherwise been, and made the question of what to do with her all the more pressing. He also didn't know what to do about Merva. He had managed to get the golem colossus out of Scioria before the army could move in and confiscate him, but his precious construct was still completely non-functional and the place where he was storing him was not really as secure as he would have liked. Annoyingly, he was probably going to have to tolerate this state of affairs for quite a long time. Restoring Merva back into combat condition and making a properly secure place to house him in would both take a large amount of money, and money was annoyingly hard to get out of the time loop. There were no more invader caches and bank accounts to steal from, so unless he wanted to prey on innocent citizens he had to find other sources of funds, and vastly scale down his expenses. He had a bit of a problem, in all honesty. During the time loop he'd gotten into the habit of spending money like water, and though he was mindful of it after their victory, he still struggled to keep his expenses under control. He still had a sizable stash of funds to draw upon, but it was constantly getting smaller by the day. He had tried to get large sums of money by selling some of his creations, but that had drawn way more attention than he had thought it would, so he was forced to stop with that for the time being. The only thing he could do was, spend less. At least until he found a convenient way to make a lot of money without it making huge waves or being traced back to him. He stopped walking and looked at the full moon shining bright in the skies above. For some reason, the sight of the night sky, accompanied by the warm night air, helped put his mind at ease. "Well, Zorian, you wanted a normal life," he said out loud to himself, "now you're having money problems. What could be more normal than that?" "You said it, brother," an unknown man shouted at him from his left. It wasn't anyone Zorian knew, it was just some drunk that happened to be close by. Drunk enough to be spouting nonsense, but sober enough to make himself understood. "I too am completely penniless. I spent everything I had tonight, and there is nothing wrong with that. What could be more normal than that? Yes indeed, yes indeed, yes indeed." Zorian sighed, and then turned in the direction of Amaya's house. He supposed it really was time to get some sleep. Break. She had no name. She did not need one. She was a hunter and a mother, devoid of any higher purpose except for surviving, protecting her territory, and raising as many offspring as she could. But that was before. After her last feast, she had found herself imbued with greater purpose. The essence of her prey, the hated two legs that had provoked her again and again, had proven so sweet and so powerful. It filled her up, suffusing her in a way she had never experienced before, then filtered through her and settled inside her eggs. Her eggs were special now, she knew. The brood that would hatch out of them was going to be special too. She had always guarded her eggs and young diligently and with passion, only chasing them off when they grew too big and needy, but this time it was different. These eggs, and the young that would hatch from them, had to be guarded with her life. She would do anything to keep them safe. She would die for them if she had to. With her special purpose and her special eggs, there came a voice, an urge. She had to go deeper. Her new children couldn't be satisfied with the weak prey that lived on the surface, or even the more palatable things that wandered the upper tunnels of the world. No, if she wanted to raise them right, she had to go deep, 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 deeper than she would ever dare go under normal circumstances. She was mighty, but some of the things that made their homes here could end her in a moment if she weren't careful. She was afraid. She wanted to go back, go up, return to the safety of higher hunting grounds, but the urge, her purpose was stronger. She had to survive. She had to protect her eggs. She had to go deeper. So despite her fears, despite what all her life experience was telling her, she stubbornly kept going deeper. Where her destiny awaited. Afterward. Afterward. You have reached the end of the story. What follows is merely some general musings about the story and what comes next. If this doesn't interest you, feel free to click away. When I first started posting Mother of Learning on Fiction Press, all the way in 2011, I had no idea it would become as popular as it did. The story, as it was originally conceived, was meant to be a tool for fleshing out the fantasy setting I was building. I had noticed that diving into the setting from the perspective of an actual person living inside it really helped me notice the missing details and various inconsistencies that I would have otherwise missed or glossed over if I was just looked at it from a big picture perspective. Mother of Learning was simply going to be a way for me to visualize the daily life inside the world I was building. I needed a plan, of course. I knew from my previous writing attempts that I wasn't one of those people who can write a story while making things up as they go along. Rather than picking something sensible, however, I chose to make it an epic time travel plot spanning multiple continents and involving a small legion of supporting characters. Because if I'm already going to dream, might as well dream big, right? Right. I wrote a story summary, outlining the entire novel from start to finish. I created a character document containing brief descriptions of all important characters. And then I sat down and started writing. I wrote about 8 chapters before I decided they were not good enough and just plain wrong. So I completely discarded them all and started from scratch. I then wrote 4 brand new chapters. I soon discarded them as well. They were no good either. The third time I also wrote 4 chapters, but this time I actually liked the result. I liked it so much, in fact, that I decided it wouldn't hurt to share my work with the world. I posted all 4 chapters on Fiction Press, thinking I would be lucky to get even 100 regular readers. 9 years later and here we are. Mother of Learning is finally done. I very much enjoyed writing it, but I'm glad it's done. It was meant to end here, and being able to bring it to a completion feels good. Some parts of the original concept had to be cut out of the story as it progressed, but I feel the story is ultimately better for it. I was a very inexperienced writer when I first made the original story plan, and its sheer scope was almost unreal. It's a miracle it served me as well as it had by the end of it. The story is not perfect by any means. Over the years, I have seen a fair amount of criticism about my work and writing style that feels true. I am pretty sparse in my descriptions, for instance, especially of people. My characters apparently have a tendency to sound very similar to one another. My word choice can be occasionally jarring to perceptive readers, since I often use modern terms without thinking about whether or not they fit the setting. Some of the info dumps and extended explanations probably drag on a little too much. Parts of the story, especially ones towards the end of it, can feel rather hurried and poorly paced, and I'm not sure I really did them justice. Still, I am happy with how the story turned out in the end, and I am happy to have found so many readers interested in reading this silly story of mine. My audience has been extraordinarily patient and generous to me over the years, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I hope that, having read entire story now, you find the journey to have been worth it. What do you intend to do now? Well, in the short term, I intend to sit down and do some editing. I have received many typo reports and lists of mistakes from my readers, but I have been focusing solely on writing new chapters for a while now, so they have simply been gathering dust in my editing folder. Now that the story is over, I intend to go over each chapter and correct all the typos people found, so that new readers stumbling on the story have a less frustrating experience. Also, while the story itself is done, I intend to continue writing more world-building articles for the setting of the story as a whole. Ironically, despite starting the story to help with my world building, I have kind of been ignoring the world building side of things. That's kind of sad, so I hope that will change now that the story is done. You should publish the story. I fully intend to look into publishing options, now that the story is done. I've been putting this off until Mother of Learning was finished, since it's bound to be a time-consuming and frustrating task. Since I am almost entirely ignorant of what this will involve, however, I will not make any promises in regards to this. Do you intend to continue writing after this? Of course. I like writing and I have plenty of ideas for new stories after this. I'm not sure if the ideas are any good, but I certainly have no shortage of them. I'm going to have to make some story plans and write up some test chapters, but I'll be sure to come back with another story. Are you going to write a sequel to Mother of Learning? Maybe. Definitely not anytime soon, but I do have some ideas about a possible sequel eventually. My current idea is that it wouldn't be nearly as long or grand as the original, and would mostly focus on showing the aftermath of the original and what the characters do in their everyday life. A sort of extended epilogue, more slice of life than a grand mystery of the original. Anyway, this is still in very rough stage, and I can't even guarantee that it's going to happen for sure. I guess you'll just have to wait and see about this one. What was your inspiration for the story, anyway? Various Dungeons & Dragons content, the Avernum series of games, Fullmetal Alchemist manga and anime, and time loop fanfiction. Anything else you want to say? Nope. This is it. Thank you for reading and have a nice day. New story is out, Zenith of Sorcery. Hello dear readers. It has been a while. Mother of Learning has gotten amazingly popular over the years. The entire story is published as an e-book, both on Amazon and elsewhere, and an audiobook, and is even in the process of getting physical editions. The first 2 Kickstarters have been amazingly successful. If you somehow missed my various announcements over the years and are interested in these things, well, there is still plenty of time to get them. But aside from that, I'm making this post to draw your attention to something else. I'm writing a new story called Zenith of Sorcery. The first 3 chapters are already out. You can read them here. https://www.royalroad.com/fiction/71045/zenith-of-sorcery. It's not a continuation of Mother of Learning or set in the same universe, but I know many of you will still be interested, so I figure I should point people at it. I hope you will like it.